After my bankruptcy and divorce, my cheat finally arrived. Hearing the notification sound in my mind, I immediately lit up and turned to deliver dozens of takeout orders. Ding! The host has successfully lost 1 pound. Current weight 191 pounds. Reward settled, 100,000. Wow! It's actually real. I really am the destined male protagonist. I secretly rejoiced in my heart, but I also felt that this cheat was a bit strange. Starting off by making me lose weight. What should I do? After thinking for a moment, I decided that professional matters should be left to professionals, so I immediately went to a gym. Hello, sir, would you like to sign up for a membership? The receptionist, you Lily, greeted me enthusiastically. However, halfway through her sentence, she suddenly realized that I looked somewhat familiar. Aren't you the guy who delivers takeout? Yes, but I'm not here to deliver food today. How do you charge here? I responded with a smile. Brother, please wait a moment. I'll find a coach for you. Although you Lily didn't neglect me, the upward curve of her lips made me feel a bit uneasy. Not long after, a tall girl walked over, with fair skin and a beautiful appearance that surprised me a bit. Hello, sir, my name is Sunsini, and I am the fitness coach here. Let me take you inside for a tour. Sunsini introduced herself simply. After we left, another female receptionist, Zhou Ling, asked you Lily with a puzzled expression. Lily, why are you still introducing customers to Sunsini? Could it be that there is a conflict between you Lily and Sunsini? Almost everyone in the store knows that there was once a customer who pursued you Lily, but after seeing Sunsini, he dumped her. Although Sunsini didn't pay any attention to that person, you Lily felt naturally unhappy, like a fish in a pond being caught. Do you think a delivery person can afford our gym membership? You Lily asked with a smile. Yeah, so not only did Sunsini work hard for nothing, but she also used her qualification for today's reception once. Zhou Ling's face showed a look of realization. After listening to Sunsini's explanation, I directly asked, I want to reduce my weight to 150 gene in a short time. Do you have a way? Because only after reaching 150 gene can I start the main quest, so this is my basic goal. Yang Gu, what is your current weight? Sunsini asked while looking me up and down. After I answered that I weighed 191 gene, she pondered. So that means you need to lose 40 gene. It's actually 41 gene, and 1 gene is worth 10,000, so we can't round it off. I quickly emphasized. Actually, losing weight comes down to 2 points, controlling your diet and exercising. It just depends on whether you, Yang Gu, have the willpower. Sunsini said. I thought to myself, I definitely have the willpower, but the key is to lose weight healthily. After all, I am destined to become a wealthy man, and I can't let my health suffer because of dieting. I can create a weight loss plan for you, Yang Gu, but you need to work out with me every day. Sunsini paused. This involves the issue of purchasing classes. As a fitness coach, Sunsini's main source of income naturally comes from selling classes and teaching. No problem, as long as your plan is effective. How much is a class? I asked. 300 for one session. The price is a bit expensive. Sunsini replied with some concern, but before she could finish her sentence, I waved my hand casually and said, then let's buy 30 sessions first and see how it goes. 30 sessions? Great. Sunsini's eyes lit up. She didn't expect me to be so straightforward. Usually, selling even 10 sessions requires a lot of persuasion, and there are some sleazy men who, under the pretext of buying classes, make inappropriate requests privately. But I didn't say a word and directly bought 30 sessions, which to her seemed really generous and magnanimous. By the way, Yang Gu, you don't have a gym membership from our store, do you? Sunsini asked cautiously. Do I need to get a gym membership too? The annual card is 3,800? I nodded. This gym center is quite large, with 5 floors, and 3,800 for an annual card isn't too expensive. After all, I used to be a boss and my spending level has always been high. Yang Gu, then let's go get a membership card. Seeing that I was still so straightforward, Sunsini couldn't help but be overjoyed. The total amount for 30 personal training sessions plus a yearly card was already over 10,000. She could earn at least 2,000 in commission from this sale. Back at the front desk, Zhou Ling noticed that Sunsini had returned with me and immediately poked you Lily next to her. I guess that delivery guy was scared off by our store's annual card price. After all, it would cost him half a month's salary. You Lily smiled, feeling secretly pleased, and said sarcastically, I don't know what he's thinking. Isn't delivering food enough exercise? Who knows what he's thinking? Maybe he was attracted by our store's female trainers. At his age, he should really consider his own situation. A woman like Sunsini, you won't even get close unless you spend at least 100 or 200,000. You Lily scoffed disdainfully. Just then, Sunsini strode up to the bar and said, Lingling, help me open a yearly card. What? A yearly card? Zhou Ling was taken aback. She had subconsciously prepared for me to run away, but the situation turned out to be completely different from what she expected. No way. Are you really opening a yearly card? Lily was also stunned. She originally wanted to trick Sun Sunny, but it turned into giving her money, which made her feel very uncomfortable. Ling, after you finish opening the card, please send it to the lounge. Thanks. Sun Sunny ignored Lily. She was well aware of the other party's intentions, but unexpectedly ended up with an unexpected gain. Yang Gu, please come this way. Let's go to the lounge to sign the contract, Sun Sunny said with a smile as she led me into the nearby lounge, then brewed a pot of tea and continued. Yang Gu, let's add each other on WeChat first. I'll send you a meal plan, and you can follow it to eat. You should exercise with me every day. You have a large base, so losing 20 pounds in the first month shouldn't be a problem, but it will slow down after that. Sun Sunny is a graduate of Jiangcheng Sports College and is indeed very professional in the area of weight loss. I nodded slightly. After all, losing 41 pounds is clearly not a task that can be completed in a short time. After getting the membership card, Zhou Ling walked into the lounge. Sun Sunny smiled and said, Sorry, Ling, I forgot to tell you earlier. You need to add 30 personal training sessions to your membership card. Are you sure? 30 sessions? Zhou Ling opened her mouth in surprise, her expression showing astonishment, and her gaze instinctively fell on me, thinking to herself, could this be the power of money? It feels like this person has become a bit more handsome. She agreed and hurriedly returned to the front desk. Lily, that delivery guy actually bought 30 personal training sessions, Zhou Ling said with a beaming smile. 30 personal training sessions? You must have heard wrong. Lily looked shocked. She was already feeling a bit down, and now she felt even worse. She calculated Sun Sunny's income in her mind and felt completely defeated. She glanced at me through the glass of the break room and secretly complained. A delivery guy spending over 10,000 on fitness. Is he out of his mind? I really didn't expect delivery workers to be so wealthy now. You can't be mistaken, right? That guy does have a certain boss-like aura. I can't be wrong about that. And he admitted it too. Lily shook her head and then whispered. Maybe Sun Sunny promised him something privately, which made the delivery guy willingly part with 2 months' salary. Oh, that does seem possible. Zhou Ling actually didn't want to continue this conversation. There are indeed many cases where female fitness instructors engage in inappropriate transactions with male members to sell classes. But Sun Sunny clearly isn't that kind of person. Many members who pursued her spent a lot of money, but she coldly rejected them all. It's just 30 sessions, it shouldn't be that serious, Zhou Ling thought. Lily was unwilling to accept her fate and walked into the lounge with her last glimmer of hope. Big brother, your card is ready. Please scan here. The total is 12,008. She handed over the payment code, but to her surprise, I calmly scanned it without a hint of hesitation, as if I wasn't spending my own money. Lily suddenly felt a bit dazed and even thought that I looked somewhat handsome while scanning. After she left, Sun Sunny asked, Brother Yang, are we starting practice today? Of course, I nodded, and just thinking about earning 100,000 for a kilogram made me want to live here. Then, I followed Sun Sunny and took the elevator to the 4th floor. This floor was the aerobics area, and directly opposite the elevator, a yoga class was in session in the aerobics room, with 5 or 6 female members gracefully posing in unison, which was quite a sight. Yang Gu, you belong to the category of significant weight loss. At the beginning, the amount of exercise shouldn't be too much. I'll first lead you in a half-hour fat-burning workout, Sun Sunny said. 20 minutes later, I was panting heavily. A stark contrast to her, this amount of exercise was just a warm-up for her, and I didn't see a single bead of sweat on her forehead. I couldn't help but exclaim, your physical fitness is really good, definitely able to give birth naturally. Standing behind Sun Sunny, Yang Hao thought some difficult to concentrate. No way, Sun Sunny figure is too good, and tight yoga pants and very prominent figure, long and straight legs, hip flap is quite arched and full, with her jumping slightly trembling. As long as it is a man, absolutely a look and not squeak. Half an hour of fat reduction exercises. Yang Hao is considered to have persevered, while the front, heart and back have been soaked with sweat. Brother Yang, let's rest for a while and then do half an hour of aerobic exercise, Sun Xine said and took a brand new towel and handed it to Yang Hao. Thanks. Yang Hao took the towel and wiped up his sweat. Sun Sunny caught him another cup of water in a disposable cup. Brother Yang, when you come over in the future, it's best if you bring your own cup of water, filled with lightly salted water, or just bring soda water as well. Yeah. Yang Hao nodded slightly. The pretty young female fitness instructor was conscientious and responsible, and not empty, which didn't match what he'd heard, which was that female fitness instructors were rumored to have a PY deal or something with their male members. Some even called them gym girls, and the girl he met was decent, didn't seem to have much else on her mind, and didn't fool him into buying some diet pills, muscle-building powder, or anything like that. Maybe it's because the old man is all righteous and bad vibes can't blow over. Yang Hao thought silently in his heart and took a sip from his water cup to replenish the lost water. Sunny, you're here. I've been looking for you for half a day. At this time a man wearing black-framed glasses walked over with a smile on his face. He was slightly chubby and around 175. Although he came to work out, he even wore a Rolex on his wrist. But he's wearing an Oyster Perpetual, which is kind of entry level, and it's only $40, $000 to $50, $000. In fact, wearing this kind of watch starter model is a very embarrassing thing. People who do not understand will not think that you have this watch what is special, and people who know think that you are too poor. It's the same thing as if you buy a BMW 1 Series. People won't think you're rich, they'll think you're a hard ass with no money anyway. I'm in class and it's not over yet. Seeing this man, Sun Sinny couldn't help but have a flash of disgust on her face. Although the other party bought himself 50 private lessons, but he is not pure in mind. Always under the banner of lessons want to take advantage of her, but also often send her some dirty jokes on Weixin. In 3 simple words, molester. Sun Sinny from the sophomore part-time fitness instructor. This year is already the 5th year. Similar lewd men she did not meet the first time. Anyway, her way of dealing with is in addition to the normal class will not have other contact with each other. What about dinner shopping and other invitations are rejected? It's okay, I'll wait for you. There's still half an hour left isn't there? Su Linxian was very self-conscious and sat down in the rest area. Then looked at Yang Hao. Is this brother's first time here? It looks strange to the eye. Aha. Yang Hao nodded slightly. There was nothing to talk to this stranger. Brother, you've got a good eye then. Don't look like Xine hasn't been here long. But the business is really good. I love her class the most. I simply can't get enough of it. And it's hard to get through the day without it. Su Linchuan's eyes kept scanning over Sun Sinny's dimpled body as he spoke. And he even raised an eyebrow at Yang Hao when he spoke, giving an expression that men understood. Upon hearing this, Yang Hao then frowned lightly. He, a man, felt that this bastard was too lewd. The word class actually has a different meaning between couples. Su Linxian said in front of Sun Sinny's face with a wink. I love her class. It's not enough, which is actually flirting with the other side of the yellow accent. Although it is considered nature for men to be horny, being horny and being lewd are two different things. Since brother likes the lessons so much, why don't you buy more? Sinny's end of the month performance rush. I just bought 100 sessions, Yang Hao said with a smile. Su Linxian was slightly stunned, then smiled sarcastically. I only bought 50 sections not long ago, and there are still 20 more to go, to support the well, tune chanting, anyway, and will not expire. And brother Rolex are wearing and not bad this money. Yang Hao continued to persuade. Ahem. This. The corner of Su Linchuan's mouth gently twitched twice. Cupping is the most deadly, because it is not good to refuse. And it's true that he's not really rich. He opened his own affordable seafood buffet, and his annual profit is a few $100,000. And before that he had already taken $15,000 out to buy private lessons, and if he bought 100 more then it would be $30,000. It was money he could afford, but it was out of his budget. Excuse me, take this call first. By class is impossible to buy again. Su Linxian directly sacrificed to pick up the phone to run away method. Hey, it's me, Mercedes-Benz Big G in stock right? I'll take the time to go over there and check it out. This goods even run to pretend to be a pussy, but the phone screen are not pressed to light up as too trampled perfunctory. Ding. Trigger random mission, rich man's promise. As a rich man, you have to be trustworthy and keep your promises. As the saying goes, a promise is worth 1,000 words. Task, make up 100 private lessons. Mission reward, 10 times spending cashback card. Just as Su Linxian ran away, the system beep suddenly sounded in Yang Hao's head. This. Yang Hao froze, not expecting to trigger random quests. Brother Yang, thank you. Sun Sinny sincerely thanked her. If it wasn't for Yang Hao's maneuver, Su Linxian wouldn't necessarily have said anything obscene. You're welcome, it's not a big deal. Yang Hao smiled and waved his hand. Yang, let's go downstairs then. The second half of class is in the equipment area. Sun Sinny stood up and subconsciously made a chest-expanding motion. Her already magnificent breasts suddenly set off a surge of waves. That body is really top. 11, but she's a. Sinny, let's go to the first floor first. After entering the elevator, Sun Sinny was about to press the button with the number 2 written on it, but Yang Hao directly pressed the number 1. Yang, are you going to the swimming area? On the first floor, apart from the swimming area, there is a lounge for the receptionist and contractors and an office, so customers do not go to the first floor except for swimming. I'll buy 70 more private lessons to make it 100. Yang Hao said indifferently. Buy another 70 verses? Sun Sinny was shocked and looked at Yang Hao with an incredulous expression. If Yang Hao's previous consumption was normal, then this sudden addition of 70 private lessons was definitely not normal. Does he want to chase me too? After a brief moment of daze, a thought surfaced in Sun Sinny's mind. She had met a similar customer before, who bought 100 lessons in one go in order to chase after her. But that was back when she hadn't graduated from college, and her hourly rate was low back then, only 150 a lesson. Now one of her private lessons has gone up to 300, and 100 lessons is $30,000. Although most of the customers who can come here to work out are financially okay, it is still very rare to drop more than $30,000 on the first day of meeting. Rich people are not stupid. In their minds will also be divided into 3, 6, 9 and so on, silently marked price. And female fitness instructors, this group and the rich people do not think it is worth money, unless it is to meet the kind of stupid money of the turkey, or else very few people will be in their body to throw a lot of money. Front desk. A female fitness instructor wearing a low-cut fitness tank top with yoga pants was complaining to you, Lily. Lily, you even introduced such a high-quality client to Sun Cine. People are going to die of sadness. Are we still good sisters? This female fitness trainer called Meng Yu. Currently she and you, Lily, is a shared roommate. The relationship is quite good. At least on the table is a good girlfriend. That big brother is a delivery man and came to our store the other day. I don't know what kind of wind I drew today, but I was willing to spend more than $10,000 for Sun Cine. You, Lily said with a depressed face. It's still people Sun Cine who has a wrist. She can even gouge out more than $10,000 on the takeaway big brother. By the way, Su Linxian just did not come. He turned around in the equipment area, did not see Sun Cine. Directly on the 4th floor. Lily, that was originally your licking dog, and now it has also become Sun Cine's. Meng Yu said again in a conspiratorial manner, mentioning Su Linxian. You, Lily's face became even more ugly. In fact, she had already accepted the other party in her heart before, but she just wanted to fish again, and she didn't expect to directly take off the hook and run away. At this moment, the elevator dinged and Sun Cine and Yang Hao walked out one after the other. The two men shut up when they saw the party in question coming. Meng Yu unscrewed the hands of the functional drink while drinking while sizing up the takeaway big brother who came over. The other tall and lanky, medium to high looks, a little overweight but not too fat. 191 pounds of body weight is placed on ordinary people naturally look fat, but Yang Hao is tall, so it looks like that kind of sturdy and strong feeling. Ling Ling, help charge Yang's card for another 85 private lessons. Sun Xine walked over to the bar and said to Zhou Ling, automatically ignoring you, Lily and Meng Yu on the side, as she knew that these two were mostly getting together to discredit her. Therefore, Sun Cine even purposely raised her pitch when she spoke at this moment, although she didn't like to play it safe, but as a woman she knew how to fight back against a woman very well. Sure enough, as soon as she exited her mouth, both you, Lily and Meng Yu were stunned. Especially Meng Yu, who was drinking water and choked on it. How many knots? Zhou Ling was also confused, thinking to herself that this big brother hadn't just bought 30 sections. Section 85. Sun Cine repeated faintly. Yang Hao was going to buy another 70 lessons, and with the previous 30 it would be 100. Buy 100 private lessons and get 20 free. It's kind of a routine operation. 5 have been given away before. Just add 15 more at this moment. Yes. Frozen in thought for a moment, Zhou Ling hurriedly pulled up Yang Hao's membership card information and added another 85 private lessons. Scan this code, right? Yang Hao, who hadn't said anything, asked, pointing to the QR code laid out in front of the computer. Yes. Zhou Ling nodded repeatedly. Yang Hao took out his cell phone and calmly swept the code to pay. The small speaker next to the computer immediately sounded dragon payment received 21,000 yuan beep. Thanks. Yang Hao's main focus was one of being polite, and he nodded at Zhou Ling, who was helping to recharge his card. You're welcome. Zhou Ling waved her hand back and forth, but in her heart, she overthrew the image of a takeaway big brother that you, Lily, had helped her build up. What kind of delivery boy is that? Your home delivery guy dares to spend over $30,000 in less than an hour? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the randomized quest, Rich Man's Promise. Bonus, 10 times spending cashback card. Rebate card launch in progress. Tick. The next second, Yang Hao's cell phone rang. It was a text message from the bank. He clicked on the text message and glanced at it, a smile spreading across his face. 210,000 came in. That's a hell of a lot of money to make. And the success of this mission also made Yang Hao think of a way to get stuck in a bug. The so-called rich man's promise, to put it bluntly, is that he blew out of the bullseye to be honored. And after cashing in, the system gives rewards. Just now, it was only a consumption of $21,000. If the consumption amount was $210,000, wouldn't there be a direct reward of $2,100,000? If you can really be this buggy, you'll be a billionaire in no time. Yang, let's go on to class. At this moment, Sun Cine's gaze at Yang Hao was a few points softer than before. All people have vanity, and Sun Cine was not exempt from it, and the maneuver she had just performed made her very relieved, and she had a feeling of writing the face output, which was very refreshing, coupled with the fact that Yang Hao, this person, had given her a good impression in the first place, so she naturally felt a little more favorable towards this big brother. People have real money to spend, unlike some male customers who just talk a good game. And even if they do buy private lessons, they all have dirty thoughts. Even when she was selling private lessons, the other party would directly open conditions, such as buying 30 lessons to let her sleep with her or something like that. Yet Yang Hao didn't mention any conditions. It's still rare to see a big brother of this kind of integrity and bravado. The two stepped into the elevator and went up together. And when the elevator doors closed, the three women at the front desk exploded. 100 lessons? He actually bought 100 private lessons in one go. Lily, you pushed such a tycoon to Sun Cine. What were you thinking? Meng Yuyu stomped her foot in pain. He's obviously a delivery man. At this moment Lily was about to cry. She had already lost count of how much money she had sent to Sun Cine with her tawdry maneuvers. Lily, you must have recognized the wrong person. Have you ever seen any delivery guy dare to spend money like this? Zhou Ling added from the sidelines. Ling is right. Those delivery guys even pick the cheapest lunch. How would they spend so much money on private lessons? Lily, I'm crying at your stupidity. That's 100 private lessons. If it's my performance, I'll treat you to a month's worth of meals. Meng Yuyu was both envious and jealous. Although her figure and face value are not as good as Sun Cine's, she is flirty. Every month, her performance is above Sun Cine's, and dealing with men is what she does best. 12. This is Brother God Ho. What's the conversation about? 3 beautiful women? At this time, Su Linxian, who had already changed into his swim trunks, walked out from the swimming area with a towel draped over him. He had wanted to swim for a while and then go to Sun Cine for a private lesson, but when he thought about losing face just now he was a bit depressed, and at the same time he was skeptical about Yang Hao's words. That's 100 private lessons, not 10 that you just say you'll buy. So he wanted to come to the front desk to ask about the situation and see if what Yang Hao said was true. Brother Su, you're really early today. Meng Yuyu greeted with a smile. Although she knew that this Su Linxian wasn't as bold as Fansai's Yang Hao, the other party was also a potential customer who could buy 50 private lessons in one breath, so it was always right to have a good relationship. The store is fine in the morning, but it gets busy after noon. Su Linxian gazed at Meng Yuyu half-exposed chest scanning. He in this Boli Fitness Center Fitness also has a half a year. Has long known Meng Yuyu. This woman looks like a very sleepy look. In fact, the essence of a lot of male customers have been caught by her into the mouth of the war, usually touching the small hand. Engage in ambiguity is no problem, but want to take to the hotel will be difficult. This kind of woman is into the essence of the fishing female, not deal with. So after a few contacts Su Linxian will give up. Cost effective is too low. Not as good as the front desk Lily. The other face value figure are good, but also not as shrewd as Meng Yuyu. But the contrast is still Sun Cine to him the most attractive. Brother Su, you've got competition. That brother Yang just charged Sun Cine with 100 private lessons. Meng Yuyu said smilingly. Yeah, well, any idea who he is? Su Linxian originally wanted to inquire about this matter, but he didn't expect Meng Yuyu to take the initiative to say it, and he went on to inquire about Yang Hao's background. However, Meng Yuyu didn't pick up on this topic, but said with a smile, Brother Su, today is the last day of the month, so help your sister with a wave of performance. The corner of Su Linxuan's mouth gently twitched. He knew that Meng Yuyu was so enthusiastic because she wasn't holding her farts. Jade, it's not that brother doesn't help. You know that brother still has dozens of classes there. In that case, go eat at my store sometime, and brother will give you guys a free bill. I'm going to go for a swim while you guys talk. Su Linxian is also not a little cute. He will not spend money on Meng Yuyu. He knows a few male customers have bought dozens of lessons. The result is to touch a small hand. About to go out is also only dinner shopping. Want to deepen the exchange of that still have to smash the money. Lily, see, this guy is not as atmospheric as that Yang. Don't look like you usually act like you're rich, but you're actually kind of exquisitely poor. What kind of person works out and wears such a heavy watch? Afraid that people won't know he has a Rolex, and it's hard to tell if it's real or not. Seeing Su Linxian running away, Meng Yuyu immediately spat in a low voice. Lily thought deeply nodded. Just now she recalled Su Linxian past deeds. This person especially liked to pretend beep all day to show off his Rolex watch. More than 30 years old. Indeed quite low. Second floor instrumentation area. Sun Cine first took Yang Hao to familiarize himself with the various equipment, and then took him to practice for half an hour. Although the intensity was not high, Yang Hao still sweated and felt permeable. Brother Yang, that's all for today. Let's continue tomorrow. Just make an appointment on Twitter at the time. Sun Cine said as she wiped the sweat from her forehead. Aha. Yang Hao nodded. Unsurprisingly, it'll still be this time. Okay. Fitness instructors are generally more idle in the morning, so Sun Cine is happy for Yang Hao to come in the morning. In which case the time for private lessons is also more generous. Brother Yang, wait a moment, do you have time later? Just as Yang Hao was about to leave, Sun Sini suddenly opened her mouth and asked, I haven't been doing much lately, my main task is to lose weight. Yang Hao stopped walking and said, in that case, I'll buy you lunch. There's a place next door in Starlight City that specializes in light meals. It's perfect to go to during a fat loss period. Sun Sini felt that people had bought 100 lessons for themselves and had not mentioned any requests, and they had behaved themselves during the private lessons. This kind of good big brother was too rare, so she wanted to express her gratitude. Yeah, at this moment it was already more than 11 o'clock, due to the fact that he only ate 2 eggs in the morning, and there was not a small amount of exercise, so Yang Hao had been hungry for a long time, and had thought of going out to eat lunch, and now that there was a beautiful woman like Sun Sini who had taken the initiative to invite him, he was naturally happy to agree. I'll see you on the first floor later then. Okay. After the appointment the two went into their respective locker rooms. This Boli Fitness Center has great hardware and software, with showers in the locker rooms that are comparable to small baths, and 2 soaking tubs to soak in addition to the shower heads. Well, that's nice. $38.88 a year is kind of good value for money. Yang Hao silently lamented in his mind while taking a shower. Ding! Trigger random quest, Rich Man's Appreciation. Being a rich man is not about appreciating what other people have. The mission, to clock in 30 consecutive days at the Bollywood Fitness Center. Note, clocking in should not be less than 1 hour per day. Mission reward, ownership of Boli Fitness Center. Current number of days clocked in, 1 day. Number of days left to punch the clock, 29. That works too. Yang Hao, who was taking a shower, was directly shocked. So big a fitness center card for 30 days to him? It's so magical. Ha, I think I have a national chain of fitness facilities in the game. This is really the game coming to life. Yang Hao's heart was bursting with ecstasy. This Boli Fitness Center was worth a few million anyways. Clocking in for 30 days and it's all his. It's just not comfortable. It was that he was a little curious as to what kind of way this fitness center would give it to him when the time came. After taking a shower, Yang Hao wiped his body with a bath towel while walking out. Then he saw a middle-aged man sitting in the soaking pool rubbing the dead skin on the soles of his feet. If he hadn't gotten the assignment before, he would have had no ripples in his heart. But now he frowned, thinking to himself that he'd have to put a warning sign on the wall when he took over. The behavior was a bit disgusting. After changing his clothes and blow-drying his hair, Yang Hao took the elevator down to the first floor. Then he saw Yu Lily and Zhou Ling were sitting behind the front desk groping for fish. One of them was playing a handheld game and the other was video chatting on Weixin. The receptionist's job is still too idle, so let's add another live streaming task, which is also a promotional tool for the fitness center. Yang Hao was silently calculating in his heart that this boss Yang had already started to plan the future of his own fitness center. Brother Yang, you're practicing. Zhou Ling, who was playing the game, saw Yang Hao walk out of the elevator and immediately greeted him warmly. Yang Hao slightly nodded as a response, while in his heart, he thought that this female receptionist called Zhou Ling was quite dedicated. Although she was groping for fish, she didn't forget her job. Brother Yang, take your time. Yu Lily had completely changed her opinion of Yang Hao at this moment. The goddamn takeout brother. This is the God Ho Big Brother. 13. The wind blows grandma cool. Yang Hao on the reaction of the two are quite satisfied. Fitness center receptionist monthly basic salary is 3 or 4,000. With this salary expect them to put all their energy on the work is not very realistic. Nothing when touching the fish is not okay, but customers to the store or leave must be enthusiastic. Give customers a good service experience. Of course, the front desk of the fitness center is not just a basic salary. There are open card commission. As long as the customer in the store to open an annual card no matter who the customer front desk has $50 commission. The two equal share, $25 per person. And the front desk can also pull in their friends and family for gym memberships, with sales commissions counting for them. In short, for a fitness center, all employees are actually sales. Brother Yang, let's go. Sun Sini walked out from the step room. At this moment she has changed the civilian clothes. The upper body is a short denim jacket. Inside the white fitness undershirt, showing a slim little waist. The lower body with the jacket with the same type of casual jeans. Although it is not a slimming model, but the pair of long legs still cannot hide the eye-catching. Before wearing fitness clothes, Sun Sini body hot and sexy. This moment to change into a casual dress she gave people a sunny and lively feeling. Well, go. Yang Hao smiled and nodded. Then the two of them walked out of the fitness center together under the shocked gazes of Yu Lily and Zhou Ling. 100 private lessons and it was claimed. When the two of them went out, Yu Lily immediately spat. I also thought Sun Xine was trying to catch a big boss. I didn't think 100 private lessons would do it. Zhou Ling followed and agreed. So yeah. There's no such thing as a pure little white flower. It's just not enough chips. Yu Lily gently skimmed her mouth, although spitting Sun Sini but still a little envious in her heart. if there is a big brother to spend more than 30,000 yuan for her first meeting, it is estimated that she cannot carry it. Lily, where do you think they'll go? Zhou Ling asked with a gossipy face. Where else? A room. It's not just a lunch break. Lily looked at the time. Exactly 11:30. Ah, I forgot about the lunch break if you didn't mention it. What are we going to eat today? For an ordinary laborer like Zhou Ling, lunch is the second thing to look forward to every day, and the first thing to look forward to is getting off work. She opened the Hungry No began to browse. Like her people often order takeout or Hungry No and Kangaroo Group cross-use, which has a red packet to use which. Lily would have wanted to gossip a few words. See, his foodie colleague has already started to choose takeout. She also came together, order it together. Full discount can also be cheaper. Lily, how about some spicy hot pot today? Zhou Ling gulped at the pictures of brightly colored food. Yeah, but it's going to be mildly spicy. Zhou Ling nodded and began to operate. And that's when Su Linxian, who had finished swimming, came over from the swimming area again. Lily, was that Sun Sinny who went out just now? Su Linxian vaguely saw Sun Sinny in the pool as if she had followed Yang Hao out the door and hurried over to ask about the situation. Yeah, Sun Sinny has left with someone else. Yang, the corner of Lily's mouth slightly picked up an arc. Seeing this man suffer defeat, she was a bit secretly happy at this moment. This takes people away. Su Linxian was so depressed that he even felt a little pain in his heart. MD, had I known that 100 private lessons would take someone away, I would have filled up 50 more. Su Linchuan's intestines were green with remorse. The other brother Yang is out for 100 private lessons, not to mention Sun Sinny. None of the female fitness instructors in our store are expected to be able to hold their own. Lily continued to fill in, but what she said is also the truth. Anyway, that roommate of hers, Meng Yu cannot top, not to say direct sacrifice it. Give a little sweet, that is certain. Su Linxian stopped talking and returned to the swimming area without saying a word, then went straight back to the men's locker room from the swimming area. He was not in the mood to work out anymore today. Outside the store, Sun Sinny was a bit confused as she looked at the battery car in front of her. She had thought that she could casually buy 100 private lessons for her big brother how to drive a BBA. Turns out it's not even a four-wheeler, let alone a BBA. The man actually rode a battery-operated bike. Well, this low-key rich guy, Sun Sinny, who had been in the fitness industry for a few years, had come into contact with a lot of rich people, including some very low-profile ones. I think the big brother's house is in this neighborhood. It is indeed much easier to ride a battery bike than to drive a car. Sun Sinny thought silently in her heart. It should be colder in the electric car. Keep your coat on. Yang Hao took off his jacket. Sun Sinny wore a denim jacket on the top and the inner fitness undershirt are short. The slim little waist is still exposed outside. Today the temperature outside is 12 degrees. The electric bike ride is still very cool. No, I can't hide behind you with the wind blowing. And it's a 5-minute ride to Starlight City on an electric bike. Tops. Sun Sinny laughed and pushed the jacket back. Yang Hao was wearing a plaid shirt inside the jacket, and the electric bike ride would naturally be penetrated by the wind. It's okay. Yang Hao didn't insist. The distance was really not far anyway. He put his jacket back on and took out the pink helmet for Ruwashi from under the seat of the battery car and handed it to Sun Sinny. My daughters. It might be a bit small. It's okay. It's quite cute. Sun Sinny took the helmet and put it on her head. But something was rippling in his mind. It turns out that this brother Yang has a daughter. So that means he has a family. In fact, Sun Sinny didn't want to really have something with Yang Hao. She just thought that this big brother is generous. And the person is very upright. It's not bad to make a friend. What she didn't realize herself, though, was that the goodwill she'd gathered from spending time together had subconsciously led her to think of the other person as a possible alternative. Therefore, at this time, after the other party frankly said that she had a daughter, this matter, she still had that little bit of disappointment in her heart. She fantasized about her future significant other, but never thought about coming in the door and giving a stepmother. Not to mention that this brother Yang might still have a wife. Exhale. Thinking a little too much. Just making friends. Sun Sinny retrieved her fluttering mind and stepped into the back seat of the battery car with her long legs. Sit tight. Yang Hao gave a reminder, then twisted the electric door, and the battery car drove towards Starlight City against the cold wind of late February. And sitting in the back seat of Sun Sinny still underestimated the cold wind mixed with the chill. And so on the battery car after driving up she felt the small abdomen and even the chest is cold. She was suddenly reminded of the nickname that some lewd men in the game always liked to use, the wind blows grandma cool. Oh, it's really cool. Sun Sinny subconsciously moved her butt forward, then tightly hugged Yang Hao's bucket waist, and after her body was pressed together, Sun Sinny instantly felt much warmer. Don't say that the fat man is useless, but he is a real wind blocker in critical moments. The 191-pound Yang Hao blocking in front of Sun Sinny was like a lofty mountain, blocking the coldness from the front for her. Soon the two arrived at the intersection in front of Starlight City, where the traffic flow was relatively large, and Yang Hao's battery car had to stop in front of the crosswalk and wait for the red light. And after the male drivers sitting in the minivans who were also waiting for the red light saw Sun Sunny sitting in the back seat of the battery car, each of their eyes went straight. Shouldn't this extremely beautiful woman be sitting in the passenger side of a luxury car? A man who usually likes to take videos even raised his cell phone to take a video, and then skillfully sent it to his fast sound. The background music to choose the recent hot actually none of them. The text is, smoked a box of cigarettes also did not figure out where I lost. Yang Hao and Sun Sunny who are waiting for the red light naturally do not know about this matter. The green light is on. Yang Hao twisted the electric door carrying Sun Sunny directly to drive the battery car to the carport next to the side door of Starlight City. Freezing, after locking the car, Yang Hao looked at Sun Sunny with a slight sense of shame. It was rare for such a big beauty to sit with herself on the battery car and blow cold wind. After all, a beautiful woman of her caliber could easily sit in the passenger seat of a luxury car if she moved a little bit. As you can see, this beautiful coach is still a good person. It's not cold. You're in front of the wind. Sun Sunny smiled. In fact, both sides of her small waist were reddened by the cold wind, but she couldn't just say so. And when Yang Hao bent down to put the helmet back into the storage space under the car seat, he just happened to see Sun Sunny's small waist that was reddened by the cold wind, and he felt guilty all of a sudden. Ding! Trigger random quest, rich man's guilt. As a rich man, there is no way that a woman who follows him will be made to suffer materially. Task, send Sun Sunny a gift that makes her happy. Quest reward, a BYD lookup U8. Just as Yang Hao was about to head towards the mall, the system beep once again sounded in his head. The steps he took gave a slight lurch before a delighted look appeared on his face. It's really what's missing. BYD looks up to the U8, the top domestic luxury car for $1.09 million. When the price of this car was announced, there was a lot of mockery all over the internet, and a big V threatened that the annual sales could not be more than 300 units. As a result, Rangoon U8 delivered more than 400 units in half a month after its official launch, with more than 30,000 undelivered orders. You laugh at people for buying a BYD for $1 million, and they laugh at you for not understanding the art of pretending to be something you're not. People who take more than $1 million to buy a Mercedes-Benz or a BMW can only be considered rich, but those who take more than $1 million to buy a BYD are definitely real tycoons. 14. Encountering an ex-wife. Since it was a weekday, the mall wasn't too crowded. Sun Sunny led Yang Hao lightly to the light food store located on the 4th floor. She ordered a boiled beef salad set for Yang Hao and a mixed grain packet grilled chicken breast set for herself. People in the fat loss period are not unable to eat meat but have to be selective. Like chicken, beef, shrimp, such as high protein and very low fat content of meat are safe to eat. Beef and shrimp are more expensive, though, and chicken breasts are the best value for the money, they're just hard to eat. In this era, people pay more and more attention to body management, so many light food store business is very good. And the customer groups are mostly young women and white-collar workers belong to the more willing to spend money on the crowd. The unit price is much higher than the ordinary fast food restaurants. Take the 2 set meals Sun Sunny ordered. Yang Hao's beef salad set was 42 yuan. Her mixed grain packet of grilled chicken breast set was 28 yuan. And she ordered 2 cups of corn juice for 8 yuan each, making an ordinary light lunch for 286 yuan. The promised Sun Sunny's treat. Yang Hao didn't grab the bill, mainly because he still had to complete the mission later. Just to take the excuse of Sun Sunny's lunch invitation to return the gift, so that it wouldn't seem too abrupt. A lunch is very pleasant to eat. The main 2 characters are more cheerful, and Yang Hao, after all, has more than 10 years of experience in the catering industry and communication with people is considered his specialty. So he was actually in the driver's seat all the way through the chat, talking about things that were in his comfort zone to the point where he appeared to be very knowledgeable. Walk me around if you're not in a hurry to get back. Want to buy a couple of outfits to wear to the gym? As he walked out of the light food store, Yang Hao opened his mouth. That's fine. There's no rush. Sun Sunny nodded with a smile on her face. Through this lunch she had a deeper understanding of this big brother who bought himself 100 private lessons. The other party gives a feeling of calmness, and in fact humorous and knowledgeable. There is a mature man's charisma in his body. Sun Sunny felt quite relaxed when she was with him, so she didn't exclude the shopping trip together, and even a little bit of enjoyment. The two strolled all the way back from the 4th floor to the 1st floor. Starlight City belonged to the middle and high-end shopping malls, with some luxury brands stationed there, all of which were in the best locations on the 1st floor. For example, the country is generally known as LV, Prada, Cartier. During the shopping process Yang Hao had been silently paying attention to Sun Sunny's gaze. The task given by the system was to send a gift that would make her happy. Then this gift could not be given randomly. It had to be something that she liked. And while Sun Sunny was more or less the same as an ordinary girl, her gaze would linger a little longer on women's clothing and bags, but no item kept her gaze for more than 5 seconds all the way through the store. This suggests that she was merely interested in those things and didn't particularly like them. Until the two of them passed by Prada. Yang Hao found that Sun Sini's gaze lingered on a shoulder bag in the window for a long time, and even skimmed it out of the corner of her eye after walking past. That is a Prada patent leather handbag. Should be just listed not long ago new models, otherwise it will not be placed in the most conspicuous window. My sister's birthday is next month. She's about your age, so help pick out a gift. Yang Hao stopped his footsteps, then turned around and walked back to the Prada boutique that he had already passed by. This reason of his is not nonsense. Li Mani's birthday is March 11th. There are still 12 days left. Sun Sini hesitated slightly, then hurriedly followed. Miss, what do you need to order? I'll introduce you. Sun Sini, although it is after the store, but the saleswoman is obviously very clear size of the king. She knows that the tall beauty is the dominant consumer of this time. As for the man in front of the only by a single life, no way this combination of female saleswomen see too much. Walking in front of the man at a glance more than 30, although quite tall but slightly chubby, looks cannot say how handsome. Sun Sini is also in her 20s, body and face value is still so top. The two can come together must be yuan points off. Of course the saleswoman did not completely slow down. Yang Hao is greeted. After all, this is the gold master to come. Is that it looks like the gold master's wallet is not very bulging look? Wearing too common. The wrist is also empty. These luxury store assistants have a great ability to judge a book by its cover, which of course is not a derogatory term, but simply a skill. Like the network novels and the kind of beggar protagonist wearing ground floor goods to luxury goods are looked down upon, and then sweep the goods to hit the face of the bridge in reality is almost non-existent. Luxury consumer groups, even if dressed in a very low-key, but there will be a different kind of temperament. Dry for a long time, the counterkeeper is very easy to distinguish, and the tellers at luxury stores are highly trained, so even if you're dressed shabbily, they don't really sneer like they do in fiction. Yang, what do you want to give your sister? Sun Sini asked Yang Hao. Send a bag. She's interning at a TV station. She just happens to use it. Yang Hao casually said back. The counter sister who heard the conversation between the two immediately smoothed out the situation. It turned out that this beautiful woman was accompanying the man to buy a gift for her sister. But judging from her experience, the man was mostly just looking for a reason, and the thing should be given to this beautiful woman. Look over here. Miss, it's all new. The counter girl smiled and pointed in the direction of the window. Brother Yang, how old is your sister? Sun Sini asked again. About the same as you. Yang Hao returned. Once she heard this cabinet sister more firm in their own judgment. The old man likes to play this kind of small set. A moment to buy and then sent to the beauty of the people to please others. These newly released bags are actually quite appropriate for a young lady's age. The counter assistant first glanced at Yang Hao, giving a "I've seen through your routine" look, and then began to introduce the several bags in the window to Sun Sini. Yang Hao was silently accompanied by the side. By the way, scan the price tag on those bags. Cheap more than 16,000. Expensive more than 40,000. And Sun Sini fancy that handbag bag priced at 26,000 are within his reach. After all, the bank card is still lying in the cashback of 210,000 it. Outside the store, Li Manchu and Shin Mingshan had just finished eating on the 4th floor. The inspirational advertisement that the two of them worked on was located in Starlight City's nearby Starlight Mansion, so a lot of white-collar workers who worked in Starlight Mansion would come to Starlight City to eat at noon. At this moment, the two just walked to the Prada store outside. Li Manchu subconsciously looked at the store. She looked at a bag quite a long time, but did not have the nerve to ask Shin Mingshan to find a suitable opportunity. After all, the selling price of more than 30,000 it. She is still in the disguise stage, running the persona that her husband is a gambler and a domestic abuser, and that she is a victim in her marriage, and doesn't want to give the other person the impression that she values money very much. However, she was stunned when she glanced into the store, because she was surprised to see her ex-husband Yang Hao, who had just divorced her, and a tall, young and beautiful girl beside him. What's going on here? Li Manchu's brain instantly went down. Her own down-and-out ex-husband appeared in the Prada boutique, accompanied by a beautiful young woman. Must have just eaten a little too much and hallucinated. Li Manchu closed her eyes hard and opened them again, but the two men were still there. 15. I'm looking for a boyfriend. It's none of your business. Feeling that Li Manchu had slowed down her steps, Shin Mingshan did not move and accelerated his steps. In fact, when passing by this kind of luxury store he would intentionally walk a little faster, so as to avoid Li Manchu's sudden request to go inside for a stroll. Although Shin Mingshan was the marketing director of Inspiration Advertising, his annual income was only $400,000 to $500,000, and he still had a family, so the money he could spend on Li Manchu naturally wouldn't be too much. What's more, The work of the marketing department mainly relies on commission. Even the director of the position of the base salary is 10,000 yuan. So not billing Shen Mingshan economic situation is not rich. Often tens of thousands of dollars of luxury goods for him to buy up is still a struggle. So when he realized that Li Manchu was slowing down, his idea was to bring the person away from here as quickly as possible. Akiyama, wait. Seeing Shen Mingshan walking faster and faster, Li Manchu hurriedly called out to him. Manchu, there are still quite a few things going on in the company. There's no time for shopping. Shen Mingshan said with a frown although he stopped walking. Li Manchu's heart was slightly cold. She obviously did not mention any requirements. This man was scared like this, but now is not the time to think about these. She pointed to the Prada boutique and said, that person seems to be Yang Hao. Yang Hao? Shen Mingshan froze for a moment, not reacting to who this person was for a moment, because he hadn't even asked Li Manchu's ex-husband's name. It's my ex-husband. Li Manchu opened her mouth to explain. Oh, that's the delivery guy. Shen Mingshan instantly came to a sense of superiority, but immediately said suspiciously, not right. How could he, a delivery man, be in a Prada boutique? Oh, it's probably a delivery. Shen Mingshan immediately thought of the reason. It doesn't look like it. Look, there's a female next to him. Li Manchu pointed at Sun Seni again and said. Shen Mingshan followed the gaze of her finger, then his eyes went straight, and in his heart, he spat out Li Manchu's name for others. How could that be called a woman? It should be called a big beautiful woman with a convex front and a curved back. Let's go inside. Shen Mingshan took the initiative to propose. The heart is thinking of a delivery which has money to pick up girls, but he can try to snatch that beauty. If the other party is willing, it is worth spending a little bit of money in the Prada. After all, the body value of the face is placed there. Good. Li Manchu was also thinking of going in to find out what was going on, so she nodded at once. The two then walked into the Prada boutique as well. Yang Hao didn't even notice the two of them, because at this moment, Sun Seni had already picked up the handbag that she had a special attention to, and recommended. I think this one is just right. Miss has a good eye. This handbag bag is a spring staple. You carry it very suitable. Stand in front of the mirror and try it. The counter girl said with a smile. I'm just helping with the selection. Sun Seni opened her mouth to explain. Helping is also helping to try. Right, sir. The counter girl also squeezed her eyes at Yang Hao as she spoke, with an expression that complimented me quickly. Yang Hao smiled and nodded, thinking that this counter sister was really quite perceptive. Although she couldn't possibly know her true intentions, she at least saw that she was going to give Sun Seni a bag. Seni, just try carrying it on your back and see the effect. Yang Hao followed and spoke. Oh, okay. In fact, not long ago Sun Seni and her girlfriends went shopping have tried to carry this bag. She very much like, just too expensive. Yang Hao. However, just at this moment, a voice suddenly and abruptly sounded inside the store. In this kind of luxury store people speak softly. Very few people would shout like this. For a while not only Yang Hao's three people, even the attention of the other shopkeepers were attracted over. While Yang Hao froze for a moment after seeing Li Manchu and Shen Mingshan, not expecting to meet them so coincidentally. Why are you here? Li Manchu questioned in exasperation as she sized up Sun Seni and the handbag bag she was holding. This is the counter keeper confused. She looked at the aggressive Li Manchu. This situation is just like the original wife caught a third party. As a counter keeper for 5 years she has really seen such a scene, and more than once, but today this doesn't feel right. If it's the original couple, why is there a man with them? Did the couple play each other and then bump into each other? It's not right. Since we're each playing our own game, we should pretend we don't see it. The cabinet sister's CPU was burning out, and she didn't figure out the relationship between the two. However, Shen Seni had guessed Li Manchu's identity. When the two of them were eating just now, Yang Hao had already told her about herself, and she knew that this big brother had just been divorced not long ago and had a 5-year-old daughter. The woman in front of me is so aggressive. Odds are she's an ex-wife. But you're an ex-wife and have a man by your side. So why are you still screaming here? Do you own this Prada boutique? Or is that director Shen of yours? Can't I take a stroll? The current Yang Hao is not the same Yang Hao that he was yesterday when he took the divorce certificate. As the saying goes, people are poor and short of ambition. And yesterday he only dared to spit old phlegm to relieve his anger. But today the situation is completely different. But he is the man who is about to become a tycoon. Even if we put aside the far, now he has 210,000 lying on his card. And this is the bottom of his spending at Prada. The amount of balance on the card really determines whether a man gets a hard-on or not. And you know this is Prada. Can you afford to shop here? Li Manchu snorted disdainfully. Whether I can afford to shop or not, it's none of your business now, is it? Ms. Li Manchu. Yang Hao disliked back without slowing down. Brother, Manchu is also afraid that you will lose face. Do you think it's interesting for you? A delivery man, to pretend to be rich and cheat people's little girl feelings without delivering properly? Shin Mingshan took a step forward and assumed a stance of I'm going to expose your hypocritical mask. And through the three people's conversation, the cabinet sister who was eating melon on the side probably figured out the relationship between a few people. It turns out to be divorced couples meeting up again. Except that both of them are already surrounded by new people. But what's the deal with the delivery guy? This big brother is a bit of a small boss in his body. How to look at it does not look like a takeaway, the counter girl thought in her mind. And at this time Shin Mingshan said to Sun Seni again, Sister, don't be fooled by him. This man is a delivery man. He can't afford to buy things here for you. When he spoke he did not move to roll up the shirt cuffs, revealing the Vacheron Constantin watch on his wrist. This piece of watch is the vertical and horizontal series of big three hands. Although it is the cheapest series of Vacheron Constantin, but the public price of this watch is also to be 100,000 out of the head. But Shen Mingshan bought a used one. More than 60,000 to hand, is one of the three pieces of his pride and joy of pretending. The other two were the BMW 525 parked downstairs at the company and the Hermes handbag that he hated to dislike in front of everyone's eyes when he entered the Prada boutique. Thanks for the heads up, but it doesn't seem to be any of your business what kind of boyfriend I get. Even if he's a delivery boy, I'd sit in the back of a battery truck with the wind blowing. Li Manchu's attitude had already made Sun Seni feel very upset, and now Shin Mingshan jumped out to point fingers. Sun Seni simply pretended to dislike Yang Hao's girlfriend. 16. Thanks to my girlfriend for her help. Boyfriend? Li Manchu keenly captured the key information in Sun Seni's words. Her pupils steeply widened, and her face was all unbelievable. Although she hadn't been home much before the 1-month cooling-off period, it seemed unlikely that her understanding of Yang Hao would open up her next relationship so soon, not to mention the fact that the other party was this beautiful woman who was younger and prettier than her. Shen Mingshan on the side was also dumbfounded. He had thought that Yang Hao was still in the process of cheating people's little girls, but he didn't realize that he had already cheated them. Then look at Sun Seni's tall and hot body. He couldn't help but spit up in his heart. Such a good cabbage, let the pig arch ah. MD, I want to be that pig too. Shen Mingshan's heart was instantly filled with jealousy and envy, silently calculating how to go to ask for a contact information. This beauty is obviously good to cheat ah. Even a takeaway are not too much. Then his Hall of Inspiration advertising marketing director out of the hand is not easy to take the pinch. Yang Hao, you're really good. Just divorced and looking for a woman. If Yang Hao just found a woman inferior to himself, Li Manchu might not have too many emotions, but in her heart, she would secretly be pleased. See, away from me can only find this kind of woman. But now that he was looking for a young and beautiful beauty like Sun Seni, she was instantly unbalanced in her heart, and had the feeling that it wasn't her who had dumped Yang Hao, but that she had been dumped. I was divorced before I looked. Reasonable and legal. Unlike some people, they're not even divorced yet and they're rushing to find someone to take over. To be honest, Yang Hao didn't want to argue on this kind of occasion. It was too humiliating. But Li Manchu, this woman is obviously not reasonable. What is called just divorced to find a woman? You have not been divorced when you are not divorced with the surname Shin hooked up. Their own divorce cannot find? This is a clear play on the Huaguachi double standard. Li Manchu, who didn't have much sense, was dumbfounded by the dislike, and looked at Yang Hao with some disbelief. The other party would never talk to herself like this when they were together. Surname Yang, don't spit blood. Manchu and I are just ordinary co-workers. Shin Mingshan's words were ostensibly to help Li Manchu reclaim the moral high ground, but in reality, he was trying to tell Sun Seni that he wasn't in an inappropriate relationship with the woman beside him, and to reshape his image. Regular co-workers, huh? Yang Hao sneered. Do you want me to get MS Wang Shuaru to come over, so the three of you can have a chat face to face? You? Shen Mingshan's jaw dropped, his eyes almost glaring out from behind the lenses of his glasses. He really couldn't figure out how Yang Hao knew his wife's name, and by the tone of his voice he seemed to know his wife. Is he silently investigating me? Think of this. Shen Mingshan felt a chill down his spine. As the director of the marketing department of Inspiration Advertising, accepting bribes and things like that, he did not do less. If the other side really investigated these things, he not only can't keep his job, there is the possibility of going directly to step on the sewing machine. Manchu, let's go. Not with this mad dog. Shen Mingshan panicked, did not dare to stay in the line, twisted his head and left. Akiyama, you. Li Manchu's face was unwilling. She had wanted to taunt a few words, but Shin Mingshan had already left. She couldn't afford to stay by herself, and immediately chased after him with a quick step. A farce ended hastily. Eat melon. Counter sister's face are showing an expression of intent. Today is a weekday. The store is not much customer. There is such a melon to eat is also a quite happy thing. Too bad the man was too much of a wimp to just run away. Miss, let's keep trying the bags. The counter girl who received Yang Hao and Sun Seni reacted quickly as she quickly put away her melon eating thoughts. Brother Yang, Still trying? Sun Seni looked at Yang Hao. No need to try. Yang Hao waved his hand. Listening to him say so, the counter sister cannot help but some disappointment. Obviously just so a mess, this gold master seems to have changed his mind. But Yang Hao's next sentence sent her mood on a roller coaster ride. Wrap the ivory in black ones. Ha! The counter girl froze for a moment, then asked, Sir, are you buying too? Is there something wrong with my presentation? Yang Hao smiled and asked rhetorically. No problem, no problem. The counterkeeper was smiling with joy. She had thought that the gold master was going to leave, but it turned out to be a peek. Not only did people not leave, they bought 2 bags in one go. Sir, miss, you two wait in the rest area. The teller brought the 2 to the rest area, and immediately other tellers brought tea and snacks. At this moment, Sun Seni's heart was beating non-stop. This brother Yang bought 2 bags in one breath. One of them was a birthday gift for her sister, so the other one should be for herself, right? This is a 26,000 Prada handbag bag. It's too expensive. Should I take it? Miss, you check the bag. If it's okay, I'll go write a check. Just as Sun Seni was getting tangled up, the counter girl who received them went and returned, bringing over 2 new bags from the warehouse. Sun Seni subconsciously looked at Yang Hao with an inquiring meaning in her eyes. I don't understand it. Just keep an eye on it. Yang Hao gently spread his hands. Sun Seni nodded and opened the dust bag printed with the Prada logo and took the brand new handbag bag out from inside for a closer look. Prada poor quality is recognized. In those familiar luxury brands, Prada quality, not to say the bottom, is almost the same. The common problem is deformation. Open line, zipper easy to break, logo easy to fall, and so on. If you have a Prada bag of very good quality, then congratulations. Odds are it is made in deep city. So people don't really buy luxury goods for their quality, but for the brand attributes as well as the social attributes. But while the Prada quality isn't great, the chances of having a problem with a new bag are pretty small. Sun Seni checked and both bags were fine, so she nodded at Yang Hao. Tickets, pretty lady. Yang Hao finished his cup of tea, got up and followed the counter girl to the cashier, then swiped his card to pay in style. $52,000 for 2 packages. Comfortable. Yang Hao didn't know if this was a disease or not, and his mood would really be inexplicably soothed when he spent money. So he can understand the whole thing about some women spending money when they're in a bad mood. Take care, you too, and welcome again. The counterkeeper with a smile on her face sent Yang Hao and Sun Seni out of the store. And in her heart she didn't forget to diss Li Manchu. Such a good husband even pushed other women. See, you don't want to have a lot of pretty little girls lining up to have it. Thank you, girlfriend, for your righteousness. A small gift. No honor. After leaving the Prada boutique, Yang Hao handed the ivory-colored handbag bag to Sun Seni. Ah, this. Sun Seni had already thought that one of the 2 bags was for herself, but she was still a bit overwhelmed when Yang Hao actually sent the bag over. 17. Women are vain. Brother Yang, this gift is too expensive. I can't accept it. Although Sun Seni liked the handbag bag, she still felt that she couldn't accept it. After all, it was only the first time they met. It was inappropriate to accept such an expensive gift. Seni, you don't have to be psychologically burdened. I'm simply expressing my gratitude. I don't mean anything else. Yang Hao could not help but directly shove the shopping bag with the ivory handbag bag into Sun Seni's hands. In my heart, I thought that you have to take this bag today, even if you don't. Otherwise, there's no way I can accomplish this mission. Brother Yang, this. Sun Seni still wanted to refuse, but Yang Hao spoke up again. If you really feel sorry for me, help me lose weight properly in the next month. My goal is 150 pounds. Then I'll bring you a reduced fat lunch every day. Sun Seni responded after a slight hesitation. Deal. Yang Hao smiled and nodded. Thank you, Brother Yang. Then, Sun Seni did like this Prada handbag bag very much. Plus Yang Hao's gift was very sincere, so she didn't excuse herself anymore. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest, Rich Man's Guilt. The mission reward has been issued. Please go to BYD 4S store at No. 23, Hanjiang Road in Jiangcheng City to receive a BYD U8. As expected, after Sun Seni accepted the gift, the system beep also sounded. Nice. Yang Hao couldn't help but see the expression pack of the old foreign man in his mind. This gift is so worth it. At this moment, Yang Hao's gaze at Sun Seni changed. In his eyes, this was not a beautiful woman. This was simply a big boss that could explode gold coins and equipment. First, the 10 times spending cashback card exploded with 210,000 gold coins, and now arranging U8. He was beginning to look forward to what else this big boss could explode. Boli Fitness Center. Yu Lily and Zhou Ling were eating spicy hot pot behind the bar, and at this moment Meng Yu also came together here. She ordered a cassoulet with rice. The 3 women chatted about gossip while eating lunch, and the topic unknowingly came back to Sun Seni and Yang Hao. Lily, Ling, you two shouldn't have seen that. That Yang actually came on a battery bike. I was on the second floor of the class just in time to see him leave with Sun Sini on his electric bike. I don't know if this man is really poor or if he's just pretending to be poor. Meng Yuyu spoke of what she had seen an hour ago. On an electric bike? I told you he was a delivery boy. Yu Lily came to her senses and guessed. I guess he took out all his savings to pick up Sun Sini. 100 private lessons. $30,000. You have to save up for half a year if you're delivering. If that's the case, this delivery big brother is also too obsessed. Zhou Ling let out a sigh of relief. Some lickspittles are like that. They don't eat or drink themselves to please the goddess. Meng Yuyu knows too much about the psychology of licking dogs, because there are several such licking dogs in her Weishin, and she herself obviously earns only $5,000 or $6,000 a month, but she saves money to save up to buy her private lessons, and for such a licking dog Meng Yuyu's way of dealing with it is to hang on to it. Once she feels that a certain licking dog has the beginnings of giving up, she will appropriately give some sweetness to let the other party see hope. She calls this model dog breeding. It's so much more enjoyable than having a real pet dog, and crucially, there are actual rewards. Alas, what a pitiful takeaway big brother. I guess Sun Sini is just accompanying him for a meal. Zhou Ling sighed. Lickspittles don't deserve sympathy. Meng Yuyu bristled. The reason why licking dogs become licking dogs is not to crave other people's bodies, so Meng Yuyu would not sympathize with them at all. After all, they all licked with a purpose. Just as the three of them were chatting about gossip, the automatic door of the fitness center slowly opened and Sun Sini walked in from outside. The three women's gazes fell on her at the same time. Yu Lily had wanted to mockingly ask if it was cold to sit in the back seat of the battery car. As a result, she was just about to open her mouth when she saw the Prada shopping bag in Sun Sini's hand. Her pupils slightly shrunk, and a shocked color appeared on her face. Real life is not fast sound. In the fast sound you buy a more than 20,000 Prada will be taunted too low. Just the basic models and so on. But the reality is that like Prada, this kind of luxury goods ordinary people playing workers really cannot afford to consume. For example, Yu Lily basic salary plus card commission monthly salary of about 5,000. She and Meng Yuyu shared a house of 2,018 a month, plus water, electricity and gas costs to more than 3,000. So her monthly housing expenses is 1,005, plus 1,005 for dinner every month. $5,000 salary will be left with only 2,000, plus the purchase of clothes, cosmetics, daily necessities and other miscellaneous expenses. $5,000 salary in the frugality. In the case of the $5,000 salary, it would be good to have $1,000 left. This is not counting some unexpected circumstances and the social cost of human courtesy. And 5,000 monthly salary is considered to be the average income of the average worker. So more than 20,000 Prada handbags bags for the average worker is a real luxury. Sini, you've started shopping at Prada now. I'm so envious. Zhou Ling naturally also saw the Prada shopping bag in Sun Sini's hand. She is the kind of relatively direct and cheerful character. Immediately put down the chopsticks in her hand to let out her feelings. From young, Sun Sini faintly returned. Instead, the words did bludgeoning damage to Lily. What kind of goddamned customer did she recommend to Sun Sini? A random gift is a Prada to start with. You Lily can't help but have a melody in her head. If I could do it all over again, I'd pick Li Bai. What did Yang send? Accessories, clothes or bags? Zhou Ling curiously followed up, and she also asked the question that Meng Yuyu was concerned about. Although everything in Prada was expensive, scarves, hats or some accessories were relatively cheap. It also shows how wealthy that Yang is. A handbag bag. Sun Sini returned truthfully. Girls are all vain. Sun Sini is no exception. She knows that Yu Lily is hostile to herself because of Su Linchuan's relationship, and she also knows that she and Meng Yuyu will talk about themselves in private, and occasionally she will also have two sentences of yin and yang, and this moment was a counterattack of sorts. After all, Yang Hao was recommended to her by Yu Lily. Wow, I can't believe it's a handbag bag. Can I open it? I've walked by Prada a couple times and was afraid to go in. There was no doubt that Zhou Ling was a good cupper, and under her efforts to bake, the compulsion was directly pulled up to the fullest, and Sun Sini didn't even need to speak. Meng Yuyu and Yu Lily actually wanted to see it. After all, it was something from Prada. Then go to the lounge and watch. Sun Sini didn't refuse. Being envied was also quite a cool thing, especially since two of the three were still a bit hostile towards themselves. Aha, there's no room to tear it down here either. Zhou Ling nodded her head back and forth. The bar was set up with two computers as well as various office supplies, and the spare space held the takeout that the trio had ordered. So the four women went into the lounge together. Sun Sini handed the shopping bag to Zhou Ling. The latter couldn't wait to take out the dust bag containing the handbag bag, and then carefully opened the dust bag. The ivory white handbag bag was presented in front of the eyes of the four people. Wow, that's beautiful. I think this is new. I saw it in the window when I passed by Prada. Starlight City was nearby, and Zhou Ling would often go there to shop. so she instantly recognized it as a new product displayed in the window. The style is quite nice, Meng Yu complimented, but in her heart she was jealous as hell, and silently dissed Yu Lily, her plastic best friend, 10,000 times. Such a high-quality customer was recommended to Sun Sunny. If she was recommended to her, 100 private lessons in Prada handbags bags would have been hers. And at this moment Yu Lily's heart is jealousy plus regret. She is not even willing to say a word of praise, while in her heart, she is silently calculating that she will make good relations with this brother Yang in the future. Sun Sunny had pried Su Linxian away from her, and she was going to go to Sun Sunny to snatch him as well. Sunny, don't be fooled. Nowadays, a lot of scumbags are buying high fashion to give away. I suggest you go to the Prada boutique in Starlight City to have it appraised. At that moment, a man's voice suddenly sounded behind the four women. All four were familiar with the voice. He was Zhu Honggang, the personal trainer supervisor of Boli Fitness Center. He came to the lounge to get water to drink and just happened to hear the conversation between the four women. While Zhu Honggang was also one of Sun Sunny's suitors, seeing someone giving Sun Sunny such an expensive gift, he was naturally uncomfortable. Sunny, nowadays these scummy guys have deep routines. You have to be on your guard. Seeing that Sun Sunny didn't say anything, Zhu Honggang added another sentence in a serious tone. Brother Gang, this bag of other people's Sunny was bought at the Starlight City Prada boutique. Zhou Ling told the truth, also because she didn't want this private tutor supervisor to lose too much face. So, Zhu Honggang mouth corner twitching, self-conscious face can't hang on and out of the mouth to find complimentary, this is not sincere. Also can't rely on what gifts to send to measure. Have to see if he is really good for you. He sounded reasonable, but the four women in the room weren't little girls anymore, and the pie was simply too big to swallow. God damn, it can't be measured in gifts. You don't even give gifts. So what's the point of being nice? 18. It's not a small car. It's a big car. There are many Ford stores on Hanjiang Road, which is a famous car sales center in Zhangcheng. Some years ago, BYD 4S stores are almost closed. However, with the increasing popularity of the tram in recent years, in the battery as well as the 3 electric technology has accumulated a lot of technology. BYD also ushered in a big outbreak. Last year's annual sales of 3 million units, which is previously thought not even dare to think of the data. Yang Hao walked into the store with excitement, and after explaining his purpose, the staff immediately took him into the VIP lounge. This is the owner of the prestigious Rangoon U8, so we can't afford to be slow. Go through the relevant procedures, to the DMV on the license plate. A set of processes end has been almost to 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Yang Hao sat in the driver's seat of the Rangoon U8, in a relaxed mood. His 5 hot pot store did not close before. Yang Hao also did not buy a real million-class luxury car. In his most prosperous years, in order to support the facade, bought a second-hand Maserati Ghibli. The car's quality can only be said to be general, mainly to buy a car label, drive out or quite windy. But now this look up to the U8 is a real million luxury car. He chose the color as Dragonstone Green, looks very atmospheric and very texture. Drive on the road, turnover not to say 100% is almost the same. Especially men's eyes are almost impossible to move. A little attention to the car, people know that BYD out of a million luxury cars, so many people are flirting with. Before it is no money to buy BYD, and now it is no money to buy BYD. With an MSRP of $1,090,000, it's going to be over $1,200,000 on the ground. Put a few years ago, if a domestic car dared to sell at such a price, it would have been sprayed into the air. And, of course, it's now being sprayed. Can't help it. Too many softies and Akitas. In their perception, as long as the foreign is good, domestic is low. If you buy a Japanese car, you won't need to wash it for a year on the treadmill. The Akitas will lick it clean for you. 4.5. Yang Hao arrived at the entrance of the Belkin kindergarten in his brand new Rangoon U8. At this moment the roadside has already parked a lot of parents' cars, but most of them are about 100,000 yuan of family cars, and the better ones are Mercedes C and Audi A4L. Since there was no longer any place to park at the entrance, Yang Hao could only drive the car to a slightly farther place. Yang, why aren't you wearing your work clothes today? Aren't you at work? Yang Hao walked to the door of the kindergarten, and Zhang Guilan, who had long been familiar with him, immediately came up to talk to him, changed jobs and stopped delivering for a while. Yang Hao casually replied back. This Aunt Zhang Guilan is quite warm-hearted, but she likes to catch people chatting, which is a common problem of many elderly people. Changed your job? That's great. Where are you working this time? Zhang Guilan asked. Sort of a business venture. Yang Hao responded perfunctorily. Being your own boss is awesome. Xiao Yang, let me introduce you to a girlfriend. My niece. She's especially pretty. Recently, Zhang Guilan has mentioned a few times to introduce Yang Hao to the object of the matter. And before, due to Yang Hao is only a deliveryman, her enthusiasm is not too high. but now heard that Yang Hao began to start their own business, and then the enthusiasm is high. Auntie Zhang, thank you. However, I don't have this idea yet. Yang Hao gently shook his head. It does not mean that you have to do what? First contact to see well, more friends is also quite good. Back to me to push your microblogging to her. You casually chat. Zhang Guilan this time seems to be the iron heart, and see her words to this point. Yang Hao was not good to refuse. In fact, this is nothing, at most, in the list of microblogging more than a corpse, and the other side will not add their own is not easy to say. After all, can be Zhang Guilan introduced to their own must be the kind of older unmarried young women, referred to as older leftover women. This woman's vision is very high and picky, and some are also more arrogant, such as adding microblogging this kind of thing. They may not take the initiative. Just as the two were talking, the kindergarten teacher had begun to lead the children out of the classroom. Daddy, Daddy. Most of the parents who came to pick up their children were mothers or grandparents. 182 Yang Hao stood out in the crowd. Ruwashi saw his dad at once and jumped up and down and shouted, Yang Hao. On the other hand, waved at his baby girl. Seeing her father's summons, the little girl immediately waved her little hand towards Zhang Yuqi next to her. See you later, MS. Chi-Chi. Well, Ruwashi bye. Zhang Yuqi also waved her hand with Ruwashi before giving a slight nod to Yang Hao in the crowd. In the past, Yang Hao was wearing kangaroo takeout overalls, with little image to speak of, while today he wore a set of casual clothes, but it was a very mature man's flavor, and his tall and sturdy body also gave people a sense of security. Thinking of Ruwashi's words in the morning, Zhang Yuqi subconsciously made up a picture of herself and Yang Hao standing together. She is 165 tall, and the other party is more than 180 at a glance, which is the height difference she likes, and she will have a feeling of being a birdie when she stands beside the other party. The external conditions are actually quite suitable, but it's a pity that he's only the age of an older man. A lot of girls in their early 20s today are into older men. The reality is, though, that it's not age that makes you an uncle. Age is only a subsidiary condition. To a certain age and money is called uncle. No money that is greasy old man. And Yang Hao wasn't exactly greasy in Zhang Yuqi's mind, but he was just an old man who was good to his daughter. Not a good match. Dad, why didn't you ride the battery bike today? At this moment, Ruwashi had already been held in Yang Hao's arms, her little head leaning on her dad's shoulder, her voice soft and sticky as she asked. Dad bought a new car and drove Ruwashi home. Yang Hao said smilingly, Ha, a little car? Ruwashi was a little surprised, her big eyes blinked, and she remembered that her family had a car, and then when the hot pot restaurant owned by her father went out of business, she sold the car, and the kindergarten children will occasionally talk to each other about whether the family has a car or not. Whenever this time Ruwashi will not be able to catch the words. There are also annoying children will say that Ruwashi's family does not have a car or so on the words. Of course, these children do not have any mocking heart, but just want to show off their own have a small car to sit on. But the understanding Ruwashi never told her father about these situations because she knew that he was already working very hard to earn money. Well, it's a small car. Yang Hao smiled and nodded. Wow, our family has a little car. Daddy is so powerful. Ruwashi cheered. Yang Hao dotingly rubbed his baby daughter's little head. Ruwashi happy, this old father is even happier. The father and daughter soon arrived at the curb where they were parked, and Yang Hao pointed to the Rangoon U8, which was being surrounded by two passers-by, and said to Ruwashi, Here, this car will be Ruwashi's from now on. Who? Ruwashi nodded rather surprised, then took a closer look at the big guy parked on the side of the road and beamed. Daddy lied. Ha? Yang Hao was a bit confused. How did Dad cheat? Ruwashi crossed one little hand over her waist and said in a serious voice, This isn't a little car, it's a big car. 19. The dainty little cook. Looking up at U8 Dragonstone Green, Yang Hao rested his chin on one hand and looked at the big guy parked on the side of the road. It really can't be considered a small car. Ruwashi is right, it's a big automobile. Yang Hao nodded in approval. Ruwashi, on the other hand, fished a cartoon sticker out of her pocket and ran excitedly to the big car. Daddy, is it okay if I want to stick it on it? Sure. Baby girl's requirements Yang Hao will fulfill when there are conditions. If there are no conditions then create conditions. That's how daughter slaves are. There's no way around it. Of course when it comes to matters of right and wrong or values, Yang Hao will not compromise. Dude, you're crazy. Do you know how much this car cost? Just let your daughter stick it up. At this time as on the side to visit this car of a passerby suddenly spoke up. He did not hear the father and daughter earlier conversation, only heard Ruwashi asked if it is possible to put a cartoon sticker on the front bumper of the car. And then Yang Hao's answer is yes. Older brother the child cannot be so indulgent. People, this car looks like a new lift. How can you stick? Another middle-aged man in his 40s followed suit. In fact, this big brother said there is no problem. Other people's cars indeed cannot be posted. But the thing is, This car isn't someone else's. Yang Hao took out his car key and gently pressed the unlock button. Then the lights of this BYD U8 flashed. The two passers-by looked at each other in disbelief. Treadmill. People are actually car owners. Thanks for the reminder, big brother, but I don't think we should stifle our children's creativity either, Yang Hao said faintly, forcing his way through. The middle-aged elder brother and the man who had spoken earlier smiled awkwardly. No problem. You're right about everything. Whoever made the car yours has no problem smashing it if they want to. Dude, does this car really cost over $1 million? The middle-aged older brother asked. Landed over $1,200,000. I think, Yang Hao returned truthfully. When I win 50,000 first prize in the double color ball, I'll buy one too, the middle-aged big brother said with an expectant face. He was a 20-year-old lottery player and had witnessed countless miracles, so he believed in miracles. 50,000 first prizes are nothing. Maybe there will be 100,000 or 200,000 more in the future. Just do it and be done with it. The ascendant can only be impotent and furious anyway. Yang Hao gave a thumbs up. This big brother was quite humorous. Daddy, is it good? By this time Ruwashi had already stuck the cartoon sticker in her hand to the left side of the front bumper. The sticker was George from Peppa Pig. Well, good looking. Are there any more stickers? Yang Hao asked. Yeah. Ruwashi fished several more out of his pocket. With Peachy and Mommy and Daddy Pig. Let's post them all as a family. Shall we? Yang Hao said smilingly. Yeah. Ruwashi nodded her head repeatedly. The little girl's idea is actually very simple. Fang said that Dad said that this car will be hers from now on, so she has to make a mark on the car, otherwise she won't be able to find it if she loses it. So father and daughter squatted down in front of the bumper and began in earnest to put all the stickers of Paige, Mommy Pig, and Daddy Pig on them. The middle-aged big brother and young man on the side looked at the non-stop shaking of the head. The world of the rich people they cannot understand. Over $1 million in a luxury car. And it's just given to a child to play with as a toy. Simply trenchant. Father and daughter were busy for a while, and all 4 stickers went up. George and Paige on the left and right sides of the bumper, and Papa and Mama Pig in the center. A family of 4 is neat and tidy, and looks much more symmetrical than a lone George. Yay! Ruwashi was so happy that she high-fived her dad in celebration. Yang Hao gave his baby girl a kiss on her cheeks and then carried the little girl to the car. The interior of this car is so roomy that Ruwashi can sit in the back with her legs stretched out. Instead, Yang Hao is thinking of buying a child seat so that Ruwashi will be safer when he goes out of town. Daughter slaves, what a time to think of your daughters. As the rented house was close to the kindergarten, 5 minutes later look up U8 had driven under the old residential building. The good thing about living in this old neighborhood is that the parking space is not charged. It's all up for grabs. And if you get off work early, there are still plenty of parking spaces in the neighborhood. Father and daughter went upstairs, but the smell of food wafted out of the house as you walked to the door. Auntie is here. Ruwashi jumped up and down on her hands and feet. Her first favorite was her dad. Her second favorite was her sister-in-law. And then her mom. Because mom was so mean for as long as I can remember. And then she didn't want her and dad anymore. But little children have an innate longing for a mother's love. Especially in kindergarten when children will always talk about how their mothers are. Ruwashi is sometimes lost. So in the morning it will be said to Jiang Yuqi to let Ms. Chi-Chi be their mother. Auntie, I'm back. After entering the house, Ruwashi changed into her little slippers and ran towards the kitchen. Then Manny Lee, who heard the sound, poked out half of her body from the kitchen to stop Ruwashi from entering. The corners of Yang Hao's mouth couldn't help but rise as he watched this familiar scene. The days aren't getting any better. Manny, did you get off work early again today? Yang Hao opened his mouth and asked. Today, I went with my colleagues to help migrant workers defend their rights. And I got off work in the afternoon after coming out of the labor inspection brigade. Manny Lee explained. So, Yang Hao nodded, then instructed, don't cook when you come over early from work again in the future. Or just make some simple vegetarian food. I've been on a diet lately, and Ruwashi can't eat too much even if she's eaten at the kindergarten. Yeah. Manny Lee nodded and went back into the kitchen to work. In no time at all, 3 dishes and 1 soup were on the table. The dishes were sweet and sour carp, pipa tofu, and sautéed shrimp with broccoli. The soup is winter melon rib soup, same bounty as yesterday. Yang Hao looked at the table colorful and fragrant 3 dishes and 1 soup, and then looked at Lee Manny. She was wearing a pink apron with cartoon patterns. In order to cook for the convenience of the shoulder-length hair tied a high ponytail, clean forehead with meticulous beads of sweat. The setting sun's rays of the sunshine through the window to her forehead mapped out the crystal-clear light. Her smile was as warm as a spring breeze, and her rather loose apron couldn't hide the curves of her shapely figure. What a dainty little cook! Yang Hao couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Brother-in-law, didn't you go to the delivery today? Just when Yang Hao was looking a bit out of his mind, Lee Manny's voice rang out. Her cheeks slightly flushed should have felt Yang Hao's somewhat hot gaze. Changed jobs. Yang Hao, who had returned to his senses, casually replied. What kind of work? Manny Lee asked curiously. Sort of a business venture. With a friend. Yang Hao returned. Still have a fondue restaurant? Although Manny Lee wouldn't dislike Yang Hao's status as a takeout worker, she would naturally be very supportive and happy for her brother-in-law if he was willing to start fresh. No. A friend got a fitness center and I'm just helping out. Let's eat. You've been busy for half a day. Yang Hao didn't want to continue the topic of entrepreneurship and took an empty bowl and started to serve Ruwashi soup. Daddy, I want ribs. 4 of them. Since Ruwashi had already eaten at the kindergarten, Yang Hao only served her 2 ribs, and as a result, the little foodie was still not happy. Okay, 4 sticks, but if you can't eat it, you shouldn't. Yang Hao added 2 ribs while admonishing again. Aha. Ruwashi nodded her head repeatedly, but what this snacker was thinking in her heart was that she was going to eat 2 more in a while. In fact, at this moment, Yang Hao was very hungry, especially the 3 dishes and 1 soup on the table and sold extremely well. But for the sake of the system mission, for the sake of that 1 catty 100,000 reward, he still tried to restrain himself and only ate the dishes, not to eat the rice. It's a good thing that the dishes that Manny Lee made today are all very suitable for the fat loss period, like the broccoli, shrimp, carp. These ingredients are the most common ingredients in the fat loss meal. Even the tofu is actually a relatively low-fat content food. That's not right. It's not a coincidence. Yang Hao suddenly tilted his head to look at Manny Lee. Did you pick these ingredients because I want to lose weight? Aha. Manny Lee nodded and whispered. You won't gain weight eating these ingredients during a fat loss period, and you'll feel full. Hard work. Yang Hao's heart was slightly warmed. He just casually said he wanted to lose weight during yesterday's dinner, but as a result, this former sister-in-law of his had taken it to heart. MD, I don't know which stinky man will be cheaper in the future. After being moved, Yang Hao couldn't help but silently lament again in his heart. 20. Blind date over and done with. Auntie, Daddy bought me a big car. Big cars. After the meal, Ruwashi, the snacker, touched her round little tummy while showing off to her sister-in-law. Well, how big is it? Manny Lee thought Ruwashi was talking about a toy car, and she swept her gaze around the room, but there was no sign of a car at all. So big. Ruwashi gesticulated with her arms spread wide with force and said, Daddy and I even put the Page family on the car. Is it a real car? Manny Lee looked at Yang Hao who was clearing the table. Well, it's always inconvenient to travel without a car, so I'll drive you back to school in a while and take Ruwashi out for a spin on the side. It was always impossible to hide the fact that he had become rich again, not to mention that Yang Hao wasn't prepared to hide it from Lee Manny. Oh, okay. Lee Manny gently nodded, but her beautiful eyes are full of doubts. Her brother-in-law's situation she knows. Half of the money after the sale of the previous house was distributed to his sister. The other half was used to pay off the debt, as if it was not enough. Originally, brother-in-law could have used all the money from the sale of the house to pay off the debt, and then split the rest equally between the 2 of them. But for the sake of Ruwashi's custody, he chose to compromise. Because of the current situation, if the court to determine the ownership of custody, the probability is that it will be awarded to Lee Man-shu. The child is still small. She is the mother, and has a stable job. These are favorable conditions. Manny Lee also knows that the house sold too. 9 million, paid back the bank loan of 1 million, the remaining 8 million divided equally between the 2, each 900,000. Yang Hao's 900,000 used to pay off the debt, while the sister's 900,000 seems to be used to buy a house. Due to the recent lack of contact with her also do not know the specifics. That is to say that Ruwashi's custody was actually bought from her sister by this brother-in-law of hers who spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, and her own sister also put forward the additional condition of not paying alimony, which Yang Hao also agreed to. What Lee Man-shu did is described in 4 words, abandoning her husband and daughter, and as a result, Manny Lee was so disappointed in his sister that she never thought she could be thin-skinned and selfish to such an extent. My financial situation has indeed improved now, for reasons that are a bit complicated, so I'll tell you more about them slowly when I have time. Anyway, you don't need to worry about Ruwashi and I's livelihood from now on. While Manny Lee was washing dishes in the kitchen, Yang Hao took the initiative to come up and explain. Well, that's a good thing. Manny Lee nodded and smiled. That way you don't need to work so hard delivering takeout every day. In fact, Lee Manny is a little worried about brother-in-law this delivery job. About half a month ago there is a kangaroo deliveryman in order to rush time to ride a battery car ran a red light was hit by a car and died. The family to the kangaroo company claims. The results of the kangaroo side said that is the deliveryman himself violated the traffic regulations, only willing to pay out a few tens of thousands of dollars of condolences. At the time, she still went to interview the families of the victims, and the kangaroo delivery man who was hit and killed was about the same age as Yang Hao, with a 7-year-old child. To this day, Manny Lee still can't forget the image of the little boy hugging his dad's statue and crying, and she even had nightmares that night. In the dream, brother-in-law Yang Hao became the one who was killed. Ruwashi hugged her and cried endlessly, while her sister went to the kangaroo company to claim compensation. Now that her brother-in-law didn't have to deliver, the heart she had been hanging on to could fall into place. Manny, you go teach Ruwashi English. I'll clean up the kitchen. Manny Lee studied very hard during her college years, taking Japanese and French in addition to the English she already knew, and achieving proficiency in both. And when Ruwashi was old enough to learn English, Manny Lee would teach her simple words and conversations every time she came to the house. Good. Manny washed her hands, and then took off the apron tied to the body. She wore a black turtleneck sweater. This sweater is relatively thin, and is a slim model. Without the apron to cover her exquisite good figure will be visible. Yang Hao's gaze lingered for a moment and hurriedly looked at the dishwashing sink again. What an impression of a little girl who really doesn't know what she's growing up. Brother-in-law, let me help you tie your apron, Manny said, and then tied the apron that she took off from herself to Yang Hao. The bow at the back was still tied very delicately. This pink cartoon apron tied in Manny body just right. And to Yang Hao body is a bit of comedy effect in the feeling is like a father stole to wear the daughter's clothes. Manny Lee found the scene hilarious, and took a photo with his cell phone as he walked to the kitchen door. Yang Hao didn't pay too much attention to the issue of image, but was attracted by the faint fragrance left on the apron. Strange to say, Manny tied apron in the kitchen busy work for so long. Above should be the smell of grease is right, but the smell of grease Yang Hao was not smelled at all. On the contrary, it is the faint fragrance of the non-stop drilling into his nostrils. This scent is not the smell of perfume, often appear in the beautiful girls. Said body odor is a bit exaggerated. In short, it is so a kind of let you smell very comfortable flavor. So there is some basis for saying that pretty girls smell good. After cleaning up the kitchen, Yang Hao returned to the living room. In fact, the living room and bedroom of this one-bedroom house are one and the same. The dining table of the party had also been turned into a classroom table at this moment, and Manny was teaching Ruwashi English. However, due to the fact that she had eaten too much just now, this little foodstuff was a bit drowsy from listening. And then as a sister-in-law, Manny Lee would flick her on the brain. Yang Hao did not disturb the two, and took his cell phone to find that there were several unread Microsoft messages. Most of them are Wei Fa Kai's news. Early in the morning when Yang Hao was not returned to him 50,000 yuan well, the guy woke up and saw it to Yang Hao sent to ask the microblogging. When Yang Hao read the urgent send Ruwashi to school after they forgot to return the message, and then forget about it. At this moment Wei Fa Kai should be off work. See, Yang Hao has not responded and sent several microtelecommunication messages. The origin of the money Yang Hao cannot be detailed, simply directly said that the old family house relocation. In fact, the house where Yang Hao's parents lived does always have the argument of relocation, only that it has not been moved, and it is even more unlikely that it will be moved in the current real estate downturn. Sure enough, after hearing this reason, Wei Fa Kai directly sent a cow beep emoticon, but also blah 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 said some Li Manchu no must regret and so on. As a good brother, Wei Fa Kai is very for Yang Hao to hold the injustice. In addition to Wei Fa Kai, there are a few micro messages from Zhang Guilan, who first recommended a business card to herself, then said that this person is her niece, and said that people are girls, and hoped that Yang Hao can take the initiative. After a while, he tweeted Yang Hao again to ask if he had joined. I'm sure it's an arrogant older woman. In fact, this situation was already foreseen by Yang Hao when Zhang Guilan said that he pushed his Wei Xin to the other party and asked that niece of hers to add him. In order to live up to the good intentions of this Auntie Zhang, Yang Hao took the initiative to add the business card she recommended. Her nickname is Elisa. Some years ago, an English name seems to be quite foreign, but the hairdressing industry with their own power to name the wave of English suppressed, but also for the cultural confidence to make a contribution. You've got no choice but to come up with an English name, Tony. It turns out that when you go into the barber store you find out that you've actually bumped names with your barber. Just asking if you're embarrassed. This Elisa quickly passed the friend verification and then sent a message. Your surname is Yang? Auntie Yang introduced you to me? That's right, it was Auntie Zhang who introduced me. Yang Hao returned. Elisa, let's go straight through the process then. Elisa, is there a room? Yang Hao, no. Elisa, got a car? Yang Hao, yes. Elisa, what brand? Yang Hao, BYD. Elisa, I'll tell Auntie too that we're not right for each other, and I hope you'll cooperate. Young Ho, good. The blind date is over and dry. 21. Sister and brother-in-law divorced, and sister took her place. In fact, Yang Hao thinks that this mode of dating is also quite good, simple and direct without procrastination, and will not waste each other's time. Then about in the upscale restaurant and then write a few $100s of meal money is much better. End the conversation with this Elisa. Yang Hao received another new message. Surprisingly, it was from Li Manchu, asking him who that woman was at the Prada boutique during the day. Yang Hao lazy replied directly, pretend not to see. If not, the other party is Ruwashi's mother. Ruwashi still have feelings for her. Would have pulled her black. It was almost 8 o'clock when Yang Hao came downstairs with a large and 2 small beauties. Ruwashi, who was still drowsy when she was learning English, came downstairs and suddenly turned lively, trotting ahead to lead the way and lead her sister-in-law to see her big car. Auntie, here. Ruwashi danced around before looking up at the U8, then pointed to the row of pages on the bumper and said, Auntie, there's also Peppa Pig here. I put it up with Daddy. Manny Lee was startled by looking up at the shape of the U8, which was too big, 5 meters 3 long and more than 1 meter 9 high, with a strong visual impact. Then she subconsciously glanced at the license plate as if she hadn't seen it before. Manny Lee, like most girls, just recognizes the brands that everyone knows. It's natural not to recognize a cold car like the Rangoon U8, which hasn't been on the market for long. But Manny Lee wasn't really interested in the car. She walked over to Ruwashi and stroked the girl's little brain, then cooperated and admired the Peichi family pasted on the bumper with her, and commented, this Pig Daddy is pasted a little crooked. Hey, that's Dad posting. Ruwashi beamed and looked at her father who was standing behind her. Get in the car, it's pretty cold. Yang Hao leaned down and picked up his baby girl, then rubbed his stubble, which had already grown a little, on the little girl's fleshy face. Is Daddy's sticker crooked? Ruwashi was dodged by the stubble, laughing while saying, it's not crooked at all. Daddy pasted it most correctly. Besides, it's Auntie who said Dad posted it crooked, so go zap Auntie. Ruwashi's little brain turns very quickly, and she knows to identify the culprit. However, upon hearing this, Li Manny was slightly red in the face, thinking in her heart that it is really a child's word, which can be randomly tied off. Yang Hao, on the other hand, feels that this daughter has not been spoiled in vain and is a filial child. During the playfulness, Yang Hao stuffed his filial daughter into the back row, and Li Manny followed. Night vision is not very good. Just now on the outside when Li Manny just think this car is so big, and wait until you enter the car to find that this car's interior is also very luxurious. It looks as if it is very expensive. Brother-in-law, what kind of car is this? It's beautiful. Manny Lee asked curiously. Domestic car, bid. Yang Hao only reported the brand but not the model, afraid that the price of more than $1 million would scare this girl. No wonder BYD sells so well. The cars are pretty. Manny Lee lamented. There were several different models of BYD in the parking lot of their unit, only they didn't seem to have the one she was sitting in now. But Manny Lee didn't think much of it. Now that domestic cars are blooming, it's not at all surprising to see some models she doesn't recognize on the street. This time was not too much of a traffic jam anymore, and after driving for about 40 minutes, Yang Hao sent Manny Lee to the entrance of the dormitory area. See you later, sister-in-law. Ruwashi waved her hand to her sister-in-law rather reluctantly. Well, bye Ruwashi. Manny Lee gave the little girl a kiss on her cheeks, but after kissing her she suddenly remembered that before getting on the bus Yang Hao seemed to have stubbed his stubble on the little girl's face for half a day and then kissed her twice as well. Which side of the face did he kiss? Or did you kiss both sides? That means I kissed him where he kissed me. Thinking of this, Li Manny's cheeks suddenly reddened again, then hurriedly fled out of the car. But she hadn't even taken a few steps yet when Yang Hao's voice suddenly sounded behind her. Manny, wait. Oh, Manny Lee looked back at Yang Hao suspiciously, only to see the other walk to the back of the car and open the trunk, and then took out a shopping bag from it and handed it to her hand. When you first went to work I wanted to give you a gift, but the economy wasn't doing too well at that time, but now it's okay, you can take this one. At this moment, the sky has been completely dark. The logo on the shopping bag cannot be seen at all, mainly because Li Manny did not pay attention to see. She just felt that her brother-in-law suddenly sent her a gift a little unexpected. A girl has to have a decent bag. Hurry back, it's cold. After Yang Hao finished speaking, he turned around and got into the car. Thank you, brother-in-law. While closing the car door, Manny Lee's thanks reached Yang Hao's ears. He dropped the window and waved his hand at Manny Lee, who was still standing in place, before driving off. Seeing the car disappear into the night, Li Manny turned around and entered the dormitory area. But before she could take a few steps, her roommate, Su Wenqian, jogged all the way from behind and chased her up. Manny, are you working late today too? Su Wenqian in a media company to work. Overtime is the norm, said the morning 9 to 6. The result is that every day off the clock at 7 or 8 o'clock. No, went to my brother-in-law's house. Manny Lee answered truthfully. I seriously doubt you're having an adulterous affair with that brother-in-law of yours. Su Wenqian held Li Manny's arm and flirted. The two were not only roommates who had lived together for 4 years, they had also become friends who had nothing to talk about, so there were no qualms about joking. Say what? I'm just helping him bring Ruwashi. Manny Lee hurriedly denied it. Ha, you went shopping? Su Wenshan saw the shopping bag in her best friend's hand and casually asked. From my brother-in-law. Ah, it's brother-in-law again. And he says there's no adultery. Su Wenshan looked as if she had caught a hold of the bag, then naturally snatched the shopping bag over. I'll see what's being sent. Ha, Prada? Su Wenshan subconsciously glanced at the lagoon the shopping bag then exclaimed. Li Manny originally did not pay attention to it, thinking to go back to the dormitory and then open the shopping bag to take a look. But in the end, when she heard Su Wenshan shouting like this, she also dropped her eyes to that shopping bag. Prada, this brand Li Manny naturally heard of. Sister Li Manchu has 2 of this brand of bag. Colleagues also someone in the back. The girls chat often talk about. But Manny Lee felt that kind of luxury brands are too far away from himself. If there is no brother-in-law's financial support, her university probability is not able to rest at ease to study. Need to be like her sister when she went to school is hard work and thrift. So for the luxury goods herself she did not pay special attention to. Manny, isn't your brother-in-law broke? How can I still give you such an expensive gift? It can't be fake, right? Su Wenxian said with a suspicious face. I don't think it's a lie. My brother-in-law's financial situation has improved and he's bought a car. Li Manny still knows her brother-in-law very well. The other party is a very down-to-earth person, will not buy fake bags to fool themselves, and there is no need for that. So the corner of Su Wenxian's mouth hooked into a smile. Then there really is an adulterous relationship. This is a Prada bag. It's more than $10,000 at least. Little Manny, give a truthful account. Confession is lenient. Resistance is strict. The fire of gossip in Su Wenxian's heart was already burning. My sister and brother-in-law divorced and my sister took her place. This plot is exciting to think about. If you give the pen to a certain Yao aunt, will not write a 50 episodes of bloodshed romance drama? 22. Keep the clouds open and see the moon. Lookout River Neighborhood. Sun Sinny, who had finished her public shaping class, was finally off duty. She had 1 public class this afternoon and 1 in the evening, plus 2 more private lessons in the afternoon, and was really tired. But instead of resting immediately after returning to the rental house, she couldn't wait to open the Prada shopping bag. When she was at the fitness center she didn't have the heart to carefully admire this bag Yang Hao had given her, and now that she was at home she didn't need to take into account the gazes of her colleagues. Sinny, you're finally back. I'm getting annoyed with my second aunt. Just as Sun Sinny was taking her bag out of the shopping bag, her co-tenant roommate Zhao Yingying came out of the room. Hey, you bought a bag? Wow, Prada. Zhao Yingying originally wanted to spit out the blind date with her best friend, but her eyes lit up after seeing Sun Sinny's Prada shopping bag on the coffee table. Sinny, you're rich. How can I afford it? A friend gave it to me. Sun Sinny casually replied back, while in her heart, she was thinking that she and that brother Yang should be considered friends. Friend? It's not the creepy guy who bought 50 private lessons, is it? Zhao Yingying asked with a gossipy face. Not him. If it's really from him, I wouldn't accept it. Sun Sinny shook her head in denial. Who's that? Since when did you have such a dirtbag around? Could it be that fellow senior that's been chasing after? Zhao Yingying continued to speculate. Neither. So don't guess. Sun Xine shook her head, then took that Prada handbag bag out of the dust bag and walked to the mirror to compare. It's this bag. I remember you saying you liked it the last time we went to Starlight City. Zhao Yingying also came to the mirror, looking at the handbag bag in Sun Sinny's hand full of envy. Sun Sinny kept changing angles in front of the mirror. This bag is really long on her aesthetic. Of course, this appreciation is also because of the Prada brand added. If it is just 100 and 200 bags, she will not be so attached. Sinny, tell us a story about this earthy friend of yours. A 20,000 plus bag said to be given away. It must be in great condition. Zhao Yingying to send friends Prada bags mysterious tycoon is very interested in. She is 27 years old this year. The goal is to catch a golden son-in-law, for which she did a lot of homework, but also spent a huge sum of money to enroll in a golf learning class, and is determined to cross the class through marriage. In fact, there are a lot of women like her, but ultimately succeeded in landing only a few. Not to mention marrying a rich man. To be kept outside as a foreign room is a very good end. Sun Xine actually had a desire to share, especially since Zhao Yingying had a knack for analyzing men, and she also wanted to hear the other party's opinion on that young brother. So Sun Sinny told all about today's experience. 100 private lessons and 2 Prada handbag bags, spending over $80,000 a day. Sinny, you are really needing a tycoon, and it's a tycoon who just got divorced. People are most in need of psychological solace at this time. This kind of opportunity is simply a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. After listening to the narration of Zhao Yingying, excited eyes glowing, this is exactly what she was looking for. The goal. I don't think Brother Yang has any other ideas. Maybe people really just want to thank me. Sun Sinny said. So do you have an idea? Zhao Ying asked while rubbing her hands together with a look of eagerness. Ying, you don't have thoughts about him, do you? People have daughters. Sun Sini knows this close friend of hers too well. She is the one who hangs on marrying into a rich family. She obviously has her heart set on that brother Yang. It's not like having a daughter is a problem. A man like him must long for a son, and if I can give him a son, the position will be secure. Zhao Ying said with a smile. You don't mind being a stepmother? Although she knew that her best friend was bent on marrying a rich family, she didn't think that the other party would be able to accept such a thing as being a stepmother when she entered the house. Seni, I'm afraid you have some misunderstanding about your stepmother. Poor family's stepmother is not good to be. Like that young kind of conditions, this stepmother when the nourishment of it, especially his daughter is still very small, or can be properly cultivated love age. If I then his daughter to fix it, the position will be more stable. Zhao Ying became more and more excited as she spoke. Seni, if you really don't have any thoughts about him, my sister will make a move. Try it then. Sun Seni gently shook her head. She also just have a good feeling towards Yang Hao. After all, only know each other for one day, and she is not like Zhao Ying so gold worship. In her view of choosing a spouse, good financial condition is just a plus. Not to mention that she can't accept to enter the door to be a stepmother this kind of thing. So, she currently just thought of Yang Hao as a big brother who was nice and rich. That's what you said. Don't regret it. Zhao Ying smiled and took Sun Sini's arm. I just happened to be off duty tomorrow, and I had planned to go swimming at your place as well, just so I can have a chance encounter with that young. Zhao Ying is Lankam's cabinet sister. Usually in contact with customers' spending power are good, which also has a lot of rich people. After all, a set of thousands of cosmetics ordinary people cannot afford to buy, and her job is a rotating schedule, with no weekends off, so she can find a day off Monday through Thursday. By the way Sini, I still have to tell you about my second aunt. She's been really crazy lately. She keeps introducing me to men on blind dates, afraid that I won't get married. Today is even more outrageous. The introduction of that man divorced with a baby is not even a problem, not even a house, fixed assets only a car, or BYD. I'm really convinced of her. Have I been reduced to marrying such a man? Zhao Ying spat out the bad things she had met today. Sister Ying, you're not being double standard. Brother Yang is also divorced with a baby. Sun Sini said. How many times have I told you not to call me sister? Zhao Ying skimmed her lips and emphasized that she really started to have an age crisis after she passed 25. So even though she was 3 years older than Sun Sini, she was adamant that she would not let the other party call her sister. Well, Ying. Sun Sini shrugged helplessly. Zhao Ying, on the other hand, cleared her throat and said with a straight face, Sini, your thinking still hasn't shifted, to the extent that you're comparing brother Young to the old man introduced by my second aunt. He's a diamond bachelor, and the one my second aunt introduced is a greasy old man. There's no comparison at all. Okay. Sun Sini smiled and nodded. Alright, you're right about everything. Midnight. Ruwashi had long since fallen asleep beside him. Yang Hao, on the other hand, was staring at the time on his cell phone screen with his eyes wide open. 57, 58, 59. He counted down silently in his mind, and the next second, 0 came right on time. Ding! Task progress reminders. Successful weight loss of 2 pounds detected for the host. Current weight 189 pounds. Settlement incentive, $200,000. The system tone came as promised. In fact, before sleeping Yang Hao had measured his weight. The electronic scale showed 189.3 pounds. It seems that the system should be rounded up. Tick, the screen of his cell phone lit up. It was a text message from the bank, an entry of $200,000, together with the $160,000 left over after spending during the day. The current balance in his bank card was already $360,000. In the microtelecommunication address book to find the note peak brother friend, and then directly transferred 50,000 past. The message said, "Less bubble girl, take care of your health." After returning Lu Zifeng's money, Yang Hao opened the ICBC app again and transferred $100,000 to his second uncle's account. After doing this, Yang Hao directly turned off his cell phone, then silently got out of bed and walked to the balcony to look at the moon in the night sky, which was half blocked by clouds, and let out a long breath. Debt-free, keep the clouds open and see the moon. Who understands this feeling? 23, MS. Shiu, what's wrong with you? When he was delivering the takeout earlier, Yang Hao was thinking that when he paid off his debt he must get drunk and sleep for 3 days. There was no condition for a big drunk right now, but a good night's sleep was still achievable. He returned to the bed and pulled the covers for Ruwashi, then gently pecked the little girl on her fleshy cheeks before lying down next to her to sleep. Probably because his mood was completely relaxed, Yang Hao slept through this sleep, and the result was that he slept through it again. Daddy, it's late. Ruwashi has been calling Dad to get up for 2 days in a row, and has practically become a human alarm clock. Yang Hao opened his eyes in a daze. It was already 8:30 o'clock, even more outrageous than yesterday, and even the time to let the teacher stay for dinner had passed, but being so thoroughly late, there was no rush in turn. Ruoshi, why are you awake so late too? Yang Hao asked with a yawn. After sending Li Mani back last night, this little girl washed up and went to bed. It is reasonable to say that she should not have slept until so late. Dad, I woke up a long time ago. Have finished washing my face and brushing my teeth. Ruoshi showed her small white teeth as she spoke, signaling that she had really finished brushing her teeth. Oh, well, why don't you wake Daddy up earlier? Yang Hao looked at his precious daughter somewhat speechlessly, seriously suspecting that this girl did not want to go to school. However, Ruoshi's next words made Yang Hao ashamed. Daddy is too tired. I want Daddy to sleep a little longer. Ruoshi had a serious face and a soft, sticky voice. Yang Hao hurriedly took Ruoshi in his arms. This little cotton jacket is really warm. It's not in vain that he didn't want anything but custody and a divorce. It was almost 9 o'clock when father and daughter left the house, and because the kindergarten had run out of food, Yang Hao took Ruoshi to a nearby breakfast place. This little foodie ate 2 big meat buns and a tea egg as well as half a bowl of skinny pork congee by himself. Yang Hao, on the other hand, drank half of Ruoshi's leftover bowl of skinny pork congee with eggs and then ate 2 more tea eggs. The task of losing weight is Yang Hao's main economic source at this stage, so it is necessary to adhere to both from the point of view of making money and their own health. While eating breakfast, Yang Hao turned his cell phone, which he turned off last night, back on, and then he received many tweets as well as missed call alerts. A few minutes after he transferred the account to Lu Zifeng, the other party sent several long voices with noisy backgrounds. Obviously the other party was in a bar or something like that. The core idea is that he's not in a hurry to use the money so that Yang Hao can pay back others first. And seeing that Yang Hao hadn't heard from him after transferring the account, he had cursed a few times, but the $50,000 had not been confiscated until now. Yang Hao tweets him back, explaining that he is no longer short of money now. The other party, however, didn't respond much, presumably still sleeping after playing too late last night. Among the unread Weixin messages there was also one from Jiang Yuqi, who asked if she had to leave food for Ruoshi and later asked why Ruoshi hadn't come to school, and Yang Hao immediately weixined back to the teacher in charge, informing the other party that Ruoshi would be there in a while. The call I didn't get was from Uncle 2 this morning, who should have seen the $100,000 transferred to his bank card before he called to inquire about the situation. Walked out of the breakfast store. Yang Hao to the second uncle Yang Guocheng returned a phone call. Did not explain too much, just said that he and his friends to do business with a partnership to earn money. Since Yang Hao had made his business quite big before, the second uncle didn't suspect anything and urged him to come home to visit sometime. It was already 9:30 when I dropped Ruoshi off at the kindergarten, and because I had sent out a Weibo message in advance, Jiang Yuqi arrived at the kindergarten entrance early. Just as she was looking left and right, a visually striking SUV suddenly slowed to a stop beside her. Jiang Yuqi subconsciously took 2 steps back, having been shocked by the powerful aura of this car, and just as she was curiously sizing up what kind of car it was, Yang Hao stepped down from the driver's side and waved his hand at Jiang Yuqi with an apologetic face. I'm sorry Teacher Jiang, we're late again. It's fine. Jiang Yuqi froze for a moment before reacting to the fact that the person coming down from the car was Ruoshi's father. Is Ruoshi not feeling well? Jiang Yuqi, who had returned to her senses, asked, and no, there was a bit of a delay. Yang Hao smiled back, then pulled open the back door and carried Ruoshi out. Good morning Ms. Kiki. Ruoshi gave a meta wave of her little hand. Ruoshi morning. Jiang Yuqi smoothly took Ruoshi's small school bag. Ms. Kiki, Daddy slept in and that's why I'm late. Ruoshi earnestly explained his tardiness, while Yang Hao on the side scratched his head in embarrassment. When he was at home, he still felt that this little cotton jacket was quite warm, but it turned out that this was leaking. Mr. Jiang, please, Yang Hao politely said, then hurriedly got into the car and quickly drove away from the rather embarrassing scene. The Boli Fitness Center was only a 10-minute drive from Ruoshi's kindergarten, and it was not even 10 o'clock when Yang Hao arrived. Good morning Brother Yang. Good morning, Brother Yang. Yang Hao obviously felt that he was treated differently today. After he walked into the store, Yu Lily and Zhou Ling, who were still chatting behind the bar, stood up. Yang Hao greeted the 2 men, then took the electronic key of the locker and went to the locker room, waiting for the change of clothes after he went straight up to the 4th floor jumping exercise area. Sun Sini is in the public area to guide a woman yoga movements. The woman is a little shorter than Sun Sini, but there should also be about 168. The figure is slim. The looks are also not bad. She is wearing a pink fitness undershirt on the upper body, the lower body with a slim yoga pants, the feet put on a pair of Nike Zero Gravity running shoes. Brother Yang, you're here. Yang Hao had just stepped out of the elevator when Sun Sini spotted him and immediately waved her hand with a smile. Hearing Sun Sini speak, The woman who was originally doing yoga also stopped, her gaze sizing up Yang Hao from top to bottom. Yes, this woman is Zhao Yingying. She came to the fitness center with Sun Sini for today's rest, and had already practiced for half an hour by now, but her purpose today wasn't to work out at all. It was a chance encounter, and half an hour of yoga was a little distracting. Now that the main man had finally arrived, she immediately perked up. After sizing up Yang Hao's appearance, she was still satisfied. Tall enough, with decent features, and just a little chubby. But in Zhao Yingying's opinion, this is not a disadvantage. It's called being rich and fat. Brother Yang, this is my friend Zhao Yingying. She's also a member of our store. Sun Sini pointed to Zhao Yingying and introduced it, which the latter had strongly requested when she was at home. Hello Yang, nice to meet you. Zhao Yingying immediately greeted with a smile. Oh, hello. The other party took the initiative to greet him and was still very enthusiastic. Yang Hao also responded politely. Sini, why don't you get busy and I'll go to the equipment area and practice by myself for a while. Yang Hao thought that Sun Sini was giving Zhao Yingying a lesson and felt that it wasn't appropriate for him to be here, so he took the initiative to speak. Sun Sini quickly waved her hand. It's not busy, Yingying is a friend, I'm just simply instructing. Brother Yang, we're still going to the jumping room from yesterday. Good. Yang Hao nodded and followed Sun Sini into the jumping room. Although they were both jumping drills, today's intensity was a bit greater than yesterday's, and after half an hour of fat loss drills, Yang Hao was already sweating profusely. Yang, take a break and let's go to the apparatus area, Sun Sini said as she handed over the towel. Good. Yang Hao wiped his sweat as he walked out of the jumping room and went to sit on the sofa in the rest area. Sini and Yang, drink water. Yang Hao and Sun Sini had just sat down not long ago when Zhao Yingying came over with 2 bottles of soda. Thanks. Zhao Yingying handed the soda water as Su de Yuan. Each bottle retail price of about $10 is not cheap. Yang Hao think the strange woman overly polite, but on second thought people may just look at the face of Sun Sini. After all, the two of them were sitting together at this moment, and she probably didn't feel it was appropriate if she only handed water to Sun Sini. Brother Yang, I heard Xine say that you're on a diet, right? After handing over the water, Zhao Yingying naturally sat down on the sofa next to Yang Hao and then struck up a conversation seemingly casually. Yeah, when you get older, you still need to focus on body management. Yang Hao nodded gently. I've got a recipe here that works great. Why don't I send it to Yang? This is Zhao Yingying has long thought of the way to ask for the microphone. As long as you add the microphone, then the relationship between the two has taken an important first step. Yeah, add a tweet then. Losing weight is Yang Hao's current priority. Recipes and whatnot can be referred to even if they are not used. He then opened Weixin, then tapped his QR code. Zhao Yingying, on the other hand, was ecstatic, not expecting everything to go so smoothly. She hurriedly opened the Weixin sweep function. After a beep, the QR code was successfully recognized. Zhao Yingying was about to click apply for a friend. Then her entire body was confused, because after scanning the QR code, her Weixin page popped up directly send a message and audio and video calls. That means the two are Microsoft friends. She took another look at Yang Hao's Weixin nickname and avatar, and then the whole person was not good. MS. Cho, what's wrong with you? Zhao Yingying, who was full of smiles a second before, suddenly turned as if she had lost her life. Yang Hao felt strange. This woman changed her face so fast. 24. You can never wake up a man who is pretending to be asleep. Sun Sini also sensed her best friend's unusual mood. She came up to take a look and said suspiciously, you guys have WeChat friends? Hearing her say so, Yang Hao also probed over his head to look at Zhao Yingying's scanning results, and then he saw his own notes and the other party's Weixin nickname, divorced with baby BYD. Yang Hao was stunned, then he thought of last night's dry Weixin blind date. He clicked on the chat dialog box with Elisa and sent a handshake emoji over. Then Zhao Yingying's cell phone really rang. Neen, I'm going to the bathroom. This situation is Zhao Yingying never dreamed of. For a moment did not know how to respond to her, directly chose to urinate. Yang, I'll go check it out. Sun Sini greeted him, then quickly chased after him. Looking at the backs of the two leaving, Yang Hao then gently shook his head. He didn't think too much about it. He just thought it was too coincidental. And Zhao Yingying herself seems to be much more enthusiastic than in the WeChat. Women's restroom. Sun Xine looked at her friend with a suspicious face. Yingying, what's wrong with you? Sini, embarrassing. Do you remember the blind date guy I was spouting off to you? Which one? There were so many blind date men that Zhao Yingying had spat on that Sun Sini didn't know which one she was talking about. It's the one we talked about last night. Auntie 2 introduced me, Zhao Yingying said as she opened the chat dialog box between herself and Yang Hao. Look at this. Sun Sini came up to take a look. Then she was a bit confused. That person last night was actually Brother Yang. Yes, Zhao Yingying said painfully. This person only in the daytime a breath of consumption of more than 80,000 yuan. and at night with me in the micro-telecommunication to pretend to be poor. The point is that I believe it. Now he must think the worst of me. Sun Sini felt that she wouldn't be able to do this question either. This was simply a large social death scene. Second auntie has always played very consistently. How come she suddenly introduced a tycoon? And she didn't say so. Zhao Yingying scratched her hair. Her face was filled with remorse. If the two of them talked pretty well yesterday, then today this was a plus. She could also emphasize the fate between the two of them in passing. Now it can only be described as sinful. The other side. Yang Hao, who was preparing to go to the second floor instrumentation area, was surprised to meet an acquaintance at the elevator entrance. Wang Shueru, who walked out of the elevator, noticed that the man waiting for the elevator looked a bit familiar, and then recognized the other party as the takeout brother who delivered cakes and removed cockroaches for himself 2 days ago. MS. Wang. What a coincidence. Yang Hao first froze for a moment, then he also recognized Wang Shueru. The other party was wearing a set of black gym clothes, a more conservative style, but the gym clothes were all tight and could still outline the curves of her beautiful body. Not working today? Wang Shueru asked curiously, but in her heart, she was thinking that this big brother of the takeaway was quite daring to spend money, and the membership card of this fitness center was not cheap. No more delivery for a while. By the way, the cockroach medicine is okay, right? Yang Hao asked with a smile on his face. It works pretty well. Wang Shueru nodded, hesitated and said, actually, I still have things I want to ask you. Is it convenient to chat for a while? Could be. In fact, Yang Hao has been waiting for the other party to take the initiative to find himself, because when he left that day he left the hook. But the 2 days of micro-messaging are no news. I did not expect to meet here today. Yang Hao followed Wang Shueju back to the rest area again. After taking her seat, Wang Shueru opened her mouth and asked, when you left that day, you said that you saw my husband in the inspiration advertisement. At that time you said half of the words. I want to know what exactly did you see? Did I say that? Yang Hao played dumb. You did say that. Wang Shueru nodded seriously. Smooth talk I guess. I forgot. Big brother, to be honest with you, I'm ready for a divorce and have gotten a lawyer and have gathered some evidence of my husband's cheating, so I'd like you to tell me the truth. After Yang Hao left that day, Wang Shueru suspected her ex-convict husband again, and then secretly checked Shin Mingshan's cell phone when he was asleep. And although most of the chat records were deleted, she still found some clues. In addition to this, she secretly copied the contents of her husband's car recorder, which not only has a video recording function, but also an audio recording function. Although the camera was pointed outside and you couldn't see inside the car, the sound could be heard clearly. From these audios, she got a lot of key information that her husband had actually dated 2 different women in one day and had a PC transaction in the car. This information was disgusting and at the same time made her completely dead to Shin Mingshan, so she got a lawyer ready to sue for divorce directly, and the lawyer meant for her to collect as much evidence as possible and figure out Shin Mingshan's financial situation. The divorce had kept Wang Shueru busy for the past 2 days, otherwise she would have come to the gym almost every day. Today she had an appointment to meet with her lawyer in the afternoon and just had time in the morning to come over and practice for a while. She is very serious about body management, especially now that she is planning to start fresh again. Shin Mingshan has a subordinate named Li Manchu, and the two have an ambiguous relationship. That's what I know. When the words came to this point, Yang Hao didn't hide it anymore. After all, his purpose was considered to have been achieved. You actually know their names? Wang Shueru was a bit surprised. She remembered that she did not mention her husband's name, and Li Manchu's name is not even known to her. The audio only Manchu. She realized that the other party's surname is Li. Didn't Shin Mingshan ask you last night if you knew Yang Hao? Yesterday, when they met by chance in Starlight City, Yang Hao said in front of Shin Mingshan that he wanted to call Ms. Wang Shueru, and at that time, Shin Mingshan was directly scared away, and he presumed that the other party would definitely ask Wang Shueru if she recognized him. He asked me if I knew a Yang. Could it be you? Wang Shueru's face had changed from surprise to shock. She was a pretty smart woman and had already sensed that the man across the street had some sort of connection with Shin Mingshan. My name is Yang Hao. Li Manchu is my ex-wife. Yang Hao introduced himself frankly. Wang Shueju's eyes were wide open, feeling that her brain circuits were clearly not enough. It took a while for her to come back to her senses. So, it wasn't a coincidence that you were at my house that day? It's a coincidence. Yang Hao smiled. I didn't expect it to be that coincidental either. So, you're purposely talking in half sentences to tip me off. Wang Shueju quickly reacted. Pretty much. Yang Hao nodded, then said, actually, I have no intention of destroying your marriage. I just want to give you some tips. After all, Shen Mingshan is not a good person. As for Li Manchu and I, we also kind of broke up peacefully, and I don't want to have anything to do with her anymore. Yang Hao again clarified his attitude. Wang Shuaru was silent for a moment, then said with a sincere face, "Thank you, Brother Yang. Shin Mingshan actually has a criminal record. I put up with it for the sake of my child, and this time you helped me make up my mind." Yang Hao smiled and shook his head. No one can help you make up your mind about something like divorce. Some people choose to play deaf and dumb no matter what others say. It's like that saying we hear all the time, you can never wake up someone who's pretending to be asleep. There are those who would rather slog through the quagmire of marriage than pull away. And there are those who make a snap decision and cut the cord. It's all about making your own choices. 25. Brother Yang, don't you want revenge? Wang Shuaiju nodded deeply. In fact, the seed of divorce has long been planted in the heart. This incident can only be considered a catalyst. She looked Yang Hao up and down and suddenly asked, "Do you have time later? Something?" Yang Hao asked rhetorically. The hood in the house is still a bit not very good, and I want you to help me look at it." Wang Shuaru said rather sheepishly. "Yes, I have a half-hour private lesson. It'll be fine after class." Yang Hao didn't pay attention to Wang Shuaju's expression as he agreed in one breath. At this time, Sun Sini happened to walk over. "Brother Yang, let's continue practicing." "Okay." Yang Hao stood up, greeted Wang Shuaru, and went downstairs with Sun Sini. "Brother Yang, Ying Ying's family has been urging her to get married, so she wasn't in a good mood yesterday and may have offended you. I hope you won't be angry." This saying was something that Zhao Yingying had asked Sun Sini to say, and a big meal had been promised for it. Naturally, she didn't want to give up on this newly freed tycoon, and within a very short period of time, she formulated an image recovery plan. First, let her friend Sun Sini help to blow the wind, and then she will sincerely come out to apologize in a while. Even if she can't completely restore the image of gold worshipping in Yang Hao's mind, at least she should let him change his opinion of herself. "That friend of yours is overthinking it. I don't give a damn." Yang Hao smiled and shook his head. He really didn't take it to heart. Yesterday's so-called blind date was just to give that enthusiastic Auntie Zhang a face. He was busy delivering takeaways before, and that Auntie Zhang was the one who told him about some of the kindergartens. "You know, I just got divorced and have no plans to get married anytime soon, or at all to get married again." Yang Hao said this is from the heart, and Li Manchu this is not a successful marriage so that he has a fear of marriage. A little once bitten by a snake 10 years afraid of the rope of the well, especially now that he has his baby girl and his own genes have been extended. As for the birth of a son to pass on this kind of thing his fate would be good. In fact, 3 years ago when the hot pot restaurant is not too big problem when he did have the mind to have a second child, especially the parents urged very quickly, waiting to hold grandchildren. Most of the older generation has a traditional mindset, believing that not having a male child is a break in the family. But then the mask incident escalated and the hot pot restaurant's business took a sharp turn for the worse, so Yang Hao put the idea of having a second child on hold. Sun Sini could probably understand Yang Hao's feelings. It does take time to walk out from a failed relationship. Even many people can't walk out in their lifetime. "Hello, Brother Yang." Still so early today, when the two reached the second floor, Meng Yu, who was originally chatting with a male coach, immediately greeted them with a smile on her face. Yang Hao is still quite impressed with this rather flavorful female coach. Yesterday he was in the equipment area of the class when the other party jerked the iron near him, and occasionally make the action will also let Yang Hao a feast for the eyes. But Yang Hao didn't know the other party well, so he just responded casually. "Yang, let's go over there." Sun Sini pointed to a corner of the equipment area. She was intentionally trying to stay away from Meng Yu. Her intuition told her that this woman seemed to be trying to dig her own corner, and Sun Xinyi's intuition was naturally accurate. Even though she brought Yang Hao to the corner of the equipment area, Meng Yu still followed her and did strength training next to her, except that when she trained she did movements that were much more exaggerated than usual, sometimes with her hips cocked and sometimes bending over to show the ball. Moreover, the angles she looked for were all within Yang Hao's line of sight, so that with a casual glance she could see the scenery that other male customers could only occasionally see if they bought dozens of lessons. Yang Hao is the kind of person who has a strong sense of family, and has never messed around outside after marriage, but as the owner of 5 hot pot restaurants, he is also considered to have a successful career, and there are quite a lot of women who take the initiative to pounce on him, and he has seen all kinds of tricks, so naturally, he can read Meng Yu's small mind. It's true that men with money power are welcome everywhere they go. Yang Hao will not be so narcissistic that the other party is attracted by his external image. If it was 10 years ago he would still think in this direction, and now his external conditions can only be considered average, to be better than most of his peers, but not to the point of excellence. Then the other party took the initiative to hook up with himself. It is nothing more than yesterday he bought Sun Sini 100 private lessons and the Prada handbag bag sent behind to have an effect. However, this kind of class while still can be full of things, Yang Hao is not exclusive, only to see more and more after the inevitable sum of the mind. He is after all a normal man. silently recalled his last experience of playing cards, should be 3 months ago. By that time his relationship with Lee Manchu was already in trouble, but both parties had a need for this kind of thing, and it was done half-heartedly. Yang, let's call it a day. I've brought you a fat loss meal. Meet me in the lounge on the first floor after you take a shower later. After doing the last set of movements, Sun Sini opened her mouth and said, yesterday it was agreed that Sun Sini would prepare fat loss meals for Yang Hao for the next month, and today this started. However, Yang Hao was in a bit of a bind at this moment because he had promised to go and give Wang Shueru a hand. Yang, what are you doing later? Seeing the hesitant emotion on Yang Hao's face, Sun Sini took the initiative to ask, I just met a friend and had to go out, so I'll tell you what, I'll take my fat loss meal away for dinner. Oh, good. I'll still wait for you on the first floor then. Sun Sini was a little disappointed because she knew that the friend Yang Hao was talking about was the woman who was chatting with him on the fourth floor just now. In fact, she had some impression of Wang Shueru. The other party was a regular customer of the store, but usually only took public classes. Yang, are you practicing? Yang Hao was about to go to the locker room to take a shower and change his clothes when Zhao Yingying suddenly blocked his way. Aha! Yang Hao nodded slightly. Brother Yang, I'm sorry about last night. I personally resist my family's urging to get married, so I just wanted to go through the motions. Do you have time later? I'll buy you dinner. Zhao Yingying first sincerely apologized, and then offered to treat herself to make amends. It's fine. I'm also because Auntie Zhang is too enthusiastic to refuse. Let's meet up later if we have a chance for dinner. I'm meeting a friend later. Yang Hao politely refused. For one thing, he really didn't take last night's incident seriously, and for another, he really wasn't interested in Zhao Yingying. From the content of her chat last night, it was highly likely that this woman was another Lee Manchu. He didn't want to jump from one fire pit into another. Okay then, we'll make a date sometime. Zhao Yingying still accompanied the smile, but in her heart is very disappointed. In her opinion the other party did not accept the apology. As for the future opportunity to date, this kind of words is nothing more than polite. Witnessing all this, Meng Yuyu gently skimmed her mouth. She did know Zhao Yingying and knew that the other party was Sun Sini's best friend. Belonging to the same category, she naturally saw Zhao Yingying's intentions, but it's clear that people's brother Yang is not a fan of her. But Zhao Yingying's appearance has given Meng Yuyu a wake-up call. The current situation is that there are too many monks and not enough porridge. Yang Hao, the Tang monk, has already been stared at by several goblins. In this case she can no longer use those means of treating other men. She must take the initiative to attack, and to zoom in on the action to do so. First floor. Sun Sini handed Yang Hao the insulated lunchbox she brought from home. Brother Yang, just bring the lunchbox when you come tomorrow. Well, thanks. Yang Hao carried the lunchbox to say thank you. At this time with his appointment Wang Shueru also came downstairs. She today is a light mature woman style dress. The upper body is a wool plaid coat. The lower body is tight jeans with long leather boots. Flush neck brown chestnut color short hair slightly inward buckle. Give a person a kind of gentle and dignified feeling. Brother Yang, let's go. Wang Shueru spoke softly. Then her gaze subconsciously swept over Sun Sini, Zhao Yingying, and Yu Lily and Zhou Ling behind the front desk. She felt a few of the women looking at her with more or less hostility, or scrutiny, as soon as she stepped out of the elevator. But she's a regular at the fitness center now, and this has never happened before. That means the problem is Yang Hao. Did all these women have a crush on this delivery brother? This is outrageous. A thought flashed through Wang Shueju's mind before she denied it. Out of the fitness center, Wang Shueru took out the car key from the coat pocket and pressed it, and the lights of the BYD Dolphin parked in the parking space at the entrance immediately flashed. Nowadays, the popularity of trams is increasing, and a small car like the Dolphin is really cost-effective for city transportation, provided of course that you have a charging post at home. Wang Shueru, this Dolphin range of 420 kilometers, usually pick up and drop off children, buy groceries enough. Brother Yang, get in the car. I'll bring it back to you when it's done. Wang Shueju pulled open the car door to signal Yang Hao to get on the car. In her opinion, this delivery brother should be riding a battery car, and naturally there is no need to use two kinds of transportation to go to her home. Yeah. Yang Hao is still very familiar with Holiday International. The parking space at the entrance of the district is very tense. The probability that they drive over there is no place to park. It would be better to take a ride in Wang Shueju's hitchhiking car directly into the basement. Yang Hao pulled open the door and sat in the passenger side. For his height of 182 and weight of 189 pounds, the interior space of this car is not too friendly. He adjusted the seat backward, which is slightly more comfortable. Wang Shuelu skillfully started the car and drove out of the fitness center parking lot. About 15 minutes later, the little Dolphin pulled into the Holiday International basement. Then Yang Hao followed Wang Shueru up the stairs. Brother Yang, hard work. This time, Wang Shuaru had a long memory and handed Yang Hao a bottle of mineral water first. I'll see what the problem is. Yang Hao breezed into the kitchen. It was his second time after all. Opened the topmost cabinet to check the stopcock. Nothing wrong with it. Cherub, is there still grease coming back out? Yang Hao rushed to the kitchen door and asked, only to wait for no response. He was wondering where the people had gone when Wang Shuaru suddenly appeared in his line of sight. However, Yang Hao looked directly dumbfounded, because Wang Shuaru even changed a set of clothes, only to see that at this time she is wearing a milky white wraparound short skirt. That skirt should be wool material. This season wearing a little bit is not against the grain, but the problem is that this skirt is a careful machine. The chest is even hollowed out. Into the eyes of the place is a milky white piece of, to give a person unlimited space for reverie. Yukiru, what are you? This atmosphere was obviously not right. Yang Hao asked in a forced manner. Wang Shuaru's cheeks were slightly red as she gently ruffled the broken hair at the back of her head and said daintily, Brother Yang, don't you want to take revenge? 26. What's he doing here? In fact, Wang Shuaru at this time the mind is a bit like Dragon 8 in the Knife White Phoenix. Yu Duan Zhengchun is not every day outside the womanizing well. Then I will be cheap dirty old beggar. And at this time, although Yang Hao is not as lousy as Duan Yanqing at that time, but in Wang Shuaru's mind the other party is just a big brother who delivers takeaways, and in her subconscious mind is not a class of people with herself. Although Wang Shuaru has been a full-time housewife for the past 2 years, she is a senior student at Jiangcheng University, and is still Li Manny's schoolmate from the last few terms. Moreover, Wang Shuaru's family is well off. Her father is a senior engineer of Jiangcheng Shipbuilding Group, and her mother is the chief physician of Jiangcheng Second Hospital. It was also because of her parents' support that she dared to choose to be a full-time housewife, because even if Shin Mingshan's income was unstable, she would not be short of money. The reason why Shin Mingshan was able to lower his stance and even kneel down to beg for forgiveness after cheating on his wife before is also inseparable from Wang Shualu's excellent family situation. Shin Mingshan is a foreigner, can buy a house in Jiangcheng settled in addition to their own efforts, but also without the help of the in-laws. It's not just women who are realistic in this society, but men as well. Shin Mingshan seems to Wang Shuaru as indeed a very good wife candidate, but after some status in society, his tumultuous heart is always unable to hold back. Coupled with the nature of the work of the director of the market socialize more, there will be home late or even do not go home on the pretext of is outside to seek flowers to create the time conditions. Wang Shuaru is now set on the idea of divorce, but she feels that it is not fair to just divorce. She also has to send the other party a big green hat, so that her heart will be balanced. It wasn't that she, Wang Shuaru, couldn't find a man or didn't have a man who wanted one. It's just that they've been scrupulously faithful to their womanhood since their marriage. Brother Yang, we are all good people, but the good guy is always the one who gets bullied and hurt. While speaking, Wang Shuaru had already stepped into the kitchen, approaching Yang Hao step by step. As I said before, Yang Hao has not had any poker experience for more than 3 months, and he is an energetic and normal man. Plus there is Meng Yuyu's pavement in the fitness center. Where can he still hold up to this kind of temptation? And when he learned that Wang Shuaru was Shin Mingshan's wife, this thought actually flashed through his mind. So, everything happened as it should. Wang Shuaru put her hands against the stovetop where she usually cooks, while Yang Hao pinched her thin waist with both hands. 10,000 words omitted here. 1,000 blows are still strong. Let the wind blow from east to west and from south to north. A fierce battle began in the kitchen and ended in the living room. Brother Yang, let's go take a shower. After resting on the sofa for a while, Wang Shuaru sat up. Aha! Yang Hao nodded and simply carried the person into the bathroom. Originally, he only wanted to simply take a bath, but Yang Hao felt that the revenge just now was not sound enough, coupled with the fact that Wang Shuaru, who had been in a drought for a long time, was not honest, and the two of them unlocked the map of the bathroom again, and with the padding of the last time, this time it took more than half an hour. If not for the fact that Yang Hao had the physical base of delivering takeout for a few months, he would definitely not be able to carry it. But even then he lay wrapped in a towel on the bed for a while before regaining some of his strength a little. However, when walking to the bathroom, he still felt that his legs were a little bit floating. 1 to 2 fierce battles is indeed hard, and the other is that he only ate 2 tea eggs and half a bowl of kanji for breakfast. The body's energy is in a state of deficit, but also to do this kind of heavy physical work, that is, he is physically fit, and other people are expected to have already got up at this moment. And at this moment, Wang Shuaru's snow-white skin was flushed with a faint blush, giving people a feeling of radiance. Sure enough, pretty flowers need to be moisturized. However, Wang Shuaru, who had consumed too much physical energy and lost a lot of water, did not want to move at all, and her soft body was curled up under the quilt, squinting her eyes and reminiscing about the peak moment of the party. At this time, the cell phone she placed on the bedside table suddenly vibrated, and it was actually Shin Mingshan who called. Somewhat of a thief. She sat up from the bed. Although the idea of divorce was decided, but after all, it is not yet divorced. The two are still a nominal couple. If this gets caught, her advantage in dividing the property is gone. Brother Yang, I'll take a call. From Shen Mingshan. Wang Shuizhu shouted at Yang Hao, who was putting water in the bathroom, then took a deep breath before she picked up the phone. What took you so long to answer the phone in the middle of the day? The sound of Shen Mingshan's spitting came from the phone. Sleeping. Wang Shuiru casually replied. I'll be in the underground garage in 10 minutes, and you'll bring down my Zegna suit for an important client in the evening. Shen Mingshan's voice came out from the telephone receiver, and the sound of a car honking could be heard vaguely, so it was obvious that he was driving home. Yes, Wang Shuiru answered and hurriedly hung up the phone. Luckily, Shen Mingshan had called ahead of time, and it would have been wonderful if he had gone straight home to pick up his clothes. Is that something? Yang Hao, who had finished cleaning his weapon of revenge, returned to the bedroom and asked while getting dressed. Shen Mingshan will be in the basement in 10 minutes and asked me to deliver his suit. Wang Shuiru said while also putting on her clothes. In that case, I'd better get going then. It wouldn't be good to bump into him in case he went upstairs on a whim. Yang Hao lightly shrugged. Well, then I won't see you off. I have to meet the lawyer later. Wang Shuiru stood in front of the mirror and straightened her messy hair, then microtext contact. If you need any help, just give me a shout. Before leaving, Yang Hao gave the beautiful young woman another hug, and the latter even gave him a peck on the cheek. Taking the elevator downstairs, Yang Hao walked out of the neighborhood. In the front door he saw the familiar black BMW. Now the car is parked at the entrance of the basement, as if the electronic license plate recognition function has a problem. Stop. The landing bar at the entrance of the basement is slow to respond. Shen Mingshan dropped the window and was going to call out to the security guard to manually operate it, but he accidentally saw Yan Hao standing in front of the main gate of the neighborhood. He raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but mutter, what was he doing here? Tick-tock. Just as Shen Mingshan was silently thinking, the sound of an urging siren sounded behind him, and it turned out that the security guard had already remotely raised the landing bar. Shen Mingshan could only drive down to the basement with a kick of the gas, and after waiting for a while next to his own parking space, Wang Shuiru walked out of the elevator room carrying a suit wrapped up in a dust bag. His own wife was wearing a set of loose cotton pajamas. The good body is covered up. The main thing is comfortable. But from afar Shen Mingshan always felt that Wang Shuizu's mental state today is extraordinarily good. And I do not know what is the happy event. 27. No. One NPC. Wang Shuiru is online. Wang Shuizu pulled open the rear door and put the suit directly on the seat. Yukiru, you seem to be in a good mood today? Shen Mingshan opened his mouth and asked. Oh, the teacher complimented Nono. Wang Shuiru casually found a reason. She couldn't say that my mother had just experienced two peak moments, and it was an experience she hadn't had in a long time, and the most recent time she'd had it had been as a result of her own maneuvering. At most 5 minutes. Shen Mingshan cannot count on it at all. While Yang Hao is different. This takeaway big brother physical quality is much stronger than Shen Mingshan. Casually more than 20 minutes. Guess it has a lot to do with the fact that he delivers and works out at the same time. Being a self-disciplined man. By the way, I think he said he's not delivering for a while, so he should have found another job. Shuiru, you haven't noticed any suspicious people when you've been out lately, have you? Just as Wang Shuiru's thoughts were drifting, Shen Mingshan suddenly asked, suspicious people? Wang Shuizu looked at her prospective ex-husband suspiciously, like a courier, delivery guy, or something? I read a news story this morning about a delivery guy who saw a girl at home by herself and got horny, then raped her. Shen Mingshan couldn't say it straight, and could only hint politely. I don't leave the house when I pick up deliveries and takeaways. I let them leave it at the door, not to mention that it's only a small probability that this will happen. Wang Shuiru said so on her mouth, but in her heart, she was thinking that the delivery man didn't lust after me, but it was me who seduced people. That's good. Anyway, it's good to be home alone and be aware of safety. Today's social engagement is important and may go late. Then you can sleep in the company dormitory. Don't toss and turn. Shen Mingshan hadn't even finished speaking when Wang Shuiru kindly took over. I'll be back if it's early. Shen Mingshan was already happy in his heart, but his mouth still said so. Well, go back and drive slowly. Wang Shuizu behaved as usual and walked towards the elevator room with an admonition. Looking at his wife's back, Shen Mingshan always felt that the other party was a little different today, but he couldn't tell where it was different. Cell entrance. Yang Hao stopped a random cab and sat in it. Boli Fitness Center. Yang Hao reported the address and was ready to go back to get his car. And that's when the mechanical beep suddenly sounded in his head. Ding! Detected that the host had an intimate relationship with Wang Shuiru. Access to the intimate person handling program. Name, Wang Shuiru. Age, 31. Overall quality score, 88. Note, intimates with a comprehensive quality score of 80 or higher can be transformed into NPCs, who can receive a quest once a week, with a certain chance of generating random quests. Intimate relative Wang Shueru was eligible to transform NPCs. Yes, no, conversion? After a series of beeps, a surprising option appeared. Yang Hao first froze, then decisively chose yes. A mission meant a reward. It was a chance for him to pull wool over his eyes. Ding! Conversion success. No. 1 NPC Wang Shueru is officially online. No. 1 NPC reward, $100. 000 in exclusive spending money. Note, as a rich man, you can't condescend to a woman with whom you have an intimate relationship, so each NPC is rewarded with exclusive spending money. Individuals, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Yang Hao silently counted the zeros, then he couldn't help but exclaim in shock. 100 million. What 100 million? Old man? The cabbie was taken aback and whipped his head around to ask. It's fine. Yang Hao waved his hand apologetically, then silently counted the zeros again, and it was indeed a billion. Only this money seems to be only for Wang Shueru to spend, and according to the system's explanation, as long as they were transformed into NPCs they would be rewarded with exclusive spending money. In other words, any woman who has an intimate relationship with him has money to spend. Of course it's up to him whether he spends this exclusive spending money or not, and if he doesn't, then this exclusive spending money will just keep lying there. Ding! Number 1 NPC quest refresh. Mission, Sweet Night. NPC number 1 is reminiscing about the sweet moment she just had, so why not give her another sweet night? Mission reward, learning card *1, attribute points *2. Looking at the mission rewards on the system's virtual panel, Yang Hao's eyes subconsciously widened twice. The previous rewards were all about money, and this one is finally different. Yang Hao looked at his personal information on the system again. Host, Yang Hao. Age, 35 years. Height, 182 centimeters. Weight, 189 pounds. Wealth value, 204,000. Health value, 68. Intelligence, 78. Force value, 65. Skills, none. Progress of the main mission, 0%. There was no doubt that attribute points could be added to health, intelligence and force values, which was a good thing. As for the study cards, there is no description of them, so I guess we'll have to find out after we get the rewards. This quest reward was very attractive to Yang Hao. It was the content of the quest that was a little bit less serious looking. The main thing is that there is no way to sweeten this night. Wang Shueru and Xin Mingshan have not officially divorced. He cannot go over to sleep with the two. Alas, the quest rewards are great, but the quests are too difficult. Yang Hao sighed silently. There it is, old buddy. At that moment, the cab driver spoke up and warned. Yang Hao glanced out the car window, and sure enough, he had arrived. He scanned the code to pay the fare, and then got out of the cab. Since he was coming back to pick up his car, Yang Hao didn't plan to go in. After all, today's punching task had already been completed. However, at this time, Sun Xini and Zhao Yingying walked out of the fitness center together. At this moment, the two had already changed into casual clothes. Sun Xini was wearing the same casual-style denim outfit from yesterday, but yesterday she had a white fitness undershirt inside her upper body, revealing her slim little waist, whereas today she was wearing a normal pale yellow bottoming shirt that completely covered her waist and stomach. What Yang Hao didn't know was that Sun Xini had changed like this solely because she was blown too cold yesterday on his battery car. So although she wasn't sure if she would have the chance to ride Yang Hao's battery car today, she still made preparations in advance. Zhao Yingying is wearing a small fragrant casual set dress, which will look more tender. Yang! Zhao Yingying was the first to spot Yang Hao, and she waved her hand excitedly. Brother Yang, are you going to continue practicing? Seeing Yang Hao folding back, Sun Xini asked curiously. No more practicing, come back and get your car. Yang Hao shook his head. It's you. Are you off work so early? Took a half day off and went shopping with Yingying. Sun Xini said as she held Zhao Yingying's arm. The time of the job of fitness instructor is still relatively free. Without public and private classes, you can freely deploy time. Yang, are you done with your friend? Come along if you have time. I promise to buy you dinner. Yang Hao was about to leave when Zhao Yingying issued an invitation. Let's just forget it. You two girls. I'm not going to tag along and get involved. Yang Hao waved his hand. This was obviously a girlfriend's bureau. It was weirdly awkward for him to go. It's okay, it's crowded. Mindy, what do you say? Zhao Yingying hurriedly winked at her best friend. Sun Xini hesitated slightly, but still spoke. Brother Yang, if you're not busy, give Yingying a treat. Yang Hao had wanted to refuse. He really didn't like shopping, especially accompanying women. However, he suddenly thought about transforming NPCs. Right now he only had one NPC. Wang Shueru, and the quests he issued were limited. If he could develop a few more NPCs, wouldn't he have endless quests to receive? And there are two conditions for transforming an NPC. One is to have an intimate relationship with yourself, and the other is to have an overall quality score higher than 80. Using Wang Shueru's 88 points as a reference, Sun Sini's chances of exceeding 80 points are very high, while Zhao Engying should also have a chance. So, that's two potential NPCs. Then it doesn't seem impossible to hang out with them and make nice. 28. He's not very vain, is he? I'm mostly afraid of interrupting your shopping, so if you don't mind, then let's come along. But I have to pick up my daughter from school at 4:30. Yang Hao's main job these days is to lose weight and then take care of his baby girl. Shopping with a woman is not out of the question, but it should never interfere with his ability to pick up his daughter from school. Yang is such a good father, Zhao Engying complimented with a smile. Where are you guys going to hang out? Yang Hao asked. Starlight City. It's closer, Zhao Engying said back. Yang Hao nodded. Let's go then. I'll drive you there. With that, he walked towards his lookup U8, while Sun Sini subconsciously touched her small waist. Fortunately she was not wearing a waistless dress today. She still had palpitations from the feeling of the cold wind blowing across her waist yesterday. It's just that the battery car is fine for her alone, but it's too crowded for two people, right? And Zhao Engying thought in her heart, would like to see if you drive BYD? If not, it means that you also lied yesterday. Then you can't blame yourself entirely. The two women followed behind Yang Hao with their own thoughts, and Sun Sini was still looking left and right for Yang Hao's battery-operated car, but she didn't find it. She was puzzled when the lights of a large SUV in front of her flashed twice. Then Yang Hao directly pulled open the driver's door and sat in. It was only then that Sun Sini reacted to the fact that Yang Hao didn't ride a battery car today, and she curiously looked at the domineering-looking car in front of her and didn't recognize the brand. Zhao Engying also do not know lookup U8, but this moment Boli Fitness Center entrance to the small parking lot has been parked 20 or 30 cars, but Yang Hao that car in these cars is simply a cranes. The aura is powerful to the extreme. These cars don't come cheap as all. Is this the BYD you were talking about? Zhao Engying silently rolled her eyes in her mind, and then took a picture of this domineering-looking SUV and sent it to the cabinet girl group, sisters. Who knows what kind of car this is? Like Zhao Engying, this kind of selling high-end cosmetics or luxury goods counterkeeper is actually a group of somewhat distorted thinking, because of dealing with our rich people, often serve them, so they think highly of themselves, look down on the ordinary workers, are thinking of climbing up the ladder, but then they are just waitresses in the eyes of the rich. And once in a while one of those greasy old men takes a fancy to their bodies, spends a bit of money to play with them for a while, and shows them the bigger picture. And then it's even harder for them to accept finding a mediocre boyfriend. So like them, almost all of the cabinet sisters to catch a golden son-in-law as the ultimate goal of struggle. In the cabinet sister group they rarely talk about work, talk almost all kinds of luxury goods, or how to fishing, how to identify quality men, how to let the man spend money on their own and so on. After sending the message Zhao Engying pulled Sun Sini into the car impatiently, waiting to sit in the car after she will be more certain that this is a luxury car is not worth a lot of money, because the interior looks very high grade, can touch the place or leather parcel is very texture, and an SUV is also equipped with a rear entertainment function. This configuration is generally placed on the luxury sedan, such as Mercedes-Benz S-Class, BMW 7 Series, and so on. Just as Zhao Engying was silently surveying the car's interior, someone in the locker group at her, Foamy at Elisa, this is looking up at the U8, over $1 million. Little Foamy, it's BYD's premium brand, and the people who drive it are definitely low-key tycoons. Little Foamy, Ing, if you know the boss who drives this car, you should seize the opportunity. This little froth is Zhao Engying's former colleague, used to sell cosmetics as well, and now she has gone to sell Chanel, and the people she touches are much more high-end. Zhao Engying looked at the message sent by the other party and first thought that the price of over $1 million was reasonable, but when she saw the other party say that it was really a BYD, she kind of wanted to curse. TMD, you're a BYD to come out with $1 million plus car. The important thing is that surprisingly, people actually buy them. She really didn't understand the world of rich people after all. Yang, your car is a Rangoon U8? Although she was silently spitting in her mind, Zhao Engying still used the topic of the car to strike up a conversation with Yang Hao. Cabinet group has shared before, chatting with men, if you really do not know what to talk about, then talk about the car. 100 men, 99 are interested in the car. Many men do not have $1,000 in the bank card, but he can shop for hours in the Black Car Emperor. From millions of luxury cars, down to tens of thousands of dollars of second-hand cars, he can look with great interest. You even know about this car? Yang Hao looked at Zhao Engying rather unexpectedly. The car was on the market for a short period of time, and did not do large-scale marketing. The men who have a love for cars are okay, but women know that the car is really not much. BYD top of the line car. I love it. There has been concern before, Zhao Yingying also said with a smile as she was now learning. The aside Sun Cini is a little speechless, because the operation of her best friend is in her eyes. She obviously asked for the information in the group, and in the twinkling of an eye, it becomes that she has always had attention. Well, the car performs like no other. In fact, Yang Hao did not have a special understanding of the Rangoon U8, and he had only seen some off-road as well as waiting tests. The car has an emergency flotation mode. If accidentally driving into the water, the flotation mode can allow the car to drive on the water surface for almost 30 minutes. Not to mention whether this function is useful or not, but the compulsion is extremely high. If this technology to Mercedes-Benz, it absolutely dare to sell the car to 5 million. In addition, this car also has a turnaround mode, which if installed in the joint venture luxury brands, high and low have to engage in a 19,999 annual service fee. Pay money to open the function. Do not pay money cannot use the function. After all, Mercedes' rear wheel steering feature costs 4,998 per year, and this turn in place can be much more impressive than rear wheel steering. A few minutes later, Yang Hao then drove down to the underground parking lot of Starlight City. Brother Yang, what do you want to eat? My treat. While waiting for the elevator, Zhao Yingying asked. Fondue it is, but I'm in a fat loss period and just eat vegetables. Yang Hao was really hungry at this moment. After all, he did heavy labor at noon. Yang, you can have some more beef today too. Sun Cini took over. The fat loss meal she prepared for Yang Hao was the beef and vegetable salad, but the amount was not big, so it was fine to eat more. After all, beef belongs to high-quality protein and has less fat content, which is suitable for the fat loss period. Aha! Yang Hao nodded and subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Controlling the diet to lose weight is really painful, but a weight loss of 1 pound is $100,000. Even if you eat grass every day, you have to stick to it. Not to mention that after reaching the goal set by the system, 1% would be added to the progress of the mainline quest, and among the quests he had received so far, only the stature management quest would add to the progress of the mainline quest, indicating that this quest was of a higher level in the eyes of the system. How about some seafood? Zhao Yingying asked. There just happens to be a Hai Di Lao in Starlight City. Could be. Yang Hao nodded. Once upon a time it was his dream to open a hot pot restaurant on the scale of Hai Di Lao. Unfortunately, Heijaleo that model seems simple. In fact, it is difficult to copy. Otherwise the imitators will not be defeated one after another. As it is a weekday, the attendance rate of Hai Di Lao is not very high at this moment, only about 40%. The waiter placed the trio at a table for 4 by the window. Zhao Yingying handed the iPad for ordering to Yang Hao. Brother Yang, you order 1 yam, 1 fungus, and 1 loach. Cini, is it okay for me to eat loach? Having consumed a bit too much at noon, Yang Hao still wanted to make up for it. No problem. Loach also belongs to the category of high protein, relatively low fat meat. Sun Cini said it was fine. Zhao Yingying, on the other hand, silently glanced at Yang Hao. All 3 foods had the effect of tonifying the kidneys. He's not very vain, is he? Never mind. For the sake of looking up to you 8, a little bit of vanity is fine, as long as it's not a total loss of functionality. 29 years old and still unemployed. Sun Cini and Zhao Yingying were both women with strict figure management, so both of them didn't eat much and didn't order too much. Soon the dishes were served and the 3 of them ate and chatted. Although Yang Hao didn't eat anything high in calories, this feeling of shabu-shabu still made him mentally relieved. Cini? It's really you Cini. This is too much of a coincidence. A man with an oil dish in his hand suddenly stopped at the table of 3, then called out Sun Cini's name with a face full of surprise. You could sense in his voice that the surprise was from the heart. Yang Hao subconsciously glanced at this person. Is a 27 or 18-year-old man, tall with him almost estimated to have 180 or so, looks in the upper, wearing a set of Nike sportswear, looks quite spiritual. Senior Qin, what a coincidence. Sun Cini greeted the man called Qin Feng, a senior 3 years older than her. The two had worked as part-time trainers at the same gym, and the other pursued her for a while, but Qin Feng wasn't her cup of tea. Yingying is here too. Qin Feng was acquainted with Zhao Yingying, and at that time, when he pursued Sun Cini, he didn't try to curry favor with her bosom friend, but in the end, he still couldn't hold the beauty. Zhao Yingying nodded slightly as a greeting. And this is? Qin Feng's gaze fell on Yang Hao again. For this man to be able to go on a dinner date with Sun Cini and Zhao Yingying, there were basically 2 possibilities. Either he was Sun Cini's boyfriend or Zhao Yingying's boyfriend or a suitor of one of the 2. This is Yang, a friend of Yingying and I. Brother Yang, this is my senior Qin Feng. Sun Cini briefly introduced the 2. Hello. Yang Hao gave a courtesy greeting. Hello, Brother Yang. Qin Feng also followed Sun Cini's title and shouted out Brother Yang, then asked smilingly, Brother Yang, do you mind sharing a table? I'm also an old friend with Seni and Ing Ing. This one's on me. In fact, Shin Fong has not given up on the pursuit of Sun Sini. Last week also sent her a microblogging about the meal to come, but Sun Sini busy with work as the reason for the refusal. Today so coincidentally met. He did not want to miss the opportunity to offer attentiveness. I'm fine with both. Just ask the two girls. Yang Hao waved his hand indifferently. Since brother Yang is fine with it, I'm fine with it too. Zhao Yingying grabbed the first opportunity to speak. The reason she agreed was because she had her own little mind. Shin Fong was obviously coming for Sun Sini, so the four of them could just make two pairs after he joined. She majored on Yang Hao and Shin Fong majored on Sun Sini. Both sides did not interfere with each other. Otherwise this best friend of theirs who pressed herself in every aspect was too much of a show stealer. Although she was now acting like she was just an ordinary friend with Yang Hao. But if this young brother really used up his ability to use his money, I'm afraid that this best friend of theirs might not be able to hold her own. Brother Yang, I'm sorry to bother you then. I'm going to go say hi to my coworkers. It's almost over there anyway. Shin Fong politely nodded at Yang Hao, then hurriedly carried the oil dish away, while Sun Seni gently pinched Zhao Yingying's thigh. Yingying, why did you agree to him? People are in love with you. Don't reject them. Zhao Yingying smiled and joked. Sun Seni responded with a blank stare. She had probably guessed what Zhao Yingying was thinking, but she felt that Zhao Yingying was overthinking it. So far she still only thought of Yang Hao as a good big brother. She was only 24 years old and didn't want to go and be a stepmother to someone yet. A few moments later, Shin Fong returned with a smile. He asked the waiter for a set of cutlery. His eyes swept around the table, ordering very little, and there weren't any more expensive ingredients. In my heart, I thought that this old man was a bit stingy, and he didn't even bother to spend money on inviting a beautiful woman to dinner. Brother Yang, Xine, Ing, what do you want to eat? I'll order more. I'll pay for this meal. No one can steal it. Shin Fong said graciously. I've been on a diet lately. Just ask them. Yang Hao gently waved his hand. Oh, Xine and Ing, you guys come then. Shin Fong nodded slightly, while in his heart, he couldn't help but spit out that this old man was quite good at finding excuses in order to save money. Just order what you want. Sini and I can't eat much. Zhao Yingying said. That'll do. Shin Fong ordered 1,000-layer tripe, a slippery beef, and a handmade shrimp slider, which are considered to be relatively expensive dishes at Haidileo, but together they are just over 100. Although Haidileo claimed to take the high-end route, but the price is also the mid-range level. More expensive than the popular hot pot restaurant 30% or 40% of the way, the ordinary workers can afford to eat. Mindy, how's it going at Bali? After ordering, Shin Fong began to strike up a conversation with Sun Sini. It's okay. Sun Sini faintly returned. I'm quite familiar with old Zhu. I'll say hello to him later and ask him to take care of you. Shin Fong began to mention people. This is the lowest level means of pretending. If you are really great there is no need to mention others to set off your greatness. The key was that this old Zhu he was talking about was still someone Sun Sini hated more. The other side full name Zhu Honggang is Boli Fitness Center personal trainer supervisor. With several female customers have an incestuous relationship. Even so also cheeky pursuit of Sun Sini it. No need. It's quite good now. Sun Sini gently shook her head. In fact, Shin Fong just casually said that it was not true that he and Zhu Honggang knew each other, but they did not have much friendship. Ugh, the economy isn't doing so well this year. Even the classes aren't selling well. I sold a total of 50,000 just last month. The other coaches in the store combined only sold for $210,000. Shin Fong seems to spit, but in fact is showing off. He is a gym's personal trainer supervisor. Take the commission is higher than the ordinary trainer, and also from the store's total sales in the draw, plus the income of the class fee and so on. A month can earn almost $30,000. Of course this is not a steady income. 10 or 20,000 a month is the norm. This secretive way of his bragging was unintelligible to laymen because laymen didn't know the commission situation in their line of work, but Sun Sini must have been able to figure it out. So his words were actually telling Sun Sini that he was now earning $30,000 a month. And for the man's bragging tactics Sun Sini is actually very understandable, because the pursuit of men often engage in these things. After seeing more and more she has been numb. At this moment she even want to dislike back. You 30,000 a month. It's none of my business. What's more, do you know that brother Yang sitting next to you spent more than $30,000 yesterday just on buying lessons and membership cards? And later spent more than $50,000 on buying a bag, and drove a car worth more than $1 million. It's true that a monthly income of 30,000 is a lot compared to the average laborer. But what do you have to show off in front of a tycoon like Yang? Where's brother Yang getting rich? Seeing that Sun Sini didn't answer, Shin Fong had the sense not to continue this topic and turned his head to strike up a conversation with Yang Hao. In his opinion there are two ways to raise one's stature. One is to raise oneself and the other is to use others to raise oneself. Lifting himself up he had used, to lesser effect, so he was going to try the second way, using the sense of jaggedness that came with the comparison to elevate his stature. And after more than 10 years of catering, Yang Hao, who has seen countless people, saw through this little old brother's mind at a glance. It's understandable that young people like to express themselves in front of the girl they love. So Yang Hao cooperated and said, currently unemployed and at home. Qin Feng was slightly stunned, not expecting that he had actually met a soft target. I'm still unemployed at my age. No wonder I'm stingy when it comes to inviting beautiful women to dinner. 30, my beloved old baby. And what did Zhang do before? Qin Feng is still very steady, wanting to find out the bottom of Yang Hao, in case the person's previous work is very powerful. At the moment is just resting for a period of time. Delivery. Yang Hao returned truthfully. Oh, that's pretty tough. Qin Feng lamented. A sense of superiority arose, and his chest drew up 2 centimeters. He couldn't compare himself to a successful person, but he undoubtedly had crushing power if he compared himself to a delivery brother. While listening to the conversation between the two, Zhao Engying couldn't help but silently spit it out in her mind. There he goes again. The bad taste of this rich man pretending to be poor. Ask you if you have a room. Tell me no. Ask if you have a car. Tell me BYD. The results. You casually spend over 80,000 a day and drive $1 million BYD. And a delivery boy? I'll believe the hell out of you. The old baby is bad as hell. Zhao Engying spat madly for a while, then gave Qin Feng a somewhat sympathetic look, thinking in her heart what kind of mood the other party would be in when he knew the truth. Brother Yang, I've heard that delivery is also quite lucrative. It's said that some people can make $20,000 a month. Qin Feng spoke again. That kind of income is extremely rare, and it's only possible if you run at least 12 hours a day for a month without a break. Yang Hao, after all, sent a few months of takeout. Understand the real income of the takeout operator. In the capital city of Jiangcheng, this kind of provincial capital city does have a monthly income of more than 20,000 takeout brother, but that is really no day and night running. Money is to take the life of the exchange, and the most he's ever earned in a month was $11,000, which counts him as one of the harder workers in the takeout boy group. In fact, Yang Hao's previous career plan is to send a period of takeout to save a few tens of thousands of dollars in startup capital, and then rent a small door in the middle of nowhere to continue to do catering, starting with snacks, or get a food truck. But the system came down so that he didn't have to struggle that way anymore. I thought delivery really made that much. It's catching up with me. Qin Feng seized the opportunity to show off. Yang Hao laughed. That must not be as good as you, old brother Qin. You can't say that. Actually, we fitness instructors make hard money, Qin Feng modestly said, then also used the male chopsticks to give Yang Hao a slice of tripe. He was very satisfied with this cudgel. Brother Yang, try this. It's quite tasty. Thanks. I'll just do it myself. Yang Hao was also quite satisfied with this little old brother and felt that he knew his manners. By the way, Heartland, is it edible? Yang Hao now completely treated Sun Sini as his nutritional advisor, asking her before eating anything. It's okay to eat less, Sun Sini said back. Yang Hao nodded his head and immediately put the maw that Qin Feng chucked to himself in the dipping sauce and then sent it to his mouth to chew and swallow. For a person who is on a diet, today's meal is considered an indulgence. Yang Hao can't help but feel a trace of guilt rising in his heart after eating, thinking that tomorrow he will try to cut back what he ate today. Qin Feng, who heard the conversation between the two men, was secretly smiling in his heart, thinking that this old man's weight loss persona was doing quite well, and he hadn't forgotten about it even at this moment. Seni, I might be promoted to store manager after a while. If you're not happy working at Boli, come to my store. You'll definitely be more comfortable with me than at Boli, Qin Feng added to Sun Seni. Yeah. Sun Seni was casually perfunctory. Seeing her lack of interest, Qin Feng looked at Yang Hao again. Brother Yang, do you have any idea of switching to become a fitness instructor? Actually, your condition is quite suitable. Just lose 30 to 40 pounds and then gain muscle. How can you make more money as a fitness instructor than you do as a delivery boy? And there's a good chance you'll meet a rich woman, so maybe you'll be able to change your life against the odds. Yang Hao nodded, then asked with a smile. So did you meet a rich woman? Met is met, but I'm not a fan of soft food. I still want to fight for myself. What you want can actually be obtained by your own efforts. I just mortgaged a house over in Hongshan last month, which is also the result of my efforts over the years. Qin Feng boasted and showed off the fact that he was a homeowner again. Elder brother Qin is really young and promising. Yang Hao heartfelt praise. Now the average price of houses in Jiangcheng is 15,000 or so. Qin Feng, this age can mortgage a house is indeed not easy. How can I be considered young and talented? Not even close. Qin Feng smiled modestly, becoming more and more satisfied with Yang Hao as a croupier. and Yang Hao simply did not go to the idea of pretending to hit the face. Like his kind of experienced people really do not care to go and fight with a small young man, especially their own is still a hangman. The victory is not martial. As the saying goes, let him pretend, and the wind will blow over the mountains, let him show off, and the moon will shine over the rivers. We've all been young. We're all young if we don't play hard to get. Yang Hao looked at Qin Feng's inadvertent flow of forced qi, and instead had the feeling of seeing himself when he was young. He already had 2 hot pot restaurants when he was Qin Feng's age. In his 20s, his career was a little successful, and Yang Hao floated for a while, pretending to be in front of his friends or women all day long. Let's just say what age does what right. However, Yang Hao didn't go to suppress Qin Feng mainly because the other party wasn't very aggressive and didn't mindlessly taunt and pull hatred. If the other party was really maliciously pulling and stepping on him, then Yang Hao wouldn't mind teaching this young little old man a lesson. But Zhao Yingying's thoughts in Yang Hao is completely different. In her opinion, she looks at this old baby as simply too dark. You obviously in terms of financial strength is crushing each other, but pretending to be nothing? And then quietly look at the other side in front of you to show off some insignificant things, but also trampled on the side of the joke. Is it a moral decline or a twisting of human nature? The old baby is so scary when he goes belly up. He saw me the other day and replied we're not right for each other. I hope you'll cooperate. So I guess that's the mentality he's in now. But since my old baby likes to act, I have to go along with it. So, Zhao Yingying asked, Brother Yang, did you give the house to your ex-wife when you divorced? The house was sold. We split the money, and then my share was used to pay off the debt. Yang Hao replied truthfully. However, after hearing Yang Hao's answer, Zhao Yingying's mouth couldn't help but twitch violently for 2 seconds. This old baby is really climbing up the ladder when given a ladder and sell the house and split the money to pay off the debt? Thanks for thinking of it. Qin Feng, who heard the conversation between the two, was stunned. He didn't expect Yang Hao to be not only an unemployed old man, but also an unemployed old man who was divorced and in debt. With his negative buffs almost stacked up, for a while, he actually pitied Yang Hao a little. No wonder he wants to set up a dieting persona to save money. This big brother is really broke. That's how people tend to be. When interacting with someone on the same level as you, they always want to overpower the other person and put them down. But when you are faced with someone who is far inferior to you, the good part of your heart will be infinitely amplified, and you will pity him and willingly want to help him. At this moment, Qin Feng was born with this kind of mind. He looked at Yang Hao and opened his mouth to comfort him. Brother Yang, in fact, divorce may not be a bad thing, because you have a forest again. If you work hard enough, you'll surely have a big tree with many branches and leaves again someday. Like a good one like Ying Ying. Right, Ying Ying? As the words fell, Qin Feng also gave Zhao Yingying a wink, which meant that the other party should cooperate and comfort the lost old man. This sudden divine assistance, on the other hand, made Zhao Yingying smile with joy as she nodded her head repeatedly. Right, old Qin is right. And at the same time Zhao Yingying could not help but cast an admiring glance at Qin Feng. The heart silently lamented, the old Qin you stepped on the horse is simply worthy of enjoying the temple 31. Luxury brands that don't screw the poor. Yang Hao laughed. This little old brother with only 3 stages of forced qi was still a strange person who could comfort. However, he believed that at this moment Qin Feng's words came from his heart. After a meal, little old Qin Feng took the initiative to pay the bill. Brother Yang, this meal doesn't count as my treat, so I can only treat you next time. Qin Feng buying the bill in turn gave Zhao Yingying another reason to ask Yang Hao out again. Well, we'll make another date sometime. Yang Hao nodded perfunctorily. What with the opportunity and time, such words belonged to the category of empty checks. And listening to the conversation between the two people, Qin Feng realized that this meal turned out to be Zhao Yingying to invite. He speculated in his mind that he estimated that this takeaway big brother is to help Zhao Yingying what favor. Brother Yang, it's only after 3 o'clock. Let's hang out for a little while longer. It won't affect you picking up the kids, Zhao Yingying said as she looked at the time on her wristwatch. Well, just as well. I'm thinking of buying a couple of outfits for my daughter, so you and Sunny can help with the reference. Kindergarten ends at 4:30, and it's only a 15-minute drive from Starlight City, so there's plenty of time. Yes, I especially love little girls and sometimes wonder if it would be nice to have a daughter. Zhao Yingying wasted no time in revealing her heart. Yang Hao smiled without saying anything. This woman's abacus was slapping him in the face. Due to the precedent of Li Manchu, he was resistant to this kind of woman, but he didn't mind if it could be developed into an NPC, so he could use the other party as a tool person for swiping rewards. After all, Zhao Yingying looks and body are not bad, although the worship of gold but is also considered to worship the frank and open. Women want to be with you always have to figure something, either figure wealth, or figure color. Yang Hao, a 35-year-old man who thinks nothing colorful to figure. Then people figure wealth is also reasonable. And through the conversation between Yang Hao and Zhao Yingying, Little old Chin Fong did grasp another key message. This takeaway big brother is not only old, poor, unemployed and divorced, but even has a daughter. It was amazing that this negative buff was pulled all the way through him. He suddenly felt a little ridiculous that he had just thought that the other party was Sun Sunny's suitor when he had a chance encounter at the bottom of the sea. But where this takeaway brother has a mirror, there's no way he could have had that thought. After completely ruling out the identity of the other party's competitor, Chin Fong was in a much better mood again, and was trying to liven up the atmosphere the entire time he was shopping. After browsing through 2 children's clothing stores, however, he was somewhat speechless. Yang Hao, who said he would buy clothes for his daughter, surprisingly didn't spend a penny. But Zhao Yingying and Sun Sinny bought 2 sets of clothes for this takeaway big brother's daughter respectively. Chin Fong looked at Yang Hao, and couldn't help but spit up in his heart. Although you are poor, but so griping about people's beautiful wool is good? In fact, Yang Hao was quite helpless. He didn't even intend to let the 2 women spend money, but the 2 secretly settled the bill. Zhao Yingying's statement was an apology, while Sun Sinny was an expression of gratitude. Ding! Trigger random quest, the rich man's reward. Plant a grain of millet in the spring and harvest 10,000 seeds in the fall. Let the people who have willingly invested in you feel the joy of the harvest. Mission content. Sun Sinny and Zhao Yingying spend 100 times the amount of money back to the gift. Mission rewards. Learning card *1. 5x spending cashback card *1. Just as Yang Hao was thinking of the opportunity to buy a few sets of clothes for the 2 as a return gift as well, the system beep suddenly sounded. Yang Hao was already used to the system beeps that occasionally rang out, but his eyes still lit up when he heard the reward. It goes without saying that the 5x spend cashback card is a money swiping tool, and he had previously acquired a 10x one. The learning card appeared in Wang Shueru's quest before, but it seems that he didn't have a chance to complete that quest. But this time he had a chance. The content of the task is to spend 100 times the amount of money back to the gift. Yang Hao silently counted in his heart. Sun Sinny spent a total of 536 yuan. Zhao Yingying spent 552 yuan. 1 is $53. 601 is $55. 200 at 100 times. It added up to less than $110,000. And he still had over $200,000 on his bank card, which was more than enough. The fact that this money is returned 5 times after the main spend is the best part. Ying, this children's clothing is almost bought. Let's go to LV to shop. Chin Fong decided to show a wave of financial strength in front of his favorite goddess, consuming more than 10,000 to add a bit to himself to install beige single. Yes, he is ready to consume for himself. He often swiped a certain boy's video, and one of the other's classic quotes was that money is for women, not for women to spend. Chin Fong felt that this sentence made sense. It wouldn't matter if he bought dinner or something else, but this kind of big spending still had to be smashed on himself. As the saying goes, if you bloom, butterflies will come. Drop money on yourself to attract prettier butterflies. Of course, if Sun Sinny really took a fancy to a certain inexpensive item, he was also able to give it to the other party, but only if the favor is received. At the very least a little hand-pulling, and a little kiss would be perfect. As for the direct lead to the hotel, he did not dare to think. After all, no, Sun Sinny is not a day or 2 days. The other party is not the kind of person who is easily corrupted by material things. Old Chin, you're really developed. You dare to shop at LV. Zhao Yingying laughed and joked. Isn't that what making money is all about? Spending it. Chin Fong forced a full shrug, and added, besides it is not every day to buy LV. Occasionally shopping is still affordable. Saying that, Chin Fong looked at Yang Hao again. Brother Yang, you can't let the 2 beauties pay for the bill again when we get to LV. That's natural. Yang Hao nodded, while in his heart he silently said, sorry little old brother. Big brother really did not want to pretend to be a beep today, but the system gives too much. If you spend 110,000, 5 times cashback is $550,000, netting over $400. 000 is too good a smell to turn down, so the group of 4 headed straight for LV. When passing by Prada, Sun Sinny casually swept a glance into the window, and then looked at the same handbag bag she was carrying, her heart inexplicably a little satisfied. It feels like the guy you've been thinking about for a long time is finally being courted. Zhao Yingying also subconsciously glanced into the window, then looked at the same model carried on her own best friend. Full of envy, she looked at Yang Hao again out of the corner of her eye, and pondered in her heart that she must take down this earthy big brother. Giving the little princess of the rich family to be a stepmother is always 10,000 times stronger than giving a poor mother to be an old mother. Starlight City. This LV store is very large. There are nearly 300 square feet, and in the first floor of the most central area. From the mall's main entrance into the Starlight City can be seen after the store's logo. It can be said that this LV is the face of the Starlight City. It didn't work out that Hermes, the big brother of luxury brands, declined Star City's invitation to move in. Therefore, LV, which is the most familiar to the public, has become the boss of these luxury brands in Star City. Since the store was large enough and had a very complete assortment, Jinfeng fully implemented the guidelines of a certain child and looked at the men's clothing after entering the store, with a look of pleasing only himself. While Sun Xini and Zhao Yingying were naturally not interested in shopping for men's clothing with him, the two of them first browsed the luggage area and then the jewelry area. LV jewelry is not the main product. Women prefer Cartier, Bulgari and other brands, but in the past 2 years LV has also put a lot of effort in jewelry. After all, the profit is high enough. Ha! That's a pretty bracelet. Zhao Yingying stopped in front of the jewelry counter. Her eyes fell on a bracelet. The bracelet is small and exquisite, mainly LV logo cleverly set on it. This wore out very rowdy. Sun Xini followed her best friend's gaze and was also attracted to the bracelet. There is no girl who doesn't like this kind of jewelry. However, after seeing the price below, she subconsciously frowned. Bracelet in 18K gold for 56,500. It's like a money grab. This would be a couple $100 tops without the LV logo. These luxury brands, they really don't screw the poor. 32. That's a bad breed of dog liquor. You have a good eye. Miss, this is the newest model in the Discovery Collection. Available in 2 colors. You two can just about wear a boudoir model. The counterkeeper is very enthusiastic, because Sun Xini and Zhao Yingying's overall temperament is very good. Especially Sun Xini's hand is still carrying Prada's new handbag bag. Obviously has this spending power. Try it on, both of you. The counter girl said and brought out both bracelets of the same style from the counter. One in the traditional gold color and the other in rose gold. Zhao Yingying preferred the traditional gold color. Immediately tried on, although she simply could not afford to consume. But also as a counter attendant she knew that at this time she could not show stage fright. She must be confident. Anyway, try on and do not spend money. Sun Xini, on the other hand, was a bit hesitant. After all, more than 50,000. Not a small amount. But she also knew that she couldn't wimp out at this point or she would be humiliated. So she picked up the rose gold bracelet. She did like the color better compared to gold. It wouldn't be as high key as gold. It had more of a textured feel to it. Xini, how's it going? Zhao Yingying put the bracelet on her wrist and shook it, a smile on her face. Good looking. Sun Xini nodded her head. Price aside, this bracelet was indeed quite good looking. Although it somewhat imitated Cartier's design elements, it did not hinder its beauty. But the thing is, that can't throw off the price. It's over $50,000. Sun Xini has an average monthly salary of about $10,000, which means that this bracelet she will have to save half a year's money without eating or drinking before she can afford it. Xini, what are you looking at? At this time, Jinfeng carried a LV shopping bag and walked over with a smile on his face. He just bought a belt, spending more than 5,000. Old Qin, what did you buy here? Zhao Yingying saw the shopping bag in Qin Feng's hand and asked with some surprise. She didn't expect the other party to actually spend money not long after entering the store. A belt that's just over 5,000. Feels like pretty good value for money. Qin Feng smiled back, and then also looked at Yang Hao who was standing by the side, trying to find a shocked expression on the face of this takeaway big brother. After all, a belt was almost worth a month's salary for him. But the other party was very calm, as if he hadn't heard what he said. He was a little disappointed, and could not help but silently spit in his heart. Big brother, you are not generous. Just now during the meal to hold the comic hold so slippery. Almost catch up with master you. This moment how to become a mute. Feeling this little old brother's eager gaze, Yang Hao probably guessed what he was thinking, and immediately cooperated. A belt of more than 5,000 is too expensive. Yang Hao has a good feeling about this little old man who has only 3 stages of forced chi, and he didn't come to step on him when he was pretending to be a beeper. So Yang Hao chose to help this little old man to hold up the comedy once more. After all, he might accidentally hurt him himself in a moment. Qin Feng didn't expect this takeaway big brother to be so uptight. A big smile immediately appeared on his face. His gaze fell back to Sun Xini, wanting to see his goddess's reaction. However, the other party's attention wasn't even with him, it was instead on his own wrist. The rose gold bracelet was small and delicate, and it was a perfect match for her slender, snow-white wrists. Xini, this bracelet matches you. Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief, then looked at the counter girl and asked, Beauty, how much is this bracelet? Sir, this is the newest model in the Discovery series, currently priced at $56,000. The counter girl returned with a smile on her face. However, the smile on Qin Feng's face disappeared. 56,000 for a bracelet. He felt really redundant asking such a question. Old Qin, you're not going to give Xini this bracelet, are you? At this time, Zhao Yingying said with a smile. She and Qin Feng were about the same age and were both at the stage where they liked to show off. While this Qin Feng guy had been secretly pretending to be a beeper since dinner. A gold-digging woman like Zhao Yingying, who studied men all day, had long seen through his little tricks, but was just too lazy to dislike him. And this moment Qin Feng bought a belt of more than 5,000 and came to pretend to be a beep, but also pulled his own fancy old baby to give him a joke. Zhao Engying really cannot see past it, which precisely choked him a sentence. In his heart, he was silently spitting. What class are you? Pretending to be a beeper in front of my old baby. People drive over $1 million of luxury cars. Since the beginning of the Loki cannot, and then look at you. In addition to pretending to be a beep is paving the way for the beep. The problem is that you are not really have that capital. That's why the real big boys are very low-key, like her old baby brother Yang is. Of course if Sunny likes it. Qin Feng was first stunned for a moment, then stiffly replied back. This bracelet really suits the young lady. At this time the counter girl hurriedly interjected. This kind of scene she has seen a lot. For face to pay the bill Lickspittle a lot, and she will not be for the sake of Lickspittle's wallet. Whoever told you to be a Lickspittle deserves to punch your own performance. After the counter girl finished speaking, she looked at Qin Feng with an expectant face. But this licking dog was obviously lacking in financial resources, and immediately moved away after meeting her gaze before pulling out her cell phone from her pocket. Excuse me, picking up a phone call. As the words fell, Qin Feng held up his cell phone and headed towards another area. The counterkeeper couldn't help but roll her eyes, while in her heart she sighed with pity. This licking dog breed is not pure. Some licking dogs will buy the goddess the desired gift even if the credit card installment. On the side, Zhao Engying shook her head with a smile, not realizing that the counter sister had scared the other party away just by saying one sentence. Sun Sinny, on the other hand, took off the bracelet and put it back into the wrapped box. In fact, even if Qin Feng really sent it, she wouldn't accept it. The gift was too expensive. Miss, this bracelet really suits you. Not wanting to give up the business, the counter girl continued to persuade. We'll see. Zhao Engying also took off the bracelet. $56,000 for a bracelet. She can't afford it. In fact, a ring from the same collection would suit both of you. The counter girl pointed to the relatively inexpensive ring again and introduced it, then skillfully put the two bracelets back into the box. However, right at this moment, a large hand suddenly rested on the counter. The counter attendant tilted her head in confusion. Then the man who had little presence throughout said to her, I'll take these two bracelets, go write a check. Ha! The counter girl was first stunned. Then there was a burst of ecstasy. Okay, I'll go right away. She worked in this store for 3 years. The tycoon did not see less. Without saying a word on the consumption of hundreds of thousands of the kind of people have also met a few times. So when Yang Hao suddenly opened her mouth she was only slightly surprised, and then immediately reacted to their own meat tycoon again. Yang, what are you? Sun Sinny, who heard the conversation between Yang Hao and the counter sister, was confused. 56,000 a bracelet. He wanted to buy two in one breath. Zhao Engying's thoughts were, he wants two. So is one of them going to be for me? 33, aren't you a delivery boy? Yang Hao nodded at Sun Sinny with a smile on his face, then walked directly to the cashier and swiped his card to pay in style. Sir, what is the last number of your cell phone to help you with your points? The counter girl asked with a smile on her face. In her opinion, this outspoken tycoon is definitely a regular customer of their LV, and should have a membership. No members. Yang Hao returned indifferently. I'll run one for you then. The counter girl was a bit surprised and immediately smiled back. Yes. Yang Hao nodded. This would be useful in the future. So, the counter girl enthusiastically helped Yang Hao to apply for the membership. Brother Yang, is it convenient to add your micro message? In the future, if you want to buy LV, you can find me directly. Don't worry, I won't send advertisements to bother you. Yes, the cell phone number just now is the microphone number. This counter sister's service enthusiasm is very eye-catching. Yang Hao's micro-telephone list is not lacking such a position. Okay, I'll add you now. Seeing Yang Hao agree, the smile on the counter girl's face grew wider. The counter attendants of luxury brands like them actually share a similar mentality with Zhao Engying, and catching a golden son-in-law is their ultimate goal. And Yang Hao, the low-key and generous big brother, is considered a better target. Brother Yang, you and the two ladies wait in the rest area first. I'll go to the warehouse to pick up the goods. Yuki, help greet the three guests. The counter girl instructed the other clerk and then walked quickly towards the stockroom. The clerk named Xiao Shui then took Yang Hao's trio to the rest area and enthusiastically brought drinks and snacks. A few moments later, the counter girl who had sold the goods before went and returned. She placed the two bracelets she had just fetched on the coffee table and looked at Sun Sinny and Zhao Engying with a smile. Two young ladies, please examine the goods. This. Sun Sinny looked at Yang Hao with shock and entanglement written all over her face. Although she knew that Yang Hao had already paid for it and guessed that he was supposed to give the two bracelets to herself and Zhao Engying. But when the counter girl handed the bracelet in front of her, she still felt that it was all too surreal, mainly too shocked. Two bracelets more than 10,000 without saying a word to pay the money. That posture with her to spend $10 is not much difference. You guys gave Ruwashi a gift. I can't be without a gesture. Yang Hao faintly replied back, but inside he was frantically urging the two to hurry up and inspect the goods and collect the gifts so that he could settle the mission rewards. Thank you, brother Yang. Zhao Engying was not as entangled as Sun Sini. She thanked her with a smile on her face and then took the golden bracelet and carefully examined it. Thank you, brother Yang. Sun Sini also said thank you, then picked up the rose-pink bracelet. To say that she didn't like it was impossible. She just felt that the gift was too expensive and didn't quite dare to accept it. Ladies, I've requested 2 bottles of perfume for you as a giveaway, plus some small samples of our LV perfumes. When Zhao Engying and Sun Sini finished inspecting the goods, the counter attendant handed over a shopping bag with a smile, which contained 2 bottles of 100 milliliters perfume, as well as a dozen 10 milliliters perfume samples. Thanks, Zhao Engying joyfully thanked. Often study luxury goods, she knows LV giveaways are notoriously small, and the counter keeper even gave away 2 bottles of perfume. To know that each bottle of perfume is sold at 2,500, the total value of these 2 bottles of perfume has caught up with Qin Feng's belt. Of course, the reason why such an expensive gift could be given was that Yang Hao's consumption amount exceeded 100,000, and secondly, the other party wanted to keep such a big customer as Yang Hao. This practice Zhao Engying will also be used in the sale of goods. If she feels that the other party is a large customer, have the ability to follow up the consumption of time will give a little more gifts to brush a wave of goodwill. You're welcome. If you two ladies need anything in the future, just look for me. You can add a tweet if it's convenient. The counter girl responded politely. In her opinion, Sun Sini and Zhao Engying were also potential customers. Even though the two might not have the spending power, their men should have that power, such as this low-key brother Yang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest, Rich Man's Reward. Rewards in the pipeline. Just as Sun Sini, Zhao Engying and the counter sister were adding each other's Weibo messages, the system prompt also sounded in Yang Hao's mind. The next second, his ICBC account arrived with $565,000 of consumer cashback. In the virtual system backpack, there is an additional learning card. Yang Hao immediately checked the attributes of this learning card. Using this card would give him the super learning ability of 24 hours of unforgettable learning. Unforgettable? It does look strong. People to the middle age of Yang Hao memory has been signs of decline. Learning ability and young completely incomparable. And this learning card is undoubtedly a very good learning aids props. After the use of anything he has seen within 24 hours will not forget. Then as long as there were enough study cards, he could easily make up for his shortcomings of insufficient knowledge base and low cultural level. In fact, most of the industry spelled to the end of the fight is the cultural heritage. Here to emphasize that culture is not the same as education. A degree is just a piece of paper, a knock on the door. An advanced degree only proves that you are at the leading edge of this track of test-based education. However, cultural cultivation is the embodiment of a person's comprehensive quality, which includes cultural knowledge, language skills, social skills, learning ability, art appreciation, moral and cultural cultivation and so on. That's why there's a saying circulating on the internet that universities screen for scum, but not for human scum. And the study card, when utilized well, is something that can enhance Yang Hao's cultural cultivation, which is important for a rich man. Those thugs with low cultural training will end up being thugs and will not go far. The counter girl enthusiastically sent the 3 out of the LV boutique. And at this time the little brother Qin Feng is still in the store door next to the pretense of calling it. See the 3 out, he rushed to the phone sound, which ended the call. Seni, I'm really sorry, there's a dispute between a customer and a coach in the store. I'm the head of private tutoring, and I have to deal with it. Qin Feng said with an apologetic face before his gaze fell on the LV shopping bags in the hands of Sun Sini and Zhao Engying. The shopping bags that both of them were holding in their hands were small and looked like they should be filled with something like jewelry or perfume. Xine, Ying, what did you guys buy here? After running off under the guise of answering the phone, Qin Feng also looked in from outside the store. But he couldn't see inside at all and didn't realize that Yang Hao had already bought the 2 bracelets. It's the bracelet we tried on. Zhao Engying returned with a dejected face, then added, Brother Yang gave it to me. He said he was thanking me and Sini for buying clothes for Ruwashi. At those words, Qin Feng was instantly confused as he looked straight at Yang Hao, his eyes filled with shock. No, aren't you a delivery boy? You ended up buying 2 bracelets for over $50,000 in one go? What an international joke. Brother Yang, Ying is joking with me, right? Qin Feng really couldn't believe what Zhao Engying said and immediately opened his mouth to ask, what do you think? Yang Hao asked rhetorically with a smile. I think she is teasing me, Qin Feng said. Yang Hao laughed and didn't pick up again, but gently and patted his little old brother's shoulder. It's getting late. I have to go pick up my daughter from school. See you later. Seni, Ying, are you guys going to continue shopping, or do you need me to take you back? Yang Hao looked at Sun Seni and Zhao Engying again. no more shopping, we'll give you a ride back. Zhao Yingying immediately replied back. She still wanted to stay with this old baby of hers for a little longer, even if it was just for 10 minutes. Sun Sini also nodded. The party's experience was too magical. She had to go back and digest it. My car's in the underground parking lot too. Join me. Since Yang Hao didn't answer his question positively, Qin Feng defaulted to the speculation that Zhao Yingying was joking. After all, the 2 bracelets cost $1,100,000, and Yang Hao simply didn't look like the kind of person who could take out $1,100,000. Especially Zhao Yingying's reason was bull asterisk, saying that it was Yang Hao who gave the bracelet as a return gift. But the children's clothes that Sun Sini and Zhao Yingying bought only totaled about $1,000. To say that buying 2 bottles of perfume as a return gift was still possible, the group took the elevator to the underground parking lot, and Qin Feng took the initiative to say, Sini, Yingying, why don't I give you a ride? Don't waste Yang's time if he has to pick up the kids. Speaking at the same time, this little old man of the 3rd stage of the Chi of Forcing took out the car key with 4 circles from his pocket, and then gently pressed the unlock button, and the lights of an Audi A4L not far away immediately flashed twice. Qin Feng's this Audi A4L is a 2013 model. He spent $80,000 to buy a 4-handed car. Usually can fool some people who only recognize the car label does not know the car. After all, for circles in the ordinary people's minds still have some row. No, we'll just take Yang's car. Zhao Yingying decisively refused. There are millions of luxury cars, do not sit. Go to sit on your 8-hand Audi. Think what? Okay, Yang, where did you park your car? While asking the question, Qin Feng subconsciously swept his gaze around the underground parking lot. Then he saw a domineering-looking Rangoon U8 parked not far away. His pupils slightly shrunk, and he couldn't help but exclaim out in shock, asterisk. There's really someone who buys this car, over $1 million for a BYD. There is something absolutely wrong with your brain. 34, goose in an iron pot. Qin, old brother, you can't say that. It's 2024. The Manchurian Qing dynasty has been dead for more than 100 years. We Chinese should be more confident. Yang Hao patted Qin Feng's shoulder. This little old brother is not very old, but his thoughts are somewhat unable to keep up with the times. The time when the foreign moon was rounder than the domestic one has long passed. The overall improvement of national quality and the arrival of the era of short videos have shattered the filter of foreign countries as paradise that has been operated for years by the public knowers and traders. Even though foreign countries are still leading in many areas, we should not be so presumptuous as to deny our own progress and strength. Brother Yang, you probably don't recognize that car. That's BYD's Rangoon U8. It costs over $1,200,000 on the ground. Although domestic cars have gotten better over the past few years, over $1 million for a BYD is outrageous. And the problem is that people actually buy them. If it isn't pure and simple great injustice. Tick. Qin Feng was spitting out his words when he saw Yang Hao silently pull out a car key. The next thing you know, look up and the U8's matrix headlights light up a bit. This? Qin Feng was completely confused, looking straight at Yang Hao with shock in his eyes. I'm what you call a big wrong seed. Yang Hao smiled, then waved his hand at Qin Feng. See you later, old brother Qin. After saying that, he walked straight to the Rangoon U8. Pulled open the door and sat in the driver's seat. Old Qin, you're too impetuous. In the future you should learn from other people's young to keep a low profile. Zhao Yingying wasted no time in making up for it, and then she sat in the back row of the ranging U8 with Sun Sini. Qin Feng, on the other hand, stood still and froze for a long time before coming back to his senses, hoping he's been showing his superiority this afternoon in front of a bigot in a lookup U8. At this moment, thinking about his own series of operations, embarrassment, his hate to find a crack in the ground, he spits though that people who spend over $1 million on a BYD are big ingrates. However, it cannot be denied that such a person is really rich, because he spends more than $1 million on the Rangoon U8. Probability is just as a big toy. So it seems that it should also be true that this Yang bought 2 bracelets in one go. MD, obviously a landlord, but he said he was a delivery man. Do you deliver in a lookup U8? Qin Feng spat madly in his mind. He had spent the afternoon playing beep if he was on thin ice and careful, just trying to create the effect of an invisible pretense. It turned out that the one he used as a backdrop was the real king of pussy. Belpro kindergarten entrance. Yang Hao was dragged by Zhang Guilan to ask about a blind date just after he arrived. Yang, how was your chat with my niece? It's not appropriate to meet today. Yang Hao shrugged. It must be Ying again. Zhang Guilan frowned and spat. That girl is not pragmatic at all. All she thinks about is finding some rich guy all day long. That rich man isn't a little cutie either. She's 27. How nice for the rich guy to find a little girl in her early 20s. Zhang Guilan is a penetrating person. And her words are also true. Rich men naturally like young and beautiful young girls. The truth is, it's not just rich men. It's men who like to be young and pretty. It's just that for most ordinary men, young and beautiful women are a scarce resource, which means they can just look at them in short videos. Just as Jean Guilan sputtered, kindergarten ended. Soon Ruwashi was let out of the classroom with the children by the teacher. Daddy, Daddy! Ruwashi waved her hand while shouting cheerfully. Jiang Yuchi, who had also seen Yang Hao, nodded at him before signaling that Ruwashi could leave. The little girl immediately darted to her dad's side. Yang Hao, on the other hand, bent down and picked up his baby girl, asking as he walked toward the parked Rangoon U8, "Did you have fun at kindergarten today? Happy. So what's been learned?" "MS. Kiki taught us to memorize old poems." "What poem?" Yang Hao asked curiously. Ruwashi blinked her big eyes and thought seriously for a while. Then only then did she recite in a milky voice, "Goose goose 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 goose." Ruwashi kept repeating the first 3 words, apparently forgetting all the verses that followed. The corner of Yang Hao's mouth gently twitched. He felt that his precious daughter really didn't have much of a talent for learning, which seemed to have been inherited from him. "Where's the goose behind the goose?" Yang Hao pursued, trying to put a little pressure on this little girl. "Goose goose goose." Ruwashi's big eyes dripped and turned, giving the impression that the CPU was about to burn. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she exclaimed, "Goose, goose, goose, goose in an iron pot. Pluck the feathers and boil the water. Onion oil first." "Dad, that's the old poem MS. Kiki taught us." Ruwashi nuzzled her little mouth with a look that said, "Daddy praise me soon." Yang Hao, on the other hand, was filled with black lines, crying and laughing. "Goose goose goose, iron skillet goose stew, an old poem? I don't know what bear adapted it either. I'm afraid the lot coffin boards are getting too tight to hold down." But the magic is after listening to Ruwashi's song Winged Goose, Yang Hao for a moment actually somewhat forgot the original version. "Ruwashi, are you sure this poem was taught to you by MS. Chi? Yang Hao asked somewhat breathlessly. "Yeah." Ruwashi nodded heavily. Yang Hao sighed and said, "Then listen to this poem of Dad's, Goose, 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 singing to the sky with a curved neck, white hair floating in green water, red palms plucking clear waves. Ha, I think MS. Kiki taught this one." After Yang Hao finished memorizing the genuine version of Winged Goose, Ruwashi's little face suddenly showed a dazed expression. "And who did you learn that poem from just now?" "Pang Hao Xuan." Ruwashi thought for a moment, then chimed in with the name of a child. "Learn less from him in the future," Yang Hao admonished. "Oh, I know." Ruwashi smiled and nodded, then suddenly changed the topic. "I don't know if little auntie will still cook for me today. I love my sister-in-law's cooking so much." Yang Hao somewhat helplessly touched the little girl's forehead and explained, "Ruwashi, auntie has to go to work and doesn't have time to cook for us every day. Then can we get auntie not to work, like mommy used to do?" Ruwashi said with a big wink. "Then you'll have to ask your sister-in-law." Yang Hao smiled back. "Then I'll ask my sister-in-law now. Dad, lend me your cell phone." Ruwashi did have strong executive power and immediately had to communicate with her sister-in-law. Yang Hao hesitated for a moment, but still pulled out his cell phone and handed it to the little girl. Ruwashi skillfully found his sister-in-law's Weixin, then directly sent out a voice call request. "Brother-in-law, is something wrong?" The voice connected and Manny Lee's voice came through. "Auntie, it's me." Ruwashi took over the conversation beautifully, then asked bluntly, "Auntie, can you not go to work?" "No, Auntie has to work to earn money to support herself." Manny Lee returned. "Oh." Ruwashi was a little disappointed, but soon her big eyes lit up again. "Auntie, I've thought of a way to keep you from working." "What way?" Manny Lee asked with interest. "Let Daddy feed you all." Ruwashi replied with a serious face, and then also looked at her father who was hugging her, as if she was asking for her own father's opinion. 35. "Thank you, Brother Yang." Although it was childish, Manny Lee who heard this clearly didn't know how to answer. Yang Hao held his forehead with one hand and hurriedly took back his cell phone to change the topic. "Manny, you're not off work yet, are you?" "Yeah, still on the way out for an interview. Guess it's going to be a late day." Manny Lee said back. "If it's too late to go back to the dormitory, come and stay at home. Call if you need me to pick you up." Yang Hao warmly admonished. "Aha, Auntie, I'll wait for you at home." Oh. At this point Ruwashi interjected again. "Ruwashi, be good and listen to Dad. Remember to review the English that Auntie taught you. Auntie is going to test you." "Oh, bye, sister-in-law." Ruwashi hurriedly stretched out her index finger and tapped the red button on the cell phone screen. While the voice call ended, Ruwashi let out a long breath. Yang Hao rolled his eyes. It is said that daughters are a little more like their dads. Other things are not good. Ruwashi really inherited his strong genes when it comes to learning. Yang Hao grew up with a flexible brain, but a book on the sleepy. During the school year his energy is almost useless in the study. In the class has been in the middle of the lower level, until the senior 3 mom forced him to study. The results only improved, and eventually took a 2 book. Yang Hao think their own this baby girl probability with the study of this road is not much fate. However, with their own different is that this little girl life good 5 years old this year her father activated the system. Her life is destined to enjoy the endless glory and wealth. Same time, rental house in the Hope River neighborhood. Zhao Engying was wearing the LV bracelet that Yang Hao had given her and was excitedly taking pictures of it. And from different angles. Cindy, let's take another picture together. BFF style. At this moment, Sun Cindy is also wearing a bracelet. She also took a few shots, thinking about whether to send a friend circle. It was the first time she had ever owned such expensive jewelry, or a luxury brand like LV, and what she didn't notice was that her vanity was already growing fast. In the past, Sun Cindy looked down on things like luxury goods. For one thing, she wasn't interested, and for another, she always felt that kind of thing was rather far away from her. But now the situation is different. She has a Prada handbag bag, and a LV bracelet. When you do not have, and will not feel have these things can be how, but when you really have, will breed an inexplicable sense of superiority. Your consumption and worldview will therefore change. So one of the ways to ruin a person is to take them out into the world, live a life they wouldn't even think of, and then after a while knock them back down to earth. The most typical example is the metamorphosis of those children in the mountains. Out of the mountains to see the world would have been a good thing, but they are accustomed to the city's privileged life, but then to be sent back to the mountains, the gap and the blow is unimaginable, so that many children's worldview completely collapsed. The temperament has changed dramatically, the original well-behaved and understanding of the children to become arbitrary and presumptuous. The current Sun Cindy hadn't realized that her mindset had actually changed. At Zhao Engying's suggestion the two took a few more pictures together. But of course the focus of this photo was not the two but the bracelets on their wrists. After taking photos, Zhao Engying also did a beauty retouching treatment, and then directly in the circle of friends sent a 9-grid, and attached a line of text, girlfriends models oh, thank you brother Yang. The text is followed by a super likable emoji and a very direct statement of the bracelet's origin, brother Yang. Only girls understand what it means to mention a guy's name in your circle of friends. You should know that Zhao Engying pond but raised fish, and those fish will occasionally send her gifts. She will also send a circle of friends, but never mention the name of the other party. This time, however, she disclosed the identity of the giver and didn't even shield her from the fish pond. So it's clear that she's determined and it doesn't matter even if the fish pond blows up. And after the circle of friends was sent out, her friends who were cabinet sisters were naturally envious, and several of them sent micro-telecommunication messages at the same time as they clicked the like button. Ing, congratulations on landing. Wow, we caught a big fish this time. Ing, that bracelet costs tens of thousands of dollars, right, sister Ing? If you're rich and powerful, don't forget each other. Looking at the micro-telecommunication messages sent by her friends, the corners of Zhao Engying's mouth couldn't help but rise, and her face was full of smug smiles. Sun Cindy first liked the friend circle she saw her best friend send, and then sent one herself, but she only sent 3 photos, and not putting together 9 frames is considered her last stubbornness. And the text of this friend circle of Sun Cindy is simple, what a beautiful bracelet. Thank you Yang. The text was followed by an excited emoji. Tink. Not long after the friend circle was sent, Sun Cindy's micro message kept ringing. It was 2 roommates from the college days sent a message. Su Ting, XINE, you even fell in love behind my back. Quickly tell me what the other party's conditions are. Zhao Lulu, Cindy, your boyfriend is too generous. LV bracelet At the same time, there were several more messages underneath the circle of friends. Sis, you're not in love, are you? Who is this brother Yang? Heartbreak. The goddess has a boyfriend. Asterisk. More than 50,000 bracelets. Poverty limits my imagination. This circle of friends of Sun Cindy only blocked her parents as well as her relatives. Everyone else could see it. Boli Fitness Center. Zhou Ling, who was sitting behind the front desk and groping for fish, suddenly exclaimed, Lily, look at Sun Cindy's circle of friends. What's wrong? Lily is brushing the fast sound. In fact, she is also having a message to share with Zhou Ling. She brushed to this fast sound is quite interesting. Is a great figure of beautiful women sitting in the back seat of the battery car? With the text is, I sat in a BMW smoking a box of cigarettes, and did not want to understand where I lost? The shooting angle of this video was not very good. Only the side of the cyclist and that long-legged beauty could be seen, but Lily still felt that these two people were too familiar. Clearly it was Yang Hao and Sun Cindy. However, the reaction from Zhou Ling's side was too big, so she still exited Fast Voice first and opened Weixin, and then she saw Sun Cindy's friend circle that was updated a few minutes ago. This, LV's bracelet? Lily was filled with shock. Her eyes were 2 circles wide. It's from brother Yang. This bracelet is definitely not cheap. It's estimated to be $1 or $2 million. Zhou Ling said, I should, but LV jewelry is not a big seller. Back to God, you Lily, tone a little sour. First Prada handbag bag, this is LV bracelet. She now just want to ruthlessly smack herself 2 slaps. That day how to put such a god of wealth pushed to Sun Cine. What's the conversation about? At this time, just gave a male member of the private lesson Meng Yuyu carrying a thermos cup came over. She was going to go to the lounge to get water to drink. See the 2 people chattering and gossiping about something. She is naturally also very curious. Jade, you're just in time. How much does this bracelet cost? Zhou Ling enlarged one of the pictures and handed it to Meng Yuyu's eyes. It's a new model from LV. Like $50,000 or so. Who's so rich? Meng Yuyu, the tea master, is very knowledgeable about luxury goods, and will go to the store when she has time. And she happens to be impressed by this bracelet. More than 50,000? Zhou Ling and Yu Lily looked at each other. Both opened their mouths in shock. The two thought it would only be 10 or 20,000. Although LV jewelry is not as popular as Cartier and Bulgari, but they are at least a first-line luxury brand. More than 50,000 is normal, Meng Yuyu said with a smile, then asked once more. Ling Ling, do you still have such a tycoon friend? This is Sun Cine's circle of friends. Zhou Ling exited the picture zoom mode, and that friend circle of Sun Cine's was presented on the cell phone screen. After Meng Yuyu read it, her whole body was bad. Brother Yang. From Brother Yang again. Lily mistook me. Meng Yuyu looked up to the sky and sighed long and hard. She had been working at the Boli Fitness Center for a year and a half, but she had met some rich people. But it was the first time that she had seen such a generous person like this Brother Yang. In just a few days, the other party had already spent more than $100,000 on Sun Cine. She just couldn't imagine what kind of godly life she'd be living with a boyfriend like that. 36. The prestige of the rich. Yu Lily was both envious and jealous. If she had known that Brother Yang was so earthy, she would have gotten on by herself. After fishing for a golden son-in-law for so long, only to end up pushing the golden son-in-law to someone else. She is now not a question of her intestines being green, but black with remorse. It feels as if you told someone a set of lottery numbers that would win the first prize, and then they bought it and you didn't. It's too damn bad. This bracelet just keeps getting better and better. Love it. Someone please send me one. At this time, Zhou Ling let out an emotion with her eyes full of little stars. If someone gives me one, I'm really willing to end my singleness. Meng Yuyu said half jokingly and half seriously. Jade, did I hear you right? What do you want? At this time, the male member who had just finished the private tutoring class of Meng Yuyu walked over. This guy had bought 30 private tutoring classes from her in order to please Meng Yuyu, and as a result, he would only have some occasional physical contact during the class, and wanted to be closer, but there was no chance at all. So when he stepped out of the elevator, this warbler in Meng Yuyu's fish pond was thrilled to hear Meng Yuyu say that she would be willing to end her singleness if he gave her something. Sue, are you giving me a ride? Meng Yuyu looked at the other party with a smile. As long as it's something you like, then you must give it away. This Sue was very bold with his big hand. Yeah, that's the bracelet. Meng Yuyu took Zhou Ling's cell phone and showed him the LV bracelet from Sun Cine's circle of friends. The Su brothers saw the bracelet on the cleverly inlaid ELV logo. The momentum immediately weakened a few points. But the mouth is very hard, is not just a bracelet well, brother to give you is. Brother Su, don't you even ask the price of this bracelet? Since the other party had been licking Meng Yuyu, Yu Lily was quite familiar with him, and she immediately struck up a conversation. It's good that Jade likes it. Su looked like he wasn't bad at all, but he still asked in passing, how much is it? It's just over $50,000. Naturally it's just a small amount of money for brother Su. Meng Yuyu took over with a smile and set this Su up straight. However, after hearing the price of this Su's mouth corner obviously pumped, he had thought that it was only 1 or 2 million. It, bite the bullet and buy, did not expect to be more than 50,000, which has far exceeded his psychological expectations. The LV bracelet is worth the price. After a short period of being stunned, Su nodded, then waved his hand at Meng Yuyu. Yuyu, I'm leaving first, WeChat contact. As the words fell, this Su walked out of the fitness center with quick steps. Meng Yuyu gently shook her head. In fact, she understood this Su's financial strength and knew that the other party could hardly afford it, but she still held the other party up just now, thinking that in case this Su got on top. But as it turns out, for the average person if it's something that's $10, 000 or $20, 000, they might swipe their credit card and buy it as soon as they're on top of it. But something that's $50, 000 or more isn't a matter of being on top of it. This brother Su can really pretend, and said he'll give it to Yuju as long as she likes it. As a result, when I heard the price, I couldn't even mention it. Yu Lily skimmed and spat. The main thing is that it's too expensive. It's outrageous for such a bracelet to cost more than $50,000. Zhou Ling let out a sigh of relief, then added, I don't know what that brother Yang actually does. It's only been a few days since he spent over $100,000 on Sun Cine. That's right, Ling and Yu, look at this fast sound. Lily remembered the quick sound she had swiped just now and asked the two of them to watch it together. Isn't this Sun Cinny and brother Yang? Yes, that's them. Ling and Meng Yu also recognized the two people in the video as Sun Cinny and Yang Hao. This quick sound surprisingly has more than 300,000 likes, and the messages all have more than 70,000. Ling glanced at the data and let out another sigh of relief. Brother Yang is simply ridiculously low-key, even riding an electric bicycle. Meng Yu felt incredible. It's because it's too low-key that I looked away when he first came to the store. Lily looked remorseful. At this moment, Meng Yu's brain was running fast, and then she thought of a chance to talk to Yang Hao. She carried a thermos cup into the lounge but did not rush to receive water, but found the video that Lily swiped just now in the fast sound, and then forwarded it to Yang Hao after she downloaded it. This T-art foot more than 6 paragraphs of the T-artist yesterday added Yang Hao's micro-message, but she did not act rashly, because too much initiative will give a man a feeling that he is very cheap. So even if she has made up her mind to take the initiative, she also needs to wait for an opportunity. And now this opportunity came. After sending the video, she sent another text to Yang Hao, brother Yang. The people in the video are you and Cinny. Right, you seem to have become internet celebrities. Yang Hao received a micro-message when just sent Ruwashi into the studio. Like Ruwashi this age many parents have enrolled their children in a number of special classes, and Ruwashi is more interested in painting. Yang Hao enrolled her in a painting class, 2 classes a week. $50 per class, is not expensive. The painting class was 60 minutes long, and at this moment, Yang Hao was sitting in the parents' lounge of this tuition class. He clicked on the video sent by Meng Yu, and naturally, he recognized that it was him and Sun Cinny in the video. Who's so boring? Just shoot it and post it on the internet. After watching the video, Yang Hao couldn't help but silently spit in his mind. At this time, Meng Yu sent another micro-telecommunication message. Brother Yang, this video likes are more than 300,000. You can go to the fast sound to see. After sending this message, Meng Yu also thoughtfully sent a link to the original video. Yang Hao copied the link and then curiously opened the fast sound. The text accompanying the video reads, I sat in my BMW and smoked a carton of cigarettes and didn't figure out where I lost. At this moment, the video of just 10 seconds or so had a surprising number of 360,000 likes and more than 70,000 comments. Not to mention, these long legs should be in the passenger seat of a Porsche. There are really too few girls like this these days. I hope this girl can win. I'm also a battery car rider, but I can't even find a girlfriend. MD, I can't figure it out even if I drive a Mercedes. I can't see my face, but I don't know if it's an ugly one. Tricked me into buying a battery-operated car again, didn't you? Envy big brother. Absolute wall legs play year ah. Just as Yang Hao was scrolling through the comments with interest, the system beep once again sounded in his head. Ding! Trigger mission, rich man's reputation. As a rich man, you can't be a silent pawn. You have to have a huge social impact and constantly enhance your reputation in the society. Tasks, sign up for a fast voice account to operate yourself and build up your reputation. Note, rich people are not internet celebrities and cannot be featured in social media and cannot rely on social media for profit. Mission rewards. 1. Each additional fan is regarded as an increase of 2 points of reputation value. Rewarded $2. 2. Each additional like of the work is regarded as an increase of 1 point of reputation value, and rewarded $1. 3. When the prestige value reaches 50 million, the main quest adds 1%. 37. It seems that the hood at home is broken again. When he saw the content of the mission, Yang Hao was actually not interested. He was a man who was going to become a rich man, but he still played a short video. But when he saw the mission rewards, his thoughts immediately changed. Rich people are human beings too. They have a desire to share, and there's nothing wrong with sharing your life once in a while. Yang Hao naturally had a fast voice account, but his account was registered to operate a hot pot restaurant, with the nickname, Yang Ji Hot Pot Restaurant, and currently had over 2,000 fans. But according to the system, it meant for him to re-register a fast voice account, so he directly cancelled his original account and reopened another number with the nickname, Uncle Yang on a diet. As he has been losing weight recently, Yang Hao has searched for keywords such as weight loss recipes and weight loss methods on the fast tone. So when he brushes the fast tone, he always brushes some weight loss bloggers' videos, and some bloggers have quite a lot of traffic, so he would like to start by sharing his own weight loss routine and try the water again. Say do it. Yang Hao in the past few days also took some photos of training with Sun Cinny. Originally wanted to record his own weight loss process. This moment came in handy. He organized a few photos that do not show his face, and then released his first work. The text is, the third day of weight loss with the coach. Then fill in the hashtag weight loss, hashtag slimming, hashtag fitness and such topics, supposedly to help increase exposure. The piece was sent out, unsurprisingly without a splash. Yang Hao thought about it. and then invested $300 in promotion. He used to operate Yangji Hot Pot Restaurant, that account when he invested in promotion, or a little effect. Sure enough, half an hour after the promotional fee was cast, he started getting traffic to this entry. He soon picked up a dozen or so likes as well as a few messages. Brother, you're trying to lose weight. I'm embarrassed to tell you. More shots of fitness instructors. Love to watch. The next entry doesn't have a fitness instructor. I'll just take it off. Which gym is this? I want to go to the gym. With a fitness trainer like this, why worry about not losing weight? Looking at the few messages in the comments section, Yang Hao was somewhat speechless. TMD. I'm a weight loss blogger and all I attract is LSP. Yang Hao, this piece of work uploaded a total of 5 photos, one of which has the back of Sun Cine jumping gymnastics. Her slim waistline is vaguely visible. Her skin is white as gelatinous fat. Hanging on the top of a few droplets of sweat are so crystalline. A pair of yoga pants outline the curve of the firm buttocks, wrapped in the legs straight and slender. Just the body, without looking at the face, makes you want to get into it. But a few people's messages also allowed Yang Hao to find the traffic code, and he suddenly understood those rubbing anchors somewhat. It's okay to rub it in. It's a real flow. But posting Shin Cine's photo in the video was always something he had to say to the person in question. So he sent this entry of his to Sun Cine and explained that he was going to document the weight loss process on fast voice. As for the matter of appearing in Yang Hao's video, Sun Cine is indifferent. After all, she also often appears in the Bully Fitness Center's Fast Talking account, and she herself has a Fast Talking account, nicknamed Fitness Girl Cine, and already has more than 5,000 followers. For a fitness trainer like her, it would also be beneficial if she could get her Fast Talking account up and running, or even just turn into an internet celebrity. But the female fitness trainer, this track is too rolled, because many rubbing female anchors go this route. Sun Cine released most of the video in the middle, and those female anchors are how to come, and then with the powerful beauty function, a reality of 5 points of a woman, a minute into more than 9 points of a beautiful woman, to brush the video of the LSPs fascinated by the soul. So even if Sun Cine's personal conditions are very good, but there is not much advantage in the network, because all those female anchors one by one all have breasts like papayas and legs longer than life. Anyway, as long as the technology is used well, the small potatoes can be turned into fascinating leg essence. As of Ruwashi's dismissal, Yang Hao's entry had a total of 22 likes, and he himself had gained 14 fans. According to the system reward rules, 14 followers are worth $28 and 22 likes are worth $22, for a total of $50, which is currently a blood loss of $250. Yang Hao felt as if this figure was satirizing him. This task released by the system could have been used to brush up on his money, and he ended up losing money. The good thing is that this is only temporary. The promotional effect is valid for 24 hours, and the numbers should still go up later. Daddy, I'm hungry. Walking out of the cram class, Ruwashi looked at the food cart on the side of the road and said, "Those things aren't healthy. Daddy's going to come home and make you something good." Roadside parked food trucks are selling fried skewers and iron plate squid. Yang Hao do more than 10 years of catering to know this inside the set. Roadside stalls used to fry skewers of oil is mostly gutter oil, and iron plate squid with squid is mostly soaked with kerosene. Of course, it doesn't exclude some conscientious vendors who use good oil and fresh squid, but the cost will be greatly increased, and Yang Hao doesn't dare to gamble on their conscience. In fact, it doesn't matter if adults eat these things once in a while, but Yang Hao wouldn't dare to let Ruwashi try these technologies in ruthless jobs. But the squid smells so good. Listening to the zilai sound coming from the iron plate, Ruwashi, the snacker, couldn't help but gulp. Tell you what, Daddy's going to come home and make you steel-cut squid. Yang Hao carried Ruwashi in his arms and quickly walked past the snack cart before stuffing the little girl into the back seat of the Rangoon U8. He then went to a nearby market and bought 2 squids, went home and handled the marinade nimbly, and then fried the squids in a skillet. Wow, that smells good. Daddy, it's awesome. Yang Hao set the fried squid on the table, and Ruwashi immediately cheered with glowing eyes before she couldn't wait to stuff a chunk of squid into her little mouth. Eat slowly, it's not like anyone's taking it from you. Yang Hao favorably touched his baby girl's little head. Aha! Ruwashi nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice, her mouth still chewing, her cheeks bulging like a little hamster that was stocking up on food. Yang Hao had an anti-smile on his face, a feeling that perhaps only an old man with a daughter would understand. 9 o'clock at night. Holiday International. Putting her daughter to sleep, Wang Shueru walked into the bathroom to take a shower, but rushed she remembered everything that happened here at noon. That brother Yang was tall and powerful and casually had more than 20 minutes, while Shen Mingshan had told her that a man at that age had a maximum of 5 minutes, but in reality he only had 2 or 3 minutes. And I wonder what woman is going to put up with his 2 or 3 minutes tonight. Shen Mingshan said he wouldn't be back from his socializing tonight, so naturally he slept with the woman outside. Thinking about it, she couldn't help but think of the tall figure again, recalling the wonderful moment at noon. She gently squinted her eyes and let the water wash over her body, her face full of enjoyment. But just reminiscing was ultimately scratching an itch, and a bold idea suddenly surfaced in her mind. Shin Mingshan wasn't home, so could she ask Brother Yang to come over? After this thought was created in his mind, he couldn't get rid of it. After taking a shower, she lay on the bed and tossed and turned for a while but couldn't sleep. Ghostly, she took her cell phone, and then sent a micro message to Yang Hao. The hood at home seems to be broken again. 38. Go to the appointment. Rental house. Ruwashi was already asleep. Yang Hao was looking over the quick note he had posted, and currently there were a total of 65 likes, and his account had gained 20 fans. And with the video's playback barely moving, the traffic brought in by Kryptonite's $300 should be depleted. Revenue was $105 and loss was $195. The first work promotion trial failed, but it wasn't completely unproductive. Yang Hao decided to listen to those LSPs and try to shoot more of Sun Cine or other well-built female coaches the next time he shot material. By the way, you can take more shots of the one called Meng Yu. LSPs should like to see it. Thinking of this, he opened Weishuan. In the afternoon, Meng Yu gave him to share that video of himself and Sun Cine being secretly filmed, and he was so focused on watching the video that he triggered the quest later on and didn't give the other party any reply, which was more or less a bit impolite. So a few hours after the other message was sent, Yang Hao replied, "Been busy, thanks for sharing." And at this time, Meng Yu was holding a cell phone and chatting with 3 licking dogs at the same time. These licking dogs once in a while, it is also necessary to feed a dog food, so that they can lick more vigorously. So when Yang Hao's message was sent over, she was the first to see it. Meng Yu was suddenly in a good mood. She thought that Brother Yang would be high and cold all the time. However, instead of replying to the message right away, which would seem too cheap, she silently deliberated on what she should reply to. On the other hand, after replying to Meng Yu's tweets, Yang Hao suddenly received a message from Wang Shueru. The hood at home seems to be broken again. Looking at the message sent by this beautiful young woman, Yang Hao froze for a moment before reacting. Is that a broken hood you have there? That's a sewer that needs unclogging. However, Wang Shueru sending such a message at this time was just the right time to give Yang Hao the opportunity to complete his mission. The first mission after Wang Shueru, the NPC, came online was Sweet Night, and the mission rewards were study card *1 and attribute points *2. Yang Hao was very interested in attribute points, but due to the existence of Shin Mingshan, he felt that this task should not have a chance. Never thought that Wang Shueju would take the initiative to send a micro message. Ding! Just as Yang Hao was pondering how to go to the appointment, the other party unexpectedly withdrew this message. Now Yang Hao was smiling. Obviously this beautiful young woman was extremely entangled inside. I saw it. Yang Hao returned. At this moment, Wang Shueru, who saw Yang Hao's reply, felt that her whole body was a little hot. After sending the message, she regretted it. Obviously it was only twice at noon, and then she gave such a hint at night. What would the other party think of herself? So she hurriedly withdrew it again 10 seconds after the message was sent, thinking that Yang Hao should not have seen it. The result is that the other side of the second reply, and a simple sentence, I saw as if it is stripped bare her clothes. Things have come to a head. Wang Shueru simply gritted her teeth. Back, he went out to fool around. Not at home. Yang Hao, who received the message, narrowed his eyes slightly, and there was a burst of fire at his belly. As long as it was a normal man who received this kind of message, it was hard to remain calm, not to mention that the other party still had a boof on him. He inclined his head to Ruwashi, who was asleep on the bed, caught in a struggle. In fact, with his understanding of Ruwashi, this girl will sleep through the night, so as long as he comes back early there shouldn't be much of a problem. But what if Ruwashi wakes up in the middle of the night and doesn't see daddy and gets scared? What if something happens to Ruwashi at home alone? Forget it, it's still the baby girl that's important. For a daughter slave like Yang Hao, making this kind of decision wasn't that hard. And just as he was about to reply to Wang Shueru, he suddenly received a micro message from Li Manny, brother-in-law. I just finished the interview assignment on my side, so I can't go back to the school dormitory, so I can only go to your place to borrow a room. Seeing this micro message, Yang Hao could not help but laugh. This is a doze. Someone handed a pillow. He immediately replied, where are you now? It's so late, let me pick you up. No, I'm pretty close to your house, just take a cab. Manny Lee returned. Okay, then send me the license plate number when you get in the car. Yang Hao sent a message droning on, then replied to Wang Shueru with another message. Be there in an hour. And Wang Shueru, who received the news, instantly became nervous. She hadn't done this kind of thing after all. In addition, although Shen Mingshan was not at home, his daughter was at home and slept in the next room. She suddenly regretted sending a message to Yang Hao, a little nervous and a little panicked at the same time. She actually took the initiative to ask a man to her home. This is something she couldn't even think about before. On the other side, Yang Hao went downstairs after receiving the micro message that Manny Lee had gotten into the car, and then walked straight to the entrance of the neighborhood. This neighborhood he rented are all relocation buildings. The street lights in the park are all broken, not bright at all. Although the law and order in China is very good, but a beautiful girl walking at night is always a security risk. After a few minutes of waiting in front of the neighborhood, a cab pulled up. Li Manny pushed open the back door and got out of the car. Seeing Yang Hao waiting right by the roadside, she instantly felt her heart warming. Smiling and waving her hand at Yang Hao, brother-in-law. In fact, you don't have to come out to pick me up on purpose. It's too dark in the park for me. Yang Hao casually replied back and added, by the way, I won't go upstairs for a while. Lu Zifeng just happened to look for me for a drink. I guess it'll be the second half of the night after the drink. I'll sleep directly in his house and come back in the morning. So, Ruwashi is in your hands tonight. Oh, okay. Li Manny nodded, but in her heart, she felt a little guilty. In her opinion, her brother-in-law was obviously trying to avoid suspicion, because the house was a one-roomed one, and it was inconvenient to change clothes and take a shower. But the guilt was surprisingly accompanied by such a hint of disappointment that she didn't know where it came from. The two walked through the darkened park, chatting about Manny Lee's work. While passing by an electrical substation box, a stray cat suddenly scurried out of it, letting out a meow of catcalls. Manny Lee was startled by the stray cat that suddenly came out and subconsciously jumped into Yang Hao's arms. In fact, Yang Hao was also startled by the stray cat that suddenly came out, but only froze for a moment. Then he felt a soft body pouncing into his arms, and along with it, the faint fragrance unique to her body. It's okay, just a stray cat. Yang Hao comfortingly patted Li Manny's back twice, while Manny Lee, who had come back to her senses, hurriedly broke away from Yang Hao's embrace, but her cheeks were red hot. Fortunately, the night color hid her embarrassment. Walking downstairs, Yang Hao watched this former sister-in-law go upstairs before leaving. This neighborhood he rented was just 15 minutes away from Holiday International, and soon Yang Hao drove the Rangoon U8 to the outside of the Holiday International Park, and it was hard to find a parking space that was far away from the main entrance of the neighborhood. After parking his car, he bought 2 cups of milk tea at the milk tea store he was about to sample. In order to enter the neighborhood a little more convenient, he purposely wore a kangaroo takeout jacket with these 2 cups of milk tea. The security guards naturally would not stop him. Unobstructed into the neighborhood, he lightly arrived at the door of Wang Shueru's house. Before he could send a micro message to inform him, the door of the room opened. Obviously this young woman was always guarding the door. When Yang Hao entered the house, she gently brought the door of the room with her and then made a gesture of silence. Yang Hao smiled and nodded. His eyes subconsciously fell on this beautiful young woman. At this moment she was wearing a red halter nightgown made of silk. The neckline was very low, and the peaks at eye level were white, and the nightgown was clearly a vacuum inside, with a very obvious bulge at the peak. Yang Hao changed slippers, pick up this beautiful young woman straight toward the master bedroom to go. 39. Exhausting you mother Wang Shueru didn't expect Yang Hao to be so bold. She was startled and her pair of white calves subconsciously kicked twice. As a result, one of the slippers hanging on her left foot even fell off, and the slippers fell in contact with the floor, issued a bang sound muffled, which in turn let Wang Shueru's heartbeat accelerated a few beats, for fear that his daughter will be awakened. However, this little episode also made her, who was held in Yang Hao's arms, honest, not daring to make any more struggling movements for fear of making any more noise. Entering the bedroom, Yang Hao smoothly unlocked the door, and then directly put this beautiful young woman into the master bedroom in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. At noon he would like to unlock this map to come, but then it was too bright. The opposite building of the people could possibly see, and now the cell phone's filming function is getting more and more perverted. It is not possible to guarantee that the two people have become the material of the country's production area, and it was a different moment. The bedroom was dark, the lights on the opposite floor were still on, and you could vaguely see figures shifting around. Yang Hao and Wang Shueru, who were in the dark in this situation, could see each other, but the other side couldn't see them, which inevitably added a few more points of excitement. As for Yang Hao, this moment tonight is even more stacked with all the buffs. The woman in his arms is Shin Mingshan's wife, his daughter is sleeping next door, and this is still his territory. Thus, star operator, issues. Yang Hao, who had finished his repair work, was wrapping his arms around the voluptuous beautiful young woman in his arms and chatting in a low voice. The system beep came as promised. Ding! Successful weight loss of 3 pounds detected for the host. Current weight 186 pounds. Settlement incentive, $300. $000. I can't believe I lost 3 pounds. Yang Hao, who heard the tone, was directly shocked. Although it is easier to fall off the scale in the pre-large base period, but it is already very bullish to reduce 2 pounds per day. But today, he reduced 3 pounds. Brother Yang, you're tired. Let's take an early rest. At this time, Wang Shuaru's gentle voice rang in Yang Hao's ears, and he looked down at the beautiful young woman in his arms, probably understanding why he had dropped 3 pounds today. It's a tiring job fixing the hood. Sweating profusely every time is a great drain on the body's energy, and once the energy supply is low, the body's stored fat automatically burns the energy the body needs, so fixing the hood is actually kind of a way to lose weight. Can. 2 for 1. Yang Hao was in a good mood, and having already rested for a while he felt the need to consume another wave of energy. He still preferred this kind of exercise to the boring jumping drill. So, he slowly slid his big hand around Wang Shuaru's small waist down. Wang Shuaru winks. This man is not like 35 years old at all. Early the next morning, Yang Hao left Wang Shuaru's house at 6 o'clock. He had set an alarm clock to force himself to wake up early. After all, Wang Shuaru's daughter was still at home, and it wouldn't end well if he was blocked in the room. It's still early, but Holiday International's campus is already full of morning walkers as well as people walking their dogs. After brushing past a pair of morning walkers, Yang Hao heard the woman lament, "It's not easy for young people nowadays to come out so early to deliver takeaways. Munkler outlet store back, yes. You see he walks a little bit floating, this is exhausted." Yang Hao, who heard the conversation between the two, subconsciously rubbed his thighs. The physical state of a 35-year-old is completely incomparable to that of a 25-year-old. Although he was still alive and well last night, he does have a feeling of his body being hollowed out and his legs are floating now. I don't know if the Huiyuan kidney bio that is advertised all day long is good or not. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, sweet knight. Mission reward issued, learning card *1, attribute points *2. Just as Yang Hao was thinking about the tonic, the system beep suddenly sounded in his head. Yang Hao's eyes lit up. Then he remembered that he actually went to the appointment this time mainly to fulfill his mission. He hurriedly summoned the system panel, and there was indeed an extra learning card in his backpack as well as 2 attribute points. Learning card. Yang Hao was not in a hurry to use it, but this attribute point was to be added. Select the attribute point and click use. A long list of options for increasing or decreasing the value immediately appeared in front of Yang Hao's eyes. Height, 182 centimeters, 1 attribute point increases by 1 centimeter. I can't believe you can increase your height. Bull beep. Yang Hao couldn't help but silently lament. But his height was completely sufficient and he didn't need to waste any more attribute points to increase it. Weight, 186 pounds, currently overweight. 1 attribute point for 1 pound of weight loss. It can even be used for weight loss? It's a bug. If there were enough attribute points, it would be straightforward to complete the weight loss mission. And by then, not only would there be a few $1 million in income, but the progress of the main quest would also be increased by 1%. Yang Hao was a bit moved, but at the moment, he only had 2 attribute points, so even if he used them for weight reduction, it didn't mean much. He continued to look down. Brother length, 14 centimeters, 1 attribute point increases by 1 centimeter. Wait, what's this? Yang Hao suddenly felt black lines floating across his forehead. He surprisingly didn't react to this disciple leader's meaning at first. TMD. System, you discredit me, slander me. The old man is clearly 18 centimeters. Although he was spitting madly in his heart, Yang Hao was once again moved. With only 4 attribute points, he could reach a true 18 centimeters. 4 men. It's important. The next ones that can be added are respectively, health value, 70, intelligence, 78, force value, 65. The health seems to have gone up 2 points on its own. Yang Hao remembered that his previous health value was 68. Could it be because he had been eating healthy plus working out for the past few days? Yang Hao thinks this is very likely. In the past he was not very healthy no matter his dietary habits or lifestyle. Now, without the pressure of survival, he changed his dietary habits and lifestyle. It is normal that the health index rose. There's no point in wasting attribute points when you can increase them on your own. Lastly, there is the intelligence and force values. Now is the rule of law society. The value of force, this thing is not just need. And Yang Hao does not understand how this system of force value. He felt that fights seemed to be quite fierce. After all, there is the advantage of height and weight. Normal adults, he can almost do 1 to 2. But the force value is also only 65, which is not very high. The intelligence value thing was also rather illusory. Although the system only gave an index of 78, Yang Hao felt that he should be considered to be in the smart category, and boosting the intelligence value by 2 points was not expected to change much. Forget it, let's just add it to the risers. Ding! Attribute point used successfully. Add 2 centimeters to your brother's length, accompanied by the mechanical beep. Yang Hao suddenly felt a slight heat in his belly, and the burden on his underwear seemed to have gotten a little heavier. Nice! You can surprise the beautiful young woman next time. Yang Hao walked out of the neighborhood with satisfaction. However, the security guard at the gate saw him with a puzzled expression on his face. He remembered that no delivery man had entered the neighborhood just now. How did this one come out? Is the other person a neighborhood owner? Is delivery so profitable? It can all buy up Holiday International. The security guard was full of suspicion. At this time, the entrance to the basement, a black BMW suddenly honked. Is the lift lever and recognition of the license plate is not, accompanied by the sound of a sharp horn. The window of that black BMW also fell down, and Shen Mingshan, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, waved at the security guard. Raise a bar. Ha, him again? Shen Mingshan is home to change clothes. Last night's drinking game he drank too much and vomited all over himself, but thanks to yet another snag in the lift bar, he also saw Yang Hao in front of his neighborhood once again. He remembered the same thing from yesterday when he came home at noon to pick up his clothes. It's really shady, but, ultimately, it's just a stinking delivery boy, out on the job so early in the morning. Tired you mother *********. Shen Mingshan thought silently in his heart. 40. He's a good father and a scumbag. Driving down to the basement, Shen Mingshan returned home. At this moment, Wang Shueru was preparing breakfast for her daughter in the kitchen. Hearing the sound of the door opening, her heart jumped violently and hurriedly walked out from the kitchen. Yukiru, you forgot to unlock the door. Shen Mingshan knew that his wife had the habit of unlocking the door to her room, but last night it was obvious that he had forgotten that he had entered his fingerprints and came in. Ah, it seems so. At this moment, Wang Shueru was still a bit panicked inside. If Yang Hao goes 10 minutes later, the two people will probably bump into each other. Wang Shueru was nothing to be afraid of, but behind the divorce lawsuit, she wants to share more property will be difficult. Shen Mingshan completely did not notice Wang Shueru's panic mood. To be precise, he is not very concerned about this yellow face at home. Last night, the actors in the commercial K, which are younger than Wang Shueru, but also very good at playing, he is now the body of the virtual it. Clothes got dirty from puking last night when I was socializing, so I'll send them off to be dry cleaned sometime. Shen Mingshan took off the clothes on his body and threw them onto the sofa, then walked straight to the bedroom ready to go to the check room to find a set of clothes to change into. But the result was that just after walking into the bedroom he smelled a familiar odor. Shen Mingshan frowned, hurriedly rummaged through the trash can next to the bed. There were only a few used paper towels, but no small umbrella. He searched the room again, and did not find any traces of a third party, and only then was slightly relieved. Due to the fact that he was always spending time outside, his health condition was getting worse and worse, so he was not able to satisfy Wang Shueju. This point he also knew, and he had found out before that Wang Shueju had the time to solve the problem by herself. So he speculated that last night Wang Shueru should have taken advantage of him not being home to settle it by herself again. After all, her daughter was still at home, and there was no way she was going to get a man to come to her door. Seems like you have to juggle it every once in a while, Shen Mingshan thought in his heart, then went to the check room to change into a new set of clothes. He would have liked to see his daughter, but the door to her room was still closed, so he didn't bother her as he thought she was still sleeping. Yukiru, I'm leaving. On the way back Li Manchu tweeted him about having breakfast together, so he was in a hurry to go out and pick up the other person. Aha! Wang Shueru, who had already returned to the kitchen and was busy, just casually answered. In the back of my mind, I was contemplating the move. She had talked to her lawyer yesterday and would be going to court today to file for divorce. Within 5 working days, the court will notify Shen Mingshan, and in the matter of divorce, Wang Shueru does not want to go to talk to Shen Mingshan by herself, because she understands Shen Mingshan too well. The other party will most likely still be like last time, kneeling down to beg for peace, using some splashy gags, and will also go to her parents to make trouble. So Wang Shueju is not prepared to go out on her own, everything to the lawyer to talk about, and has already communicated with her parents in advance. This time her parents are in full support of her. What's for breakfast, Mom? Just as Wang Shueru was pondering whether to move today or tomorrow, her daughter Shen Inua's voice suddenly sounded at the kitchen door. No, you're awake. We're having sandwiches this morning. Since she was quite tired last night, Wang Shueju didn't make anything too complicated this morning. She fried 2 eggs as well as a few slices of bacon and prepared to create 2 handmade sandwiches with milk. Yay! My favorite sandwiches are the ones Mom makes. Shen Inua had a bright smile on her face before she suddenly asked again. Mom, did you have a nightmare last night? No. Wang Shueru shook her head in confusion, not knowing why her daughter suddenly asked this. But you screamed so loud. You must have been so scared. A worried look surfaced on Shen Inua's small face. However, as the mother of Wang Shueru was a red face, toes embarrassed in the cotton slippers, not to mention the 3 rooms and a hall, are almost gouging out the townhouse. The other side. Yang Hao bought 3 breakfasts at the breakfast store he frequented before returning to the rental house. Daddy, you're home. Wow, Daddy even bought breakfast. At this moment, Li Mani was sitting on the sofa combing Ruwashi's hair, and the little girl stood in front of her sister-in-law in a well-behaved manner. But she was nonplussed after seeing the breakfast Yang Hao was carrying in his hand. The snacker leapt to his feet and licked his lips, his eyes completely locked on the breakfast in his dad's hand. You can eat a little at home for now, but you'll have to eat less when you get to kindergarten. Yang Hao originally did not intend to bring breakfast to Ruwashi, but he knows too much about his little foodie daughter, and if he does not bring it to her, the little girl will probably still cross her arms and say, "Dad, you don't love Ruwashi anymore." At a young age, he was holding his old father in check. Aha, I'll eat a little bit at home and then a little bit at kindergarten. Ruwashi nodded obediently, but after opening her mouth to eat, a little bit of her mouth directly changed into 2 large meat buns and a bowl of congee with skin and eggs. This amount of food has caught up with Li Manny. Seeing this, Yang Hao silently took out his cell phone and sent a micro-message to Zhang Yuqi. Ruwashi has eaten at home. Just give her milk at the kindergarten. Manny, let's go together to drop off Ruwashi. Then I'll drop you off at the flat. After having breakfast, the 3 of them went downstairs together, and Yang Hao said to Li Manny, who was ready to go and squeeze the bus, "Don't bother, there's a lot of traffic in the morning rush hour." Manny Li didn't want to cause trouble for Yang Hao. "It's no trouble, and I'm not doing much." "Ruwashi, what do you think?" Yang Hao nudged his baby girl. "I want my sister-in-law to give me a ride. Auntie, just take me to kindergarten with Daddy." Ruwashi immediately said to Li Manny, who was holding her small hand, Okay, then Auntie will take you to kindergarten." Manny Li also had nothing to do with this little girl and could only nod her head in agreement. A few minutes later, Look Up U8 will drive to the kindergarten door, but this moment is to send the baby peak season. There is no place to park. Yang Hao had to temporarily stop afoot to let Li Manny and Ruwashi get off. He used the car to go to the front to turn around, come back just to pick up Li Manny. Thus, the person who sent Ruwashi to Zhang Yuqi today became Li Manny, and after seeing Manny Li, Zhang Yuqi couldn't help but be curious about this beauty's identity. "Ruwashi, who is the man who sent you here?" When Manny Li left, Zhang Yuqi asked curiously. "Ms. Kiki, she's my sister-in-law. My 2 pigtails are what my sister-in-law tied for me," Ruwashi said smilingly. "Well, braids look good," Zhang Yuqi complimented with a smile on her face, but inside she was burning with gossip. Before Ruwashi's sentence, "I don't have a mother anymore," made Zhang Yuqi misunderstand that Ruwashi's mother had passed away, and now Ruwashi has a beautiful young sister-in-law. That's probably the stepmom, right? It's just that, according to the timeline speculation, it's only been 2 or 3 months since Ruwashi's mom died. Turns out the baby's father renewed his marriage so quickly. What a rush this is. Sure enough, men are all so thin-skinned. Zhang Yuqi thought of her own father who ran away with a wild woman, and then thought of a news story I saw not long ago. There was a grandfather whose married wife died less than half a month ago, and then rushed to let his children to find after the old man's companion. But that grandfather's wife has lived with him for over 40 years. Originally, Zhang Yuqi still had a good impression of Yang Hao, the good father, and now those good feelings had directly cleared to zero, and even turned negative. "Ms. Kiki, Auntie slept at my house last night." "Oh," Ruwashi said again as if showing off. She was very fond of her sister-in-law, so the fact that Manny Li was staying over was kind of a happy thing for her. Therefore, she was happy to share it with Ms. Kiki, whom she also liked very much. However, in the ears of Zhang Yuqi, this is the implementation of the image of Yang Hao's thinness of heart. Although he is a good father, he is also a scumbag. Zhang Yuqi silently labeled Yang Hao in her mind. 41. How nice of this brother Yang. "Manny, are you off tomorrow?" In the car, Yang Hao asked Manny Li. "Rested. It's a double week." Manny Li doesn't take a double shift every week and occasionally needs to go out on interview assignments on the weekends. Tomorrow Ruwashi's kindergarten has a parent-child sports meeting. If you have time to go together and join in. Tomorrow? A hesitant look flashed across Manny Li's face. "If there are other arrangements, forget it." Yang Hao gently waved his hand. The reason why he said this thing is mainly because he doesn't want to let Ruwashi too disappointed. Because tomorrow's parent-child exercise will other children's parents will most likely be there. Before Zhang Yuqi also specially told him that Ruwashi's mother had better be there as well. But naturally, Yang Hao couldn't go to Li Manchu, so his sister-in-law Li Manny, who had the best relationship with Ruwashi, became the best choice. "When Xian and I rented a house out there and made an appointment to move tomorrow, but I can schedule the move for the afternoon, and there's not much stuff anyway." Li Manny quickly came up with a solution. She and Su Wenxian original plan was to move in the morning, and then in the afternoon to the supermarket near the new home to do some shopping. If you move in the afternoon, you can put the purchase time to the evening, or Sunday. In that case, you come to Ruwashi's parent-child sports meeting in the morning, and I'll go help you guys move in the afternoon. If you don't have much luggage, you don't need to find a moving company. It's a waste of money, Yang Hao proposed. "Okay, I'll talk to Wenxian." Li Manny and Su Wenxian are moving out from the school dormitory, so there are not many things. Yang Hao, this car is completely able to fit. In fact, she would like to talk to Yang Hao about moving before, but for fear of troubling him did not say. Well, that's settled then. Yang Hao nodded, while in his heart, he was calculating whether he was also changing a house to live in. His bank card now had more than 800,000, enough to buy a small house in Zhengcheng with full payment, but at the rate his wealth was increasing now, it didn't seem necessary, and if he waited a little longer, he definitely had the money to buy a big house outright. Ding! Trigger a time-limited mission, Rich Man's Real Estate. As a rich man, you should own your own property all over the world. Take the first step towards home ownership. Task: buy a house of your own within today. Mission reward: a blind box for real estate. Just as Yang Hao was thinking about whether or not to buy a house, the system made the decision for him. I don't know what you can get out of the real estate blind box, but literally it should be a house. That means he buys a house and the system gifts a house. This buy one get one free rule must be pulled. After sending Manny Lee to his unit, Yang Hao went directly into a nearby real estate agent. Since it was a time-limited mission, time was still very tight. So Yang Hao's purpose for buying a house this time was only one word: fast. Renting or buying? Sir? At this moment the real estate agent just opened the door. A girl in uniform is holding a broom sweeping the floor. See customers into the door. She hurriedly put down the hand of the broom. Buy a house. Budget $800,000. Full payment. Want a deal today? Yang Hao stated his claim in one breath. Sit down first, sir. The girl was slightly stunned and hurriedly greeted Yang Hao and sat down. Right now the real estate industry is very recession. The house is very hard to sell, especially their stores in this section are old neighborhoods. School districts are also average, so the house turnover is very low. They usually contact more customers or renting. Like Yang Hao, this kind of buyers are not too many customers. What's more, the other party has stated their demands in a concise manner. So this kind of customer definitely belongs to the high-quality customers. What is your name, sir? The girl received a cup of water and handed it to Yang Hao, then asked politely, free of your name, Yang. Hello brother Yang, my name is Wang Xiao. Just call me Little Wang. Wang Xiao sat down in front of the computer opposite Yang Hao with a smile on her face and introduced. It's like this. You can choose either a large one-bedroom or a small two-bedroom for your $800,000 budget. I don't know which type of household you prefer. 2 rooms, I think. Ruwashi is getting older and needs her own room. So if you buy a 2-bedroom, you can also live on your own. If that's the case, there just happens to be a 65 square foot 2-bedroom for sale in the Fenghua neighborhood next door, listed at $830,000, which is just right for your budget. Brother Yang, Wang Xiao said as she operated the computer, and soon the picture of the house she was talking about was presented on the computer screen. Brother Yang, this house was redecorated 3 years ago. So it's a new style of decoration compared to other old houses. Plus don't look at it as only 65 square feet, but this kind of old house has no communal spread, and the use of the area is equivalent to a new house of more than 80 square feet. Wang Xiao introduced Yang Hao while showing him pictures of the interior of the house. Can we trade today? This was Yang Hao's only concern. Brother Yang should be fine if he pays in full. I'll have to call the homeowner to confirm. Though, it's the first time Wang Xiao has met such a buyer and only cares about trading as soon as possible. You call now. If we can deal today, we'll go over to see the house right away. Yang Hao said. Okay, brother Yang, wait a moment. Wang Xiao hurriedly contacted the homeowner according to the registration information, and after some exchanges she hung up the phone. Brother Yang, there's no problem with the transaction today. That house has no loan, and the homeowner will be here in 10 minutes. Wang Xiao gave an affirmative reply. Okay, then go look at the house. Yang Hao got up, not wanting to waste time. Okay. Wang Xiao picked up the battery car key on the table, went out and locked the store door again. Brother Yang, let me drive you there. The Fenghua neighborhood is very close behind our store. Good. Yang Hao also did not pretend. Directly sat in the back seat of the battery car, but his tonnage sitting behind the petite and delicate Wang Xiao sense of contrast is very strong. There is a kind of small horse-drawn car sense of vision, and Wang Xiao this girl car riding quite fast, over the speed bumps when Yang Hao ass was turned up. Down when the body naturally and Wang Xiao pasted together. Don't forget that Yang Hao had just added 2 centimeters of disciple length, and he was supposed to be going to the gym, and he was still wearing sportswear, which made for a great fit. Wang Xiao this girl belongs to the kind of big personality, usually also often ride a battery car with customers to see the house, but in general she is not with male customers, for fear that the other side to take advantage of their own cheap. But Yang Hao is a big customer to buy a house for 800,000 yuan. This single if the success of her commission will be $8,000, so they did not care about these small details. The results turned over the car. After the speed bump, it was obvious to her that something was pushing against her ass. At first she didn't react. When she reacted, a face directly reddened and hurriedly moved her butt forward without moving. In his heart, he couldn't help but silently sigh, this brother Yang is so big. At this moment, Yang Hao does not know the idea of this Shio girl, or else high and low to pick up a sentence. My very big, you endure a little. 42. Property blind box open. Since Shio's sister was a good driver, the two of them arrived before the homeowner. Yang Hao stood downstairs and looked around. Although the district is relatively old, but cleaned up quite clean, the garbage cans in front of the unit door are neatly placed. There are old people there rummaging through water bottles, cartons and other things that can be sold for money. Wang Xiao parked the battery car, then sneaked a peek at the very large Young, who was wearing a set of Ferris sportswear with a noticeable bulge a dozen centimeters below the waist. Her cheeks flushed slightly and she mumbled that she really didn't mean to look there. Brother Yang, although the houses in this neighborhood are 22 years old, but the property company was replaced a few years ago, the infrastructure maintenance as well as the health aspects are kept pretty good, and the property fee is very cheap, only $1 per square meter. While the homeowner has not yet arrived, Wang Xiao introduced the situation of this neighborhood. Aha! Yang Hao nodded. None of these things were his concern. The two waited for a while before a middle-aged woman who looked to be in her 40s came over. Sister Su, this is the buyer. Mr. Young. Wang Xiao pointed at Yang Hao and introduced him. This Sister Su subconsciously sized up Yang Hao, and when her eyes swept over his waist a smile appeared on her face. Little Young, right, let's look at the room first, and then we'll talk. Yang Hao felt that this big sister's smile was a bit strange, but he couldn't tell where it was strange, so he didn't think much about it. The three of them entered the door of the flat together. The house was on the third floor, which was considered a prime floor for such an old house with a 6-story top. The decoration of the house and the picture basically match. Furniture as well as basic appliances have. As Wang Xiao said, this 65 square feet of the old house set area is really comparable to more than 80 square feet of the new house, and the balcony is quite spacious. Xiao Yang, I'll tell you if it's not for the division of property in the divorce, I won't sell this house, even if I don't live in it to rent it out. It's also very cost effective. Seeing that Yang Hao hadn't said anything since he entered the room, Sister Su took the initiative to speak. $780,000, all in. Yang Hao direct offer. The house is listed at $830,000. He felt that he cut $50,000 is not excessive. Not to mention that now is the buyer's market. Especially this kind of old house is actually really hard to sell. Don't look at the average price of the house in Jiangcheng has about $15,000. But this kind of old house is almost always priced without market. The real transaction price is only $12,000 or $3,000. Or even only $10,000 out of the beginning. Hearing the offer, Sister Su's face changed slightly. She frowned and said, Xiao Yang, there is no such bargaining. A total of only more than 800,000 houses. You cut $50,000 at once. It's going to kill you. Sister Su, I'm buying it in good faith, and I'll pay for it right away. What kind of market is now? You know better than me. The price is like this, or you reconsider. Although Yang Hao was the one who was in a hurry, it was naturally better to spend less if he could. At that time, Su's face showed a tangled look. Her house has been hanging for more than 2 months. The beginning of the time hanging 880,000 yuan at all, no one asked, and then slowly down to 830,000 yuan. But even so, in Yang Hao before there are only 2 intended buyers. One of them bid 750,000 yuan. The other simply did not bid. Sister Su is not that I am helping the buyer to speak. This neighborhood is not only this set of house for sale. There are 3 other houses listed at about 800,000 yuan. The advantage of your house is a little bit newer decoration, but some buyers are going to be redecorated, so to really close the deal still have to be the price is advantageous. Wang Xiao opened her mouth to persuade. Yang, let's go to the balcony and talk alone. Sister Su gave Yang Hao a wink. It's okay. Yang Hao first froze, not knowing what this Sister Su couldn't talk about in front of Wang Xiao, but still agreed. Wang Xiao, on the other hand, was confused. The buyer and the seller were in contact alone. Was this to skip her as an intermediary? She had the intention to stop, but she was too embarrassed to speak, so she just watched the two enter the balcony, and Sister Su even closed the sliding door on purpose. Xiao Yang, sis can sell at the price you said, but can you do sis a favor? Sister Su was the first to speak. Tell me about it. Yang Hao didn't know what kind of drug this woman was selling and kept a distance from her. Will you be my boyfriend for a few days? I'm going to be pissed off at the ex-husband who just got divorced. Sister Su pushed up her breasts hard as she spoke, as if she wanted to prove that she was very material, but even if she tried very hard, her breasts were still not as high as her protruding stomach, which was most likely one of the reasons why her husband divorced her. Sister Su, I can't help with this favor. I'm afraid my wife will divorce me. Yang Hao refused with a black line on his face. He is a famous decent person in 8 villages in 10 miles. He would never do this kind of thing. So he casually pulled a reason. After saying that, Yang Hao pushed open the sliding door to return to the living room. TMD, buy a house can meet this kind of thing. Simply speechless. Xiao. Next house. Yang Hao purposely said very loudly to Wang Xiao, then took a step towards the door. Okay, Yang. Wang Xiao reacted extremely quickly and agreed, then added to Sister Su, who had just stepped out of the balcony. Sister Su, I'll leave first. I'll contact you again if I have a buyer. Wait a minute. Seeing the two, this is going to go. Sister Su is anxious. She is rather grudgingly looked at Yang Hao. 780,000. Sister sold you, as a handover to a friend. We can close the house today, right? Yang Hao asked. As long as you have enough money with you. Sister Su said. No problem then. Yang Hao shrugged, then looked at Wang Xiao. Go through the process. Okay, let's go back to the store and sign the contract. Wang Xiao was smiling. I did not expect such a smooth negotiation. The three went downstairs and Sister Su went home to get her real estate license and ID card. Wang Xiao then drove Yang Hao back to the store. At this moment, the door of the store that was locked when Wang Xiao left has been opened, and 2 men in work clothes are chatting. When the older of the men saw Wang Xiao walk into the store, he immediately tensed his face and said, Xiao, do you know you're on duty today? Why are you so late? This man is the store manager of this agency. When he arrived at the store, he found that Wang Xiao, who was supposed to be in the store, hadn't even arrived yet, and his heart couldn't help but be a little upset. Of course, this is not the main reason, but more importantly, Wang Xiao didn't agree to go to the hotel with him to play cards. I'm off to show a client a house. Wang Xiao justified back. The heart calculates that when the commission of this single to hand to mention leaving to change a store. Damn, a real estate agent also wants to engage in the workplace subterfuge that way. She cannot tolerate. It's not like it's some gold-rimmed rice bowl. Let's just say that some people like to take the chicken feather, and with that little bit of power, they think about how to make things difficult for others and do favors for themselves. Xiao, are you thinking that I have a face that's good for cheating? Where are the customers to look at properties this early in the morning? The store manager disliked back with a disdainful look on his face, and at this moment, just after answering the phone of Lu Zifeng, Yang Hao walked into the store. This hairy man asked him to go out for a drink tomorrow, but Yang Hao was not available tomorrow, so he made an appointment on Sunday. Xiao, can you finish the closing in the morning? It's okay to add a rush and spend a little money. Yang Hao just wanted to finish the mission as soon as possible so that nothing unexpected would happen. See Yang Hao into the store. The store manager would have liked to ask Yang Hao to rent or buy a house, but the results of the other party with Wang Xiao chatting about the house transaction, he was a little surprised to see Yang Hao. This person's eyes should not have come to the store recently. That means Wang Xiao just took him to see the house, and people bought it. Sir, it's no problem to expedite. $2,000, we can get you a proxy at the store and make sure you get your house booked by the noon break. Store manager Lu Chang smiled and took over. This money-making thing he naturally wants to insert a foot. However, Yang Hao ignored him and looked at Wang Xiao. Is that so? Wang Xiao turned her back to Lu Chang, the store manager, then raised a finger at Yang Hao. Brother Yang, it is possible to expedite. The understanding Yang Hao immediately said, 2,000 is too expensive. 1,000 is okay. Sir, there's no such price. Lu Chang shook his head. Let's go through the process normally then. After saying this, Yang Hao sat on the parlor sofa and played with his cell phone, with a look of nothing to say. In fact, 1,000 or 2,000 is not important to Yang Hao. He mainly looks at this store manager a little upset. Here's the thing, sir. 15 of this 2,000 are for the government hall clerk, so our store makes 500. Tell you what, we won't make the 500. You can just pay 15. Lu Chang said again with a smile. Yang Hao waved his hand. Or forget it. I feel bad for making you guys work for nothing. Just follow the process. The corner of Lu Chang's mouth twitched, thinking to himself, you've got to be thinking of us, he said. On the side of Wang Xiao is secretly happy in her heart. The smile on her face cannot even be suppressed. Anyway, this expedited fee, she cannot earn a penny. It is all Lu Chang in the operation. Seeing Yang Hao's attitude, Lu Chang was too embarrassed to lower the price right away. He said resentfully, then I'll try coordinating again. After that he pretended to go to the back to make a phone call. After a while, Sister Su arrived at the store with the relevant paperwork, signing the contract, making the payment, and going to the government hall to transfer the account. By 11 o'clock, Yang Hao had gotten the real estate certificate with his name on it. Of course, he paid $1,000 for an expedited fee. That Lu Chang ended up lowering the price, because even if it was 1,000 he could still make 200, so naturally he wouldn't mess with the money. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the time-limited quest, The Rich Man's Property. It took 3 hours and 12 minutes. Rewards in the pipeline. Ding. Congratulations to the host on receiving a property blind box. Yes, no, open immediately? Yes. Yang Hao immediately made a choice. Ding. Congratulations to the host on 1 residence, 1 store, and 2 parking spaces. Hosts are requested to collect them from the Nebula Bay sales office after 1 p.m. A series of system beeps sounded in his head, and Yang Hao couldn't help but wave his fist in excitement after hearing the final reward. Nebula Bay, one of the most expensive neighborhoods in River City. When he owned 5 hot pot restaurants and had a bright vision for the future, one of his dreams was to own a house in Nebula Bay. And now that dream has really come true. 43, the King of Heaven is here. This is also a good sister. Yang Hao was originally worried about whether this real estate blind box would be a pit. After all, the blind box thing was invented to be a money pit in the first place. However, the system rewards this blind box with a 6 takeoff. It is the conscience of the industry. However, he did pay attention to one detail. The system had actually calculated the time it took him to complete the mission. That means that the rewards opened by the blind box are likely to be related to the time taken to complete the quest. So, if you ever meet a time-limited quest in the future, make sure you complete it as soon as possible. This is because the odds are that the shorter the time it takes to complete the task, the more rewarding it will be. Brother Yang, if you need any help with the microphone contact, I'll go back to the store first. Completing the task, Wang Xiaoxiao waved her hand at Yang Hao with a smile on her face, and this transaction created the fastest transaction record since she had been practicing her profession, and it was also the easiest time for her to earn a commission. Their real estate agent's fee is, the buyer and seller each charge 1% of the price of the house service fee. That is, this transaction store can earn 15,600 yuan, half of which is the store and the housing platform to go to share. The other half of the sales staff commission. That is, Wang Xiaoxiao can earn 7,800 yuan. Before and after more than 3 hours to earn 7,800 yuan. Wang Xiaoxiao mood is naturally excellent. I'll potentially be renting out this house, so I'll be in touch on WeChat when the time comes. Yang Hao does not know whether the Nebula Bay side of the house is decorated or clear water. If it is clear water, if you move in less than a year later, this house can be used as a transitional residence. But if the side is decorated, this house can be directly rented out. Okay, Yang, if you want to rent out your house, just tweet about it and I'll list it for you right away. Wang Xiaoxiao nodded and answered back in a loud voice, but the heart is a little puzzled. She had thought that Yang Hao so anxious to transfer is for self-occupation, but it turned out that the other party actually want to rent out the house. Really puzzling. The time the system told him to collect the rewards was after 1 p.m., and Yang Hao just happened to go to the Bully Fitness Center to complete today's punch card task. Brother Yang is here. Hello Brother Yang. Now Yang Hao is definitely the most popular member of the Bully Fitness Center. Of course, this is for female employees. Those male fitness trainers all looked at Yang Hao a bit unfavorably because he had hooked up with the prettiest female trainer of the Bully Fitness Center. In the past, this group of people still had fantasies about Sun Sini, thinking that they had a chance to take her down. Especially Zhu Honggang, the head of the private tutor, was particularly attached to Sun Sini. But not now. Yang Hao not only bought 100 lessons in one breath, but also gave Prada handbag bag as well as LV bracelet. The money smashed on Sun Sini in just a few days exceeded 100,000, and Zhu Honggang or other male coaches were all surprised by Yang Hao's strong financial power. Everyone picks up girls with a budget of $10, or $80, or even less, but you've directly raised the threshold to over $100, which is purely a malicious attempt to inflate prices. But the problem is, they really can't afford to follow. So when Yang Hao went to the store for classes in the past 2 days, he could obviously feel the envious and jealous gazes of the male coaches, and even when he was in the equipment area, Zhu Honggang would always be near him doing pretty much the same training content as him, attempting to create a crushing stance. Unfortunately, neither Yang Hao nor Sun Sini even bothered to pay attention to him. Brother Yang, I swiped your quick video. If you like to play fast music, we can make a video together. Yeah. Meng Yuyu had greeted Yu Lily last night, letting this plastic best friend help keep an eye on Yang Hao, and inform her immediately when the other party came. So after Yang Hao arrived at the fitness center, Meng Yuyu received Yu Lily's Weixin notification at the first time, and then this tea master, whose tea power was at 6 or 7 stages, hurried to the public area on the 4th floor to wait, because she knew that Sun Sini would first take Yang Hao to the 4th floor to jump exercise. So after Yang Hao appeared on the 4th floor, she immediately greeted him as if she had met him by chance. Yang Hao naturally didn't know that Meng Yuyu's appearance at this moment was intentional, but he did want to talk to this tea master about making a video, because through yesterday's video, he got the traffic code, and that's rubbing it in. And in terms of rubbing edges, Sun Sunny is naturally inferior to Mang Yu. I mainly want to document the weight loss routine, so I should feel accomplished when I look back after I've succeeded. Yang Hao gave himself a reason to play fast sounds, that's for sure. The sweat you put in to lose weight is well worth documenting. It's a very rewarding thing to do. It's also a sign of loving life. And men who love life like Brother Yang are really rare. Mang Yu nodded her head repeatedly, giving her full approval. Yang Hao smiled. Chatting with green tea is comfortable. People will hold you chat. A very common thing are described very meaningful. Let you feel happy mood. This is the so-called can provide emotional value. Even in the name of the green tea are have their own careful, such as Yang Brother and Yang Big Brother, this two name. Although there is only a difference between a big word, but Yang Big Brother obviously more intimate. And Meng Yu this kind of whiny voice shouted Yang Big Brother, this name will have a kind of pampering feeling. Let people listen to the heart tickle. And Meng Yu this kind of whiny voice shouted out Brother Yang this name when there will be a kind of pampered feeling. Let people listen to the heart itchy. Therefore, many tea master bloggers comments section will appear this is not green tea. The king of the heavens came this is also my good sister such remarks. Many women think that men can't distinguish green tea, while in fact it's not that they can't, but that they are too lazy to do so. It doesn't matter if it's tea or not, as long as it puts the old man in a good mood. It's not like he's getting married anyway. Brother Yang, I see that you don't seem to be very good at editing videos and stuff. Why don't I help you? Meng Yu came back with a wave of continuation of the topic, offering to help Yang Hao at the same time in order to establish a long-term relationship, so that in the future you can often contact each other, and not afraid of not having a topic. Jade, this is too much trouble for you. Yang Hao rubbed his hands together and made a difficult expression. It's no trouble. I'm going to send out a quick tone anyway. Meng Yu shook her head repeatedly. Well, that would be a pleasure. Yang Hao reluctantly responded. Brother Yang, you're too polite. It's just a show of hands. Meng Yu smiled like a flower. Her plan had finally taken the first step. Only, she felt that there was something familiar about the way Yang Hao spoke, as if it was a sentence she often used with other male customers. Brother Yang, can we start now? At this time, Sun Sunny, who hadn't said anything, opened her mouth and asked. When she saw Meng Yu on the fourth floor, she felt a little surprised, because one of the other's acquaintances was on the second floor in the equipment area. That person is Meng Yu's valued customer. Even if she does not go to the private lesson, to her understanding of Meng Yu, will stay on the second floor to accompany the other party to have a chat. However, Meng Yu left that familiar customer hanging on the second floor and ran to the fourth floor herself, and she had no classes. Then there was only one reason. It was specially waiting for this Brother Yang of his own. Sure enough, it was still Ying who was right. This Brother Yang is the longevity monk, and there are countless goblins staring at him. Before, Sun Sunny still felt that she could treat it normally. After all, she just regarded Yang Hao as a good brother. But when Meng Yu, the most powerful goblin in the fitness center, came to her door, she was inexplicably a little nervous, and even a little afflicted. So much so that when she saw the two of them chatting passionately, she actually felt a hint of jealousy in her heart, and ghostly wanted to interrupt their chat. Jade, I'll go to class first then. Yang Hao greeted this good sister. Then he was ready to go to class with Sun Sunny. As a result, Meng Yu spoke up again and said, Brother Yang, then let me go and record a few videos of your lessons for you. It can be used as material. This doesn't bother you, does it? Yang Hao used Meng Yu's best way of talking again. It's no trouble. I don't have class. I'm free, Meng Yu said with a smile. Moreover, being able to participate in such a meaningful event will also be a very memorable experience for me. I should also thank Brother Yang for giving me this opportunity. 44. The Great Sage and the White Bone Demon. Learn, all of you. See how people chat. You stinking women down there know how to ask for what you want, not realizing that as long as the emotional value of what is being offered is in place, nothing needs to be said at all, and the man will willingly pay for it. In fact, what men want is really not much. A word of encouragement when they are lost, a warm hug when they are tired, and a hot dinner after work. Then the man can come back to life and continue to carry the burdens of life forward. However, many women often hang on the lips of the words or whose husband earns a lot. I married you really blind. You cannot learn from others who. I'm obviously doing my best at work, but when I get home I'm full of complaints and nagging. A reprieve from physical exhaustion would be fine, but this mental stress only builds deeper and deeper and eventually breaks down. So when you see some guy walking alone in the pouring rain without an umbrella, he's not stupid, he just wants to cry his eyes out. Because of the rain hitting his face, others wouldn't be able to tell that he was shedding tears. Therefore, for Yang Hao, who has experienced the poisonous beating of a failed marriage, there is nothing wrong with green tea. They are understanding, well-spoken, and provide emotional value. The downside is that they are purposeful and don't have real feelings for you. when you have value in their eyes you are heaven, when you lose that value they will abandon you. And from Young Hao's point of view, she doesn't mind that the other party is approaching to please herself for money, because it's normal. You can't expect people to figure that you're an old man who was divorced with children. It's like the line from the TV show It's All Good, figure you're old enough to not take a shower? The reality is that there is something to be gained from any kind of relationship and interpersonal interactions. Even the notion of raising children between parents and children, those who are truly able to be desireless and selfless, that is really a very small number of saints. And as for feelings, Yang Hao needed even less. It wasn't like he was going to marry the other person and go home. Therefore, for green tea like Mang Yu, Yang Hao is not averse to it. The other party can provide emotional value to himself, and can also help himself to shoot short videos and create revenue. Why not? As for what she wanted, Yang Hao would also give appropriately, not letting people pay for nothing. After all, he was not the kind of person who liked to whore for nothing. In this way, when the day comes when the two tacitly go their separate ways, they will not be indebted to each other. Instead, such a relationship is easier and less tiring. However, at this moment, Sun Sini's mood was extremely complicated. Meng Yu, the goblin, came from a bad place, as if she was a white bone demon who was good at disguise, and Brother Yang, the Tang monk, seemed to have been bewitched by her, even though she is the Sun Disheng Eyes of Fire. But the teacher has no name. If forced to intervene, to 3 white bone essence, maybe she this Sun Disheng will also be driven back to the mountain of flowers and fruits. Thus, Sun Seni could only press on and give Yang Hao the same lessons as before. Meng Yu, on the other hand, was dutifully filming on one side. However, she had her own caution, only filming Yang Hao not being afraid of Sun Seni. She'd seen the Snapchat Yang Hao had posted yesterday, and almost all of the 24 comments were saying things like shoot more fitness instructors. Although in reality Meng Yu thought she was inferior to Sun Seni, she was confident in beating Sun Seni in fast sound. This is also reflected in the number of followers of the fast voice. Meng Yu are more than 30,000 followers, while Sun Seni is only 5,000. So Meng Yu was planning to make some more videos with her own appearances in a while, first letting her appear in this Brother Yang's fast-sounding videos. After the end of the jump exercises half an hour of apparatus training, Sun Seni guidance is still very serious, but Yang Hao is a bit apathetic, mainly because Meng Yu the tea master is not honest at all, constantly on the side of the apparatus to make a provocative posture, or just so smiling at him, but also from time to add gas to Brother Yang. What Meng Yu wore today wasn't the traditional kind of workout clothes. The upper body was a bustier design, and the lower part was paired with black and white athletic shorts, but both the clothes worn on top and the shorts underneath were a bit of a rubbing attribute. And ever since she had arrived at the equipment area, the gazes of the several male members would glance over at her from time to time. A brother who was working on his bench press was able to add another 20 kilograms to his barbell at a time after watching her. It was so energizing. It's obviously blocked where it should be, but it's more attractive than not. She didn't even need to do anything titillating, just by sitting there. She had already seduced the souls of a group of men. Only the usually warm and talkative sister put all her attention on the ordinary-looking man with a slightly chubby body, but lying flat on the machine with a noticeable bulge from the waist down. Is it just because he's bulging out enough? There is data that suggests that just bulging out is useless, and that playing poker is an esoteric discipline that requires hard work and constant exploration and discovery, because each target is different. It's a matter of tailoring the program to the individual. Yang Hao felt that a white-bone spirit like Meng Yu did need a great saint's weapon to subdue her. So much so that after he had seen more of Meng Yu, the goblin, he always wanted to say, "Heaven did not give birth to me young Dishang, and the road is as long as the night. Stick to it, MD, if 1 bat doesn't work, then 2, if 2 doesn't work, then 3, I'm sure she'll go up in smoke. Yu Jiu, it's almost dinner time, why don't we go have a meal together?" Huang Jichao, who had bought 50 lessons from Meng Yu, was finally unable to hold back the throbbing emotions within his heart, and took the initiative to go forward and issue an invitation. "Brother Huang, sorry I have an appointment today." Meng Yu refused with a smile on her face. "Got a date?" Him? Huang Jichao pointed to Yang Hao who was doing post-training stretching not far away. "Yeah, I promised to accompany Big Brother Yang for the video," Meng Yu admitted frankly. Huang Jichao frowned. Meng Yu had always called him Brother Huang, but ended up calling that man Brother Yang. This word difference is the difference between the obvious sense of distance. He also wanted to hear Meng Yu daintily shouted a Big Brother Huang. "Yu Jiu, didn't you post a friend circle before saying that you've fallen in love with a LV bucket bag? Let's go to Starlight City for dinner first in a while, and then we can go to LV to take a look." Huang Jichao is not dead. Red Rose sung in the right, cannot get is always in commotion. He had already been trolled into a warped mouth by Meng Yu, and coupled with the fact that today's menu was extraordinarily provocative, he was really on top of it. So much so that he was thinking that even if he spent $20,000 to $30,000 on a bag, he would still want to take down this little goblin. If it was in the past, Meng Yuyu would most likely have accompanied Huang Jichao to dinner, and in the meantime, she would have fished out that LV bucket bag that she liked. But it was impossible to trick her into going to a hotel with just a bag, and a tea master like Meng Yuyu knew what her most valuable thing was, and what men cared about most. That's why she won't dedicate herself until she meets the really big fish. And now that her long-awaited big fish was right in front of her, she naturally couldn't possibly give up the chance to go fishing for the big fish for the sake of Huang Jichao, a small shrimp. So, she smiled politely and rebuffed once again. Brother Huang, you know, Yuju is a person who keeps her word, and since I've made an appointment with Brother Yang, I won't change my mind. 45. Yang was taken down? That's fine. Then, we'll make an appointment some other time. Huang Jichao left in disappointment, but before he left, he carefully surveyed the Yang Hao on the side, somewhat curious about this person's identity. To be able to have two beautiful women, Sun Sini and Meng Yuyu, surround him, there must be something over the top. Hong Kong, what's that guy's story? Huang Jichao came over to Zhu Honggang, who was also paying attention to Sun Sini and Meng Yuyu's movements, and asked in a low voice, not sure what's coming, but it's pretty rich. It's already smashed over $100,000 on Sun Sini in the past few days. Zhu Honggang said somewhat sourly. Hundreds of thousands. Huang Jichao silently sucked in a breath. His annual salary was only about $300,000, but it turned out that people spent half a year of his salary in a few days. That's not true. Didn't this man drop money on Sun Sini? How come Meng Yuyu is so attached instead? Hong Kong, did he drop money on Yuyu as well? Huang Jichao asked again. No, I don't think so. Zhu Honggang shook his head. If Yang Hao had also smashed money on Meng Yuyu, the gym should have already spread the word. Then why is she so uptight? Huang Jichao was a bit puzzled. Zhu Honggang rubbed his wrist and said, a netizen once said that money is for women, and this may have been verified in Meng Yuyu. After all, that brother Yang casually dropped over $100,000 on Sun Sini, so I guess Meng Yuyu thought the other party could drop money on her too. Huang Jichao nodded his head, his gaze a little dark. He thought that he could tie with Yang Hao in terms of external conditions, but the gap in terms of financial strength was too great. The other side. Yang Hao has finished his private lesson for the day. He sat under the bench press rack and wiped the sweat, but his stomach was grumbling. This morning he only ate 2 tea eggs and drank half a bowl of kanji. The result was busy all morning. This moment has been 12:30. To say that is not hungry, that is impossible. Yang, the fat loss meal I brought you is in the locker, so go eat in the lounge after you shower. Sun Sini, who heard the voice, said, good. Yang Hao was more or less a little embarrassed that his stomach growled too loudly. Brother Yang, then I'll go wait for you in the restroom, since the diet is to be recorded if you want to record the weight loss process. Meng Yuyu, who was on the side, said with a smile, okay. Yang Hao nodded. This little cha-cha was really sweet. After taking a shower, Yang Hao went to the first floor lounge. Sun Sini had fulfilled her duty of helping Yang Hao prepare a month's worth of fat loss meals very well, and the main meal she prepared for lunch today was a purple potato as well as a beef and vegetable salad. Brother Yang, I think the content is a bit boring if you just record the weight loss process in the fast voice, so why don't you record your life along the way as well? When Yang Hao was almost done eating, Meng Yuyu gave her own advice. Documenting life? Well, you can try, but I am not going to show my face. Rich man's reputation, that task Yang Hao is more important. After all, it is the only 2 tasks that can increase the progress of the main quest, and the quest was swipeable, so he was willing to make a different attempt. There's no problem with not showing your face. In fact, many bloggers don't show their faces but still manage to have millions or even tens of millions of followers. Meng Yuyu said smilingly, then asked, Brother Yang, then what are your arrangements for later? I'm going to take possession. Yang Hao looked at the time. It was 5 minutes to 1 o'clock, and the system gave the time to go to the Nebula Bay sales office after 1 o'clock to collect the rewards. Yang Hao was still looking forward to the mansion in Nebula Bay. Taking possession? Meng Yuyu's already bright eyes were even brighter. Brother Yang, then you can make a repossession vlog. It's also a record of life. If you're not comfortable filming it yourself, I can help with that. I run my own Snapchat account and I'm still very experienced in filming vlogs. Meng Yuyu furtively introduced herself. While her heart was full of anticipation, she was curious to know where this young brother bought his house, because from the specifications of the neighborhood where the other party bought his house, she could probably tell what segment of a tycoon he was. Whether it's in the millions or the billions, you can definitely tell from the house. Don't you have to work? Yang Hao asked rhetorically while chewing the vegetables in his mouth. Our fitness instructor's hours are still generous. and I just don't happen to have any classes this afternoon. Meng Yuyu smiled and shrugged her shoulders, and after successfully connecting with Yang Hao, she cancelled one of her afternoon private lessons. In that case, then we'll just have to keep working you hard. Yang Hao doesn't mind taking Meng Yuyu with him to repossess his house, not to mention that filming a repossession vlog might actually get attention, and might even help him swipe some money. Brother Yang, then I'll go change first. Seeing Yang Hao agreeing to do so, Meng Yuyu was overjoyed. She gave a greeting then quickly walked out of the lounge, and after she left, only Sun Sini and Yang Hao were left in this lounge. At this moment, Sun Sini's mood was very complicated. Meng Yuyu had snatched the person under her eyes, yet she had little justifiable reason to stop it. Sun Sini thought of what her best friend Zhao Yingying said last night. She said that a man like Yang Hao will have a lot of little goblins around him to take the initiative, and she also asked Sun Sini to help keep an eye on him, and tell her if there is any wind or grass. As a result, Zhao Yingying was really prophetic. Meng Yuyu, this white bone spirit, today took the initiative tactics, and a set of combinations down, but also harvested a good effect. This moment are going to accompany Yang Hao to collect the room. Brother Yang. Sun Sini opened her mouth, wanting to remind Meng Yuyu of her character, but after a moment's hesitation, she didn't say anything. If she really go behind the back to say bad things about Meng Yuyu, it is really a bit of 3 dozen white bone spirit, meaning there's no harm in saying what you have to say. At this moment, Yang Hao had already eaten all the fat-reducing meals in his lunchbox. He put down the chopsticks in his hand and looked at Sun Sini. Nothing. Just wanted to ask Brother Yang what you want to eat tomorrow? Sun Sini changed the topic. She really didn't have the habit of bad-mouthing others behind their backs. Just decide. After all, you are the coach. It's all not much fuel to eat anyway, so Yang Hao really doesn't care. Okay. Sun Sini answered and said nothing more. After waiting for a while, Meng Yuyu went and returned. She was wearing a small fragrant-style set of dress today, with a bare leg artifact underneath. It looked like she was wearing meat silk, giving people a beautiful frozen feeling. Brother Yang, we can go now. Meng Yuyu greeted with a smile like a flower. Yang Hao nodded and went out of the fitness center with Meng Yuyu. Yu Lily and Zhou Ling, who were sitting behind the bar, were both a bit dumbfounded, especially Yu Lily, who was Meng Yuyu's best friend and roommate, was even more surprised. Last night, Meng Yuyu just told her, he wants to take the initiative. I did not expect that today. The young brother take. Since we're out together, we're bound to consume a wave, just like what Sun Sini experienced before. Thinking about this, both of them could not help but feel a little envious. After all, Yang's financial power was there. Brother Yang, what kind of car is this? It's so high-class feeling, but I don't even recognize it. Looking up inside the U8, Sun Sini put on an inquisitive face, while in fact this tea master had long looked up information about Yang Hao's car on the internet. Look up to the U8, BYD's car. Yang Hao casually replied back while steering. Whoa, this is looking up to U8. Meng Yuyu gave a sigh of relief before asking, Brother Yang, is that the car that can be driven on the water? Yeah, that's the car. Yang Hao nodded, but that's just the floating mode. It's not as exaggerated as one might think. That's awesome too. Super cool. Menjiu continues to quip that the main event is pulling the emotional value full circle. 46. It's good to have money. For a man. If you don't know how to compliment him, then compliment his car and never step in a hole. If he is driving a luxury car, you just need to all exclamation of praise. If he is driving an economical family car, you praise it fuel efficient, leather and durable. If he is riding a battery car, you can come to a ride it does not traffic jam. If the bike, then you say that the exercise is quite good. Meng Yuyu, this little cha-cha, obviously understands. Her kind of praise and shock will make a man have a great sense of satisfaction. So this is the kind of tea guru that you'd still smell good getting along with if you weren't married to her, providing you with emotional value whenever and wherever you need it. Although Yang Hao knew that she was acting, even if he knew that she was acting, his heart would still be comfortable. It's the same way that a leader actually knows who is kissing ass. And even though he knows what you're saying is false and exaggerating, he'll still enjoy it. Brother Yang, can I take a selfie? After some praise, Meng Yuyu started the whole job again. And this operation of hers sort of gives a lift to the previous compliment. Nowadays, girls are usually only willing to take selfies to show off when they are sitting in a luxury car. So when she makes the request to take a selfie, it's the biggest endorsement of your car. Make yourself at home. Yang Hao gently nodded his head. This moment is to realize the benefits of being single. If he is still married, Meng Yuyu put forward this kind of request when he has to hesitate. And even the other side to sit on the co-pilot of this matter is easy to cause a family dispute. Getting an affirmative answer, Meng Yuyu immediately took a happy selfie. In fact, her question was also a sideways probe into Yang Hao's current relationship status. If he allowed himself to sit in the passenger seat and take a selfie, it meant that he didn't have any worries and didn't need to think about a certain woman's feelings. That is to say, This Yang belongs to the big fish in the true sense of the word. As for having a 5-year-old daughter, that was a plus. And in the opinion of Meng Yu, the tea master, she could definitely strike a chord with the little girl, so that she would have another value in front of Yang Hao. Beautiful women are a scarce resource for ordinary people. But there's never a shortage of beautiful women around rich people, so how much value you can offer determines whether you can stay by his side or not. Brother Yang, where are we going to repossess the house? After patting herself on the back for a while, Meng Yu opened her mouth again and asked, Nebula Bay. Yang Hao faintly returned, Ah, Nebula Bay? Meng Yu couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. Nebula Bay can be too famous in Jiangcheng, belonging to the top mansion. In Jiangcheng, where the average price of a house is around 15,000, the price of Nebula Bay is around 60,000, which is already comparable to the old mansion Tiandi Yuntin. But Nebula Bay is a little newer as a neighborhood. Meng Yu, this voice exclaimed, does not pretend. As a tea master she is on the Jiangcheng mansions have an understanding of the Nebula Bay are large flat. There are only 3 types, respectively, 288 square feet, 468 square feet, as well as 688 square feet. Even for a 288 square foot model, the total price of the house is more than $17 million, plus the hard and soft furnishings. It is almost $20 million, so those who can afford to live in this kind of house basically have assets of more than $100 million, because he may only have so much real estate. And luxury homes, like luxury cars, are only the beginning when it comes to buying them, and the cost of maintaining them is extremely high. Even if an ordinary person gives you a mansion in Nebula Bay, you can't afford to live there if you are not allowed to sell it for cash. Jiangcheng City last year, the average annual salary of urban units in the workforce is about 100,000. This is the official data. The actual situation is that most of them take 5 or 6,000 salaries. The annual salary is only 60,000 or 70,000. After paying the property tax is not what is left. If it's 688 square feet for that model, then congratulations. You can't even afford to pay the property taxes with the money you're making. And property costs are still just a fraction of the overhead of such luxury homes. Brother Yang, you're too trenchant. Emotional management followed by a lament from Yuk Meng. A house is just a place to sleep. Yang Hao pushed back. In fact, he was full of anticipation for the mansion he was about to have. Soon the two arrived at the Nebula Bay sales office. Can I help you, sir? Walking into the sales office, the female welcome guest immediately greeted her with a smile on her face. I'm here to take over the house, Yang Hao said. What is your name, sir? Jan. Oh, so it's Mr. Yang. I've been notified. The two of you inside please. After Yang Hao reported his surname, the smile on the female welcome guest's face grew a few points thicker, and she led the two of them to the VIP lounge inside, and then enthusiastically brought tea and snacks. After waiting for a few moments, Lu Xiaoqin, the sales manager who had learned the news, walked into the VIP lounge holding a stack of contracts. Hello Mr. Yang, I'm Lu Xiaoqin, the sales manager here. Just call me Lu. Here is the contract for the house you bought as well as the store. Lu Xiaoqin first made a self-introduction and then handed the 2 contracts to Yang Hao. Aha! Yang Hao pretended to nod calmly, while inwardly he was a batch of excitement. He took the first contract and flipped through it before being surprised by the column for the size of the house. The house rewarded by the system is the biggest one in Nebula Bay, with a floor area of 688 square feet. If we calculate it 60,000 a square foot, the total price of this house is going to be over $40 million. Gee, I think the house I bought in the Monopoly game had a 688 square foot large flat in Nebula Bay. There should be, right, MD? There are so many houses bought in the game. It's kind of hard to remember. Although Monopoly is a virtual game, many things are simulated from reality and can fulfill the dreams of the players that cannot be accomplished in reality. Yang Hao looked at the second contract again, which was the purchase contract for the 150 square foot door market. This store is on the commercial street allotted to Nebula Bay, just outside the south gate of Nebula Bay. Said 150 square feet. In fact, the use of the area of 300 square feet, because the door market elevation height of 5 meters 7, can be built another floor? In which case the upstairs and downstairs area are 150 square feet. In fact, many of the doorways are built in such a way that they are sold as one level and can actually be built up to another level. The current selling price of door-to-door markets on commercial streets is around 100,000 per square foot, and this 150 square foot door-to-door market is worth $15 million. That means that this wave of quests, the system exploded with almost 55 million gold coins. Young Ho can be a wave of fat. He has a luxury house and a luxury car, and he also has a 300 square feet of market space. Yang Hao signed both contracts. Then Lu Xiaoqin took Yang Hao to the property center to check in. The property fee was paid for 5 years in one breath, so Yang Hao didn't have to worry about the property fee. Brother Yang, our park entrances and exits are face swiped. Please cooperate with the entry. The staff member at the property politely pointed to the camera next to the computer. Yang Hao nodded and made a face recording according to the other party's prompts. Brother Yang, this household of yours is configured for 12 face recordings, and after the recordings are full, if there is still a need, you can come back to us for more. So do you still need to record? The staff member subconsciously looked at Meng Yuyu as he spoke. He couldn't get the relationship between the other party and this brother Yang, so he could only give a sideways reminder. Meng Yuyu, on the other hand, looked at Yang Hao with an expectant face. Of course she wanted to record it too. This was a treatment only available to owners. Nebula Bay like this neighborhood security is very strict. Takeaway courier are not allowed to enter. Of course, for the takeaway and courier, which is quite good, because it reduces their workload. They only need to put the takeaway or courier in the gate on the line. The back will be sent by the Nebula Bay security guards to the owner's hands. As for ordinary visitors to enter the park will need the owner to confirm the identity of the information. This kind of top luxury residential main is a stranger do not disturb, so if you can brush your face to enter Nebula Bay, it's a status symbol. Jade, you record it too. Yang Hao nodded at Meng Yuyu, whose eyes were full of anticipation. The latter was overjoyed and hurriedly cooperated with the staff of the property to complete the face recording. The staff member was also experienced, and from the conversation between the two of them, he had already judged that this young and beautiful girl should just be this brother Yang's adopted concubine. LOL, it's nice to be rich. The staff member swept over Meng Yuyu's concave and convex figure and couldn't help but silently lament in his heart. 47, must take down brother Yang. Yang Hao is using Meng Yuyu this little cha-cha as a tool person, and it will be convenient to help shoot a video or something in the future, and it will be convenient to go in and out of the park. And the matter of recording Meng Yuyu's face for her is actually quite sinister, because this move pretty much takes Meng Yuyu the little cha-cha completely off the table. It's like someone giving you a key to a vault, but the gold in the vault doesn't belong to you, and you can only stare at it. All you can do to get the gold in the vault is to be at the beck and call of the vault owner, fantasizing that one day the vault owner will give you some of the gold inside. Meng Yuyu recorded face in the property will be considered to get the key to the vault. She can go in and out of this upscale neighborhood at will, but she is here in no piece of tile. While her vanity was satisfied, there would be a huge gap in her heart, and she would surely desperately want to truly become the master of this place, so she could only work hard to hold on to Yang Hao's thighs to try to satisfy all of his needs. She wanted to catch the big fish Yang Hao, but now she's swallowed the bait herself. If it wasn't for Yang Hao being a hungover guy who could potentially develop her into an NPC, the probable end for Meng Yuyu would be to be kicked away after being toyed with. After all, as the owner of this place just need to give a call to the property, Meng Yuyu's face information will be deleted, and she will no longer be associated with this upscale neighborhood. Nebula Bay Park is actually only 5 buildings, building spacing of 100 meters. The view is very good. The center of the park is the king of the building location is 688 square feet of household types are in this building. A flora household. Yang Hao's house is 28 floors. Out of the elevator is a spacious corridor, because this floor is just one household. So in fact this corridor area is also considered Yang Hao's private space. The entry door is a 3/7 opening armored door with an inlaid smart face fingerprint lock. You can swipe your face to open the door, or enter your fingerprint or password. The property manager told Yang Hao the initial password, and then sent a copy of the instruction manual to Yang Hao, so that after he moved in, he only needed to initialize the fingerprint lock and then reset the password according to the instruction manual. Mr. Yang, this is a move-in gift box from our property. Wish you a happy life. Just give me a call if you have any questions in the future. So I'll leave you two alone. The property steward handed Yang Hao a beautifully wrapped gift box, and then he left with a sensible farewell. Yang Hao used the initial password to open the door of the room, and what came into his eyes was the spacious to somewhat empty living room, which was more than 100 square feet as far as the eye could see. The house was delivered hardcover, but it only came with basic appliances. The water heater, hood, stove, and things like that were there, but refrigerators, TVs, washing machines, and all that stuff don't come with the furniture, so the already large house looks even more empty, giving the impression of being ridiculously large, with the living room, balcony, and the hallway portion adding up to 140 to 50 square feet. I'm afraid, Yang Hao didn't rush to visit the whole house, but walked through the living room to the balcony. The 28th floor has a very good view of the Yangtze River on both sides of the river. A proper luxury river view room. Wow, it's beautiful. Meng Yuyu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. In fact, she had no concept of 688 square feet, so when Yang Hao opened the entry door, her entire body froze. It's too big. The living room alone was already bigger than the average family's house. There are no words to describe the visual impact, and the emotion of that shock, especially for a little cha-cha like Meng Yuyu who was bent on catching a golden son-in-law. This was simply her ultimate goal. No, this was beyond her ultimate goal. Meng Yuyu has a good relationship with a college friend married a rich second generation. The other party's wedding house is more than 200 square feet of large flat. As a bridesmaid, Meng Yuyu was thinking that she would be satisfied if she could live in a big flat like that. It turned out that this brother Yang's house was 3 times the size of her classmate's wedding house, and it's still Nebula Bay, the top mansion in Jiangcheng. Walking through the park just now, it's not much different from a park, with a super high rate of greenery and an artificial lake as well as an open-air swimming pool. Can't imagine what a godly life it will be to live in. Take it down. It is necessary to take down brother Yang. Meng Yuyu took a deep breath and made herself try to look as calm as possible, though inside she was already roaring madly. She even began to fantasize that if she could be the mistress of this place, she would put 2 rattan chairs on this spacious balcony and sip tea while enjoying the sunset over the river. That picture is simply not beautiful. That's what life is like. I was just living before. Meng Yuyu couldn't help but let out another sigh of relief in her heart. Yang Hao's heart also sent out almost the same emotion as Meng Yuyu's when he was enjoying the river view, and his previous wedding house was only about 150 square feet, which was about the same size as the living room of this house now. Ruwashi should love it here, being able to run around. Yang Hao thought in his heart, and then began to visit the rest of the house. The house is a 6-room 3-hall design, south-facing with 2 oversized suites. The master room has an area of more than 100 square feet. The other suite has an area of 60 square feet, and both rooms have a view of an unrivaled 270 degrees of large floating windows. There were 4 rooms in the northward direction counting the nanny's room, but Yang Hao couldn't use so many bedrooms and was going to convert 2 of them into a study and a gym, leaving one for Manili so that she could come over for a small stay occasionally. The house is just so big, it's been half an hour in a circle. As for Meng Yuyu, the little TT, she was more and more determined to take this brother Yang down, and had even figured out how to set up that supersized master bedroom suite. The suite was so big that it was over 80 square feet excluding the bathroom, check room, and terrace. The vanity is still not as big as you want it to be. Yuck yuck, didn't you say you were going to do a repossession vlog? Is it ready to shoot? After visiting the entire house, Yang Hao opened his mouth. In the back of his mind, he was thinking that little Cha-Cha had to work after seeing the world. Aha, I'll start with the introductory shot, and you can stand behind me if you don't want to be in the picture. Brother Yang. Meng Yuyu nodded. She already had a rough idea of the shoot in her mind as well as the content of the text. Good, I'll leave it to you next. Yang Hao cooperated and came to the corridor. Brother Yang, it's better to start shooting from the exit of the elevator. This hallway and the atmospheric entry door are also among the highlights. Meng Jiu, who was about to shoot, changed her mind again. Okay. Yang Hao pressed the elevator with his hand. The building had a total of 32 floors, which meant that there were a total of 32 households. But the property steward told Yang how the building was less than half occupied, so the 2-staircase elevator was almost always on call. Meng Yuyu entered the elevator and then started the repossession vlog. Yang Hao, on the other hand, took advantage of the time when she was shooting the video to reset the smart face fingerprint lock of the entry door, set a new administrator password and recorded the face and fingerprints again. He didn't call out to Meng Yuyu during this process. He could give the other party access to the park, but wanting to enter his home wasn't enough of a qualification right now. 48. The system is giving out benefits. This takeover vlog Meng Yuyu shot very seriously. In fact, she also took the opportunity to shoot vlog again, detailed the whole house visit again, and in the heart of the mind to think about if they become the hostess here how to plan to utilize each room. Brother Yang, the video footage has all been filmed, but I still have to edit and integrate it. I'll send it to you later, and then you can just post it directly to Quick Voice. After taking the video, Meng Yuyu was very sweet. That's a lot of work, Jade, Yang Hao politely said, while in his heart, he was thinking that treating this Xiao Cha-Cha as a tool person was really right. With her help he didn't need to rack his brain to make a video. This field was really not his specialty. Brother Yang, don't always be so polite. I don't think of you as an outsider. Meng Yuyu smiled back. Gotta. You're welcome. Yang Hao waved his hand. Let's go. Go to the door market again. Then I'm going to pick up my daughter from school. Good. Meng Yuyu nodded her head obediently, then left the mansion reluctantly. Brother Yang, can I send a friend circle? While riding the elevator downstairs, Meng Yuyu weakly asked. It's your freedom. There's no need to ask my opinion. Just don't show me in the photos. Though, Yang Hao shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent face. To be honest, he also wanted to send a circle of friends to pretend to be a pussy, but he suddenly bought a mansion worth more than $40 million if he really sent it to his circle of friends. friends and relatives will definitely explode. Then he will have to make up a blind story to explain the source of the money. Or maybe there will also be people looking for him to borrow money and so on. It's too much of a hassle. And Meng Yuyu, the small TT send friends circle, is also considered for him to pretend beep. After all, the house is his. Well, even he was a little curious about how Meng Yuyu's copy for this friend circle was going to be written. Brother Yang, don't worry about it. I know you like to keep a low profile. There are photos of you that I'll put in an album and treasure silently. I won't send them out. Meng Yuyu slightly tilted her head and smiled sweetly at Yang Hao. Her words are still quite provocative. Yang Hao, this kind of old man, is also in a pleasant mood to listen to, but he will not go to the head. Instead, he will silently evaluate a sentence in his heart. There is that flavor. From the south gate of the park is the Nebula Bay Commercial Street. On the other side of the commercial street is the Greenland Mission Hills community. Although the positioning of this community is not as high-end as the Nebula Bay, but also belongs to the upscale community, the average price of the house in the 40,000 or so, the park's smallest 112 square feet. So the threshold for moving into this community is also to more than $4 million. Relatively affordable price and superior location, so that the Greenland Mission Hills, this neighborhood sells very well. The occupancy rate is very high, which also provides the popularity of Nebula Commercial Street base, and also have the ability to consume the crowd. After all, can live up to the Greenland Mission Hills is considered to be the rich. Yang Hao has already gotten the key to the set of door market from the property, which is pure water and empty, but there is nothing to visit. But the hot pot dream in Yang Hao's heart is once again ignited. As the saying goes, where you fall down, where you get up. The closure of his 5 hot pot store actually has nothing to do with his operation, mainly because everyone cannot get out. Zhangchang is the earliest and most violent outbreak of the region. In that 3 years of the closure of countless hotels, Yang Hao is just a flatboat in the ocean. By the monstrous waves toppled over is also very normal. Ding! Trigger welfare mission, the rich man's first thoughts. Don't forget the original intention, and you'll always get it. As a rich man cannot forget their roots, always remember who they are, where they come from, where their roots are. With a grateful heart, move forward. Task, reopen Yangji Hot Pot Restaurant and recall old employees. Benefit 1, $10 million in special funds for opening a store. Benefit 2, double cashback on hot pot restaurant turnover. Just as Yang Hao was thinking about reopening the hot pot restaurant, the system beep once again sounded in his head. Welfare assignment? Surprisingly, there are welfare missions. Yang Hao was first shocked, then he was ecstatic. This task is equivalent to the system to pay money to let him fulfill his dream, but also reward double the turnover. 300 square feet of hot pot restaurant if the operation is good. The monthly turnover should have hundreds of thousands, and may even break 1 million. And the system reward is double cashback on turnover, not profit, which is very substantial. Not bad for a welfare assignment. Pure and simple delivery of benefits. That's a lot more reliable than Family 123 on the link. Meng Yuyu is not much interested in this door market, mainly because with the 688 square feet of house in front, this 150 square feet of door market is very shabby, especially this pure water door market house. There is indeed nothing to see. This little cha-cha took advantage of Yang Hao's fooling around in the store to post 9 carefully selected photos to his friends. 8 of the 9 photos are of the interior of the 688 square foot mansion. The only one in C is a selfie of her in the Rangoon U8. And she has the presence of mind to tilt her head in a way that looks as if she's leaning her head in the direction of the main driver, when in fact she's revealing the Rangoon logo on the headrest of the seat. And this circle of friends she also turned on the location display, Nebula Bay, and with a positive energy text, accompanied Brother Young to close the house. Suddenly understand the meaning of the struggle. Yuju to cheer up. Hello. After sending the circle of friends, Meng Yuyu gazed tenderly at Yang Hao, who at the moment was standing in the center of the empty door location, one hand stroking his chin, seemingly thinking about something. Suddenly, I think Brother Yang is actually quite handsome. Meng Yuyu silently lamented in her heart, not realizing that this was actually the result of adding a money filter. Tink, the cell phone suddenly rang. It was someone who had sent a Microsoft message to Meng Yuyu. She opened it and looked at it. It was someone with the memo, Haruai. Seeing that it was a message from the other side, Meng Yuyu couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly. This Qingqing is the university classmate who married a rich second generation not long ago, and because she married better, she often shows off her wealth in her circle of friends. Although Meng Yuyu was still on good terms with her, but girls like to compare amongst themselves, and Meng Yuyu was actually envious in her heart, even a little jealous. She knew, though, that she could definitely pull off an upset today. She clicked on the chat dialog box with Haruai, and sure enough, the other party was very excited in her words. Jade, did you even get a boyfriend who lives in Nebula Bay? Jade, your boyfriend lives in a 688 square foot apartment? Where did you find such a rich boyfriend? I haven't heard you mention it before. Let's get together sometime. Before Ma Ziqing's triple hit Meng Yuyu could reply, a new message popped up. Xia Mei, Yuyu, don't forget each other when you are rich. Xia Mei, envy to drool. Can go to your home to visit it? I have long heard that the Nebula Bay thief luxury. This note, Xiao's sister, is also Meng Yuyu's college classmates. After graduation, both of them in the development of Zhangcheng, and occasionally will meet for dinner to get together. The relationship is still okay. The two best friends sent messages one after another, and Meng Yuyu was even happier, smiling with her big eyes squinting into a slit. At the moment, this little cha-cha's vanity was greatly satisfied. 49. A mansion that can only be bought by a person who has worked for 400 years. Boli Fitness Center. Yu Lily also saw Meng Yuyu's friend's circle for the first time. Jesus, Nebula Bay. She couldn't help but let out a gasp as she saw the obvious location information at first. She knew that Yang Hao was rich, but she didn't expect to be a big shot living in Nebula Bay. You know, the cheapest house there is a little over $20 million. Yu Lily couldn't help but regret that day's operation again, and she specifically recommended this big brother to Sun Sini. I should be worthy of the temple in Sun Xinye's heart. Yu Lily was in a complicated mood, then clicked on the pictures sent by Meng Yuyu to view them one by one. This house is too big. Just looking at the pictures, that visual impact had shocked her. Lily, look at Jade's circle of friends. At this time, Zhou Ling also saw Meng Yuyu's friend circle. She staggeringly poked Yu Lily, and then she realized that the other party was already looking at the pictures that Meng Yuyu had sent. Brother Yang is too trenchant. How many square feet does this house have to be? Just looking at the living room, it seems bigger than our house. Zhou Ling let out a sigh of relief. Nebula Bay has a total of 3 types of households. The smallest is almost 300 square feet. The largest is nearly 700 square feet. Yu Lily had deliberately checked the information of Nebula Bay before, but she didn't even dare to think about the matter of living in it, only thinking that she could go in and visit it when she had the chance. Then Brother Yang's set should be the biggest floor plan, Zhou Ling said as she flipped through the photos sent by Meng Yuyu. I guess so. It wouldn't be the smallest one anyway. Yu Lily is not sure if it's the largest type of household. She remembers that there is another type of household with more than 400 square feet. There is no way to distinguish it from the picture. Lounge. Sun Sini, who had just finished an aerobics class, was drinking water. Hearing the chatter coming from the front desk, she immediately opened Weishuan, and then she swiped to that friend circle of Meng Yuyu's. Those few photos of the interior of the mansion were equally shocking to her. The house she and Zhao Yingying rented was only about 70 square feet in total, not even half the size of the living room in the photos. If she hadn't seen such a luxurious house, she wouldn't have felt that she was living in such a bad place, but when she saw it, there would inevitably be some discrepancy in her heart. If this was just a stranger's house, she probably wouldn't feel much, at most some emotion, but this house was Yang Hao's, a man who bought her 100 private lessons and gave her a Prada bag and a LV bracelet. The man had spent over $100,000 on her in just a few days of knowing her. It wasn't like Sun Sini was a little cutie. Naturally, she wouldn't think that Yang Hao didn't have other thoughts. It was only that this brother Yang was very good at what he did, and gave her gifts for valid reasons, making it hard for her to refuse, especially that LV bracelet. The other side, in order to make their own acceptance, is even sent to the girlfriend Zhao Yingying. Although he didn't say anything with his mouth, Sun Sini felt that this big brother Yang must be trying to chase himself, and even this chase should be followed by an ing. It's ongoing. So maybe the mansion she actually saw in Meng Yuyu's circle of friends was related to her. Naturally, her feelings were a little mixed, or shaken. There was a beep, and a micro-telecommunication went off. It was Zhao Yingying who sent a message. Honey, have you heard from our old baby? She followed the text with a quirky emoji. Since yesterday, Zhao Yingying, the BFF, has been calling Yang Hao the old baby of our family. And when she saw Zhao Yingying's Microsoft message, Sun Sini's heart immediately tightened. She somewhat regretted that she had put her words too full that day, that she had agreed to let Yang Hao out, and said in front of her girlfriends that there was no way she would go and be a stepmother to someone. And now the BFF has made herself a wingman. Such a situation made her passive. She thought for a moment, then sent a screenshot of Meng Yuyu's friend circle. Alisa, Yingying what? Alisa, Yingying ah. Sure enough, some little goblin has gone after my old baby. Alisa, Yingying, send me a separate copy of the picture. I want to see it. Alisa, Yingying, I told you that Meng Yuyu wasn't a good person. Alisa, Yingying, brother Yang, you have to hold on. After the screenshot was sent over, Zhao Yingying immediately came with a wave of message bombardment. Sun Sini, on the other hand, forwarded the pictures from Meng Yuyu's circle of friends, and this BFF instantly ended the bombardment of messages, presumably concentrating on the photos. Sun Sini's mood is incredibly complex. Thinking for a moment, she clicked on a Notely sister chat dialog box. The other party is her hair small, right now in the capital city development, but the two have always been in contact with the relationship is very good, belongs to the kind of nothing to talk about. Instead of sending a text, she just sent an emoticon of a little girl being very aggravated. Lee's second reply, yo, who bullied our Yi Bao? Sun Sini is full of black lines, how many times have I said, don't call Yi Bao. Lee, ahahaha, that doesn't make you look like you have a lot of water. This hairdresser drove recklessly. Sun Sini was speechless, but she had long since gotten used to the other party's chatting style. This hairdresser was a real old driver who had talked to more boyfriends than she could count. Sun Sini organized her language and then replied, if a man who lives in a $10 million mansion and drives a $1 million luxury car pursues you, what would you do? Lee, I'll make you wake me up with your piss. Sun Sini was speechless again and continued to reply, what if he is an old man who was divorced and has a daughter? Lee, what old man? That's my old baby. Sun Sini, Lee, is his daughter about the same age as you? Obviously this BFF had guessed that Sun Xine was talking about a situation she had met, so the question was more serious. Sun Sini, no, I'm only 5 years old. Lee, 5? Sister Lee, why don't sister take the fall for you on this one? Sister Lee, Ibawa, you do understand me. In fact, I'm not interested in what 10 million mansions, millions of luxury cars, mainly just want to give someone as a stepmother. Seeing this hairdresser's message, Sun Sini couldn't help but roll her eyes. The answer was already obvious. In the face of absolute wealth, nothing about being old or divorced with a baby is a problem. The attitude of this hairdresser as well as that of her best friend, Zhao Yingying, is the same. Let's just say the social mores have changed. Of course, there must be girls who pursue true love and don't care about material conditions at all. Just fewer of them. Lee, make the most of it. It's a rare opportunity to cross classes. This hairdresser has sent another message, a rare serious one. Almost at the same time, Zhao Yingying's message was sent over again. Colleagues said that Yang's house is Nebula Bay 688 square feet of household type, worth more than 40 million. Alisa, Yingying brother Yang's worth should have broken $100 million. Alisa, Yingying so, I actually turned down a billionaire that night. Alisa, Yingying honey, I suddenly have no confidence in myself. Even if I make $100,000 a year, I'd have to work for 400 years to afford that house of his. Alisa, Yingying that means I'm going to start working part-time from the 4th year of the apocalypse. Looking at the message sent by her best friend, Sun Sini also fell into deep thought. Some things really cannot be thought about in detail, such as this gulf-like wealth gap. Some people live in mansions worth $40 million, while others can't afford an apartment of 40 square meters. 50. People have left their jobs and are waiting for Ho to call them. Belpro kindergarten entrance. Yang Hao arrived earlier today, and at this moment there are still 15 minutes before Ruwashi gets out of school. He didn't get out of the car, but sat in the car and opened the folded group chat, in which he found the group named Yangji Business Prosperity. This group is Yang Hao's previous hot pot restaurant's employee group. At its peak there were more than 60 people in the group. With the closure of the hot pot restaurant, this group is now only 18 people left, excluding Yang Hao himself is 17. In fact, Yang Hao thought of the group directly disbanded, but cannot afford to do so, thinking to leave a thought, in case there is a chance to rise again can also be a group together. The people who are still in the group are almost all employees who followed Yang Hao very early. The shortest also worked in his store for 3 or 4 years, the longest like Su Meizhu with him for 10 years. So many of them have become friends and still talk to the group occasionally, and the last time anyone in the group spoke was 3 days ago. Su Meizhu opened up a time for everyone to get together and at Yang Hao. But Yang Hao didn't pay attention to the messages in the folding group and didn't reply, probably because he, the former boss, didn't even pick up on it, and not many people responded to it, and it ended up being a non-starter. Yang Hao deliberated for a while, then at everyone, brothers and sisters, it's been a long time, get together at noon next Monday, at the McGee Hot Pot in Nebula Commercial Street. My treat, everyone try to come haha, Hao Xiaoshui, brother Hao, you're finally coming out. Zhang Miling, wow, fresh boss. Just off on Monday, must go. Wei, I don't know which day I'm off, so I'll take Monday off. The message went out and immediately received several responses and all made it clear that they would be there. Looking at these familiar names Yang Hao mouth cannot help but slightly upward. Are altogether struggled brothers and sisters. See these names he will recall the previous days of Hot Pot Store, although busy and tired. But that kind of struggle for a better life is still a very evocative feeling. Just as Yang Hao was caught up in the emotion of reminiscing, Su Meizhu sent him a micro-telecommunication message. Hao, why don't you get together at the store where I'm working now? You can get a discount. Looking at the message sent by this loyal employee plus S good sister, Yang Hao lightly smiled and shook his head, knowing that she was trying to save money for herself. He immediately replied back, the party was arranged there for a reason. You'll know it when the time comes. By the way, quit your current job. Red Mountain Barbecue. This moment has not yet reached the evening rush hour. The store is not busy. Su Meiju looked at the cell phone and the micro-telecommunication message cannot help but be stunned. In fact, since Yang Ji Hot Pot closed down, she had fantasized many times that one day Yang Hao would suddenly call her or send her a Weibo message telling her that he was going to reopen his store and asked her to go over and help. Even if it was just to open a pancake stand, she would do it. She never waited for that call. Though, a few days ago, I met Yang Hao, who came to the store to pick up food, and saw the former spirited man even sent up takeout. She was still quite difficult, and that day returned from work to the rental house and drank a little wine. At the same time, that thought of waiting for Yang Hao's call broke off, and she felt that she had waited for that call for at least a short period of time. However, what she didn't expect was that it had only been less than a week since then, and that news she had been looking forward to for so long had actually come. She knew Yang Hao too well, and knew that the other party was a man of his word, and since she had asked her to resign, it meant that she needed her help and was ready to start another business. Store manager Su, don't play with your cell phone during these work hours. You, the store manager, have to lead by example. Just as Su Meiju was looking at the Microsoft message sent by Yang Hao in a daze, a middle-aged woman with a round figure walked out from the bar. This woman was the boss's wife of this barbecue restaurant, not often in the store, but always brushing up on her presence every time she came, and especially liked to target Su Meiju for the same simple reason. She suspected that her own man had ulterior motives for hiring such a beautiful woman to be the store manager. Hurry up and put your cell phone away. Do you still want to work? If you don't want to do it, just say so. Seeing that Su Meiju didn't have much of a reaction, the boss's wife tensed her face and chided again. Her voice was so loud that several waitresses in the store also looked over. It's true that playing with cell phones during work hours is out of bounds, but as far as the restaurant industry is concerned, there's no waiter who doesn't play with his cell phone because he's really free when it's not mealtime, and he can't always be wide-eyed. So when the store is not busy, neither the owner nor the store manager will bother about playing with the cell phone. It's not easy to recruit waitresses these days. If you're too strict, they'll just pat themselves on the back and leave. And nowadays 000 won't put up with that. Waiter, this kind of work is not an iron rice bowl. Where to work is not dry uncomfortable to change a family. Su Meiju tilted her head and looked at the boss's wife who had a face full of flesh. If it was before, she would have put up with it. After all, she wasn't the same as a normal waitress and was past the age of youthful caprice. However, it's different now. She was going to mention her departure as well. I really don't want to do it. Check out a week's pay for this month and I'll be gone in a minute. In fact, Su Meiju could probably guess the boss's wife's idea, which was nothing more than worrying about getting together with her husband. But Su Meiju naturally didn't have that mind, so before she was not afraid of the shadow slanting. Even if the boss's wife was yin and yang, it didn't matter to her. For the moment, though, she was just in a position to capitalize on the fact that her boss's wife couldn't wait to let her go and get her paycheck for the week. If she hadn't had this little episode and she had offered to leave, the odds were that she would have lost her paycheck for the week. Not now. The boss's wife wanted her to leave, so naturally she wouldn't have minded the small amount of money. Yes, that's what you said. You make 6,000 a month, right? I'll transfer 15,000 to you. Hearing Su Meiju wanna go, the boss's wife is really happy, and even afraid of Su Meiju backtracking, she directly used her own Weixin to transfer $1,500 to Su Meiju. Thanks. See you later. Received the money. Su Meiju mouth slightly up. $1,500 it. Do not want. This money should be enough for everyone to party on Monday. With those words, she tossed the overalls jacket she was wearing onto the bar and turned away in style, while the boss's wife as well as the waiters on the side were looking dumbfounded. They all didn't expect Su Meiju to leave so dryly, especially that boss's wife. She thought she was dreaming. She was really not expecting the little goblin in her eyes to go away so easily. She inclined her head and swept her gaze over a few of the ugly waitresses, and her hanging heart dropped completely. Outside the store, Su Meiju first took a long breath, and then immediately sent a micro-message back to Yang Hao. People have left. Waiting for house call. 51. Who knows that a meal on a plate is better than a baked sweet potato? Looking up inside the U8, Yang Hao, who saw Su Meiju's message, was directly shocked, and his message was sent over in just 3 minutes. As a result, this left the job. He had meant to say hello ahead of time, as most stores are required to mention departures a month in advance. I didn't expect Su Meiju to be so efficient. Enjoy the weekend. It's official next week. System welfare to the 10 million store special funds have arrived. Since Su Meiju so quickly restored the free body, just so she is responsible for the store decoration. 300 square feet of store decoration is not a small project. Must be someone to stare at the whole process. And the preparation work before the opening of the new store is also very much. Su Meiju quickly returned an okay emoticon, not even asking what Yang Hao asked her to do. This silly girl, she's not afraid I'll sell her. Yang Hao smiled. This feeling of being trusted was still good. What he does not know is that Su Meiju has been ready to accompany him to sell pancakes in the stall of the psychological preparation, so she simply does not care about Yang how to arrange for her work is what. The least is to set up a roadside stall. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. It's going to get better. She believes in Ho. The party was finalized and Ruwashi was almost out of school. Yang Hao got out of the car and walked to the entrance of the kindergarten. Seeing him appear, Zhang Guilan immediately came up with a smile on her face. Xiao Yang, I heard that you and Ying are getting along quite well. Why did you say it wasn't appropriate before? Yang Hao was slightly stunned. Auntie Zhang, who said we're getting along quite well? Ying, she said she was particularly pleased with you. Zhang Guilan said with a smile. Xiao Yang Ying is young and is the first marriage. After this marriage may also be able to give you a big fat boy. By then you are the children of both. Yang Hao sweated. He and Zhao Ying had only met once. How did this lead to a conversation about marriage and children? Auntie Zhang, I've just been divorced here for a short while. I really didn't think about getting married so soon. And Ying and I are just ordinary friends. You might have misunderstood. Yang Hao hurriedly clarifies his relationship with Xiao Ying, which concerns his innocence as a divorced old man. Xiao Yang, it's not me talking about you. Why did you even pick on it? Auntie introduced Ying to you because of your good character. You have to seize the opportunity. See Yang Hao, this attitude Zhang Guilan is a bit anxious. Yang Hao knows that this enthusiastic Auntie Zhang is also good intentions. They're on a divorced old man with a baby. If you can marry Zhao Ying is young and beautiful, and first marriage of the girl is indeed not easy. But the thing is, this is a different time. The news that Zhang Guilan has lagged behind. And now Yang Hao is 30 years east of the river and 30 years west of the river. Do not deceive the middle-aged poor If there are segments, he's kind of king of the group of older divorced men. By the way Yang, you do have the house, don't you? Zhang Guilan asked again. There is. Yang Hao nodded. If the other party had asked this yesterday, his answer would still be negative. How big is it? Auntie Zhang, which set are you asking about? Yang Hao is now a person who has two houses, one with more than 60 square feet and one with more than 600 square feet. Yang, you still have more than one house? Zhang Guilan did not talk to Yang Hao about the house before. In her subconscious, divorced with children, Yang Hao should at least have a house. I did not think that there is an unexpected gain. There are two sets. Yang Hao returned truthfully. How many square feet are they all? Zhang Guilan curiously pursued. A set of 65 square feet. Two bedroom? Zhang Guilan interjected. Yes. Zhang Guilan nodded slightly. It's a bit small, but it's enough to live in. What about the other set? 688 flat. Yang Hao said. 6. No, how many pings? When Zhang Guilan heard that it started with 6, she thought that it was also more than 60 square feet, but the number that came out of Yang Hao's mouth seemed to be 600. 688 flat. Yang Hao repeated with a calm face. However, this time Zhang Guilan directly exploded. Xiao Yang Auntie has always felt that you are a down-to-earth child. How can you still lie to Auntie? Actually, 60-something square feet is more than enough to live in. Zhang Guilan again urged with a serious face. Don't chat like this in front of Ying in the future. She'll think you're too pompous. Yes, little brother. A man's bragging has to be a little bit on the edge sometimes. An old man picking up his grandson from school nearby followed suit and helped. Yang Hao was speechless and could only report a bitter smile. MD, no one believes the truth these days. He just wants to be an honest old man. It's so hard. Good thing the kids were out of school at this time, successfully diverting the attention of Zhang Guilan and the passerby Moncler outlet store. Ruwashi saw his father standing in the crowd at a glance and waved his little hand excitedly. There are two moments in the day when this little girl is happiest. One is dinner and the other is after school. He had picked up Ruwashi at Zhang Yuqi's place, but he always felt that this usually friendly teacher Chi-Chi was looking at him a bit strangely today, even a bit coldly. However, Yang Hao did not think too much. People, there are mood swings, especially women's emotions are even more elusive. It is possible that the teacher Chi-Chi is not in a good mood today. Daddy, tomorrow is the parent-child sports day. MS. Kiki said there are lots of gifts. We must win. After getting into the car, Ruwashi said with an expectant face. Well, it's going to be a winner. Yang Hao smiled and nodded. With the base laid down by a long time of delivering takeaways, plus the fact that he had also been working out recently, he felt that his physical state was very good. By the way, Mr. Kiki taught you guys how to memorize ancient poems again today, didn't she? Aha! Ruwashi nodded repeatedly. Dad, I've memorized everything this time. Then recite one for Daddy to hear. Yang Hao had some expectations because he found Ruwashi's big eyes were filled with confidence, so he must have really memorized it. Yeah, Ruwashi nodded her head, and then it was time to start memorizing poems for the day. Compassionate farming, Tang Li Shun, hoeing and sweating, The little girl's voice was soft and sticky, and she memorized the first 2 sentences very silky smooth. Old Father Yang Hao nodded his head slightly, quite pleased, with a soft light in his eyes. Progress, finally, not an iron pot of goose or something. He then heard Ruwashi continue to memorize. Who knows what's on the plate? Who knows what's on the plate? The little girl memorized here stuck. She tilted her little head and thought seriously. Then her eyes lit up and she exclaimed, who knows what's on the plate is better than baked sweet potatoes. Yang Hao's hand holding the steering wheel shook slightly, and this old father's soft gaze turned grave. Ruwashi, are you sure this is what Ms. Chi-Chi taught you? Yang Hao asked with a dark face. Yeah, Ruwashi nodded seriously. Teacher Chi-Chi has taken us together to memorize it so many times. Don't you think there's something wrong with that latter sentence? Yang Hao asked. Dad, did I memorize it wrong again? Ruwashi beamed and looked pitifully at her driving father. Who knows what's on the plate? Yang Hao corrected helplessly. Ooh, that's how Ms. Kiki memorized it. Ruwashi nodded her head repeatedly before pouting and spitting. It's all Pang Haoshuan's fault. I would have memorized it already. It's Pang Haoshuan again. Yang Hao remembers that the last time the iron pot stewed goose also came from this kid's hand. Well, the ability to make things up is good. When you grow up you can go to the starting point to write novels. Maybe you can even certify platinum. 52. The Whale of the Bitter Batterer. Zhengcheng University. Both Manny Li and Wenxian Su were packing their bags. After all, they would be moving tomorrow. Although living in the dormitory space as limited luggage cannot be too much. But the girl? There will always be a lot of miscellaneous small things. Manny, what kind of car does your brother-in-law drive? I wonder if so much stuff will fit. Su Wenxian clothes alone is loaded with 2 suitcases. Other miscellaneous and filled 2 large woven bags, which has not yet finished packing it. His car is quite big, but we seem to have too much stuff. It's better to call a cargo puller. Manny Li's luggage was similar to Su Wenxian's. That is, her clothes were a little less, but she had more books, filling up a whole large woven bag. The 2 of us can take your brother-in-law's car, grab some more fragile stuff, and then have the cargo hauler pull the luggage over. Su Wenxian thought of a solution. Well, that's fine. Manny Li nodded, thinking that this method was feasible. Ha, the landlord tweeted me? Su Wenxian has been packing luggage did not look at the phone. This moment things packed almost. She took the phone then found the landlord sent a micro message. She hurriedly clicked on the tweet and looked at it. Then the person was dumbfounded. Ha, this, what's wrong? Manny Li, who was sipping his water, looked at her quizzically. The landlord returned the rent, saying the house was temporarily off the market. How can this be? Didn't say so earlier. Su Wenxian spat in exasperation, wanting to scold the other party a few times in WeChat, but still first collected the other party's returned rent, waiting for the money in the bag. Su Wenxian only exasperated reply, you belong to the breach of contract, not just return the rent on the line. After sending this message, she asked Manny Li, Manny, shouldn't we claim compensation? Theoretically, I guess. Manny Li hadn't experienced this before either and didn't know what to do. That would require a month's rent as compensation. Su Wenxian immediately sent another message to the landlord, at least 1 month's rent should also be compensated. Except that when her message went out, she was responded to with a red exclamation point. Ha, I can't believe I've been blackballed. What a guy. Su Wenxian gritted her teeth in anger, yet she had a feeling of powerlessness that she had punched on cotton. This man is also too ungrateful. Manny Li was also speechless, not expecting to meet such a thing. Ah, gasp, I'm going to sue him. Su Wenxian clenched her small fists, itching to punch the landlord who had gone back on his word. Forget it, the rent deposit is refunded anyway. There's nothing to lose, and if we do go through the prosecution process it won't necessarily take long. Manny Li came out with an interview a while ago. It was also a landlord and tenant dispute. That landlord felt that the tenant lived in the house too dirty, wanted to deduct part of the deposit. The result was that the tenant in a fit of anger destroyed the decoration in the house, and then the deposit was not wanted, and ran away directly. The landlord was furious and called the police. However, the police considered it a civil dispute and there was no evidence to prove that it was the tenant who had done it, and told her to go to court to go through the prosecution process. But this kind of thing to go up the process is very long, and the amount of damage, the amount of compensation is not too good to determine. And finally, even if you win the case, the compensation may not get. So the stall this kind of thing is really bad, but the landlord is also to blame. Some landlords are like this. Wait until the tenant to check out of the time to find a variety of reasons to withhold the deposit. Meet the good to pin down the tenant, the other side of the probability of eating a dumb loss. But meet the kind of hot-tempered. It is very likely that the chicken did not get eaten, or the result of the two sides of the results of injury. The matter at hand is different from the one where Manny Li came out for an interview, but the final procedure is pretty much the same, and since the two have no financial losses, the court may not support their claim. No, I just can't swallow this. I'm going to curse him for 100 days straight. What a man. Just stepped into society not long. Su Wenchen apparently has not suffered too much social beatings. Experience more. This thing is really nothing. The forest is full of birds. You can't hold everyone to your own standards of quality and morality. Luckily it's the weekend and I have time to look for a house. Manny Lee soothed. Alas, it will have to do. Su Wenchen sat on her but on the stool as if she was a deflated leather ball. Manny Lee, on the other hand, sent a micro message to Yang Hao, brother-in-law. I won't be moving first tomorrow afternoon, so you don't have to set aside the afternoon. At this moment Yang Hao is accompanying Ruoshi in an art training center to try out piano lessons. Before the economic conditions do not allow. Now the economic conditions up. Yang Hao thought of letting Ruoshi learn 1 or 2 musical instruments. Of course, this instrument has to be her own interest, so you need to try to listen to the class to let Ruoshi feel themselves. Seeing that Manny Lee suddenly said that he would not move, Yang Hao asked about the situation, and then he learned that it was the landlord who had suddenly defaulted. Yang Hao thought for a moment, then sent the address of the house he bought in the morning to Lee Manny. This neighborhood is quite close to your unit, right? In fact, he asked this question knowingly. This morning he was looking for an agent in the neighborhood after sending Lee Manny, so Manhwa district is naturally not far from Lee Manny's unit, and Manny Lee did give an affirmative answer. Yang Hao had wanted to send a micro message, looked at the time as only 6 o'clock, so directly a phone call. If it's okay to live there, why don't I go to the school right now and help you move your stuff over there, so that you can be a little more comfortable attending the parent-child games tomorrow. But the rent in that neighborhood is a bit expensive. When Xian and I don't have that high of a budget. Although Manhwa district is an old neighborhood, it has a good location and the rent for a 2-room house is around 2,500. The location of the house rented by Lee Manny and Su Wenchen is relatively remote, but the rent is only 1,018. How much did you rent that house before? Yang Hao asked. 18,000. Then this one is also rented to you for 1,800. This? Lee Manny was a bit confused. Brother-in-law, but the landlord won't agree. He agrees. Yang Hao's tone was certain. Then he didn't dwell on the issue and continued to ask. Things should all be packed, right? Almost packed. I'll be there in about 40 minutes. After saying that, Yang Hao hung up the phone. Lee Manny in the dormitory was dumbfounded. Smart as she was, she couldn't smooth out what was going on for a while. The house is probably owned by my brother-in-law's friend, but if the rent is cut to 1,800, it's going to be 600 or 700 below the market price, so my brother-in-law wouldn't be trying to make up the difference himself, would he? My dear Nini why is it so expensive to rent a room in Jiangcheng? It's also too unfriendly to us laborers. Rent, food, transportation, utilities, phone bills, plus buying clothes and cosmetics. It feels like these 500 gold coins I have a month aren't enough at all. There is no domineering president who likes my kind. Begging for adoption. Su Wenchen, who was looking through the rental app, was a little annoyed by the high rent, and she hammered her chest as if she was possessed, letting out the wail of a bitter beaten worker. 53. In ancient times, there were many cases of sisters marrying together in one marriage. Mr. Yang, I think Ruoshi is still very talented at the piano, and it's just right for her to start learning the piano at this age now. At the end of the trial class, Mr. Lee, who was responsible for giving Ruoshi a lesson, said smilingly to Yang Hao, well, let's go back and think about it. Yang Hao nodded slightly. With his understanding of his precious daughter, this piano should be out of the question, because this little girl was yawning from listening to it. Okay, this is my business card. Mr. Yang can contact me anytime. That Mr. Lee handed over another business card. Yang Hao politely took it and greeted Ruoshi to say goodbye to the other party. Daddy, I don't want to learn piano. After exiting this art training center, Ruoshi took the initiative. Good. Yang Hao nodded his head. He could already see that his precious daughter had little affinity with the art of piano. In fact, Yang Hao kinda wants Ruoshi to learn the piano, because a girl playing the piano gives a really elegant feeling, and when you play the piano you need to sit with your spine straight, which is also a way to improve your personal temperament. Still, the process of learning the piano is boring, and it takes a few years to get started anyhow once you learn it, so it can be a pain if you're not interested. Yang Hao is now holding the script of Do Not Deceive the Middle-Aged Poor. Do not need to let the baby daughter suffer this crime. Therefore, Ruoshi's personal wishes come first. Dad, can I learn the Swana? I just saw that Swana playing uncle so interesting. Just as Yang Hao was wondering what class to bring Ruoshi to try out next time, the little girl suddenly opened her mouth. The oboe? Yang Hao froze, then brainstormed the usefulness of learning the Swana. Seems like it would be useful after you GA it yourself. From this point of view it is more practical than the piano, and on the day he GA, Ruoshi can play a 2 strings in, Nian Quan En, or whatever. It's just that a girl learning to play the oboe is too much of a violation, especially when your own baby girl is so cute. Dad, can I learn? Seeing that Yang Hao didn't say anything for half a day, Ruwashi asked after him again with a small beak. Try it sometime. But now daddy is going to take you to your sister-in-law. Yang Hao casually excused himself, thinking that the little girl would probably forget about learning the Swana in a couple days. Let's go to my sister-in-law now. It's great. Upon hearing about going to her sister-in-law, Ruwashi immediately cheered with excitement. Except for when she was learning English, she was particularly fond of her sister-in-law. Zhengcheng University. Inside the girls' dormitory. So that means your brother-in-law helped find a house and now he wants us to move in? Su Wenxian looked at Li Manny with a confused expression. That's what it's supposed to mean. A two-bedroom in the Fenghua neighborhood for 1,800? Su Wenxian was a bit disbelieving. It won't be a clean water house, right? The cheap two-room rent in that neighborhood is also 2,450. Remember that it is closer to both of our companies. The disadvantage is that the rent is expensive. Brother-in-law didn't say anything about the situation of the house. Since we're allowed to move there right away, it shouldn't be a clear water house. Li Manny said. Okay, then listen to your brother-in-law. It won't screw us over anyway. Su Wenxian stopped asking more questions and continued to pack up her things. When the two of them had their things packed up, Manny Li also received a call from Yang Hao, saying that he had already arrived at the dormitory floor. The two girls immediately moved their luggage downstairs. Ah, I forgot to call the vanilla. I don't know if your brother-in-law's car will fit. By the way, what kind of car did your brother-in-law drive again? As she carried her things downstairs, Su Wenxian asked. He said it was a BYD. It's a pretty big car anyway. Manny Li returned. BYD does have a large SUV. Brother-in-law, your car must be powerful so that you can also save a sum of cargo la money. Su Wenxian was straining to carry her suitcase while breaking into pieces. And when she walked out of the girls' dormitory, she was immediately caught by the Rangoon U8 parked not far from the dormitory entrance. Ha, which schoolgirl is this that's been adopted by a tycoon? Look up U8A, $1 million limo. Su Wenxian in a new media company as an editor. This lookup U8 belongs to the self-traffic model. She also wrote two related copy. So a glance recognized. $1 million limo? On the side of the Li Manny looked at her friend with a dumbfounded face. Having sat in the Rangoon U8 twice, she just thought that BYD had made the interior of the car very luxurious. But she didn't know that the car was so expensive. BYD's premium brand, it's over $1,200,000 on the ground. And it looks like there's an extra charge for picking up the car. Ha, bid? Su Wenxian suddenly thought of Li Manny Fong said her brother-in-law drove BYD. And just as she froze, the driver's side door of the upturned U8 opened and a tall man stepped out. "Co, long time no see." Yang Hao had met Su Wenxian once when Li Manny's freshman year started, and once when Yang Hao came to the school to deliver something to Li Manny. But that delivery was also 2 years ago. But Manny Li often mentioned this close friend, so Yang Hao had a deeper impression of her. "Brother-in-law, I'm really sorry for troubling you at this late hour." Su Wenxian hurriedly responded and also followed Li Manny in calling out to her brother-in-law. "It's nothing, just a little thing." Yang Hao waved his hand and added, "But change your name, just call him Brother Yang." "Okay, Brother Yang." Su Wenxian automatically added a big word in the middle of Brother Yang, feeling that it was more intimate. At this time, Ruwashi pushed open the rear door and jumped down, while running in front of Li Manny, said with a smile, "Auntie, I've come to pick you up too." Manny Li put down the luggage in her hand and stroked the little girl's head in a doting manner. Yang Hao, on the other hand, opened the trunk of the Rangoon U8, and then stuffed in the 3 suitcases and a woven bag that the two had carried down. "With some remaining space, can I go in the girls' dormitory?" Yang Hao was trying to get in to help the two carry their luggage. "Can't get in, Brother Yang. We can just move it ourselves. There's actually not much left." Su Wenxian smiled back. "Brother-in-law, just wait for us here," Manny Li also said. Yang Hao nodded. "Alright, there's no rush. You guys slow down." The two girls returned to the dormitory. After getting out of Yang Hao's line of sight, Su Wenxian said excitedly, "Manny, your brother-in-law is getting rich. Last time I gave you a Prada handbag bag, and now I'm even driving $1 million luxury car. And your brother-in-law is quite handsome, just like a perfect uncle from a TV show. Does that car really cost over $1 million?" Li Manny is still a little confused. The last time to send Prada handbags Yang Hao said that he made money doing business with his friends. But this is only how long but even bought $1 million luxury car. Let a person incredibly. It's true that it costs more than $1 million. If you don't believe me, look it up on the internet. By the way Manny, your sister shouldn't know that your brother-in-law has gotten rich yet, or else she will definitely regret it to death. Su Wenxian said with some gossip. Manny Li didn't respond, and she and her sister hadn't been in touch for over a month. during which time Manchu Lee had tweeted her once, but she hadn't responded, and with her knowledge of her sister, she would naturally regret it. After all, the divorce was because her brother-in-law had fallen on hard times, but it's going to be hard for your sister to turn back. If I were Brother Yang, there's absolutely no way I'd accept her again. Su Wenchan let out a sigh of relief. Then she looked at her shapely, collagen-filled best friend and said with a fluttering brow, Manny, but you can yo. Anyway, in ancient times sisters shared a husband a lot. This long cultural legacy can continue to flourish. Manny, don't do it. I'm sorry. 54. If it goes from sister-in-law to stepmother. The two girls laughed and joked as they headed back to their dorm rooms. However, there was a quiet-looking girl in the dormitory at this moment. Her name was Wang Weiwei, and she was also the roommate of the two. Unlike the two who had worked straight away, she had taken the graduate school exams last December, and was still waiting for the results to be announced, but she had always been a school bully, so her results wouldn't be bad, depending on whether or not she could get into Yinjing University, the university she most wanted to go to. Manny, Wen Qian, are you guys leaving the dormitory here? When Wang Weiwei returned from the library, she found that her two roommates' bags were packed and their closets were empty. Well, it was supposed to be moved tomorrow, but there were some temporary changes. Su Wenchan returned. Oh, I'll help you guys move. Wang Weiwei is the kind of person who usually does not talk much, and the relationship with her roommate cannot be said to be how close, but 4 years down the line there is no contradiction, belonging to the kind of people who will mostly drown in the sea after graduation. In fact, for most people, completely into the community have contact with high school classmates tend to be more than college classmates, because high school classmates are a place, even if there is no special contact, occasionally they meet, but it's not the same with college classmates, a class of people from all over the world, many of whom you may never see again in your life after graduation. Of course, whether high school or college classmates in the end has kept in touch with maybe only 2 or 3, not even 2 or 3, most people's social circles are getting narrower and narrower as they get older. The number of friends around them has always been subtracting, and the people you once thought would be friends for life may have gradually broken off contact. When I was a child, I didn't understand the phrase the older you get, the lonelier you get, but later I came to understand it. With Wang Weiwei's help, the three of them carried all the remaining luggage downstairs at once. With the trunk stuffed, the second row is also nearly full, leaving only room for one adult. But it was enough that Manny Lee could hold Ruwashi in her arms. Su Wenxian was arranged to the co-pilot, hands also holding a few stacked together plastic pots. Feet are placed 2 warm bottles. I can't believe it actually fit, but it's such a waste that such a luxury car is being used by us to move. Su Wenxian, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, let out a sigh of relief. A car, it's supposed to be a tool. Yang Hao shrugged indifferently, then dropped the window. Say goodbye to your roommates. It will be hard to see them in the future. Not really, everyone is in Jiangqing for the time being. Su Wenchan grinned broadly, but still waved her hand to Wang Weiwei, who was standing beside the car. Weiwei, go find Manny and I to play sometime. Manny Lee chimed in. Send the location to the group when we get there. Aha, have a safe trip too. Wang Weiwei waved her hand to the two of them with a smile on her face, but her eyes subconsciously fell onto Yang Hao's side face. For this Li Manny's brother-in-law, she had heard of him many times in the dormitory, but it was the first time that she had seen him in person, and she was inevitably a bit curious. There is also, before she listened to Li Manny and Su Wenchen chatting, said, the other side opened a few hot pot restaurant have closed down, and then had to sell the house and car to pay off the debt, but how to still drive a million-class luxury car. About 40 minutes later, Yang Hao parked his car in front of the entrance of Unit 2 of Building 3 of the Fenghua district, then carrying the luggage of both of them, he started to go up the stairs. Fortunately, the third floor is not too high, and in a while, he reached it. After entering the house, Li Manny and Su Wenchen first turned around in the house, and then the two girls' faces are showing the color of delight. Although the district is relatively old, but the decoration of the house is still quite new. Furniture and appliances are all available. Can be said to be a real handbag to move in. Brother-in-law, is it true that the rent for this house is only 1,800? The environment of the house had exceeded Manny Lee's expectations, and she asked with some apprehension, if it's too expensive, it can be cheaper. Yang Hao smiled back. He is a rich man, which will be worse than this rent. No, it's cheap enough. Li Manny shook her head repeatedly, afraid of causing trouble for her brother-in-law. Brother Yang, this house wouldn't be yours, would it? Su Wenxian did see some hints. If this house is only Yang Hao's friend, he could not possibly say that it can be cheaper. Combined with the other party driving a million luxury cars, there is such a set of house is also very normal. And Li Manny, who knew Yang Hao's situation, didn't think in this direction. After all, Yang Hao and Ruwashi were still living in a rented house, but at this moment, Su Wenxian's guess can explain why this house can be rented so cheaply to 2 people. Brilliant. Yang Hao nodded. This kind of thing cannot be hidden. The monthly utility bill has the name of the head of household, although it will not show the full name, but the last name is displayed. To make sure it's not him, just ask at the property again. I told you, no one else would rent to us so cheaply. Brother Yang, you're too kind. Thank you, thank you. Su Wenxian thanked him repeatedly. Manny Li, on the other hand, was surprised. She didn't expect her best friend's guess to be true. Brother-in-law, but you and Ruwashi. Manny Li wanted to say that the 2 of them were still renting a house, but Yang Hao was waving his hand and interrupted her. I have another house, so in about a month or 2, I'll move there. Ha, and the house? Li Manny's beautiful eyes were wide open, staring blankly at this ex-brother-in-law, and for a while she actually did not know what to say. Obviously down and out. How come you suddenly have a house and a car? She had the intention to ask the origin of the house, but Su Wenxian was still beside her, and in addition, it was a bit rude to ask directly if it belonged to personal privacy. Okay, let's move the stuff first. It's getting late, and you guys have to clean up for a while. Yang Hao didn't intend to continue this topic, and the 3 of them moved everything upstairs after going downstairs one more time. Manny, go downstairs and say hello to Ruwashi, then we'll leave first. Aha. Manny Li was smart enough to know that Yang Hao had something to say to himself, and immediately followed him towards the stairs, down to the first floor of the hallway. Yang Hao only stopped and said, when Xian's rent you first for me to receive on the line. You are still in the internship period, does not earn any money, such as your regular after the salary is more, and then the rent together to me on the good. This, Li Manny did not know what to say. Yang Hao, this operation is equivalent to not charging her rent, but also gave Su Wenxian's rent to their own hands. She went straight from paying rent to collecting it. Family doesn't talk. That's it, don't be late tomorrow. Yang Hao didn't give Li Manny a chance to speak, waving his hand then striding out of the unit door. Brother-in-law. Manny Li quickly chased after him, with 1,000 words stuck in his throat, and in the end just barked, drive slowly. Well, go upstairs. It's pretty cold out there. Yang Hao sat in the car, then dropped the window and waved at Manny Li. Auntie, tomorrow is an early day. Ruwashi poked her little head out of the car window and barked. Don't worry, sis won't be late. Li Manny smiled at the little girl and nodded, then watched the car disappear into the night before turning to go upstairs. And just as she entered the room, Su Wenxian took her arm and shook it while snickering. Manny, big brother Yang is really too good. I think one of us has to repay him in kind anyhow. Repayment? If you marry your brother-in-law, you'll be a benefactor. Li Manny speechless wiped his girlfriend a glance. In fact, Su Wenxian character is very good. Is a little immature and childish very much? If she really give Ruwashi as a stepmother, the 2 are not allowed to grab snacks because of fight. Brother-in-law Yang Hao will be no different than raising 2 daughters, and it's exhausting. In that case, it's just you. Su Wenxian smiled again and teased. If you really turn from a sister-in-law to Ruwashi's stepmother, you can become my landlord. Charters, remember to give your poor girlfriends free rent when the time comes. 55. Men go bad when they're rich. On the way home, Ruwashi fell asleep in the car. This little girl had been sleeping exceptionally well, so much so that Yang Hao didn't even wake up when he carried her upstairs from the car. After settling down his precious daughter, Yang Hao took a shower and then also prepared to take an early rest. After all, he had to participate in the parent-child sports meeting organized by the kindergarten tomorrow. Before going to bed, he habitually reached for his cell phone and looked at it, only to realize that there were quite a few unread Microsoft messages. The person who sent the most messages was Meng Yu. At 8 o'clock or so she first sent over the edited video with a small piece of copy and asked Yang Hao's opinion, saying that if she thought the video was bad, she would revise it again. At 9 o'clock or so, when she should have seen that Yang Hao didn't reply, she sent another inquiry message. He waited until after 10 o'clock and sent another good night emoticon, and urged Yang Hao not to work too hard. Well, it sure is a sweet sister. Yang Hao smiled and shook his head, then clicked on the video that Meng Yu had edited. This video is a total of 12 minutes. The first 2 minutes is shot in the Boli Fitness Center material, the continuation of Yang Hao weight loss blogger persona, but according to Yang Hao's request, video does not show his face, not even a complete back shot, just occasionally show a leg or arm, record his workout process, and these 2 minutes is just the padding of this video. From 2 minutes and 1 second, the video painting style changed. The voice of the narrator's monkey said, "Today's workout task has been completed. By the way, go to collect a room." Meng Yu, this little TT obviously know how to pretend to be beeping. By the way, 2 words used very spiritual. The next video footage goes to the car, then the interior of the neighborhood with greenery comparable to a park, the luxurious unit door, the 1 family, 2 staircase elevator room, the separate corridors, the atmospheric 3/7 opening armored doors, and then the interior of the house that is so big that it is shocking. And Meng Yuyu is smart enough to use an interactive voiceover, asking the netizens for their opinions throughout, such as what to put in the living room and how to set up the bedroom. This way of narration can greatly improve the interactivity of the video, so that netizens have the desire to leave comments. And the video with more interaction is going to be traffic boosted, and it is possible to produce a small explosion. This type of video is more typical of the blogger to shoot a home floor plan, and then ask everyone so-and-so position should be put something. Netizens brainstorming. There are serious advice. There are also flirting with the weird. The result is that accidentally the video has become a small explosive. A similar type of shoot would be one of those dress-up videos, but it wouldn't just be a dress-up but would be accompanied by copy. E.g., tomorrow's blind date is a doctor. Which outfit will take him down? The video shows the girl changing a few outfits, seemingly asking netizens for help with references, but actually throwing out interactive topics. This way the mediocre dress-up videos are gimmicky as well as highly interactive. Yang Hao swiped a few similar videos all with hundreds of thousands of likes. So after watching the video sent by Meng Yuyu, Yang Hao was very satisfied and felt that this little cha-cha was still something, and at first glance, he really used his heart. He sent a tweet back to Meng Yuyu to express his gratitude, and then he posted the video to Quick Voice and angrily dropped $500 for promotion. In addition, he had followed Meng Yuyu's advice to set the positioning to Nebula Bay when he posted the video. After doing this, Yang Hao went to bed and waited to see the effect in the morning. Midnight. Holiday International. Shen Mingshan, who had finished his date outside in the name of socializing, returned home. Shuai get me a glass of water. Shen Mingshan yelled as he undressed, but he didn't get any response. He shouted twice more, and still no one answered. Shen Mingshan had thought that Wang Shuiru was just asleep, but when he turned on the nightlight in the living room, the whole person was dumbfounded. A burglar in the house? Looking at the living room, which was half empty, Shen Mingshan couldn't help but burst out, and he hurriedly rushed into the bedroom again. The bed was still there, but the bedding was gone, and the closet was half empty. He went back to his daughter's room with the same result. Shen Mingshan finally realized that things are not simple. He hurriedly dialed Wang Shuiru's phone, and responded to him with the tone that the phone was turned off, sent a tweets message and realized I had been blackballed. MD, what does this woman want? Shen Mingshan kicked the door of the room with force, but because he had already changed his slippers he received a boomerang, and the corners of his mouth twitched violently in pain. He called his in-laws again and the result was also off. Just when he was frantic suddenly found the divorce agreement left on the coffee table as well as a letter. In that letter Wang Shuiru listed various evidence of Shen Mingshan's cheating and expressed her determination to end the marriage. Shen Mingshan, on the other hand, was looking at his spine. He did not expect that his own little outside had not been hidden from Wang Shuiru's eyes. He picked up the divorce agreement again. Wang Shuiru clearly proposed to custody, real estate and all the savings. Only the BMW 5 Series with a loan left him. And Wang Shuiru has already stated in that letter that if Shen Mingshan does not agree with this proposal, then he will go through the court proceedings and will expose his cheating on multiple women within his marriage. After reading the divorce agreement as well as the letter, Shen Mingshan directly paralyzed on the sofa. He knew that this time it could not be undone. Wang Shuiru was determined. In fact, he is not afraid of divorce, mainly because he is heartbroken about the property he has saved for so many years. They live in the house bought when 2,700,000. Now the price of housing has fallen, but can also be sold 2,230,000. Wang Shuiru there should still be 230,000 deposits. His own small treasury is also 100,000 or so. Driving the BMW 5 Series sold, and then pay back the loan can also be left 100,000 out. That means that if divorced, his entire estate would be left with less than $300,000. Wang Shuiru directly divided more than $2 million, which is his hard-earned money. But Shen Mingshan has forgotten. Buy a house when Wang Shuiru's parents in order to let them pay back the loan pressure a little less, directly out of the 800,000. Renovation time and out of the $200,000. That is to say, just this house Wang Shuiru's parents contributed to $1 million. With the spring in the work in the past few years, Shen Mingshan has also forgotten that when he pursued Wang Shuiru was all the way on his knees. It was because the other side of the family is good, and can give with him as a foreigner enough help, and all his purposes have actually been accomplished. The in-laws did give the couple a lot of help, not just in the matter of buying a house. Wang Shuiru's father is a senior engineer of Jiangcheng Shipbuilding Group, and her mother is the chief physician of Jiangcheng's second hospital. Both of them have a wide range of local connections in Jiangcheng, and have given a lot of help in Shen Mingshan's career in the early years. It's just that once the average person achieves something, they tend to ignore those boosters and take as much credit for that credit as they can. Shen Mingshan is the most typical example. There is Wang Shuiru, this virtuous wife, to help him deal with family matters. There are father-in-law and mother-in-law's network escort. He can put all the energy on the work. and achieved a little success. As a result, the position is higher, the income is more. With the social status, he also drifted. So there is some truth in the saying that men get worse when they have money. That's not a strict statement though. It's not that it's really gotten worse. It's just that as you move up the social ladder and increase the amount of main in your pocket, the temptations out there increase exponentially, and you can't resist that temptation. So naturally you fall into it. In the country's powerful big brother, Lao Run, Donzi, Pony Horse, Jack Horse, all the horse is a second marriage, so it can be seen. Toko even famously said I'm faceblind. Therefore, those men who are successful and still don't change their wives are really rare. 56. The video exploded. Private message from Lee Man-shu. There are two paths before Shin Mingshan. One is a painful signing of divorce papers and a decent separation. The other is to go through court proceedings to get as much of the property as possible. But the second way to bear the risk of Wang Shueru really cheated on him within the marriage of a number of women's exposure. Now is the era of short video. The spread of such things amazing speed. Once the real exposure is not good enough to lose their reputation. At this point the company will most likely fire him to avoid negative repercussions. And companies in the same industry will not hire him. Not to mention the fact that he was able to sit in the position of director of marketing. There were quite a few rivals within the company. And once these rotten things of his were exposed, his rivals would surely fall on his sword. And the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, Wang Shueru seemed to have given him two paths. But in fact, only the first path was available. Shen Mingshan found the phone number of a lawyer friend in his address book. In fact, the last time he cheated on his wife and was caught, Wang Shueru had filed for divorce. Shen Mingshan also prepared for the worst, looking for a good lawyer. But after the assessment, he felt that the cost of divorce was too high, so he stalked to salvage the situation. Because it was a first offense, and considering the child factor, Wang Shueru finally chose to forgive. But Shen Mingshan introduced a few other cases to that lawyer, and over time they became familiar with each other. Counselor Liu, I'm sorry to bother you so late. I would like to consult you about the divorce. Shen Mingshan truthfully elaborated on his current situation and sought lawyer Liu's advice. After listening to the other party, Su said, if you intend to give custody of your daughter to the woman, and the other party really has evidence of your cheating, then the judge will most likely support the woman's claim for more shares of the property, and it is hard to judge the specific amount, but according to past cases, it is about 60 to 70%. No, there is an advantage in fighting for custody in your current situation. After all, the woman is a full-time housewife and does not have a job, so if custody goes to you, there will be some advantage in property division. But as you worry, this is a judgment on a legal level, and if the woman does expose your cheating behavior on social media platforms, the consequences are not easy to predict, and it may not make any waves, or it may set off a shocking wave that will completely smack you to death in the midst of the raging waves. So it's still up to you to decide where to go from here. This attorney Liu briefly articulated two possibilities. Shen Mingshan said thank you and then hung up. He went to the liquor cabinet and fetched a bottle of red wine and drank it in silence before signing his name to the divorce papers. As the saying goes, there is no fear of burning firewood. As long as he keeps this job that pays hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, he will be able to slow down soon. After doing this, he sent a micro message to Lee Man-shu. I'm divorced. Net, temporarily go to your place to live for a while. Wanha New Town. Lee Man-shu was lying on the bed while applying a face mask and swiping the fast sound. The house, which she bought with the money she received from her divorce, was small, only 55 square feet, but it was enough for her to live in alone. Shen Mingshan's Microsoft message suddenly popped up, and she frowned after reading it. Divorce, or netting, wouldn't that be nothing? Having to start all over again. Her gaze chilled slightly before she simply ignored the tweeted message. It made sense to be asleep at this hour. She continued to brush up on her Snapchat, and since she had been looking at houses before, she always brushed up on house-related content, such as repossessions, renovations and decorations, and the like. At that moment, she suddenly swiped on a video positioned in Nebula Bay. The finger that kept sliding the screen stopped. The first 2 minutes of the video was a weight loss vlog, and then next to it suddenly the words turned, today's fitness mission is complete. By the way, to collect a room. Next the heavy lifting begins, and the man shoots what turns out to be a repossession video of Nebula Bay. This is Lee Man-shu's dream house. Before buying a house, although I know that I cannot afford, but still on the internet to see some of the Nebula Bay floor plan and some of the video of the house hanging on the internet for sale in the real shot. The house type that was filmed in the video of the closing, which she had seen on the internet before, was the largest house type in Nebula Bay, with 688 square feet. But this type of house is not listed for sale, so the home selling app only has floor plans, no real video. This time she is up. Looking down at the various rooms was quite a sight for her, and since the narrator was asking for everyone's opinion on how to go about decorating the house, Li Manchu really thought hard about it and posted her thoughts in the comments section. In addition to this, she also followed the nickname, Uncle Yang Weight Lossin, blogger, and sent a private message to each other, expressed the desire to get to know each other, and left their contact information. Although the blogger doesn't show his face in the video, the weight loss blog shows his thick thighs, which are manly at first glance. The man who can sit on the 688 square feet mansion in Nebula Bay. That must be the super big man who is worth more than $100 million. If you can get acquainted with such a big man, will not you have the opportunity to level the playing field? This is a natural time to be proactive. After sending the contact information, Li Manchu felt that it was still not enough. She chose a photo in her cell phone album that had been retouched and was quite sexy and sent it to the other party. Li Manchu was most proud of her face and body. Originally her own conditions are good, and then with the powerful beauty function, it is impossible to see that she is a woman who has given birth to a child. After posting the photo, Li Manchu clicked on the comment section of this video, and at this moment there were already more than 200 messages, and after seeing the messages in the comment section, she subconsciously frowned, because 90% of the comment section is lickspill, and it's mostly women. Can you take a closer look at the babysitting room? I'd like to know where I'll be working. Brother, do you need a babysitter? The kind that can warm the bed. I'm a 3060 candidate. Upstairs is a fake. I'm a natural 38E. Brother, I don't think your family lacks anything but me. Uncle pick me. I'm 18 years old. Younger than all of them. Li Manchu randomly clicked on a few avatars. There are two surprisingly still have tens of thousands of fans of the small network read. Look at the video, looks and body are good. It's too curly. There are simply too many women trying to take shortcuts these days. Li Manchu had a slight fantasy, but after reading the comments section, she was dead in the water. For rich people at this level, beautiful women are not a scarce resource, but a surplus one. Not to mention the fact that a divorced woman like her who has had a child is not competitive at all. However, if the other party really got in touch with her, Li Manchu would never admit the fact that she had given birth to a child. Alas, I really don't know what kind of woman the wife of such a super rich man would be, and what kind of privileged life she would have to lead. Li Manchu silently thought freely in her mind, but she couldn't conjure up any concrete images because she hadn't come into contact with that class of people at all. One thing is for sure though, you definitely don't need to look at prices anymore when shopping at the mall. The next day, it wasn't even 7 o'clock when Yang Hao opened his eyes. He subconsciously reached for his cell phone, which was sitting on the bedside table, and then he saw the incoming text message alert from ICBC, $100,000. That means he just lost a pound yesterday. In fact, this is normal. When losing weight is usually the first 2 or 3 days to fall faster, because a lot of the so-called water fat, the back will be slower. However, this 100,000 was still crucial for Yang Hao, because he didn't have much money left in his card after buying the house in Manhwa neighborhood yesterday. It's embarrassing to sit in a mansion worth over $40 million but not have the money to buy furniture and appliances. Although this $100,000 is not enough to decorate that $40 million mansion, but when there is money in the card, the heart will be more solid. After reading the incoming text message from the bank, he opened the fast tone again, and then the man was stunned. The message column is already 99 plus, and it's amazing that the number of followers went up by 150,000 overnight. He hurriedly clicked on the video he posted last night before going to bed, and the number of likes was already up to 350,000. This, get rich, 57, sister-in-law and Kiki's mom. Yang Hao quickly calculated in his mind the revenue that this one video had brought him. $2 per fan reward, 150,000 fans is $300,000, with $1 reward for each like. 350,000 likes is $350,000. That means the video has brought him $650,000 as of now. Add the $100,000 from the weight loss incentive, and that's $750,000. Wake up after a good night's sleep and you've made $750,000. That's a real lay. Yang Hao couldn't help but feel the system's bull once again. While the number of likes and followers increased, Yang Hao found himself receiving countless private messages, and most of these private messages are from girls, with the purpose of asking to get to know each other, to go out and so on. Many even said directly that they hope to be adopted, and also attached some beautiful photos. Some women's photos are more subtle, while some women's photos are more unrestrained, but let Yang Hao early in the morning to feast his eyes. Well, that's a nice body, and the glasses are a nice touch. Gee, those legs. It looks surprisingly longer than even Sunsini. I just don't know if there's a P picture. Yang Hao casually flipped through a few photos, all of which were of high quality, but the photo thing is too deceptive to be trusted. It's just something to look at. Just as Yang Hao was scrolling through the private messages, surprisingly, there were private messages that kept coming in, But at this time a private message that just popped up attracted his attention because the other party's fast voice nickname was actually Half Summer Floating Life, and the avatar was one he was more familiar with. Clicking on the chat dialog box with the other party. A second ago the other party sent a simple good morning. Of course that's not the point. The point is what she posted earlier. The previous entry was a photo. It was only when Yang Hao saw the person in the photo that he was a bit speechless, because that photo was really Lee Man-shu. Only this photo is more heavily retouched. The skin is in much better condition than in person, and it's a little whiter and bigger overall. Looking at this familiar person in the photo, the corner of Yang Hao's mouth subconsciously twitched. He still underestimated the underbelly of this ex-wife of his. I saw a random video on the internet and made overtures and sent photos. This really takes the spirit of worship to the extreme. Yang Hao was somewhat glad that the other party had become his ex-wife. It's Mom. Just as Yang Hao was silently spitting, Ruwashi's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Yang Hao subconsciously turned his head and realized that this precious daughter of his had already woken up. He was looking at his phone sideways, and the little girl was right behind him, wondering how long she had been looking at it. Daddy, are you talking to Mommy? Ruwashi asked, blinking her big eyes. No. Yang Hao shook his head decisively, then changed the topic and said, get up and wash up. We have to participate in the kindergarten's parent-child sports meeting today. Ruwashi nodded, but didn't move. Yang Hao knew this precious daughter of his and knew that she had something to say, so he immediately gently touched her on the forehead. Say whatever you want to say. Daddy, will you and Mommy ever be the same again? The little girl asked with a serious face. Can't. Yang Hao answered decisively, then added, Mom and Dad are no longer husband and wife, and no longer a family, but she's still your mom, and that won't change. A look of disappointment flashed across Ruwashi's little face when she heard her dad's answer, but she quickly adjusted her emotions and said in a serious tone, Auntie said that Mommy did something wrong and is a bad person, and she doesn't want us, so I don't want her either. There is no child who doesn't long for a mom, and Ruwashi is naturally the same. So if Mom and Dad can be like they used to be, she is naturally very happy. But since Dad had made it clear that it wasn't going to happen, she stopped getting her hopes up. Not to mention that even her sister-in-law said her mom was a bad person. So this bad mom, she wasn't going to have it. Yang Hao held his precious daughter in his arms as soon as he heard these words from the little girl. He didn't have any celebratory emotions but felt a little heartbroken. It's a cruel thing for a little 5-year-old to have to choose between Mom and Dad, but there was no way he could get back together with Lee Man-shu. So one can only give this little girl as much love as possible. Daddy, then can I make my sister-in-law a mommy? At this time, the little girl who was held in Yang Hao's arms suddenly spoke again. Yang Hao was slightly stunned. What kind of tiger and wolf problem was this? However, his mind still subconsciously floated to Lee Manny's figure. This former sister-in-law of his is young, beautiful and understanding, and has a good relationship with Ruwashi, so she is really the best candidate for a stepmother. It's just that Yang Hao can't get over this hurdle in his own heart. It could be said that he had watched Manny Lee grow from a budding teenager to a big girl. In the beginning, she always followed his ass. Brother-in-law called. He still clearly remembered the other pestered him to buy sugar gourd scene. So, in his mind Manny Lee had always been the same little kid following his ass, yet it's a bit hard for him to do it to such a little kid. Dad, is that okay? Seeing that Yang Hao didn't answer, Ruwashi pressed again. It doesn't seem to work. Yang Hao gently shook his head. Ruwashi was a little disappointed, but this disappointment only existed for a second before she tilted her little head again and asked, Daddy, then can Ms. Chi-Chi be the mommy? Ms. Kiki has already promised me, so all it takes is for you to agree. Yang Hao was stunned again, not expecting his precious daughter to be so persistent about finding her mother. Auntie couldn't make it, and here comes Kiki's mom. There is a text in the elementary school language book called Tadpole Looking for Mom, and Ruwashi has performed a realistic version of Ruwashi Looking for Mom. But what the hell is Ms. Kiki already saying yes? Did his own little cotton paddle even help him find a wife? Dad, do you agree? Seeing that Yang Hao didn't answer for half a day, Ruwashi pressed again. This kind of thing isn't as simple as you think. Yang Hao shook his head, then directly hugged his little girl and got up. Go wash up, or we'll be late. Okay. Ruwashi, who was unsuccessful in her search for her mother, beamed her little mouth, then hurried off to wash up. Waiting for the little girl to enter the bathroom, Yang Hao once again opened fast voice, then set the function that only mutual friends could send private messages. The private message bombardment would be too much to bear if we didn't make such a restriction. Wanhua New Town. Lee Man-shu looked at the read message status and the dialog box and sighed depressingly. The fact that the other person doesn't respond is not the worst case scenario, because the worst case scenario is that it has been read and not answered, like what she's going through now. The fact that the other party had clearly seen her private message but hadn't given any reply meant that the other party wasn't even looking at herself. That photo didn't seem to have any appeal to him. How about another one on a larger scale? With this thought in her heart, Lee Man-shu immediately paid in action. She picked another selfie with a bigger scale in the album and clicked send. It turned out that the photo was a failure to send, and the other party had turned off the ability to send private messages from strangers. Lee Man-shu frowned in depression. Clearly 2 minutes ago she was able to ask for good news. Alas, the world of the rich is too hard to squeeze into. Looking at the photo that failed to be sent, Lee Man-shu could only let out this sentiment. 58. The sister-in-law who fights for her brother-in-law. Turning off the fast sound, Lee Man-shu opened Weixin again, and then replied to the message sent by Shin Mingshan last night. Mr. Shin, I am sorry, my sister has just graduated from university, and she has been staying at my place lately. Lee Man-shu's goal is very clear. It is the kind of man who has a certain achievement and is worth a lot of money. She is also approaching 30 years old. She knows that there is not much time left for herself. That's why she does not want to accompany a man to start all over again. Besides, even if you started over with him, you might not end up being treated well, and that was too risky an investment for her to make. After replying to Shin Mingshan, she sent a micro message to her sister Lee Manny. Manny, I bought a house. After moving out of the school dormitory you don't want to rent a house outside. Just live here with me. After all, they were blood sisters, and Lee Man-shu was sincere in this invitation. And this time Lee Manny didn't ignore her sister. I've already finished renting an apartment with Wen Xian. Manny Lee's previous resentment toward his sister came from the fact that she had abandoned her husband and daughter when her brother-in-law was down and out. This kind of thing is really unforgivable in the view of Manny Lee, who has a correct outlook and is highly educated. Not to mention the fact that her brother-in-law has been kind to their family, so she scoffed at her sister's approach. But now things have changed, and my brother-in-law is doing well again, even driving a $1 million luxury car. Manny Lee thinks it's not possible that he's had a lucky break after divorcing his sister. On this level, my sister has made my brother-in-law a success. Of course in her heart she still didn't approve of her sister's previous actions, but after her brother-in-law's better days, she had a desire to tell her sister the news and let her go to regret it. In her mind it was also a form of revenge for her sister's previous behavior, so she decided not to chill with her sister anymore, and to irritate her by revealing a little about her brother-in-law from time to time. Whoever made her dump her husband and daughter needs to be punished like this. So Manny Lee posted a circle of friends visible only to her sister, Man-shu Lee, which was a photo of her carrying a brand new Prada handbag bag, with the caption, "Thanks to her brother-in-law for the work gift." Manny Lee wasn't the type of girl who liked to show off. She and her sister Man-shu Lee's personalities were almost two extremes, while Man-shu Lee's personality was more inherited from her mother. Manny Lee was a bit more like her father, so Manny Lee didn't even send a friend circle to show off after receiving Yang Hao's Prada handbag bag, and now she's naturally doing it to irritate her smug sister. Sure enough, Lee Man-shu quickly replied with a message, "Finished renting an apartment? Where did you rent it? How much is the rent?" Immediately after she added, "Your brother-in-law bought you a Prada handbag bag? Where did he get the money?" After seeing her sister's reply, Lee Manny skimmed her lips, put down her phone and went to the bathroom to wash up. She knew her sister well, and the hook she'd thrown herself was probably enough to depress her for a while, just as Lee Manny expected. Lee Man-shu on the other side was already scratching her heart and liver. She enlarged the photo that her sister had sent to take a closer look at the details of that Prada handbags bag, and it didn't look like it was fake because she herself also had a Prada bag. She also thought of the day in the Prada store met Yang Hao scene, when the other party with the so-called girlfriend, as if looking at the sister, posted a circle of friends of this bag. Was he picking out a gift for Manny that day? But where did he get the money? Obviously the RV is still over $200,000 in debt after it was sold. Lee Man-shu was puzzled, and it just so happened that her sister was about to celebrate her birthday, so she decided to go over and take a look. Puiping Kindergarten rented a venue at a badminton court to hold this parent-child sports event. The teachers and a few of the parents had already arrived by now, and the teachers were busy setting up the venue, while those who had arrived early chose to go over and help brush up on their goodwill. After Zhao Ying learned about today's parent-child sports meeting from her second aunt, she purposely took time off work and volunteered to accompany her sister-in-law Wang Jia to compete. Wang Jia's husband is busy at work. This week in the field business trip cannot come back. She thought she had to come with her mother-in-law to participate in it with her son. Did not expect Zhao Ying this uncle sister-in-law even took the initiative to come to participate in it, but let her quite surprised. "Auntie, your bracelet is so pretty." Zhao Ziroy was being held by Zhao Ying's uncommon sister-in-law, and his gaze subconsciously fell onto his sister-in-law's wrist before he was attracted by the glittering bracelet. "Ha ha, Auntie thinks it's pretty too." Satisfied with this great nephew's reaction, Zhao Ying raised her wrist to display a wave. "Ying, this bracelet of yours costs tens of thousands of dollars, right?" Wang Jia actually saw the friend circle that Zhao Ying sent before, and also deliberately checked the price of this bracelet, and then envied it. Over 50,000. Zhao Yingying smiled back, quite pleased in her heart. Relatives are a delicate relationship, and a better relative is one who wants you to do well, but certainly not better than him. A little more vicious is even wishing for you to be poor and needy so he can get on his high horse and show a wave of superiority. There are only a very few relatives who really wish you well, and Wang Jia is not one of the very few, nor is she one of the vicious ones. She is a native of Jiangchang. In fact, in the bones is a little bit looked down on the small city over the working ant, but Zhao Yingying more will do. After coming to Jiangchang not only did not give them any trouble, the New Year's festivals will also send some gifts over, so the two sides get along relatively well. But this little ant suddenly by the tycoon pursuit of this matter, or let her heart some jealousy. Her husband is doing sales. Good performance when the annual salary can be up to 200,000. Poor performance when the annual salary of the beginning of 100,000. So this kind of bracelet of more than 50,000 yuan. She did not even dare to think about it. Only envy. Ying, is this bracelet from someone who pursued you? Wang Jia asked again. Sort of. Zhao Yingying nodded, although she was the one who wanted to take the initiative to fall back. But this face can't be lost. What are the other side's terms? Being so rich can actually be considered. Wang Jia's mouth was so persuasive, but in her heart, she was thinking that it was better not to become one. It's brother Yang that Auntie Tu introduced me to. Zhao Yingying smiled back. Ha, the one my mother-in-law introduced me to. Wang Jia was a bit confused. 2 days ago she heard her mother-in-law mention something about introducing the father of her son's classmate to the sister-in-law of hers. She had scoffed at the time. How could her high-minded sister-in-law look at a man in a second marriage whose daughter was 5 years old? As it turned out, the guy turned out to be a dirtbag. When did my mother-in-law's vision become so poisonous? Wang Jia expressed skepticism. Her mother-in-law has never been too accurate in reading people, and is very gullible. But what is going on this time? She was full of question marks. While at this time, Zhao Yingying's gaze was looking towards the entrance of the gymnasium from time to time, as she waited for her old baby to arrive and give the other party a surprise. And just as she gazed expectantly, the figure finally appeared, and she was first delighted, then stunned, because Yang Hao didn't come by himself. Beside him surprisingly followed by a beautiful woman who looked like she was only in her early 20s, although the other party was wearing a sportswear, but her exquisite concave and convex good figure still could not be covered somewhat, and her face value was very high. Her face was full of collagen, and that was something that no amount of cosmetics could make up for. P.S. I didn't find the picture of the sportswear. It's probably this kind of figure. The face is almost interesting, but I can't figure out this AI thing. If you have a suitable picture, you can send it to the comment section. 59. Rebirth of the Mojave middle-aged poor. Where is this little goblin from again? Surprisingly, it looks better than the one at the gym. Zhao Yingying's brows subconsciously tightened as she let out a sigh in her heart. Ying, do you recognize that man? Wang Jia followed her sister-in-law's gaze and then saw Yang Hao, who was holding Ruoshi, as well as the youthful, beautiful and proudly built Li Mani. That one is the blind date Auntie Tu introduced me to. The bracelet is from him. Zhao Yingying returned truthfully. After all, this could not be hidden. Is that him? Wang Jia was a little surprised. She had seen Yang Hao when she occasionally picked up her children, and she had the impression that the other party seemed to be a delivery man. But would a delivery guy spend over $50,000 on a bracelet to give away? I must be misremembering. Then who is that woman next to him? Wang Jia asked again. Not sure. I'll go over and say hello. This issue was also what Zhao Yingying was more concerned about. She stroked the broken hair around her ears, then greeted her with big strides. Brother Yang, I didn't expect to meet here. Ying, why are you here? Seeing Zhao Yingying here still made Yang Hao rather surprised. I'm here with my sister-in-law and great-nephew for the parent-child games. As she spoke, Zhao Yingying pointed to her sister-in-law Wang Jia and her great-nephew Zhao Zirwei who were not far away. So, Yang Hao nodded lightly. Zhao Yingying, on the other hand, smiled at Ruoshi, who was held in Yang Hao's arms. Brother Yang, this is your daughter Ruoshi, isn't it? So cute. Ruoshi, this is Auntie Ying. Yang Hao casually introduced. Hello Auntie Ying. Ruoshi belongs to a more outgoing personality, and she doesn't have any stage fright in the face of strangers. Well, Ruoshi is good. Zhao Yingying responded with a smile, then took out a chocolate from her pocket. Today is the first time we've met, so this will serve as a gift. This chocolate is actually Zhao Yingying carefully prepared. She knows that today will see Ruoshi thought to prepare a gift. If it is a special formal kind of gift and seems too deliberate, after careful consideration we'll choose the chocolate. Little girls are always fond of candies, chocolates and other things, which is also a way to please children. Thank you Auntie Ying. Little foodie Ruoshi eyes glowing. For the love of teeth considerations, Yang Hao is strictly limited to Ruoshi eat sugar and chocolate quantity, so Zhao Yingying this small gift is really sent to the little girl's heart. You're welcome. Ruwashi is really super cute. Zhao Yingying touched the little girl's forehead, her eyes full of pampering. In her plan, she was going to be a stepmother to this little girl in the future, so this first impression was very important. Brother Yang, who is this? After she was done interacting with Ruwashi, Zhao Yingying then looked at Li Mani and asked the question she cared about the most. Hello, my name is Mani Li. I'm Ruwashi's sister-in-law. Mani Li took the initiative to greet and introduce himself. So you're Ruwashi's sister-in-law. Hello, my name is Zhao Yingying, a friend of Brother Yang. Zhao Yingying also introduced herself. While conversing, the two women were uncharacteristically sizing each other up. Then Zhao Yingying's heart once again sighed with emotion. This skin state is really absolute. It is true that youth is a woman's greatest capital. Before, she was far away and she could only see a generalization. But after coming face to face with Li Mani at this moment, even as a woman she felt a wave of beauty blitz. The main thing is that Li Mani's skin condition is really good. Selling cosmetics, Zhao Yingying deals with skin all day long and has seen a lot of guests with good skin condition. But Li Mani is definitely the existence of top 3 ranking among all the people she has seen. It's really not an overstatement to describe it with the skin that always appears in novels as creamy and glowing. Mani Li, on the other hand, thought that the still pretty sister seemed to be very enthusiastic and attached to her brother-in-law. The two sides casually chatted for a few moments before they went together to the large second-class square. Ruwashi, this is my mom and dad. A few people had just arrived at the territory of the big 2 class when a little fat man rushed to Ruwashi with a smile on his face. He pointed to his parents behind him and made an enthusiastic introduction. Yang Hao first looked at the little fatty and knew that he was Peng Haoxuan, who was full of crooked poems. What iron pot stewed goose better than baked sweet potatoes are all from his hand. His own baby daughter had been brought to the wrong side. Yang Hao also looked at this crooked poetry little prince's parents. Cannot help but sigh up the power of genes. His mother height in 160 or so. The weight looks will not be less than 130 pounds. A little Peng Haoxuan plus meaning. And his father's height is also about 170 or so. The weight is estimated to have 180 pounds or more. Is simply Peng Haoxuan max version. A family of 3, all round and well-rounded, with a good quality of life at a glance. Ruwashi's father. Hello, often hear our Xian mention your family Ruwashi. Peng Laowat smiled and greeted. At a glance it is the kind of person who has a more outgoing personality. Yes, our family Ruwashi also often mentions your family Xian. Yang Hao had a chat with this old fat Peng. In the chat learned that his full name is Peng Wenba, Jiangcheng local. This year 32 years old, to be 3 years younger than Yang Hao. After learning each other's age, this old fat Peng's address to Yang Hao changed to Brother Yang. Brother Yang, is this your sister-in-law? Peng Laofat had long noticed Mani Li. There was no way. She was the most dazzling of all the moms in the room. It's Aunt Ruwashi, Yang Hao explained. Oh, so yeah. Old fatty Peng nodded at Mani Li with a smile on his face as a greeting. Where is Mr. Peng getting rich? Yang Hao was curious as to what kind of old man could give birth to a son full of crooked poems, so he casually asked, I freelance. Asked about his work. This old fat Peng obviously hesitated a bit and was obviously reluctant to talk about it, but his big fat son jumped out at this time. Uncle, my dad is a writer, member of the Jiangcheng Writers Association. Peng Haoxuan said with a proud face. So it's a big writer, a man of culture. Out of respect, Yang Hao couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. While in his heart he thought that no wonder he could give birth to a son full of crooked poems. So the root is here. By the way, author Peng, what books have you written? I'll go back and worship the masterpiece. Yang Hao changed his title from old brother Peng to writer Peng as a sign of respect. This one. Peng Laofat hesitated again, with a look of difficulty, but his mouth for a good big child jumped out again at this time. Uncle, my father is writing a book, and now he is writing a book called Rebirth of the Majo Middle-Aged Poor. Peng Laofat, who had been exposed, was embarrassed, and he somewhat helplessly patted the head of his good oldest child. Xian, go over there and play for a while. Network writers as a group in reality is actually quite embarrassing. If you write out of fame, the work was adapted, mixed to the 5 white or elbow, selling newspapers, eagles, that level is okay. To say that out of the thief has a row. But if you're so obscure that you can only write little white essays and pornography, it's embarrassing to tell your friends and family about it, because once you say you're writing a novel, the person is bound to ask what they've written. You're embarrassed to give the title of the book and then the person searches the internet. What kind of tripe do you have in this book? Why are brother-in-law and sister-in-law still getting together? I suspect you have a problem with character. But, they don't know that it wasn't the author who wanted to write it that way. It's the treadmill LSBs who love to watch it. Demand determines the market. Get it? And Peng Laofat belongs to the kind of obscure small author. Write some small white text to make a living. So when people ask him about his work, His outward statement is all about freelancing. If a friend who knows he has been writing novels asks him what books he is writing, he will report a few random books that his author friends are writing, such as You Don't Want the Secret to Be Known, Do You? Global Beast Changes, Only I Know the Beast Changes Laws, and My Exes Are All Divas, and I'm on Fire, which are thievingly long books with long titles. Go ahead and spit on them if you want, it's none of my business anyway. 60. After the divorce, my sister-in-law fell in love with me, but today, Pang Laofat miscalculated, and the good oldest child directly stripped him of his underwear. He had a hard time with the feeling of swimming naked in front of people, so writer Pang in the starting point to write a book. My account in the starting point is the junior VIP. It turned back to go to give writer Pang to support the scene. Yang Hao said smilingly, during the time when the hot pot restaurant was not able to operate before, he had a lot of time, except for bringing up his baby at home. He was reading web novels, brushing up on his dramas and so on. He's read a lot of books at starting point and spent a couple thousand. Then the hot pot restaurant went out of business and he rarely subscribed to the original. It was too expensive, so he was looking at ads to feed the author, commonly known as White Johns. Ding! Trigger random mission, Rich Man's Promise. As a rich man, you have to be trustworthy and keep your promises. As the saying goes, a promise is worth 1,000 words. Task, help Penumbra take the single-day monthly vote. Mission reward, 5 times cashback card. Attribute points *2. This also triggers the quest. Yang Hao was a bit confused because this was the first time he had triggered a quest on a man. However, this Rich Man's Promise quest is not unfamiliar, and was triggered by Sun Sini once before, asking him to make up for 100 private tutoring lessons. At that time, the reward was a 10 times cashback card, but this time it became a 5 times cashback card, but with 2 more attribute points. Yang Hao couldn't help but think of his 16 centimeters, which became 16 after adding 2 points last time. If you add 2 more points this time, you reach the per capita length of the starting protagonist, a veritable 18-centimeter bigot. Brother Yang, you'd better call me Elder Brother Pang. I don't dare to be a writer. I just write to make a living. Old Fatty Pang smiled at Yang Hao rather awkwardly. As the saying goes, 360 lines of work produce talented people. I wish old Brother Pang to become a god soon. Well, I'll definitely be there for the show. Yang Hao looked at this Pang Laowat more and more smooth. No. This is not Pan Laowat. This is his precious 2 centimeters and since he's running short of money to decorate his 688 sq foot mansion, this quintuple rebate is timely. If the task is the monthly vote list single month first, Yang Hao also do not dare to guarantee that will be able to complete. After all, some of the gods of the landlord readers is very ferocious. A monthly vote war smashed a few million cases is not unheard of. To Yang Hao's current financial strength may not be able to do it, but a single day monthly vote winner is still easy. A couple 100,000 smashed down should not be a big problem. Yes. 2 centimeters is just around the corner. Yang Hao was in a good mood. However, Pang Laowachua felt that this young brother, after learning that he is the starting point of the author of How to Step Horse, so excited. Lousy and not those who touch the singing place of the actors. You excited and look at yourself all wrong. Tai. WOJ. This guy's not a stirrer, is he? With this in mind, the imaginative Pang Laowat suddenly felt a tightening of the chrysanthemum. However, at this time, Yang Hao strayed to put his arm around his shoulder and said mysteriously, Old Brother Pang, tonight brother will give you a surprise. No, you don't even cover your ass anymore? Pang Laofat hurriedly broke away from Yang Hao's clutches and smiled sarcastically. Brother Yang, I'm going to the bathroom. After saying that, this old fat Pang pulled his leg and ran. Since he is fat and not tall, he runs like a meatball squirming, which is kinda cute. Yang Hao spread his hands and thought, this is suffocating. While this Pang Laofat was urinating, Yang Hao opened the Start Reading app and then found the book, Rebirth of Mahjong Middle-Aged Poor. The author's pen name is Yuzu Too Fierce. Well, the pen name looks like a nice fantasy of that old fat Pang. 10 fat, 11 false, fierce chicken. Looking at the results of this book, there are already more than 300,000 words, a total of just over 10,000 favorites, and the current monthly votes of 128. It's around 1,000 subscriptions based on a decent collection ratio, maybe a couple hundred if the collection ratio is poor. This book is a bit of a puff, can't make much money. Fortunately, the task is a single-day monthly vote champion. If the monthly champion, that is his own hard steel starting point of the various trenches. At present, Yang Hao card that point of gold is really not enough. Yang Hao clicked on the pen name, Pomelo Too Fierce, and found that there was another book under this vest name, which was called After Divorce. My sister-in-law fell in love with me. After seeing the title of this book, Yang Hao subconsciously raised his eyebrows, then looked at Li Manny who was playing with Ruashi. He felt like he had it mapped. Curious to click on this book, Yang Hao wants to see what kind of stuff this Pang Laofat has written. Synopsis: bankruptcy, divorce, wife betrayal. Pen Hall, 35, suffered a triple whammy. However, his understanding sister-in-law warmed the rest of his life, body, with a big heart. No wonder it's embarrassing to say what the name of the book you've written is. Blatant Thursday ting, isn't it? And it's amazing that the book has 10,000 subscription medals. Sure enough, getting Shirbari is the way to go. Surface yells at vulgarity, but one ends up foaming at the mouth as they watch. Brother-in-law, I'll take Ruwashi to the bathroom. Just as Yang Hao was silently spitting, Manny Lee came over and whispered. As she stood behind Yang Hao's side, she subconsciously glanced at the cell phone held in Yang Hao's hand as she spoke, and then saw an eye-catching book title, After Divorce. My sister-in-law fell in love with me. This, Manny Lee froze, thinking how there was such a book, but when she came back to her senses she felt her cheeks blush. I can't believe my brother-in-law reads this kind of book. What does he mean? Yang Hao was startled after hearing Lee Manny's voice, and had a thrilling feeling that he was hiding in his room watching a small movie when his parents suddenly knocked on the door outside. He turned off his cell phone screen for the first time, then nodded in response. I don't think Manny saw what was on my cell phone. Only when Manny Lee walked away with Ruwashi did Yang Hao reopen his cell phone screen. The heart cannot help but spit, blame that Peng old fat. Write what is not good. Non-write this kind of book. MD. Vulgarity. 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 You wrote the trashy works criticized at the literature symposium. Well, the old man must counter a trifle when he takes the time. Take a look at what you've written from a critical perspective that poisons your readers. Yang Hao spat madly in his heart, then exited the Starting Point reading app, thinking about going home at night to finish the task. And this time the parents are almost all here. Ruwashi is in the second class of a total of 20 children. Almost half of the parents are here. The other half is the father or mother with the combination of the elderly. Like Yang Hao, Manny Lee, and Zhao Yingying, Wang Jia. Such a combination belongs to an individual case. Of course, in other people's eyes Yang Hao and Manny Lee were a normal combination. And even those dads' gazes would sneakily look at Manny Lee. Whether she's a real mom or a stepmom, she's the brightest mom in the room, bar none. However, in the teacher's camp, there was someone who could break bread with Manny Lee, and that was the sophomore class homeroom teacher, Jiang Yuqi. This MS. Kiki was dressed down and covered up where she needed to be, but with her chic outfit and outstanding body and face, she naturally became the center of attention for the dads. Some of the fathers who are usually busy with their work and have never seen this beautiful teacher are even thinking that they should try to make more time to pick up and drop off their children in the future. After all, such a small child is in need of a father's love. 61. Mr. Kiki has to fix the hood too. Zhao Yingying also noticed Jiang Yuqi, who was very solid in the crowd. She really didn't expect a kindergarten's parent-child sports meeting to have beauties of the level of Li Manny and Jiang Yuqi at the same time. Originally, her idea was to PK with those mothers who had given birth to children, and she had an advantage in terms of age, face and figure. But right now, she was completely compared to Li Manny and Jiang Yuqi, barely third in a long line of women in this scene. Brother Yang, do you have time after the sports meeting? I still owe you a meal I didn't buy. Zhao Yingying came to Yang Hao's side and said with a smile, the last time we were at the bottom of the sea, it was originally said that Zhao Yingying was going to treat us, but it turned out that a little old Qin Feng was killed halfway. Later on, Yang Hao gave Zhao Yingying and Sun Sini each a bracelet for doing a quest, so much so that Zhao Yingying's reason for inviting her to dinner was even stronger. However, Yang Hao was not interested in this counter-sister whose T-power was only 3 stages. It has nothing to do with the fact that she has a slightly worse face and body. Yang Hao wasn't the kind of person who only looked at the outside. He cared about the inside, so he declined decisively. Sorry, I have plans this afternoon. Oh, that's a date for another time. Zhao Yingying was a little disappointed. She could sense that Yang Hao didn't seem to be very interested in her. After all, he had too many beautiful women around him, and she really didn't have much of an advantage. Looks like it's time to call in the military. Zhao Yingying was silently calculating in her mind. Another moment passed. The parent-child games have officially begun. The first event was the classic 2-man 3-legged race, but here it's been upgraded to a triple quad with 2 parents and 1 child. Yang Hao and Li Manny left and right, Ruwashi sandwiched in the middle. This 3 people 4 feet due to the middle is a child, so it still depends on the cooperation of the 2 adults, and in the middle of the child is basically a pendant. Everyone else should be shouting 12 to find a rhythm, and it's easy to get mixed up if we shout 12 too, so let's shout left and right. Before setting off, Yang Hao said to Manny Lee, okay. Manny Lee nodded, feeling that the analysis made sense. The starting gun went off and the 20 groups of teams from the sophomore class set off at the same time. Just as Yang Hao expected, everyone else was shouting 12 in search of a rhythm, so Yang Hao and Li Manny, who were shouting left and right, would not be affected. The two have the same pace, with a very good understanding. was hanging in the middle of the Ruwashi the whole time was taken flying state. Needy little face piled up with a smile, but also constantly in the father and sister-in-law cheering. Eventually, the trio crossed the finish line first. Yeah, we won. Ruwashi raised her arms in excitement. She had wanted to jump up, but her legs were still all bound. Yang Hao, who had gotten first place, was also in a good mood as he extended his palm and nudged at Li Manny, who immediately understood and gave him a high five. Daddy and me. Ruwashi held out her little hand as well. Yang Hao smiled and gave the little girl a high five as well. A family of 3 is already celebrating. Behind a lot of families have not yet completed it. Yang Hao casually swept a glance at the field, just to see Pang Old Fat with Pang Little Fat as well as his wife fell together the picture. Ha ha ha, Pang Haoxuan fell down. Ruwashi also saw the scene and clapped her hands and laughed. It was obvious that she usually should have played better with Pang Haoxuan in kindergarten. Yang Hao, on the other hand, laughed and shook his head, thinking in his heart that network writers as a group really do have poorer bodies. The term crunchy college student has been popular on the internet lately, and online writers are actually pretty crunchy. The author of a book Yang Hao chased before always took time off for physical reasons, and seeing Pang Leofat's physical state, he somewhat understood. It was surprisingly hard for the mellow family of 3 to get up after a fall. Ruwashi Dad, you guys are the first place winners of our sophomore class, and you're going to represent our sophomore class in the finals later. Just as Yang Hao was looking at the 3 members of Pang Leofat's family with interest, Jiang Yuqi walked over. Oh, good. Retracting his gaze from the 3 members of Pang Leofat's family, Yang Hao gently nodded. This is our medal. Jiang Yuqi handed over another medal. This kind of parent-child sports meeting is mainly a joy, as long as the participation will have a medal to take. However, since Yang Hao was the first place winner of the second class, the medal had the words first place on it, not a commemorative medal. Let me take a picture of the 3 of you. Although Jiang Yuqi was more disgusted by Yang Hao's hot pursuit of another lover after he was widowed, this was someone's private matter, and she still had to do the work she was supposed to do. Then I'll trouble Mr. Jiang. Yang Hao smiled and handed his cell phone over. This kind of moment was something that should be photographed to remember. Auntie, you hold me for a photo. Yang Hao originally wanted to pick up Ruwashi, but it turned out that this little girl even picked someone, mercilessly abandoning him as an old father. Li Manny naturally wouldn't refuse the little girl's request, and smilingly picked Ruwashi up. Yang Hao stood next to Li Manny, his left hand in his pocket and his right hand fell somewhat nowhere. After a slight hesitation, he put his right hand on Li Manny's shoulder. The small one is not allowed to hug. I can always hug the big one. Feeling the weight of Yang Hao's arm, Li Manny on the other hand had a slight blush on her cheeks as she hugged Ruwashi and Yang Hao wrapped his arms around her. Such a state was really like a family of 3. Jiang Yuqi, who was taking pictures with the camera, was in a trance, and she also felt that the 3 in the picture seemed to be a family, and Ruwashi and the beautiful stepmother even had a little resemblance to each other. Could it be the real sister-in-law? Not the kind of sister-in-law you find outside. Jiang Yuqi began to doubt her previous suspicions. Ruwashi and this sister-in-law in particular seem very close, even letting each other hold each other for photos. Ding! Just as Jiang Yuqi was about to press the shutter, a micro-message suddenly popped up on Yang Hao's cell phone screen. Brother Yang, I've moved to a new home, but the hood at home doesn't work very well. Yang Hao had set up a mode where the phone could see the tweets without unlocking it, so Jiang Yuqi clearly saw the content of the tweets. Turns out Ruwashi's dad also fixes hoods. The hood in my rental house doesn't work too well either, so I could have bothered him to take a look at it. Heart such as thinking, but Jiang Yuqi's hand movements did not stop. She continuously pressed the shutter a few times to help the 3 people took this very commemorative family photo. Daddy Ruwashi, someone just tweeted you, Jiang Yuqi said as she returned the cell phone to Yang Hao. Yang Hao, who took over the cell phone, had already seen the unread microblogging message prompts. He nodded, and did not rush to see the microblogging message, but clicked on the album and Li Manny, Ruwashi, together with the party to see the photos. As Jiang Yuqi pressed the shutter several times in succession, there were several photos for them to choose from, and these photos Ruwashi's state are the best. The little girl smiles very happily, her big eyes are bent into a crescent moon. Yang Hao had a faint smile on his face, and there was little difference in the state of the several photos. The expression presented by Manny Lee, however, was a bit different. In the first one she looked a bit flustered, and in the second one it turned into shyness. The third one had a smile on her face, but a faint blush still hung on her white cheeks. The fourth one was in the best shape, her smile bright, her brow arched, and the hint of blush on her white cheeks, though still present, was the best finishing touch to her innocent smile. The sister-in-law in the fourth photo is the prettiest. After looking at the photos, Ruwashi said with a smile, this little girl has a good eye. Well, I feel the same way. Yang Hao nodded, and despite his words, he still sent all these photos to Li Manny. When he finished sending the photo, He smoothly clicked on Wang Shueru's Weixin message, and then the corner of his mouth subconsciously curled up. He's so good at things like fixing hoods. Father Ruwashi, there's something I want to trouble you with. At this time, Jiang Yuqi, who had not yet left, suddenly spoke. Mr. Jiang, please say. Yang Hao gave this beautiful teacher a rather puzzled look, not knowing what the other party needed help with. Just to be clear, I didn't mean to read your tweet's message, it just happened to be on my phone screen. Jiang Yuqi first clarified that she wasn't peeking at other people's Weixin messages, then this time she said, the hood of the house I rented doesn't work too well either. Ruwashi father, can you take the time to help me fix it? 62. Piggy and Chang'e. Fix the hood? Yang Hao didn't expect this beautiful teacher to make such a request as well, but this one of hers is supposed to be the real fixing the hood. Yes, Mr. Jiang, when is convenient for me to go over and take a look. This beautiful teacher's favor can help or to help a little. After all, he has a hostage in the hands of others. Only Yang Hao did not expect this hood repair business to be so popular. Well, from now on, please call me Old Young the Fixer. It's just that I feel like I'm inexplicably carrying the aura of a Japanese movie-style hero. Papa Ruwashi, thank you in advance then. By the way, is that one Ruwashi's own sister-in-law? Jiang Yuqi smoothly inquired about Manny Lee's identity. Yes, although Ruwashi's mom and I are divorced, Ruwashi has been very close to her sister-in-law since she was a little girl, so she's here to participate in today's sports meeting, Yang Hao casually explained. Divorce? Jiang Yuqi caught the keywords in Yang Hao's words, and her whole body was bad. It turns out that she got the wrong idea at the beginning and thought that Ruwashi's mom had passed away, but it turns out that people are just divorced. As for Lee Manny's identity, understanding is even more outrageous. People are the child's own sister-in-law. What kind of godly comprehension am I? Before, Jiang Yuqi thought she was Detective Conan, and then realized she was Mari 15. What? Who's Mori Jakuro, you ask? A big vegetable pussy who is 3 times more vegetable than Mori Kagoro. Mr. Jiang, what's wrong with you? Yang Hao felt that this beautiful teacher looked a bit odd, so he casually asked, nothing. I'm off to take pictures of other families. Jiang Yuqi fled, thinking in her heart that it was fortunate that the other party didn't know what she was thinking, or else it would really be a disgrace. The next 3-player 4-legged final, Yang Hao and Lee Manny still work well together, and the two took Ruwashi to take the first place in the final again. And the first place in the final is a gift. You can choose between dolls and toy cars. If it is a boy, most likely we'll choose a toy car. Ruwashi is to choose a cute rabbit doll, holding in the arms of Rare. Yang Hao, who took first place with his baby girl, was full of accomplishment, as if he had taken the world championship. The next competition was the parent-child jump rope. Each family out of a parent with children jump. 1 minute to see which group jumped more. Yang Hao still weighs more and is not very good at jumping rope, so he let Manny Lee take Ruwashi out to fight. But by the time the match started, Yang Hao had some regrets about letting Lee Manny appear. His nominal sister-in-law was so well developed that she jumped up to create that dang-duang-duang-duang effect, and several of the men who were originally cheering for their wives had their eyes straightened. Then they looked at Yang Hao with an envious face. Both equally old men in their 30s. Look at this wife. She's young, beautiful and well-built. And look at my own wife. Old and grumpy. The sense of disparity in life is simply too strong. There are even men who are thinking that if they give me such a wife they can live 10 years less. Well, the big brother next door is thinking it's okay to live 20 years less. Yang Hao, on the other hand, was thinking, it's true that a woman has grown up, but in the future, it's better not to do this kind of jump rope type of exercise in front of people. Luckily the game was only a minute long and was over quickly, with a somewhat heavier load than the other women. Manny Lee's average jump rope score didn't stand out. This sister-in-law and Ruwashi were both a little disappointed, but Yang Hao felt quite good. Can't jump anymore, it's too lethal, not to mention the yellow space around him. He's a bit of a top as a brother-in-law. The next event was a tug of war. 10 parents from each class, 5 men and 5 women. The tall Yang Hao was naturally among the 5 male players, while the tonnage enough Pang Lao fat couple also made the sophomore squad. There are 8 classes at Bell Rain Kindergarten, with 3 each in the younger and middle grades and 2 in the older grades. 8 teams are exactly 3 rounds away from deciding the winner. Yang Hao is the tallest of the 10 players in the sophomore class, and he and Pang Lao fat, who has now been reduced to 185 pounds, should be on par with each other. But Yang Hao tall, although there are 185 pounds, but now will not give people the feeling of fat, but lanky, with a height of about 170. Pang Laowat gave the impression that he was really fat. Elder brother Pang, I'll press on at the end. You go in front. Yang Hao became the temporary captain and began to line up his troops, and after hearing his words, the corners of Pang Laowat's mouth subconsciously twitched. You want to be behind me? Yes, I'll press on. Yang Hao nodded his head, not feeling in the least that this old fat Pang was talking out of his ass, but he thought for a moment. then shook his head again. It's better if you press on. Your center of gravity is a little lower. I'll go first. Okay. Old Fatty Pang nodded as if he was relieved. This imaginative online author really does not want Yang Hao to stand behind him. That will give him a feeling that he is locked by the sniper scope. At any time may be burst. Yang Hao naturally did not know that Pang Laohua thought so obscene. He communicated with a few other parents, and finally determined the male parents in the front 2, the back 3, 5 female parents in the middle of the formation. Soon the first game arrived. The sophomore class is up against the junior class. The referee hasn't even called for the start yet, but the cheerleaders of both sides are excitedly shouting, "Dad! Come on, Dad! Go for it!" Ruwashi cried out while waving her little hands vigorously, seemingly using all her milk energy. But there were so many voices shouting "Go Daddy!" that her cheering was soon drowned out in the waves of cheering. And in this case, 2 voices were quite clear. One is "Go brother-in-law," the other is "Go brother Yang." After hearing each other's cheering, Li Manny and Zhao Yingying subconsciously glanced at each other before slightly nodding their heads in greeting. "Auntie, aren't you supposed to be cheering for mommy?" Zhao Zirui tilted his head and looked at his little aunt with a suspicious face. His mother also represented the second-year class in the tug-of-war competition, but it turned out that this aunt of his was actually cheering for someone else. "Auntie will be cheering your mom on, too," Zhao Yingying perfunctorily replied back, then shouted again, "Go for it, brother Yang, little aunt." Zhao Zirui's mouth was lifeless, and he could only shout out "Go mom" by himself. Amidst a chorus of cheers, the first match began, and the result was that the second class of the university had an absolute advantage, resolving the battle in 10 seconds or so, and successfully advancing to the next level. "Yeah, winning!" Ruwashi jumped up excitedly, while Manny Lee smiled and gave the little girl a high five. After a break of almost 15 minutes, the 4-in-2 match began. This time the sophomore class is up against the freshman class. The 2 sides were almost evenly matched and stalemated for quite some time, and finally the endurance of the sophomore class was better and achieved victory to successfully advance to the final. This kind of competition, although there is no practical significance, just entertainment, but his class into the final. Jian Yuchi is still quite happy. She deliberately went to carry a box of 12 bottles of mineral water over, distributed to the 10 participating parents. Ruwashi's dad, the second class among the finalists, looks like they're pretty good. They advanced easily in both rounds. Jian Yuchi handed Yang Hao a bottle of mineral water and then chatted with the temporary captain. "Well, it looks pretty strong." Yang Hao nodded. There were 2 strong men weighing more than 200 pounds in the team of the second class, and the overall tonnage was to be heavier than that of their second class. Although tug-of-war was not about tonnage, the tonnage advantage could not be ignored. It's actually simple if you want to win. Yang Hao sipped his water and said with a smile, "Simple?" Jian Yuchi looked puzzled. Wasn't the prize for the rope skipping competition just now a mask? Just borrow 2 from the kids. Yang Hao laughed. Masks? Jian Yuchi froze slightly before reacting that Yang Hao was trying to put on a mask to make the other party laugh. Even if only 2 or 3 people in front of him were amused, it would be a sure win. If it was a proper tug-of-war, this method must not be used, but the parent-child games are supposed to be recreational in nature, so it is not relevant. "Well, I'm going to find 2 funny ones." This beautiful teacher had a huge smile on her face. In fact, it really does not matter if you win or lose. The main thing is that this mode is also quite entertaining. Their kindergarten has a full video of this tug-of-war, and later on we'll also edit some clips released to the kindergarten's fast sound account for publicity and enrollment. So if this move really did the trick, it was good fast sounding material. After all, she was playing fast sound herself and still knew a few things about it. Soon Jiang Yuchi returned with 2 piggyback masks. Yang Hao distributed one of them to Shushu's dad, who was standing in the front row with him. "Ha ha, brother Yang, you are really talented." After hearing Yang Hao's tactics, Shushu's dad couldn't help but laugh. After another break, the finals began. The eyes of the room were on both teams. Cheerleaders from both sides are naturally working extra hard. Form 2 was also 2 men at the front. One of them was the big brother who weighed over 200 pounds, and the other had to weigh 178. The 2 men shook their bladders, both of them looking determined to win. "Take your place," the referee yells out, and both players take their positions. Then the 2 big, fit brothers were a bit confused, because they were opposite 2 pig heads. "Start!" The flag drops in the referee's hand and both sides begin to power up. However, these 2 big brothers in front of the Form 2 class were completely unable to give their all. Looking at the 2 pig heads on the opposite side of the room, half of the energy of the 2 men were holding back their laughter. Masks are something that you wouldn't find funny if a child wore it for fun, but put it on the faces of 2 adults and the sense of dissonance hits you. The cheerleaders of Form 2 saw that there were actually 2 piggybacks on the opposite side. They first froze for a moment, and then let out bursts of laughter, especially the little kids who were laughing one by one. After all, it's too rare for adults to be weird like this. and the laughter thing is contagious. Hearing the laughter around them, the two big brothers who were trying to hold their laughter in directly broke and laughed along with them. With two starters suddenly deflated, the scales of victory were instantly tilted, and the sophomore class took the match with a flourish. Yay! Another win! Wow! We won! Ha ha ha! That works too! The cheerleaders of the sophomore class cheered, while Ruwashi ran all the way to her dad's arms. Ha ha! Dad is a piggy bank. Auntie is Chang'e. Yang Hao, who was wearing a mask, froze for a moment. It was understandable that he was piggyback, but how did Li Mani become Chang'e? Why is sister-in-law Chang'e? Yang Hao asked curiously. Because Auntie is holding the jade rabbit. Ruwashi pointed aside to Manili, who was holding the rabbit doll in her arms that she had won during the previous three-person four-legged race. Li Mani today wore a set of crisp white sportswear. Her own face value is high in white skin, plus the rabbit doll in her arms. It is really a bit of Chang'e fairy descending to earth. 63. Being a stepmother is actually quite good. Yang Hao felt that the story of Piggy and Chang'e was not suitable for him and Manili, so he took his mask off and put it on Ruwashi's head. Well, now Ruwashi is Inuyasha. Ruwashi didn't have that many thoughts. The little girl ran to Li Mani's side again with a smile. Auntie, you are Chang'e. I am Piggy. Manny Lee didn't react at first to why he was Chang'e until he remembered that he was still holding the rabbit doll in his arms. Daddy Ruwashi, let's take a picture of the team that got the championship. Jiang Yuqi came over to shout at Young how to take a picture. And at this moment, the corners of her mouth were still slightly upturned with a smile on her face because Liang Xiaolu, the homeroom teacher of the Form 2 class, had just finished spitting at her, saying that their Form 2 class was too deceitful to come up with this kind of out-of-the-box trick. Liang Xiaolu is Jiang Yuqi's university classmate. The two of them are very close, and they are also currently renting an apartment together. And even she went to work in this kindergarten or because her good best friend Liang Xiaolu was here. The two of them have a companion. So Jiang Yuqi, who won her best friend's class, was very happy, and when Liang Xiaolu spit out her words just now, she also dejectedly said, "This is called a soldier is not afraid of deception." Okay. Yang Hao agreed and went over to take a picture with the crowd. By now the remaining 9 were standing in position, the female parent on the flat ground in front and the male parent on the back steps, which ensured that everyone could show their faces. Mr. Jiang, shoot together. Yang Hao stood still and waved at Jiang Yuqi who was ready to take their picture. Yeah, together. Yeah, Mr. Jiang, come along. Yang Hao took the lead and the crowd immediately agreed. The champion of the tug-of-war competition is considered the most weighty champion of this parent-child sports meeting, because it is the only collective project. Seeing that the parents were so enthusiastic, Jiang Yuqi couldn't refuse. She immediately called out to her best friend Liang Xiaolu, "Lulu, you help us take a group photo." Jiang Yuqi, don't go too far. Your winning is our class alright. Liang Xiaolu grumbled with her mouth, but she had already taken the cell phone. Be good. Jiang Yuqi winked at her best friend and then stood in the line of female parents. Since both she and Yang Hao joined the team last, it just so happened that Yang Hao was the one standing behind her. 3, 2, 1, click. Ka-ching. Liang Xiaolu pressed the shutter several times in succession to help complete the group photo. Kiki, which one of you came up with that bad idea of wearing a mask? While handing over the cell phone, Liang Xiaolu swept a glance toward the line of parents and asked, Papa Ruwashi, it's the tallest one. Jiang Yuqi smiled back, but her eyes were on the cell phone screen, flipping through the group photo of the party. So it's him. It looks dishonest. By the way, he's that down-and-out guy who finds stepmothers for his kids within days of his wife's death, isn't he? Liang Xiaolu remembered the gossip that her best friend had told her earlier. Wait, there's a misunderstanding here. Hearing her best friend talk about this, Jiang Yuqi hurriedly explained. Right, Lulu, you didn't tell the others, did you? After explaining, Jiang Yuqi asked again in passing. Nope. Liang Xiaolu was slightly stunned, then shook her head decisively, while in her heart she thought that she didn't say it in reality, and she didn't know if it counted when she sent it to the fast sound. The scene was rather noisy, and Jiang Yuqi didn't pay too much attention to her best friend's change in demeanor. Most of her attention was on the photos that had just been taken, and Yang Hao, who stood behind her, even compared a rabbit ear to the top of her head. So childish for a man of his age. Jiang Yuqi silently spat in her mind, then chose two that everyone had better expressions on and sent them to the Big 2 class parent group. At noon, the parent-child games came to a successful conclusion. Parents dispersed with their children. On the way to the parking lot, Yang Hao saw the 3 members of Pang Laobian's family walking in front of him. He took a big step to catch up and patted Pang Laobian's shoulder. Pang Laobian, don't forget the surprise at night. Yes. Pang Laofat twisted his head to look at Yang Hao's hand on his shoulder, and a chill ran through his heart. He had long heard that a slightly chubby body like his was very popular in the circle, and he didn't expect it to be true. He, who usually YYs all kinds of beautiful women in his books, never dreamed that one day he would become someone else's YY object. Unfortunately, it was a big, burly man. Pang Laofat drove a Honda, which had the advantage of being roomy for the kind of tonnage their family had. The downside is that, forget about having no flaws, lest you get sprayed. Walking to the car, Pang Laowat drilled into the car at fire speed, as if hiding from thieves. Old Pang, what's your situation? Pang Laofat's wife, Ma Huiwan, saw her husband's abnormality and opened her mouth to ask when she got on the co-pilot. It's not much, I'll tell you about it when I get home. His son was still sitting in the back, and there were some things he couldn't say, so he started the car and quickly left the scene. The other side. Yang Hao walked to the side of Rangoon Yuade and was about to get into the car when Zhao Yingying walked over quickly. Brother Yang, I asked the kindergarten for this doll. Take it to Ruwashi and play with it. She handed over a duckling doll, obviously meant to please Ruwashi. Thanks. Yang Hao took the doll and gently nodded. Brother Yang, you haven't gone to the gym today, right? Will you go later? Zhao Yingying asked again. She had managed to take a day off and originally wanted to get some sparks out of this parent-child sports meeting, but unfortunately, Li Mani's appearance made her wishful thinking fall completely flat. However, this T-Power 3 Dan weakling wasn't dead in the water. She knew that Yang Hao went to the gym every day, so she was still ready to go to the fitness center to squat a wave. We'll be there, but it's hard to say when. Fitness center side is a daily punch card task. He naturally have to go. After all, it is also a few $1 million of industry. Do not want to white. Well, I'm going to the gym this afternoon, so I'll see you at the gym at. Zhao Yingying is ready to go to the fitness center to squat Yang Hao, but before that she is ready to go to the military division to help her out and see how she can attack the single divorced old baby with a baby. Yang Hao drove away, while Zhao Yingying watched the young Wang Yue drive out of the parking lot which led her to her sister-in-law's Xin Yingying, do you like that man very much? Wang Jia purposely waited outside the car, wanting to talk to the sister-in-law about Yang Hao. Aha! Zhao Yingying nodded and didn't deny it. He is divorced and there is a daughter that big. You can accept it? Wang Jia was quite surprised. In her impression this little aunt was always high-minded and proud. I've always wanted to find a well-endowed one before, so how is it that I'm suddenly bowing down to reality? But this low a little too much. In her opinion to Zhao Yingying's conditions even if it is to lower the standard of choice, but not to find a divorced with children of the old man. With the divorce rate so high these days, it's okay to be divorced. As for having a daughter is also quite good. I think Ruwashi is very cute, Zhao Yingying said with a smile on her face. Wang Jia was a bit confused. Yingying, are you even ready to be a stepmother? I'd like to be Ruwashi's stepmother, but big brother Yang isn't willing. Zhao Yingying shook her head in a rather depressed manner. He won't? And he doesn't want to? Wang Jia puzzled. Not right. He did not also buy you more than 50,000 bracelet. Well, according to reason he should like you. Zhao Yingying shook her head. Sister-in-law, you don't understand. More than 50,000 is a lot for us, but for the rich it's no different than spending 50 cents. At this moment, Zhao Yingying also lost her mind to show off, and instead felt that her sister-in-law, as a person who had been there before, might be able to give herself a little advice. Rich? How rich is he? Wang Jia thought that Yang Hao didn't look like a particularly rich man, not to mention that his daughter and her own child were both in the same kindergarten. So if he was really a tycoon, how could his child go to such an ordinary kindergarten? Sister-in-law knows about Nebula Bay, right? Of course I know. Wang Jia nodded. Our top mansion in Jiangcheng. I heard that the cheapest house costs about $20 million. Brother Yang has a 688 square feet house in Nebula Bay. So, is he considered rich? Zhao Yingying asked rhetorically out of the blue. Nebula Bay. 688 square feet. Wang Jia was directly shocked, and it took her a long time to come back to her senses. Then she said in a serious manner, Yingying, it's actually quite good to be a stepmother. 64. This man is out of his league. Wang Jia is a person who has been here before, and has long had no illusions about love or anything else. When you're young you can fall in love brain and feel what it's like to be destroyed by love. But if she were to fall in love with brain again at her age, it would be described in 2 words. When I was young, I thought love was the most important thing and that I would earn my money sooner or later. It's only when you get older that you realize that love goes away easily and money is really hard to come by. All the initial goodness has worn away in the chicken scratch of life. Therefore, the economic base determines the superstructure. Relationships that don't talk about money are up in the air. No matter how sensational the love will eventually return to peace and return to the reality of the firewood and salt. So, is money or feelings important? It's all pretty important, actually. But if Wang Jia had to choose one thing, then she would choose money, because feelings don't make a meal and they don't really last. Young people nowadays know this more and more. So many young people are so focused on getting money that a partner can be had, but not a relationship. That is so vanilla. Therefore, from Wang Jia's perspective, if this sister-in-law of theirs could really get along with the rich man who lived in Nebula Bay, it was not likely that their family would benefit a lot along with her. If it weren't for her own limitations, she would have wanted to put up a fight. The other side. Yang Hao took Manny Li and Ruwashi to have lunch at a barbecue restaurant, but Yang Hao, who is in the fat loss period, only ate a small piece of grilled steak, but Ruwashi, the snacker, dazzled with a mouthful of oil, and Li Manny didn't eat a lot, but she was a little more reserved, and ate in a more elegant manner. After dinner Ruwashi yelled to go to his sister-in-law's house to play. Yang Hao happened to have a hood to repair, so he simply dumped Ruwashi on Li Manny, sending the two to the Fenghua neighborhood. Yang Hao asked for Wang Shueru's latest address and drove there. It is a neighborhood called East River Residence. This neighborhood is not too far from the Holiday International. The environment of the two parks is almost the same. In the Jiangcheng belongs to the middle and high-grade parks. Yukiru, open the door. I'm here to fix the hood. When he reached the door, Yang Hao knocked on the door while saying. The next moment the door to the room opened. When Yang Hao entered the room, Wang Shueru quickly closed the door again and unlocked it with her hand. This beautiful young woman is wearing the milky white wraparound skirt that was worn before. This skirt is made of wool with a certain warmth effect, but the chest is hollowed out state. Very mindful of the settings. Clothes are very slim. This beautiful young woman belly has a slight bulge of flesh, but the waist is slim. Most of the fat is still very sensible rise to where they should go. Brother Yang. This beautiful young woman stretched out her arms and directly hooked Yang Hao's neck, her beautiful eyes flowing with affection. Well, I'm going to get to work. Yang Hao, the repairman, always remembers his mission. The hood's flue is not working well, mostly because it has never been unclogged before. This thing will get smoother and smoother if you unclog it often enough, but the first time you unclog it is often difficult. But Yang Hao, the mechanic, is patient and skilled. With his relentless efforts, it was finally a great success, and at the end he didn't forget to leave some liquid lubrication. Perfect. Sage moments. Yang Hao visited Wang Shuelu's new home. It's a small 3-bedroom house, about 101 square feet. Yukiru, you don't have to rent a 3-room apartment, do you? Yang Hao asked with some suspicion. One of the rooms is reserved for my sister. She is the child of my third uncle's family. Before attending school in other city universities, she just got admitted to Jiangcheng University's postgraduate program. She will come to Jiangcheng in September, so she can come over occasionally for a small stay to tutor Nua in her studies. Wang Shueru explained. So, a graduate student from Jiangcheng University. Awesome. Yang Hao let out a sigh of relief and asked, you're not going to live in the previous house? Aha. Wang Shueru nodded. Shen Mingshan has signed the divorce agreement. Legally we are no longer a couple, but the divorce certificate can't be taken until after the cooling off period, and I'll sell the Holiday International's house by then. Good thing too. Yang Hao did not say anything more. The same end of the world. He understands the idea of Wang Shueru. In that house there are too many sad memories. Do not live also. So what's the plan for the future? Yang Hao asked. There was still 100 million of NPC exclusive spending money lying in his card. Since this beautiful young woman had already drawn the line with Shin Mingshan, this money could be given to her to spend. Although he held the title of a rich man, Yang Hao had never really experienced the feeling of waving money around. People's gods and goddesses are spending hundreds of millions and billions of dollars at every turn. He was just spending tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars before. And that's not cool. MD, the old man has to spend money. Don't even stop me. Yang Hao silently shouted in his heart. I'd like to open my own flower store or coffee shop. That way my time is a little freer and it doesn't interfere with me picking up and dropping off Nano at school. In fact, Wang Shueru education is also quite high, but because a long time did not go to work, she does not intend to return to the workplace, ready to take the savings to open a small store. However, after hearing her plan, Yang Hao couldn't help but shake his head. Well, it's all a pit, but this is the program that many women like to choose for their business. It will give a small yet high-end look. However, both florists and coffee shops are projects that have a very high chance of losing money. Coffee shops in particular are so rolled up that 99% of newcomers to the business will lose their bottom dollar. There are Starbucks and Rexall. And then there is the low-end brand Lucky Cafe created by the parent company of Honey Snow Ice City. Prices have been beaten to a low that cannot be lower. And these chain brands due to the large scale can minimize the cost of raw materials to fight the price war. And what are you going to fight with others when you are alone? Single-handedly, with all kinds of costs higher than others and no exclusive recipe to speak of. So often the ideal is rich and the reality slaps you in the face. So if you're starting a business for profit, coffee shops really shouldn't be touched. However, there is another strange phenomenon. You often meet the kind of coffee shop that has a very stylish decoration but not many customers when you are shopping, and it doesn't go out of business. It stays open. Then the owners of such stores are basically divided into two kinds. One is not bad money rich second generation. Open a store just to occasionally get together with friends, have a thing to do. The other type is the canary in the bag, whom the owner opens for them for fun and to give them something to do to pass the time. And this is actually the case with some of the women's clothing stores that don't do much business all year round, but are always open. People don't even open stores to make money. Although Wang Shuaru had a strong family, she originally did not have this kind of capital. But not anymore. Yang Hao decided to fulfill this beautiful young woman's wish. It doesn't matter if you make money or not, you just play. Brother Yang, don't you favor a business like a flower store or a coffee shop? Noticing Yang Hao's movement of shaking his head, Wang Shuaru frowned lightly. Neither. Yang Hao smiled and shook his head. There's a coffee shop at the back of Starlight City that's being offered for sale. Want to take a look? There is a supporting commercial street at the back of Starlight City. And the last time Yang Hao passed by, he saw a coffee shop with the word sellout posted on its door. Now, Wang Shuaru didn't expect Yang Hao to be more active than her. Why don't we return to the field before we go? Yang Hao put his big hand on the soft and thin waist of the beautiful young woman and said smilingly, then go check it out. Wang Shuaiju was a bit tired. Mainly this man was not going out of the ordinary. She had to slow down. 65. Old man with a lot of money. I'm driving. You don't have to. Wang Shuaru, who had changed her clothes, was ready to get the car keys, but Yang Hao waved his hand. Oh, just as well. Wang Shuaru froze for a moment, then nodded. She still does not know Yang Hao's financial strength, began to take the initiative to hook up with each other just out of a kind of revenge psychology, did not expect to get along quite comfortable, and this big brother of the takeaway gave her the feeling that the person is very down to earth, and the body is also good. So let's continue to be a good friend. It's still nice to be able to talk to each other about what's on your mind. This kind of relationship is also not tied to each other, and do not need to take on any responsibilities and obligations, to be much more comfortable than a husband and wife. The two walked out of the neighborhood together. Wang Shuaru did not avoid holding Yang Hao's arm. Anyway, has signed the divorce agreement. Wang Shuaru is no psychological burden. She had thought that what Yang Hao drove was just an ordinary walker, but the other party stopped by the domineering-looking young Wang Yu8. Wang Shuaru himself drives a BYD Dolphin, so he has paid attention to some of the developments of BYD and knows that this car exists. Brother Yang, is this your car? Wang Shuaru was shocked, her delicate face showing an unbelievable color. Aha! Yang Hao nodded, pulled open the main car door and sat in. Wang Shuaiju froze for a brief moment, then sat in the passenger seat. Brother Yang, you're driving $1 million car, why are you still delivering? Both of them are already in a relationship where they know their roots, and Wang Shuaru didn't beat around the bush, but asked bluntly, would you believe me if I told you that delivery is for weight loss? While starting the car, Yang Hao asked back with a smile, so it is. Wang Shuaru nodded her head. In fact, she was a bit unconvinced by this excuse, but there didn't seem to be any other reasonable explanation. Let's just say that this brother Yang is deep in hiding. 10 minutes later, Yang Hao drove the car into the back of Starlight City's commercial street. The street restaurants mostly. There are 2 milk tea store. Coffee shop is the only one door posted on the transfer of happiness coffee. Yang Hao actually do not understand those who opened the coffee shop. Why must have a name in English? Is it so that it seems to be forced? Some of the names are still readable, like this happiness coffee. Happiness means happiness, and the name of the store is probably intended to express the happiness of the coffee. But some names Yang Hao, a second-year graduate, simply couldn't understand, such as a coffee he once saw called Bull Coffee. The word DBL was a word he couldn't figure out. Fellow traveler Lu Zifeng said it was an abbreviation for double, which means double, but Yang Hao didn't think the translation made sense. What the heck is double coffee? So he specifically asked the owner what DBL meant. Then the owner told him it was ****** exploded. Yang Hao silently compared a capital 6. On this kind of name who looks not confused. This happiness coffee store is not small. 70 to 80 square feet downstairs and an equally large area upstairs, decorated in an industrial style. The so-called industrial style decoration is actually to save money. Many places do not need to refine the treatment. Of course, this store belongs to the pseudo-industrial style. The real industrial style decoration money will not be less. Since it was a Saturday, the store did have a few customers and wasn't particularly cold. There were 2 clerks behind the bar, one of whom was playing with his cell phone, while the other saw a customer enter and greeted him respectfully. What would you two like to drink? The dedicated shopgirl inquired with a smile on her face. Is your boss here? Yang Hao opened the door and asked. You are? The female sales clerk looked up at Yang Hao suspiciously. Isn't the store out of business? Want to talk to your boss? Yang Hao said as he pointed to the word cash out on the door. Oh, the owner isn't at the store. I'm calling her now. Please sit down, both of you. The shopgirl pointed to the empty table closer to the bar. Then he picked up his cell phone and called his boss. Gentlemen, our boss will be here in 15 minutes. What would you like to drink? On the boss. Ending the call, the shopgirl said to Yang Hao and Wang Shuelu, who had already sat down at the empty seats. What's your store's specialty? Just make 2 cups. Yang Hao casually waved his hand. Yes, the female clerk answered and then went about her business with another clerk. Wang Shuelu, on the other hand, was surveying the decoration of the first floor as well as the layout. She did have the idea of opening a coffee shop, yes, but in her preconceived idea of opening a small store of that kind, and the size of this store clearly exceeded her expectations. But now that we're here, there's no harm in knowing. After waiting for a few moments, the shopgirl brought up 2 coffees, a caramel macchiato and a matcha latte. It's all categories that other stores have. Nothing special. Yang Hao handed the calorie-heavy caramel macchiato to Wang Shuelu, and tasted the matcha latte himself, and the flavor was nothing special compared to other stores. Coffee, unlike milk tea, is still difficult to innovate in terms of flavor, especially this kind of small store opened by individuals. Basically not much R&D innovation ability. The main one to imitate. And innovation is left to those large chain brands, such as Ruishing sold 100 million cups a year of raw coconut latte and later Fire Out of the Circle of Soy Latte are very successful single product. The two waited for a few moments before a red BMW X6 pulled up in front of the store, and then a woman in a black leather jacket with a black ultra covering her face got out of the car. But instead of going into the store right after she got out of the car, she looked at the Rangoon U8 parked next to her. The BMW X6 is a midsize SUV now, but parked next to the ranging U8 it's a younger brother, and surprisingly looks a bit miniature. The tip of the woman's eyebrow, hidden behind her sunglasses, raised slightly before striding into the store. Sister Chang, it's these two who are looking for you. The female sales clerk pointed at Yang Hao and Wang Shueru and introduced them. You two, let's talk upstairs in the box. Huang Chang nodded his head in greeting at the two men and made a gesture of invitation. The first floor of this coffee shop is the lobby, while the second floor has a couple of private rooms as well as some booths with partitions, which are more suitable for small couples to go on a date or talk about something private. I've got a store that's over 140 square feet upstairs and downstairs combined, and I've got a box upstairs that can pick up birthday parties as well as some smaller gatherings. The store sells coffee as well as tea and desserts. Huang Chang made introductions as he walked upstairs. When they reached the second floor, she first showed the two of them around before entering the number 1 box nicknamed Red. It's kinda funny that the way she named the boxes in this coffee shop was red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. At first Yang Hao thought that it was just the naming method used, but it turned out that he didn't expect that the box corresponding to the name was decorated in that color tone. For example, this, red. The box is full of red elements, and it's the kind of red that is particularly colorful, and the moment you push open the door will give a very strong visual impact. Have a seat. My name is Huang Cheng. I don't know what you two call yourself. The woman introduced herself and politely removed her sunglasses. Only then did Yang Hao get a good look at the other party. The woman was very pretty, with 3-dimensional features and picturesque eyebrows, but her temperament and style was different from the few women Yang Hao knew, with a cold and arrogant air and a very sharp gaze. Yang Hao, Hao of vastness. Yang Hao reported the name. Wang Shueru followed suit and introduced herself. After 2 sentences of simple politeness, Huang Cheng took the initiative to cut to the chase. This door market is my own, and it's also for sale. If you guys are buying it together with the door market, the price is 8.5 million. Huang Cheng hadn't wanted to mention the sale of her house, but when she entered the door she saw the Rangoon U8 parked outside the store, and anyone who could spend over $1 million on a big toy naturally wouldn't be short of money, so she just mentioned the sale of her house. However, as soon as her words came out Wang Shueru was startled. The size of this coffee shop has exceeded her expectations, not to mention that it was even bought together with the market. She can't afford 8.5 million even though she is from a good family. Wang Shueru was about to open her mouth to ask how to calculate only to store, when she heard the side of Yang Hao said, one price, 8 million. Ha! Wang Shueru turned her head with a stunned expression, her eyes filled with shock, although she accepted the fact that Yang Hao might be rich. After all, people drove $1 million luxury cars. But this $8 million coffee shop, you're just saying you'll buy it? Huang Cheng was also stunned. She didn't expect the other party to give the price so painfully, though it really wasn't much for her to ask for 8.5 million, as she had spent $10 million when she bought this store, and with the renovation of the store as well as the various equipment, the total investment was already $11 million. She offered $8.5 million. Mainly because of the recent downturn in the real estate market. Not only commercial residential property prices have dropped sharply, but also door-to-door housing, so want to cash out of the market can only cut the meat to sell. But even so, An $8 million plus storefront is not for sale. Right now this time of year is when cash is king and cashing out is the hardest. There had been inquiries prior to this, but ultimately no deal was made. Can 8 million be signed today? Huang Cheng asked. Yes. Yang Hao gave an affirmative answer. Okay, deal. Huang Cheng took the initiative to extend her white palm. Yang Hao shook her hand with a smile on his face, then turned his head to ask Wang Shueru beside him. You have your ID card with you, right? Bring it. Wang Shueju didn't understand why Yang Hao asked this, but nodded anyway. Huang Cheng, on the other hand, understood. She raised her eyebrows in surprise, and then carefully measured Wang Shueru, and then looked at Yang Hao, and could not help but silently slander in her heart. The original is a person's silly money old man. 66. This can't be a battlefield too. Huang Cheng, who had read a lot of people, could tell at a glance that Yang Hao and Wang Shueru were not husband and wife, for there was a familiar strangeness between the two, an indefinable state. But Wang Cheng, who runs a bar, is used to seeing such relationships. Therefore, she can keenly perceive that the two should be poker buddies or a packaged relationship. At first she preferred the former, because Wang Shueru didn't look very young, should be a little older than her age, maybe already 30 years old, and like Yang Hao, such as driving a million luxury car uncle, should be surrounded by a lot of young and beautiful girls is right. The choice of space is very big, but now Yang Hao clearly wanted to buy his coffee shop and give it to this woman. That's $8 million. You can have several little girls in their early 20s. But this dirtbag uncle gave it to the woman next to him without batting an eye. Even though this could lead to a long-term bonding relationship, Huang Cheng felt that it was not cost-effective. I even thought to myself, brother, if I had known you were good at this, I could have introduced you to a few cheap ones. Draw up a contract. I'll transfer you a $500,000 deposit. Go to the real estate office on Monday for the closing, and then I'll transfer you the remaining $5 million. Just as Huang Cheng was ruminating, Yang Hao spoke. Yeah, no problem. Huang Cheng nodded, then took out his cell phone and made a call, ordering the other party to make 2 contracts and send them over. MS. 1. Let's add a WeChat. Please send me your identity information. I'll let do the contract. Hanging up the phone, Huang Cheng said to Wang Shueru. My identifying information? Wang Shueru finally reacted. She looked at Yang Hao with a surprised face. Big brother Yang, this store is for you. Yang Hao interrupted Wang Shueru and waved his hand in a breezy manner. Wang Shueru was completely confused. When Huang Cheng asked her for her identity information, she still only had this speculation, but now it was actually verified by Yang Hao. For a moment she was surprisingly at a loss for words. Even if you marry a wife, it's rare to pay an $8 million dowry. I'm just a divorced woman with a baby. This Mr. Young went so far as to drop $8 million on himself. It's unbelievable. MS. 1. This is a piece of Yang's heart. I'm touched. Huang Cheng is now in a hurry to cash. Do not want to blow the deal that was not easy to negotiate. Immediately help Yang Hao said good words. Wang Shueru was still a bit hesitant. If it was just an ordinary gift she would have accepted it. But the $8 million smacked her straight in the face. Her parents may not be able to come up with this money even if they emptied out their family's pockets, and it is even far more than the property she received in the divorce. Just as she was torn, one of Yang Hao's big hands was patting her butt under the table, then gave her a firm look. Wang Shueju took a deep breath, which led her to add Weixin with Huang Cheng, and sent her name and ID number over. Brother Yang, let's add a Weibo too. I'll sweep you. After seeing Yang Hao's financial power, Huang Cheng's attitude also changed subtly. She was the kind of person who looked cold, but being in the bar business she naturally wasn't really cold and arrogant, and the so-called cold and proud is just a kind of protective color, which can avoid some unnecessary harassment. But when facing such a tycoon like Yang Hao, she naturally converged that cold and proud. Good. Yang Hao also did not refuse to light up his Weixin QR code. Brother Yang, is the Rangoon U8 good to drive? This car is pretty hot these days. I heard there's a line to pick it up. While waiting for someone to deliver the contract, Huang Cheng chatted about the Rangoon U8 parked in front of the store. A car she quite likes, so she knows about all kinds of cars. Quite good to drive. If interested you can try. Yang Hao said generously. Yeah, I'll definitely try it sometime. A rare smile appeared on Huang Cheng's face, and it could be seen that she was indeed quite interested in the Rangoon U8 as a car. By the way brother Yang, I also opened a bar. There is a VIP group. Let me pull you into the group. There is a chance to go to my bar to play. As long as you are in this group, all consumption hits 6% off. Then the bar's membership card discount. A tycoon like Yang Hao, Huang Cheng naturally wanted to try her best to draw him in. As long as the other party went to her bar, the consumption would not be low. Yes, but I rarely go to bars. Yang Hao was not good to refuse in person, thinking that folding after adding is done. So, Huang Cheng pulled Yang Hao into a micro-letter group called Color again. Not surprisingly, Color would be the name of her bar. Yang Hao realized that this woman really liked to use English names. The coffee shop was in English, and the bar was also in English, but the name of the bar fit her name. Color translates to color, and both Yellowgreen's last name and first name are actually colors of one kind. Yang Hao suddenly reacted to why the name of the coffee shop box is red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple. Turns out it's all echoed. Yang Hao, who figured out this layer, silently made a note to Huang Qing's Weixin, Huang Qing, color sister. After the three of them chatted for a while, an assistant-looking woman panted and delivered two contracts. One was a house sale contract and the other was a coffee shop transfer agreement. Brother Yang, MS. 1. Take a look at the contract. There's no rush to take your time. Huang Qing handed the contracts to the two men separately and said to Yang Hao, Brother Yang, can I borrow the car keys? I'm going to visit your favorite car. It's okay to drive 2 laps. Yang Hao directly threw the car keys to the other party. He knew that this color sister was making room for himself and Wang Shuaru to confer, which was also considered thoughtful. Thanks. Huang Qing, who received the key, smiled and left the box with his assistant. Brother Yang, this store is too expensive. Better write your own name. After the two left, Wang Shuaru said with some apprehension. Yang Hao smoothly put this beautiful young woman in his arms and put his hand on the soft place while touching it and said, I don't have many advantages, but I won't treat the women who follow me badly. It's only $8 million. Just an appetizer. Yang Hao mouth blowing awesome. The heart is thinking that I would like to write my own name. The problem is that hanging father does not allow Tell you what then, I'll count it as a proxy, and when the coffee shop makes a profit, I'll just take a little share. 8 million is a lot, but Wang Shuaru is really not the kind of gold-digging woman, which has to do with a good family background. Although her parents may not be able to get so much money either, but she had grown up rich, so she didn't have that particularly strong longing for money. Still, Yang Hao's willingness to buy the $8 million storehouse directly in her name moved her. After saying that, she took the initiative to hook Yang Hao's neck for a passionate kiss. Yang Hao party hand has not been idle. This moment and in this kind of both private and belongs to the business premises of the coffee shop. A ball of flames on the rise at once. The windows of this box were street-side, and through them you could see the commercial street. But people on the street could also see the window if they paid attention. So, Yang Hao smoothly pulled down the sunshade, and unlocked the door of the box room, and then directly carried Wang Shuaru, who was cradled in his arms, to the table, outside the store. Huang Qing was standing looking up at the car by the U8. She unintentionally glanced upstairs, then she saw the sunshade of the box where Yang Hao and Wang Shuaru were pulled down. Ooh, you're in such a hurry. The corner of Huang Qing's mouth subconsciously hooked up an arc. Hurriedly instructed his assistant, let Xiao Yu not go upstairs to send coffee, but every 5 minutes to pass by the door of their box. The assistant was a bit confused and didn't understand the intention of the boss's maneuver. They want excitement, so help set the mood. Huang Qing shrugged his shoulders, then pulled open the door and sat in the cab looking up at the U8. But in his heart he suddenly popped up a thought, this will not also be a battlefield. 67. The domineering president falls in love with a second wife. Huang Qing originally did not want to really test drive Yang Hao's car. After all, the two only met today, and car this kind of thing acquaintances are embarrassed to borrow. But this Yang brother driving upstairs, she looked at this domineering look up U8 really did not hold down the hunting mood inside. Cannot help but drive 2 laps in the commercial street. The driving experience is so good that if it weren't for the difficulties her family is experiencing right now, she would have bought one for fun. But after 2 test drives the upstairs sunshade still didn't open. It's been quite a while. Huang Qing got out of the car and leaned against the bumper of the Rangoon U8, smoking a cigarette while video chatting with her girlfriend. Let me tell you that coffee shop of mine sold 8 million. Yes, it's for sale with the gatehouse. It's a wealthy uncle who bought it for his lover. But these two are also in a hurry, and they're cutting cards in the box right now. You pervert. Why is there a camera in my compartment? It's no fun to watch. I'll arrange 2 fresh meat for you tonight. Want it? Huang Qing and the woman in the video were chatting happily, but talking about tigers and wolves. This conversation lasted 20 minutes or so, and the upstairs shade was finally pulled up. It's over. I'm going up to sign the contract. Huang Qing greeted the woman in the video before ending the video call. She did not immediately go upstairs, and smoked another cigarette, before returning to the box with her assistant, Brother Yang. The car is really good. After driving a few laps, the driving experience is very good. While Huang Qing was speaking her gaze was intentionally or unintentionally sizing up Wang Shuaru, which led to a bit of a double entendre in her words. But Wang Shuaru is still relatively simple-minded, did not hear the connotations of Huang Qing's words. She is now looking down at the contract, fearing that the other party to see what the clues. She'd even added meals to her meal so as not to leave any traces, just so she wouldn't be caught on the trail. Yang Hao, who heard the connotation, smiled. The car is really good. Whoever tries it knows. Yang Hao is not as simple as Wang Shueru. This before and after more than 40 minutes, has not been disturbed. While no guests on the second floor, but from time to time there is a waiter passing by the door, which is a horse is obviously adding drama. So, Huang Cheng, this woman seems to be cold and arrogant, but she is actually very good at playing. It's not surprising. After all, she owns a bar, and this kind of business is not for the average person. After some small talk, the two chatted back to business. Yang Hao sent the contract to Wang Xiuxiu, whom he had met before buying the house, to help the other party look at it before officially working. That real estate chick already responded 15 minutes ago and said the contract was fine. Therefore, Yang Hao was no nonsense. Directly to Huang Qing transferred 500,000 deposit over. The two sides agreed to go to the real estate hall on Monday morning to handle the transfer procedures. Ms. Wang, if you have time, you can stay and familiarize yourself with the store today, and you can get up to speed quickly after we trade on Monday. After $500,000 arrived, Huang Cheng said to Wang Shueru again, her idea is that after taking the money on Monday, the store will have nothing to do with her, and today she can just hand over some things in the store to Wang Shueru, and she won't have to come back to the store on Monday. Wang Shueru hasn't gotten into the role yet. She's a bit uncomfortable. Cherub, you can stay then. I'm just about ready to go to the gym. Yang Hao gently patted Wang Shueru's shoulder and added in a low voice, you will be the boss here in the future. You should get into the role as soon as possible. Good. Wang Shueju nodded, suddenly felt the pressure on the shoulders of a little heavy. This store is invested in 8 million it. He must be run by heart. Yang Hao left the coffee shop after saying hello to Huang Cheng again. After he left, Huang Qing took Wang Shueru to familiarize herself with the store, and introduced the new boss to the two clerks and a dessert chef. After doing this, Huang Qing also left in his BMW X6. Wang Shueru was in a bit of a trance. It seemed like only a little over 2 hours had passed since she told Yang Hao that she wanted to open a coffee shop, and she had already become the owner of such a large-scale coffee shop. The coffee shop originally had 5 employees, but 2 left after Huang Cheng announced that he was going to cash out the store. The business of the coffee shop is not so good at the moment. Plus if Wang Shueru, the boss, is doing it herself, there is no need to hire any more employees for the time being. After a period of brain downtime, Wang Shuelu gradually began to enter a new role, silently planning the future operation of the coffee shop. At this time, her cell phone suddenly rang. The caller was her longtime best friend Yao Tingting. The two were classmates from elementary school until high school, and had known each other for more than 20 years. Shuaru, I've already dropped my little ancestor off at my mom's. Do you want to come over and meet me? Yao Tingting already knows about her best friend's divorce, and taking advantage of the weekend off, she is ready to ask Wang Shuaru to meet and talk. Tina, I have something to do over here. What is it? More important than me? Before Wang Shueju could finish her sentence, her good girlfriend complained. Well, it's this. Wang Shueju talked about the cause and effect of the matter. An $8 million coffee shop just gave it away? Shuaru, you've definitely met a liar. Send me a location. I'll be right there to save you. Yao Tingting was very excited after listening to the narration, and her voice on the phone was a little more anxious. Brother Yang wouldn't be a liar, and it's not like I have anything to lose. Wang Shueju felt that her bosom friend should be overthinking things. Although she hadn't known Yang Hao for a long time, she still quite believed in this brother Yang, not to mention that the other party didn't let her pay a single penny. There is no such thing as a financial scam. Cheating on sex? That's even more ridiculous. That brother Yang has gone 3 ways. Cherub, you're brainwashed now. Send me the address. I must free you from the fire. Yao Tingting didn't believe Wang Shueru's words at all and spoke with righteous indignation. Well, come over here then. Just in time for a chat. Although Wang Shueru didn't think she had been cheated, Yao Tingting had previous experience in opening a milk tea store, so she could be asked to help her out with ideas on how to go about running this coffee shop well. About 20 minutes later, Yao Tingting breezed into the coffee shop. This woman was quite tall, wearing a khaki-colored trench coat with jeans and boots underneath. She had an okay figure, but her face value was a bit worse compared to Wang Shueru. Tina, let's go upstairs and talk. Wang Shueju brought this good girlfriend into the orange-colored box and had the clerk bring 2 more cups of coffee. Shuaru, what's going on? You're the boss now? He didn't make you sign a loan agreement, a mortgage agreement, or anything like that, did he? Yao Tingting had been sizing up the coffee shop since she entered. Although the decoration is average but the area is large enough. Upstairs and downstairs is surprisingly 145 square feet. To know that the Starbucks in Starlight City is only 50 square feet or so, and a rich man who was not known for a long time directly gave such a big store to Wang Shueru. It is simply the plot of the bottom of the fantasy women's dream. The classic, the domineering president fell in love with the second marriage woman. But this is the kind of drama that the writers of My First Life would have to shake their heads at. So Yao Tingting was not quite convinced. Shuai, I think you're just spending too much time at home. I've long said for you to find a job. Even if you don't earn any money, at least you won't be out of touch with the society. Such an obvious scam, even believed it. No wonder you were cheated by that scummy Gaishan Mingshan. As a close girlfriend who has known for more than 20 years, Yao Tingting spoke without any mercy, splitting her head in face as a output. Wang Shuiru knew that this bosom friend was also for her own good. She directly handed over the 2 contracts. I don't think Brother Yang will lie to me. The contracts are all here. Look at them yourself. You're just too simple. Yao Tingting shook her head, then carefully read the contract and began to look for the loopholes within. There was definitely a hole in the contract in her opinion. Only she looked halfway through but didn't find any unusual terms. No, that shouldn't be the case. Yao Tingting, who couldn't find a break, was so puzzled that she photographed the contract again and sent it to a lawyer friend. The response she got from the other side after reading it was also no problem. Shuai, what exactly is your relationship with that young guy? Since the contract is fine, that means this incident actually happened. There really was a man who gave his BFF $8 million. Yao Tingting could only start with their relationship. I haven't had a chance to tell you yet. Actually for this bosom friend Wang Shuiru also has nothing to hide. So she said her relationship with Yang Hao. Of course, what happened in the box just now she will not say. After listening to Yao Tingting people directly stupid, she held for a while before spitting out a word from her mouth. 68. NPC Candidate 2, Boli Fitness Center. Yang Hao finished signing in for the day, one step closer to making this store their own property. Today's lesson process Meng Yuyu was still following the whole process, but because of the matter of Li Manchu sending a private message, Yang Hao purposely instructed Meng Yuyu to appear at most the partial position of the body in the video footage. He didn't want Li Manchu to recognize his fast voice account yet. Brother Yang, your fast voice account already has 200,000 followers. That video yesterday was really so hot. It belongs to the big hitters. After the class, Yang Hao and Meng Yuyu sat in the lounge and talked about short video operation. Yang Hao had been rather busy today and hadn't really looked at his fast voice account. Hearing Meng Yuyu say that the fans had actually risen to 200,000, he then opened Quick Voice to take a look, and the number of fans had indeed risen from 150,000 in the morning to 200,000. That Versailles repossession video also went up to 480,000 likes, which is kind of a breakout video. I have to thank you for that, Jade. Nice video. Yang Hao complimented with a smile on his face. Meng Yuyu, this little cha-cha, was really very attentive when she did that video yesterday. Of course she had something in mind with this attentiveness, but Yang Hao did not care what her intentions were. For him who was halfway through his life and had a hanging father to help him, the next days were about enjoying life and how to be comfortable. Now Meng Yuyu was doing things to find ways to make him comfortable. So why not? She's just trying to get rich, and as a rich man with a hung father, Yang Hao will not lack money in the future. But right now it would still hurt to have Yang Hao give her his money to spend. After all, there was still too little money at his disposal at the moment. Well, consider becoming an NPC. I just don't know if this little chai tea meets the criteria. There are 2 transformation conditions for NPCs. One is to have had an intimate relationship with Yang Hao, and the other is to have an overall quality score of 80 or above. This comprehensive quality score was assessed by the system, so Yang Hao couldn't be sure if Meng Yuyu had 80 points. No. One NPC Wang Shuiru's comprehensive quality score is 88 points. If you look at the appearance alone, Meng Yuyu definitely meets the condition of 80 points. After all, she is younger than Wang Shuiru. Long-term fitness, her body is also better. But this is a comprehensive quality rating. It should not just look at the appearance. Wang Shuiru's family is well off and is a graduate of a prestigious university, which are all plus points. In fact, in Yang Hao's opinion, Sun Sini's comprehensive quality score is definitely higher than 80 points. But Sun Sini is obviously not the kind of girl who is particularly obsessed with money. So although she is also more enthusiastic about him, but she wants to have an intimate relationship with her, timing is not yet. But Meng Yuyu is different. As long as she is given the opportunity, the probability is that this small TT will be reverse thrust. Jade, what college did you graduate from? Yang Hao decided to find out more about this little cha-cha and evaluate a way for himself first. Brother Yang, I graduated from the Jiangcheng Art Academy. Meng Yuyu replied truthfully. River City Art Academy? Yang Hao was a bit surprised. The Jiangcheng College of Finance and Economics and the Jiangcheng College of Arts that he studied in were both in Jiangxia University City, which was quite close, but at their ages the two were destined to never cross paths when they went to school. However, Jiancheng Art College is still ranked relatively high in the national art colleges and universities. So Meng Yuyu still surprised Yang Hao by running to become a fitness instructor after graduation. My major is folk dance. In fact, quite niche. The employment direction is only some of the cultural and industrial groups, but now the cultural and industrial groups and very difficult to enter, and the salary is very low. When I went to school I liked to fitness, and then simply become a fitness instructor. Seeing the doubt in Yang Hao's eyes, Meng Yuyu took the initiative to explain, but Yang Hao didn't listen much. He only had 3 words in his mind right now. Dance student. This stuff knows what it's all about. It's a definite plus for men. Well, good. Yang Hao nodded lightly. Brother Yang, what's good? Meng Yuyu asked daintily. Nice school. Yang Hao smiled. Yeah, we've had a lot of stars come out of our school too. The previously hot Xiao Yingqiu graduated from our school. She was a senior when I was a freshman, and I've met her a few times. Meng Yuyu introduced the pride of their school, the actress Xiao Yingqiu, who was quite hot before. Yang Hao nodded slightly, then asked about Meng Yuyu's family situation. She was from Huangshi. Her parents were both state-owned enterprise employees. Her family situation should be okay, but people who hang out in state-owned enterprises tend to form 2 extremes. One is completely lying flat and mixing their lives, and the other is desperately trying to climb up the ladder. And once you become the latter kind of person you will live a screwed-up life. And judging from Meng Yuyu's attitude towards money, her parents are likely to be the latter kind of people, as character formation is often influenced by the family environment. However, from an overall perspective, Meng Yuyu's family as well as personal conditions seem to be quite good. The overall quality score should be higher than 80, right? Brother Yang, there you are. Just as the 2 of them were chatting, Zhao Yingying walked into the lounge. She should have finished exercising and had already changed into her private clothes. The upper body was a strapless sweater with a caretaker. The lower body was paired with a pleated skirt as well as a bare-legged artifact. This kind of collocation still looks more age-reducing, and can hide Zhao Yingying's age disadvantage to a certain extent. But she, a little weakling with only 3 stages of T-power, was completely incapable of fighting in front of Meng Yuyu, an expert with 6 stages of T-power. Knowing that Yang Hao would come, Meng Yuyu wore a more heartfelt dress, already having a body advantage. She even arranged black silk, which is loved by all men, while wearing body-accentuating workout clothes. Zhao Yingying naturally knew that Meng Yuyu was in, and she subconsciously frowned as she swept her gaze over this little goblin who was competing with herself for the meat of the tangmonk. Even as a competitor, she had to admit that this little goblin's body was meant to be better than hers. Looking at the entire fitness center, only her good girlfriend Sun Sini was able to overpower her. Brother Yang, do you have time later? How about having dinner together? Following the lunch invitation, Ying Zhao issued a dinner invitation. Yang Hao didn't respond immediately, but seriously sized up the woman who also had designs on him. From the external conditions she is not comparable to Meng Yuyu, but the difference is not much. Placed in the crowd is still considered beautiful. Ying, which university did you graduate from? Yang Hao suddenly asked, in his eyes whether it was Zhao Yingying, who was at the 3rd stage of T-power, or Meng Yuyu, who was at the 6th stage of T-power. They were nothing more than NPC candidates, proper tool people. Therefore, Yang Hao was more concerned about who of the 2 would be able to transform successfully. He had just learned about Meng Yuyu's situation and was now ready to learn more about Zhao Yingying's situation. Brother Yang, I went to junior college, graduated from Jiancheng Technology Vocational College. Although she didn't know why Yang Hao had asked about it, Zhao Yingying answered truthfully. Oh, I know this school. Yang Hao nodded, but in his mind, he lowered Zhao Yingying's rating. After all, her education was relatively low. So as far as NPC candidate number 2 was concerned, Meng Yuyu's chances of conversion should be higher than Zhao Yingying's. Of course, in this fitness center, the one with the highest conversion rate should be Sun Sini. After all, Yang Hao had already pulled the wool over her several times. I have an appointment in a few minutes, and I really don't have time today. Yang Hao refused Zhao Yingying's dinner invitation because Manny Li had already sent him a Microsoft message saying that he had prepared dinner at home. See, Zhao Yingying defeated. Aside, Meng Yuyu is quite happy. As the same kind of person, she certainly knows Zhao Yingying's purpose, but she is not optimistic about this sister. After all, 27 years old is not young. Like Brother Yang, such a rich man around the early 20s of the young girl should be a lot of. Even the 24-year-old Meng Yuyu felt a bit old, let alone the 27-year-old Zhao Yingying. I'll treat you some other time. It's been a busy couple days. Jade, send me the video when it's done cutting, and don't forget the traffic code. With the clocking task completed, Yang Hao was ready to withdraw. Aha! I'll see you off, Brother Yang. Meng Yuyu followed Yang Hao and got up, but Yang Hao waved his hand. Don't go out dressed like this. It's quite cold. Although it is already March, the wind is still very cool. Meng Yuyu went out in this body. Grandmother and sister suffered. Sex wine. Yu Zhu, you're a rich man. Yang Hao arrived at the Fenghua neighborhood just in time for the meal. Li Mani was busy in the kitchen, while Ruwashi was brought by Su Wenxian. This lively girl was very good at bringing up children, and had long since gotten along with Ruwashi. The two snackers were grabbing chips when Yang Hao arrived, and as an elder, Su Wenxian was still able to carry on the style, all in favor of Ruwashi. Dad, seeing Yang Hao enter, Ruwashi immediately pounced towards him. Did you have a good time with your sister-in-law and Aunt Cynthia? Yang Hao picked up his baby girl and gave her a peck on the cheek. Aunt Shanqian asked me to call her sister Chanqian, Ruwashi said in a soft and sticky voice. Hey, look young. Su Wenxian's old face was slightly red. She was after all a close friend with Li Mani, and should logically call out to her aunt, but she always felt like she was still a child, so she let Ruwashi call herself sister. Brother Yang, you sit first. I'll go to the kitchen and see what help I can get, Su Wenxian politely said, then went into the kitchen. Yang Hao bitterly smiled and shook his head. This girl made Ruwashi call her sister and then she called herself big brother. The father and daughter generations were just leveled. Daddy, can I still come and play with my sister-in-law and Auntie Cynthia tomorrow? Ruwashi already liked to be with Manny Li, and Su Wenxian was the kind of quirky personality that could easily mingle with small children. So Ruwashi is very happy with the two. Sure, Yang Hao nodded. Hair small Lu Zifeng about him tomorrow party, said that his girlfriend had a birthday, and this girlfriend is ready to get married kind, so brought out to let Yang Hao know. Put Ruwashi hosted in Li Mani and Su Wenxian here. Yang Hao was also relieved, just in time to go and get together with Lu Zifeng. He hadn't seen this hairy young man who had been wandering around all day since the hanging father had descended. After accompanying Ruwashi to play in the living room for a while, a sumptuous dinner was set on the table. Manny Li, the former sister-in-law, not to mention her age, was a really good cook, and she was one of the few young people willing to work on her cooking. Most of the little girls like her age actually don't know how to cook, such as Su Wenxian, a foodie. However, the sumptuous dinner was not very friendly to Yang Hao during his fat loss period, and he only ate a little bit of green leafy vegetables before getting off the table. Weight reduction is a long-term and rewarding task that must be adhered to. It's doubly humbling to have only lost a pound yesterday with such a large base. Yang Hao felt that he should lose more weight today. After all, he had consumed too much energy on Wang Shueru. By the way, Manny, you have a birthday on Monday, right? Have you figured out how you're going to get by? Yang Hao had wanted to buy the Prada handbag bag as a birthday gift when he bought it earlier, but the handbag bag had already been given to him as a work gift. Now that this sister-in-law's birthday was approaching, Yang Hao naturally had to prepare a new gift, had a roommate get-together. In addition to Su Wenxian, Manny Li was still on good terms with the other 4 roommates, so she thought that she would all join in the fun on her birthday. Brother Yang, you can come along too. It was agreed that you could bring your family. Su Wenxian swallowed a piece of ribs in her mouth and said with a smile, but she clearly meant it as a flirtation. After all, the word family wasn't used casually. If Yang Hao and Li Manchu hadn't been divorced yet, using the word family would have been barely possible, but this situation was clearly inappropriate, unless she was talking out of her ass. Auntie, then can I go too? Ruwashi, who was still burying her head in meat, raised her little head and looked at Li Mani with an expectant face. Of course, Manny Li smiled and nodded. It was her birthday party, so naturally, she was the one who had the final say. Ding! Trigger random mission, birthday surprise, task, send a birthday gift that will surprise Manny Li. Mission reward, TBD, note, the higher the surprise value, the more generous the reward. Once again, the voice of the hanging father rang out. Yang Hao was already not surprised. After the previous quests he had summarized a bit of a pattern. When he was with Sun Cini and Li Mani, the chances of triggering the quest would be higher. The looking up U8 one is triggered when you're with Sun Cini, and the Nebula Bay one is triggered when you're dropping off Manny Li on your way to work. A surprise birthday present? Yang Hao subconsciously thought about it. He is aware of his sister-in-law. Li Mani and her sister Li Manchu's values are completely opposite. Li Mani is not so heavy on money, so the selection of the gift is also a certain degree of difficulty. Good thing there's still a day to think it over. Night. Ruwashi was already asleep. Yang Hao posted the latest day's weight loss vlog on the Fast Voice. Xiao Cha Cha Mengyu Yu followed Yang Hao's instructions and implanted a traffic code in the video. Offered to give himself up for Brother Young's video traffic. She was already in great shape, and with the proper technological aids, she was in even better shape for the camera. That's why she's called a front and center. So it didn't take long for the video to be posted and the message board was buzzing. Brother, send more. Love to see. The aesthetics of this Nebula Bay owner is just online. I have a better body than the woman in the video. Is that your run to the gym? I'm too embarrassed to poke you. Brother, add me. At this moment, Yang Hao's Fast Voice fans have risen to 210,000. After the video is sent out as self-contained some traffic. Do not need to spend money to buy traffic. Of course, if the video effect is good. it is possible to smash the money to operate a little. After all, a pop video is tens of millions of revenue. For the current stage of Yang Hao, the money is still very important. Quick fast talking, Yang Hao opened the Start Reading app again. Then in one breath, he recharged 700,000 R coins into his account, which when converted into starting coins is 70 million. It's 11:30 at this point, and there's still half an hour before the single-day monthly bill is settled. He looked at the monthly vote list. The number 1 book of the month was currently 36,000 votes, and today was the 9th. That means the book averages out to 4,000 monthly votes a day. It follows that if a book can get 5,000 monthly votes in a single day, it's pretty much a daily winner. According to the starting point of the reward rules, 10,000 coins to give a monthly ticket. So rewarding an ordinary ally is giving away 10 monthly tickets. A silver ally is 100 monthly tickets, and a gold ally is 1,000. That is to say, in fact, Yang Hao rewarded 5 Golden Alliance almost can take the single-day monthly vote champion, but in order to be sure, he still recharged all the 700,000 in the card. In that case the single-day monthly winner should be secure and he'll get an extra cashback bonus. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Green City Homes. Pang Laofat is still sitting in front of the computer coding. He's a full-time author who has to eat dirt if he doesn't code. So even now this rebirth of the Majiao middle-aged poor results are not very good. He still insisted on 10,000 words a day to update, ready to write to 1,000,000 words to finish the book, and try not to eunuch, not rotten, to give the readers an explanation. Still not finished? Wife Ma Huiwan knocked on the door of the study room. She was wearing a black halter dress. Her round figure exposed a large area of white flesh at her chest. Apparently this Mr. Ma is here to rush the students to class. Pang Laofat held his forehead. For an old man like him, his wife's class was best escaped when he could. You go to bed. You'll be coding late today for the parent/child games in the morning. The last chapter of Pang Laofat was actually ready to be wrapped up, but after seeing his wife he decided to live her another chapter and go back to his bedroom later. Oh, then you don't arrive too late. Ma Huiwan withdrew from the study with some disappointment and went back to the bedroom alone. For his part, old fatty Pang was relieved. And that's when the micro message hanging under the computer suddenly rang. He clicked on it to check. It was someone who had a D him in the group nicknamed, Me and My Sons. Yuzu, you're rich. Pomelo, don't forget each other when you're rich. Golden Alliance, drooling with envy. Yuzu, you've been spotted by a godly man. Pomelo dad, this is not a red packet to celebrate. I've been writing books for 10 years and I haven't even made it to the Silver League. 70, I am a god in the starting point. Looking at the messages in the group, Pang Laofat was a bit confused. The Golden League? Me? Pang Laofat hurriedly logged into the author's backstage. Check out the bounty breakdown. Sure enough, a minute ago, a reader nicknamed Uncle Yang rewarded him with 10 million starting point coins. That's $100,000 when converted to R coins. This is the Golden Alliance that starting authors dream of. It's finally the old man's turn for this heavenly riches. Pang Laofat excitedly jumped up from his chair and soared 2 sentences of nationalism in a row. He is a 10-year-old author who has been writing for 10 years, and his best achievement is his last book, After Divorce, My Sister-in-Law Loves Me, which was booked by Shibuya Shibu, but the biggest bounty that book received was a regular ally, $1,000. Therefore, Pang's biggest dream is to have a Silver League one day. Yes, it's the Silver League. As for the Golden Alliance, he couldn't even think about it. Tap a Golden Alliance of $100,000. What family dare so reward? He lives in reality, not in fast music. $100,000 may not mean in fast sound, but the reality is that countless families can't come up with $100,000 in savings. So for such things as a godly man suddenly looking at himself, Pang Laofat is under no illusions. In his opinion, this is less likely than buying a lottery ticket and winning the first prize of 100,000 bets. Now, however, at this very moment, treadmill, there really was a godly man who had taken a liking to him. The Golden League, $100,000. Even if the site is going to split half of it, that's 50,000 bucks that will solve a big problem. What's wrong? So excited? Pang Laofat jumped up when the chair and the bookcase collided with a big sound, and Ma Huiwan, who heard the sound, folded back. The agitated Pang Laofat directly dragged his wife into the study, and then unlocked the door of the room by hand. No, you, hold your tongue and contain it. The Golden League. This horse has to fire a cannon to celebrate. 5 minutes later, Pang Laofat was satisfied and lit a cigarette. What's the draw of this? What the hell? Ma Huiwan asked while wiping the corners of her mouth with a tissue. A tycoon has rewarded me with a Gold Alliance. Pang Laofat exhaled smoke and said with a dejected face. What? The Golden League? Really? Ma Huiwan's eyes were wide open, and her round face was filled with shock. Although she is not engaged in the netbook industry, She has been married to Pang Laowat for many years, and under the influence of her ears, she also understands what the Golden League represents. It's still fake. The back-end data is here. Pang Laofat face piled up a smile, but in his heart, he was thinking that although the old son of this book puffed, but the God Ho father gave strength. With this golden alliance, there was even less pressure on him to write to a million words. Let's see. Ma Huiwan came over to the computer, refreshed the background reward data. Then she was confused. This is, how about that? Bull. Old Fatty Pang dashingly flicked the ash from his fingertips. He was thoroughly branched out today, sweeping away the gloomy mood of his previous punt. Ma Huiwan took a deep breath and adjusted her respiratory rate before saying, "Don't you mean a golden alliance? How's that for two?" "Ha? What? Two?" Pang Laofat was dumbfounded and hurriedly got in front of the computer. Sure enough, a minute ago that Uncle Yang rewarded another 10 million starting point coins. 200,000. I Nima. Pang Laowat excitedly threw out all the cigarettes in his hand, then remembered that this is in his study, and hurriedly picked up the cigarettes thrown on the ground and threw them into the ashtray. At this moment the microtelecommunication group nicknamed Me and My Sons also frantically swiped up the screen. Yuzu Dad. 200,000 now. At Yuzu is too fierce. Come out and give out red packets. Yuzu, don't play dead. Where did this come from? This is too fierce for a wild god. Yuzu, you're really rich this time. You've made $100,000 in one night. I know the address of Yuzu's house. Anyone team up for a job? MD, I am really kneeling down. It's like a trench. Asterisk 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 Pomelo wouldn't be asleep, probably not realizing that he's been hit by a splash of riches. In fact, not only this one author group blew up, a lot of author groups in the starting point blew up, because there will be an alert on the Start Reading app if someone rewards the Golden League. Due to the large enough readership base of Starting Point, there are silver alliances almost every day, but gold alliances are less common, with one appearing only occasionally. However, in this short 10 minutes or less, that big brother nicknamed Uncle Yang unexpectedly made 2 consecutive moves, rewarding 2 golden alliances in one breath. It was simply horrible as hell. Honey, isn't that another celebration? In front of the computer, Ma Huiwan wrapped her arms around Pang Laofat's neck. Pang Old Fat today was originally intended to skip class, but this splash of riches in his head, the heart is difficult to suppress the excitement, indeed need a cathartic outlet, and so the cannon fire resumed. Those of you who study history know that World War II was fought longer than World War I. 10 minutes later, Pang Laofat paralyzed in his chair breathing heavily. Due to the lack of exercise from sitting in front of the computer for a long time and coding, his body is rather weak and it is difficult for him to exercise strenuously for a long time. Ma Huiwan, on the other hand, was in a good mood today, and this kind of 2 classes a day goes back a few years. Of course, this is only secondary. The main reason is that Uncle Yang S200,000 reward is just too powerful. Even though the platform is going to be split in half, it's a great solution to a big problem. Pang Old Fat now write this book through nearly 2 months of the public period. Are no income, it is not easy to shelves. The result is also pouncing, which means that the next few months of income will not be more. Ma Huijuan's monthly salary is only a little over 4,000. So without this huge reward, she will be living in a tight spot for the rest of her life and will have to eat her old life. And now naturally, you don't have to. Honey, since when do you have such earthy readers? Ma Huiwan asked curiously, half leaning on the writing table. I don't remember this guy. I think he's a new reader. Pang Old Fat said, curiously clicked on the home page of this, Uncle Yang. He should be the starting point of the old readers. Many of the books of the fan value is above the disciple, but before that the highest is the helmsman. That means the most he's ever spent on a book before is 100 or so, and today it suddenly rewarded him with 2 gold alliances. He looked at his fan list again. Uncle Yang was high in the first place, and his fan value was 20 million whole, which means he didn't subscribe to his book at all, otherwise the fan value would have been 0. This person didn't even subscribe and directly rewarded $200,000. The world of the rich is really beyond our comprehension. Pang Laofat stroked his double chin, curious about this. Uncle Yang. Ha, his last name is Yang? A tall figure and that unintentional smile suddenly appeared in Pang Laowat's mind. It's not. Is it him? 71. I am a god in the starting point. Honey, what's wrong? Seeing Pang Laowat's face suddenly turn ugly, Ma Huiwan asked with a puzzled expression. Remember what I told you during the day about Ruashi's father? Old Fatty Pang asked rhetorically with a frown. You mean about him liking men? Aha. Pang Laofat nodded. He also said that he would surprise me at night. Surprise? What surprise? Ma Huiwan was confused. That's probably what it is. Pang Laofat pointed to the computer screen. Are you saying that Uncle Yang is Ruashi's father? Ma Huijuan's mouth was wide open and she froze for a long time before saying, but he doesn't look like he's that rich. That's $200,000. Pang Lao Fat sighed, then touched his fat face. Maybe, he really likes me this. What a guy. Dead pervert. Ma Huiwan cursed with a skewered mouth, then said, hubby, even though he rewarded $200,000, then we can't give in. Your ass is for pooping. Pang Lao Fat nodded, then took his phone. He added my friend through the class group at night, but I pretended not to see and ignored it. I think we can add a friend and ask sideways if this Uncle Yang is really him. Aha. Ma Huiwan nodded. Maybe it's not him. So, Pang Lao Fat passed Yang Hao's friend application, and then took the initiative to send a message. Brother Yang, during the day you said you were also reading at the starting point. Can you tell me the nickname? How you Dangkon, is this seeing a bounty? Seeing Yang Hao's reply, Pang Lao Wat's eyebrows wrinkled even tighter. Just now he was just guessing. Now it seems that the guess has become reality. That Uncle Yang, who had rewarded 200,000, was really this Brother Yang that he had only met during the day. Honey, it's really him. Pang Lao Fat handed his cell phone to Ma Huiwan. This man is crazy. Wouldn't it be nice to have that money to find a woman? Ma Huiwan couldn't help but spit it out. But at this time, Hao Yu Dangkong sent another micro-telecommunication message. Old brother Pang, the surprise is not over yet. Wait for another 5 minutes. He says the surprises aren't over. What does he mean? He's not going to ask for a reward again, is he? Looking at the other party's reply, Ma Huiwan was in a bit of a trance. More bounty? Can't be. It's already been rewarded $200,000. Pang Lao felt that this possibility is very low. Ruwashi Ken with their family Xianxian in the same kindergarten school means that the family will not be too different. $200,000 was already the limit in his opinion. And the other party most likely really just wanted to bend himself with money, which was why he put down blood money. Anything more and he really didn't believe it. He said 5 minutes. Ma Huiwan subconsciously looked at the time on the computer screen. It was 11:54 at this moment. 6 minutes to 12. Is he stuck doing something before 12? Ma Huiwan had a guess. Pang Lao Fat, on the other hand, lamented. I didn't expect that I, Pang Wenba, would have this day when I can rely on my face to eat. He was craving your body. Dead pervert. Ma Huiwan cursed. She never dreamed that one day she would have to steal her husband from a man. The couple had a word or two speculating about Yang Hao's inner thoughts. The time soon came to 11:59. 5 minutes are up. Although he thought it was unlikely that Yang Hao would continue to reward, Pang Lao Fat still refreshed the background reward data. Then, his whole body was stunned. This, Pang Lao Fat burst out a foul mouth, then excitedly opened his mouth, but could not make a sound at all. Really another bounty? Seeing that her husband was reacting like this, Ma Huiwan hurriedly came up, and when she saw the reward data in the background, her legs went limp and she almost didn't fall. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, $500,000. He rewarded another $500,000. With the previous 200,000 at 700,000. After counting the reward amount, Ma Huiwan couldn't help but exclaim in shock. At this moment, Pang Lao Fat also finally smoothed down that breath. His voice was a little trembling when he spoke. $700,000. Am I reading this right? Pang Lao Fat's hands were shaking as he held the mouse, and he closed the writer's background with difficulty before opening it once more. There was no change in the bounty data. At 11:59, Uncle Yang rewarded 5 golden alliances in one breath, totaling 50 million starting coins. That's 500,000 are coins. And Pang Lao what this book Rebirth of Majia Middle-Aged Poor monthly vote count directly from 132 to 7,132. It shot to the number 1 spot on the new monthly book list. The time jumped past 0 at this point as well. Pang Lao Wat single day 5,012 votes of the results of the pressure of a number of gods, directly got the single day monthly vote champion. At this time, Hao Yu Dangkong sent another micro message. Old brother Pang, is the surprise still satisfactory? Pang Lao Wat swallowed hard and looked to Ma Huiwan, who was at the side. Wife, what do I do now? Ma Huiwan rubbed her hands together and said with a straight face, it's 2024. Society is enlightened and tolerant. We shouldn't discriminate against people like Yang. Instead we should give them enough respect. Pang Lao Fat nodded. Respect. This must be respected. Ma Huiwan cleared her throat, looked at her own husband with a complicated gaze, and added, in addition, I think it's actually kind of a waste to have an ass just for pooping. For the sake of Xian, for the sake of our family's good life, you can also appropriately sacrifice. What? Pang Lao Fat was directly dumbfounded. He looked at Ma Huiwan in a daze and said breathlessly, you actually asked me to sell P shares? Ma Huiwan sighed, I don't want to, but he gives too much. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Tic-tac-toe. Just as the couple was talking, Pang Lao Wat's WeChat was frantically ringing again. In addition to the messages from the group, there were a number of private messages from author friends. Yuzu, someone gave you a reward of $700,000. You're not really sleeping, are you? Yuzu, you've been adopted by a tycoon. Wake up, Yuzu dad's cow beeps. 7 golden alliances. Dominating the starting point. Yuzu, the starting point is blowing up. Where are you? Big brother. 7 gold leagues. How dare you sleep? Asterisk 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 Yuzu. Wake up, your family's ancestral tomb has been set on fire. As the microblogging message said, now the whole starting point is fried pot. Readers are grabbing the Golden Alliance welfare. Full screen brush Big Brother 666 and so on message. The authors are envious and drooling. They are all bitter coding dogs, who do not want a large reward. After all, the gods who make millions and millions of dollars a year are only a tiny minority, and most authors earn nothing different from the average laborer. The other side. Yang Hao is enjoying the harvest. Ding! Successful weight loss of 3 pounds detected for the host. Current weight 182 pounds. Settlement incentive, $300. $000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the randomized quest, Rich Man's Promise. Settlement reward, 5 times cashback. Attribute points asterisk 2. As the system beep sounded, Yang Hao's ICBC card was credited with 300,000 as well as 3.5 million. The card balance skyrocketed by $3.8 million straight away. At this point, Yang Hao finally became a so-called millionaire with the help of his dad. 72. Little Cha-Cha's decorating plan. The threshold of coolness for bursting gold coins would not be particularly high for the current Yang Hao. Instead, the reward of attribute points made him extra excited. After the last 2 points were added, it had a very positive impact on his repair work, so he didn't hesitate to add the attribute points rewarded this time to the disciple leader again. Became a true 18-centimeter bigot. Won't be dragging the starting protagonists down again. From then on, all kinds of female goblins. One on a stick. At this time, Pang Laowat replied to his micro-telecommunication message. Thank you brother Yang. Do you have time tomorrow? I would like to invite you to dinner. This old fat Pang still knows some manners. The fact that he didn't say things like he'd have the opportunity or the time meant it wasn't perfunctory. Yang Hao, who was completely unaware of Pang Laowat's rich inner drama, could not have imagined that he had already prepared himself psychologically for the PY deal when he replied to this micro-telegram. It was good that Yang Hao was unaware of Pang Laowat's thoughts, or else he could be speechless to the point of vomiting blood. TMD, don't even look at yourself in the mirror. What blind guy would pay $700,000 for your ass? Crazy. Yang Hao was busy in the past 2 days, so he directly declined Pang Laowat's dinner invitation. Before he went to bed he looked at his starting point account again and was surprised to receive hundreds of private messages, and more than half of them were from authors. Big brother is great. Ask for a leg hair. Boss, please take a look at my book. Boss is mighty. Hold on tight. What type of books do the big guys like? I'll write them right away. Brother Young, please ask for an ally. The kids can't afford to eat. Big brother, is it okay to give a newbie a gold alliance? Except PY trade. Tutor dad, come check out the book I wrote. MD, these authors have no sense of humor. After reading a few private messages, Yang Hao couldn't help but spit in his mind. And if those authors could have heard his tirade, they would have retorted. I'm writing a web novel, and you're talking to me about modesty? It's no different than when you talk about chastity with a pedicure town technician. Once into the net deep like the sea. From now on the festival is a passerby. I'm just asking you, is it important for you to have a sense of humor or is it important for you to have a chai rice? If Kongyaji can't take off his long shirt, I'll do it. It's okay to run around naked, as long as the reader's boss is giving it a go, and to have a long shirt on the treadmill. Take Fatty Pang, who also scoffed at the idea of engaging in shirbari in the beginning. I have a literary dream, okay? But then he realized that he had to eat before he could dream. The great authors with superb writing skills who can make money standing up are still in the minority, and 95% or even 99% of online authors are still catering to the market in the first place, rather than opening it up. Sumiko often says that good comedy is all about elegance. In fact, the novel is the same, and can even do not want the so-called elegant, because we are all common people. Workday are already very tired. Look at the novel as not just a figure of fun. The exam who stepped on the horse to see this thing. The other side. Old Fatty Pang was a bit confused after receiving Yang Hao's reply. Surprisingly, he refused. What does that mean? Do you still want me to just get a nice room? It's just a few bucks. A man can be killed but not humiliated. Pang Wenba, are you feeling too good about yourself? I just remembered that people's brother Yang is taking a beautiful girl to the parent-child sports meeting during the day. And there's a very pretty woman who's been pestering him too. 2 women that good-looking don't want it. And he picks you? After 2 classes my teacher's mind is awake. In fact, at the beginning of listening to Pang Laowat said this thing when she felt a little outrageous. Tell me again what you base your judgment on. Mr. Ma decided to completely rehash Pang Laofat's daytime experience. He looked at me and smiled wistfully, and put his arm around my shoulder, and had to stand behind me during the tug of war. Pang Laofat said while reminiscing. Ma Huiwan, who had heard the detailed account, was somewhat speechless. These are all your subjective thoughts, alright? It's so silly to write a book. I'm also brain dead enough to believe your bull asterisk. Who likes 200 pounds of greasy old man? Ma Huiwan rolled her eyes and spat madly. However, Pang Laowat is not happy, although it is looked at by men, but also proves that he is attractive. So in the face of his wife's denigration, he's going to fight back with a wave to show the other side. So, Pang Laowat sent another micro-telecommunication message to Yang Hao. Brother Yang, is the hotel appointment tomorrow? White Moon, get lost. Ha ha ha. I told you were full of yourself. He'll look at you. Brother Yang? Think of farts to eat. Ma Huiwan laughed out loud. Pang Laofat sniffled, surprisingly still a little frustrated. He had thought that he was at least in the base circle as a market. Just when he was depressed, Yang Hao sent a message again, and his eyes lit up thinking that the other party had changed his mind. Results. How you dang Kong, dead. Get the hell away from me. How you dang Kong, stepping on the horse. I'm almost asleep. By your disgusting spirit. Yang Hao was really disgusted by this pun. Old fat. In the middle of the night, a 200 pounds of old man about you to go to the hotel. Just ask you evil, not disgusting it. After cursing, Yang Hao directly blackened Pang Laofat. I just gave you a reward of $700,000. You're not going to be able to get away with this, are you? Friendly and fat. On the other hand, Pang Laowat was scolded silly. It turned out to be a roll word is not relieved. The other side sent 2 more messages to make up. What do you say now? Ma Huiwan was dejected. Pang Laofat scratched his head in depression. I offended the gold master. Then don't hurry up and apologize. Ma Huiwan urged. Pang Laofat nodded and immediately sent a Weixin explanation, but the result was a red exclamation mark in response to him. Brother Yang has blacked me out. The corners of Pang Laofat's mouth twitched. Serves you right. Ma Huiwan blankly glanced at Pang Laowat. When you pick up Xian on Monday, you apologize to his face with Brother Yang. Alas, it will have to do. Pang Laofat sighed. That's when the tweets went off again. It was the authors in the group at him again. Looked at the message of the authors. Pang Laofat suddenly came back to the spirit. 7 Gold Alliance. He can blow a lifetime in the group. The next day, Yang Hao first took Ruwashi to a painting class. Then he sent the little girl to Li Mani's Sai for hosting. For himself, he clocked in at the Bollywood Fitness Center. He was still motivated by the thought that this fitness center would be his own in 10 days. After Sun Sini's private lesson, the other party prepared a fat loss meal for him as usual. Today is Sunday. The fitness center is crowded. Yang Hao is still in the class. There is a 40-something female member waiting in line for Sun Sini class. So after giving Yang Hao a lesson, Sun Sini continued to go about her business with little rest. But what makes Yang Hao surprised is that Meng Yu, this little TT, is not busy at all. The whole time is accompanied by him, from time to time to shoot some video material. Jade, don't you even have to go to class today? In Yang Hao's impression, Meng Yu's private lessons sold very well. Among all the coaches, it is reasonable to say that the weekend should be very busy. I put the private lessons on hold. Classes are too distracting. Then I won't be able to properly help Brother Yang with the video. Meng Yu smiled back. Yang Hao, who was chewing on a piece of cooked beef, slightly stalled and subconsciously looked at Xiao Cha, who was sitting across from him. Nope, this is definitely sweet and good sister. Put his career on hold in order to focus on helping himself to videos. This kind of girl, you have the nerve to say she's T. Some women talk about supporting your career, but it turns out to be only in the mouth support. Out of money, no. Out of effort is too tired. And Meng Yu took the initiative to stop her private lessons, which were the big part of her income, and spent her time shooting and editing videos, which can be considered as both money and effort. Motives aside, if you just look at the behavior, it's a proper sage. Brother Yang, that video yesterday had mediocre traffic. I think it's still easier to get traffic from filming a house. There were so many good decorating suggestions in the comments section of that repossession blog. We could actually go with the listening to advice stream that's been so popular lately, and pick workable suggestions to implement. Meng Yu spoke her thoughts very seriously, and it could be seen that she was really quite attached to Yang Hao's short video business. Yang Hao nodded, thinking it was feasible. He was going to decorate the house anyway. The problem was that the $3 million or so he had on his card was a bit unworthy of the 688 square foot mansion. The soft furnishings of this mansion cannot be the same as ordinary houses. After all, the mattresses of rich people have to be 1 or 2 million apiece, and furniture and home appliances and accessories have to be the top brands. Otherwise it will give people a sense of dissonance after the rubbing of the female Netflix took off her clothes. In the video it's obviously white and big, but when you take it off you realize it's all skin. Ding! Trigger benefit quest, Meng Yuyu's decoration plan. Giving from the heart always pays off. Support Meng Yuyu in completing the decorating suggestions for Nebula Bay. Benefit 1, $20 million in special funds for Nebula Bay decorating. Benefit 2, reward program executives to run Aaron's special car Mercedes-Benz GLC 260 LA. Note, vehicles should be picked up at Hangshin Mercedes-Benz 4 store in Jiangcheng after 9 a.m. tomorrow. Just when Yang Hao reckoned that the gold coins in his pocket were a bit insufficient, the hanging father once again struck. 73. Never save money. 20 million. Hanging dad mighty. Yang Hao's eyes lit up. This was really someone handing a pillow as soon as he dozed off. With a $20 million budget, that has to be trenchant. Jade, I think that's a very good suggestion on your part. Yang Hao first gave his affirmation, then asked, you are studying art. You should be very good at decorating and decorating, right? I. Meng Cha-Cha blinked her bright eyes, feeling that her brain circuits were a bit inadequate. She remembered that yesterday with this brother Yang said, she studied in the Jiangcheng College of the Arts in the folk dance major, which seems to have nothing to do with the decoration. However, Meng Cha-Cha's brain was still turning quite fast, and after a slight hesitation, she nodded seriously. Brother Yang, you know art, and the so-called arts are actually all connected. Even though my major is folk dance, I know a lot about decorating and decorating. Ahem, very knowledgeable. Take a look. The next head women are coming to see it. How people chat, knowing you're full of, she's still full of to go along with it. In the future, whoever calls such a sweet and good sister green tea, I will fight against the road and wait for you. In that case, then I'll leave the decoration of this house to you. Jade, Yang Hao said with a straight face. This. Meng Yuyu was a little surprised, but more than that, she was elated. While filming the closing vlog, she actually brought in the perspective of the hostess, figuring out how she was going to go about decorating. I didn't realize it was a dream come true. This brother Yang really left the decorating of the house to her. Brother Yang, I'm afraid I can't do it right. Although her heart was ecstatic, Meng Yuyu hadn't been overwhelmed by joy. She had to say the ugly words in front of her. Don't make this brother Yang unhappy because she messed up the decoration. I trust your vision. Yang Hao gave Meng Yuyu a firm look before adding, budget $20 million. Make sure you spend it all. Never save money. Hang dad's money for nothing. Oh, wait, what's the budget? Meng Yuyu subconsciously agreed, then suddenly realized that the numbers she heard didn't seem right. Did he say like 20 million? This Xiao Cha-Cha had always maintained a stable emotional state in front of Yang Hao because she knew that men liked emotionally stable women. Still, she gasped out in shock when she heard the budget of $20 million. This number is too large, beyond Meng Yuyu's knowledge of renovation. Bearing in mind that this is only soft furnishings, $20 million, try to spend it all. You can plan in detail. Yang Hao was satisfied with Meng Cha-Cha's reaction. Wouldn't it be unfulfilling to pretend to be a $20 million bee if no one was there to support it? Okay, I got it. Meng Yuyu took a deep breath and tried to look calmer. Can drive, can't you? Yang Hao asked again. It will, but not with great skill. Meng Yuyu got her driver's license a long time ago, but didn't have a car. In fact, with her income to buy a car of more than 100,000 yuan is not unaffordable. But this small TT more willing to spend money on cosmetics, clothes and some luxury goods. You go to Hangshin Mercedes-Benz 4S store tomorrow to pick up a car, directly with the ID card to do the formalities on it. This car is even if you help to install the house as a reward. Can't let you work for nothing. Yang Hao came with a handful of borrowed flowers and described the hanging father reward as a reward he gave himself. This, Meng Yuyu was stunned. Happiness had come too suddenly. Although she had done everything to hold on to this big brother Yang's thighs so that she could obtain the life she wanted, but she didn't expect the reward to come so quickly. This brother Yang is so generous. Out of the box is a Mercedes-Benz. Brother Yang, I'm just helping out. Forget about the car. Meng Cha-Cha felt that she had to keep her composure. She couldn't be knocked out by a Mercedes-Benz, and she couldn't let this brother Yang think that she only wanted to take advantage of her. You're going to be very busy for the rest of the year. With all kinds of appliances and furniture and decorating back and forth from the city, you'll have to have a car to get around. Just listen to me and be done with it. Yang Hao directly took out the air of a domineering president. Hanging dads are given. This favor has to be given. Okay then. I'll listen to brother Yang. Meng Yuyu nodded her head obediently, looking like an obedient little daughter-in-law, but in her heart, she was thrilled. Mercedes. It doesn't say what kind of car it is, how it's going to bottom out at $200, 000 to $300, 000 anyhow. Sure enough, suspending the private lessons and focusing on serving brother Yang was the right decision. As long as we hold on to brother Yang's thighs, what's the point of taking classes? At this time, Yang Hao's cell phone placed on the table lit up. It was Harry Lu Zifeng who sent a micro-telecommunication message. Today's party was scheduled for 1:30 p.m. It was 12:30 now, and Lu Zifeng asked Yang Hao if he had gone out, and said that he would introduce him to a beautiful woman, so he should try to arrive early. Yang Hao still understands his own this hair small. His mouth and the beauty is mostly bar girl or something. Probably even people do not know the real name. If you are met by a police officer in a hotel, you have to be taken back for questioning. Then you cried and told the police uncle, do you have to know each other's names to be in love? Love is blind. Going first, give my lunchbox to Cindy for me. Yang Hao's fat loss meal was just finishing up, thinking that he would not eat anything if he had some wine at the party later. Brother Yang, I'll see you off. Meng Yuyu followed and stood up, and since she wasn't in class today, she was dressed quite normally, without that much care. Yang Hao didn't stop her and let her send herself outside the store. By the way, send me your bank card number. After sitting in the cab, Yang Hao dropped the window and said, oh, okay. Meng Yuyu nodded. Since this brother Yang had given her the job of decorating the house, he was probably going to transfer some money over for himself to buy things with, so she sent her usual bank card account number to Yang Hao, and watched the ranging U8 completely disappear into the intersection before she turned around and returned to the store. Jade, how are you and Yang getting on? You're not even taking private lessons for him, so you've got to get something out of it. Sitting behind the bar, Lily has been waiting to eat melon. The last few days this good girlfriend has put all her energy into Yang Hao, but there is no return. This plastic girlfriend is actually a little bit of gloating inside. BFFs are volatile relationships, and while they don't exclude some really good ones, plastic ones are in the majority. Otherwise, there would be no such thing as fire and theft against girlfriends. There are simply too many examples of boyfriends being stolen by their girlfriends or being screwed over by their girlfriends. Zhou Ling on the side was also perking up her ears, wanting to hear the gossip. After all, she had seen Meng Yuyu's efforts in her eyes, and thought in her heart whether this kind of effort would really have an effect. Lily, I pay for Brother Yang willingly. In fact, I really think that Brother Yang is quite a good man, rich but not ostentatious, and down to earth, a good man worth trusting. Meng Yuyu said with a straight face. So, you're trying to say that you don't even try to return the favor? Lily responded to this plastic best friend with a big blank stare. Meng Yuyu, on the other hand, guffawed. I'm not looking for a return but Brother Yang won't allow it. He told me to go to the Mercedes 4S store tomorrow to pick up a replacement car. An old man's self-importance. The book hits the shelves at 3 p.m. Thanks for the starting point. Thanks to my editor Sycamore. Thanks to FlyerTon99, the first ally in this book. Thanks to Abir, Sulamai, Black Sugar Autumn Disciple, Hangley, Book Shortage 886, Summer Waiting Prophecy, Stubborn Bronze Bureau Apprentice, Hey Ebao, Svifu, Sharpening Scissors Cluck Bump Chopper, Plus Points Accounting Method, A Wooden Pier, Nightmare Bodyguard, Stargazing Stray Cats, Hanbin 666, Not Registered, Mirror 9, My Wife Shiryu, My Family K-pop Tree, The Sky Does Not Rain, Color 0023, Joaicha, Stoic Father, Tang Ling Xiao, Memories, Ultimately a Wound, If 1,000 Years Later to Chat, Sway Shitsi. Yang Yi, Beauty Developed People, June Mo Sure RX Dance, Digital Book Friends, and other readers' Big Brother support. As the saying goes, all hands on deck. Without your help and support, this book would not be where it is now. Take a bow first. Thank you all. Next up, a word about the book. As the title of the chapter suggests, this is really just an old man getting high. It can also be described as an old man's wet dream. When one reaches middle age, there are too many ties and too many things that are not as good as they should be. There's no way we can live as dashingly as the protagonist, but we can let him do it for us. So, the purpose of this book is one word, cool. It's as cool as you want it to be, as comfortable as you want it to be. The hero is all about surfing up, about doing things and people that you can't and aren't allowed to do in reality. Our main focus is to be a casual. To paraphrase Shiloh's post-crossing line, in my old man's dreams, I can still let you bully me, with such a dominant tone. Some of the plots may not stand up to scrutiny logically or may be over the top or even mindless. That's why I set up a brain hosting center here. You can store your brains here before you read the book, and then pick them up when you're done having a good time. The hosting fee is $0. 02. Pay on your own. QR code. Ticket escape counter. Then on to the update that everyone is more concerned about. Regular readers who have followed the last book should know that I'm a handful and a slow coder. But this book, I want to spell it out. When it hits the shelves, it will be a guaranteed 8,000 words a day. Aiming for 10,000 more. I'm expecting a 25,000 to 30,000 word outburst on the shelves today, which is about a dozen or so chapters of normal chapters. But I may just enlarge the chapter. And then from now on, 1,500 votes. For every 100 monthly votes up, add a chapter. For every 50,000 coins up in reward, add a chapter. When all is said and done, Spitting blood will add up to the end. Lastly, a last request for a monthly pass. Half a day left from the end of the double monthly votes. We shelved late. Compared to the month before, the shelves of the book is at a disadvantage. Cannot rush to the new book monthly vote list, depends on you. 18 centimeters of gentleman. 74. Is she serious about this, doctor? Pick up the car. It's still a Mercedes. Lily's eyes steeply widened twice before she reacted to the fact that this plastic BFF was Versailles with herself. You don't want anything. Then Brother Yang offered to buy you a Mercedes. Okay. Full marks for loading this B. Jade, you're not kidding. Yang is going to buy you a car. Or a Mercedes? Zhou Ling came up with a shocked face. Although everyone knew that Brother Yang was a tycoon, he had only spent more than $100,000 on Sunsenny before. But now it's a Mercedes-Benz out of the gate, which is at least $200,000 to $300,000 in one fell swoop. It exceeded the money spent on Sunsenny before. Sure enough, men like S. Zhou Ling thought silently in her mind. Jade, is this reliable? Even though Big Brother Yang is quite rich, he's not so generous. Not to mention you and him. Lily wanted to say that you two didn't sleep together either. How could they just buy you a car? And out of the box is a Mercedes. Definitely the specs of a pack of lovers now. However, the latter words Lily was not good enough to say in front of Zhou Ling, and could only wait to talk after returning to the rental house. And Meng Yu did understand what she meant. This little Cha-Cha's analysis was that Brother Yang was an open person. Unlike some men who would explicitly offer to exchange material things or even draw you a cake. He's getting things done and then seeing how you perform. Brother Yang is brash and genuine. Then Meng Yu felt that she should also know how to do things, and find the opportunity to do what needs to be done. Don't look at Meng Cha-Cha as a master of fish farming, but earthly sober she knows what men care about most, especially those who have the power and influence of men. Possessiveness are very strong. She'd read some of the rich man's marriage requirements before, and no sexual experience was listed as number one on the list. So although she gave the appearance of being very easy to push around, she actually remained intact. This is also regarded by Meng Cha-Cha as her biggest killer, and what she considers a ho-hum knockout. If you want to be honored, then you have to be able to endure loneliness. This is true both before and after marriage. After all, rich men are busy and can't have just one woman. Meng Yu has clear goals and a clear mind, so she has always been strict with herself, restraining her desires and enduring loneliness. As the classic chicken soup goes, be the best you can be and always be prepared. That's why those women who can really get along with the rich and powerful definitely don't just have a good skin. They work harder and harder behind the scenes than you can imagine. The sound of ding interrupted Meng Yu's thoughts. She subconsciously glanced at her cell phone. A text message from ICBC. Upon seeing the contents, however, her people froze outright. This text message is a transfer alert, but it was the amount of the transfer that startled her. The number 5 had 6 zeros lying on its back. She couldn't help but count silently. Individuals, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, 5 million. That's right, $5 million. And just after she had just counted the amount of money credited, Yang Hao's micro-telecommunication message was sent again. The first house decoration funds transferred to your bank card. Tell me when you're done spending. Don't save money. Spend it according to the budget of $20 million. Meng Yu glanced at the text message from ICBC again, and her hand was shaking a little as she held the phone. Although the money didn't belong to her and was meant to be spent, the fact that Brother Yang had casually transferred $5 million to himself clearly showed that he trusted her very much. With this trust in place, she felt as if she was getting closer to the day she had dreamed of. What Meng Cha-Cha didn't know was that Yang Hao didn't trust her much. Mainly she was the executor of this welfare mission, so the $20 million of special funds for house decoration needed to be spent from her. From Yang Hao's point of view, he is happy to be free, and decorating a 688 square feet house is a huge project that consumes a lot of energy. Moreover, Yang Hao's eyesight is limited at the moment. In terms of spending ability and vision, he is really inferior to Meng Yu, who studies luxury goods as well as high-end things all day long. Cha-cha-cha. Jade, what's wrong again? Seeing Meng Yu's unusual expression, Lily asked again curiously. Not much. I'm going to get a vacation from Viagra. Meng Yu needed to digest the $5 million thing. It was too much of a shock. Jade, then I'll string off tomorrow and accompany you to pick up your car. Lily was in a mixed mood at the moment. Her roommate who rented an apartment together was looking to take off, and she was both envious and jealous. She even hoped that the car purchase wasn't real and that some change would happen tomorrow so that she could feel better about it. 5th floor office. Meng Yu found the store manager. Wang Dawei, Brother Wei, I'm going to take some time off. Stop all my public classes. Jade, are you not going to do it? Wang Dawei frowned. He still valued Meng Yu, because the other party's ability to sell lessons was one of the best in a group of coaches. A little personal business to take care of. Meng Yu didn't say the words to death. After all, she still had to leave herself a way out. Because of that young guy? Wang Dawei squarely said. Yu, as a man I can understand that surnamed Young too well. This kind of old man can't be relied on. It's just for fun. Don't be fooled by him. And as you can see, he obviously wanted to pick up Cinny. Cinny supposedly didn't agree. And he hit on you again. You can't trust a man like that. Meng Yu nodded. Thank you Wei for reminding me. I know what I'm doing. In fact, Wang Dawei did have good intentions. But his good intentions were also selfish. He hoped that Meng Yu could take back her mind to work well and create profits for the fitness center, so that he could earn more. In that case, I'll just have to be businesslike, Wang Dawei said with a sullen face. From now on you are suspended. Your base salary and commission are suspended. And if any member withdraws from a class and causes a loss, you will also need to bear the responsibility. At that time, Meng Yu raised her eyebrows. The base salary, commission suspension she can understand, but the loss of members to withdraw from the class also want her to bear this is a bit too much. After all, she only took a small portion of the commission to sell the class. The big head is still the store. Got it. Meng Yu nodded without moving. She is a smart person. Now the initiative is not in her hands. To oppose it is useless. It is better not to take a position first. If there are really members to withdraw from the class and then say, anyway, the money is in her own pocket. Want her to take it out of her hands is not so easy. Wang Dawei originally wanted to take this matter to card Meng Yu. I did not expect the other party's attitude to be so resolute. Stupid woman, you'll regret it one day. Wang Dawei silently spat in his heart. And when Meng Yu left, he called the front desk and called Lily to his office. Lily, you're close to Meng Yu. What's her situation? I'm not too sure about the specifics, but it seems like Brother Yang bought her a Mercedes-Benz. Lily spread her hands. Mercedes? Asterisk. Wang Dawei is a little convinced. No wonder people go so resolute. So it is really hugging the thigh. Soon the news that Yang Hao had bought Meng Yu a Mercedes-Benz spread through the fitness center. Cinny, it's not that I'm stirring up trouble. Brother Yang was clearly interested in you, but now he's being tapped by Meng Yu. In the lounge, Sun Cinny, who had just finished her class, stood in front of the water fountain to receive water. Zhou Ling, on the other hand, took advantage of her receiving water to whisper and spit in her ear. She didn't have any bad intentions, she just found the melon enjoyable to eat. Sun Cinny heard about Yang Hao buying Meng Yu a Mercedes-Benz when she was upstairs. She naturally had a bad taste in her heart. As Zhou Ling said, that Brother Yang was obviously interested in her. But she was more hesitant because of the other party's state of being divorced with a baby, which gave Meng Yu an opportunity to take advantage of. Now she has a sense of loss as she passes by the rich and famous, and she suddenly remembers the advice of her best friend Sisterly. The opportunity to cross the class is very rare, so make good use of it. Myra's West, Lu Zifeng and his girlfriend Feng Lina had already arrived. In addition to the two, there was Feng Lina's cousin, Guan Meng. Peek, is that friend of yours really divorced? With a baby, and then as old as you? The one who asked the question was Guan Meng, who rested her cheek with one hand and looked at Lu Zifeng thoughtfully. Cousin, be polite. What do you mean as old as me? I'm old, Lu Zifeng retorted unhappily. As mature as you are. Guan Meng blinked her big eyes and changed the word. The two of us are the same age. Good brothers for over 30 years. Lu Zifeng said. Aha, that's great. Guan Meng nodded in satisfaction, a bright smile on her face. Mo, are you trying to piss off your old aunt into ICU? It's for your own good to get a boyfriend. Feng Lina, who already knew her cousin's plan, was speechless. The 98-pound, 99-pound rebel cousin's main focus was a rebel. Recently, her family has been urging her to go on a blind date to find a date, and she's annoyed as hell to hear that Lu Zifeng has a friend who's divorced with a baby and is old and poor. They are ready to bring home to show their parents. The subtext is, you do not let me find a man. I found you. Mo, this relationship is not child's play. If you're simply using my brother as a shield, I won't do it. Lu Zifeng originally wanted to give his girlfriend, a beautiful cousin, to his brother cheaply, but he did not expect the other party to hold this kind of mind. Don't worry, I'm not going to force him. See how I'm going to pinch him in a while. Guan Meng laughed and spat out her tongue, then spat up her parents. When I was in school, I wasn't allowed to fall in love, and now that I've graduated from college, I'm being pushed to go on a blind date. There's no such thing as a good thing. As soon as she spoke, the door to the compartment room was pushed open. A tall, well-built man in a leisure suit walked in. Ho, you finally arrived. Lu Zifeng smiled and got up to give Yang Hao a big hug. The brothers hadn't seen each other for a long time. Isn't it 1:30? I don't seem to be late. Yang Hao was pinching time. It was only 1:15 when he walked into the hotel, and he was still 10 minutes ahead of schedule. Late is not late. It's not a pretty girl. My girlfriend, Lina Feng. her cousin, Guan Meng Meng. Lu Zifeng introduced both sides. Yang Hao had thought that the beauty in the mouth of his hair would be a bar girl or something like that, so he didn't put it on his mind. And it was a bit of a surprise to see Guan Meng Meng at this moment. This little girl belongs to the kind of sweet girl, not really tall as only 162, but high value, good figure, especially the female characteristics are very obvious, belong to the type of husband have to play, children have to eat. While Yang Hao was sizing up Guan Meng Meng, the other party was also sizing him up. She was a little disappointed, not that Yang Hao was ugly, on the contrary, this uncle, although he was divorced with children, poor and old, but he gave people the feeling of surprisingly not old, but also a little bit of the temperament of a successful person in the body. It didn't match the image she had in mind at all, an outward image that didn't seem to have that particularly explosive effect when brought home. Well, it needs a makeover, Guan Meng Meng pondered in her mind, arranging the gray suit pants with the polo shirt often worn by middle-aged people, going for the style of that uncle's dance troupe. Ho, you've lost weight, and you're refreshed. Lu Zifeng smiled and squeezed on Yang Hao's arm. He was worried before that his good brother would be devastated by the divorce. I didn't realize that I was in better spirits than before the divorce. I've been losing weight lately. It's still important to manage your body image at this age. Yang Hao smiled, then handed Feng Lina the gift he brought. Happy birthday, beautiful girl. Before he came, Lu Zifeng said that today is his girlfriend's birthday, and Yang Hao actually did not prepare a special gift, because Lu Zifeng's girlfriend changed too often, and the next time he sees you again, it will not necessarily be this one. But since it's someone's birthday can't come empty-handed. Well, in the trunk of the Nebula Bay property sent to stay in the gift box, there is a very high-grade looking insulation cup, which is packed in a wooden box. He went along with this packaging is still exquisite wooden box brought over. Thanks Ho. Feng Lina smiled and thanked her, always happy to have a gift to receive. Yang Hao took his seat and the four of them began to order their meals. This Western restaurant is quite famous in Jiangcheng, taking the middle and high-end route, with style and not very expensive, is a good place for dating. After ordering, the two girls paired up and went to the bathroom. Only then did Yang Hao find the opportunity to ask, Brother Peak, what's your situation? This looks very serious. Didn't I say on the phone that this one is getting married and the person is very reliable? Lu Zifeng shrugged. Is this enough waves for Mr. Lu? Yang Hao smiled and joked. Well, can't wave anymore. Want to settle down? Lu Zifeng nodded rather solemnly. Well, good luck. Yang Hao smiled and shook his head. Although this time Lu Zifeng looked quite serious, but which time he was not serious again. Once even said that he wanted to get a license, but the result was that within a few days the girl was changed. This meal is much more serious than Yang Hao expected. He had thought that it was the kind of wine and meat bureau, did not think that this good brother really just want to bring his girlfriend to see. Obviously he just said is not a lie, but how long he can last this kind of mentality will have to draw a big question mark. The four of them opened 2 bottles of red wine, and by the time they drank the second bottle Yang Hao had gotten acquainted with the 2 girls. From the chat that Feng Lina and his good brother belongs to the same company, but belongs to 2 different 4S stores. Feng Lina is Porsche sales, and now Lu Zifeng is an Audi 4S store manager. The two met at the company's annual meeting, and according to Lu Zifeng it was love at first sight. It's just that he's fallen in love at first sight with too many girls, and Guan Mengmeng's occupation was a bit of a surprise to Yang Hao. This sweet sister was actually a master's degree graduate of Jiangcheng Medical College, and was currently a trainee doctor at Jiangcheng Second Hospital. After learning that she was a doctor, Yang Hao couldn't help but take a few more glances at her great body, and suddenly felt that the island movie was honestly not deceiving him. It turns out that this kind of figure of the doctor is real. He was thinking that after Guan Mengmeng this kind of figure put on a white coat, men which still have the heart to see the doctor if you're assigned to the men's department or urology, the circumcised brothers will suffer, and the incision may not heal for a year. Brother Yang, I'll drink to you. Guan Mengmeng raised the highball glass in front of her and clinked it with Yang Hao before drinking the wine in the glass. Yang Hao first froze for a moment. Red wine is seldom drunk like this, but the other girls have drunk. He naturally cannot wimp out. Also drink the cup of wine. Brother Yang, can you do me a favor? Putting down her wine glass, Guan Mengmeng, whose cheeks were slightly red, made a pitiful appearance. Yang Hao looked at this big doctor who was pretending to be pitiful, and thought, really there is no good wine. It's not going to karma my waist, is it? Yang Hao joked. Guan Mengmeng smiled and shook her head. Brother Yang, I'm a doctor saving lives and helping people. Yang Hao nodded. Just don't karma waste. Don't worry, it's not karma waste. Guan Mengmeng blinked, then voiced her plea. Brother Yang, can you be my boyfriend for half a day? Yang Hao was dumbfounded. How could he not expect it to be this kind of favor? He swept over the large doctor's chest and subconsciously asked, is this half day or night? Thanks to black coffee not Americano, for the 5. 000 coin reward. Thanks to Summer Waiting Prophecy, 5,000 coins reward. Thank you, Hanbin 666, for the 1,000 coins reward. Thanks to Bebe Super Love Learning, Fatty Joe, for the 500 coins reward. Thanks to ZZ Rhapsody, Digital Bookworm, for the 100 coins reward. End of chapter. 75. Lee Manchu, only those who live in Nebula Bay are really rich. Ho, learning the hard way. Lu Zifeng smiled and patted Yang Hao's shoulder. Judging from today's state, this good brother of his should have completely come out from the shadow of divorce. Because of the alcohol, Guan Mengming's face was already flushed, and when she heard Yang Hao ask her this question, she suddenly became even more red. Ho, my sister has never had a boyfriend. What kind of tiger and wolf words are you using? Feng Lina, who had already gotten acquainted with Yang Hao, was flirting. Yang Hao, on the other hand, shrugged his shoulders with an innocent face. Mengmeng said to be the boyfriend for half a day, so I always have to ask to understand. During the day, just a couple hours to be exact, Guan Mengmeng took over, then explained, when I was in school, my parents watched me like a thief and didn't let me fall in love, but now they're urging me to go on a blind date every day. It's so annoying. So you want to use me as a shield? Yang Hao sort of understood this big doctor's intention. Do me a favor, brother Yang, you look like a good man, have mercy on the children. Guan Mengmeng clasped her hands together and bowed again and again. Her appearance was still oddly cute. And Lu Zifeng and Feng Lina are all a burst of speechless. Together you are so take people, but this kind of cute and pathetic way, the average man can't really stand it. Alright, then it's just for a few hours. We can't spend the night. Yang Hao flirted. Aha, thanks brother Yang. Guan Mengmeng nodded her head repeatedly and smiled with arched eyebrows. Feng Lina, on the other hand, snickered. Brother Ho, I think you're saying the opposite. Nana, you have to trust Ho's character. We've been brothers for over 30 years, and we're all honest. Lu Zifeng said with a solemn face. You, honest? Feng Lina responded to her boyfriend with a blank stare. She still knew something about Lu Zifeng's rich love history. It's normal to have a few relationships when you're young. Lu Zifeng returned sheepishly, then patted Yang Hao's shoulder again and said, but I can vouch for brother Hao's character. Have been alone with the kids since the divorce, hardworking and honest. Lu Zifeng began to help his good brother establish his persona, but just as he was talking spitefully, Yang Hao's cell phone suddenly rang. And it was Meng Yuyu calling. Yang Hao hesitated a little, but still pressed the answer button. Brother Yang, I'm looking at the beds. There are a few that are still quite good. I've taken a video and sent it to you. See which one you like? Meng Yuyu spoke in a whiny voice, not purposely clamped, as if she was born with this property of TNT. Although she didn't speak loudly, the remaining three subconsciously silenced themselves when Yang Hao answered the phone. So much so that the three could still vaguely hear the voices coming out of the phone. Yang Hao did not expect Meng Chacha to be on duty so soon, but this kind of thing he was naturally lazy. If he had to decide on choosing a bed, it would be almost the same as doing it himself. Since Hangdad has appointed an executor, it's completely in her hands. Just decide for yourself. You don't need to ask me again about such things. Yang Hao faintly returned. Oh, I see. Then I won't bother brother Yang. Meng Yuyu keenly sensed that this brother Yang of hers didn't seem to be talking very conveniently, so she hung up the phone decisively. This sweet, good sister is just so aware. Yang Hao put down his cell phone, and then he realized that the three of them were all looking at him. Ho, what's your situation? But I was just complimenting you. Lu Zifeng was the first to ask. Nothing much going on. A friend. Yang Hao calmly waved his hand. Ordinary friends? Lu Zifeng pursued. Well, do something for me. Yang Hao didn't want to pretend to be a beeper on this occasion. After all, it was the birthday of his good brother's girlfriend, so he couldn't steal his good brother's thunder. And you can talk to Lu Zifeng privately about your developed matters. Seeing that Yang Hao didn't look like he was lying, Lu Zifeng didn't continue the topic. A very pleasant meal. Mainly Feng Lina and Guan Mengmeng were both more outgoing personalities and wouldn't get cold feet. As the four were preparing to leave, Guan Mengmeng's cell phone suddenly rang. It was someone who had sent her a video call invitation. However, Guan Mengmeng frowned with a tangled face. Old auntie? Feng Lina moved over to look at it. Answer it, or else it'll hit me later. Guan Mengmeng nodded and helplessly connected the video. Mo, it should be over after all this time. Satisfied this time? On the other side of the video was a middle-aged woman with a dignified demeanor, with a few similarities between her eyebrows and Guan Mengmeng's. Satisfied. Why don't I bring it home for you to meet? Guan Mengmeng skimmed her lips and said with some disbelief. Okay, it just so happens that your father is off today. Out of Guan Mengmeng's expectation, Ms. Su Yanfen agreed in a single breath. In this way, Guan Mengmeng didn't know how to answer. Although she thought about pulling Yang Hao as a shield, it was an afterthought. Not so soon. Mo, you can't be perfunctory. It was obvious that Su Yinfen knew her daughter, who was all anticlimactic, very well. I'd have to get someone's opinion. Back to you in a minute. Guan Mengmeng hung up the video, then looked at Yang Hao and asked weakly, Brother Yang, can we go on duty now? As well. Yang Hao nodded. However, I'm going to pick up my daughter at 8:30. Okay, it's only 3:30. 5 hours is plenty. A smile appeared on Guan Mengmeng's face, thinking in her heart that it shouldn't take more than 5 hours, and as long as this brother Yang came to his home to talk about his situation, the probability that the mission would be over as well. My dad, who is also a doctor, is still at home today, forming a double insurance policy with myself, the intern, so that even if my mom gets pissed off, there are 2 doctors for her. Well, I'm such a dutiful child. Guan Mengmeng flirted with herself in her heart, but this situation is not likely to happen, because her own mother's body is good. This blow is not even called a thing. She is mainly to suppress MS. Su Yinfen's arrogant urge for marriage. You can't take your daughter to have fun when you are retired and have nothing to do. It's not impossible to have a second child. Wasn't there a news report the other day about a 58-year-old woman who had a successful delivery? And MS. Su Yinfen is only 50 years old and in such good health. She should be able to. I'm taking people back now. I'll be there in about an hour. Guan Mengmeng sent a micro message back to her mom, then smiled and winked at Yang Hao. Brother Yang, for the next 5 hours, you're my boyfriend. Yang Hao smiled, although he didn't make a comment. His mood was incomparably happy. This was evident from the corners of his mouth that were harder to suppress than AK. An old man like him, when faced with a young, beautiful and full of energy little girl like Guan Mengmeng, he really has no resistance. There's no way around it. Men are just so exclusive. Whether you're 18 or 80, you like to be young and pretty. The 4 of them went out of the box and Lu Zifeng went to settle the bill. Yang Hao and Guan Mengmeng walked behind. This big doctor briefly introduced her family's situation to Yang Hao. Her mother used to work in the City Women's Federation and just retired in January, and her father is a doctor in Zhongcheng People's Hospital, so her family's situation is good. Ho! Yang Hao, who was listening intently to Guan Mengmeng's narration, suddenly heard someone shouting at him. He subconsciously looked in the direction the voice came from. Then he saw 2 familiar faces. One was his ex-wife Li Manchu, and the other was Li Manchu's best friend Tao Ying. When Yang Hao and Li Manchu got married, Tao Ying was a bridesmaid, and later on, she didn't go to his hot pot restaurant to dine with him, so she was quite familiar with him, and Tao Ying was the one who called out to Yang Hao at this moment. Ho is really yours. I thought I was looking at the wrong person. New people so soon? Tao Ying spoke in a conspiratorial manner while her eyes flicked over Guan Mengmeng. Li Manchu's attention was also on Guan Mengmeng. The last time she happened to meet Yang Hao, her ex-husband, in Starlight City, the woman by his side wasn't the current one. The last time the woman was tall and tall. Her head was going to be over 1 meter 7. While today this woman was not tall, but still young and beautiful with a good figure. Li Manchu's heart is a mixed feeling. She cannot figure out, was dumped by his own man were such a big charm, around so many young and beautiful girls. Hello, 2 sisters. I'm Brother Yang's girlfriend, Guan Mengmeng. Through the tone of Tao Ying's speech, Guan Mengmeng had almost judged the identity of the 2 women in front of her, and she immediately took Yang Hao's arm and took the initiative to show her identity. Ooh, it's really a girlfriend. Tao Ying was still just guessing, but she didn't expect Guan Mengmeng to take the initiative to admit their relationship. Li Manchu subconsciously frowned. This little girl in front of her can be much younger than her, although not as tall as her, but the proportion of the body is very absolute, and even a little bit of the meaning of the comic book heroine. She as a woman cannot help but look at a few more eyes. Little sister, any idea what's going on with your boyfriend? But don't be fooled. Tao Ying spoke up to provoke. Of course I know. Guan Mengmeng smiled, and also leaned her body towards Yang Hao's arms purposely. Uncle is good, knows how to love people. Next year I'll give Brother Yang a son, so I'll have 2 men to protect me from now on. Upon hearing this, the corner of Tao Ying's mouth twitched, thinking to herself, are all the little girls nowadays brain dead? It's amazing how old men are still in their eyes. Guan Mengmeng's words were even more solid for Li Manchu because she hadn't been able to have a son while she was with Yang Hao. Her gaze swept Guan Mengmeng grimly before landing on Yang Hao. Where's Ruoshi? Li Manchu had a questioning tone, as if to say, you came out on a date by yourself and didn't care about the child, did you? Yang Hao, who understands his ex-wife very well, can't help but let out a sneer. You don't even fight for the right to custody, not even a penny of alimony, and you still have the face to care about your daughter? Ruoshi is fine. Yang Hao coldly replied back, then nudged at Guan Mengmeng. Let's go. Your parents should be waiting impatiently. Aha. Guan Mengmeng nodded obediently, and politely waved her hand to Li Manchu and Tao Ying before she left. See you 2 sisters. A woman knows how to beat a woman, so she kept the word sister on her lips when she spoke. and purposely bit the word very hard. Little sister, there's a time for you to cry. Looking at the backs of the two, Towing cursed viciously, but the two who had already walked away were not responding. Little girls nowadays are sick in the head, aren't they? What's so good about a divorced old man? Towing started spitting at Lee Man-shu again. He's changed. This is the second little girl I've seen. Remember I told you before? I met him once more in Starlight City. As she spoke, Lee Man-shu glanced at the backs of the two men. She felt that today's Yang Hao was very different. The man was thinner, but also God's spirit, and exuded a confident light all over. This confidence comes from the heart, not something that can be faked. But where does he derive this confidence from? Lee Man-shu couldn't help but think of the Prada handbag that her sister had in her circle of friends. Did he really make money? Man-shu, there's no shame in leaving a man like that. As you said, that's two women you've met alone. By the way, how are you doing with that director Shin? He's not much better than Yang Hao. Towing changed the topic to Shin Mingshan. Don't mention it. He's divorced and clean, and he even wants to live at my house. Lee Man-shu bristled with disdain. Asking me to accompany an old man to start over? What are you thinking? Ha? There's such a thing. Towing was first shocked, then comforted. It's okay, there are better ones behind. You can go to a large fitness center and get a gym card. There is no chance you will meet a new destiny there. Lee Man-shu nodded, and then lamented. The day before yesterday when I was brushing the fast sound, I brushed a Nebula Bay repossession blog. That's what I call a real tycoon. Towing thought deeply nodded. Can live up Nebula Bay are billionaires. Just now colleagues also said in the group. A little girl in our mall bought 3 beds and 3 mattresses. Spent a total of 2,400,000. Delivery address is Nebula Bay. That's why rich people live in 2 worlds with us. $2,400,000. 3 beds? Lee Man-shu was directly shocked, not daring to imagine how trenchant this person had to be, and even more so, not daring to imagine what it was like to fall asleep in an $800,000 bed. Listen to colleagues said that the little girl should be adopted. Buy a bed when also call the gold master to come. But people seem to do not care about a few million bed. Let her make up her own mind. Ugh, what a blast. I would love to have a golden daddy like that. Towing lamented with an envious face. Who wouldn't want to? Lee Man-shu silently picked up on this in her mind. The entrance to Myra's West. Guan Mengmeng loosened her hold on Yang Hao's arm and teased. This ex-husband brother. Laugh if you want to. Don't hold it in. You girl. Yang Hao really didn't hold back and laughed. What's better than punching your ex-wife, ex-husband, in the face? The main thing was that Guan Mengmeng, the little girl, was really good at it, and the ones she stabbed out were soft knives, the kind that caused people to inflict internal injuries. And Yang Hao is a mundane person. Guan Mengmeng's operation did make him feel good. At this point there will probably be another morally superior person who will say, can you be generous as a man? What Yang Hao wants to say is, do not advise others to be good without their suffering. Sun Tzu said, the man who advises you to be generous must be far away, and he will drag you down when he is struck by lightning. End of chapter 76. Brother, the show's over. How about that? It doesn't hurt to be a shield for me, Guan Mengmeng said with another dejected face. Well, it's not a loss, and it's a profit. Yang Hao smiled and nodded. He had previously agreed to this childish request from Guan Mengmeng mainly because he felt that this girl had the potential to become an NPC, and now he was less utilitarian, thinking that it would be fun to have more big, interesting friends like that in his life. Ho, Mo, we're pulling out first. There's a game over at the co-workers. The chauffeur that Lu Zifeng called arrived, and he greeted Yang Hao and Guan Mengmeng before getting into the car with Feng Lina. Ho, behave yourself in a while. Maybe the temp will turn into a regular. Sitting in the car, Von Lina dropped the window and made a flirtatious remark while waving to the two. Yang Hao laughed and shook his head. I won't eat this cake. Temporary workers are used to take the blame. Where is the conversion? Hearing the reply, Feng Lina laughed, and couldn't help but silently slander in her heart, old men really aren't easy to fool. Brother Yang, the valet I called will be here soon. Guan Mengmeng also drove here, her ride being an ice pink ballet cat. The car's user orientation is very clear, young girls like Mengmeng one, but this car is really nothing cost-effective to speak of. Guan Mengmeng this 500 km range version of the ballet cat is priced at 179,800. The same price can be bought simply do not have too many cars, but a lot of girls will just pay for it. So the car is also known as the beautiful girl leak car by the netizens. Since the two of them had the same destination, there was no need for Yang Hao to call a chauffeur to drive his car there as well. About half an hour later, Ballet Cat drove into the Waterfront Gardens neighborhood basement. Yang Hao and Guan Mengmeng got out of the car together, then took out the cigarettes and alcohol bought on the road from the trunk. The first time you come to the door, you have to prepare some gifts, but all of these things were paid for by Guan Mengmeng. After all, Yang Hao was just an actor. It was already good enough not to get paid for the movie. It was impossible to ride on his own money again. Although Yang Hao didn't care about this amount of money, this money would be tainted if he paid it. By the way Mo, what's my persona? Yang Hao asked while waiting for the elevator. Just act in character and answer truthfully to whatever they ask you. After Guan Mengmeng finished speaking, she added, if my mom talks harder, you don't have to talk to her. I suspect she's got retirement syndrome. Things have been particularly hectic lately. Yang Hao nodded indifferently. Elders, just say whatever you want. Speaking of the elevator to the negative floor, Guan Mengmeng took a deep breath, and then gently waved her pink fist again. Her mouth whispered and chattered, must win, must win. Yang Hao looked at the childish ghost. It was hard to imagine what state she was in when she was treating a patient. Do her patients really listen to her? The elevator stopped at the 20th floor. The house is a two-family house with one staircase, and Guan Mengmeng's house is the east one. No, 20-1. Brother Yang, are you nervous? Walking out of the elevator Guan Mengmeng asked in a low voice. Do I need to be nervous? Yang Hao asked curiously in return. No need. I mean, I'm nervous. Guan Mengmeng actually kind of regretted pulling Yang Hao as a shield, because since she was a child she had never brought a man to her home, not even as an ordinary friend. This very large doctor was suddenly a bit of a wimp. Why don't we break up now? Yang Hao showed Guan Mengmeng a clear path. The previous statement was 5 hours, and now the breakup was only 4 hours ahead of schedule. No, I cannot bow down to evil. Guan Mengmeng made up her mind, striding to her door and entering her fingerprints to open the door. But the moment she opened the door she regretted it again, because at this moment the family was surprisingly not only their own parents, but also their second aunt and second aunt's husband. That is, Feng Lina's parents. Guan Mengmeng suddenly felt a big head. She ignored the relationship between her mother and the second aunt. This kind of thing living in the adjacent neighborhood of the second aunt and the second aunt's husband will definitely be their off. The situation also changed from a 2-chamber trial to a 4-chamber trial. The difficulty is steep. It's a huge test of the actor's acting skills. Mo is back. Come on in. Just as Guan Mengmeng's brain was racing, her parents, as well as her second aunt and second aunt's husband, had already greeted her. The four were certainly not the ones who greeted her, but Yang Hao who followed her. Hello uncle and auntie. Yang Hao was calm and politely greeted the four people, then put the cigarettes and wine that Guan Mengmeng had bought next to him. Come on in. That's pretty tall. Su Yinfen greeted him warmly while sizing up Yang Hao. After taking their seats in the living room, Guan Mengmeng introduced both parties. Yang, you're a friend of our Lena's boyfriend aren't you? After exchanging a few pleasantries, second aunt Su Yanxia opened her mouth and asked. Well, Xiaofeng and I have known each other since we were young. Yang Hao nodded. Then who's older, you or Xiaofeng? Su Yanxia was inquiring about Yang Hao's age. We are both the same age. My birthday is a little older. Yang Hao replied truthfully. Same age? Su Yanxia was slightly stunned. So you're 35 too? Yeah. Yang Hao nodded. Su Yanxia raised her eyebrows and exchanged glances with her younger sister Su Yinfen, who subconsciously frowned. Xiao Yang, you know how old Mengmeng is, right? Su Yanxia asked again. No, we're in the same genus. On the way here Yang Hao had already asked Guan Mengmeng. She was 23 years old, and the two were just one round apart. Auntie too. What an age. Age is just a number. Not to mention you don't look like brother Yang is 35. Guan Mengmeng took over and began her performance. In front of Yang Hao's face the sisters Su Yanxia and Su Yinfen couldn't say anything. They could only smile awkwardly. Yang, so you were never married? Su Yanxia changed the topic. She was called over by her sister in fact. The main is to act as an interrogation commissioner. After all, Su Yinfen this mother-in-law is not good to meet for the first time to get to the bottom of the matter. But it didn't matter if Su Yanxia was an outsider. No, married and divorced. Yang Hao answered truthfully. Ha! At those words, the Su sisters looked at each other, both a little confused. The two originally thought that Guan Mengmeng brought back this boyfriend is just a little bit older. I did not expect that it is still a second marriage. However, seeing the expressions of the two, Guan Mengmeng was happy. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise, revealing a treacherous smile. In her heart, she was silently muttering, MS. Su Yanxia, keep asking. Ask him if he has any children. Jan, you don't have any kids then, do you? Perhaps Guan Mengmeng's meditations had worked, and Su Yanxia had indeed asked the question. Su Yinfen, on the other hand, is gazing at Yang Hao. This is a very important issue. Today's society has a high divorce rate, short marriage without children in the minority, and this situation is actually acceptable to many people. After all, it is just one more divorce certificate. Nowadays, even if young people are not registered as married, cohabitation is also a common practice with little difference from marriage. And anyway, the things that should be done are not less. That's why having kids or not having kids is key. There's a 5-year-old daughter. Yang Hao answered truthfully. Ha, this. asked Su Yanxia confused. Mother-in-law Su Yanfen also confused. Even the two men, Guan Weiman and Feng Changfu, who hadn't said much, were confused. The corners of Guan Weiman's mouth, the usually stoic chief physician, twitched violently. What's this that my daughter brought home? Older, divorced, older man with children. He looked at his wife, Su Yanfen, and couldn't help but silently spit in his mind, rush. Let you rush. This time is good. Looking at the wonderful expressions of the four elders, Guan Mengmeng couldn't help but feel a secret pleasure in her heart. She said smilingly, second marriage is good second marriage is experienced. The mistakes that you made the first time won't be made and you see people employers like to recruit experienced. This looking for a husband also need to find an experienced not. Having kids is even better. How much trouble it saves to be a mom when you walk in the door, and I can do it without the risk of having a baby. The more Guan Mengmeng said, the more excited. This girl really got into the scene, counting one of the benefits of divorced old men with children. Yang Hao, the party in question, was listening in awe, and even somewhat understood why some women love to watch those chicken soup videos. MD, it's so cozy. Although my old lady is divorced with a baby in her second marriage, one day my intended will drive a Rolls Royce, take a 10 million dowry, and marry me home. For example, the child star Arvin who became popular by Live Bandwagon is not married to a divorced wife with an 8-year-old child. Stop. At that moment, Su Yanfen forcefully interrupted Guan Mengmeng, who was in the midst of divergent thinking. She glared fiercely at this daughter who was all anticlimactic, then looked at Yang Hao again and said, Mengmeng is still young and unintelligent, but Xiao Yang, you are a person who has been there before. You should have a deep knowledge of marriage. With your age difference and your current situation, do you think you are suitable? I don't want him to feel. I want me to feel. Guan Mengmeng took over and said with a certainty in her tone. Anyway, I think it's quite suitable. You. Su Yanfen held her forehead in anger. She counted to see that this girl with a rebound bone brought people back with no good intentions at all. Fun, take it easy. Su Yanxia signaled her sister to calm down. She looked Yang Hao up and down. Su said, Xiao Yang our family is still very enlightened. In fact, as long as Meng Meng agrees, we are supportive. But you're from the past. Marriage needs a financial foundation to support it. You have a child now. If you do marry Mo, you'll also have a child that belongs to you. Or even 2. Then it'll be a family of 5. So housing is a big issue. If a family of 5 lives in it, it's going to be a 145 square foot house anyhow. And when it comes to future children going to school, it's best for this house to be bought in a school district. That's the most practical question. So do you have 150 square feet in the school district? Su Yanxia's main focus is a justified, set a high threshold, thinking to make Yang Hao know what to do. Which city school district housing is more expensive? Jiangcheng house average in is about 15,000. But the price of good school district housing almost doubled. 150 square feet of school district housing how to also have 4 or 5 million. Su Yanfen nodded her head slightly, giving her second sister a nod in her heart, thinking that she had done the right thing by calling her over. Xiao Yang, you've been there before. Let's talk openly and honestly. Seeing that Yang Hao didn't squeak, Su Yanxia spoke again, and this time Yang Hao finally spoke. I don't have 150 square feet of school district housing. Upon hearing this, the Su sisters looked at each other, and smiles appeared on their faces. But at that moment, I heard Yang Hao ask, Inner one, is 688 square feet okay? If it doesn't work, I'll sell it and get 150 square feet. Su Yanxia, degree. Su Yanfen, Guan Mengmeng? She hurriedly pulled the corner of Yang Hao's coat and whispered, Big brother, the drama is over. No, I didn't hear you. How many square feet did you say? Su Yanxia, who had returned to her senses, asked. 688 flat. The neighborhood is called Nebula Bay, and it seems to have a school district. Yang Hao is not really sure if there is a school district, but with a house at this price level and in the heart of the city, the school district should be good. Nebula Bay? 688 square feet? The Su sisters were nonplussed, and Guan Weiman and Feng Changfu were also looking at Yang Hao with shocked faces. Nebula Bay was too famous in Jiangcheng, especially for their well-off families. Because of their relatively privileged lives, they have been able to reach out to or cross paths with people at this level. For example, Su Yanfen, who has been working in the Municipal Women's Federation, has naturally come into contact with many female entrepreneurs, including those who live in Nebula Bay. Living in Nebula Bay in Jiangcheng is a symbol of status and wealth. Unlike the shock of a few elders, Guan Mengmeng was stomping her feet anxiously at this moment, thinking that she knew Yang Hao's bottom line. At this moment, her heart in the crazy spit, Big brother, I find you back to act, but did not let you act rich how you also set up their own persona. Besides, you don't know my second aunt. With her character she will definitely want to check out the house, and then it will be wearing out Yang, do you really have a house in Nebula Bay? Su Yanxia calmed her emotions and pursued the question. Yes. Yang Hao nodded his head and said with a sincere face. Second auntie, you didn't ask me to be truthful. I'm telling the truth. If so, would it be convenient to take a tour? I haven't seen the houses in Nebula Bay yet. I've only heard about them before. Su Yanxia had indeed made a request for a visit, and Guan Mengmeng, who had been prepared for this, immediately took over. It's inconvenient. There's no time. Brother Yang, do you still have to work overtime? Why don't we call it a day? Guan Mengmeng kept winking at Yang Hao as she spoke, signaling him to cooperate with her. Mo, don't say anything yet. Su Yanfen glared at her daughter, who was also now in a state of questioning, not knowing if the person her daughter had brought back was a fake to piss her off, or a real tycoon. If the other party is really a tycoon, she can understand why her daughter has her eye on the other party, and it's not impossible to consider that the external conditions are over the top while the financial conditions are still so superior. After all, a teenage age difference doesn't even matter in today's society. Milk Tea was 20 years younger than Dongzi. Wang Shi's wife was 30 years younger than him. Lao Mozi's wife was 31 years younger than him, and a Big Shot's wife was 54 years younger than him. In contrast, a 12-year age difference is simply the conscience of the rich and famous. End of chapter. 77. A second wife would be nice. Guys, if it's not too much trouble, just go over there and turn around. Yang Hao is indifferent. The house is there anyway. No trouble, it's not that far from Nebula Bay. Su Yanxia immediately picked up the conversation, and then winked at her younger sister Su Yanfen. Xiao Fun, then let's go over and take a look? Also, by the way, have a meal at the commercial street over there. Su Yanfen nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Guan Mengmeng was completely anxious. No, really go ah. She tugged hard on Yang Hao's arm, which meant for him to stop, while the other party gently patted her on the shoulder and soothed her. Just go, and you'll see it by the way. Guan Mengmeng cried and laughed, thinking, Big brother, are you too deep in the drama? Please get your divorced with kids. Old and poor script. Your persona is not rich. It's not a rich man. Not rich. Ah. Important thing to say 3 times. And can we pick a cheaper house when we blow our awesomeness so that Auntie 2 won't offer to check it out? Who wouldn't be curious when you say Nebula Bay? Guan Mengmeng was frantically spitting in her mind, but her 5-hour temporary boyfriend looked quite calm, as if he really had a mansion worth tens of millions of dollars. If this was true, cousin and Feng would have said so a long time ago. Not to mention, how can an ex-wife become an ex-wife if you're this rich or the other guy dumped you? What woman would leave her multi-millionaire husband alone? Could it be that you're looking for a billionaire? But she didn't look like a billionaire's wife. Guan Mengmeng was puzzled, but the group had already taken the elevator to the basement. Guan Weiman had a Toyota Camry and the Su sisters got into his car. The second aunt's husband, Feng Changfu, sat in the driver's seat of the ballet cat and acted as a chauffeur, as Yang Hao and Guan Mengmeng were both drunk and had no way to drive. Brother Yang, you're not going to show them the model room, are you? Guan Mengmeng purposely got on the car a step later and pulled Yang Hao to ask in a low voice. This was the only option she could think of. What a model home. Of course it's my house. Yang Hao lightly shrugged. Hey, you can get out of the theater. We're the only 2 who can hear it now. Guan Mengmeng was speechless. Yang Hao sighed. Sometimes being too low profile has this effect. People don't believe you when you say you have a tens of millions of dollars mansion. Okay, I show my cards. I'm a billionaire. Yang Hao imitated Wang Duoyu's tone and said, you. Guan Mengmeng still didn't quite believe it, thinking that Yang Hao was joking. After all, he was saying lines from a movie. Meng, Xiao Yang, get in the car. At this time, Feng Changfu dropped the window to greet the 2 people on the car. Okay, Yang Hao answered and directly sat in the co-pilot, so that he could show the way, and secondly, he could avoid Guan Mengmeng from continuing to dwell on this topic. So the 2 cars pulled out of the basement one after the other and drove towards Nebula Bay. Guan Mengmeng sat in the back of her car, apprehensive. There was a feeling of sitting in a prison wagon, running to the execution ground, and Yang Hao as the executioner holding the ghost head knife. However, the executioner was laughing and joking with his second aunt Feng Changfu, without any tension of running to the execution ground. Aha, he's the executioner. He's nervous. My ass. Guan Mengmeng suddenly realized. A moment, even if the community death is also her community death, it's not like the executioner knew his own family. He could have just patted himself on the back. It can't be that sinister. Guan Mengmeng subconsciously glanced toward the co-pilot, while her heart silently prayed, Big brother, I can be helping you to put a perfect wave in front of your ex-wife. Please be kind. In the other car, second sister, do you think what Xiao Yang said could be true? At this moment Su Yanfen mood is very complex. Has been working in the City Women's Federation. She has contacted many powerful people. In that environment under the long-term inculcation, she will inevitably have a kind of power to aspire to the psychology. Naturally, I hope that my daughter can marry into a family like that, but the more powerful the family is, the more they emphasize the importance of the right family and the strong combination. Their family was considered to be in a superior position compared to ordinary people, but there was a huge gap from the upper class, and they could not touch the threshold at all. However, the blind date that her daughter is now leading home is sitting in a tens of millions of dollars of mansions, which, if true, is a proper powerful class. However, the other party's divorced status with a baby makes her a bit apprehensive. Her own daughter, after all, has no experience of marriage, or even a relationship. It always feels like a bit of a loss to find a man who is divorced with children. I don't think Xiao Yang is lying, quite confident. Su Yanxia said back. Then what if he's really a rich man worth tens of millions of dollars? Su Yanfan asked. What to do? Then, of course, get married as soon as possible. Xiao Yang isn't that old. He's only in his 30s, and he's a daughter. So if Meng Meng can give him a son, she'll really be living in fine clothes for the rest of her life. Su Yanxia let out a sigh of relief. Second sister, we can't just look at the money. Our Meng Meng is young and pretty with a high education. She is not at all worried about getting married, and it's better to be cautious about things like being a stepmother when you enter the door. Guan Weiman, who was driving the car, refuted Su Yanxia's point of view. Well, Weiman, you're right. Su Yanxia nodded, then laughed. If you guys can't see Xiao Yang, then even it out for our Nana. I do not mind, and there is not much of an age difference between Yang and our Nana. Su Yanfan was a bit speechless. Second sister, doesn't your Nana have a boyfriend? You also said it was a boyfriend. Not married. Besides, even if you get married, you can still get divorced. Su Yanxia shrugged. Times are different. When we were young, almost every family was poor and had no choice. But now there's a choice. And anyway, man or woman, they're all essentially the same. Poor is a lifetime. Rich is a lifetime. So why not choose to be rich for the rest of your life? Guan Weiman didn't agree with this kind of gold-worshipping thinking, but he was speechless. His life in the hospital is actually not as good as he would have liked. Originally with his ability he could have advanced to a higher level, but without a background, he just couldn't get promoted. Su Yanfan, on the other hand, sighed. Let's take a look first. Soon, the two cars drove outside the Nebula Bay basement. Guan Mengmeng looked at the lifting bar that stopped in front of her and nervously rubbed her small hands together. Maybe this is about to blow up. If you can't even get into the basement of the park, the lie is not true. She subconsciously looked at Young Hao sitting in the passenger side, who calmly took out his cell phone and made a call. And then the lift bar stopping in front of the car lifted up. It's really open. He wouldn't know the property here, would he? But it sounds like they're the owners. So, my temporary boyfriend is a multimillionaire? This, for a time Guan Mengmeng brain a little short-circuited. She immediately sent her cousin Feng Lina a microtelecommunication message about brother Yang is a multimillionaire. Do you know? Feng Lina, who had already started to spar with her colleagues, saw the micro-message and directly handed her phone to Lu Zifeng and laughed. Meng Meng said that your good brother is a multimillionaire. Lu Zifeng couldn't help but laugh after reading the message. He directly returned a voice. Meng Meng, show down. Your phone brother is a billionaire. Guan Mengmeng saw that her cousin replied with a voice, and she carefully converted the voice to text, and only then did she realize that the one who replied to her message was Lu Zifeng. What the hell? It's not like I'm kidding. She couldn't help but roll her eyes. And at this time, Feng Changfu also parked his car in the parking space under Yang Hao's command. Yang Hao's house is equipped with 2 parking spaces, which is a little bit less, but it is still enough for the moment. The basement of this mansion is so clean. Sure enough, all the cars parked are luxury cars. That sports car costs millions. After getting off the bus, Su Yanxia looked at the clean and tidy basement as well as the sporadic luxury cars, and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Yang Hao's house is the king position in the park. Building number 1, with 2 staircases and 1 unit. The whole building has a total of only 30 units. And the current occupancy rate is less than half, so the basement in this area seems relatively empty. But the ones parked in the parking spaces are all luxury cars. So much so that there was a cheap sense of incongruity in the parking of the Seiki family's father and daughter's Camry and Ballet Cat. Yang Hao led a group of people into the elevator room. The crowd was again shocked by this luxurious elevator room. After all, is the top mansion? Elevator room specifications far beyond the ordinary community. Spacious like the lobby of an ordinary hotel. The walls are hung with huge simulation of famous paintings, as well as green plants decorated with flowers and grasses. The marble floor rubbed can be fast when the mirror. The elevator stopped at the 28th floor and opened to a bright and spacious hallway with a dominating 3/7 opening armored door at the end. Yang, the house is a 1-story house, right? At the same time Su Yanxia asked. Her heart was already thinking that such a spacious corridor was all private space that could be utilized. And that's tens of square feet more. It's a two-story house. Yang Hao corrected Su Yanxia. Yeah, there's an elevator next to it. Su Yanxia drifted off and couldn't help but whisper. It's really extravagant. Regular neighborhoods have 2 or 3 units on a single staircase. One staircase neighborhoods are high-end, while others are 2 staircase neighborhoods, so you don't even have to worry about waiting for the elevator. Yang Hao entered his fingerprints to open the entry door and introduced. The house is finely decorated, but the decorations aren't done yet, so just feel free to take a look. Yang Hao stood aside after he finished speaking, while the 5 people following him were all shocked by the ridiculously spacious living room, because this living room alone is bigger than the house they live in. My god, that's too big. Su Yanxia was the first to emit emotion, and then quickly stepped into the living room, as if Lu into the Grand View Garden General left and right curious look. Mouth-shocked exclamation never stopped. Su Yanfan and 2 middle-aged men also followed into the living room, and then the 4 of them formed a sightseeing group to visit the house. Guan Mengmeng didn't join them. She came over to Yang Hao's side and asked with a face full of incredulity. So, you're really a multi-millionaire? It's already been said it's your family's basement. Yang Hao smiled and spread his hands. I thought you were joking. Guan Mengmeng pouted and spat. You rich people are all so stinky. How dare you pretend to be poor to deceive the feelings of us commoners? Stop it. You're not a civilian. Yang Hao subconsciously swept his gaze under Guan Mengmeng's spectacular neck and added. And, I'm not pretending to be poor. It's just that you guys think I'm poor. Guan Mengmeng was speechless. It seemed to be true that she had heard Lu Zifeng and Feng Lina's introductions, so she had a preconceived notion that Yang Hao was an old and poor man, but she didn't even ask for proof. You made me look good at the Western restaurant. Now that I've made you look good, it's even. Yang Hao said smilingly. When she heard the words get even, Guan Mengmeng actually had a feeling of disappointment. It was as if he had suddenly awakened from a beautiful dream. Without realizing it, she was actually getting into the act. It's obviously just a temporary boyfriend for 5 hours. She subconsciously looked at the time. Her boyfriend experience card had 3 hours and 13 minutes left. In the master bedroom, Su Yanxia let out her emotion for the nth time. I can't imagine that this is just a bedroom. It has to be more than 100 square feet. My god, what a big bed this has to fit in. And this 270-degree picture window. The view is amazing. Su Yanfan was also completely shocked by the house. When Yang Hao said 688 square meters, it was just a cold number, but when you see the real thing, it is far more shocking than the number 688 100 times. You'll understand what 688 square feet really represents, especially since this is the most central area of the river city, with top luxury homes built alongside the river. Not something you can compare to building a couple hundred square feet in a country compound. Meng Meng is young and pretty, with a high education. It's really a pity to find a second marriage with such good qualifications. Weimin, I think you're right. We Meng Meng can't just enter the door and be a stepmother, can we? Su Yanxia suddenly pulled the topic back to when she was in the car. Upon hearing this, Su Yanfan couldn't help but roll her eyes. She did understand this second sister of hers, and it was obvious that she was truly moved to let her own daughter marry Yang Hao. In fact, not only her heart, Su Yanfan is also completely smashed by the 688 square feet of mansion blind. In the car when 688 is still just a number, she is still weighing their daughter married to a second marriage of the man will not be happy. But now she was considering what would be the most unfortunate scenario of living in such a house. Her husband is busy with his career, and she lives the life of a rich wife who has nothing to do but shopping, traveling, and doing spa treatments. If you have children, focus on them, but have a nanny to help with both meals and babysitting. So this unfortunate life, Su Yanfan felt that she wanted to live. Unfortunately, she didn't have a chance, but her daughter has it, and she can mother her daughter. Weimin, if you don't like the fact that Xiao Yang is a second wife, why don't you fulfill our Nana? Old Feng and I don't care about that. The main thing is that our Nana is really old, so finding a second marriage is quite good. Seeing that her sister didn't say anything, Su Yanxia looked at Guan Weimin on the side again. This kind of golden son-in-law with $100 million can be found but not sought. She really wants to fight for her daughter. End of chapter. 78. NPC number 2 on the line. It's better to let the kids decide for themselves. If Meng Meng really likes Xiao Yang, her mom and I can't stop her. Guan Weimin found himself a step down. His thoughts were similar to his wife Su Yanfan, and when 688 changed from a number to a physical object, his mindset changed in a flash. What parent doesn't want their sons and daughters to have a privileged life? The reason why ordinary people mind such things as divorced with children is mainly from economic considerations. One more child is one more expense, and later also involves the issue of property division. However, this kind of problem to the rich people here is actually not a problem, as long as the second generation does not start a business, not to touch gambling and drugs, all life will be well dressed. Su Yanfan felt that her husband's words were very level. and she nodded in agreement. Wayman is right. Let the children make their own choices when it comes to their affairs. Su Yanfan's mouth said so, but the heart is calculating to go home after the daughter must hurry to give a lesson. Let her grasp this opportunity. Although Yang Hao is divorced with a baby, a young rich man of his age with this kind of outward appearance definitely has countless young girls competing for him. Many of the rich men she had come into contact with had surrounded themselves with young girls in their early 20s around them. Not to mention the young and promising ones like Yang Hao. It's easy to get snatched up by another woman if you're not careful. Little girls are awesome these days. Seeing that my sister and brother-in-law have united their fronts, Su Yanxia sighed rather disappointed. In fact, she also knew that she was just wishful thinking. Even if Guan Mengmeng was not with Yang Hao, her daughter Feng Lina might not be able to take down this young tycoon. Because of their own daughter's comprehensive conditions are indeed inferior to the niece Guan Mengmeng. The most important thing is the age difference of several years. The first consideration of a young tycoon like Yang Hao, who has only one daughter, must be the reproductive value, and the younger he is the more advantageous he will naturally be in this regard. The four of them made another big circle around the mansion before meeting up with Yang Hao and Guan Mengmeng at the balcony. This balcony has a very good view overlooking the entire river bay and the scenery on both sides of the river. Belonging to the true meaning of the first line of the river view, there is no obstruction in front. Put 2 rattan chairs on this balcony. Lying down to enjoy the river view do not know how cozy. Yang, this is a big house you have. It's going to cost a lot just to decorate the back. Su Yanxia lamented. It was okay, I left the house decorating to a friend. The budget is $20 million. Yang Hao returned with a breezy voice, and then also winked at Guan Mengmeng on the side, as if to say, how about it? Isn't it very rowdy? Sure enough, he was successful in this pretense. After hearing the figure of 20 million, the four people were all staring at their eyes. Even the calm character of Guan Weiman silently sucked in a breath of cold air. Listen, how this rich man chats. It's amazing that a house soft furnishing costs $20 million. Are you going to put a layer of gold bricks on the floor of the house? Little Yang can this house soft furnishings cost $20 million? Su Yanxia couldn't help but ask. Yang Hao stroked his chin and returned with a forced air. I guess I can. I spent more than $2 million on booking the bed today. When he was in the Western restaurant, Meng Cha-Cha sent him a screenshot of a receipt with the amount of $2,400,000, saying that he bought the bed. Although this little Cha-Cha didn't bother him after that phone call, he was still very active in reporting his accounts, presumably to prove that he wasn't embezzling. In fact, Meng Yuyu really did not have the idea of coveting money from it. She is a smart person. She will not do this kind of silly thing that is due to a small loss. However, after Yang Hao said that he had spent more than $2 million just to buy the bed, a few people fell silent again, with complex emotions on their faces in addition to shock. People spend over $2 million on beds, and the total value of their houses is just over $2 million. The sense of disparity is simply too strong. I wouldn't dare to sleep in a bed that costs more than $2 million, even if I were given it. I'll be heartbroken if this sleeps badly. It's worth more than my life. After freezing for a while, Su Yanxia laughed at herself. It's not as exaggerated as you say. Second auntie, there will be a chance to come over to the house in the future. Yang Hao is still very much like Su Yanxia the second aunt, because she is a good comic. Can let him pull the beeping effect full. A few people chatted around the house for a while longer. Then they ended the process of visiting the house and went to the Nebula commercial street next to it, finding a private restaurant that looked like it was very upscale. Coincidentally, the diagonal opposite of this private kitchen happens to be the storeroom that Yang Hao is going to use to open a hot pot restaurant. This side of the gate should be expensive. Second aunt Su Yanxia, a precise comic relief, steered the conversation to door prices. In fact, she was just saying it off the top of her head, not expecting any definitive answer. That designation is expensive. This one door market is at least a few $1 million. Feng Chongfu picked up. Second auntie, you said less. Yang Hao took over with a smile. A few million or less? Feng Chongfu looked at Yang Hao in surprise, and the gazes of the rest of the few people also fell on him. Yang Hao pointed out the box window at his own gatehouse. See that gatehouse? $15 million. That's expensive. I can't believe it's $15 million. Several people let out a sigh of relief. And Ms. Su Yanxia, the ace comic, once again passed the word, Xiao Yang, how do you know that the door is $15 million? Yang Hao smiled and spread his hands. Because that's mine. Yours? This. Several people looked at each other in dismay, not realizing that not only do people have mansions worth tens of millions of dollars, this is also lying in the market house worth $15 million. But when you think about someone who can spend $20 million on soft furnishings, it seems reasonable to own such a gated home. Even now, if Yang Hao said that this street was all his, a few people probably wouldn't even suspect it. This was because Yang Hao's super rich status had been ingrained in their minds. Guan Mengmeng, who was sitting next to Yang Hao, looked at this temporary boyfriend numbly. She remembered that her purpose of finding him as a temporary boyfriend seemed to be to get angry at Miss Su Yinfen, but now the script was going in the complete opposite direction. Su Yinfen was not only not angry, but also looked at Yang Hao with a complete look of a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. But there's still over 2 hours left on the boyfriend experience card. What's going to happen? How's that? I didn't embarrass you with my temporary boyfriend. Yang Hao, who had faked another wave, whispered in Guan Mengmeng's place to take credit. Awesome, awesome. Guan Mengmeng numbly gave a thumbs up, and in his heart, he was madly spitting. You are not humiliated. You can after what I do. Where am I going to find them a son-in-law worth $100 million? It's not a good idea to stick to your divorced, poor and old script. How dare you change the script privately? Damn old man. Just as Guan Mengmeng was silently spitting, Yang Hao received a micro-message from Meng Yuyu, saying that the bed she bought would be delivered in a while, and asking Yang Hao if he would go over to receive it himself or if she would go over. Yang Hao couldn't leave at this moment, and he didn't want to meddle in these things, so he replied to let Meng Yuyu go over, then sent her the password for the fingerprint lock. The last time the house was closed, Yang Hao only let this little TT recorded the face and the property. The fingerprint lock of the house did not record for her, but in the future the decoration is her responsibility. The password is naturally to give her, and Meng Cha-Cha, who was authorized by the password, was naturally happy, with a kind of elation that Huan Huan was finally going to be on top. Box. Yang Hao, the temporary boyfriend, did his duty and accompanied Guan Weiman and Feng Changfu to drink a lot of wine. The meal was naturally and unusually pleasant. It was almost 8 o'clock when the meal broke up. Su Yinfen paid the bill on the grounds that the meal should have been eaten at their home. Yang Hao naturally won't grab it from her. It's just an actor anyway, and an actor who's going to kill it. 2 more valets had to be called as the crowd had been drinking. After the 4 elders had gotten on the bus, Guan Mengmeng came up to Yang Hao. She tilted her head to look at the boyfriend who was due to expire soon, and then reached out and hugged him with both arms. Time's up, so let's have a good goodbye. Was the acting satisfactory? Yang Hao, who had 5 or 6 points of drunkenness, patted the back of Guan Mengmeng's head and asked with a smile. It was well acted, and they all believed it. But 12 o'clock is here and Cinderella is going home. Bye, boyfriend. Guan Mengmeng let go of her arms and took 2 steps backward before waving her hand at Yang Hao. Just now when they were in the box, the 4 elders were already discussing things like marriage. So much so that Guan Mengmeng unknowingly got into the act. In that atmosphere, she really had the illusion that this man was her boyfriend or even fiancé. So, at this moment, she was in a somewhat mixed mood. But fake is fake, and even the best movie has a time to fall apart. She left the temporary boyfriend with a big smile before turning around and getting into the car. Yang Hao didn't rush off, but stood his last watch and waved goodbye to his party at the curb. At this moment, he somewhat understood those actors who fell in love with each other because of the play. Not to mention the months of living together in the mode of a couple. Even these few hours, Guan Mengmeng, this little girl has left a little trace in his heart. Of course being in or out of the movie has a lot to do with the face, body, and personality of the co-stars. If the play is Ruhua kind of level beauty, Yang Hao absolutely can do not be chaotic. Heart like water. Wait a minute. I wouldn't take a movie if the hitchhiker was Rahana. I wouldn't take a movie if the hitchhiker was Rahana. So this assumption is simply not true. Yang Hao pulled his thoughts completely out of the play he had just been in, and suddenly thought of Meng Yuyu saying that the beds had already been delivered. In fact, Yang Hao was quite curious about what the 3 beds that he had spent more than $2 million to buy all looked like. So he walked back to the park and went back to the mansion he hadn't moved into yet. Upon entering the house, though, he noticed that the lights in the living room were surprisingly on. Then Meng Yuyu's voice came out from the direction of the master bedroom. Is it Brother Yang? It's me. Yang Hao replied back and walked through the living room into the master bedroom. Then he saw Meng Yuyu fiddling with a few pots of greens. Although the seller said the bed is 0 formaldehyde, I think Brother Yang can still put more green plants in the house to purify the air before moving in. Meng Yuyu said with a smile. Well, bother. Yang Hao nodded slightly, then he looked at the large bed in the room. The appearance of the bed was nothing new. It was that kind of simple and atmospheric style, on top of which was a 10-centimeter thick mattress, and the lagoon that mattress Yang Hao did recognize. Heston, the Hermes of bedding, the most expensive mattresses even up to several million. But what Meng Yuyu bought was definitely not that kind of limited edition, because that kind of limited edition needed to be ordered a long time in advance, and Yang Hao didn't give her enough money. But even the regular model mattresses are said to be exceedingly comfortable. Brother Yang, this mattress is really very comfortable and has many functions. I'll show you, Meng Yuyu said and then lay down on the bed, and then took several provocative poses one after another, while her mouth said daintily, this is comfortable. This is also very comfortable, and it can be connected to a cell phone app. there are dozens of modes. This Meng Cha-Cha is not so much an introduction to mattresses as it is a bare-bones seduction. She posed in all the kinds of poses that make people think offensively. She even used her dancing skills to do a one-horse dance. Brother Yang, come and try too. It's really cozy. Seeing Yang Hao's gaze getting hotter and hotter, this little Cha-Cha lying on her side on the bed gently hooked her finger, a light smile hanging on her delicate face. Seeing this, Yang Hao, who was already 5 or 6 points drunk, was immediately a bit on the top, and just as he was about to give into the action, the lights in the bedroom suddenly went out. Yang Hao was slightly stunned and thought it was a circuit failure. As a result, the next moment, a soft body jumped into his arms. At the same time, a delicate voice rang in his ears. Brother Yang, it's my first time. Omitted. Ding. It was detected that the host had an intimate relationship with Meng Yuyu. Access to intimate partner processing. Name, Meng Yuyu. Age, 24. Overall quality score, 90. Note, intimates with a comprehensive quality score of 80 or higher can be transformed into NPCs, who can receive a quest once a week, with a certain chance of generating random quests. Intimate relative Meng Yuyu is eligible to transform NPCs. Yes, no, conversion? After the end, a series of beeps sounded. Yang Hao, who had been looking forward to this moment for a long time, was instantly delighted. 90 points. It was 2 points higher than Wang Shuaru. It's worth it for the protein paid. Yang Hao sighed in his heart, then decisively chose, yes. Ding. Conversion success. The second NPC, Meng Yuyu, is officially online. Reward for NPC No. 2, exclusive spending money of 200,000 RMB. Note, as a rich man, you can't condescend to a woman with whom you have an intimate relationship, so each NPC is rewarded with exclusive spending money. 200 million. Yang Hao almost exclaimed in shock, because Wang Shuaizhu only has 100 million. It turned out that Meng Yuyu, whose overall quality score was 2 points higher than hers, actually had $200 million of spending money, doubling it. It follows that the higher the overall quality score, the higher the special spending money will be. Ding. Detected that NPC number 2 is intact. Extra reward, attribute points *10. Just as Yang Hao was shocked by the 200 million consumption gold, the system beep once again sounded in his head. Yang Hao was first stunned, then subconsciously looked at Meng Yuyu beside him. I can't believe this little Cha-Cha isn't lying. 5 more 20,000 plus words a request for a monthly ticket. And in the evening. End of chapter 79. This dance needs to be practiced. The matter of Meng Cha-Cha's inexperience did surprise Yang Hao. He hadn't even thought about the fact that this little Cha-Cha even had this kind of realization, which was really rare in this current social environment. So really you can't be fooled by appearances. Some women look Thai and have never actually touched a gun, while others look quiet but are actually old hunters. Yang Hao wrapped his arms around Meng Yuyu and pecked her lightly on her slightly red cheeks. Little Cha-Cha really surprised him. 10 attribute points. This stuff is harder to come by than money, but no more length this time. It would be a lot of fun to get to 28 centimeters. Yang Hao opened the main system page and looked at the values. Health, 70. Intelligence, 78. Force, 65. Height, 182. Weight, 91 kilograms. Length, 18 centimeters. These can be changed with attribute points. And for a middle-aged man, health naturally comes first. Therefore, Yang Hao added 6 of the points to health and the remaining 4 points to intelligence. Ding! Attribute points take effect. Health value, 76. Note, there will be a surprise when the health value reaches 100. Intelligence, 82. Note, there is a surprise for intelligence value of 100. You can. Hang Dad mighty. But what's the surprise that you can't tell us? Brother Yang, will you stay with me all the way tonight? At this time, Meng Yuyu, who was snuggled in Yang Hao's arms, asked out loud. Well, let's find a hotel. Just now, Li Mani sent a Microsoft message to Yang Hao, saying that Ruwashi had already fallen asleep at her place and asked him to just pick up Ruwashi and send him to kindergarten in the morning. So Yang Hao was free tonight, and he could understand how Meng Yuyu was feeling right now. This little Cha-Cha was after all a first time, and was naturally dependent on him, and the house was not suitable for a sleepover with no bedding or toiletries. Seeing that Yang Hao agreed, Meng Yuyu was very happy and gave Yang Hao a hard kiss on the cheek. Then Meng Yuyu, who had slowed down for a while longer, got dressed and left Nebula Bay with Yang Hao. This area is part of a wealthy neighborhood and there is a Shangri-La hotel nearby. Yang Hao directly opened a presidential suite, 12888 a night. It doesn't hurt in the slightest. After all, there's $200 million of special spending money lying on the card. Meng Yuyu was touched. In this little Cha-Cha's opinion, Big Brother Yang should be trying to give her a perfect first night experience. As I recalled later, The first night I spent with Brother Yang was in the presidential suite at the Shangri-La. The presidential suite was equipped with an exclusive butler, and the other party enthusiastically sent the two to the door of the room. The two honored guests call me directly if you need anything. 24 hours a day. The butler left a business card and waited for the two to enter the room before leaving. Same time, off home, Su Yanfen is painstakingly giving her daughter lessons. Mo, this is an opportunity that you must seize. You really can't find a condition like Xiao Yang's. Do not see your second aunt or on the side of the tiger eyeing it. If not, Lena, conditions are not as good as you. She really can do to cut off things. At this moment Guan Mengmeng had just finished her bath. She was wearing a cartoon pajama top, but due to the sheer size of her chest, the cartoon pattern on the pajama top was propped up into a plus version. But she was in her room, so it didn't matter. Got it. You said it several times on the way back. I'm going to bed. I have to work tomorrow. Guan Mengmeng began to drive people away, really not wanting to listen to Ms. Su Yanfen grinding away any longer. If you can really marry Xiao Yang, you don't even have to go to work from now on. You can sleep until you wake up naturally every day, and have a lot of time to fulfill your messy dreams. Su Yanfen said again, taking advantage of the situation. Senior Political Commissar Su, stop giving me ideas. You keep talking here. How can I have time to chat with other people's Brother Yang? Guan Mengmeng spat with a breathless face. However, she had hit the nail on the head. Su Yanfen slapped her head with a dazed expression. Well, that's the truth. You talk to people properly. After exhorting, Su Yanfen finally went out of her daughter's room. And Guan Mengmeng is a long breath of air. Before, the old mother is always urging her to matchmaking. Now it's good that she's being pushed to get married straight away. But that Brother Yang is just a temporary boyfriend for 5 hours. And it's expired. She opened Weixin and found Yang Hao's avatar. Although the two were friends on WeChat, the chat dialog box was empty. She thought for a moment, then sent a message. Expired boyfriend. Good night. After sending the message, she changed Yang Hao's note to expired boyfriend. After waiting a while, the expired boyfriend didn't return the message. Guan Mengmeng opened the chat dialogue with her cousin Feng Lina again, still playing outside? She was going to talk to her cousin about Yang Hao. At this moment Feng Lina was already in the cab back to Lu Zifeng's house. Lu Zifeng was drunk by his colleagues and had already fallen asleep against the seat. Feng Lina, who had 6 or 7 points of drunkenness, was looking at the messages in her friend's circle and wondered. About an hour ago, she took to her circle of friends to show what she had received for her birthday. The most expensive of these is an LV bag worth about $20,000 from her boyfriend, Lu Zifeng. The rest of the gifts were relatively cheap, all perfume, lipstick and the like. But 2 friends' messages were what caught her attention. Little Shadow, wow. Tongji's pure titanium thermos. Flower, Nana, who is so trenchant as to give a thermos cup of over $3,000. After seeing these 2 messages, Feng Lina hurriedly looked up Tangji pure titanium insulation cup on the internet, and then was shocked, because the thermos turned out to be over $3,000. She had thought that Yang Hao had just given a random small gift, but she hadn't expected it to be so expensive. And in fact Yang Hao didn't know that the thermos cup was so expensive. He thought it was just a couple $100. It just so happened that at this time cousin Guan Mengmeng sent a Weixin message. Feng Lina directly hit over with a voice. Mengmeng, do you know how much the thermos cup that Brother Hao sent me cost? Guan Mengmeng on the other end of the phone didn't answer her question, but asked in return, Sister Nana, do you know where Big Brother Yang's house is? No. What's wrong? Von Lina said suspiciously. His family is in Nebula Bay, and it's still the largest 688 square feet household type. Guan Mengmeng didn't beat around the bush and directly revealed the mystery. What? Nebula Bay? 688 square feet? Really? Lu Zifeng never mentioned it. As a Porsche salesperson, Feng Lina naturally knew about Nebula Bay, and with what she knew about her boyfriend, if her good buddy was that rich, he would have bragged about it long ago. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me you can ask Auntie too. We've already visited, and my mom is now urging me to marry someone else. Brother Yang, Guan Mengmeng said helplessly. How is actually a rich man who lives in Nebula Bay? This is also incredible. Feng Lina, who was still 6 or 7 points drunk, now directly sobered up. But if the other person was in that position, it seemed reasonable to give her a random 3,000 plus thermos. Feng Lina asked about the specifics on Guan Mengmeng's side again, and then came to the conclusion that Yang Hao was really rich. She ended the call with her cousin, then pushed Lu Zifeng beside her with force, but as a result, she couldn't wake up no matter how hard she pushed. What Feng Lina was thinking at this moment was that her boyfriend's brother was an invisible tycoon. So would this boyfriend of hers also be an invisible tycoon? The brothers are teaming up here to play pig in a poke. It's not unlikely that your boyfriend has a mansion in Nebula Bay too. If that was the case, then wouldn't this heavenly riches befall her? Lina was a little excited at the thought. When she arrived at Lu Zifeng's house, Feng Lina helped the other party into the bathroom, and after throwing up for a while, Lu Zifeng finally sobered up a bit, but the bastard pulled Von Lina into a love fest once he sobered up, and Lina Feng was extremely cooperative. As the room returned to calm, Feng Lina wrapped her arms around Lu Zifeng and asked, "Honey, when are you going to take me to the mansion in Nebula Bay?" "What Nebula Bay?" Lu Zifeng was confused. "Stop pretending, I know all about it." Feng Lina rolled over and looked down at her boyfriend in the position of the goddess of mercy. "Don't say it." "Right, I'll see if you can hold it." 3 o'clock in the morning. A new post has appeared on Little Green Book titled, "What if I tortured my boyfriend all night and he won't admit he's rich?" Wait online. Early the next morning. Ding. NPC number 2 quest refresh. Mission, Little Dreams. NPC number 2 wants to have a dance training center of her own. The host can help her fulfill her dreams. Quest reward, Kidney Strengthening Potion *1. Note 1, do you feel your body has been emptied? 1 bottle of kidney potion will help you return to your peak. Note 2, additional attribute, +1 endurance. What the hell kind of reward is this? I'm so physically strong. I need this? System. Yang Hao spat madly in his heart. However, the name of Wang Xiuxiu could not help but come to mind. The other party worked in a real estate agency, so perhaps there was information in this regard. Looking at Meng Yuyu beside her, the other party was still asleep. Last night in this 10,000 plus a night presidential suite, Yang Hao adhered to the concept of not wasting, and felt the soft body of the dance student again. So, he felt there was still a need to open a dance training center. Han Yuhan Wengong said, "Proficiency in work is better than diligence, and desertion is better than play. This dance needs to be practiced. You can't waste it." So, Yang Hao opened Weishuan and sent a message to Wang Xiuxiu, saying a little bit about his demands. And that's when he saw the message Guan Mengmeng sent last night. This little girl even called herself an expired boyfriend. How childish. As he spat in his mind, he replied in passing, "Expired girlfriend, good morning." The author's main call for persuasion, regarding the distribution of 10 attribute points, was modified, and then it hit the shelves today, and there were a lot of big bounties, so I'll put out a breakdown tomorrow, and I'm grateful for it. End of chapter. 80. Filial Ruwashi. Yang Hao didn't call the sleeping Meng Yuyu and left the hotel alone. He first went to the Western restaurant where he ate yesterday to pick up his car, and then went to the Fenghua neighborhood to pick up Ruwashi and Li Mani. "Daddy, I slept under my sister-in-law's blanket last night, and she smelled so good. Next time you sleep under your sister-in-law's blanket too." Once in the car, Ruwashi bragged about last night's experience. However, this little girl's words of the tiger and wolf were heard by Yang Hao and Li Mani all froze, and the latter was even more flushed. Children's words. Yang Hao smiled and shook his head, but in his heart, he silently gave Ruwashi a nod. The child understands. There are good things now to share with dad. This precious daughter is really not in vain. Filial, Manny, in a moment you'll send me the address of tonight's party. Manny Lee in their newspaper office was right next to the Fenghua neighborhood, so she arrived quickly. Before getting out of the car, Yang Hao admonished, "It's this former sister-in-law's birthday, and Daddy Hanging has even issued a quest." However, Yang Hao has not chosen a gift so far, because the rewards were tied to Manny Lee's level of surprise. The more she was surprised, the more generous the system rewards would be. So Yang Hao was quite cautious in choosing his gift. "Got it, brother-in-law," Manny Lee responded, then got out of the car in front of his flat, standing still to wave goodbye to Yang Hao and Ruwashi in the car. She waited for the car to drive away before she turned to head for the newspaper office, but was shouted at, and a very familiar voice. Li Mani subconsciously turned around, and then she saw her sister Li Manchu. The latter was carrying a shopping bag in her hand. She walked quickly to Li Mani, then brought the shopping bag in her hand to her sister. "Mani, happy birthday." "Oh, thanks sis. After all, she is a close sister, and her sister came early in the morning to give her a birthday gift. So naturally, Li Mani could not refuse. "Who was the guy who just gave you a ride?" "Mani, you're not in love, are you?" Li Manchu had actually arrived a long time ago. Just now she was eating breakfast at the breakfast store next to the newspaper office, and she just happened to see Li Mani coming down from the Rangoon U8, which was why she hurriedly ended her breakfast and rushed over. "No, I don't have time for a relationship." Manny Lee shook his head decisively. "Manny, it's not like my sister is interfering with your relationship, but as a passerby sister still want to give you some advice. If you are in a relationship, must put the economic factor first. Do not end up in the sister this end." Li Manchu was very serious in giving advice, but this was not something Manny Lee liked to hear, and she retorted, "You could be living a good life right now if you didn't separate from your brother-in-law. You're too young to understand. Things aren't what you think they are, and marriage isn't that simple." Li Manchu took the posture of a person who has been there, but she also knew that her sister had been complaining about her behavior of abandoning her husband and daughter, so she immediately changed the topic again. You still haven't said who the person who just gave you a ride was. Even if he wasn't a boyfriend, I think he must have been courting you. I can help you with your counseling. Lee Manny shook her head. No need. The person who gave me a ride is my brother-in-law. Ha! Lee Manchu was stunned. How could it be him? That car looks expensive. She hadn't gotten a good look at the make of the car at the breakfast place, but a car that big wasn't cheap at first glance. My brother-in-law has his own business now and is doing quite well. Manny Lee still had a bellyful of resentment towards the sister and couldn't help but reveal her brother-in-law's current state. Own business? What cause? In fact, Lee Manchu came over to deliver the birthday gift this time because she also wanted to get a sideways look at Young Hao's situation, because yesterday's chance encounter really irritated her. Obviously divorced with children. All the debts of the old man. But there are so young and beautiful girls around. She really cannot figure out. I'm not too sure exactly. Being a brother-in-law is better than it used to be. Manny Lee finished and looked at the time and said, I have to go to work. Okay, be safe when you run the news and call me if you need anything. In fact, Lee Manchu also had to leave. She was transferred to the branch after drawing a line with Shin Mingshan, but doing her specialty, design. She had just transferred and had quite a bit of work to familiarize herself with. Well, so are you. Manny Lee nodded, then turned and went into the newspaper office. Lee Manchu, on the other hand, stopped a cab to go to her flat, and after sitting in the back row she opened the Black Car Emperor app and looked in the category of large SUVs. When she saw a car called the Rangoon U8, her vision suddenly froze, because that's the car she saw at the breakfast place. Over $1 million? The ex-husband actually drove $1 million limo? Lee Manchu was directly stunned. At the same time the heart was accompanied by a sharp pain, as if it had been viciously stabbed. No way. Absolutely not. She subconsciously shook her head. After all, Yang Hao just drove a used Maserati Ghibli when he was with her. How long has it been since the divorce and you're driving $1 million limo? Unless he hid the property. But when the divorce was finalized, she asked her lawyer to investigate through unconventional means. And Yang Hao didn't have any property under his name. Did he really get rich? This thought surfaced in Lee Manchu's mind, but it caused her mood to fall directly to the bottom. Belpro kindergarten entrance. Yang Hao handed Ruwashi over to John Yuchi. John Yuchi had already lifted her misunderstanding of Yang Hao at the parent-child sports meeting, so she also resumed her usual enthusiasm and greeted Yang Hao with a smile. By the way, Brother Yang, do you have time tomorrow afternoon? The last time we talked about fixing the hood. As Yang Hao was preparing to leave, John Yuchi suddenly spoke. Tomorrow afternoon? No problem. Yang Hao has a very full schedule today, but tomorrow will be a bit more free. Brother Yang, then tomorrow Weibo contact. Thank you This little Mr. Zhang has already changed his name from Ruwashi's father to Brother Yang, and seems to be much more familiar with him. It's a small thing. You're welcome. Yang Hao is still quite interested in repairing hoods, and even thought that he could learn it systematically when he has the chance, because this skill is very important. After sending Ruwashi off, Yang Hao was about to get into his car and leave. Pang Laofat, who had been squatting for a long time, suddenly scurried out from the side. Brother Yang, stay back. Yang Hao twisted his head to look at Pang Laowat. He had a lot of things to do in the past 2 days and had forgotten about this guy, but the anger has long since subsided. After all, also on the other side of the grips more than 3 million it. Something wrong? Yang Hao asked casually. Brother Yang, I was waiting here specifically to apologize to you. I'm really sorry. It was all my fault that day. Don't take it personally. Don't take it personally. Pang old fat attitude sincere bow. This is a reward of 700,000 gold master father Have to coax good. Yang Hao waved his hand indifferently. It's fine. Go back and write your book. I wish you to become a god soon. Aha. Thanks Jan. Pang Laofat nodded, then took the initiative to issue an invitation. Brother Yang, are you free today? I would like to invite you for a meal. Firstly to thank you for supporting me, and secondly to make amends. I've been busy lately, so we'll talk about it sometime. See you later. Yang Hao did not have time to eat with Pang Laowat. His schedule today is tense. Casually perfunctory sentence, and then stride on the car. Brother Yang, take care. Pang old fat rather embarrassed waved his little fat hand. Wait until that look up you ate drive away. He depressed touch his chin, thinking, this gold master father should still be angry. Why don't we introduce the most beautiful girl in our online writing circle to Brother Yang? Well, it's operational. A lewd smile appeared on old fatty Pang's face. To the gold master father into the beautiful girl. Perhaps this Yang brother is happy to reward a few 100,000 again. Real estate hall. Wang Shuaru had been waiting for a while when Yang Hao arrived. This beautiful young woman is wearing a black trench coat today, with a pair of light-colored tight jeans underneath, and high heels on her feet. very much the kind of flavor of a mature woman. Moreover, she was wearing full makeup today, making her features look even more delicate, and her rosy lip color was particularly attractive. She had already attracted the attention of quite a few men just by sitting quietly on the bench in the waiting area. Ding! NPC number 1 quest refresh. Task, in-depth repair of range hoods. NPC number 1 misses your skills in repairing hoods. Quest reward, master level appliance repair skills. This time, the quests were not reminded by Hang Daddy, but read by Yang Hao on his own initiative, because today was Monday, and the NPC quests would all be refreshed. And after seeing this NPC's mission, Yang Hao could not help but sweat, while in his heart, he thought, strong kidney potion. I am determined to get it. I'm strong though, but I want to be stronger. There's nothing wrong with that. Men, just be strong. Brother Yang. Seeing Yang Hao's Wang Shuiru got up to welcome him and directly came to a warm hug. For this man who stood behind her from time to time, Wang Shuiru was now very dependent, and after knowing Yang Hao's rich identity, she didn't expect to have a name. She only thought that the other party could accompany her once in a while would be enough. The prettiest woman in the room took the initiative to throw herself at Yang Hao, causing him to reap another wave of envious gazes. Of course there was abject jealousy involved. Just as the two were getting tired of each other, a woman in a tight black leather pickup with large sunglasses stuck to the bridge of her nose walked into the property lobby. She had a hot body and a very strong aura, and she instantly diverted a lot of attention away from focusing on Wang Shuiru's side. But soon those gazes returned to Wang Shuiru's side along with the woman with the powerful aura. Because these two women with all the attention came together, Yang Hao took a look at this color sister. Her appearance gave her the same cold and arrogant feeling, but Yang Hao knew she was hot and full of color inside. It's a good hand for sure, Bari. Both sides exchanged pleasantries. Then they went through the transfer procedures, and Yang Hao transferred the final payment to Huang Qing's account. Happy cooperation, and good luck with your business. MS. Wang. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. Smoothly reaching a deal. Huang Chang was in a good mood. She first shook hands with Wang Shuiru, then shook hands with Yang Hao. Brother Yang, remember to play at my bar when you have time. As she spoke, she moved her head toward Yang Hao and added in a low voice, sisters are beautiful. The last chapter about the distribution of attribute points has been revised and added to health and intelligence. Direct fat loss is indeed ill-considered. The author's main fight to listen to advice. Indeed, with attribute points to reduce fat is better placed in the final sprint, and those who have subscribed are willing to go back to read it to turn it over, and does not affect the overall plot. New day, trying to update more today, and then, thanks to the gentleman who voted, your bulls **T. Fifth on the new book list and not too far from the front of the pack. Keep punching. End of chapter. 81. My brother is a millionaire. Inside the Shangri-La presidential suite, when Meng Yuyu opened her eyes, she realized that Yang Hao had already left. She knew that the other party was going to take her daughter to school, and this little cha-cha was still a little remorseful that she hadn't seized the opportunity to perform this morning by getting up early and ordering breakfast for him. All these little details can be a plus, but yesterday was just tedious and I slept too much. She rolled over and could still feel a slight tearing sensation. It hurts a little, but it does feel good, and the heroine's reaction in the movie isn't an exaggeration. Meng Cha-Cha silently commented in her heart as she took her cell phone and looked at the time. It was already 8:30. For her there was also a lot to do today. First of all, she was going to the Mercedes-Force store to pick up her car, and then she also made an appointment with a decorating and designing company, wanting them to come up with a few sets of soft decorating plans, from which she would then make her choice. Professional things should be left to the professionals. Meng Yuyu felt that it was difficult to design the 688 square feet house well with her own ability, so this matter was to use external help. But all the things placed in the house, she had to choose one by one. For her it's not work, it's fun, because the shopping process is really cool. Like her consumer-level customers are held in the palm of the sales, the service is to be more thoughtful, but also always feel the envy of the surrounding eyes. Vanity can also get the maximum degree of satisfaction. She opened her Microsoft message to find several unread messages. Most of them were from Lily Yu. Yo, what's your situation? You stayed out all night? Yuck. Are you with brother Yang? Yuck. We agreed to pick up the car together today. Where is she? I'll call the police if you don't reply. The last message was sent half an hour ago, and Meng Yuyu popped a video directly to you, Lily. The other party answered in seconds. I thought it was missing. No more news. I really want to call the police. Hey, you're really at the hotel? Through the video Lily could see that Meng Yuyu was lying on the bed. The bed behind her was gorgeous, but the quilt on her body looked like it was from a hotel. Well, are you coming over to see me? We can have breakfast together at the hotel and then pick up the car. The presidential suite comes with 3 meals as well as afternoon tea, which will be prepared whenever you need to notify your dedicated butler. Meng Yuyu knew the service existed, but had never experienced it either. Which hotel? I'll be right there. You Lily, today is a special string of rest. Just want to follow Meng Yuju to see whether the car can be lifted in the end. However, she now had an additional mind to gossip, since she and Meng Yuyu shared a room. It was the first time that the other party had stayed out at night, and staying at a hotel, so there must have been a story last night. She was interested in the story. Meng Yuyu sent the hotel location to Yu Lily and then ended the video. It was natural that she had Yu Lily, her plastic best friend, over for breakfast to show off. It's a presidential suite at the Shangri-La, over 10,000 a night. And the men Yu Lily had talked to before would at most take her to stay in a big bedded room for a few $100s, and the stingy ones were even only willing to book a shortcut hotel. In the process of equaling Lily, Meng Yuyu made a call to her exclusive housekeeper to order 2 deluxe breakfasts, and explained that a guest would be visiting. After doing so, she started to wash up. The toiletries in the presidential suite were all luxury brands and were packable, and the fridge was stocked with drinks and liquors as well as a few snacks that could be taken away. There are a lot of so-called wool-gathering hotel videos in the fast sound are taking all the things that can be taken. It looks as if it is very cool, but in reality, it is the wool out of the sheep's body. After all, the room charges are big thousands of tens of thousands of dollars. At 9 o'clock or so, Yu Lily arrived at the hotel, and her exclusive butler sent her to the room where Meng Yuyu was. Jade, is this the legendary presidential suite? After entering the room, Yu Lily will be a bit dumbfounded. She has lived in the hotel room. The largest room is only 40 or 50 square feet, but now this room should have more than 200 square feet. What restaurant study parlor room all complete, but also can enjoy a line of river view. The trenches are outrageous. Brother Yang had to book this place. Over $10,000 a night. It hurts. Meng Yuyu made a helpless expression, but her heart was secretly happy. This little cha-cha knows how to play these so well. Previously, when she set as a target, her own plastic best friend was not optimistic, and compared Sun Seni to her. Meng Cha-Cha was holding back in her heart, and now that she got what she wanted, of course she had to show off a wave to her plastic best friend. So, you guys are confirmed in a relationship? Yu Lily wasn't a character to be taken advantage of, and immediately opened her mouth to counterattack. In his heart, he was silently spitting. He even flaunted it, as if you were the main palace. Meng Yuyu smiled indifferently. Where is that much certainty in the relationship? I just want to enjoy life, see this prosperous world, and wait until the day I leave without regretting having come to Earth. The corner of Yu Lily's mouth twitched. She also wanted to enjoy life, but she was still only at the stage of struggling to survive. Jade, are you sure you can get the life you want by following Young? Yu Lily sent out a soul torture question. Should be able to. Meng Yuyu nodded seriously. You know, I actually don't have any particularly big ambitions, but so far, Yang has only promised a Mercedes-Benz, and it's not clear if he can really get his hands on it. That's why you can't be without defense. Yu Lily spread her hands, and the pair of plastic BFFs met for a few rounds of dark exchanges. In fact, among girls, this kind of exchange is among the more common situations. A BFF can have a good life, but not a better one than me. There are simply not too many women with this mindset. Of course, the gender switch holds true for men. The fear of a brother suffering and the fear of a brother driving a Land Rover. Human nature is largely like that, but it's just a phenomenon and can't be generalized. For example, the current Lu Zifeng. He was drunk last night, returned home and was Feng Lina torture most of the night. The body was completely emptied. 9 o'clock before he opened his eyes in a daze. At this moment, Feng Lina was already getting ready to go to work, and as the party that had taken the tonic, she was all flushed and in good spirits. Nana, did you say last night that Hao is a multi-millionaire? Lu Zifeng yawned as he recalled the events of last night. Yeah, People's Ho has a 688 square feet house in Nebula Bay, don't you think? Asterisk. Seriously? My brother is a multi-millionaire. Lu Zifeng, who had completely sobered up, pranced and sat up from the bed. Of course it's true. Didn't Mo bring Hao home yesterday? My parents were there, and then they asked about Hao's conditions. Feng Lina had already called her mom in the morning to ask for confirmation, and received an affirmative answer. No, what are you excited about? The rich man is someone else. Ho, not you. Feng Lina hadn't even finished her narration yet, when she realized that the corners of her boyfriend's mouth were smiling like a crooked-lipped war god, and she couldn't suppress it at all. Shallow, isn't it? You don't even understand my relationship with Ho. You've seen The Richest Man in West Rainbow City, right? Lu Zifeng asked with a dejected face. Of course I've seen it. Von Lina nodded. Now how is Wang Duoyu? As for me, I'm the one beside Wang Duoyu, you know? Lu Zifeng spread his hands. Feng Lina, on the other hand, gave him a blank look. Someone beside Wang Duoyu? Big smart? Lu Zifeng said indignantly. How can I be a great smart? Zhuang Chang, Manager Zhuang, Wang Duoyu diehard, so yeah, no more of this pussy class. Lu Zifeng laid down on the bed again, then took his cell phone and prepared to give his multi-millionaire brother a call to ask if he was needed to help manage the company or something. Are you going to call Ho? Seeing this, Feng Lina came over to her boyfriend's side. What's wrong? Then you mentioned to How, by the way, do you want to buy a Porsche? I haven't even started this month, Feng Lina said with a smile. Okay, then I'll ask in passing. After saying that, Lu Zifeng dialed Yang Hao's phone, but no one answered for quite a while. He's still awake. No one answered the phone, so Lu Zifeng could only hang up for the time being. That's not right. Hao has to send Ruwashi to school. It's early in the morning. Lu Zifeng muttered under his breath, and after a while, he put the call through again, and this time it was finally connected. Ho, what are you busy with? Why don't you answer the phone early in the morning? What? Fix the hood? You're a multimillionaire and you're doing this kind of work? Lu Zifeng, who heard the reply, couldn't help but spit out a sentence. It looks like brother's identity has been exposed. Yang Hao's voice came from the phone. Brother Hao, do you have a second master like Wang Duoyu who inherited a large inheritance? Lu Zifeng asked curiously. Well, almost. Yang Hao was worried that he had no reason to explain his wealth, but his good brother helped him find a good excuse. Indeed, bullish. Lu Zifeng sighed with emotion, then asked, Brother Hao, then what will I go to work? What class? To work at your company. Brothers this full of talent, full of wisdom. Go to your company as a CEO is not too much, Lu Zifeng said in a very smelly manner. Yang Hao on the other end of the phone was speechless. I don't have a company at all. Lu Zifeng was stunned and depressed. Brother Hao, how could you, a multimillionaire, not have a company? It's not scientific. Yang Hao was speechless, and he wondered why Hang Daddy hadn't arranged a company for him yet. Lie down for a while longer, you lying dragon, when I ask you to come out. Yang Hao flirted with the idea that based on the pace in the game, there was still quite a lot of company and whatnot after the main quest progression started. Lu Zifeng is his own person, so he is naturally at ease with using it. And there are two kinds of people are indispensable to do business. One is the loyal own people, and the other is the super capable executor. Lu Zifeng belongs to the former, but also has not bad ability. Otherwise it is not possible to become a sales manager and deputy store manager of an Audi 4 store. Ho, do you have a need to buy a car lately? If there is, you can call me. Seeing Lu Zifeng shutting up about his request, Feng Lina couldn't help but interject. Anyway, she had gotten acquainted with Yang Hao yesterday. Nana's there too. You sell Porsches, right? Feng Lina's words really moved Yang Hao, who was wondering what gift to give to Manny Lee. It's just that the Porsche is a bit ostentatious, so I don't know if Manny Lee will like it. Yeah, it's a Porsche. Feng Lina nodded her head repeatedly. If Brother Hao buys a car, I'll make sure to minimize the discount. Brother Peak, do you mind if I add your girlfriend's WeChat? Yesterday, although the two of them had already gotten acquainted, Yang Hao did not add Feng Lina's Weibo, because it's kind of a basic moral obligation of brotherly interaction not to add your brother's girlfriend's microphone, especially the kind you haven't seen a few times. If your brother is very proactive about adding your girlfriend's tweets, it's time to pay attention to the top of the head. So at this moment, even if there was something to add, Yang Hao had to say hello to his brother. End of chapter 82. Meng Chacha and Li Manchu, Hanshin Mercedes-Benz 4 store. Meng Yuyu and Yu Lily just entered the store. The receptionist warmly greeted them. Are the two beauties looking for a car? Carry the car. Meng Yuyu returned directly. What's your name, miss? Spare me your last name. Meng. The female receptionist immediately checked the booking information and then said with a smile, MS. Meng Yuyu, right? Right. Meng Yuyu nodded slightly. The Mercedes-Benz GLC 300L you bought is already at the delivery center. I'll call the sales responsible for you over. Wait a moment in the rest area for both of you. The receptionist enthusiastically brought the two of them to the VIP lounge area, and then brought coffee as well as some small snacks before going to call out to the people. It turns out that Brother Yang ordered a Mercedes-Benz GLC. This car seems to cost more than $500,000 on the ground for the high-end. Yu Lily couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. After she learned that Yang Hao promised to buy a Mercedes-Benz for Meng Yuyu, she made a special effort to learn about the models of Mercedes-Benz for sale and knew the approximate price of the Mercedes-Benz GLC, which currently has two models, the GLC 260L and the GLC 300L, with the 260L landing at more than $400,000, and the 300L's luxury version costing more than $500,000. When I came to you, Lily also thought of the car will not appear any accident. Now it seems that there is no accident. The car is already there waiting to be delivered. So this moment she also only envy the part. Brother Yang is really generous. Yu Lily once again emoted. He said he bought a mobility scooter. Meng Yuyu smiled and shook her head. She had thought that the substitute car Yang Hao was talking about was the Mercedes-Benz C-Class, because the C-Class is cheaper. It's now under $300. 000 on the low end of the floor. It turns out that the mobility scooters people are talking about are in the $500,000 class. After the two chatted for a while, a female salesman in work clothes came over with a smile on her face. MS. Meng, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I'll take you to inspect the car now. Okay. Meng Yu nodded and followed this saleswoman to the delivery center. The car is a classic white color. Meng Yu followed the process learned from the internet to carefully check the soon-to-be-owned Mercedes-Benz. Yu Lily assisted from the sidelines with envy in her eyes. A kilometer or so from the Hangshin Mercedes-Benz 4S store is the Porsche 4S store where Lena Feng works. Not long after she arrived at the store, Yang Hao arrived. Since she knew that Yang Hao was coming, Feng Lena had already waited at the door. When she saw Yang Hao yesterday, she more or less still had a bit of a condescending mentality. After all, according to Lu Zifeng's description, this Hao was quite miserable, whereas today the mentality was completely reversed. She had become one of looking up. Brother Hao, what car do you want to see? I'll introduce you, Feng Lena said as she accompanied Yang Hao towards the store. Yang Hao, on the other hand, waved his hand. No need to look. Want a Cayenne? Red. Buyer's identity information. I send you microblogging. A moment I pay the full amount. Do the formalities on the license plate and so on. You hard. Ha? Feng Lena was stunned before reacting to the fact that her boyfriend's rich brother was actually here to pay for something. You can deliver the car, right? Yang Hao then asked. He was on a tight schedule today, and he had to clock in at the fitness center later. In the afternoon it was a date with the old staff of Yangji Hotpot. Yes. Then wait for me in the rest area, Feng Lena said and shouted over the store's reception to help greet Yang Hao, while she herself went to get the contract. Nana, what's going on with that client of yours? Is this an immediate contract? Xiao Wenwei, Feng Lena's colleague, came to her side and asked curiously. Not really a client, a friend, just coming over to pay a bill. Feng Lena smiled back. She was in a good mood, and when Lu Zifeng called in the morning she just had a jujube or no jujube to hit. I didn't expect Yang Hao to really come, and it was so painful. Nana, your friend is so rich. What's the origin? Is it single? Xiao Wenwei was instantly interested. Porsche claimed to sell a car to lose a female sales, although this is an exaggerated element, but also from the side of the Porsche saleswomen evening the probability of big money is indeed not small. Of course these female sales rarely have a proper palace, basically are kept outside, and many of the end is not very good, but this still does not stop these female sales dreaming of the mansion. In fact, female sales of such luxury brands are the most easily objectified group because they come into contact with rich people every day, and over time, their values will be affected. They are in a bit of a state like that leather strap with the hairy crabs tied to it, and after a while they think they can sell them for a hairy crab price too. Don't think about it, he's my cousin's boyfriend, Von Lena casually replied back. Fertilizer does not flow to outsiders, although yesterday Guan Meng and Yang Hao's relationship was fake, but she felt that with her cousin's condition to work hard, it is not impossible to have a chance. As for this co-worker, she doesn't deserve it. So, Xiao Wenwei was a bit disappointed, but her eyes still drifted to the rest area from time to time. Boyfriends only, married can be divorced it. There is an opportunity to still contact. Feng Lena took the contract and returned to the rest area. Brother Hao, the price I have given you to do the lowest. The current Cayenne's maximum discount is 100,000, so there is no way to press down on the price of the car, but you can try to make up for the giveaways to make up for it. Since people had come over to give themselves a boost, Feng Lena was also very sincere and gave the lowest price within her purview, not needing Yang Hao to cut the price any further. Well, just work out a total. Yang Hao nodded. The heart is still a little saddened. Once the price increase to pick up the car Cayenne is now preferential 10, previously thought not dare to think. The prices of these foreign luxury car brands have been knocked down, and the rise of domestic cars has been credited. Right now not only is the Cayenne getting a price cut, but even the Mercedes-Benz G500, which used to have a price increase of hundreds of thousands of dollars before you could pick up a car, is getting a discount. Lena Feng did the math, and the final package landed at $928,000. See this price. Yang Hao in a burst of emotion. Once the infinite scenery of the Cayenne, now landed less than $1 million. To know that this car 10 years ago the price is more than $1 million. See this car at the time of the profit is how amazing. Yang Hao swiped his card, then walked straight away, leaving the rest to Feng Lena. Nana, your cousin's boyfriend is too trenchant. It took less than 10 minutes to buy a Cayenne before and after. After Yang Hao left, Xiao Wenwei came back to Feng Lena and lamented. Well, people aren't bad. Actually, Feng Lena was quite shocked. After all, hearing about it and seeing it for herself were two different things. What shocked her even more was the name of this Cayenne settler. She remembered that her cousin Guan Mengmeng and Yang Hao's ex-wife were at loggerheads yesterday at the Western restaurant. After leaving the Western restaurant, Lu Zifeng mentioned the name of Yang Hao's ex-wife a few times, and the other party was called Li Manchu. And the name of this Portia Kayan to settle on is Manny Li. Unsurprisingly, these would be the sisters. Feeling as if she had eaten a shocking melon, Feng Lina went to an unoccupied corner and called her boyfriend Lu Zifeng. "Ho bought a Kayan from me. Oh, worthy of my multi-millionaire brother. This is really developed." That's not the point. The point is that the vehicle settler's name is Manny Li. Do you know this person? Manny Li? That's Ho's sister-in-law. No, ex-sister-in-law to be exact. True enough. Feng Lina showed an expression of a big melon coming true. A man divorces his wife, but throws money at his sister-in-law to buy her a luxury car. The plot is horrible. The more you think about it, the more bloodshed there is. Asterisk 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 asterisk. My brother is playing a very new game. Lu Zifeng's shocked voice came from the phone. Ha, man. Feng Lina hung up the phone, thinking to herself that she would have to tell her cousin about this situation sometime. This seemingly down-to-earth and reliable Ho seems to be a sister-taking scum behind his back. Yang Hao really cannot think of what gift to send Li Manny. Just Feng Lina mentioned on the phone to buy a car to find her. Then simply buy a car. 2 days ago in the Li Manny side of the dinner, Su Wenxian seems to have mentioned a mouth said Li Manny their newspaper bus is insufficient. Many times Li Manny run news have to take a taxi. Although you can reimbursement, but also inconvenient. If you have a car, the newspaper also reimbursement of $1,500 per month gasoline costs. So Yang Hao thought that sending a car to Manny Li should be useful. As for the degree of surprise, Porsche Cayenne how to say is also a million luxury car. The girl should like it, even if Li Manny does not worship gold. Should not affect her love for this car. The other side, Meng Yuyu has already driven the brand new Mercedes GLC. She's such a novice female driver on the road is still relatively nervous, driving very slowly, but it didn't dampen her wonderful mood, especially the three-forked star emblem on the steering wheel, which she could never resist touching while waiting for a red light. Then you will remember the blessing shouted by the salesman during the handover ceremony. Congratulations on becoming the owner of the honored Mercedes-Benz, and may the three-forked star shine on your future and career. Women love the ritual, and nowadays, 4 stores are also very considerate, not only ceremonial when handing over the car, but also provide photo as well as shooting video services. Meng Yuyu has already sent the video of the delivery to Yang Hao at the first time, and while informing that she has mentioned the car, she comes with a wave of sappy thanks. At this moment sitting in the co-pilot Yu Lily took a few selfies, ready to send a circle of friends who accompanied their girlfriends to mention their favorite cars, and pretend to be a second-hand B. Jade, where are we going now? Yu Lily asked as she PD'd the picture she was going to send to her friends. Go to a design company called Visual Decoration and Decoration. I have an appointment with their designer. Meng Yuyu responded with her eyes forward. Is this about Yang's mansion? Didn't I remember that you said you were going to make some kind of video about listening to Persuasion Stream? Yu Lily was puzzled. This is not a conflict. And listen to advice is just a gimmick. So big house cannot all listen to the internet. Occasionally adopt 1 or 2 feasible suggestions on the line. Also Yu Lily nodded her head, thinking that what her best friend said was quite reasonable. Soon they arrived at the design company called Visual Decoration. In a negotiation room, Meng Yuyu met the designer Amy, who had added the microblogging, and she also brought an assistant named Li Manchu. There's another chapter around 12. Thank you to the big guys who voted. End of chapter. 83, Li Manchu to Nebula Bay. Amy's Chinese name is Ai Wing Yi, is the design director of Visual Decor and Decoration, a native of Harbor City. Li Manchu was transferred to this company, temporarily working as an assistant to Amy. For her this is a very good opportunity, because this Amy is considered to be a very senior designer in the industry. Follow her is able to learn things. Taking a step back, even if you don't learn anything, you can brush up your resume and it's a very rare work experience. After entering the negotiation room, both sides politely said a few words, and then got down to business. Ms. Meng, here's my fee quote, you can look through it first. Ai Romy first handed Meng Yuyu a quotation sheet, which had her personal resume as well as the design fee quotation. For a flat floor, it's $380 per square meter. For villas, it's $460 per square meter. This rate is quite reasonable and quite a bit cheaper than the big established designers, but even then, it's going to cost about $260,000 to design a 688 square foot house. But now Meng Yuyu is bottomless. Yang Hao but let her spend according to the 20 million budget. $260,000 design fee is just a drop in the bucket. Ms. Meng, is your house in any condition? When Meng Yuyu finished reading the quotation, Ai Youngyi opened her mouth and asked, flat floor, 688 square feet. Meng Yuyu put down the quotation in her hand and faintly returned. And after hearing her reply, Li Manchu, who was taking notes on the side, was shocked as she subconsciously asked, "Is it Nebula Bay?" "Aha." Meng Yuyu nodded her head, then glanced at Li Manchu. The other party could tell the name of the neighborhood just by the square meters of the house, which was considered professional. While Li Manchu was full of envy when she looked at Meng Yuyu again, she had just swiped that Nebula Bay repossession blog 2 days ago, and sent a private message to that tycoon. But unfortunately, the other party didn't take care of her. At the time, she wondered what a rich man of that caliber would have to look like with a woman by his side. Now really see, in front of this beautiful young girl is the owner of Nebula Bay. Same woman. How come people's lives are so good? Li Manchu silently lamented in her heart, and AI Rongi's face burst into a big smile when she heard about the house. Nebula Bay. 688 SQ. FT. That's a big order. Not only that, but it would be an endorsement of her ability to take this order. After all, in AI Rongi's opinion, it was unlikely that a tycoon of this caliber would come to only one of their design companies. MS. Meng, I have many large household design cases on my side, so you can take a look first. Manchu, put up the projection. AI Rongi commanded. Then Li Manchu first pulled the curtains of the negotiation room, and then turned on the projector, and began to broadcast examples of design works. Ariel stood in front of the curtain and went through each style. The process lasted almost an hour and was a sellout. MS. Meng, if you have any questions or requests, you can mention them. The lecture ended, and AI Wingy resumed her seat across from Meng Yuyu. All I ask is one word. Fast. If I use your company, how long will it take to come up with a design? Meng Yuyu, who was Party A's father, asked in a scrutinizing stance. A week. Ronnie AI had wanted to say 10 days, but the other party made the request to be quick, and she took the initiative to cut it down to 3 days again. Take an extra shift. 5 days. We'll sign the contract right away if we can. Meng Yuyu cut out 2 more days. She didn't want to waste too much time on design. This, AI Youngie hesitated slightly, then gritted her teeth. Alright, however, I need to go to the field to take measurements as soon as possible, otherwise there's no way to start the follow-up work. That's no problem. I'll take you there after I sign the contract. Okay, deal. AI Rongi stood up from her seat, then extended her right hand with a smile on her face. Happy cooperation. Meng Yuyu shook hands with the designer, who spoke of Hong Kong Poo. The two parties then signed a contract, and Meng Yuyu paid a quarter of the design fee as a deposit. Signed the contract. The 4 of them left the office together, ready to head to Nebula Bay. Ariel has her own car, a Tesla Model. Coincidentally, her car was parked right next to Meng Yuyu's Mercedes GLC. When Li Manchu saw this young and beautiful Nebula Bay owner sitting in the brand new Mercedes, she could not help but feel another wave of envy. Manchu, do you guess that this MS. Meng is the main palace? Inside the Tesla Model, AI Rongi asked with a smile on her face. The design director is quite nosy. I suppose so. Li Manchu felt that Meng Yuyu's overall quality was still quite good, and she was also gentle, so she should be the type that a rich man would like. You guessed wrong. Odds are not, AI Rongi said with a grin. Why? Li Manchu asked in disbelief. First of all, she doesn't have a wedding ring on her finger. Secondly, throughout the entire conversation, she never used words like my husband or my husband. Then there's the temperament. She doesn't have that kind of temperament that only a proper palace has. I've seen many broad wives. That kind of aura that emanates from the inside out is something she doesn't have. Ariel gave 3 reasons. Amy-san, you're amazing. You can see that. Li Manchu's words weren't really ass-kissing. She hadn't thought of a single one of them. It's natural to tell the difference when you've seen a lot. But she's a rich man, with a budget of $20 million for the decorations alone. Ariel let out a sigh of relief. That house is going to be another $40 million or so. That means he invested $60 million in this house alone. This kind of person should be a billionaire. Li Manchu speculated. That's for sure. Must be worth a couple $100 million at least. This rich man's world is really beyond our comprehension. AI Rongi shook her head. The more she came into contact with rich people, the more she would voice out such sentiments. Inside the Mercedes-Benz GLC, the design fee alone is over $260,000. Isn't that too expensive? Lily is still in the poor man's mindset. She thinks that a design that costs $260,000 is a money grab. Is it expensive? Hearing her say that, Meng Yuyu couldn't help but laugh. Do you know how much of a budget Brother Yang gave me? How much? Lily asked curiously. Take a guess. Meng Yuyu wasn't in a hurry to give an answer. 2 million? Lily is still confined in the poor people's thinking. In her opinion, as soft furnishings, 2 million is already a sky-high price. Actually, she wanted to say 1 million, but since Meng Yuyu had asked her to guess, she thought the budget should be very high. so she said an extra million. And hearing this figure, Meng Yuyu laughed again. Lily, let me tell you, I went and bought 3 beds as well as 3 mattresses yesterday, and spent a total of $2.4 million. What? You Lily thought she heard wrong. Her eyes steeply widened and her eyeballs were about to fall out of their sockets. Meng Cha-Cha was pleased with the plastic BFF's reaction. That's what relationships like girlfriends do sometimes. Have someone to cheer on while you're acting the fool. Who else is it pretending to be? 3 beds and mattresses for $2.4 million? Made of gold? You Lily's eyes were full of incredulity. It's my first time buying something so expensive too. The main reason is that the budget given by Brother Yang is too much. And I don't know how I'll be able to spend it all if I don't spend it like this. As the words fell, this Meng Cha-Cha also sighed rather sadly, making a distressed appearance. You Lily didn't have the heart to spit out her plastic best friend's pretentious behavior at this moment. She only wanted to know how much of a budget that godly Yang had given. So, what exactly is Yang's budget? It just happened to be a red light at this moment, and the rookie driver, Meng Cha-Cha, smiled and stretched out 2 fingers, then said faintly, $20 million. You Lily didn't tense up and directly exploded. She kind of regretted transferring today. She'd been getting all kinds of blasts from this plastic BFF since the morning in the presidential suite. However, it was an insightful experience. As she entered the presidential suite for the first time, took a lot of pictures, and dabbled in a luxurious breakfast in the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel. Then she experienced the whole process of picking up a Mercedes-Benz, and now she's about to see the 688 sq ft mansion in Nebula Bay. Well, it's worth it to take a few blows, seeing as how you can play secondhand B. Yang gave you all $20 million? You Lily calmed down and asked again. That's not true. Yesterday he transferred $5 million to me, saying that he would tell him when he finished spending it. I still have half of it left here. Meng Yuyu gently shook her head. $5 million. You Lily rubbed her forehead. The numbers coming out of Meng Yuyu's mouth at this moment were all a bit magical for her. Yu Jiu, since Brother Yang gave you the decoration and a budget of $20 million, you're perfectly capable of making money. It's not like Brother Yang is going to go through every single one of your purchases in detail, Yu Lily said with bright eyes as if she had discovered some way to make money. Upon hearing this, Meng Yuyu glanced at this plastic BFF and couldn't help but spit out in her heart. You, that's all the pattern you have. Spitting so in her heart, she said with her mouth. Big Brother Yang is doing this because he trusts me. I can't let down his trust. Jade, you're so stupid. What trust? It's the money that comes to you that's real. Unfortunately, I don't have such a chance. Yu Lily sighed regretfully. Meng Yuyu, on the other hand, was disdainful in her heart, so she didn't continue the topic. Soon the 2 cars arrived at the Nebula Bay. Meng Yuyu, this car did not record the license plate, cannot go down to the basement, can only be parked in the parking space outside the community first. Then a group of 4 entered the neighborhood through the main gate. Wow, the greenery is too good to be true. It's like a park. Walking in the park full of green, Yu Lily cannot help but emit feelings. It's real good. Li Manchu subconsciously nodded her head in agreement. This was also the first time she entered this legendary Nebula Bay, and the internal environment was far beyond her imagination. In fact, such a large area of the park obviously can build 2 or 3 more buildings, but the developer just did not build, but the spacing between the buildings to 100 meters, so that the residents of the lower floors do not have to worry about the problem of lighting, and the park's greening rate of up to 70%. That's why it's expensive for a reason. Rich people aren't cuties. There is always something unique about what they are willing to pay for. End of chapter 85. Shelf summary. Thank you, gentlemen. Report back to you, gentlemen, of the 18 centimeters with the results. This book has over 5,000 subscriptions since it hit the shelves, which may not be much for the big guns, but this achievement is the best record of my book writing career. Far exceeded my expectations. Take a deep bow. Thank you to every subscriber, rewarder, and voting big guy. I don't know if the back of this subscription will hold up, but at least it's off to a perfect start for me. But beyond the expected results, but also brought the pressure that has not been felt. Code words like walking on thin ice, afraid of writing collapse, afraid of being scolded, afraid to let down the expectations of everyone. So my already handicapped yard work has gotten even slower, but really tried my best, and I updated 27,000 words on the 7th and 13,000 words on the 8th, with pictures to prove it. If you convert that to 2,000 word chapters, that's almost 20 chapters in 2 days, which isn't really that little. And then according to the rules of adding more as promised when it hit the shelves, the monthly votes are now going to add 11 chapters, and the rewards are going to add 1 chapter, for a total of 12 chapters. Just paid off 1 chapter, still owe 11 chapters. We'll pay it off as soon as possible based on the guaranteed update of 8,000 words. Definitely try to get more as much as I can anyway. Poor S don't deserve a break. And then, once again, Thank you to all the 18 centimeters gentlemen. You guys are the most awesome. Go another wave if you have a monthly vote to top me off. Take a bow again. Here is the breakdown of the rewards for the past 2 days. Thank you all. Please forgive me if I've missed out on any of the digital bookworms who didn't count them. 10,000 coins. Summer Waiting Prophecy, 5,200 coins. Nandong Battle Gothic, 5,100 coins. Watching the Snow at the Head of Luoyang City, Mudlan Shenzhen, Black Coffee is Not Americano, 5,000 coins. It's hard to come up with a nickname, 2,500 coins. Nightmare Bodyguard, Shan 6, 2,000 coins. Extra Credit Accounting Method, Sfifu, 1,500 coins. Nanchuryu, Chasing Lemons, Bebe Super Loves Learning, 1,000 coins. Jiangdong People, The Gods Will Always Be Promised, Book Shortage 886, Su Laomai, Back to the Room to Sleep or Joe Fat Paper, 500 coins. 233 coins. Ryu Star Soul, 222 coins. Zisha Rhapsody, That Summer's Cicadas, Mingyue Palace Lord, QWR 5883, All Day Long It Snows, 200 pounds of bookworms, Grinding Teeth Cookies 129, Like Snow per Thousand Floating, Pig Defeat, 100 coins. End of chapter. 84. To be a stepmother at a young age. It wasn't the first time Ronnie AI had come to Nebula Bay. She'd had a previous client from Nebula Bay, but the other was a 400 square foot home. 688 square feet of this house type is also her first time to see. From a designer's point of view, she is still quite looking forward to see the structure of this house type. As the group entered the gilded entry lobby, Yu Lily and Li Manchu could not help but feel another burst of emotion. Meng Cha-Cha's vanity, on the other hand, was once again satisfied, and she loved this feeling of being envied, or even jealous. Entering the elevator, Meng Yuyu pressed the number 28. For her part, Li Manchu, who saw this scene, her pupils shrunk slightly, and the image of Meng Yuyu pressing the elevator immediately overlapped with the repossession blog she had swiped 2 days ago. So that rich guy is her? No, it was the man behind her. I said, why does this MS Meng look a little familiar? But it turns out she's the fitness trainer who appeared in that rich guy's weight loss vlog. So, is she a fitness instructor on top? A large amount of information flooded into Li Manchu's mind. And she also thought of her best friend Taoing, who told her yesterday that she had time to go to an upscale fitness center to get a membership card, and that it was possible to meet high-quality men there. Looks like the BFF was right. If this MS Meng really did rise to the top from being a fitness instructor, that would complete the class leap, so to speak. Just as Li Manchu was rambling, the elevator arrived. The scene in front of her was really the same as what she saw in the video, only that the video narrowed down the spatial feeling. In fact, this corridor from the elevator to the entrance door was very spacious. It had to be 40 or 50 square feet, equivalent to the entire area of the house that Li Manchu bought. However, this is only considered to be floor space. MS Meng, do you need a design done here? In AI Romi's opinion, this area is all about money. And anyway, with this type of one-staircase household, the floor area is private. Yes, Meng Yuyu nodded. She was thinking before about how to decorate this space coming out of the elevator. Otherwise it would look rather empty. Okay, AI Youngie nodded and added to Li Manchu beside her. Don't forget this place when you're mapping in a while. Aha. Returning to her senses, Li Manchu agreed repeatedly. While talking, the four of them had already walked to the entry door. Last night Yang Hao had recorded Meng Yuyu's face and fingerprints, so she just swept her face and the door opened. Although she had already been here several times, this time Meng Cha-Cha's mood was different again. With Yu Lily, her plastic best friend, and 2 outsiders by her side, she was the hostess for once. The feeling of superiority of the owners of Nebula Bay is overwhelming, and after seeing the interior, Li Manchu was even more certain that this house was the one she had swiped from Fast Sound. Just watching the video and seeing it in the flesh were 2 completely different experiences, and it was only when she stood in the house that she could get a sense of how big it really was. Yu Lily couldn't wait to walk to the middle of the living room, looked around, and then exclaimed, "It's true that poverty limits my imagination." And looking at this set of her dream house, Li Manchu had nothing but envy in her heart. She suddenly remembered that her ex-husband Yang Hao, after opening his 5th hot pot restaurant, had also said with great pride that he would one day buy a house in Nebula Bay. She had visions of her own at the time. Now that I think about it, it's just ridiculous. With a couple of hot pot restaurants, how can I afford a house in Nebula Bay? MS Meng, I swiped a Nebula Bay repossession blog on Fast Sound. Did you shoot it? Li Manchu came over to Meng Yuyu's side and took the initiative to climb up. Ha! You swiped into that video. Meng Yuyu looked at the designer assistant she had just met with some surprise, not expecting the other party to recognize the house through that video. Being a designer, I would pay special attention to houses. Li Manchu made up a reason. The main reason she brushed it off was because she had been looking at houses a while ago. Can recognize because of her desire for a mansion. That repossession vault she read no less than 10 times, even when she is in a bad mood will turn out to look at it, and then to give themselves a cheer. As long as the effort to find the right person, it is possible that one day they will be able to live in such a mansion. The video was filmed for fun. In fact, it was mainly to document the weight loss process, and I didn't realize that video was kinda hot. Meng Yuyu smiled back. MS. Meng is truly blessed. Having a husband like that. Lee Manchu's eyes were full of envious emotion. Although AI Romy had already analyzed that the probability that this Miss Meng was not the main palace, but driving a Mercedes and living in a mansion like this, does it matter if it's the main house or not? She'd be willing to switch to Lee Manchu anyway. I'm afraid that the rich man will think she's old. I can't think of myself that way, and I'm only 28. Still young. Lee Manchu hurriedly encouraged herself with a wave of self-motivation in her heart. Next, Meng Yuyu led AI Yangi and Lee Manchu to carefully visit each room. MS. Meng, is the second bedroom for a princess room? When she visited the second bedroom, Ariel opened her mouth to ask, because now this bedroom has been set up with a pink princess bed, and even the mattress package has a cartoon design on it. Yes, this room is the princess room. Meng Yuyu nodded her head repeatedly, and then instructed, Director AI, you need to put more effort into this room. I'm going to put a lot of effort into not just this room, but the whole design. AI Rongi smiled and spoke in a dripping manner. Does MS. Meng already have a child? It's not visible at all. Lee Manchu said rather surprised. Oh, there's a 5-year-old daughter. Meng Yuyu replied without hesitation. She couldn't tell people that she actually wanted to be a stepmother to her little girl. Anyway, it's just two outsiders. It doesn't matter what they say. Lee Manchu's heart slightly moved. Suddenly thought of Ruwashi, but she will not mention to the public now that she has had a child. And if others ask about it, at most it will be a short marriage without children. After all, a woman who had given birth to a child would be even less marketable, and she couldn't convey this message to the outside world that she had given birth to a child, or how else could she fish? MS. Meng has kept her figure really well, AI Rong-yi lamented, but in fact has seen through everything. No surprise that this MS. Meng is the stepmother, and may not be the stepmother has already been on the throne. Manchu, let's get to work. The location of the dormer windows in the master and princess bedrooms will need to be measured with a ruler, and the instrumentation may not be accurate. After roughly looking at the entire house, AI Yongi greeted Lee Manchu and officially started work. Nowadays, designers no longer need to use a meter stick to measure the distance a little bit. There are professional instruments. The measurement of the data is more accurate. However, the edges and corners still need to be measured by hand to avoid any deviation, such as the two floating windows mentioned by AI Wing Yi, which are complicated by the fact that they are both 270-degree loops. Next, the two men began setting up instruments to record various data. Meng Yuyu didn't disturb the two men's work and went to chat with Yu Lily, who was taking pictures while touring the house. Yu, I finally understand why you're so attached to Yang. Sure enough, it pays to give. Yu Lily heartily sighed with emotion. Before she had felt that her plastic best friend was too humble. What kind of man would you go so knee-deep in? Now she understood. If a man buys her a $500,000 Mercedes and lets her live in a mansion like this, not to mention kneeling and licking, how can she lick? The main attraction is a fancy one. Give you the feeling of being at home. Jade, did you say the bed and mattress that you bought for over $2 million is the one that's in the house now? Yu Lily asked again. Yes. Meng Yuyu nodded. It doesn't look like anything special. Why is it so expensive? The two are now in the master bedroom window position. Yu Lily just hears selfie to come. Can shoot the river view. Very out of the film. As she spoke, she walked over to the king-size bed in the master bedroom and reached out to press the mattress on it. Gee, this mattress bounces back nicely and feels super cozy. Yu Lily felt the difference in the mattress after she got her hands on it. This mattress is equivalent to a Mercedes-Benz. Of course it's comfortable. Meng Yuyu shrugged lightly. Rich people really don't take money for granted. Yu Lily once again let out a sigh of relief as she reached out and pressed again, and suddenly said, this mattress is a bit dirty. As if it's rubbed up against something dirty? Upon hearing this, Meng Yuyu instantly blushed, immediately thinking of last night's experience. It was in this bed that she offered herself. The mattress was unopened and protected by plastic wrap on it, though, so it was clean when she wiped it down after yesterday. Now that I think about it, I think I was in a hurry last night when I wiped it down and didn't wipe it down. It's inevitable that something will stick to the mattress when it's being shipped. It's fine. The protective film hasn't been removed yet. Come on, let's go to the balcony and take pictures. Meng Yuyu forcibly took Yu Lily away from the master bedroom to avoid being busted by this plastic BFF. It's not much of a thing, but it's always a little awkward. I still want to try that mattress. Hundreds of thousands of mattresses. They can buy a house in a more remote place. Yu Lily is still a little bit in love with it. Brother Yang hasn't even tried yet. Are you good enough? Although Meng Yuyu's words were an excuse, She was also reminding you Lily to have a sense of boundaries in her actions. You visit someone's home. Just look around. Sit on the couch at most. Do you have to roll around in their bed? People don't mind if you're dirty. The other side. Ai Rong-yi, the designer who liked to chat about gossip, was gossiping with Lee Man-shu again. She lowered her voice and asked, Man-shu, do you believe that Ms. Meng is the one who was given birth to a child? You mean, she's actually a stepmother? Lee Man-shu had actually thought of it, because Meng Yu looked like she was in her early 20s, no more than 25 at most. The probability of having a 5-year-old at her age was not high. After all, they all married late nowadays. Unsurprisingly, it's a little stepmother who wants to get to the top. Didn't you hear her specifically explain that she's going to work on the princess room? Which is pleasing to other people's daughters. Ariel analyzed in a whisper. That's really true when you hear it from Amy-san. Alas, young girls nowadays can be really realistic, willing to be stepmothers for money at a young age. Lee Man-shu lamented in a low voice. Hearing that, Ai Rong-yi but laughed. She looked at Lee Man-shu and teased. Man-shu, you are also very pretty. If the owner of this house takes the initiative to pursue you, then would you agree? Me? Lee Man-shu was slightly stunned. Then she remembered that she had taken the initiative to send a private message and photo to the other party. So is the answer even a question? However, it was impossible for her to tell the truth when dealing with this superior, and she gently shook her head. That depends on whether or not there's an I, Yuan. End of chapter. 85. Light in front of the bed. More soup in the hot pot. Maki hot pot. It's Monday, and business is slow at this hot pot restaurant that opened on Nebula Commercial Street. The waiter, Gao Xiaoliang, is standing at the bar, looking ready to welcome customers, but actually chatting with the female cashier. At this time, a customer came to the door. Gao Xiaoliang said welcome, and then froze for a moment. Sister Meizhu, what a coincidence. The person who enters the store is none other than Su Meizhu, and Gao Xiaoliang used to be a waiter at Yangji Hot Pot, working under Su Meizhu. It's Rio, doing it here? Su Meizhu also recognized Gao Xiaoliang, but seeing each other here is not much of a surprise. The waiter mobility is very large. Often this store to do a few months to change the next store. Been here most of the year. Ms. Mitsuru, how many on your side? Gao Xiaoliang warmly greeted. When he was working under Su Meizhu he also had fantasies about this beautiful store manager. But it was just a fantasy. He was a brat. People naturally do not see him. 15 to 18. There are 18 people in Yangji Hot Pot's micro-messaging group. 15 who have clearly stated that they will come, and 3 who are still to be determined. So many people. Is this a reunion? Gao Xiaoliang asked curiously. A gathering of old co-workers from Yangji Hot Pot. Your box here is big enough, right? Su Meizhu asked as she walked towards the bar. The biggest box upstairs can hold 20 people. It's enough. Gao Xiaoliang returned. Su Meizhu nodded, then scanned the QR code placed on the bar. Pre-deposit 3,000. More refunds. Okay, Sister Meizhu, I'll take you up. Gao Xiaoliang led the way in front, bringing Su Meizhu to the second floor box. This Maji Hot Pot is a split pot system. Each person a small pot. Go to the middle and high-end route. Per capita consumption in about 150 yuan. These 2 years the catering industry is very roll, like Maji Hot Pot, such as going to the middle and high-end route of the hot pot restaurant most of the loss-making state. Consumer downgrading is not just talk, and now a lot of hot pot restaurant to engage in the kind of 69, 79 sets of meals for 2 people. The per capita consumption of a few tens of dollars, and even the bottom of the sea last year's per capita consumption has been reduced to less than $100. Sister Mitsuru, do I recognize any of the people coming later? Gao Xiaoliang in Yangji Hot Pot dry for most of the year, but he arrived at the store when it was already the period of the mask, after 2 stores closed down. Yang, you must know. I'm not sure about the others. Su Meizhu casually returned a sentence. Yangji Hot Pot 5 stores it. In a moment to come to the crowd scattered in different stores. She naturally does not remember who knows Gao Xiaoliang. Yang will come too. Gao Xiaoliang was a bit surprised. He heard a colleague when Yangji Hot Pot said that their erstwhile boss had run away to send out. If he'd been in such a mess, he probably wouldn't have had the face to go to a party like this. Su Meizhu has nothing to talk to Gao Xiaoliang, who was not very familiar with her, so she casually struck up a few conversations and asked about other people in the group. Gao Xiaoliang returned to the first floor after serving tea as well as some small snacks. Rio, do you recognize that pretty girl just now? The female cashier asked curiously. I used to work as a store manager at a hot pot restaurant. By the way, remember that boss I was talking about? The one where the hot pot restaurant went out of business and went to deliver? Yes, that's him, and he'll be here later too. Then point him out to me when he gets here. I'd kinda like to see what he looks like when he goes from boss to delivery boy. What else can it be? Old man, compared to me is far from it. You are not unaware of my brother's power. Gao Xiaoliang squeezed his eyebrows, a face of dejection. And that's when the dominant-looking SUV suddenly pulled up to the front of the store, and the two men's eyes naturally looked over. Isn't that lookup you ate from BYD? Rich people. Gao Xiaoliang couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Men are mostly interested in cars, and so is Gao Xiaoliang, who bought the 7-handed Buick Escalade in the parking space outside the store for $20,000. It doesn't even come close to the Platoon, but it's already considered pretty in the group of waiters. Is this car expensive? The female cashier didn't recognize the car at all and asked curiously. It's over $1 million, much more expensive than our boss's Audi A6. And let me tell you this car also has a flotation mode. It's awesome. Gao Xiaoliang belonged to the kind of person who could look at the black car emperor for an hour or two if he had nothing to hold it. Don't look at himself on a 7-handed caddy, but on the internet with people on the line when the thief's slippery. All kinds of car parameters open mouth. In his keyboard what Mercedes C, BMW 3, Audi A4L are poor only to buy the car. After all, Fast Tone is a Ferrari per capita. This must be the owner of Nebula Bay. The female cashier eyes are full of admiration. Their store opened in the Nebula Bay with the construction of the commercial street, so some of the owners of the Nebula Bay will occasionally go to the store to eat. Those people are really rich. A bag on the back of the top of her year's salary. It should be. Gao Xiaoliang nodded his head, but his eyes stayed on that Rangoon U8. Before that he was watching video pictures on the internet, and it was the first time he saw an actual car so close. And just as he was admiring the $1 million luxury car with a face full of envy, the driver's door opened and a rather familiar figure walked down. Gao Xiaoliang's brain spun rapidly, always feeling that this man looked familiar. Suddenly, he slammed his head. Isn't this Brother Yang? That's right, it's Yang. Gao Xiaoliang was full of shock, and he couldn't help but curse that former colleague in his heart, Zhang Wei. Didn't he say that Yang had sent out? Have you ever seen a $1 million limousine delivery? Just when he was cursing the ex-colleague called Zhang Wei, Yang Hao had already pulled open the store door and walked in. Brother Yang, it's been a long time. Gao Xiaoliang adjusted his state and greeted with a smile on his face. You are? Yang Hao took a closer look at the man who took the initiative to greet him, and it took a while before he remembered that the other party was a waiter at one of his branches. That store was managed by Su Meizhu, and he rarely went there, so he didn't have a deep impression of Gao Xiaoliang. Brother Yang, I'm Gao Xiaoliang. I used to work at Young Ji Hotpot 5. Gao Xiaoliang introduced himself somewhat awkwardly. Oh, come to think of it. Yang Hao nodded and casually chatted with this former employee of his before going upstairs. Rio, this wouldn't be the delivery boss you were talking about, would it? After Yang Hao left, the female cashier asked. The information is a bit off. Gao Xiaoliang rubbed his hands awkwardly. Rio, you're not misinformed. You're outrageous. He's not delivering. He's driving $1 million luxury car, and he's quite handsome. Gao Xiaoliang skimmed his mouth, depressed and cursed, blamed that Zhang Wei for making rumors. Box. Su Meizhu was holding her cell phone and chatting with a few of her ex-colleagues who were on the road in the group. When she heard footsteps she subconsciously raised her head. Then she saw Yang Hao walking in with a smile on his face. Mitsuru, you're early. Yang Hao smiled and greeted. Seeing this former employee who had followed him for 10 years, Yang Hao still felt very kind. After all, she had followed him longer than even his ex-wife Li Manchu. Ho, thin and handsome. Su Meizhu stood up from her seat, a smile piled on her face. The memory of Yang Hao in her mind was still the last chance encounter at the barbecue restaurant, when Yang Hao was wearing kangaroo takeouts overalls, and Su Meizhu, who had been secretly in love with Yang Hao for many years, genuinely wished the other party well. So when she saw Yang Hao's wretched state, she was both saddened and heartbroken, and almost didn't shed a tear. This time, however, Yang Hao's state was vastly different from the last time. She felt that the spirited boss Hao was back, so she smiled from the bottom of her heart, happy for Yang Hao. Michiru, you've gotten prettier too. Yang Hao smiled and complimented. Su Meizhu's own looks weren't bad, although it wasn't how stunning, but it definitely belonged to the pretty one when placed in the crowd, and she was the type that was durable. At this moment, Su Meizhu had already taken off her jacket. The upper body was a white turtleneck sweater, and the lower body was paired with a pair of skinny jeans. A very simple pairing, but it suited her very well. Su Meizhu had the kind of long hair and a good figure, so much so that the strands of long hair that were draped in front created the effect of breast care hair, which was still very charming. Handsome, Meiling and the others are on their way as well. Su Meizhu was a little embarrassed by Yang Hao's boast and took the initiative to change the topic. Saw the group message. Yang Hao pulled a chair and sat down casually. Su Meizhu, on the other hand, poured him a cup of tea. Ruoshi, are you alright? Fine, alive and well. It's just that lately he's been brought down by a little fat kid who's always memorizing strange and crooked poems. Yang Hao picked up his teacup and shook his head rather helplessly. What kind of crooked poem? Su Meizhu was quite curious. For example, goose, goose, goose in an iron skillet. This, man-child. Su Meizhu laughed. But it's kinda fun. Is there anything else? There was another one yesterday. See for yourself. Yang Hao took out his cell phone and opened the chat dialog box with Li Manny. Ruwashi had been with Li Manny on Sunday, and during lunch the little girl showed her sister-in-law the ancient poems she had learned in kindergarten. Manny Li took a video and sent it to Yan Hao. It was that video that Yang Hao was going to show Su Meizhu now. I only saw Ruwashi sitting on the dining chair, waving her little hands while reciting, the bright moonlight in front of the bed. Add more soup to the hot pot, and cook the mutton to make it more flavorful to eat. After watching the video, Su Meizhu couldn't help but smile again. Ruwashi is still so cute. Starting to get it. Already knows how to be smelly. Mentioning his baby daughter, Yang Hao, an old father, had a loving smile in his eyes. After the two of them chatted for a while, the patriarchs of Yangji Hot Pot arrived one after another. Su Meizhu had thought that some people would be absent before, but it turned out that all of them had come. 18 people in the group, not one less. Everyone was an old acquaintance who hadn't seen each other for a long time, and the box was naturally very lively. As we laughed and talked, heat rose from each small pot. Ho, tell a few words. Yeah, it's hard for everyone to get together. Come on, give our boss a little applause. When the food was almost ready, Hao Xiaoshui and He Wei, who had been with Yang Hao for 6 or 7 years, began to lead the way. Yang Hao was going to say the same thing about opening a store, so he reached out and suppressed the rising waves of noise, and the box immediately quieted down. Calling everyone here today is actually business. I'm going to reopen Yangji Hot Pot. Yang Hao didn't sell the story and directly stated the purpose of calling the gathering. Now his card is still lying in the 10 million special funds to open the store. And when the store is opened, there is a hot pot store turnover double cashback. This is a welfare task given by the hanging father. Not gripping white bad gripping. Thanks to the 18-centimeter bigwigs for the reward. 2 more chapters in the evening. Booklover *** 4824100000 coins. Xiao, 1500 coins, 1000 coins, 666, 666 coins. Oddball fruit. Jelly, turning to read the original, Wang Yuqing, handsome explosion of the heavens, looking for the legend of the Netwolf, 500 coins. God Cat Leoli, 288 coins. Alcoholic user, 200 coins. Hufflepuff's gluttony shrimp, Spring Breeze sells pig's feet, Xiaodong is the most handsome, Alex_Zhu, Yen Shan, love to eat potato elbow tomato stir fry squid, 100 coins. End of chapter. 86. I want a new mom. Hearing Yang Hao's words, everyone was surprised. Even Su Meizhu was surprised. Although she knew that Yang Hao was ready to re-establish his business, she was already prepared for the hardship of starting from a small store. However, now Yang Hao is saying that he wants to reopen Yangji Hot Pot, knowing that the smallest store of Yangji Hot Pot has more than 100 square feet. To open a hot pot restaurant of such a large scale, the rent alone is a huge sum of money. The last time Su Meizhu saw Yang Hao, he was still delivering takeaways, so naturally she didn't think he could come up with that much money. Ho, where are you going to open the new store? After a brief moment of daze, Hao Xiaoshui asked tentatively. The rest of the crowd's eyes also fell on Yang Hao. This is a very important issue. The location of the store determines the size and positioning of this store. Hearing this question, Yang Hao slowly stood up from his seat, then walked over to the box window and waved at the crowd. Come all. The crowd was unsure, but they all came together anyway. In a crowd of puzzled gazes, Yang Hao pointed to a storeroom across the road that was in an unused state. The new store is right there. Ha, this? At those words, everyone was shocked, and an incredulous look appeared on their faces, because Yang Hao pointed out that the market room is very large. The visual estimate must have more than 100 square feet, upstairs and downstairs together at least more than 200 square feet, and this is Nebula Commercial Street. The rent is definitely expensive. The store would have cost over $1 million, if not 2 million, to open anyhow. When Yang Hao first set up Maji Hot Pot as the meeting place, it was for this moment now that he wanted the crowd to be able to directly see the store and have the most intuitive feeling. Ho, the rent here isn't cheap. Su Meizhu spoke up. I own the storefront, so there's no need to think about rent. Yang Hao's main focus today was one of sincerity, not selling out at all. However, this kind of sincerity has once again shocked everyone on the scene. Su Meizhu was even more shocked, small mouth are open. After all, the last time we met, Yang Hao is still in the deliveriate. It's just magic to have this big storefront house in the blink of an eye. The rest of the crowd was dumbfounded one by one. The reason why they came to this party was because of their previous love, but they didn't expect Yan Hao to give them such a big surprise. Ho, you're getting rich. Hao Xiaoshui, who had returned to his senses, let out a sigh of relief. An inquiry of sorts. Got lucky with a little inheritance. Yang Hao casually replied back and then gestured for the crowd to reseat themselves. When everyone was seated, he then continued, the upstairs and downstairs of this store add up to 300 square feet. So as long as you're willing, you can all come over and help me. Those who are able to sit here at this moment are all my own people. And the shortest have been with me for 3 or 4 years. Now that the days are better, I won't treat you all badly. Come back and help me run Yang Ji Hot Pot. And your wages will rise by 2,000 based on your current wages. Ha, 2,000. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A gasp of shock resounded within the box as everyone looked at Yang Hao incredulously. Some of these people are still waiters now, and some have changed careers. The better mix of Hao Xiaoshui and He Wei are already at the level of store manager, taking about 8,000 monthly salary. But whether it's a waitress with a salary of about 4,000 or a store manager with 8,000, a $2,000 increase in salary right out of the gate is very substantial. Especially since these people actually recognized Yang Hao as a person, or else they wouldn't have been able to follow him all along. Brother Hao, since you want to reopen the store, I am sure to follow you to do, but the salary is normal to give on the line. If the hot pot store in the future is profitable, then increase it. Hao Xiaoshui took the lead. Yeah, Brother Ho, you don't even need to dig us up with high salaries, just make a phone call and the brothers will follow you. He Wei opened his mouth to concur. That's right, we're all here for your character. Ho! I'll quit my job later and follow Brother Ho. Aha! I'll go back to quitting too. With 2 people leading the way, the crowd immediately took a stand, and all of them were of the type that didn't require a wage increase. Yang Hao swept his gaze over the crowd. His heart warmed. It seemed that he was quite successful as a boss, and had gained everyone's recognition, although the crowd might not really not want to raise their wages, but to be able to say such words was already righteous enough. Yang Hao waved his hand, signaling the crowd to be quiet, and then cursed with a laugh. Are you guys stepping on the horse without understanding the situation? I just said, now that times are better. I didn't get you guys back to suffer with me. The matter of wages is settled. Each person according to your current salary standard increased by 2,000. All no nonsense. Yang Hao took out his boss's majesty, though he reopened Yang Ki Hot Pot because Hang Daddy gave the welfare assignment. But his words just now also came from the bottom of his heart. He wasn't looking for these brothers and sisters to come back and suffer. Instead, it's about taking them flying. If it's a normal opening, blindly increasing wages, that must not work. But the problem is that this is not the normal mode of opening a store. Not to mention that the hanging father gave $10 million to open the store. Just turnover double cashback has made this soon-to-be-opened hot pot restaurant in an unbeatable position. Besides, Yang Hao really didn't open this store to make money. Just like the name of this welfare mission, the rich man's beginning. It's more about sentimentality, about bringing together these brothers and sisters who were once loyal to you. Not to mention that most of these people have been with him for more than 5 years and have stood the test of time. In the future, with the official opening of the mainline quest, Yang Hao would definitely need helpers, and these people here were available. Ability is only one aspect. What matters is loyalty. Well, the salary has increased. Happy, Kung Ho. Seeing that Yang Hao had put words to this point, Hao Xiaoshui stopped talking nonsense and raised his glass with a smile. Yes, to Brother Hao. He Wei followed suit, and then the crowd raised their glasses. Originally, the people who had been reunited for a long time were all quite happy, and now that there was such a big happy event, this happy mood was directly transformed into excitement, so much so that naturally none of the wine was spared, and many of them were drunk. But Yang Hao didn't drink too much because he had to pick up Ruwashi from school in a while and then go to celebrate Li Manny's birthday, so he's got to stay awake. The party broke up. After Hao Xiaoshui, He Wei, and the others left, Yang Hao brought Su Meizhu to his own room in the marketplace. Standing in the empty rough room, Yang Hao handed the key to the store to Su Meizhu. Meizhu, from now on, you will not only be the store manager of this store, but also have 20% of the shares of this store. This, Su Meizhu was shocked. She wasn't surprised that Yang Hao let her be the store manager, but giving back 20% of the shares was unexpected. You deserve this. How many decades can a girl have? Yang Hao smiled and patted Su Meizhu's shoulder. The other party had been following him since he was 18 years old and was now 28 years old. Right now Yang Hao has a hanging father to help. Naturally not bad this little money. Even if the store to Su Meizhu also nothing, but things to do a little bit, cannot be rushed. It's not like I'm working for you and getting paid for nothing. Su Meizhu said back, okay, shares aren't for free. You have to work. Yang Hao waved his hand, pointing to the empty market room and said, you'll have to be in charge of all the preparations before opening the store, but this time we have a good budget, so you don't need to save money. Well, how plentiful is it? Su Meizhu's tone was a bit flirtatious. Budget $10 million. Adequate? Yang Hao shrugged. Ha, $10 million? Su Meizhu was shocked. Brother Hao, don't joke. How can this store not use $10 million? so you've got a big job ahead of you. And $10 million isn't that easy to spend. Well, I have to go pick up Ruwashi from school, so you can plan more on your own. Work hard, shopkeeper Seo. After saying that, Yang Hao patted Su Meiju on the shoulder again, and then he walked out of the storeroom with big strides, and the chauffeur he had called was already waiting in front of the entrance of the Maji hot pot. Looking at that tall back, Su Meiju took a while to return to her senses. Today's experience was like a dream for her. She was ready to suffer, but Yang Hao told her, "You are here to enjoy the blessings." It was happy and dumbfounded at the same time though. She was especially confused when Yang Hao told her that the budget for this store opening was $10 million. As Yang Hao had just said, $10 million wasn't that easy to spend, and she did have to plan well and try to spend every penny on the knife edge. Half an hour later, Yang Hao picked up Ruwashi. Since the valet was there today, the father and daughter had the rare opportunity to sit in the back together. Not to mention that the back row of this Yangwang U8 is quite spacious, and Yang Hao's body is not crowded at all. "Daddy, did you get your sister-in-law a birthday present?" Ruwashi asked in a milky voice, knowing she was going to her sister-in-law's birthday. "Of course I'm ready. Is Ruwashi ready?" Yang Hao asked back with a smile. "Of course I'm ready. I have beautiful cards for my sister-in-law," Ruwashi said as she rummaged through her school bag and proudly displayed a greeting card to her dad. Yang Hao took the greeting card and looked at it with interest. It was a handmade greeting card with cartoon stickers on the cover. It was quite cute. "Did you make the greeting card yourself?" Yang Hao asked curiously. "I did it with MS. Kiki. I can't do it right on my own," Ruwashi answered truthfully. "Well, that's great too. Auntie will love it," Yang Hao said and returned the greeting card to the little girl. "Dad, what about the birthday present you gave your sister-in-law?" Ruwashi hadn't forgotten about this and continued to pursue the question. "The gift from Daddy is a bit big. Wait a while and you'll know." Yang Hao favorably touched his baby girl's forehead. "Dad, so when is my birthday?" Ruwashi asked, blinking her big eyes. "There's still 2 months to go. Why do you ask?" Yang Hao looked at the little girl. Her birthday was May 10th and it was only March. "Because I want a birthday present," Ruwashi said with a small beak. What kind of gift do you want?" Yang Hao curiously followed up. Ruwashi tilted her head, looked at her dad, and then said with a serious face, "I want a new mommy. Thanks to Slight Breeze F, 666 coins reward. Thanks to Su Lao Mai, for the 500 coins reward. One more chapter around 12 o'clock. Keep asking for monthly votes." End of chapter 87. Children make choices. A child's emotion and obsession with his mother was understandable to Yang Hao, but the key to Ruwashi's statement is the word new. It's not mommy she wants, it's a new mommy. That means this little girl is completely disappointed in her original mom, or she wouldn't say something like she wants a new mom. Yang Hao of course understands Ruwashi's thoughts, but the expression of the chauffeur master who is driving the car is wonderful, and he keeps looking at the back row through the rearview mirror. Probably didn't expect to take a chauffeur job and get such a melon in the process. The little girl says she wants a new mommy. So how many mommies has she had before this? The chauffeur skimmed Yang Hao out of the corner of his eye, and thought to himself, this rich man is really good at playing, and it's okay to change the mother for the child. He'd like to give the kid a new mom, too, but unfortunately, the kid's current mom would probably beat him to death. So what kind of mom does Ruwashi want? Yang Hao followed the little girl's topic and asked, preferably a mom like my sister-in-law. Obviously Ruwashi had a goal in mind, and Yang Hao remembered that this little girl had already said more than once that she wanted her sister-in-law to be her mother. If she remembered correctly, the number 2 target in Ruwashi's mind was Jiang Yuchi. What about besides sister-in-law? Yang Hao asked. MS. Kiki. As expected, the two hadn't changed their ranking in the little girl's mind. Any more? Yang Hao asked again. Auntie Wenxian can do it too. This time Ruwashi thought before answering. Su Wenxian is the kind of lively and cheerful personality. Itself is a foodie, but is very compatible with Ruwashi. Weekend Ruwashi and Li Mani side. In fact, many times are followed by Su Wenxian crazy play. Yang Hao nodded, then gently touched his baby girl's forehead. Daddy knows. Ruwashi blinked her big eyes, kind of not quite understanding what daddy meant. She had expected her dad to choose one, but he just said he knew, putting up his ears to listen to the gossip of the chauffeur master. On the other hand, cannot help but in the heart of the crazy spit up, no? You know AJ8. Why don't you give the kid a definite answer? Something's wrong. Something's not right with this guy. It was like he wasn't even trying to make a choice. He just kept asking his daughter if she had any more favorites. Turns out the little girl said 3 people. Then he said he knew. What? Is this about taking all 3? MD. What a rich man. Can't you give me one? The chauffeur master was originally in the mindset of eating melon, but the result was that his mind exploded as he ate. He's a wife who can't even get it straight. Turns out people are already searching in bulk. It's just too much of a disparity. Shannon residence. Manny Lee's birthday party was scheduled. This is a Jiangnan-style restaurant with a nice ambience and affordable prices. When Yang Hao arrived, there were already 8 people in the box. In addition to Manny Lee and her 5 roommates, there were 2 young men in their 20s, boyfriends of Manny Lee's roommates. Today's birthday party said that you could bring family members, so 2 of Manny Lee's roommates brought their boyfriends. And in fact, Yang Hao is actually attending as a family member. Ruoshi, do you want to miss your sister? Su Wenqian was already familiar with Ruoshi and asked with a smile upon seeing Ruoshi. Aunt Wenqian, didn't we just meet in the morning? Ruoshi asked rhetorically with a small beak. It seems so. Su Wenqian was slightly stunned, and only then did she remember that Ruoshi had been picked up from their place this morning, and so on. That's not the point. The point is that the little girl is using the word auntie again. Yesterday when we were together Su Wenqian has corrected many times to call her Wenqian sister, and the little girl starts talking about her aunt. Manny Lee gave introductions to both sides. Of her 5 roommates, Yang Hao knew Su Wenqian and Wang Weiwei. The remaining 3 were named Lu Meiyu, Chao Yanyan, and Wang Yan. Among them, Chao Yanyan and Wang Yan came with their boyfriends, and one of their boyfriends was named Zhu Zhe and the other was named Zheng Shuqi. Yang Hao greeted a few people then sat down next to Manny Lee. Happy birthday, sister-in-law. This is a gift for you. Ruoshi handed Manny Lee the prepared greeting card. Yikes, there's a present. Thanks Ruoshi. Receiving Ruoshi's gift surprised Manny Lee, and she received the greeting card while giving the little girl a kiss on the cheek. Brother Yang, where is your gift? Seeing that Ruoshi had sent gifts, but Yang Hao was indifferent, Su Wenqian couldn't help but open her mouth and ask. With her understanding of this big brother Yang, she must have prepared a gift, and when she asked that, the gazes of the people in the box naturally fell on Yang Hao. The crowd was actually surprised to learn that Manny Lee had invited his ex-brother-in-law to his birthday party. After all, it's all ex-brother-in-laws now, past tense. Besides, the age difference between us is still quite big, so we shouldn't be able to play together. However, Manny Lee still invited this ex-brother-in-law, and even left the seat beside himself, obviously paying extra attention. Before Yang Hao came, Wang Yan was still teasingly Manny about whether she liked that ex-brother-in-law or not. The gift is ready, of course, but it's still on the way. Yang Hao returned rather mysteriously. Still on the road? Su Wenqian was even more curious. Brother Yang, did you ask the runner to send it over? Sort of. Yang Hao nodded. The service of delivering a car in the same city should be considered an errand. Auntie, Daddy's got you a big present. At this time Ruoshi said with a smile. She didn't know what Dad's gift to sister-in-law was, but on the way here Yang Hao said the gift was huge. A very large gift? Ruoshi sort of gave a hint. Su Wenqian started to think out of the box again. However, her own thinking out of the box wasn't enough. She also mobilized the rest of her roommates. Come on, let's all guess what kind of gift Brother Yang is giving us. Let's just play a guessing game. Brother Yang, be an NPC for once. We can each ask you a question about the gift. You just need to answer yes or no. This girl Su Wenqian even arranged for Yang Hao, forcibly pulling him into this childish guessing game as well. Yang Hao is a bit sensitive to the word NPC, because his NPCs are the kind that can be explored. I'll ask first. Wang Yan seemed to be very interested in this guessing game as she looked at Yang Hao and asked, Brother Yang, is the gift you sent expensive? Her question was realistic and easy to get down and too stark. However, Yang Hao smiled indifferently. I don't know how to answer this question of yours, because everyone has a different definition of valuable. Let's take the cell phone in your hand for example. Some people think it's expensive and others think it's just a communication tool. So, your definition of precious? This time Wang Yan was asked. She thought for a moment and said, worth more than $50,000 even if it's an expensive gift. Yang Hao nodded slightly. Then my answer is, yes, thanks to the big guys for the reward. It's hard to come up with nicknames. 500 coins. Wei High Prince Bin, Pig Defeat, Weiasi 3924, 100 coins. I'm too sleepy. That's it for today. We'll continue tomorrow. End of chapter. 88. Is this a proper brother-in-law? In fact, Wang Yan said this 50,000 when also deliberately said more. For her just stepped into the society of college students. Over 10,000 gifts are actually considered very expensive. And even a few thousand are considered expensive. And the most expensive gift she ever received herself was a MK bag from her boyfriend. About 3,000. But this kind of occasion if she said that the threshold of preciousness in her mind was the big few thousand or 10,000, wouldn't she appear to be too cheap? That's why she uttered the figure of 50,000. What I didn't expect was that even though she had doubled the threshold of expensive gifts in her heart tenfold, Yang Hao still gave yes as an answer. And the yes was heard by the crowd at the scene in shock. After all, technically Manny Lee, as well as his 5 roommates, were still college students and wouldn't get their diplomas until July. They have started working. but their thinking has not yet completely changed and their values are at a stage of acceptance and integration. So for them 50,000 is too much. It can be a huge amount of money. Wang Yan's boyfriend Zheng Shuqi raised his eyebrows. He is a department head of a media company, facing this room of college students who just stepped into the society. He is chatting with the crowd in a kind of overlooking posture, and Li Manny's face value is very attractive to him. This man who already has a girlfriend is actually stupid inside, even thinking of the back of the room to find a reason to add a micro-message. Therefore, before Yang Hao had arrived, he had been trying his best to express himself, and Wang Yan was still foolish enough to think that her boyfriend was giving her face by expressing himself, when in fact, people were drunken and it was totally the intention of the peacock to open the screen. However, Yang Hao's arrival interrupted Zheng Shuji's rhythm, and the crowd's attention was instantly drawn to this latecomer, especially since Su Wenxian had created some kind of gift competition. The attention of the crowd naturally shifted to the older man who had brought his child to the birthday party. Zheng Shuji, who felt that he had been robbed of the limelight, was naturally unhappy in his heart, but after hearing the conversation between his girlfriend and Yang Hao, he was shocked. The gift given was over $50,000, not to mention the college graduates who had just stepped into society. Even he, a heavenly destiny hitman who had been in the workplace for a few years, felt that it was a bit over the limit. Brother-in-law? Is this a proper brother-in-law? Zheng Shuqi silently spat in his mind, while after a short period of shocked emotions, he calmed down again. When Yang Hao entered the box he had a careful look at the other party. A casual dress, nothing big, not even a decent watch on the wrist. Can someone like that really give a gift of over $50,000? Brother Yang, you're not going to give Manny Hermes, are you? At this time, Su Wenxian asked with glowing eyes. Last time, Yang Hao has already sent Prada handbags bags, plus he also drove a million luxury car. Su Wenxian on this brother Yang's financial strength is not at all doubtful. Hearing this question from Su Wenxian, the eyes of the crowd once again fell on Yang Hao. Hermes, a fighter among luxury brands. It's naturally very attractive to little girls. In the midst of a crowd of expectant gazes, Yang Hao gently shook his head. No, Wenxian, you've used up your chance. Yang Hao really played the role of an NPC. It was a pleasure to play with a group of young girls. Is it jewelry? Yan Xiao used her opportunity to ask questions. No. Yang Hao once again gave a negative answer. Ah, silly me. I should have just asked for the category 2. Su Wenxian had a face of remorse, because she suddenly realized that Chao Yanyan was just fine with this question, directly excluding all of the jewelry category. I'll do it. Lu Meiyu took over. Is it a luggage? No. Once again, Yang Hao gave a negative answer. A few NOs in a row left a couple of the girls a little confused. Analyzed from the perspective of a deduction game, the clues they had were still too few. Is it a watch? At this time, Wang Weiwei, who had already confirmed her admission into Yenjing University for graduate school, opened her mouth and asked. No. Once again, Yang Hao gave a negative answer. It's neither here nor there. You can't give away a car. In fact, Zheng Shuqi didn't want to join this game. He was just jealous of the way Yang Hao was surrounded by a group of girls, so he casually yawned. As a result, as soon as he spoke, Yang Hao was smiling faintly at him. Yes. Ha? Zheng Shuji directly confused. Thought he heard wrong. You say yes? Yes. It's yes. Yang Hao nodded at this little old brother with a smile on his face. He could naturally hear the yin and yang in the other's words, but it didn't matter. All the fun of pretending to be a beeper would be cut in half without such a person present. Of course, Yang Hao wasn't intentionally pretending to be a beeper, but the thing is, the whole giving away a Porsche thing is pretty loaded in itself. Even if you say, I'm not, I didn't, I don't want to, that won't help. Porsche is a brand that comes with the attribute of being the king of pussy in the eyes of the common man. So a little while later when the car arrived, Yang Hao would be labeled as a show-off, tycoon, pusher king or something like that even if he kept a low profile. But Yang Hao really did not think so much when he bought the car. He just wanted to send his former sister-in-law a car to walk, shelter from the wind and rain. It just so happens that his brother's girlfriend also sells Porsches, and he went to support the other guy's performance. There's nothing wrong with that. And this yes from Yang Hao had an even more explosive effect than the yes that answered Wang Yan. A gasp rang out from the box. Yes? That means a car is really going to be given away. Whoa! A car! That's too trenchant. Asterisk 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 gives you a car for your birthday. What kind of godly operation is this? Brother Yang, I have a sister too. Why don't I be your sister-in-law too? The crowd talked and talked. Li Manny is a face of dismay at the former brother-in-law. She thought of the other side may send a not bad gift, but how did not expect to send a car directly? That's an outrageous gift. She, a recent college graduate, drove right into the car. In a few months, he's done what the average laborer does in a few years. Brother Yang, what kind of car did you give away? Looking forward to it. Su Wenqian rubbed his hands together and asked after him, his face filled with anticipation. Wenqian, the car isn't for you either. Why are you so excited? Wang Yan spat with a smile. The car isn't mine, but the co-pilot is. Right, sweet Nene baby. Su Wenqian wrapped her arms around her best friend's neck and even shouted out the epithets that she would only use when flirting in private. However, Li Mani was shouted a big red face by this Nene baby, and reached out to pinch Su Wenqian's thigh fiercely. Don't shout nonsense. I won't scream. I'll scream when you tell me to. Su Wenqian smiled back. Wang Yan, on the other hand, joked, Wenqian, I doubt you're driving. Ha ha, just remove the doubt. Chao Yanyan followed and agreed. Several of the girls burst into laughter. Dad, what's so funny about driving? Seeing a few ants laughing so happily. Ruoshi, who couldn't get a laugh at all, couldn't help but tilt her head back and look at her dad. Well, Yang Hao had no way to explain, and glared at the instigator. Su Wenqian, in a depressed manner, if you teach the little kids bad things, the unscrupulous landlord will have to raise the rent. No. Su Wenqian immediately conceded and succumbed to the lustful authority of this landlord's big brother. Brother Yang, don't sell yourself short. What kind of car is it? Wang Yan brought the conversation back to the car. It won't be a BMW, Mercedes or something, right? Chao Yanyan followed the speculation. Hearing her say that, Zheng Shufa consciously skimmed his mouth and spat out in a small voice. What a young man who was really starting out in society. Thinking that BMWs and Benzes are really as worthless as they say on Fast Voice. The reality is that the Mercedes C-Class, which is spewed out as industrial trash and fast sound, is actually the ceiling of the average home. Senior workers Zheng Shuqi still clear network and reality. So of course he does not think Yang Hao can afford to send BBA this level of luxury cars, even if it is the entry level to 200,000 or 300,000 it. If the person is really giving away a car, the probability of a $70,000 to $80,000 mobility scooter would be higher, but even that had surprised him, and speculated in his mind about the relationship between the ex-brother-in-law and ex-sister-in-law. Just as Yang Hao was about to tell the truth, his cell phone suddenly rang, an unfamiliar local number. The tail number of this number. Yang Hao remembers that it is the tail number of the cell phone of the car delivery master sent by Phone Lina. He got on the phone and was told that the person would be in front of the hotel soon. The delivery man will be here soon. If you're interested, let's all go out and have a look. Putting down his cell phone, Yang Hao said to the crowd, interested? That must be interested. Go to the car. I've watched birthday car delivery dramas and idol dramas before, but I didn't think I'd get to witness it with my own eyes today. Su Wenqian, Wang Yan and the others were all in high spirits, more active than Li Mani, the female lead yet. Thus, a group of people trooped out of the box. Flag, what kind of car do you think he could deliver? Zhu Zhe and Zhang Shuqi walked at the very back, and although Yang Hao was just doing his thing and had no intention of trying to pull the stump on the two men, they were all in one box, and the two men were naturally compared. Zhu Zhe is also a fresh graduate, currently interning in a foreign company. He and Zhang Shuji are not in the same segment, after Yang Hao came to be completely invisible, but he was naturally curious about what kind of car Yang Hao was giving away. A substitute car like a Fit, Corolla, BYD Dolphin, or something like that. Zheng Shuji stated his guess. I kinda like Dolphins. Just picked up on the fact that young people are much more receptive to national brands than the older generation. Zheng Shuji, who is a big fan of the Japanese lineup, picked up. Might as well buy a Corolla then. I don't pick if someone gives it to me. Just smiled and spread his hands. The two had reached the lobby of the hotel while they were talking. Then Zheng Shuji heard his girlfriend scream from outside. Wow! A Porsche! OMG! It's really a Porsche! Ah! This Carmine is too pretty. Chao Yanyan, Lu Meiyu, and the others' exclamations of shock followed closely behind. Porsche? Really? Zheng Shuji and Zhu Zhe looked at each other, then hurriedly both quickened their pace. When the two reached the outside of the store, they saw a red Porsche Cayenne being backed down from a crate, and several girls excitedly circled around, even as a few passers-by stopped to watch. It's really a Porsche. Zheng Shuji swallowed hard, and he, who had been silently dissing Yang Hao in his mind, had a whole new perception of this old man, thanks to the big guys for the reward. Small poplar leaf bookworm 7380500 coins. Fighting beauty, half dream, half wake, half life, cunning pigeon flower, 100 coins. End of chapter. 89. Brother-in-law is still brother-in-law. Mom and dad are still mom and dad. The Porsche Cayenne is a car that was considered the king of pussy in its generation in the era of fuel cars, and it's quite a drag. Today's status of the jungle is not as good as the most scenic time, but the force is still there, giving people the impression that it is still a million luxury cars, a symbol of identity. It remains unattainable, especially for ordinary people. It's kind of like one of those over-the-top actresses that the big boys may not see anymore, but still needs to be looked up to for the average person because you'll likely never reach the height she did after she was over the top for the rest of your life. This is the so-called a thin camel is bigger than a horse. The highest income of these people present at the moment is Zhang Shuji. His annual salary is around 150,000, and if he wants to buy this Cayenne, he will have to save more than 6 years of money without eating or drinking. So in fact the probability of Zhang Shuji buying a Cayenne happening is close to zero. After all, the very premise of not eating or drinking is paradoxical. Before, Zhang Shuji silently dissed Yang Hao in his heart. That was because he felt that the other party might not necessarily be better than himself, or someone from the same class. But not anymore. Anyone who can casually give a Porsche Cayenne as a birthday gift must be worth at least tens of millions of dollars. He couldn't afford to offend this kind of person. So the moment he saw the Porsche Cayenne, he was already pondering how to get along with this big shot in a while. As the female protagonist of the incident, Li Mani's mood was extremely complicated at this moment. At first it was the shock that dominated her brain. Then she couldn't help but think wildly. This ex-brother-in-law. First he gave himself a house to live in without charging rent, and now he's giving away a luxury car worth millions. So much for a daughter-in-law. No, a lot of people don't get a Porsche Cayenne for their daughter-in-law either, and it's just one of her birthdays. Remembering the recent flirting that Su Wenxian often hung onto, Mani Li felt her cheeks burning. This brother-in-law had always held a special place in her heart. At first she felt that he was a benefactor to their family, and then the omnipotent brother-in-law became the object of her youthful admiration. Then later her brother-in-law and sister divorced, and she stood firmly by her brother-in-law, with an unspoken emotional element in addition to the feeling that the divorce was indeed her sister's fault. But because of their special relationship, she's never quite dared to look straight into her heart and see what's really going on. But after feeling this former brother-in-law's favoritism towards himself one after another, she really began to waver inwardly, and the senior student of Jiangcheng University's mind suddenly floated out of the poem untitled in that song. June was born before I was born, and I was born when June was already old, and June hated that I was born late, and I hated that June was born early. The good thing was that the two were only a dozen years apart, and it wasn't the kind of age difference that was completely unacceptable. Li Mani tilted her head to look at Yang Hao beside her, and the other party just happened to be looking at her as well. Still like it? Yang Hao asked with a smile. Love it. Li Mani nodded heavily. Although she is not a gold worshipper, but the longing and love for beautiful things that is innate. As long as it is, a normal human being will have this kind of psychology. Thanks. Mani Li opened her mouth to thank her, but added, Big brother Yang. But this brother Yang, she shouted very, very softly, so softly that both of them struggled to hear it. Yang Hao froze for a moment, even thought that he had misheard. After all, he had called his brother-in-law for so many years. Suddenly changing his name was still very uncomfortable. However, after returning to his senses, Yang Hao said in a serious manner, There's no need to change the call sign. Brother-in-law is still brother-in-law, and mom and dad are still mom and dad. After all these years, we don't need someone to keep us together. Aha! Li Mani red-faced nodded her head, did not expect to drum up the courage to say brother Yang was actually rejected by the other party. What Mani Li didn't know was that the reason why Yang Hao, the old man, didn't allow the change of call sign was just that he didn't want the buff to disappear. The number of women who call him brother Yang is too many to count, but the only one who calls him brother-in-law is Mani Li. There is uniqueness to this, and brother Yang is no more exciting than brother-in-law. When we play poker in the future, do you want to hear brother Yang don't want it or brother-in-law don't want it? Don't get the wrong idea. Yang Hao offered a king bomb, so of course Mani Li didn't want it. I can't afford it alone. So, this buff is a must stack. It is well known that having buffs on your body increases your output. Let's take the monkey as an example. With a full stack of buffs, very few people can resist a set of moves. One stick is tougher than the other. Maybe it's even a blast. And once the buffs are gone, the baton is weak. Which one is MS? Li, sign for it. By this time the Porsche Cayenne had come to a smooth stop on the ground, and the delivery master looked over at the few girls who had gathered around with a list. It was hard to tell who the car was really for because several of the girls were so excited. I am. Mani Li was actually standing further back. She took 2 steps forward and then signed her name on the receipt. The delivery master looked at Li Mani, and couldn't help but let out a feeling in his heart. It's true that such luxury cars are given to beautiful women. When the delivery master left, several girls immediately surrounded the Porsche Cayenne. Mani, take a picture together. Yes, yes, yes. Let's have a group photo of our 6 golden flowers. Wang Yan and Su Wenxian opened up to take pictures. This kind of birthday gift Porsche idol theater plot. Naturally, we must take pictures to record. And not only photos, must also send a circle of friends. Li Mani was naturally in a very good mood at this moment, and immediately took pictures with a few of her good sisters, and also hugged Ruwashi over. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Birthday surprise. Quest reward, 1% added to the progress of the main quest. Just as a few girls were taking pictures, a familiar system beep sounded in Yang Hao's head. This time, however, the reward was far beyond his expectations. When the system released the mission before, the mission reward was pending, saying that it would be based on Manny Lee's surprise value to decide what reward to give out. And now the reward given was actually a 1% increase in the progress of the main quest. You have to know that before the mainline mission but has not been moved. Yang Hao to lose weight dozens of pounds mainline mission progress to add 1%. It was evident that this gift still brought a great surprise to Manny Lee. Yang Hao hurriedly called out the main system page. The progress of the main quest at the bottom had indeed changed from 0 to 1%, and each increase in the progress of the main quest is rewarded. The same setup as in the Monopoly game. Yang Hao immediately clicked to receive the main quest progress reward. Ding! Monopoly game main quest progress rewards being given out. Mission reward, 28% shares of Jiangcheng newspaper group. Yang Hao was once again astonished. Jiangcheng newspaper is a big business, and it has an official background. The Jiangcheng Evening News, where Manny Lee works, is part of the Jiangcheng newspaper group. However, Yang Hao was not particularly familiar with this Jiangcheng newspaper industry, and he immediately opened his cell phone to check. There are 3 newspapers under the Jiangcheng newspaper group: Jiangcheng Evening News, Jiangcheng Daily News, and Jiangcheng Financial News. There's also a magazine called Today's Story. In addition, Jiangcheng News Network and Jiangcheng Publishing House are both subsidiaries of Jiangcheng Newspaper Group. The current total market capitalization of the River City Newspaper Group is about $500 million. However, Jiangcheng Newspaper is a state-controlled enterprise, and the Jiangcheng municipal government owns 51% of the shares of Jiangcheng Newspaper. So the chairman of the Jiangcheng Newspaper Group has always been the Minister of Propaganda of Jiangcheng City, but only as a post, because the government does not interfere in the operation of the group. Many public-private partnerships are modeled after this, but for media-type businesses like this one, the crown still needs to hold on to control, just in case. Officially, that's 51% of the shares, so I should be the largest shareholder with my 28%, right? That means the Jiangcheng Newspaper Group will change its last name to Yang from now on? Yang Hao thought in his heart, then looked at Li Manny, who was still taking pictures with her roommates. The heart couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This has to be the sister-in-law that he watched get bigger. The reward is just great. Last time it was the Nebula Bay mansion worth $40 million. This time directly to the Jiangcheng newspaper, 28% of the shares. If according to the current market value of the realization of about $140 million, that means that old me is now a real billionaire. You can hang the dad bull beep. Brother Yang, smoke? Just as Yang Hao was silently lamenting, Zheng Shuqi came to his side, handing over a huazi at the same time. Yang Hao used to smoke, but quit since he had Ruwashi. He waved his hand. Thanks, don't smoke. I don't want to smoke. It's bad for you. I can't quit. Zheng Shuji, who was refused a cigarette, was not half upset, but spat himself out with a smile on his face. Yang Hao glanced at this fawning little old brother and laughed in his heart. How come the young man still has 2 faces? Yang Hao remembered that when he was in the box just now, this little old man was still Yin Yang himself. Where's brother Yang getting rich? Since Yang Hao said he didn't smoke, Zheng Shuji didn't smoke either, but endured the smoke and stuffed the taken out huazi back into the cigarette case. He knew that non-smokers hated the smell of smoke, so don't smoke this rich brother. Seeing Zheng Shuji's small action, Yang Hao gently shook his head, thinking, little old brother is also strange sweet Lu, but brother still prefers the untamed look you had in the box. Do a little business. Yang Hao casually returned. Brother Yang is joking. You do if you do small business, then I might as well be asking for food. Zheng Shuji once again laughed at himself. Upon hearing this, Yang Hao then waved his hand. Elder brother Zhang, then you're underestimating the beggars. Many of them are worth millions or even tens of millions. Wasn't there an interview with a beggar who bought 3 sweets by begging? Zheng Shuji was slightly stunned. It was obvious that this brother Yang was mocking the fact that he was actually not even as good as a beggar. But Zheng Shuji also has no temper. Who let himself in the box when the attitude is not corrected? People big brother did not hit him in the face has been considered to give face. Can not mock a sentence? Well, bear with it and be done with it. The main one has a good attitude. Thanks to the big guys for the reward. Mundane Ichiban 1,500 coins. Jun Aroma, Bookmate 6264, 500 coins. My horse feeds the sheep, 100 coins. P.S. I just saw that yesterday was actually the single-day champion of the new book's monthly votes. So I'll kowtow to all you 18-centimeter gentlemen. Pang Lao Fat's wish. You guys have achieved it. Bull beep. End of chapter. 90. My ex-husband is developed. Zhu Zhe looked at Zheng Shuji, who was surrounded by Yang Hao with a fawning face. and recalled the state of the other party when he was in the box. He could not help but be in a bit of a trance. This little old man just entering society was taught a vivid lesson. That's the community. That's reality. Some people just flip-flop faster than a book, and you think he has his own position, when in fact his position is that he has no position. So whether in the workplace, or interpersonal interactions, do not easily trust anyone. Speak and do things must leave themselves a way back. Girls are already slow to take pictures, let alone 7, single, double, and multi-person photos. One round of shooting down, a full 40 to 50 minutes, which returned to the box. And this time the atmosphere in the box had changed drastically. Whether it was a few girls or Zhang Shuji and Zhu Zei's attitude towards Yang Hao was very polite. This is a big shot who gave $1 million luxury car as a birthday present, so the best way to treat him is naturally to hold on to his thighs. And among these people, Zhang Shuji is the most fawning, almost sticking the word licking dog on his face. The contrast in his attitude is a lesson to the girls who are just starting out in society. The birthday party didn't go too late this time, breaking up just after 10. After all, they're all beatniks, and they have to go to work tomorrow. The crowd at the entrance of the restaurant left separately, and Yang Hao, who had been drinking, still called for a chauffeur. Manny Lee is not drinking. Just now during the meal no one forced her to be the protagonist, and after sending everyone away, she was both new and delighted to sit in the driver's seat of the Porsche Cayenne. Su Wenqian, the best friend, sat in the passenger side as she wished. She drank almost 3 bottles of beer. Her little face was red. She took out her cell phone and prepared to take a selfie with Li Manny in the car. But this moment Li Manny just happened to fasten the seatbelt. It was just a very common behavior. After all, driving with a seatbelt is also for safety. But the problem is sitting in the car. Li Manny this moment took off the jacket. Her upper body is an ordinary white bottoming shirt. But after the seatbelt tied on but directly tied out of the 18 forbidden feeling, the visual impact of the thief is strong. Even Su Wenqian, this bosom friend, eyes are looking straight. She froze, then couldn't help but lament. Ugh, I really envy Brother Yang. Envious of what? Manny Lee asked curiously. Envious of what Brother Yang will have to play with in the future. Su Wenqian returned with a wink. The simple Manny Lee didn't get it. She skimmed her head and looked at the bestie quizzically. Play what? Ugh, you're such an elf. Su Wenqian immediately waved her small fists and gently hammered on Li Manny's chest, which was very elastic. This time, Li Manny also reacted. Her cheeks instantly blushed. Then she gave Su Wenqian a blank look. You can change your name to Huang Wenqian in the future. I'm telling the truth too. If someone gave me a Porsche, I take the initiative to get the hotel booked and get a couple sets of QQ pajamas. The main one that knows what it's doing. Su Wenqian laughed and spread her hands, then said in a serious tone again, Manny, I advise you to just go along with it, just so you can also give Rawashi a complete home. 2 for the price of 1. In the past, when Su Wenqian said this, Li Manny was bound to retort, but today she just blushed even more. Fasten your seatbelt, or I can't guarantee your safety. After a moment of silence, Manny Lee directly changed the subject. Seeing that her best friend intended to avoid it, Su Wenqian didn't continue. She silently fastened her seatbelt, then compared it with Li Manny out of the corner of her eye again, and couldn't help but sigh. Can't compare. It doesn't compare at all. Not a category at all. To be precise, she's a snack called wanted little buns. Instead, Manny Lee is a fruit called papaya. Well, she's a papaya, but I'm going to show off more papaya in the future. I've heard it works. Manny Lee, a novice female driver, drove very slowly, but experienced veteran drivers, at the sight of a brand new Porsche and a female driver, would actively avoid a little farther to avoid accidents. In this way, Manny Lee was able to drive the car back home without any problems. Back upstairs, she took a picture of the gifts she'd received today on the coffee table. In addition to Yang Hao's Porsche Cayenne, the most expensive gift is the Chanel Miss Coco Fuchsia perfume sent by Su Wenqian, her best friend. A bottle of perfume costs more than 1,000. Su Wenqian is also considered to be blood money. However, after she finished taking pictures, she remembered that in fact, Su Wenqian's gift was not the most expensive besides Yang Hao. And in the morning, her sister, Li Manchu, gave her that set of clothes with a hang tag price of 3,818, and it was estimated that after discounting, it would be more than 2,000. Birthdays are always a good time to send out a circle of friends, but Manny Lee directly blocked both family and relatives when he posted it. If it's just an ordinary gift, it's fine, but a gift like a Porsche Cayenne is bound to cause unnecessary trouble if your family or relatives see it. And Manny Lee didn't want to irritate his sister again after having irritated her just 2 days ago. But there are some things that can't be hidden. When the Porsche Cayenne was delivered to the entrance of the hotel, there were passers-by watching. I don't know who posted a quick note, and the copy is very simple, someone else's birthday present. The account had a total of just over 100 followers before posting this video. so it's clear that she's really documenting her life as she goes along. But this video was an unexpected hit. The video, which was posted just after 6 o'clock, had more than 20,000 likes and 5,000 comments by 10 o'clock at night. Manhwa New Town. Lee Man-shu worked overtime until 9 o'clock, because the Nebula Bay design project was too urgent. That MS. Meng only gave 5 days, so she could only work overtime with Ronnie AI. At this moment, after washing up, she was applying a face mask while swiping the fast sound. Then she brushed up on the fact that someone had received a Porsche Cayenne for their birthday. The video starts with a shot of just the carmine red Porsche Cayenne, and in the back the camera sweeps casually to the side, and the guy draws out a voiceover that says, "It seems to be that pretty young lady's birthday present." When she photographed people, she only captured the side of Lee Manny, but she photographed Su Wenxian more clearly, so much so that there are still people in the comment section asking which young lady it is. In fact, Su Wenxian was quite good looking, only that she often appeared with Manny Lee, so it was easy to be overlooked. And this video didn't capture Manny Lee's face, only that it's a beautiful woman with a great body, which gives the two a fighting chance. So much so that the comment section was split into two factions, with some saying it was for Su Wenxian and others saying it was for Lee Manny. As a blood sister, Lee Man-shu naturally recognized her sister at once, and she knew that today was her sister's birthday, so odds are that Porsche was given to his sister. Manny Lee. My god, how dare someone send Manny a Porsche Cayenne? That's $1 million luxury car. Is there some rich kid courting her? A rich kid with this kind of condition must be grasped. Lee Man-shu was a bit anxious for her sister. She wanted to call over to inquire about the situation, but looked at the time already more than 10 o'clock, afraid of disturbing her sister and that rich second generation, so she knew better and did not call, thinking to go over there in person in the morning. This kind of thing is best to talk face to face. She clicked on the comment section of this video again and looked at it. Most of them were remarks of envy and such. One of the comments did catch her attention though. The other person's nickname is Little Yen Yen. She posted the comment that she was surprised to see myself in the video. Curious, Lee Man-shu clicked on her homepage and found that she had posted a quick video an hour ago. One of those photo splices, not a video. The text is, "My best friend got a Porsche for her birthday. I'm so envious." There were 4 photos in this video. The first was a single photo of her and the Porsche Cayenne. The second was a double photo with Manny Lee. The third was a group photo of the 6 girls. And the last was a group photo in the box. The first 3 were fine. When she saw the fourth, Lee Man-shu was not calm. She violently pulled off the mask on her face, because there's Yang Hao in this group photo, and Ruoshi. Of course that's not the point. The point is that the 2 men in the group photo besides Yang Hao have their arms around their respective female companions, which means that those 2 men have girlfriends. It also rules out the suspicion that they sent the Porsche to their sister, so that leaves only 1 man in the group photo, their ex-husband. He gave Manny a Porsche Cayenne? It's not possible. Lee Man-shu's brows furrowed as she pondered the possibility. However, if Manny hadn't lied in the morning and the person who drove her to the flat was Yang Hao, then the person who drove the Rangoon U8 was really him. In that case, it's a real possibility. So, my ex-husband is rich, and to a far greater degree than before? After this thought formed in her mind, Lee Man-shu's entire body was bad. Anyone can be developed, but my ex-husband should not be developed. If he gets rich, doesn't that mean I'm wrong? Doesn't that mean I don't have a vision? Doesn't that mean that the privileged life I've been pursuing was once within my reach? Lee Man-shu can't even think of such a situation. Inside the rental house, Ruoshi has long been asleep, probably because she is more tired today, a little snoring yet. Yang Hao had just finished his shower and was ready to go to bed as well. However, at this moment, the phone suddenly popped up 2 days of Weixin messages. Is Meng Yu sent? One is the fast sound video material, the other is the Miss Yu emoticon package. Yang Hao clicked on the video and watched it, but the first sentence attracted him. What is the experience of spending $2.4 million on 3 beds? Fast sound. This platform has a golden 3 seconds. The so-called golden 3 seconds is the video just the beginning of the 3 seconds. If this 3 seconds you can successfully retain the audience, then the probability of the success of this video will be greatly increased. In fact, this is the same as the concept of 3 golden chapters of the net article. That is, the beginning must be attractive. This video made by Meng Yu, on the other hand, is very much in line with the 3 seconds of gold, with the first sentence of the opening being so intriguing that it makes you want to watch it. This little chai tea is kinda good for short videos. Yang Hao thought about directly throwing his fast voice account to her to operate. Anyway, it was a new account registered to do the task, and there was no privacy in it. Then he can lie down and wool gather. Perfect. Yang Hao felt that this program was feasible, and just as he was about to chat with Meng Yu about this matter, the other party sent another Weixin message. This time it's a picture. Meng Cha-cha, brother Yang. The water heater at home is broken. The water is so cold. Thanks to, look you don't feel, for the 500 coins reward. P.S. Throat thieves hard. Today first do not add more. Tomorrow plus. End of chapter. 91. Dad, have you ever seen a car dance? Yang Hao looked at the selfie sent by Mang Yuyu, and then looked at her text message. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Very good. Not bad for Meng Cha-Cha. Showdown huh? It's not loaded is it? Is the water still cold? You post this kind of photo. You say cool or hot. Obviously this little Cha-Cha, who had been brought into the new world by Yang Hao yesterday, was eager to continue exploring the wonders inside this new world. Otherwise, with her T-power level 6, there was no way she wouldn't know what would happen if she sent such a photo to a man in the middle of the night. This is really a multiple choice question. A. You find her. B. She's looking for you. C. Take the hand and play B. D. Kidney deficiency immunizes against this attack. So what would you choose if it were you? Yang Hao first ruled out option D. He was strong as hell, and there was no question of falsehood. Option C, which closely follows the exclusion, has a real one that you don't use, and using a fake one. Isn't that pure and simple brain damage? So after removing the two wrong choices, that leaves A and B, and Ruwashi was still at home. So Yang Hao couldn't possibly make a trip for this B thing. So Yang Hao sent Meng Cha-Cha a location, a little something. Face to face. Meng Cha-Cha seconds back, okay, brother Yang. In fact, Meng Yuyu had already dressed to go out, and the understanding little TT knew that Yang Hao had a daughter at home who couldn't possibly come to find herself at this time, but she can deliver to your door. And by sending the picture over she was actually asking Yang Hao if he needed a door-to-door pickup service. The main focus is a warm, proactive, attentive and on-call. Such a good sister. Just ask if you need it. About 15 minutes later, Yang Hao then received another micro-message from Meng Yuyu, brother Yang, I've arrived downstairs. The house that Meng Yuyu rented was quite close to the Boli Fitness Center, and the place where Yang Hao lived was also very close to the Boli Fitness Center. So Meng Yuyu drove about 10 minutes only to this address after Meng Yuyu a little confused. She had thought that even if Yang Hao did not move into the Nebula Bay, but also will be living in which a high-grade community it, did not think that it is a relocation community. I think it's an old mansion from before it was developed. Well, brother Yang is such a sentimental man. See, you have money even if you live in a return neighborhood. People will think you are sentimental. That's why, in this ed-up society, a rich man's fart smells good. Meng Yuyu sat in the car and did not turn off the engine. The new generation of Mercedes-Benz GLC interior has been aligned with the domestic brands. 12. 3-inch LCD screen is still quite smooth. If you don't say that Mercedes-Benz understands the people of China, when other joint venture brands are still laughing at the domestic brands will be engaged in refrigerators, color TVs, big sofas. It has taken the initiative to make changes. After all, catering to consumer demand is king, and I'll give it to you if you want it. It doesn't matter if it works or not. I have to have what everyone else has. Music was playing in the car. Don't look at Meng Cha-Cha is 0 years old, but she kinda likes to listen to old songs. Think old songs have more flavor. At this moment the song list randomized to a song older than Meng Yuyu's age. Let Me Love You Once. And along with this old song released in 89, Yang Hao, who was the same age as it, also appeared in Meng Yuyu's sight. Xiao Cha-Cha's mouth corners rose to reveal a shallow smile. At first she licked Yang Hao that was designated to go for money, but after this period of contact, she was really attracted by the charm of Yang Hao's uncle again. He is emotionally stable, low profile, obviously has $100 million, will not be like some rich people is dejected look down on people, and has been working hard to fitness weight loss. Yang Hao personal image of the temperament is also visible to the eye to improve. It's almost like the perfect image of an older man for a little girl. Meng Cha-Cha got out of the car, jogged 2 steps, and then directly jumped into Yang Hao's arms. Big brother Yang, actually people miss you. She volunteered to explain the reason for posting the selfie. Get in the car. Fine shagging. Yang Hao put his arm around Meng Yuyu and got into the car, asking her to drive the car to a secluded place. This relocation community has a good thing. The street lights are basically bad. At night the park is dark, but it is convenient to do something healthy in the night. A little boy who had slept too much during the day was sitting on the balcony of a 6th floor stacking blocks when he inadvertently glanced downstairs and then saw a car dancing. The little boy's eyes went wide. He had never seen a dancing car before. This was going to be so much fun. Daddy, come and see. There's a car downstairs that dances. The little boy loudly greeted his dad, who was lying on the couch and swiping on his Snapchat. Hearing his son shout, the balding man who was watching a beautiful woman dance suspiciously got up and came to the balcony. He looked in the direction his son's little hand pointed to, and sure enough, he also saw the dancing car. The balding man raised his eyebrows in some envy. MD, this Mercedes owner is really good at this. Daddy, why doesn't our car dance? The little boy asked curiously. The balding man thought for a moment and said, Your mom won't let it. Ha, then I'm going to find mom. After that, the little boy ran off to his bedroom in a huff. The bald man looked at his son's back and muttered in a low voice, "When you grow up, you'll understand." Shortly afterward, a middle-aged woman in pajamas was pulled to the balcony by the little boy, who was sleepy but was instantly refreshed by the sight of the dancing cars downstairs. So the family stood on the balcony in one piece and watched the car jump and jump. However, after looking for a while, the middle-aged woman's gaze turned mournful as she glanced at the bald man and spat out in a small voice, "Look at the others." Rawashi was still asleep when Yang Hao returned upstairs. In fact, Rawashi is really quite good to bring up. Can eat, can sleep, not at all pretentious. The quality of sleep is especially good. Unlike some small children to sleep and hug and pat, Rawashi is dipped in the pillow. Within 5 minutes must sleep, and fall asleep in the middle of the rarely wake up. After doing the bedtime exercise Yang Hao also lacked. He went to the bathroom to take a shower. While taking a shower was thinking that he should give Meng Yuyu a bigger car. Mercedes-Benz GLC rear space is still not spacious enough to uncomfortable. On the other hand, Meng Cha-Cha, who had gotten the real thing, was humming an old song coming out of the stereo as she drove. Just now, Brother Yang not only bestowed her with the true scriptures, but also gave her the operation of that fast voice account of Uncle Yang's weight loss in progress, which currently had 230,000 followers, and as a result, Brother Yang directly threw it to her, which showed that he had great trust in her. And this Brother Yang only made one request, not to make money with this fast account. See, this is the pattern of the rich. It's really just for fun. The next day, Manny Lee drove his brand new Porsche Cayenne to work. In fact, if she was just going to the unit, she would be fine on foot, but if she had to run the news during the day, the unit's cars were prioritized for the older employees. So she, the intern, would have to take a taxi, and having her own car would be different and much more convenient. But she had just pulled up to the gate when she saw a familiar figure. It's Sister Lee Manchu. The other man should have seen her as well and waved hard. Lee Manny frowned subconsciously. Her sister was waiting here early in the morning. It was likely that she knew about her brother-in-law's car delivery. Manny Lee took a deep breath and just stopped the car, then dropped the window for his sister to get in and drove the car towards the unit parking lot. After all, the car can't be blocking the entrance to the flat. Lee Manchu sat in the passenger side, and did not speak immediately but surveyed the interior of this Porsche Cayenne. The new Porsche Cayenne interior is also upgraded. Previously proud of the center control design is also borrowed from many models to change the face. Also used the center control screen to the national brands. Looking at the bright interior and smelling that unique new car smell, Lee Manchu took a deep breath before she opened her mouth and asked, "Is this car a gift from your brother-in-law?" Aha! Lee Manny nodded her head. At the moment this situation was probably impossible to hide, so she simply admitted it. Lee Manchu, whose guess was verified as if she was struck by lightning, froze for a while before continuing to ask, "The car he drives himself is the Rangoon U8? Right, it's that most expensive SUV from BYD. Manny Lee nodded again, and Lee Manchu, whose guess was once again verified, received a second violent blow. Driving $1 million luxury car and giving away $1 million luxury car. You shouldn't be able to do something like this without tens of millions of dollars. What the hell is he doing now?" Lee Manchu adjusted her emotions and asked, "That I really don't know." Lee Manny shook her head. Brother-in-law just said that he was doing business with a friend and seemed to have inherited a fortune. Anyway, brother-in-law is having a pretty good time. Lee Manny actually didn't intend to irritate her sister anymore, but the other party took the initiative to come to the door, so she could only tell the truth. As for whether or not she could withstand such a blow, it would depend on whether or not her heart was strong enough. However, Lee Manny felt that there should be no problem. After all, her sister was able to ruthlessly abandon her husband and daughter. Her mental capacity should be very strong. As expected, Lee Manchu was only briefly lost in thought before she returned her gaze to her sister and asked softly, "Manny, what do you think about me remarrying your brother-in-law?" "Huh? Remarriage?" This sudden question confused Lee Manny. She looked at her sister incredulously, her beautiful eyes glaring. For a moment she actually did not know how to answer. If the other party wasn't her own sister, she really wanted to curse. You want to be shameless. When people are down and out, you choose to leave your husband and daughter for divorce. Now they are doing well again, and you want to remarry. How in heaven's name can you do that? Most people wouldn't even dare to think about it, right? Or if they do, they should be too embarrassed to do it. There's a chicken soup for that. The path you choose, you must finish it on your knees. It means that adults have to pay for their choices and be resilient. After all, there's a saying, a good horse never comes back. But now Lee Manchu not only doesn't want to take the path she chose, she even wants to eat the grass that she once abandoned. Once again, Manny Lee's third opinion was refreshed. Suddenly I felt ashamed to have such a sister. Thanks for the big man reward. Xiaoho Prophecy, The One Who Huji, Bookmate 2732, Bookmate 4101, 100 coins. This chapter counts as an extra. And then there's a guaranteed 3 more chapters today. 18 centimeter gentlemen, please dislike me with your monthly votes. End of chapter. 92. The domineering president Mr. Yang is on the line. Sis, I'm going to be late. You and your brother-in-law can handle yourselves just fine. As a younger sister, Lee Manny was not good enough to accuse her sister to her face, so she chose to avoid it. And with her knowledge of her brother-in-law, this idea of her sister's remarriage could be described in 4 words: delusional. Brother-in-law Yan Hao is a top-notch real man in the eyes of Lee Manny. Be loyal to your family and filial to the elderly when you are pleased. Disappointment is dispersed with dignity and no bad language, even for the sake of Ruwashi's custody in such a difficult situation, but still gave a portion of the money from the sale of the house to his sister. You could say it's benevolent. To date, my brother-in-law's microblogging signature is still the 8 words written during the divorce, a parting of the 2 wide, each in peace. Manny Lee thinks these 8 words are especially good, just like the lyrics of Decent. It's decent to leave, so as to live up to these years. My brother-in-law did, but my sister failed to preserve the dignity of farewell. Seeing her sister get out of the car, Lee Manchu couldn't afford to stay in the car any longer. She followed suit. In fact, her party's words were a test of her sister's reaction. Last night, after speculating on the message that her ex-husband might have gotten rich, she lost sleep straight away, and after a heated mental struggle, she made the decision to try to get remarried if her ex-husband did get rich. In her mind it was nothing to be ashamed of. The big deal was that she voluntarily admitted her mistake and begged for forgiveness on her knees. Maybe Yang Hao will forgive himself for Ruwashi's sake, but before that she had to figure out one thing, and that was her sister's relationship with her ex-husband. Yang Hao, it's okay for a brother-in-law to give a gift for his sister-in-law's birthday, but you directly send a Porsche Cayenne to say that there is no problem between you two. I guess not many people believe. Besides, there's a saying that half of a sister-in-law's PP belongs to her brother-in-law, so Lee Manchu wanted to probe her sister to see if the two were really already together. But judging by my sister's reaction just now, it shouldn't be yet. The fact that she didn't have any particularly intense emotional changes suggests that the two shouldn't have had an inappropriate relationship so far. This reassured Lee Manchu slightly. If her sister really got involved with her ex-husband, things would be complicated. Sis, I think it's better to live your life. Before she left, Manny Lee still made her point. Even though she knew her sister might not listen, Lee Manchu didn't say anything, just quietly watched her sister walk away, then looked at the Porsche Cayenne parked in front of her again, her eyes full of envy. At the same time the heart is also spitting. My mother gave birth to you a daughter. Have not driven a Porsche yet. Journalists Department, River City Evening News. Manny Lee had just arrived at her workstation when the team leader, Tang Li Jie, called her to the stairwell. Manny, the transfer quota seems to have come down. You're a bit mentally prepared, Tang Li Jie said with a frown. Without me? Manny Lee was a little disappointed to hear what the group leader meant. Alas, I recommended you to the top. But, speaking here, Tang Li Jie paused, then confirmed that no one was around before she lowered her voice and said, someone saw Guo Wei and Director Chang come out of the same hotel. So, you know what I mean? Manny Lee nodded. Sister Tang, I understand. Thank you for telling me this. Keep on simmering. I'd highly recommend you again for the next batch. But Director Chang sighed. Speaking of which, Tang Li Jie sighed again. The Director Chang she was talking about was the boss of the reporter department and had a veto power over the transfer of intern reporters. So if she couldn't handle him, there was no way for Manny Lee to transfer. And that Director Chang is a famous LSP. Since Lee Manny entered the newspaper office began to covet her body, and also hinted at Lee Manny twice, but were rejected by Lee Manny. That's the way it is in the workplace. Being good-looking is an advantage, but it can also bring countless troubles. You hold the bottom line. You block the upside. It's not that there aren't any beautiful women of that kind who become the top of the company by virtue of their strength, but they are few and far between. More often than not, it's a case of working your way up by virtue of real effort. There's no way around it. It's reality. I can't count the number of beautiful bureau, district, chiefs who have been exposed alone, let alone those who haven't. As the saying goes, by the time you find a cockroach, the shadows are crawling with them. With Manny Lee's character, she naturally wouldn't give in to a greasy old man. Don Lizzie also knew the young intern, which was why she sighed. Sister Tang, I'll keep trying. Manny Lee clenched his fist slightly. Not being able to turn is not the end. There will be another chance next time. Well, don't get on fire. Although you can't be transferred, I'll try to help you apply for more in terms of news grants and bonuses. Tang Lijia patted Lee Manny's shoulder. She liked this little girl very much. There was a shadow of her when she was young. Tang Lijia is also the kind of person who cleans up her act, which is why she is still a team leader after mixing for more than 10 years. Thank you, Sister Tang. Li Mani was still grateful to this leader who usually took care of her. Returning to her workstation, Mani Li routinely organized the news information she was going to compile today. And just as she was concentrating on her work, Director Chang's assistant suddenly came over to inform her that Director Chang was looking for her. The leader summoned Li Mani naturally cannot not go. She took a deep breath and followed the assistant to the director of the press department Chang Ruiwa's office. Director Chang, you asked for me. Mani's here, have a seat. Chang Ruihua smilingly pointed to the seat in front of his desk. No more sitting. If the leader has any tasks, just order them. Mani Li stood still and didn't move. Sit down and talk, and not in a sentence or two yet. While speaking, this top Mediterranean hairstyle of the permanent director made a wink at the assistant. The other party immediately withdrew from the office, still smooth hand with the door of the room. Li Mani gently frowned, although she knew that the other party did not dare to do anything in the newspaper, but she still raised the alarm, put her hand into her jacket pocket and silently opened the recording function of the phone. This kind of blind manipulation is also regarded as a skill she practiced as a reporter. Mani, here's the list of transfers the group has drawn up for this period. Take a look at it. When Mani Li didn't sit down, Chang Ruihua simply stood up from the boss chair, then handed Mani Li a form titled 2024 First Intern Transfer List, then opened his mouth and said, now it's the era of new media. We traditional media days are more and more difficult every year. This year's transfer quota is even cut in half. To our newspaper there is only one. Mani, I'm actually optimistic about you. Whether it's from the perspective of business ability, or overall quality, you're better than Guowei who's on the list. But do you know why she's the one who appears on the list and not you? Chang Ruihua walked to Li Mani and looked straight at the young and beautiful subordinate and asked, why? Mani Li subconsciously asked back, because she appreciates the opportunity to advance more and is more committed. And those are precisely the things you lack. It's good for young people to have a good attitude and work hard on their business, but you can't neglect the maintenance of relationships. You have to be proactive to get ahead. If you don't go for it, how will that opportunity fall in your lap? Chang Ruihua first paved the way for a wave, and then said, tonight I'm going to have dinner with the leaders of the group above me. In a moment I'll have Xiao Lu send you the time and place. It's up to you to take advantage of this opportunity for progress. The headquarters of the Jiangcheng newspaper group. The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy. The traditional paper media has been going downhill in recent years, and the total market capitalization of Jiangcheng newspaper group has fallen from 1.5 billion at its peak to 500 million now. Market value shrunk by 2/3. If not backed by the Jiangcheng municipal government, the amount of subsidies every year, it is hard to say whether it can be maintained. And yesterday a big event happened within the group. The second largest shareholder of Jiangcheng newspaper group, also the president of Jiangcheng newspaper group, Fang Zhongwei, cashed out and left the market. Since the largest shareholder, the Jiangcheng municipal government, does not interfere with the group's operations, this also means that the group's management is likely to change, because as the group's second largest shareholder, Fang Zhongwei holds 28% of the group's shares, while all other shareholders' shares total only 21%. So unless the group falls into a bankruptcy crisis government takeover, Fang Zhongwei has a veto power. And now that his veto power has changed hands, the group's executives are naturally trembling, not knowing who this new president will take. In a depressing, tense atmosphere, the door to the conference room was pushed open. Fang Zhongwei as well as a tall man walked into the conference room surrounded by 7 or 8 people. The crowd's eyes subconsciously fell on the tall man, and it was no surprise that this was the new president of Jiangcheng newspaper group. That's young. It seems to be just over 30, rippling and calm and introspective. I guess he's a very handy man. The group's executives have been giving comments in their minds, and at the moment seemingly calm Yan Hao actually nervous batch, although to the age of composure, but in the past he was the most prosperous time as the owner of 5 hot pot chain stores. Right now this kind of scene is also the first time to experience. To say that is not nervous that is impossible, but Papa Yang Hao had once taught him a little trick to hide his nervousness, and that was to act tall and cold. As long as you talk less and keep a tense face, people won't be able to figure you out. As the saying goes, if you don't say it's good, you can't say it's bad. The two of them took their seats, and Fang Zhongwei was the first to speak. I believe everyone has already heard about my impending departure. And yes, the news is true. So, this is the last time I will preside over the Jiangcheng newspaper group's high-level meeting to thank you all for your support and help over the years. Fang Zhongwei first briefly said his goodbyes, and then turned his words. Next, we have Director Hu of the Publicity Department of the Jiangcheng Municipal Party Committee to announce the new personnel appointments. As his words fell, a round of applause erupted from the scene. The chairman of the Jiangcheng newspaper group has always been the head of the propaganda department of Jiangcheng City, so theoretically major personnel appointments need to be decided by this chairman. But in reality, It is just going through the motions, but this formality is still required, which is equivalent to being recognized in the legal sense, which is somewhat similar to the appointment of Governors General of Commonwealth countries by the Queen of England. So that director who announced the letter of appointment from the Municipal Publicity Department, Comrade Yang Hao, has officially become the president of the Jiangcheng newspaper group, thanks to the big guys for the reward. Su Lao Mai, half dream, half wake, half life, 500 coins. System of the Heavens Dispatch, Iyun, Bookmate 3570, 100 coins. End of chapter. 93. This Chong Ruihua must be optimized. President's office. Yang Hao spun around in his comfortable boss chair. This president's identity was still relatively new to him. After all, he had only seen so-called domineering presidents on TV before. I never thought I'd get to experience what it's like to be president one day. Knock, knock. At that moment there was a knock on the door of the president's office. Yang Hao immediately adjusted his sitting position and said, "Please come in. Mr. Young, there is work to communicate with you." The man who came in was a middle-aged man who looked to be around 40 years old. He was dressed in a straight curry-colored suit and his hair was meticulously combed. Yang Hao remembered this person. His name was Wei Justice, one of the group's 4 vice presidents, in charge of the Human Resources Center. And the group's Human Resources Center has 3 departments under it, namely the Organization and Personnel Department, the Compensation and Performance Department and the Employee Relations Department. Mr. Wei, please take a seat. Yang Hao got up and went to the parlor area and sat down on the sofa with Wei Zhang. Mr. Yang, it's like this. Mr. Fong took almost all of the people from the president's office, so the president's office needs to re-recruit. Do you think I should draw manpower from other departments or re-recruit? Or, do you have a suitable candidate on your side? Wei Justice didn't beat around the bush and directly clarified his intentions. Recruit. Yang Hao gave his reply after a little thought. He is an airborne president, and if the president's office is full of people drawn from Wei Zhang, then he himself will be directly hollowed out. Although Yang Hao had never been a president, he could still understand this point. Good, then I'll arrange it right away. Wei Justice nodded, then asked, "Does Mr. Yang have any hard and fast requirements for his secretary?" Secretary? Yang Hao thought about it and said, "Just be able to do it. Secretaries have a lot of work, so they have to be able to do it." Yes. Wei Justice nodded his head once again. He felt that this seemingly high and mighty president didn't seem to be that serious. The threshold for the secretary of the president of a large group like Jiangcheng newspaper is still very high, and there are usually 3 hard indicators. 1. Good image temperament. 2. Graduated from 985 colleges and universities. 3. Proficient in at least 1 foreign language. And this is just the threshold. Each point to expand the words can be refined many requirements, such as the first point of good image temperament. In fact, this is a very general requirement. To expand is not less than 165 centimeters in height. Age cannot be greater than 26 years old. Unmarried, short-term, no birth plan, or is married and have children. But usually married and married interviewees will be passed over in the presidential interview round, unless that president is a Prime Minister Chow Fan. Yang Hao, however, did not mention any of these details, but only gave a 4-word guideline: just be able to do it. Mr. Yang should have felt that these basic requirements went without saying, that if you can do it should be an additional requirement. Wei Justice silently speculated in his mind about what this new president had in mind. Mr. Yang, then I'll go ahead and put the formation of the president's office into effect. By the way, there is still 1 presidential assistant left in the president's office. Do you think it should be transferred directly or retained? Wei Justice asked again. Male or female assistant? Yang Hao asked. Female assistant. Just joined a week ago. Wei Zhang answered. Call someone over. I'll talk to her. This kind of newcomer who had just joined the company could still be useful for Yang Hao, but it was also necessary to see what the other party was like. Okay, Wei Justice answered and then left the president's office. A few moments later, the female assistant who was left behind by Fong Zhongwei came to report to Yang Hao. This girl looks like 24 or 25 years old, wearing a competent short hair. Image and temperament are good. If you just look at the external conditions, you can make a tie with Wang Shueru. Mr. Yang, my name is Su Yali, and my previous position was Mr. Fong's second assistant. The girl took the initiative to introduce herself, and the so-called second assistant was the second assistant. Well, sit down. I hear you just started a week ago? Yang Hao asked casually. Yes, I was working in the capital before and came back after I got the offer. Su Yali truthfully introduced their own situation. In fact, since yesterday she is the state of confusion. Do not want to drift in the capital city. She is not easy to get a good offer and the relatively close to her hometown in Jiangcheng. As a result, she was left alone when the entire department left while she was still in orientation. Su Yali wanna cry. From yesterday to now has been worried about their own future. If this new president himself to form the president's office, she is bound to be transferred. The future is uncertain. Journalists Department, River City Evening News. Lee Manny and the micro-telecommunications and girlfriend Su Wenchen vomit a little bit of their own experience, although she is emotionally stable. But met this kind of bad things naturally also need an outlet to talk about. And Su Wenchen, who was groping for fish, immediately spat madly when she learned of her best friend's experience. Sinclair, what a piece of standing director. Simply scum. Shanshan, Manny, we will not be angry. The big deal is to change a job. Cynthia, I can't believe I still want you to go to the chaperone. It's really delusional. Cynthia, this shameless old man should be exposed for what he is. Manny, I hear we've got a list of transfers for this issue. Just as Lee Manny was going through the microblogging messages sent by Su Wenchen, Guo Wei, a trainee reporter from the entertainment and sports group next door, came over to Lee Manny's desk with a thermos cup in her hand. The two joined the paper together and were both trainee reporters. But Manny Lee is outclassing her in both outward appearance and business skills. So much so that Guo Wei, who was also a trainee reporter, had always been overpowered by Manny Lee, and now the spot to switch had fallen on her head. Guo Wei, who had finally fought a turnaround battle, couldn't wait to come over and show off. Well, congratulations, Manny Lee, knowing by and large what the other party had in mind, casually made a perfunctory remark. These days we have these traditional paper media slumps, and this year's transfer quota has been cut in half, so the competition is very fierce, and I'm just getting lucky. But don't be discouraged, Manny, you should be in the next installment. After Guo Wei finished showing off, she didn't forget to make a fake comforting remark. However, as soon as her words fell, Tang Lijia on the side picked up. Wei, you're being too modest. There's no such thing as a fluke. It's just a quiet effort to get behind the scenes. Tang Lijia is to understand Lee Manny. Know that this girl is the character of the world, so she directly for Lee Manny yin yang back. The heart is silently spit. How to turn their own hearts do not have a little bit of force, but also have the nerve to show off. Sure enough, listening to the words of Tang Lijia, Guo Wei immediately changed her face. She can still understand what is contained in these words. The heart of her immediately gray slipped away. Villainous, Tang Lijia spat, then said to Lee Manny, Manny, why don't I go for that news about the low-cost housing, and you take a break and adjust your state? No need, Sister Tang. I'm fine. Lee Manny shook her head. Don't look at her appearance soft and weak, but her bones are still very tough. This point is really not able to break her. President's office. Yang Hao let the people leave after learning about Su Yali's situation. The people in the president's office must all be the president's inner circle, so Yang Hao was also more cautious in hiring people, although he did not take Jiangcheng newspaper group too seriously with the help of his father. However, this is an opportunity to practice. He still tried to do a good job. You can't just punt on your first time as president. Fang Zhongwei had left quite a few books on business administration in the bookcase, and at this moment, Yang Hao used a study card that he had gotten from a previous mission and was chewing on the book seriously. With the learning card, not only can you forget your eyes, but you can also read at a glance, which is ridiculously strong. If he could keep on studying like this, Yang Hao felt that if he reviewed his high school curriculum, he would be able to get a top grade. Just as he was concentrating on his studies, the microphone suddenly rang. It was a message from Su Wenchen, Brother Yang. Our Manny is being bullied. Bullied? Seeing this message, Yang Hao directly exploded and made a phone call. As a result, Su Wenchen for a while before answering, and the voice is very small. The handset will occasionally come from the sound of flushing. Apparently the hit worker is running to the bathroom to answer the phone. However, after listening to Su Wenxian's account, Yang Hao was somewhat speechless. This woman is worthy of being a new media editor. Proper title party. What Yang Hao thought was being bullied was the serious kind, but it turned out to be a workplace thing. If before, Yang Hao most likely let Manny Lee quit her job. After all, he cannot interfere in the internal affairs of the newspaper. And now the situation is different. He is the president of Jiangcheng newspaper group. The River City Evening News is nothing more than a subordinate unit of the group. MD, a middle-level cadre of a subordinate unit also dares to bully his own sister-in-law. It's about changing jobs. Ending his call with Su Wenxian, Yang Hao directly called Wei Justice and briefly stated his demands. Don't worry, Mr. Yang, within 2 hours, I will give you a satisfactory answer. Wei Justice immediately took a stand. This is the first order this president has given since taking office, and that must be carried out in place. Vice President's office. Wei Justice directly called out to Wang Jin, the manager of the organization and personnel department. Jiangcheng Evening News Reporter Department Director Chang Ruihua, who's related. Jiangcheng newspaper industry internal relationship is intricate and complex. Although this Chan Ruihua is the end of certain death, but Wei Justice still want to understand his background. Vice President Lu's connection. As the personnel manager of the group, Wang Jin can be said to be familiar with the leadership situation within the group as well as several subordinate enterprises, so it's one of Lu Sen's men. Deservedly so. Lu Sen is one of the group's 4 vice presidents in charge of marketing, and Wei Zhang has not been too much to deal with. So once he heard that it was Lu Sen's people who had offended this new president, Wei Zhang was still very happy. Mr. Wei, is this Chang Ruihua to be optimized? Wang Jin, who had already heard the hint, opened his mouth and asked. The so-called optimization is in fact dismissal, but in order to save costs, the target person will usually be transferred out of the original position to a position he is not qualified for, so that the other party will take the initiative to leave, which will save a sum of compensation. This Chang Ruihua must be optimized, and an intern named Guo Wei is fired straight away. Wei Justice gave a direct order. By the way, aren't the 3 affiliated newspapers going to set up a new media operations center? Transfer Manny Li to become the director of the new media operations center. Wei Zhang added. Mr. Wei, who is Manny Li? The names of the middle and senior leaders of Jiangcheng newspaper industry were almost all engraved in Wang Jin's head, but the name Li Manny was unfamiliar. Trainee reporter for the River City Evening News. By the way, send me a copy of her resume later. Ha? Intern reporter? Transferring directly to the new media operations center as the director? Wang Jin was dumbfounded. Wei Justice then waved his hand impatiently. Hurry up and do it. I'll give you an hour. Thanks to the big boys for the reward. Drifting Night Our Horse feeds the goat bookworm 9509500 coins. Tianshan Swordsman, 100 coins. One more chapter around 12. Keep asking for monthly votes. End of chapter. 94. Congratulations to Director Chang on his promotion. Okay, I'll get right on it. Wang Jin answered and was about to leave when he thought of something else and asked. Mr. Wei, then who will replace Chang Ruihua's position? This? Wei Justice hadn't really considered this matter, but he soon had an answer. In that case, when you go over to the Jiangcheng Evening News, ask Manny Li by the way to see if she has any candidates to recommend, and then promote the people she recommended. Yes. Wang Jin was puzzled by Wei Justice's decision, but he always remembered a principle, for what the leader said. Understand to implement. Do not understand in the implementation of the process of slow understanding. In short, the leader was right. Wang Jin led the order to leave. Wei Justice, on the other hand, silently reviewed the appropriateness of his party's order. Then it was answered in the affirmative. Manny Li is the new president's hand-picked person to be converted. The president of the group went to care about the subordinate newspaper a trainee reporter whether or not to change the correctness of the bull *******, but also to stand up for her. This relationship is definitely not ordinary. Maybe it's a lover or something. That's why he is again on the basis of the transfer directly to the other side of a new media operations center director's title. Sounds like it is quite cattle. But in fact this new media operations center is still in the preparatory stage. The group did not want to spend a lot of effort to engage in the new media. It is just an attempt. At most, configure 4 or 5 staff. And according to the previous planning, the staff of the new media operations center is to be rejuvenated. So it makes sense for Wei Zhang to transfer Manny Li to the new media operations center. Of course, this kind of promotion will definitely cause criticism. But Wei Justice is indifferent. Anyway, he settled the leader's lover. Leaders are happy, and others can say whatever they like. And a personnel move at a subordinate newspaper has allowed himself to brush off a wave of goodwill with the new president. Absolute blood money. Not only that, he can also take the opportunity to suppress Lu Sen's power. Properly 2 birds with 1 stone. In a good mood, Wei Justice couldn't help but hum a little song. Journalists Department, River City Evening News. Chang Ruihua called Tang Lijie to his office again. Lijie, you're also an old man in our newspaper office. Have time to advise Manny not to be so stubborn. If you want to get ahead, then you have to be dedicated and show the leaders your sincerity, don't you? There's a line in the Red Rose that says what you can't have is always on the move. Right now Chang Ruihua, the old man, was already in a state of commotion, and it would not be too much to describe him as salivating, especially after getting a taste of Guo Wei. He felt that Manny Li just couldn't figure it out for a while. After all, both of them were about the same age. Guo Wei was able to accept it gladly, so why couldn't Manny Li? Director Chang, if it's a work matter, it's fine for you to let me say whatever you want about Manny, but I can't open my mouth about this kind of thing. It's too disgusting, and you've got the wrong lobbyist. Tang Lijie in the Jiangcheng Evening News mixed for more than a decade is just hotline news interview team leader. Promotion is not expected, so for Chang Ruihua she has nothing to fear. After all, she is a regular worker with more than 10 years of service, and she cannot be dismissed without a valid reason. Not to mention that personnel is not under the control of Chang Ruihua. He just has the right to nominate interns when they are converted, so he can write a beautiful recommendation. Director Chang, if there's nothing else, I have work to do, so I'll leave first. As the words fell, Tang Lijie twisted her head and left the office. And one after another in Li Mani and Tang Lijie body touched the nail. Chang Ruihua is full of fire. He paced back and forth in the office, thinking to give these two disobedient subordinates on a little intensity. Just then Guo Wei knocked on the door and walked into his office, and thoughtfully brought the door to the room with her. Director Chang, is the transfer list officially announced today? Although the list came out, but the group's official website as well as internal have not been officially announced, Guo Wei is a little impatient. So she came to find Chang Ruihua to ask about it. There's a big event happening at the group's headquarters today, so it'll probably be released later. Seeing Guo Wei, a devoted little girl, Chang Ruihua was in a slightly better mood and put his hand on the other party's thin waist while speaking. Don't tell me, it's kind of exciting to get a little action in the office. Director Chang, not like this. Guo Wei made a face of avoidance, but her voice was whiny. Chang Ruihua, the old man, couldn't carry it off at all, and he was instantly up in arms. However, he had poor soundproofing in this office, and outside was the office area, so anyone who entered his office could see it clearly, so it's not practical to do anything in his office, but you can take advantage of it. Just as he was touching and chatting, there was a sudden sharp knock at the door. The pair of dogs were startled and rushed to separate. Chang Ruihua sat back in the office chair, while Guo Wei stood in front of the desk in a regular manner, a posture of two people talking about work. Come in. After the two men took their places, Chang Ruihua then spoke. The person who came in was his assistant, Director Chang. Someone came from the group headquarters, saying that all those on duty should go to the conference room. There is something to be announced. Groupies? Such a big battle. Chang Ruihua was a bit surprised. It can't be announcing the transfer list. Guo Wei's eyes did light up. At those words, Chang Ruihua couldn't help but give this stupid internal look. The announcement of the transfer list of such things which need to be sent by the group headquarters personally, unless there is a major personnel changes, or what is the matter of the newspaper's major events? Come on, go check it out. Chang Ruihua slightly straightened his clothes and took his assistant to the conference room with Guo Wei. At this moment, the chief editor of Jiangqing Evening News, Han Tao, had already arrived, and he was sitting on the main seat. Beside him sat Wang Zhen, the manager of the group's organization and personnel department. Sure enough, it's a personnel move. After seeing Wang Zhen, Chang Ruihua had an answer in his heart. This organization and personnel manager is usually very busy. If it is not a big deal, he will not personally run a trip. Could it be that chief editor Han is being transferred? Chang Ruihua thought in his heart and nodded slightly at the two men sitting in the main seat before taking his seat. After waiting a few more moments, all the people on duty at the newspaper arrived. The conference room, which was originally quite spacious, was packed to the brim. Manny Lee was supposed to go out and run the news, but just as he was about to leave, he received a notice of an all-hands meeting. At this moment she was sitting in the corner with Tang Lijie and two other reporters from the Hotline News team. Quiet, everyone. Han Tao, who was the editor-in-chief of the newspaper, reached out and suppressed the sound waves, and the noisy conference room immediately quieted down. He then pointed at Wang Zhen and said, "This is Manager Wang of the group's personnel department. He has an important personnel appointment to announce. Next, we have Manager Wang." When Han Tao spoke, he handed the microphone in his hand to Wang Zhen, and Wang Zhen didn't have much to say. After all, Wei Justice just gave him an hour. He cleared his throat slightly and said with a straight face, "I'm here to announce 3 personnel changes. 1. Trainee reporter Guo Wei is slack in her work and has poor business skills. Now that her internship has expired, the group has decided not to keep her." This? The crowd in the conference room was a little confused when they heard this first personnel change. Since when does an intern's stay or departure need to be announced by the group HR manager himself? That's a big enough row to get fired. The Guo Wei people who are still dreaming of transferring to the right place are directly stupid. When she started to hear her name, she thought that the other party was going to say that she was going to transfer to the right place, but it turned out that she was directly fired. How is this possible? Director Chang, what's going on? Guo Wei cast an inquiring glance at Chang Ruihua, resulting in the other party also looking confused and full of incredulity. And that was when many people's gazes fell on Guo Wei. It can make the group HR manager himself come and fire an intern. Is this a violation of the laws of heaven? It's too much. Tang Lijie in the crowd, on the other hand, was excited as she whispered to Li Mani next to her. If Guo Wei is fired, then the odds are that the transfer slot will be yours. At this moment, Li Mani was also in a very surprised state. Guo Wei was fired too suddenly. After all, not long ago, she also bragged to her. It turned out to be open in the blink of an eye. Just when the crowd whispered, Wang Zhen's voice sounded again. 2. Comrade Chang Ruihua worked conscientiously, diligently and has achieved notable results. The group personnel department has decided to transfer Comrade Chang Ruihua to the group headquarters as the deputy director of the defense department. Wow! As soon as this second personnel appointment was made, the conference room exploded. Dozens of gazes landed on Chang Ruihua in unison. It says it's a transfer to the group's headquarters, but it's actually going to work as a security guard at the headquarters. This is called optimization. Either go report or leave voluntarily. Chang Ruihua, on the other hand, had his eyes glazed over as if he had seen a ghost. When he listened to the first half, he thought he was going to be high. It turned out to be a surprise that he was transferred to the security office of the group's headquarters. Doesn't that mean he's going to be fired? Manager Wang. Mistake, right? How can there be such a transfer? After a brief moment of stupefaction, Chang Ruihua stood up with a flourish. Wang Jin blankly glanced at him and coldly said, "This is the result of a meeting of the group's personnel department to study the matter. I won't take it." Chang Ruihua's old face turned blue as he yelled, "If you don't accept it, you can apply to leave." Wang Jin returned indifferently. "You." Chang Ruihua was at a loss for words and took the initiative to apply for separation without a dime of compensation. That's what they're really about. At this time, it is difficult to suppress the excitement of Tang Lijie said with a smile. Director Chang did not need to leave the well, transferred to the group headquarters. How good things. And hasn't Director Chang always emphasized the need for dedication? Now you can go to the group headquarters and give. So, gotta congratulate Director Chang on his high promotion. Pust. When Tang Lijie's words came out, there was a burst of laughter in the conference room. This is the time to congratulate Chang Ruihua on his high promotion. He really understands the yin and yang. That's chapter 4 for today. I'm begging for a vote. End of chapter 95. What kind of god is this Missy? Amidst the laughter, Chang Ruihua gradually calmed down. As a veteran who had been in the workplace for many years, he immediately realized that he should have offended someone. And it's the kind of person who is very powerful within the group. He swept his eyes at Guo Wei, the intern who had been fired outright, and it suddenly dawned on him. 2 personnel transfers, one for Guo Wei and one for him. Something that is relevant to both of them would be this internship transfer. That means he's offended someone he can't afford to piss off in the handling of this intern transfer. Chang Ruihua immediately looked at Li Manny again. If I had to say who was offended, it would be this little girl. Does she have a background I don't know about? Just as he was thinking about it, Wang Jin's voice rang out once more. Third, intern Manny Li excelled during her internship and was transferred to the new Media Operations Center as the director. Wow! The conference room was once again in an uproar. All eyes fell on Manny Li. An intern moved directly to the new Media Operations Center as a leader. That's a little too fast of a promotion. Although the new Media Operations Center has not yet been officially established, and I heard that it is only a few people in size, but at least it is a handful of independent departments. At this moment, Li Manny was in a daze. This HQ group personnel move was practically a revenge script tailor-made for her. Took out 2 villains straight away and then promoted her. Manny Li was all ready to remain an intern. Things turned out to be super reversed. Manny, so you have a backer at headquarters. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I was worried about you for a long time. Tang Lijie full of surprise. Fong fired Guo Wei. Transfer Chang Ruihua personnel decisions have made her very cool. I did not expect the back there is more cool. It turned out to be a revenge play directed by the little girl he admired. Sister Tang, I don't know what's going on here. Manny Li whispered back. She really didn't know anything. Dismissed. Manny, stay a minute. This meeting was to announce the 3 personnel transfer orders. In fact, this kind of thing can be operated privately, but Wang Jin was in order to give enough face to this intern with a sky-high background, so he asked Han Tao to convene an impromptu meeting. Now that the business is done, the audience is lost. However, the audience who had just finished eating melon were all quite excited, and they whispered as they walked out of the conference room. What's this little girl's background? It's too awesome. Usually quite a low-key person. I didn't expect to have this kind of background. The manager of the group's personnel department personally came down. This backer is afraid to be at the vice president level. I'm usually on good terms with her. I wonder if I could take me over to new media. Ha ha, Chang Ruihua deserved it too. I heard he was hitting on someone's little girl. It's simply a great joy. How many little girls have been victimized by that LSP Chang Ruihua? But that Guo Wei is also quite miserable. It's not sleeping for nothing. Guo Wei and Chang Ruihua were also in the crowd at this moment, and the 2 of them who heard the murmurs naturally looked even more ugly. Guo Wei even had the heart to kill Chang Ruihua. As others have said, what a way to get yourself whored out by this old man for nothing. I thought I could make a smooth transition and then still have the other person as a backer in the organization. Now it's good that she's been fired outright. Chang Ruihua was transferred to the group headquarters as a security guard. Although it is topped with the title of Deputy Director of the Defense Department, the level is considered to be a flat transfer. But Chang Ruihua in the Jiangcheng Evening News reporter department is a hand with real power. When you get to the group headquarters, naturally, it's nothing. And someone like him, who is clearly going to be optimized out, is going to have an absolutely rough time when he gets there and gets his shoes worn. Chang Ruihua, you old liar. Death to the impotent man who hasn't had 2 minutes. The more she thought about it, the more furious Guo Wei couldn't help but swear. As for Chang Ruihua, who was already green in the face, after hearing the scolding, his face directly changed from iron green to black purple. It was already humiliating enough, so he naturally couldn't possibly tear himself away from a little girl here and hurriedly accelerated his steps. The crowd of eaters on the sidelines were even more excited. Asterisk 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 me. Not even 2 minutes. Ha ha, I've had my fill of this melon today. Little girl, hit someone without hitting them in the face. Chang Ruihua's daily cup of goji berry water for nothing. A group of people were talking and laughing, and for the melon eaters, the bigger the melon, the more delicious it naturally was. At this moment, Tang Lijie's mood is also incomparably comfortable. She disliked the other party in Chang Ruihua's office, and I thought that the back was still going to be worn shoes, but I didn't expect that this person directly rolled away. It was a real blast. Lei Gei, you've always brought Manny up. What's the background? Reveal it. Someone came over to Tang Lijie in an attempt to eat a new melon. I really don't know. Manny keeps a low profile and has never mentioned that he still has connections at the group headquarters. Tang Lijie gently shrugged her shoulders. Before this, her impression of Li Manny was that this pretty little girl was hardworking, steady, and had strong business skills. There were a couple of very difficult interviews that she took down. That's pretty deep. Actually, it's normal. Our kind of unit always has hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Inside the conference room, Manny Li, who was facing the two big leaders alone, was a little nervous. Manny, sit down and talk. Don't stand. Han Tao smiled and pointed to the chair across from him. Thank you, Chief Editor. Hey, no need to be so polite. We're all on our own. Han Tao hurriedly waved his hand, while in his heart he was silently spitting. Missy, can you greet me in advance if you have such a powerful relationship so that I can offer you up? This stomping horse caught me off guard. It's a good thing that nothing happened under him, otherwise he wouldn't know if he could do his job as editor-in-chief. Wang Zhen's face was also piled with smiles at this moment. Manny, it's like this. The new Media Operations Center is still in the preparatory stage. If you have a suitable candidate, then report it. Recruiting in the society is also fine. Let's operate the new media as soon as possible. In addition, according to the group's meaning, the new Media Operations Center is temporarily equipped with 4 employees, counting you as 5, and then expand later if it develops well. If you have any requests, you can just mention them too. Thank you, Manager Wang. I have nothing to ask for. Manny Li politely thanked her. She was still dreaming as if she was still dreaming. How could she ask for anything? Okay, that's it then. Wang Zhen nodded, then took out another contract and handed it to Li Manny. This is the official employment contract of our group. Take a look at it and sign it if you have no problem. Wei Justice only gave Wang Zhen an hour, so he brought the contract straight away. While Han Tao on the other side was watching in awe, the manager of the group's personnel department personally came to the door for one-on-one service. For that kind of treatment, there wouldn't be another person in the entire group. Usually the group personnel department are very powerful. Sign employment contracts and other things have to be subordinate enterprises employees to run a trip to the headquarters, but also in the time specified by others. Who the hell is this Missy? Han Tao was more and more curious about Li Manny's identity, and even felt that he should hold on to this young lady's thighs, or at least make good karma, in case he could beg for it in the future. Li Manny seriously looked at the contract handed over by Wang Zhen. She is more cautious character, although already know that the group headquarters is helping themselves, but the employment contract, this thing is equivalent to the contract of sale, or have to understand some carefully. And when she saw the payroll column, her pupils subconsciously dilated a notch. 12K per month, 15 paychecks, and performance bonuses, that adds up to almost 200K or so a year, and she's making a base salary of 3 grand. Manny, if the salary doesn't satisfy you, we can talk again. The main thing is that the level of the new Media Operations Center has not yet been determined, and I'm drawing up my salary at the T4 level. After the public-private partnership, Zhangcheng Newspaper Group referred to the salary model of some big internet companies, and all the employees were divided into 11 levels, T1, T11, with each level corresponding to a different salary. Manny Li's previous rank was T1, and with normal progression, he would become a T2 after the transition, and now she got a direct T4 level salary, already at the same level as Tang Lijie, a veteran employee of more than 10 years. How about mentioning T5? Seeing that Manny Li didn't say anything, Wang Zhen took the initiative to say. At those words, Han Tao on the side once again dropped his jaw in shock. TMD, when did HR get so nice? His rank was T6, and by the looks of it, if this young lady had hesitated for one more minute, she would have been on the same level as him. No, it's okay. Manny Li hurriedly shook her head. She wasn't upset about the pay. She was shocked. Jumping from T1 directly to T4, Who wouldn't be confused by this rocket-like flight? Manny Lee picked up a pen and signed the contract. And Wang Jun's heart that had been hanging in the air had sort of fallen to the ground. He looked at the time. 55 minutes had passed since he had come out of Wei Justice's office. Finished the task 5 minutes ahead of schedule. Perfect. He immediately sent a Microsoft message to Wei Justice. The matter has been completed. Mr. Wang, stay for lunch at noon. It's almost mealtime. Seeing that Wang Jun had finished his business, Han Tao smilingly issued an invitation. Not today. Have to report back to HQ. By the way, do you have a candidate for Chang Ruihua's position? Wang Jun asked in passing. Han Tao had never thought of this problem because of the suddenness of the incident. There are 3 interviewing teams in the reporter department, which are Hotline News, Current Affairs News and Culture and Sports News. Each of the 3 groups has a leader, and normally one of the 3 leaders should be chosen. Manny, why don't you recommend one? Wang Jun is actually just going through the motions. After all, Han Tao, the chief editor, is sitting here, so it's not good not to ask, but since he hasn't thought about it yet, he's just skimming over it. Yes, Manny, you recommend one. Han Tao nodded his head in agreement, but in his heart he silently spat out, Old Wang, you have no need to ask me. Thanks to the big guy for the reward. Nothing? So-called, 500 coins. Phone transfer in progress, Vas Starchin, 100 coins. I'll still put out the extra work today, and then I'll bail out for 3 more chapters and keep asking for votes. End of chapter. 96. The new owner is very horny. Obviously this Wang always comes with a mission. Not only did he have to put Manny Lee in place, he even had to let the young lady decide on the candidate for that position of Chang Ruihua. The main attraction is a plateful of pulled pork. Let everyone know that this Missy has a strong background, so don't mess with her in the future. The convening of an interim meeting to announce personnel transfers in public is also meant to be a warning. Scary as hell. This is definitely the true god. Han Tao thought silently in his heart, and suddenly being queued up again. Manny Lee was in a bit of a trance. Is she even going to be recommended for the position of head of the press department? Is this something she can recommend? But now Wang Jin and Han Tao are both looking at her. It seemed to be just waiting for her to tap out. If I were to make a recommendation, I think Sister Tang is quite suitable. Manny Lee naturally recommended Tang Lijie, who took good care of herself. Of course, taking care of her is only one aspect. She thinks that Sister Tang's ability is also very outstanding. Only the character is more straight. Will not engage in backroom operation, that set of things. Well, I think team leader Dawn would be a good fit too. Han Tao immediately nodded in agreement. Then book her. Wang Jin nodded his head. He was not impressed by the group leader level and had no idea who the two were talking about. But it didn't matter, as long as Manny Lee approved. His mission is even completely accomplished. Manny, why don't you call that team leader Tang over on your way back? Wang Jin admonished again. Okay. Manny Lee nodded and quickly left the conference room. And when she came out of the conference room she let out a long breath. What she had just experienced was so magical that she still needed to digest it slowly. Pantry. Dingo. Congratulations in advance. Pan Yeye, the leader of the Current Affairs news team, walked over to a man in a brown suit with a cup of coffee and said with a smile, Congratulations on what? Ding Jitao knowingly asked. In fact, he was in a good mood at this moment. Since the position was vacant after Chang Ruihua was optimized, then the 3 team leaders of the press department were the most favorable contenders for that position. Pan Yeye's seniority is shallow. She just took the position of team leader last year, and it is unlikely that she will be promoted again. Tang Lijie's seniority is enough, but her rash character has always been not treated by the leadership. Take just now. The leaders are still in the conference room. She is openly yin and yang Chang Ruihua, although cool but not proper. She had even contradicted chief editor Han Tao before because of a news story, so naturally the probability of being promoted was not high. This also leaves Ding Jitao as the head of the culture, sports and news team. He's senior enough and has a good relationship with the leadership, so after Chang Ruihua was optimized, he was even more excited than Tang Lijie and Li Manny yet. The opportunity for a promotion is here. Dingo is pretending to be confused when he's trying to understand. With Chang Ruihua gone, the position of director of the press department is none other than Ding. Please take care of brother Ding in the future, Pan Yeye said smilingly. Ding Jitao, on the other hand, waved his hand repeatedly. You can't say that. You and Sister Tang both have a chance. And Yeye, you're young and talented, so maybe you have a better chance. Ding Jitao politely bragged. Don't make fun of me, Dingo. I don't dare to think about it. Pan Yeye hurriedly shook her head, and then whispered, What is that Li Manny's origin in the end? Does brother Ding know? I'm not sure, but it looks like it has a big backer. I cannot afford to mess with people. Ding Jitao lamented in a low voice. Pan Yeye sipped her coffee. It's not often that you have such a strong background and still work so hard. I guess I wanted to rely on my own efforts to get recognition from my family. but I ended up meeting Chang Ruihua, this colorful and daring guy. To say the least, I really deserved it. In fact, Ding Jitao usually licked Chang Ruihua, but now it is different. The wall fell down. Brother Ding, Sister Tang was called away by the chief editor and that manager Wang. At this time a reporter from Ding Jitao's team walked into the pantry, looking flustered. Don Lizzie was called away? Ding Jitao raised his eyebrows, and a bad feeling rose in his heart. Pan Yeye's face also showed a stunned look. Being called to talk at this time meant that it was likely that she was Chang Ruihua's successor. It won't be Sister Tang taking over Chang Ruihua's position, will it? Pan Yeye blurted out. If it's really her, it's probably gone to Manny Li. Ding Jitao depressed frowned. He should have thought of it just now, since Li Manny has so much energy. Then Tang Li Jie, who is on good terms with her, is likely to be promoted up. Conference room. Tang Li Jie's mood at this moment was complicated and apprehensive. I have been working hard for more than 10 years to be a team leader, but now because of Manny Li's sake to be promoted. It's magic, so it really is a case of choice over effort sometimes. She chose this hardworking young girl before Chang Ruihua and Manny Li, and didn't listen to Chang Ruihua to run to do Manny Li's work to get some kind of dedication. Otherwise, odds are she should be optimized at this point as well. Xiao Tang, I've seen your dedication all these years. Our newspaper is really in need of a mid-level leader like you. Do a good job in your new position. The reporter department will be handed over to you from now on. Han Tao is almost 50 years old this year. Calling Tang Li Jie Xiao Tang is not excessive. Well, I'll definitely live up to the trust of the chief editor as well as the group. Tang Li Jie hurriedly took a stand. Director Tang, let's sign the contract then. I have to go back to the group headquarters to deliver. Wang Jin wasn't as polite when he faced Tang Li Jie. It was all business-like tone. Okay, it's signed. Tang Li Jie nodded with a smile on her face. In the past, contract renewals went to the group's headquarters, but I didn't expect to enjoy a special treatment today. Tang Li Jie was not as careful as Li Manny, and signed her name on the contract after reading the column of rank and salary package. After completing the mission, Wang Jin immediately returned to the group headquarters without stopping and reported the situation to Wei Zhang. Wei Justice was satisfied with the efficiency of this personnel manager, and after praising him twice, he once again went to the president's office. Mr. Yang, the matters you entrusted to me have all been taken care of. In addition, I've learned about Ms. Li's work, and according to the reaction of her colleagues below, Ms. Li has strong business skills and works hard enough. It's too bad that such a talent is working as a reporter at the grassroots level. It just so happens that the group is going to set up a new media operations center, and the director's position is still vacant, so I transferred Ms. Li over. Wei Justice briefly reported about the arrangements regarding Manny Li. Well, Mr. Wei has a heart. Yang Hao nodded. This Vice President Wei's arrangement fell right in line with his future plans for Manny Li. Yang Hao was not destined to be the president for too long, because according to the script of the Monopoly game, his future assets would reach the trillions level. The plate of the Jiangcheng newspaper group is too small, which means that he is just practicing at this stage. Then after he stepped down, there is always someone to take over. So Yang Hao is planning to train Manny Li in the direction of the president's heir, and later on, he will leave the Jiangcheng newspaper group to her to take care of. And Wei Justice's arrangement is just to put Manny Li on the career. It's pretty good, too. Of course, this is only Yang Hao's unilateral idea, but also depends on Li Manny's personal will. If she is not willing to go the beautiful president of this set, then we will discuss it again. Anyway, the Jiangcheng newspaper group in Yang Hao's eyes is a practice field. Well, let's all practice. After all, neither has much experience as a president. Even if you play it off completely, it's only a little over $100 million. There's Hang Daddy, Small Change, Journalists Department, River City Evening News. Han Tao came to the public office area with Tang Li Jie. Everyone stop what you're doing. There is an announcement. Han Tao clapped his hands to get everyone's attention, then announced with a straight face, effective immediately, the position of director of the reporters department will be held by the former Hotline News team leader, Tang Li Jie. Mark it down for Director Dawn to give a few words. Applause for. As the words fell, Han Tao led the applause, and naturally, all the people in the press department enthusiastically agreed. After all, this is sort of an inauguration ceremony for this Director Dawn. Even Ding Jitao, who had previously had a lot of thoughts about the position of the head of the press department, was also compensating with a smile while applauding at this moment. There is no way. In the future, Tang Li Jie is his top boss. Not to make good relations, what else can be done? Tang Li Jie, who ushered in a high moment in her life, was naturally very happy, and she made an impassioned inaugural statement. And at the end there was a blunt thanks to Manny Li. Boli Fitness Center. Yang Hao came here in time for lunch. The rewards from the increased progress of the main quest spurred him on hard, So the weight loss task that I've kind of slacked off on for the past 2 days still needs to be picked up and brought down to the standard required by the system as soon as possible. Hello Brother Yang. Hello, Brother Yang. When Yang Hao walked into the fitness center, Yu Lily and Zhou Ling, who were still groping for fish behind the bar, got up to greet him, with smiles on their faces that were brighter than one another. Yang Hao didn't know yet that after some publicity from Yu Lily, the fact that he bought a Mercedes-Benz GLC for Meng Yu had already spread in the fitness center. People also have a whole new perception of his financial power. This is a godly man who can give away over $500,000 in cars at the drop of a hat. If you can be valued by this great master, the rest of your life will still be free of food and clothing. Based on such considerations, Yu Lily today makeup are more delicate than ever. Wearing clothes or the kind of V-neck sweater. See Yang Hao came and she deliberately pulled the neckline down a little bit, to create a kind of hidden effect. However, Yu Lily's body is too ordinary and is not attractive to Yang Hao at all. Where's Cindy? Yang Hao's gaze swept over Yu Lily's neckline, but didn't linger. Brother Yang, I'm here. Sun Xine was originally eating in the lounge. When she heard the sound she put down her chopsticks and walked out from the lounge. Bring me dinner, right? Yang Hao skipped the two women at the front desk and walked directly towards the lounge. Bring it on. Bringing a fat loss meal to Yang Hao every day had become a job for Sun Sini. And even though sometimes this fat loss meal would be brought back to her as is, she would still make a new one the next day. Having previously agreed to bring a month's worth of fat-reducing meals to this Brother Yang, Sun Sini is a man who keeps his promises. That's good. Hungry. Yang Hao walked into the lounge smilingly and ate lunch with Sun Sini. While the two were eating, Sun Sini's washing kept ringing. Yang Hao couldn't help but ask, busy lately? It's a good friend of mine. She used to develop in the capital and returned to Jiangchun last week to join a big enterprise. Originally everything was quite good, but today everyone in the department left, leaving her on her own, and then the new boss seems to be quite horny. And the people in the HR department said that boss recruited a secretary who even mentioned. He even asked for that kind of request. Thanks to the big guys for the reward. Suddenly random, 600 coins. Kusong County Bearer, Hanbin 666, Brave Little Fat. Start nicknames are difficult. A wave of spring water to the south flow. S Emperor Wu Prime S, 500 coins. End of chapter. 97. Mr. Lee, what do you think of the little one? At first it was quite normal, but when he heard it later Yang Hao suddenly felt that the boiled beef in his mouth didn't smell good anymore. No, why is this story inexplicably familiar? What business is that friend of yours in? Yang Hao asked tentatively. Jiangcheng newspaper group. Sun Sini returned. Yang Hao nodded. Could be. Discrediting the boss behind his back. The question is, how did the treadmill HR guys spread the word? How did I become a very colorful boss? What did I ask for? Yang Hao reviewed his conversation with Justice Wei. Justice Wei, Mr. Yang, do you have any specific requirements for your secretary? Yang Hao, just be able to do it. No, I have a problem with that request. A secretary has to be the kind of person who can do the job. I can't find a fairy to offer up. How is that friend of yours good at his job? Yang Hao asked. It's awesome. We're hairdressers. She's always been a schoolteacher. Then she got into Runmin University. And after graduation she joined a large state-owned enterprise as an administrator. Then how did you get back to Jiangcheng? Yang Hao asked. That leader was scheming against her. Plus she felt too rolled up in the capital. So she thought of developing in Jiangcheng, which is closer to our hometown. Sun Xine was well aware of Su Yali's situation, as the two had always maintained relatively frequent contact, and she had even taken the initiative to ask Su Yali what she was going to do about her relationship with Yang Hao before. As it turned out, that warlord told her she must take advantage of the opportunity, and Sun Sini has a good feeling towards Yang Hao. Yes, though not yet to that extent that they can be together. If she was a gold digger, she must have jumped at it raw when she had a crush and the other guy was super rich. But Sun Sini is not the kind of woman who is money-oriented, and does not want to be with a man because of money. Based on this mentality, she was very hesitant in dealing with Yang Hao's pursuit. The result is that this kind of man is a handful if you hesitate. Meng Yu seems to have succeeded in getting to the top, as Brother Yang actually gave her a Mercedes-Benz worth more than $500,000. Although Sun Sini was not a gold-digging woman, it was impossible to say that she was not envious. Women's vanity is already strong. Not to mention that the 20-something is the time when vanity is at its peak. Who wouldn't want to own a Mercedes? Yang Hao captured the key information from Sun Sini's mouth. School bully and not that ability. And a real Beijinger. There is no background in the River City newspaper group. All of these conditions are just what Yang Hao needs. Right, Brother Yang. I'm also ready for a new job when I'm done with your private lessons. Sun Sini suddenly said. Change jobs? Yang Hao looked at Sun Sini suspiciously. Is it that you don't want to be a fitness instructor anymore? Or do you want to change a fitness center? No more fitness instructor. Sun Sini shook her head with a certainty. Why? Yang Hao asked curiously. He was still thinking of letting Sun Sini be the store manager of this fitness center and guard the store for himself when the signing mission was over. Yet this girl surprisingly doesn't want to be a fitness instructor anymore. Don't really like this work environment. Brother Yang will understand when he looks at these micro messages. Saying that, Sun Sini handed her cell phone to Yang Hao. She has two Weixin. Right now the cell phone is open to the work number. There are many small red dots on it. 90% of them are Weixin messages sent by male members. Some of them want to ask for a date to have dinner, go shopping, watch a movie or something. This kind of thing is still considered to be a little bit better. Other messages were simply name your price and how much. In fact, before also being torn to change jobs, but a little reluctant to give up this income. Go out to find other jobs if the income will not be higher than the fitness instructor. Sun Xian honestly said that this was her truest thought. It's true that it's more difficult for her, a graduate of a sports academy, to change careers to find another job, and even if she finds one she should be making about 4,000 or 5,000 a month. And while the job of a fitness instructor is an unstable income, it is possible to earn more than $100,000 a year. I've really had enough of this constant verbal harassment. So, I must make a change, Sun Sini said with another face of certainty. Yang Hao nodded in understanding and asked while returning her cell phone, so what kind of work are you going to do? Office clerk or customer service or something like that? There's not much of a barrier to those jobs. Sun Sini has long been paying attention to job information. Although she has a bachelor's degree, her major limits the direction of her job search. And hearing her say that, Yang Hao was moved. What if it's a secretary? The lady boss is okay. Sun Sini also understood the work of the secretary. In fact, her image and temperament if she went to interview for a secretarial job success rate will be very high, and the salary is not low. But she winced a little at the thought that 80% of the people she was serving were some middle-aged men. She'd come into contact with too many so-called bosses at the fitness center, some of them seemingly serious, but turned out to be more flirty than anyone else with their tweets. And what if you were to be my secretary? Yang Hao asked again. Sun Sini was stunned. This sudden invitation made her a bit confused. Boss direct understanding. Yang Hao said smilingly, Brother Yang, I'm not experienced. Sun Sini was a bit moved. First of all, she had a good feeling about this Brother Yang, and secondly, she also recognized Yang Hao's character more. The other party had also spent over $100,000 on himself, yet he didn't make any excessive demands, and he didn't intentionally try to take advantage of himself during his usual classes. You will be very comfortable with such a person, without the psychological burden of worrying about the other person's lewd thoughts. Actually, I don't have any experience, Yang Hao said. Sun Sini was a bit confused and didn't quite understand. I mean, we can get better together. According to Fang Zhongwei's previous configuration, the president's office has a director, 2 secretaries, first secretary and second secretary, and 2 assistants, first assistant and second assistant. And the 2 secretaries' division of labor is different. The first secretary is generally responsible for the work. The second secretary is responsible for life a little more things, such as travel arrangements, booking flights and hotels, to participate in the activities of the dress code with what? Yang Hao thinks that Sun Sini is more suitable for the work of the second secretary. Recently she has not prepared fat loss meals for herself every day, and she has done a good job. And in addition to being the second secretary, she gets to double as her own personal fitness trainer. If Brother Yang thinks I'm okay with it, I'm willing to give it a try. The decision wasn't hard to make. Sun Sini had wanted to change her job, and if her boss was this Brother Yang, she might even adapt to her new job a little faster. Yes, then report straight to work tomorrow. Yang Hao already had a plan in his heart, letting that outstandingly capable Su Yali be the first secretary for himself, and then Sun Sini as the second secretary. The two were good sisters, and Su Yali could just bring Sun Sini along. That's a combination he's still happy with. Brother Yang, where do I report to? Sun Sini had been in the fitness industry since graduation, hadn't worked in a business yet, and was still curious about the organization she was about to work for. Jiangcheng Newspaper Group, Yang Hao said. Sun Sini blinked her beautiful eyes. Jiangcheng Newspaper Group. It seems to be the unit where my friend works. That's right. From now on you and her will be co-workers. Yang Hao nodded, then laughed to himself. Probably I'm the horny boss she was talking about. This. Sun Xine looked embarrassed, but more for her best friend. After all, the words were not hers. Brother Yang, are you really Sister Li's boss? Sun Sini asked with some disbelief. Cori, right? Yang Hao directly said the other party's name. Well, it's her. Sun Sini nodded. That's right then. I just took over the Jiangcheng Newspaper Group today. She's the only one left in the president's office. Originally I was going to transfer her because I didn't know if she was someone else's eyes and ears that had been placed by me. But now I can be sure that she's not. That means that Li and I will really be co-workers from now on? Sun Sunny felt that this all came too suddenly. Of course, this suddenness was actually considered a surprise for her. Not only did you solve the work problem, but you became a co-worker with your best friend. So it's a much quicker adjustment. Well, you'll be spending time together from now on. Yang Hao finished the last piece of beef in his lunchbox, then wiped his mouth with a paper napkin. Still, this fitness class can't be stopped. From now on, you still need to find time to come over and practice for an hour every day. This fitness center is so close to arriving. It's only natural that you can't give it up in the middle of the day. The welfare given by the hanging father. Not gripping for nothing. Zhang Liang's spicy hot pot. This store is near Su Wenxian's flat. For the moment she had half a cuttlefish ball in her mouth and her eyes were glazed over. Frozen for a moment, she hurriedly swallowed the cuttlefish ball in her mouth and said in shock, "So the big bad is just cool?" Manny Lee, who was already the director of the new media operations center, has no work at the moment, so she asked her girlfriends to have lunch with her. Yes, Lee Manny nodded. One fired, one transferred, and the odds are that that director Chang is going to leave voluntarily as well. Not only that, I was promoted. Manny Lee talked a little more about her position transfer. Su Wenxian was even more shocked. So, you're now the director of Jiangcheng Newspaper Group's new media operations center? Manny Lee nodded. Despite holding the title of director, Manager Wang said that the new media operations center only has a total of 5 employees counting me. And, the other 4 are still missing. No, there are shadows. Su Wenxian's eyes lit up and said with a smile, Director Lee, what do you think of the little one? You want to jump ship? Manny Lee had neglected to mention that her best friend was currently the new media editor. Sure would be nice if we could go. That's the Jiangcheng Newspaper Group, eh? It's much better than this pheasant company I'm working for now. Su Wenxian said with an expectant face. Manager Wang did say that if I had the right person to recommend. Manny Lee remembered Wang Zhen's words. Then push. Go. Push me. Su Wenxian made a monkey face. Fine. Push you. Manny Lee smiled and nodded, then said with a puzzled expression. But who would be the person helping me behind the scenes? I don't even know anyone at the group headquarters. And it's still such a precise strike. Obviously the other party is aware of my situation. But the only people who know my situation are Sister Tang and you. Wen Qian. Sister Tang doesn't have that much energy. Otherwise she would have been promoted a long time ago. Yes, that's me. Su Wenxian stretched her chest hard and dejectedly said, How about my Nini baby? Touched. Manny Lee responded directly to the douchebag BFF with a blank stare. If she had that much power, she wouldn't just be raging impotently in her tweets. There's actually one other person who knows what you're going through. At this time, Su Wenxian said quietly, Who? Manny Lee looked at her best friend suspiciously. Brother Yang. I tweeted him that you were bullied, and then he immediately called me to ask about your details. Su Wenxian gave a truthful account. Is it a brother-in-law? Li Manny's beautiful eyes lit up slightly. If that person was her brother-in-law, everything would be explained. There's one more chapter. It'll probably be after 12 a.m. Thanks to ZMO Bookboy, Back to the Future, for the 100 coins reward. End of chapter 98, Sisters, Shui Ru and Bing Ru. In fact, after the incident, Manny Lee had been wondering who was behind it all, but there was no clue, because he didn't know any big shots with that kind of energy. Later she also to brother-in-law on the association, and think it is unlikely, and she did not tell her brother-in-law about their own situation, not to mention that even if said, Jiangcheng newspaper business he may not be able to interfere in the matter. But after Su Wenxian's explanation, the pulse of things became clear. Although Manny Lee didn't know how her brother-in-law could have so much power, things must have been done by him, because out of all the people she knew, the only one who could help herself like that was probably her brother-in-law. I didn't expect Brother Young to be so powerful. There's even a relationship in the Jiangcheng newspaper industry, and it should still be a very powerful one. Su Wenxian let out a sigh of relief. I'll ask my brother-in-law about it this afternoon, Manny Lee said quietly. Go on. By the way, make a date or something, otherwise, Brother Yang will sooner or later be seduced by the little goblins outside. Su Wenxian smiled and joked. Hearing her say that, Li Manny couldn't help but think of the Zhao Ying she met at the parent-child games, and that woman was especially attentive to her own brother-in-law. When she thought of the pro-life movement, she couldn't help but think of the book her brother-in-law had read. After the divorce, my sister-in-law fell in love with me. After the parent-child sports meeting that day, she even searched for the book and was curious to read it, but the content was just too offending, and the author called Yuzu Too Fierce had no bottom line. A word on Shirbari, plus the identity of the hero and heroine of that book let her sense of immersion is too strong. See her body hot, and then did not dare to read it again. The shopping street at the back of Starlight City. Happiness Coffee. Wang Shuaru had gradually adapted to the identity of the boss's wife. Since it was a weekday, there weren't many people in the store. At this moment, she was showing her cousin Wang Bingru from her third uncle's family around her store. Wang Bingru would enter Jiangcheng University for graduate school in September, so there was little pressure on her to do her coursework in the next 6 months. Sis, you have to invest a lot of money in this store, right? After visiting the coffee shop, the sisters took a seat by the window. Okay. Wang Shuaru wasn't in a position to tell her sister the truth. After all, she and Yang Hao hadn't confirmed their relationship either. Sis, how about I come help you at the store? There's not much classroom pressure before school starts in September, so I want to work for a while and exercise myself. Wang Bingru took the initiative to propose. It's not impossible to come to the store and help out. It's just that coffee shop waitresses don't really get much exercise. Wang Shuaru naturally didn't exclude her sister from coming over to help, only as she said, she couldn't get much exercise as a waitress in a coffee shop. I'd like to get an internship with a big company for a while, but no company in my situation will take me. After all, it's only for a few months. Wang Bingru shook her head rather helplessly. Well, that too. Then come and help out at the store. But as you can see, the store is not busy at all. Most of the time it's just sitting around playing with your cell phone. As Wang Shuaru was talking, a Rangoon U8 suddenly pulled up outside the store. After seeing this car, Wang Shuaru's eyes instantly lit up as she immediately got up and walked towards the door. Bingru, you sit by yourself for a while. Wang Bingru looked at her sister suspiciously. Then her eyes also fell on the Rangoon U8 outside the window. She did not have much research on cars and did not recognize this car at all. She only felt that this car was so big. Yang Hao got out of the car, and then he saw that Wang Shuaru had already greeted him. This beautiful young woman was wearing a small fragrant style today, and she looked very age-reducing. New identity, still adapting? Yang Hao asked. It's already starting to settle in. Wang Shuaru returned. That's good. Yang Hao naturally reached out and hooked Wang Shuaru's thin waist and asked with a smile, is the store's hood working well? Hearing this code word, Wang Shuaru suddenly blushed and whispered, my sister is in the store. Sister? Yang Hao, who had just entered the store, swept his eyes inside the store, and then saw Wang Bingru, who was dressed in a youthful and beautiful way, with a black and white small round neck sweater on top, and jean shorts and knee-length socks on the bottom. A tender white full thigh was exposed to the air. Very eye-catching. Brother Yang, this is my sister Wang Bingru. As I mentioned to you before, Uncle Sam's kid is going to enter Jiangcheng University for graduate school in September. Bingru, this is called Brother Yang. Wang Shuaru gave the two an introduction. Hello, Mr. Yang. Wang Bingru greeted with a smile on her face. Although her sister didn't introduce the identity of this Brother Yang, Wang Bingru could see that the relationship between the two was extraordinary. Hello, Ice Ru, a graduate student from Jiangcheng University. That's something. Yang Hao smiled and praised. In fact, what he wanted to praise more was Wang Bingru's outward appearance. This girl looks a little more beautiful than her sister Wang Shuaru. Taller, number 170 or 168 by eyeballing. But the young one didn't have the flavor of a light mature woman in her that Wang Shuaru had. Just because to read graduate school is embarrassing Lu. Want to find a big business exercise cannot find Wang Bingru complained in passing. Are you looking for a job? Yang Hao asked. I want to find a big enterprise to intern for a period of time and exercise myself. Wang Bingru voiced her demands. So, Yang Hao smiled. How about assistant to the president? Assistant to the president? Wang Bingru was shocked, then whispered. Of course it's okay. I'm afraid people won't want me. What president would want an intern who can only work for half a year? Brother Yang, are you related? Wang Shuaru looked at Yang Hao curiously. Relationships are who I am. Yang Hao shrugged his shoulders, and looked up and down Wang Bingru. This image and temperament figure for himself as an assistant is still very enough. If she could join, then the president's office would be a trio of golden flowers. In addition, Yang Hao is also thinking of letting his sister-in-law, Li Mani, in the president's office of the post to brush experience, so that the words of the president's office is the 4 golden flowers. Yang Hao slightly fantasized about the scene where all 4 of them appeared at the same time in their work uniforms. Well, super eye candy. It's good, isn't it? It's all his. Yang Hao even felt that the 4 could form a group and debut. Years ago there was a very popular group called the Backstreet Boys, and Sun Cine. Wang Bingru and the 4 of them could be called Harem Girls, or the President's Girl. Well, the debut is bound to be a hit. Yes, the president's office is the way to go. Yang Hao silently brainstormed about the president's office and suddenly felt the joy of being the president. Brother Yang, do you own a company? At this time, Wang Bingru asked curiously. Sort of. Yang Hao nodded. Then can I really intern at your company? Wang Bingru's eyes lit up. Many of her classmates had started working, and she was also very eager for the workplace and wanted to experience it. Of course. Who made you Shuaru's sister? The green light is a must. Yang Hao smiled and nodded. Yeah, Thank you, Brother Yang. Wang Bingru smiled and thanked her, and it could be seen that she was a very lively type of character. It's just a little thing. Yang Hao waved his hand indifferently. Big Brother Yang, it won't cause you any trouble, right? Wang Shuaru asked with some concern. No, I'm short of people there. Yang Hao shook his head. Right now the president's office had finalized 3 people. Counting the hanging Li Manny was 4. However, Manny Li was hanging around, and only 3 of them could actually work. And then there were 2 newbies, Sun Sini and Wang Bingru. Well, it looks like it's going to have to be an exceptionally competent president's office director. Yang Hao silently made up his mind. Thanks to the big guy for the reward. Abir, 500 coins. Brother takes you to see the fish, 200 coins. Too sleepy, that's it for today. Continue tomorrow. And then, the new book's monthly votes are still more than 100 votes short of the top spot. So all you 18-centimeter gentlemen, give Yuzu a vote. End of chapter. 99, $10 million pocket money. Take it, Brother Yang. So when can I get on duty? Wang Bingru couldn't wait to ask. Tomorrow. Ah, that's great. Wang Bingru didn't expect this Brother Yang to be so efficient, and her face was immediately filled with smiles. Brother Yang, which one is our unit then? What is my specific position? Wang Bingru is a very organized person and is prepared to do a little homework in advance. Jiangcheng Newspaper Group, assistant to the president. Yang Hao replied truthfully. Ha, Jiangcheng Newspaper. Wang Bingru was shocked. Her eyes were 2 circles wide. She had thought it would be some small company. I didn't realize it was such a big group with an official background. Brother Yang, are you sure I can? If it was just a small company, Wang Bingru felt that she could still cope, but facing this kind of big group, she was a bit panicked. I can't tell if I'm competent, but I can offer this opportunity. Yang Hao said. Aha, then I'll definitely work hard and not let Brother Yang down. Wang Bingru nodded with a solemn face. Yang Hao laughed, so he didn't continue with this topic. He actually wanted to put some intensity on himself for extra training at this moment over, because every time he fixes the hood, he loses more weight. It means that this live really burns fat. What was not expected was that Yang Hao, who came over with this purpose, had unexpectedly gained another small assistant. Brother Yang, let's go upstairs and talk about the business. Wang Shueju this age understand that the average life expectancy of men in the country is 31 years, while the average life expectancy of women is 33 years. Yang Hao felt that the reason why men had shorter lives was not unrelated to women's crazy demands at this stage. But barring that, there are 2 sides to the story. As the soul-crushing question in the first installment of Do Not Disturb goes, that thing, is it that interesting? Yang Hao's answer was the same as Ji's. Interesting. So right, you can't blame women for this. Who told you that you can't even control your own brother? And there is always someone who will moralize and say, it's not that I don't want to take care of it. It's that my brother it has a mind of its own. So, Yang Hao and Wang Shueru went upstairs together. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple, those 7 compartments. 3 of them had been unlocked, and today the 2 of them entered the blue. Since her sister was downstairs, Wang Shueru was kinda nervous, but downstairs Wang Bingru was a layer of buff for Yang Hao, and he's kinda excited to deliberately up the intensity. Sister Lu, is that Brother Yang my sister's boyfriend? Wang Bingru came up to the bar and ate the melons of her sister and that young brother. I suppose so. In fact, Zhao Lu did not know what kind of relationship the 2 were considered to have. Anyway, the 2 came together on the day of the store visit. She, a laborer, didn't dare to ask about the boss's personal matters. After all, she hadn't mixed well yet. But through her and another sales clerk Mao Shuang's observation, the 2 should be boyfriend and girlfriend. Even if it's not boyfriend and girlfriend, it must have a super friendship relationship. Because this Brother Yang also went to the upstairs box with the boss to talk about work when he came to the store yesterday. But the process of talking about work was rather intense, and Zhao Lu and Mao Shuang could hear the sound of tables and chairs colliding with the walls downstairs, and occasionally the shouts of the boss. Must have had a bad job talk and an argument. Adult relationships are complicated. It doesn't really matter if they're boyfriend and girlfriend. Mao Shuang whispered. Wang Bingru nodded slightly, probably understanding the relationship between her sister and that big Brother Yang. Prospective brother-in-law can't be talked about. I guess it's a temporary brother-in-law thing. Wang Bingru does understand her sister's choice. She already knows about her sister's divorce from her ex-brother-in-law and is firmly in favor of her sister, because she had long felt that the ex-brother-in-law was of questionable character. She visited her sister's house during the summer of her sophomore year, and that ex-brother-in-law ended up keeping his eyes on her and making a big deal out of it. Most of the time, a man can feel if he is horny or not. So Wang Bingru received the signal and was so scared that she didn't dare to go to her sister's house after that. But there was no way for her to tell her sister about this kind of thing. After all, There was no evidence and the couple seemed to be on good terms. Just as the three of them were gossiping in whispers, a couple-like customer came to the store. Zhao Lu and Mao Shuang immediately greeted, while Wang Bingru returned to her original position and sat down, checking up the information of Jiangcheng newspaper group on the internet. The couple ordered 2 cups of coffee as well as 2 small snacks and then went straight upstairs. Apparently it wasn't the first time the two had been to the establishment and knew that there were booths upstairs with better privacy than downstairs for dates. Looking at the backs of the two men going upstairs, Zhao Lu couldn't help but sweat for the boss and that big brother Yang who were talking about work. If someone interrupts, the work talk won't go well, right? Apparently, this clerk with little relationship experience hadn't gotten the point of Huang Qing arranging for her to go upstairs every few moments that day. If that colorful sister was there, she would have personally sent the young couple upstairs and then walked around the entrance of the box twice on her high heels. That young couple chose the purple box that was adjacent to the blue box. Upon entering the box, the two cuddled together and got cozy, which would have been a normal interaction between a young couple. However, after a while, the two felt that the atmosphere next door was not quite right, and the scale of interaction between the two could not help but increase under the influence of that atmosphere. By the time Zhao Lu left after serving coffee and dessert, the two were more than ready to let loose. Come on, hurting each other. Let's see which box has the more intense negotiations. But the young man in his early 20s clearly hadn't had that experience, and with multiple buffs, surrendered in no time at all. Well, a little tired and out of shape, though only in his mid-20s, the young man was already skilled in the common speech of men, and his girlfriend, still sweet, complimented with a smile on her face. It's been great, though she said that. Her gaze couldn't help but skim the wall shared by the 2 compartments, curious about the scene behind the wall. About another 20 minutes passed. The storm stopped. The young man let out a long breath and cursed in his heart. Damn, it's finally over. Now even that kind of thing rolls right. Let's not let people live. He cursed in his mind before he heard the door open in the next compartment and the person left. However, a few moments later, a waiter, knocked on the door of their compartment and brought a fruit plate. Beauty, wrong delivery, right? We didn't ask for a fruit plate? The young man looked confused. It's a gift from our boss's wife. Thank you both for your support. Zhao Lu truthfully relayed Yang Hao's words. That's right, this fruit plate was sent up by Yang Hao for her to send up. Wang Shuaru is the boss, so as the boss's man, it is not too much for her to call Yang Hao boss's wife. Ha, cupping? Hold up what? The young man looked confused, but Zhou Lu, who had completed her mission, was already gone. Downstairs, Wang Shuaru made a pot of chrysanthemum tea for Yang Hao and then put an extra handful of wolfberries. He's strong though, but it could be stronger. Yang Hao glanced at this beautiful young woman. Sure enough, women at this age are hypnotic ghosts. If Meng Cha-Cha had been replaced just now, this moment people should still not be able to get up. After all, the little Cha-Cha who had just opened the door to the new world was not so resistant to building. Thinking of Meng Cha-Cha, Yang Hao couldn't help but think of that NPC number 2's mission this week. Fulfill Meng Cha-Cha's little wish and then reward a bottle of kidney strengthening potion. Previously, Yang Hao felt that this reward was at best like a tiger with wings for him, and it wasn't particularly urgent, but now he thought he could try this thing, then give Wang Shuaru, the beautiful young woman, a little color. He also sent a micro-telecommunication message to Wang Xiuxiu of the agency yesterday, and the other party said to keep an eye out for him, but there is no feedback yet. Well, let's give this task to Cory tomorrow. By the way, let's see how efficient she is. Ziru, are you okay this afternoon? How about walking me to the mall? Yang Hao, who has advanced to become President Yang, wants to go to the mall to purchase a few sets of clothes. In the past, there was not much opportunity to wear formal clothes when he opened a hot pot restaurant, and his closet was almost all casual clothes, but now it was different. As the president of Jiangcheng newspaper industry, he had to have a few sets of formal clothes to support the occasion anyway, and those luxury brand suits aren't cheap. They can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Yesterday, he spent more than $900,000 on buying a Porsche Cayenne for Manili, and he now had less than $3 million left in his bank card. This money is not quite like him to spend, so he thought of gripping a wave of Wang Shuaru's special spending money. There's still over $90 million left. It can't be spent. Wang Shuaru was still looking forward to having some normal interactions with Yang Hao. If every time they met it was just that, then it would really just be a friendship. But Wang Shuaru was very fond of Yang Hao. She may not be able to talk about love again after just ending a marriage, but she is really comfortable with Yang Hao, experiencing a failed marriage. Wang Shuaru also figured out that it is not important for two people to be together in any name or ceremony. The important thing is to be comfortable together, have fun, and not internalize the situation. Brother Yang, either bring Bing Ru with you? She is not going to your internship tomorrow. By the way, to buy her a set of clothes. Wang Shuaru offered to bring her sister along. A mature woman just gets it. Yang Hao naturally wouldn't object. He smiled and nodded. Then let's go together. Ha, going shopping? Great. Hearing the two conversations, Wang Bingru was very happy, although she is also considered a school bully, but is not the kind of people who die to learn. During the university has been in the student union, the social circle is relatively wide, which also makes her character more extroverted some. So, Yang Hao led the sisters out of the coffee shop. After sitting in the cab of the Rangoon U8, Yang Hao didn't rush to drive, but first transferred $10 million to Wang Shuizhu, and then forced himself to say, Shuizhu, I transferred some pocket money for you, take it and spend it. Since her sister was there, Wang Shuizhu didn't sit in the passenger side, but sat in the back with her sister. Hearing Yang Hao's words, she was a bit confused. Although this brother Yang bought the coffee shop and gave it to her, he hadn't given any money directly yet, and now he suddenly just said that he would give himself pocket money, confusing Wang Shuizhu. However, along with Yang Hao's words, her cell phone rang instead. It's a text message from the bank. Wang Shuizhu didn't check the news first, but waved her hand and refused. Brother Yang, it's not like I'm short of money right now. It's not about your lack of money. It's about me wanting to spend it on you, Yang Hao said in a domineering tone. Ha, this. Wang Shuizhu looked at her sister beside her rather shyly. This beautiful young woman had been sweetened by this kind of lines only found in idol dramas. It's the kind of line you'd feel cheesy watching on TV, and it might even make you physically ill. However, women are naturally fond of romance, and when idolatry shines into reality, your heart is still sweet, especially if you have a crush on the man himself. Wang Bingru, who was listening to the conversation between the two, blinked her beautiful eyes and the corners of her mouth subconsciously rose. She felt like she was chasing a middle-aged idol drama. Well, middle-aged love can be so sweet. Just keep it, sis. A peace of mind from people's brother Yang. Wang Bingru was still persuading up. Okay. But brother Yang, what's mine is yours. It's all the same. Although her sister was present, Wang Shuizhu felt the need to make her attitude clear. And Wang Bingru, who had once again bumped into CP, smiled with a wide-eyed smile. Wow, so sweet. Please continue. Yang Hao smiled and nodded. Starting the car, Wang Shuizhu, on the other hand, clicked on the text message sent by the bank. Brother Yang is a good heart. It is always necessary to take a look. Wang Bingru on the side was curious and probed her head to see how much pocket money this brother Yang was talking about. Then the next second, the sisters were all dumbfounded. Both pairs of beautiful eyes were staring as if they were small lanterns. After freezing for a moment, Wang Bingru's voice trembled a little as she counted. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million, $10 million. I'm still going to put in the extra chapters today, and there are 3 more to go. Gentlemen of 18 centimeters, if the sky is the limit, give a monthly ticket, okay? End of chapter. 100. Do you want me to give him a son? No, you call $10 million pocket change? Wang Bingru looked at the man sitting in the driver's seat with a face full of shock. She felt that the middle-aged idol drama she was following was too outrageous. Not to mention the middle-aged idol drama. What idol drama would not dare to act like this? Give $10 million called pocket change. The 10 million joy beans will cost you a lot of money to recharge, right? Wang Bingru suddenly felt that he read this graduate school does not seem to be too meaningful, even if she graduated from graduate school to find a good job. According to the annual salary of 200,000 calculated, do not eat or drink 50 years to earn enough 10 million. But can she work for 50 years? Obviously it can't. I thought there was no market for divorced women with children. What a situation. This sister of his has just been divorced and is being adopted by such a godly man. If this was posted online, the bottom fantasy women would have a big party all night long. Watch it. Women in second marriages with children are so sought after. One day, there will be a domineering president driving a Rangoon U8 and smashing me with $10 million of pocket money to spend. There is a hit drama called Good Things Come True in the previous period, and the domineering president played by Mr. Huang is unmarried for more than 10 years and finally waits for the white moonlight in his heart to divorce with a baby. Wang Bingru even cursed the writers at the time for being brain-dead and writing that kind of plot that misleads women. Now it looks like the writers are being conservative. Reality is far more exciting than the TV show. Brother Yang, this is too much. Wang Shuizhu came back to her senses and said with a tangled face. She was from a privileged family that didn't really look at money particularly hard, but that was limited to amounts within her perception. It's $10 million that's hitting her card right now. Add that to the coffee shop you bought for yourself earlier, and that's $18 million. That's enough money to marry several little girls. Do you want me to give him a son? National laws have made it clear that children born out of wedlock are treated in the same way as children born in wedlock and have the right to inherit family property. However, in the past 2 days, Brother Yang is not going out of his way to get pregnant. Wang Shuiru was a little confused by the $10 million and couldn't help but think wildly. It's only $10 million. Yang Hao breezily returned his sentence. While in his heart he was thinking, Shuiru, you are a woman who understands. Remember to pay the bill when you spend money in a while. Dedicated spending money could only be spent on Wang Shuiru, but now that Yang Hao had given the money to the other party, it was at Wang Shuiru's own disposal, so it wouldn't be a violation if she took the initiative to spend money on Yang Hao. Of course, Yang Hao, so a rich man does not have to grip the wool of Wang Shuiru, but now is not a difficult time, has not completely taken off, can save is to save. At this moment, Yang Hao's just will not be able to make Shuangru. No, if you say $10 million, then $10 million, it's just too rude to add this. The $10 million froze and was uttered to feel like a dollar. Brother Yang, then spend this money later. How could I have spent so much on myself? Wang Shuiru really did know what she was doing and took the initiative to propose. It's the same with any money you spend. Didn't you also say, what's yours is mine? Yang Hao waved his hand in a pretentious manner and added, money is for spending. Tell me when you're done and I'll give you another $10 million. No, that's enough. Wang Shuiru hurriedly shook her head. Wang Bingru, on the other hand, was completely turned upside down by Yang Hao's phrase, give 10 million more after spending. It turns out that ordinary people and rich people have different units of currency. The unit of currency for us ordinary people is the dollar or the block, and their rich people's unit of currency is million or tens of millions. Wang Bingru somewhat understand what is called we live in the same world, but in a different time and space. The world is still the world, but you're definitely not seeing the same world as the rich. Yang Hao's destination this time was Plaza 66. Star City does not have a full range of luxury brands. Even Hermes, the leader of the luxury sector, is not in residence, unlike Hang Lung, where almost all luxury brands are in residence. Parking the car in the underground parking lot, the three of them took the elevator up to the first floor. Brother Yang, are you buying formal wear? Wang Shuiru asked as she took Yang Hao's arm. Both are single anyway and don't need to avoid anything. Aha, it's the kind of dress that can be worn for formal occasions as well. Yang Hao nodded. Then go to Hermes. In fact, Wang Shuiru hadn't shopped Hermes much before. After all, it was too expensive. Not something she could afford to consume at this level. But today it's different. There's $10 million lying on the card. The bottom line. However, Wang Shuiru didn't want to buy anything for herself, but wanted to match a few sets of clothes for Yang Hao. Wang Bingru followed behind the two. It was her first time to walk into a Hermes boutique. Her parents are ordinary working class. Luxury goods this thing cannot even dare to think about. But when she entered the store and looked at the labels of the things on the shelves, she was surprised that they felt a little cheap. Tens, hundreds of thousands. However, Brother Yang casually transferred $10 million of pocket money to his sister. If only I had $10 million too, Wang Bingru thought silently in her heart. That way all those wishes of hers could be realized. With this in mind, she subconsciously looked at that big Brother Yang who was walking in front of her, and a crazy thought actually emerged from her heart. No way. He's a sister's man. Wang Bingru hurriedly shook her head to dispel that horrible thought in her mind. An hour later, the trio left the Hermes boutique, spending a total of over $1.5 million. Wang Shuiru gave head to toe to match 3 sets of equipment for Yang Hao. And by the way, she bought 2 sets of clothes for her sister to wear to work. She hadn't wanted to buy anything herself, but Yang Hao had chosen 2 sets of clothes for her, saying that she could wear them the next time she repaired the hood. When she was about to leave, she took one more look at the new bag of the season, and then Yang Hao let her buy it as well. And this bag alone cost more than $400,000. Of course, Wang Shuiru was the one who went to pay for all this. Just like this, she still felt that the money spent was too little. After all, Yang Hao gave $10 million, which was only spent on him big hundreds of thousands of dollars. Brother Yang, why don't you buy a watch? Wang Shuiru pointed to the Rolex boutique next to her. Well, go check it out. Yang Hao actually didn't have the habit of wearing a watch, but it seemed like there was no one who didn't wear a watch in those bigwigs. As the saying goes, poor people play with cars, rich people play with watches. If you don't have money, you pound it. Seeing a customer come to the door and carrying a bunch of Hermes shopping bags, the salesman is naturally very enthusiastic. After trying on several watches, Yang Hao finally chose the platinum version of the Cosmic Design Dinatone. The public price is $638,100. Although Yang Hao didn't know much about watches, this one looked quite eye-catching, and the price of more than $600,000 is also considered to be pro people. After all, those celebrities wear the watch are often a few million. Too high profile. What a low-key guy Yang Hao is. Don't act that way. It was almost 4 o'clock when the trio exited the Rolex boutique. Both Yang Hao and Wang Shuiru have to pick up their children from school, and so the trip to Hang Lung came to an end. A total of over $2 million was spent. Yang Hao sent Shuangru back to the coffee shop and drove to the kindergarten to pick up Ruoshi. Sis, how do you and this brother Yang know each other? After Yang Hao left, Wang Bingru could no longer suppress the curious emotions within her heart. In her opinion, a godly man like Yang Hao and her own sister were not even on the same level, yet the two had come together and were still on such good terms. Sort of a chance encounter. Wang Shuaru casually made a perfunctory remark. How did you meet by chance? Tell me in detail. Wang Bingru put on an eating face. Let's talk about it sometime. I have to go pick up Nono from school. Wang Shuaru really didn't have a way to explain to her sister how she and Yang Hao got together, so she just slipped away. Bell Pro Kindergarten. Yang Hao just got out of the car and Pang Laofat scurried out, his fat face piled with smiles. Brother Yang, hello again. Yang Hao swept a glance at this old fat Pang, and couldn't help but silently spit in his heart. You are waiting for Lousy. How come you're the one picking up the kids these days? Yang Hao remembered that it used to be Pang Laofat's wife who picked up the children, and since he had rewarded the guy with $700,000, the task of picking up the children seemed to have fallen on him. The book is so puffed up that there's no motivation to code. Pang Laofat hemmed and hawed, but in reality it was his wife who had given him the task of making sure to repair the relationship with Yang Hao, the godly man, so he had to take the opportunity of picking up the kids to squat Yang Hao here. Just pounce. Who told you not to keep shibariing? Yang Hao casually spat out a sentence. Pang Laofat's book has been engaged in shibboleths. After the divorce, the sister-in-law fell in love with me. The results are very good. What Brother Yang said is true. I blame myself for being blindly J8 noble. Pang Laowat nodded his head repeatedly, then said with a lewd face, Brother Yang, I have the microphone of the number one beauty in our net writing circle. Do you want to add it? She had always presented herself as a male author, calling everyone in the group her brother, but it turned out that one time when I was reading in the library, I saw a pretty girl coding in the reading area, and I snuck a peek at the book she was writing, and then I was stunned. Pang Laofat recounted how he learned the identity of the first beauty of the online writing circle, and was quite proud of himself. However, Yang Hao didn't dare to be interested in this so-called number one beauty of the online literature circle at all. He had enough beautiful women around him, not one dead geek girl. Pang Laoban also wanted to pimp this mode to add back to Yang Hao's microblogging it. Turns out people aren't interested at all. And at that moment, the kindergarten just happened to be dismissed, and Zhang Yuqi led the children of the second-year class out. Dad, old Pang, Ruoshi and Pang Haoshuan spotted their dads at the same time, but the two were addressed in completely different ways. Pang Haoshuan, that little fatty, even called Pang Laowat old Pang. Bears, I've said don't learn from your mom. Pang Laofat chided with a black face. It's a nice way to say it. Yang Hao laughed and joked on the sidelines, but he never dreamed that it was a boomerang. I heard Ruoshi follow suit and shout, Lao Yang, aha. Yang Hao's smile froze at the corners of his mouth, and he subconsciously looked at the little fatty Pang Haoshuan. Couldn't help but spit in my mind. MD, this little fatty is toxic. I'm such a good Ruoshi, but he's taken me for a ride. Thanks to the big guys for the reward. Mudlark Henjin, 5,000 coins. Group Taunting AA, 1,500 coins. Tianshan Swordsman, 500 coins. Book Desert 886, Yen Emo Light Touche, Shui Jihan 1988, Scarecrow Puppet 11, Muyu Jinjin, Brocade Knight Little Scribe, 100 coins. 2 more chapters a little later. End of chapter. 101. True, repair hood. Pang Laofat wanted to laugh, but was afraid that if he laughed, this gold master of his, Brother Yang, would not be happy. So it took on a state of stifled laughter as he clenched his teeth hard while the fat on his fat face quivered gently from the upturned corners of his mouth. Laugh if you want to. Don't stifle your internal injuries. Yang Hao rolled his eyes. Pang Laowat, this appearance is not as good as a direct smile. See him thieves hard. Ha ha ha. Brother Yang, actually I didn't want to laugh. The old fat Pang bastard was laughing while denying the fact that he wanted to laugh. Lean, dead puff. Yang Hao cursed in his heart, but he picked up Ruoshi and then said with a serious face, don't learn from Pang Haoshuan in the future. Didn't Dad say it's a friendly name? Ruoshi beamed. Yang Hao was speechless. Alright, I'll take back the boomerang. Dad, what's a boomerang? Ruoshi asked suspiciously. Nothing, dropping you off at your painting class. Yang Hao touched the little girl on her forehead, then said to Zhang Yuqi again, Teacher Jiang, I'll send Ruoshi to the tuition class first, and I'll come to pick you up later. Well, there's no rush. I'm not getting off work until later. The two had agreed yesterday that Yang Hao was going to help Zhang Yuqi repair the hood. Well, this time it's true fixing the hood. Moreover, yesterday, Yang Hao also did a quest at NPC number 1 Wang Shuaru to get the first skill given by Hang Daddy, master level appliance repair skill. So, Yang Hao is now really a man with a skill. Brother Yang, are you sure you don't want to add that female author? Before leaving, Old Fatty Pang asked once again. No additions. Yang Hao decisively refused. A mixed male frequency of female authors. The spirit can be normal is strange. It's the same thing with male authors in the female genre. Just imagine the picture of fat old Pang writing romance abuse in a female genre. Okay, Pang Lao Fat is a little disappointed. I did not expect that the beauty plan is not working well. Yang Hao sent Ruoshi to the training center where she had her painting class and then returned to the kindergarten. Wait a while. Zhang Yuji then got off work. This Xiao Zhang teacher went the sweet girl route, wearing a gray one-piece sweater. Long hair slightly curled looks very good. It is now the middle and end of March. To the messy clothing season, walking in the streets of Jiangchang, you will find that the beauty of the little girl has begun to show thighs, but the conservative old aunt will still be covered tightly. Zhang Yuqi was obviously the kind of little girl who loved beauty, and this one-piece sweater of hers was one of those rather strange designs, and Yang Hao would always worry about going to the restroom for her every time he saw someone wearing similar clothes. Brother Yang, I'm sorry for the trouble, and for making you make a special trip. After meeting, Zhang Yuqi politely said, what's the trouble? A show of hands. Yang Hao waved his hand, signaling Zhang Yuqi to get on the car. The house rented by this teacher, Xiao Jiang, was 10 minutes away from the kindergarten and was a normal neighborhood, much better than the rehousing neighborhood where Yang Hao now lived. The neighborhood was segregated for people and cars, so Yang Hao could only park his car outside the neighborhood then walk in with Zhang Yuqi. On the way, Yang Hao chatted with this little Zhang teacher about Ruoshi's performance in kindergarten. The feedback I got was that I could eat and sleep, but I was sleepy when studying. Well, the attributes of a schoolboy are beginning to emerge. Zhang Yuqi rented a house on the 17th floor and also installed a fingerprint lock. She entered her fingerprints, the door to the room opened, and then froze. Ha, little auntie, you're home. There is a woman in the living room is trying on clothes. Is the kind of backless evening dress? And she tried this dress in order to see the effect, or vacuum. This moment she stood sideways in front of the fitting mirror. From the angle of the doorway to see, just can have a feast for the eyes. It was naturally nothing if it was just Zhang Yuqi coming back by herself, but now Yang Hao was standing right behind her. Kiki, why did you even bring a man back? Kai Mei-chen was startled and hurriedly adjusted her standing position to face the doorway head-on. Already over his eyes Yan Hao gentlemanly turned around. Excuse me, I'm here to help fix the hood. Kiki, you should have said something. Kai Mei-chen grabbed the clothes that were on the couch and hurriedly slipped back into the bedroom. Zhang Yuqi gently spat out her tongue, thinking, you are out of sight all day. Who knows you are at home? Brother Yang, come in. She's gone to her room. Zhang Yuqi changed her slippers and then greeted Yang Hao. However, there were no men's slippers in the house they rented, so Zhang Yuqi had to take a pair of women's slippers and hand them to Yang Hao. Brother Yang, we don't usually have men here, so you'll just wear it. Yang Hao was fine with that, but his 43 feet looked hilarious in the size 39 pink slippers of who knows who. Was that your sister-in-law just now? Yang Hao was mainly curious about the title of little aunt because the woman didn't look too old. She should be around 30 years old. Well, it's my own sister-in-law coming up. She's usually very busy at work, traveling a lot to socialize and rarely at home. Zhang Yuqi briefly explained. But here's the problem again. Her last name is Zhang, and her real sister-in-law's name is Tsai Mei-chen. Normally, the two should have unified their surnames. However, Yang Hao didn't know Kai Mei-chen's name right now, so there was no such doubt. And the truth is, Zhang Yuqi changed her mother's last name because her father ran off with a wild woman outside when she was still very young and is still nowhere to be found. Learning that the other party was really Zhang Yuqi's sister-in-law, Yang Hao didn't ask any more questions, but looked at the environment of Zhang Yuqi's rented house. It was a 3-bedroom house with a total area of about 120 square feet. Yang Hao remembers that Liang Xiaolu, the teacher of the Form 2 class that he won in tug-of-war during the parent-child games, seems to be Zhang Yuqi's roommate as well, which means that there are 3 women living in this house. The rent shouldn't be too expensive when you split it evenly between the 3 of you. Brother Yang, drink water. Zhang Yuqi handed Yan Hao a bottle of mineral water. Thanks. Yang Hao took the water, but felt that the scene was inexplicably familiar. He remembered the time he fixed the hood for Wang Shueru. The other party seemed to be the one who handed him a bottle of mineral water. I'll go see what's going on with the hood first. Although Yang Hao received the mineral water, he didn't drink it, but went directly into the kitchen. He kinda wanted to try his hand at it since he gained master appliance repair skills. And for a man, it's quite an accomplishment to fix something. Yang Hao opened the hood's power supply, found that the suction does not work, and the sound does not sound right. It needs to be taken apart. Yang Hao said to Zhang Yuqi who was standing in the kitchen doorway. Then it's hard on you, brother Yang. Zhang Yuqi made a gesture of please, because to repair the hood Yang Hao deliberately brought a toolbox upstairs. The basic tools are all there, so he began to show his appliance repair master skills. and just as he was concentrating on dismantling the hood, Kai Mei-chan, who had changed into a conservative housecoat, came out of the room and asked Jiang Yuqi, "How was that gown just now?" "It's beautiful," Jiang Yuqi answered truthfully. "Master, what do you think?" Kai Mei-chan looked at Yang Hao again. You're asking me?" It was the first time Yang Hao had been addressed as master. "There's really nothing wrong with it. Lao Zi is Master Yang who specializes in repairing hoods and unplugging drains. Didn't you see it too?" Kai Mei-chan felt that Yang Hao's opinion was more convincing as a man. Pretty good, white." Yang Hao recalled the image of the party, and the only thing in his mind was the white back and the hemispheres that were perfectly shaped and curved. As for clothes, who in that situation would pay attention to how the clothes look at first glance? "Auntie, Brother Yang is not a repairman. He is the parent of a student in our class. He happens to be good at fixing hoods. That's why I asked him to come over and do a favor." Seeing that Kai Mei-chan actually thought of Yang Hao as a repairman, Jiang Yuqi hurriedly explained. "So, excuse me," Sai Mei-chan hurriedly apologized. "It's okay." Yang Hao waved his hand indifferently and continued to test his skills. Instead, the aunt and nephew pair, Kai Mei-chan and Jiang Yuqi, chatted idly. "Auntie, you're off work so early today." "I've left my last organization." Left the job? Jiang Yuqi was a bit surprised, and she hadn't heard her sister-in-law say anything about leaving her job before. "I handed in my application to leave last month and just finished the handover this morning. I was going to take some time off, but the headhunter recommended a pretty good job to me, and I'm going to try it tomorrow." "What kind of work?" Jiang Yuqi asked curiously. "Does the Jiangcheng newspaper industry know about this?" Kai Mei-chan asked rhetorically. "I know." Jiang Yuqi nodded. "Interview position is the Jiangcheng newspaper group president office director. I heard that the Jiangcheng newspaper group has just changed the president. I do not know how this president is temperament," Kai Mei-chan said quietly. Hearing this, Yang Hao, who was originally focused on fixing the hood, subconsciously tilted his head to look at Kai Mei-chan. He didn't think he'd meet someone who was interviewing for the position of president. However, this woman's image and figure fit the harem girls' entry requirements. "I just don't know how capable she is." Now that harem girls already had 2 fish-touching contestants in Sun Sinning and Wang Bingru, there absolutely couldn't be a third, or else this girl group would be ruined. For a company as big as Jiangcheng newspaper group, the president should be very old. Jiang Yuqi said casually. "Well, it's supposed to be an older man, hopefully not an LSP. I wouldn't do it for any amount of money if it was LSP." Kai Mei-chan said with a straight face. "Hey, I'm going to interject." At this time, playing with a screwdriver in his hand, Yang Hao said smilingly, "As far as I know, the president of the Jiangcheng newspaper group is not an old man. He's only in his 30s, and even more so is not a LSP. He's a decent person, of high moral character and is willing to help others." How do you know?" Kai Mei-chan looked at Yang Hao with a suspicious face. "Brother Yang, you don't work for the Jiangcheng newspaper industry, do you?" Jiang Yuqi added curiously. "Thanks for the reward. What names are repeated?" 2,000 coins. Luze, Lbzaxi, bookmate 3769, 100 coins. "There's one more chapter. I guess I'll have to write it until 1 or 2 o'clock. End of chapter. 102. Is this recruiting a secretary or a harem? Facing the inquiring gazes of the 2 women, Yang Hao slowly got up, then straightened his somewhat messy hair and put down the screwdriver that shouldn't have appeared in the hands of this Mr. Yang. "Well, there's a BGM missing. It's the one from Kanshi's private visit in microcosmic service. The powerful, uplifting melody plays whenever an identity is revealed." Yang Hao brainstormed a bit of BGM to himself, then said with a straight face, "Actually, I am the new president of Jiangcheng newspaper group." "Ha?" Jiang Yuqi was dumbfounded, and her clear, beautiful eyes had been filled with the color of shock. Apparently she believed it. However, Kai Mei-chan smiled. "You're the president of Jiangcheng newspaper group? Then how come I, the president's wife, don't know you?" "Ha, Mrs. President?" It was Yang Hao's turn to be confused. He froze for a moment before reacting to the fact that this woman was saying this because she didn't believe his words. Hearing her little aunt say this, Jiang Yuqi also reacted. This brother Yang seemed to be joking. If he was really the president of the Jiangcheng newspaper group, how could he come to help fix his hood? It's simply not outrageous. "Brother Yang, can you fix it?" Jiang Yuqi felt that Yang Hao's joke was a bit awkward and simply changed the topic. "It's fixed. Just reattach it." The skills given by Hang Daddy are still very powerful, and Yang Hao easily fixes the hood. "So fast. Brother Yang, you're awesome." Jiang Yuqi let out a sigh of relief. Yang Hao thought the line was familiar, but of course it was the second sentence, and the first sentence is exclusive to old Fat Pang. When he finished fixing the hood, Wang Shuelu would always make a second comment. Now this Mr. Xiao Jiang also praised him so much. So it's true that a man with good skills is popular. A little something. Yang Hao dejectedly shrugged, and then quickly put the hood back on. and turned on the power to try the effect. Suction is strong, and the motor sound is also right. Perfect. Yang Hao is very satisfied with this work of his. Who says the president can't fix the hood? The main thing with Yang is good technology, specializing in repairing hoods for 20 years. Brother Yang, thank you so much. Let's have dinner together. Zhang Yuqi extended an invitation. Forget it today. Some other time. Yang Hao waved his hand. He still had to pick up Ruwashi from class. Brother Yang still has to pick up Ruwashi, right? Zhang Yuqi also thought of this. Aha. Yang Hao nodded. Some other time. Then, I'll treat big brother Yang and Ruwashi to dinner. Zhang Yuqi politely said. Come on, it's a deal then. Yang Hao didn't excuse himself and collected the toolbox and left directly. Brother Yang, see you tomorrow. Well, see you tomorrow. Yang Hao waved his hand with Zhang Yuqi, then glanced at Kai Mei-chen, who was sitting on the sofa and answering the phone, and snickered. See you later, Mrs. President. Sai Mei-chen, who was answering the phone, responded with a blank stare. The man seemed a bit pompous to her. When Yang Hao left, Kai Mei-chen's side of the phone call was just about finished, and she asked Zhang Yuqi, Chi-Chi, does this Yang surname not have a wife? Well, brother Yang is divorced. Maggie Jiang returned truthfully. I'll take a guess. Kai Mei-chen skimmed her lips. To come so attentively to help you fix the hood. It looks like she has designs on you. No way. Zhang Yuqi shook her head. It was me who took the initiative to ask for his help. Then again, he buried the hatchet first, or how else would you know he could fix the hood? I'm telling you Kiki, this old man routine is deep, Kai Mei-chen said in a serious tone. Not really. Zhang Yuqi recalled how she knew that Yang Hao could fix the hood. It was the day of the parent-child field day. She took Yang Hao's cell phone to help take pictures, and then a man suddenly tweeted him that the hood didn't work well. The timing couldn't have been pinpointed if it was deliberate. Auntie, you've seen too many bad people. Brother Yang is quite a down-to-earth person, raising his daughter on his own, taking exceptionally good care of Ruwashi. He's a good father. Zhang Yuqi countered her sister-in-law's argument. After hearing the words of this great niece, Kai Mei-chen on the other hand frowned, due to the fact that her own brother had left his wife and daughters early in life, resulting in Zhang Yuqi growing up in an environment that lacked a father's love. So a man older than her would in turn be more attractive to her. Kiki, you don't really have a crush on him, do you? I advise you to wake up, Kai Mei-chen warned with a solemn face. It's a good feeling, but not the kind of good feeling you think. I just think that big brother Yang is very nice and it's not easy to bring up Ruwashi alone. Zhang Yuqi explained. So, you want to be a stepmom to someone? Kai Mei-chen blankly glanced at this great niece of hers. Her relationship with Zhang Yuqi was actually kinda fun. She was the elder, but then again, because the age gap between the two wasn't particularly large, the mode of getting along wasn't too different from that of a friend. Zhang Yuqi basically didn't really think of this sister-in-law as an elder, so the two of them would occasionally dislike each other like girlfriends when they usually chatted, and they even got angry sometimes. Seeing that this little aunt was getting more and more outrageous, Zhang Yuqi simply said, right, I'm going to be Ruwashi's stepmother. Yeah, well, I'll call your mom right now and see if she agrees. Then fight. Zhang Yuqi put on a broken stance. Do you really think I can't fight? Kai Mei-chen raised her cell phone and made a face like she was going to sue. Thus, the aunt and nephew, who had been in harmony just now, turned into a tit-for-tat situation in the blink of an eye. Starlight City. Seafarer, Sun Sinny and Su Yali, a pair of hairdressers who had known each other for 20 years, sat opposite each other. Sinny, you actually know my boss? Su Yali's eyes were wide open. The word unbelievable was almost written on her face. Remember that young guy I told you about? The one that gave you the LV bracelet, and the Prada handbag bag? Well, that's him. Sun Sinny nodded, then said, he is your boss, the president of Jiangcheng newspaper group. Asterisk. Really? Su Yali was completely shocked and directly exploded. How can such a thing be fake? Sun Sinny shook her head. So my boss is actually after my bestie? Yali Su came to this conclusion. However, hearing her say that, Sun Sinny sighed. He's your boss, yes, but it seems like he's not chasing me anymore. Not chasing you and buying you LV bracelets and Prada bags? Is he crazy? Cory was puzzled. There's nothing to hide from this BFF. Sun Sinny, as she explains, in the beginning, he should have that meaning, but I didn't respond positively. Then another female trainer at our fitness center took the initiative. Now they seem to have gotten together, and brother Yang bought her a 500,000 plus Mercedes-Benz, and had her help to decorate the mansion. Holy! Hearing this, Su Yali once again burst out. She blanked this bosom friend of hers. Sinny, are you stupid? Did I tell you to take your chances? It's a chance to cross the class line. Some people never get that chance in their lives. Sun Sinny sighed softly, and indeed had some regrets as well. So how are you guys doing now? Cory asked again. By the way, that's the point I'm trying to make with you. Sun Seni perked up and said, Big brother Yang asked me to work for him as a secretary, and said he'd let you take me. Ha, as a secretary? And say I should take you? This time Suyali was confused, but her best friend brought her good news. If that general manager Yang really let her take Sun Seni, then she wouldn't have been transferred or dismissed. He's trying to keep you around. After a brief moment of staring, Suyali added, So XINE, you still have a chance. I'll accompany you to buy a professional outfit later. Charm him to death tomorrow. The next day, River City newspaper headquarters. He Shuang, commissioner of the reception department of the Ministry of Personnel, has just turned on his computer. Just as she heard the sound of high heels hitting the ground from the corridor, she subconsciously raised her head, and then she saw a tall, beautiful woman with longer-than-life legs and dressed in a professional suit walking towards her. Hello, is this the HR department? The beautiful woman spoke politely. Yes, and you are? He Shuang stood up from his seat and asked politely. I'm here to check in. My name is Sun Seni. That beautiful woman gave her name. Reporting for duty or an interview? He Shuang looked skeptical. There were interviews today, but he hadn't heard of any newcomers joining the company. Checking in. Sun Seni hesitated for a moment, but still said firmly, I didn't get a notice here. Which department? He Shuang asked. The president's office. Sun Seni replied. The president's office is recruiting today. You're interviewing, right? He Shuang was also mistaken for the beauty in front of him. However, as soon as she spoke, Wang Jin, the manager of the personnel department, ran over with hurried steps and asked with a smiling face, MS, Sun, right? I'm Sun Xine. Hello, I'm Wang Jin, the manager of the personnel department. My side was just notified. Please follow me. Shuang, prepare a contract and send it to the parlor. Wang Jin had just received a call from Wei Zhang, saying that Mr. Yang had appointed a secretary and an assistant, and after seeing Sun Seni herself, Wang Jin couldn't help but spit it out in his heart. Is this recruiting a secretary? Obviously it's a harem recruitment. Politely inviting Sun Seni into the parlor, Wang Jin personally poured a glass of water for Sun Seni before this asked, Miss Sun's position is secretary of the president's office, right? Sun Seni nodded. Yes. After receiving an affirmative reply, Wang Jin continued, the contract hasn't been brought yet, so I'll first briefly talk about the treatment of MS. Sun's position. The entry level is T4, 12K per month, 15 pay. The bonus for the president's office is set by the president himself, so the exact amount is uncertain, but a conservative estimate is that it will be no less than $250,000 a year, thanks to the big guy for the reward. Emonoi, 500 coins. Bak Reebok, 100 coins. 4 shifts. I'm exhausted. Bosses, give me some votes. P.S. AI figure face are similar. We look at a mood is good. End of chapter. 103. Sun Seni was calm on the surface, but she was not calm inside. $250,000 a year. It's a very high salary, both in Jiangcheng and in the whole country. Don't look at the millions of dollars per capita per year at fast tone. The reality is that more than $100,000 per year is considered a high salary. Before Sun Seni is not in the online attention of many recruitment information, like her situation is basically the annual salary of 50,000 or 60,000 like, and now the salary offered by the Jiangcheng newspaper side has directly quintupled. Yesterday, Yang Hao said to let her come to work as a secretary. Sun Seni had thought that it was only a salary of 5 or 6,000. After all, she did not have much experience. Now Wang Jin is telling her to make $250,000 a year, or a conservative estimate. It's way beyond expectations, but thinking about that big brother Yang's generous offer, it seemed understandable. After Wang Jin finished chatting about the treatment, He Shuang's contract was also sent over. Sun Seni read it carefully, and there was no difference between it and what Wang Jin said, so she signed it directly. Secretary Sun, do you have an electronic copy of your resume? Send me a copy for the HR department's files. When he finished signing the contract, Wang Jin directly changed his name. Suddenly hearing the name Secretary Sun, Sun Seni was still a bit uncomfortable. She froze slightly, then nodded. Yes, good, then let's add a micro message. You send me the resume, but also convenient to communicate in the future work. Wang Jin is really not a set of Sun Seni Weishuan. It is true that there will be a work contact in the future. Although the woman in front of him was very pretty, but this was the person handpicked by that President Yang. He didn't dare to have other thoughts. It's a knife in the eye of the colorful character. Chang Ruihua of yesterday's River City Evening News is an example. Thinking of Chang Ruihua, Wang Jin was quite curious if this guy would report to headquarters today. The two of them added Weixin, and Sun Seni sent her resume to Wang Jin. Secretary Sun, You can just report directly to the president's office. The president's office is on the 8th floor. Wang Jin got up and enthusiastically sent the secretary Sun away. In fact, Sun Sini knew that the president's office was on the 8th floor, and her best friend Su Yali had already told her. Manager Wang, please take care of me in the future. Sun Sini, a rookie in the workplace, politely said goodbye to Wang Jin. It's only right that Secretary Sun pays more attention. Wang Jin compensated for the smile, but in his heart, he was thinking, how can I take care of you? In the future, try to have less contact, lest that President Yang misunderstand that he has a colored heart. Saw this relationship into the elevator. Wang Jin opened Sun Sini's resume, and then saw that this relationship is actually Jiangcheng Sports Academy graduated. Well, Mr. Yang really does choose his people out of the box. Wang Jin smiled bitterly in his heart and smoothly transferred Sun Sini's resume to He Xuanxuan to file it. He Xuanxuan, who was already in a melon-eating frame of mind, also curiously looked at Sun Sini's resume, and then was also shocked. I thought there was an interview at the CEO's office today. The academic threshold is graduation from a 985 college or university. As a result, this MS. Sun, a graduate of the College of Physical Education, did not need to be interviewed and was directly employed. He Xuanxuan was silently lamenting, when another sound of high heels striking the marble floor came from outside. She subconsciously tilted her head, then was stunned. Well, here comes another beauty with longer legs than life. She was about the same size as the Miss Sun who had just left, and wore nude-colored stockings, with her long hair tied up at the back of her head, looking very age-reduced. No, she would have been quite young. She would have looked like she was in her early 20s. Hello, my name is Wang Bingru and I'm here to report for duty. Just as He Xuanxuan was rambling on, the beautiful woman had already walked over to her desk. With the experience of the party, He Xuanxuan learned smartly this time. She got up and asked, from the president's office? Well, Mr. Yang sent me. Since the university has been in the student union during the service, get some exercise. Wang Bingru is not at all stage fright. Greatly generous back. Yes, please follow me. He Xuanxuan brought this MS. Wang to the parlor and then went to inform Wang Jin. The latter, on hearing that the second man had also arrived, hurried over to receive him, and after seeing Wang Bingru, Wang Jin couldn't help but silently lament in his heart again. MD, rich people really know how to have fun. I asked you to form a president's office, and you ended up starting a harem, didn't you? No wonder they only asked for a can-do yesterday. We Jiangcheng newspaper industry is afraid to change its name to Jiangcheng Beoi. At this rate, it'll come to a point where they'll have to take it over. Forget it. I'm just a laborer anyway. The flowers the boss plays with have nothing to do with me. After spitting in his mind for a while, Wang Jin said the words he had just said to Sun Sini again. And after hearing the salary package, Wang Bingru was directly confused. $250,000 a year. Even if she had finished her studies, she might not have gotten such a high salary. And her roommates who didn't go to grad school and went straight to work are currently earning a maximum monthly salary of $4,800. It turned out to be a surprisingly easy $250,000 a year for her who only wanted to intern for a while. So, does grad school really work? Wang Bingru was somewhat questioning her choice. 8th floor, President's office. Sun Sini and Su Yali, a pair of good girlfriends, successfully met. It went well, didn't it? Su Yali asked smilingly. Well, it's just that the salary exceeded my expectations. Sun Sini said truthfully. The level you were given is? Su Yali asked curiously. T4. Ha, then we're on the same level. Surprised at the same time, Su Yali is still a little depressed, but she has the capital of the big state-owned enterprises work experience. Education is also higher than their own girlfriend. It turned out that after mixing it up, the two were getting the same paycheck. Just as the two of them were chatting, Yang Hao, who was wearing a brand new Hermes suit and a $600,000 Rolex on his wrist, arrived. Good morning, Mr. Yang. Su Yali hurriedly stood up from her workstation to greet her. Mr. Yang. Sun Sini was uncomfortable with this title, but still shouted. That's what we're going to call it from now on. It's always going to take some getting used to. In addition, today's Yang Hao looked a lot more energetic, and there was really a feeling of a domineering president in his body now. Yang Hao greeted the two, then his eyes fell on Sun Sini, who used to be in yoga pants or sportswear at the fitness center, although her figure was also impeccable. But at the moment the white shirt, wrap skirt, and black silk are much more appealing than they were at the fitness center. She was in a state at the moment that fulfilled almost all the fantasies an LSP could have about the image of a secretary. Yang Hao suddenly felt that the phrase "there is a secretary to do, nothing to do" secretary still has some truth. What boss could stand up to that? It's too hard. Seeing that Yang Hao kept staring at her, Sun Sini was a bit shy and subconsciously lowered her head. Lily, Xine, come to my office. Yang Hao withdrew his gaze and waved at the two men. So, the pair of good girlfriends followed Yang Hao into the office. After sitting down, Yang Hao spoke. Let's talk about the division of labor in the future. Lily, you were the second assistant before, right? Aha. Su Yali nodded her head repeatedly. It seems that Mr. Fong is not a Burroughs. Yang Hao flirted and said, your position is adjusted to Chief Secretary of the President's Office. The level is adjusted up one level. Turn around and go to the Personnel Department to re-sign a contract. Ha, okay, thank you Mr. Yang. Suddenly on the promotion of Su Yali is naturally surprised and happy. The Chief Secretary of the President's Office, referred to as the Secretary or Secretary. It is usually the President's inner circle that can hold this position. Of course the promotion of the position is only one. Like the Jiangcheng newspaper, such a large enterprise level up one level. The treatment will be much worse. Su Yali, who was still a bit unbalanced in her heart just now, instantly balanced out. And she hadn't realized that this general manager Yang had promoted her up mainly because she was really competent as a secretary. There should never be more than half of the people touching the fish in a team, or no one will work. For example, the current team of secretaries, there were only 2 people in total, Su Yali and Sun Sini. Our long-legged and black silky bow can't be tired, so it's just a matter of getting the big secret up top. Sini, you're the second secretary. Just ask Lily about specific jobs, and let her teach you anything you don't understand. Yang Hao added to Sun Sini. Got it, Mr. Young. Sun Sini nodded. Yesterday Yang Hao had already said that he would let this best friend of his take her, which was much better than a stranger. Sini, then you go and familiarize yourself with the work environment first. Lily and I have some work to talk about. After explaining a sentence, Yang Hao directly released Sun Sini to go and touch the fish. Well, the boss really does value me. Su Yali thought so in her heart. When Sun Sini left, Yang Hao immediately strained his face and said with a straight face, Lily, you know the importance of your position, don't you? Aha, I understand Mr. Young. Seeing Yang Hao suddenly get serious, Su Yali subconsciously sat up straight. You understand the confidentiality clause of the Grand Secretary, don't you? Yang Hao asked again. Understood. Su Yali hurriedly nodded. Don't worry, Mr. Yang, I know what to say and what not to say. Well, that's good. After the words of warning, Yang Hao's expression also eased some, and then began to explain the task. In a while there will also be an assistant to replace your previous position. The director of the president's office has not yet been decided, so the assistant you will also first take a little bit. In addition to the work of the president's office, you also need to catch up. Okay, I'll try my best Mr. Yang. Su Yali did not feel anything wrong. The more capable the more responsibility. A laborer's life is to work. One more thing, help me buy a dance training center, and I want results within the week. Yang Hao commanded again. Meng Chacha's quest was still going to be a bit of a challenge, and he wanted to try Hang Daddy's kidney strengthening potion. And NPC quests are all refreshed weekly, so they have to be completed within this week, or else they won't necessarily be anything next week. Buy a dance training center? Su Yali was confused. She couldn't figure out why a newspaper group would want to buy a dance training center. There seems to be absolutely no connection between the two, but she immediately thought of the hitman aphorism again. The tasks given by the leadership, those who understand should be implemented, and those who don't understand should be slowly understood in the process of implementation. The main event is an obedience order. Therefore, Su Yali didn't talk nonsense, but nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Mr. Yang, I promise to complete the task, still putting in the extra shift first. So, 3 more chapters. End of chapter 104. Rich people are really good at that. The entire 8th floor of the Jiangcheng newspaper group belonged to the president's turf, and the president's office and rest area alone was more than 150 square feet. From the president's office out is the president's office of the public office area, about 60 or 70 square feet, but only put 6 with a partition separated by the desk, can ensure that each person independent office is not affected. The director of the president's office also has an area of not small independent office. In addition, there is a pantry, parlor and a small fitness room adjacent to the president's office. Sun Sini was naturally very satisfied with this kind of working environment, and just as she was thinking of finding cleaning tools to clean the office area, a girl about her size, with a clean and pretty face, came through the elevator bay. Both froze for a moment after seeing each other. A beautiful woman will actually attract the attention of not only men, but likewise women. At this moment, Sun Sini and Wang Bingru belong to the category of being stunned by each other. Both are at the top of their respective circles in terms of face and body, but now they both have a chess match. Hello, my name is Wang Bingru. It's the new assistant to Chief Young. As the later Wang Bingru was the first to open her mouth to introduce herself, she didn't realize that the beauty in front of her was only 10 minutes earlier than her. Hello, Sun Xine. I'm Mr. Yang's secretary. Sun Sini also briefly introduced herself. Then we'll be co-workers from now on, so take care. Wang Bingru is the kind of relatively cheerful personality, coupled with the fact that she and Sun Sini are of similar age. The two chatted for a while and then became acquainted. Vice President's office. Wang Jin, who finished the formalities for Sun Sini and Wang Bingru to join the company, came over to report on his work at the first opportunity. Mr. Yang, what's the situation with the admired people? Wei Justice asked curiously. All beautiful women. Wang Jin laughed. Education. What about work experience? Wei Justice pursued. One is a graduate of the Jiangcheng Sports Academy, and one is a recent graduate who hasn't gotten his diploma yet. Wang Jin truthfully replied. A sports academy? A freshman? Wei Justice touched his chin and muttered in a low voice. What does this have to grow into to make up for the lack of education and work experience? Mr. Wei, this Mr. Yang of ours is quite direct. Wang Jin laughed nervously. Wei Justice nodded. Good thing. The leader has a clear hobby. We subordinates also good to start work. By the way, what time is the interview scheduled for the president's office director? 9:30. Wang Jin returned. Well, go get ready. Wei Justice waved his hand, waiting for Wang Jin to leave. He also went out of the office to take the elevator up to the 8th floor, under the banner of notifying General Manager Yang to participate in the interview of the director of the president's office. In fact, he wanted to see what level of secretary and assistant this General Manager Yang handpicked. He also had a number in his heart, and in the future, when looking for a beautiful woman for the president, he would find it in accordance with this standard. Although he already had high mental expectations, he was still shocked for a moment when he saw Sun Sini and Wang Bingru, the secretary and assistant of Mr. Fong, are also beautiful women, but there is still a big gap between them and the two brought by Mr. Yang. It's pretty hard to find by that standard, Wei Justice lamented in his heart. Mr. Wei, are you looking for Mr. Yang? Su Yali was acquainted with Wei Zhang, and when she saw this vice president coming, she hurriedly got up to welcome him. Is Mr. Yang here? Yes, Mr. Wei. Wait a moment, I'll make a call. Su Yali, the big secretary, had already entered the workstate. She picked up the phone on her desk and called Yang Hao, and only let Wei Zhang enter the president's office after getting an affirmative reply. Yang Hao was holding a copy of the Productive Manager in his hand at this moment. He had consumed another study card today, and the goals he had set for himself recently were to lose weight and study. Mr. Yang, I'm here to inform you that you'll be attending the interview for the director of the president's office at 9:30. After taking his seat, Wei Justice started with business. Well, how many interviewees were there? For this interview, Yang Hao is still a little bit looking forward to it. He would like to see the expression of the president's wife after seeing himself. The personnel side has notified a total of 11 people, and without any surprises, they should all come. Wei Justice returned. Yang Hao nodded slightly and chatted with Wei Zhang about the interview a few more times. Mr. Yang, do you need to redecorate this office and lounge? After talking about the interview, Wei Justice suddenly changed his words. Yang Hao, the president's office is with a lounge, and is the kind of hidden door, not open if you will not find this office has a room. As for the reason for such a design, those who understand. And mentioning the decoration of the office, Yang Hao thought of a program he saw before, which was very good. However, redecorating was a bit troublesome. Yang Hao felt that he could use this plan for his future company, and the current office and lounge were adequate. At 9:20, Yang Hao, who had already nibbled on 2 management books, walked out of the president's office. Mr. Yang, see him, the president, walk out of the office. Su Yali, Sun Sini, and Wang Bingru stood up from their workstations. Yang Hao looked at this presidential office team that he had built with his own hands and nodded with satisfaction. The heart, on the other hand, couldn't help but feel emotional. Look at our president's office. It's really about ability and looks, and education and body. To experience there is a face and body. Perfect for. After lamenting a bit, Yang Hao went to the 6th floor where the personnel department was located. The interview was held in a small conference room. Wang Jin and Wei Justice have arrived. Usually the interview, in fact, even Wei Justice is rarely present, but today to interview the position is the director of the president's office, Yang Hao, the president of the personal interview. Wei Justice is naturally to accompany. In the parlor next door, Kai Mei-chen secretly glanced at her competitors out of the corner of her eye. Each one of them was wearing exquisite makeup and a big brand. 2 of them had a background of studying abroad, and there were 3 master's degrees. Obviously another no-holds-barred tussle. Right now the economic climate is not too good, so employment is also very voluminous, especially for this kind of high-paying jobs. The competition is even more intense. Although Kai Mei-chen was very confident in her ability, but those who could sit here were not expected to be weak, and she was quite relaxed when she came. but she was really a bit nervous after seeing this room of competitors. Next, Ms. Sai Michin, please follow me. The interviews had officially started by now, and 5 people had gone before that. Mason Choi is the 6th. He Shuangchuan came over to notify and at the same time had to lead people to the waiting room. Hearing the name, Kai Michin stood up and straightened the broken hair at her temples a little more. She was wearing a standard black suit overdress today, looking rather subdued. However, she had a relatively plump figure, belonging to the kind of light mature woman with a bit of meat, and the ordinary professional suit still let her wear a bit of the flavor of the heroine of the island movie. After following he Shuangchuang to the door of the conference room where the interview took place and waiting for about 3 minutes. The last interviewee came out from inside. Kai Michin took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down a bit, then walked into the conference room with her head held high in confidence. There were 3 interviewers, all men. Kai Michin, who had rich experience in the workplace and had seen countless people, could roughly judge the character of the other party from the 3 people's attire and state. The man on the left is a bit of a creep, and the man on the right is an ass-kisser at first glance. The man in the middle. Wait, why does the man in the center look so familiar? Kai Michin couldn't help but freeze as she surveyed the man in the center. She first thought the man looked familiar, and then the image of the other person quickly coincided with the repairman brother who came to the house last night to repair the hood. Kai Michin's already adjusted emotions instantly collapsed. This interview can sit in the C-seat that is naturally their future boss, to serve that president. That is to say, what that guy said last night was true. Treadmill. That repairman was really the president of the Jiangcheng newspaper group. But is it reasonable for you, a big president, to go to a little girl's house to fix the hood? Is Mr. Bully chasing after little girls like this now? Ms. Choi, right? Why don't you say something? Just as Kai Michin froze, the repairman spoke up, a big smile on his face, as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Hello, 3. My name is Choi Michin. Kai Michin was, after all, someone who had seen the world. She quickly adjusted her state and began to introduce herself. However, Wei Justice and Wang Jin, who were veterans, had both discovered something fishy from the 2 of them looking at each other in the square. This woman knows Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang seems to be interested in her. People who did personnel work, especially those who mixed up to the level of the 2, had an excellent ability to detect words and colors. So even though Yang Hao and Kai Michin didn't have any unnecessary exchanges, both of them still had their own judgments. After Kai Michin finished her introduction, it was time for the interviewer's questioning session. Wei Zhang and Wang Jin subconsciously looked at Yang Hao, but the result was that this Mr. Yang had no intention of opening his mouth. Ms. Choi, may I ask your marital status? Wang Jin was the first to speak, and Kai Michin's resume stated that she was 33 years old. At this age, it's fine if you're married with children, but if you're unmarried with no children, companies usually don't want them, because you don't know if she'll go and have a baby shortly after starting work, which will increase the cost to the business, even though labor laws have explicitly prohibited such discriminatory hiring practices. But regulations are regulations, and in practice, that's what women have to deal with when looking for a job. Unmarried, but I have no plans to marry anytime soon. Kai Michin knew what the other party meant and made a direct statement. Then, at the risk of asking, what is Ms. Kai's current relationship status? Wang Jin continued to pursue the question. For him, an experienced HR manager, Fang Michin Kai's answer was not excellent. He has met many of those who said in the interview that they would not get married in the short term, but ended up getting married and having babies not long after they started working. So it's better to ask about the relationship status. And if you don't even have a boyfriend, the likelihood of getting married quickly is going to be smaller. However, this is also relative. In short, a woman of Kai Michin's age who is unmarried and childless is bound to miss out on some opportunities when looking for a job. All things being equal, the business side is either looking for the younger ones or the married ones, which is the reality of employment for older women. I don't have a boyfriend, and I have no plans to find one in the near future. Kai Michin simply stated her attitude. Manager Wang, don't always stare and talk about people's personal matters. Talk business. After all the questions that should have been asked, Yang Hao spoke up instead. Okay, Mr. Yang. Wang Jin compensated with a smile, then chatted with Kai Michin about business matters. And when it came to the professional field, Mason Choi was a dab hand, performing better than any of the previous interviewees. Mr. Yang, do you have any more questions? Wang Jin chatted with Kai Michin for a good 10 minutes and felt that there was nothing more to talk about, so he turned his head to look at Yang Hao. No problem. Yang Hao shook his head. There was no problem with the business ability of this little ant of Mr. Xiao Jiang, even giving a feeling of strong business ability. Even putting aside the figure and face value as well as that layer of Jiang Yuqi's relationship. Among the several interviewees who had already participated in the interview, Kai Michin had an advantage. That's it then. We'll inform Ms. Kai of the interview results within 2 working days. Well, goodbye. Kai Mei-chan stood up, but before she left she still couldn't hold back a glance at Yang Hao. The feeling was just too magical. The repairman who had helped fix the hood in her kitchen last night was really a big president. Rich people are really good at this. Thanks for the big man reward. 7819777903, 500 coins. Can 0100 coins. 2 more chapters. Please vote. End of chapter. 105. The president is actually my brother-in-law. Walk out of the office building of the Jiangcheng newspaper group. Kai Mei-chan took a deep breath and waited until her emotions calmed down a little before she took out her cell phone and called her great niece. Jiang Yuqi. Auntie, what's wrong? Jiang Yuqi's voice came out from the phone. I just finished an interview with River City newspapers, Mason Choi said. And then what? Jiang Yuqi felt very strange. His sister-in-law usually would not talk to her about work-related things. One is that the two belong to different fields. There is also Kai Mei-chan felt that Jiang Yuqi, such a small girl, cannot give any useful advice. So much for not talking about work. But today my sister-in-law actually took the initiative to call about the interview. Whose dad was that repairman you got last night again? Kai Mei-chan asked. Ruwashi, what's wrong? Make sure you keep an eye on that little princess Ruwashi in kindergarten. Ha, auntie, why are you being weird? Jiang Yuqi on the other end of the phone is a little confused. His sister-in-law always speak and do things are very organized. And this moment is a little bit of the words before and after the words. He's telling the truth. Sai-nichan spoke again without a clue. Ha, who's on my sister-in-law? Get down here. Today's little aunt was too strange. It was as if she was possessed by something dirty, obviously speaking Chinese. Jiang Yuqi couldn't even understand. She couldn't help but spit it out over the phone. I'm trying to tell you that Ruwashi's father is really the president of the Jiangcheng newspaper group. He's the one who was just interviewing me. Mason Choi reveals the mystery. Ha, brother Yang is the president of Jiangcheng newspaper group? Jiang Yuqi was confused. She couldn't help but think of last night, when the other party took the initiative to say that he was actually the president of the Jiangcheng newspaper group. Then neither of them believed it, and the sister-in-law said she was the president's wife. What brother Yang? That's Mr. Yang. Kai Mei-chan corrected her eldest niece's name for Yang Hao before emphasizing. I just finished checking the share structure of the Jiangcheng newspaper group, and Mr. Yang accounts for 28% of the shares, making him the largest shareholder besides the Jiangcheng municipal government. According to the Jiangcheng newspaper industry 500 million market value calculation, the value is almost 150 million. Is the real billionaire? Ha, Ruwashi's dad is a billionaire. Jiang Yuqi was completely shocked. She never dreamed that there was such a little rich kid like Ruwashi in her class. She then realized why her little aunt had just asked her to take care of Ruwashi. People's old man is a billionaire and the president of the Jiangcheng newspaper group. That means that the snack food in Jiang Yuqi's eyes is actually the president's daughter, the little princess of the Jiangcheng newspaper group. So take care of the good family. Kai Mei-chan barked a word before hanging up the phone. In the Bell Pro kindergarten, Jiang Yuqi answered the call in the corridor, and when she heard the busy signal, she slipped the phone into her pocket and returned to the classroom. Ms. Kiki, Pang Hao-wan took my eraser. Ruwashi came running with a little beak of complaint. What? Little fatty dares to rob me of Princess Ruwashi's rubber. Jiang Yuqi immediately looked at the little fatty Pang Hao-wan. Returned the eraser to Ruwashi. Oh, Pang Xiaofang obediently returned the eraser. Don't take anything from Ruwashi in the future. Jiang Yuqi exhorted in passing, then pointed to a position farther away from Ruwashi. Pang Hao-wan. You sit there. In the class, it's Pang Hao-wan, the little fat kid. Who's more mischievous? So Jiang Yuqi decided to move this little fatty's seat away from Ruwashi a bit so as not to hurt this president's daughter by mistake. River City newspapers. The interview is still continuing, but the process has obviously sped up. Wei Zhang and Wang Jin both know in their hearts that this Yang is always optimistic about that Kai Mei-chan who has the most outstanding face value and body shape among the bunch of interviewers. This is in line with his thinking in forming the office of the president. Now the president's office is already 3 golden flowers, and Mason Sai will be 4 if he goes again. During the interview process Wang Jin received a micro-message. He did not care too much, but casually glanced at it but found that the person who sent the micro-message was actually Manili. She asked Wang Jin if he could recommend someone to work in the new Media Operations Center. While one of the interviewees was finishing his interview, Wang Jin hurriedly reported this to Yang Hao. That's no problem to designate. Let her bring someone to the headquarters to do the onboarding procedure. When it's done, send them back to my office. Yang Hao immediately thought of who this sister-in-law of his was going to recommend. Unsurprisingly, it's naturally Su Wenqian, who works as a new media editor. It was almost noon when the interview ended. Who do you two think is better? Yang Hao asked Wei Justice and Wang Jin for their opinions. Mr. Yang, I think that Kai Mei-chan is good, and has the highest overall quality of all the interviewees. Wei Justice immediately said. Mr. Yang, I have the same opinion as Mr. Wei. Kai Mei-chan is very capable in business. I believe she will be a good helper. Wang Jin followed closely to concur. Okay, then I'll listen to you guys. Tell her to check in as soon as possible. After Yang Hao finished speaking, he got up and left the conference room. That counts as listening to us? Wei Justice and Wang Jin looked at each other and were both somewhat speechless. Banana Media. It's a small company with only a dozen employees. Su Wenxian is sitting in front of the computer to cut the film. Hanging on the computer Weishin popped up a message from her best friend Li Manny, asking her to go to Jiangcheng newspaper industry with herself to handle the entry procedures. Ah, it's done. Su Wenxian was overjoyed. The small workshop where she currently works pays less, has more work, and often works overtime, so she has long wanted to change jobs. Yesterday she mentioned to Manny Li about joining the Jiangcheng newspaper new media operations center, and she didn't expect it to actually happen. More work today. Extra night. Everyone. Just as Su Wenxian was about to go to her boss to resign, the other party happened to come to the office area. Upon hearing that they had to work overtime again, all of them had a lifeless look on their faces, but no one said anything. It was useless to say anything anyway, and it would make the boss unhappy. The employment situation is tense at the moment, and it is better to work overtime than to be unemployed. Clunk! Just as the crowd fell into their customary silence, the sound of a chair hitting the wall suddenly caught everyone's attention. The boss who was about to leave had his footsteps stuttered and looked towards the direction of the sound. Then he saw that Su Wenxian had already stood up from her workstation, and she deliberately kicked the chair back when she got up to make the loud noise. Su Wenxian, what are you doing? The boss felt his authority had been provoked. I quit, Su Wenxian said with a strong bottom. As soon as her words left her mouth, the gazes of her co-workers all fell on her. There was first some surprise in the eyes of the crowd, then it turned into envy. When faced with the unreasonable demand for overtime work, they may also want to say I quit. Unfortunately, there is no such courage. And now Su Wenxian has done what they didn't dare to do. That boss froze at first, then coldly said, it's okay to quit, but you didn't apply in advance, and there's no pay for this half month. No means no. No more serving. Su Wenxian collected her things, then carried her backpack and left. When she walks out of the office, the boss looks back and is blue in the face. The employees who didn't have the courage to be as dashing as Su Wenxian were secretly pleased. The unscrupulous boss who knew how to squeeze them all day long had finally eaten his words, and out of the writing room Su Wenxian mood is still exuberant stated. She felt cool, simply awesome heroine, but after calming down a little, she was a little heartbroken again. Half a month's salary gone, but it can't be helped, although the boss squeezes them, the bitter beatniks, every day. But it is true that you need to apply in advance to leave your job, and this is something she is not in charge of. I hope River City Newspapers pays better. Su Wenxian prayed silently in her heart. An hour later, Su Wenxian and Li Manny, a pair of good girlfriends, met at the entrance of the Jiangcheng newspaper headquarters. Manny, you don't know how good I had it just now. The unscrupulous boss is blue in the face. As soon as they met, Su Wenxian talked about her heroics. So you lost half a month's pay. Manny Li hit the nail on the head. Ha, don't be so zany. Okay. Su Wenxian made a loveless expression. I'm going to live on a shoestring next month. The two of them walked towards the office building while talking, but under a casual glance, Manny Li saw an acquaintance. Chang Ruihua, who was transferred to the headquarters security office, was standing in the hall on duty in a security uniform. Not to mention, he's quite the surrogate for a security guard uniform at his age and image. Chang Ruihua also saw Li Manny. He subconsciously avoided his gaze, and now he really regretted his intestines. Yesterday after being transferred he found his backer at the group headquarters, the vice president in charge of marketing, Lu Sen, and then learned that packing him up was an order from the new president himself, and no one could save him. Chang Ruihua, who did not want to get a penny of compensation, reported to the headquarters security office. This headquarters chief of security knew that he was the one who was dealt with by the new president, so naturally he wouldn't give him a good face. So even though he held the title of deputy chief, he was still sent out on duty. Seeing the fallen Chang Ruihua, Li Manny, on the other hand, had a sense of comfort of having her revenge avenged. She was kind but not a saintly mother. It was disgusting to think that this old man was attempting to force her hand with the little power he had in his hands. So when she saw Chang Ruihua at this moment, Li Manny would only think that he deserved it and didn't deserve any sympathy. The two took the elevator to the personnel department. Wang Jin heard that it was Li Manny who had led the people and enthusiastically brought the two to the parlor. Ms. Su, let me briefly tell you how you'll be treated in this position. Position rating is T3, $8,000 per month, 15 paychecks, performance bonus split is separate. Normally, interns at River City newspapers are rated T1 and regular employees are T2. Su Wenxian, a new media center operations editor position. did not have an internship, and the normal was T2, but she was the person introduced by Manny Lee. Wang Jin sold Manny Lee a favor and gave it a T3 rating. Su Wenqian, on the other hand, was overjoyed. Her previous monthly salary was only 4,000. This directly doubled, and it was still 15 salary. For her, it was like a dream. Gentlemen, our president would like to see you. The president's office is on the 8th floor, so you can just go straight up. After signing the contract, Wang Jin said to the two men, "The president wants to see us?" The two looked at each other, both a little confused. The two of them don't know yet that Yang Hao is the president. Yesterday, Li Manny sent a micro-message to Yang Hao, asking if it was him who did the favor, and although Yang Hao admitted to the favor, he didn't say anything about him being the president of Jiangcheng newspaper. Therefore both of them were naturally a bit nervous when they heard that the president wanted to see them. "Why does this president want to see us? Manny, he doesn't have any designs on you, does he?" While waiting for the elevator, Su Wenqian muttered in a low voice, "I haven't even seen him, how can that be?" Manny Lee shook her head, but her heart was also a little uneasy, not knowing what this president meant. Soon the two were in the elevator on the 8th floor. "Wow, beautiful." Or 3, seeing Sun Sini's trio in the president's office, Su Wenqian couldn't help but feel emotion in her heart. "Director Lee, right? Please follow me to." Su Yali had already received Yang Hao's notice that Director Lee of the new Media Operations Center was coming. However, this Director Lee was also too good-looking. Surprisingly, she was on par with Sun Sini and Wang Bingru, and even overpowered them. Li Manny and Su Wenqian were brought into the president's office in a confused manner. Then the two saw a familiar back. At this moment, Yang Hao was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the scenery outside, and when he heard the sound of the door opening, he turned around with a smile on his face. Then, Manny Lee and Su Wenqian exclaimed at the same time, "Brother-in-law, Brother Yang." Both of their delicate little faces were shocked. Li Manny especially felt incredible. She dreamed that the president of Jiangcheng newspaper group was her brother-in-law. Thanks to the big guys for the reward. Mudlark Henjin, 5,000 coins. LYL 60, 4,800 coins. S Imperial Marshal Prime S, 1,000 coins. Isheng Yishur, Crazy Silver Dragon, Cold Wind Knight, Xianxi Observer, 100 coins. One more chapter. Maybe 1 or 2 o'clock. End of chapter. 106. Li Manchu's eyes red with envy. Li Manny had thought that her brother-in-law had a friend at the headquarters of the Jiangcheng newspaper group, and then her brother-in-law had asked the other party to do a favor, and had not even thought that the person was her brother-in-law himself. The main reason was that if Yang Hao was at the Jiangcheng newspaper headquarters, he should have told her long ago. After all, the Jiangcheng Evening News is a subsidiary of the Jiangcheng newspaper group. However, this brother-in-law of his own never said anything. "Brother Yang." "No, Mr. Yang." Su Wenqian excitedly opened her mouth. She still wanted to continue the name of Big Brother Yang, but she felt that there was something wrong. It's better to call Brother Yang in private. Yang Hao waved his hand, then pointed to the sofa in the parlor area to signal the two to sit down and chat. "Brother-in-law, when did you become the president of Jiangcheng newspaper?" After sitting down, Manny Lee asked curiously. "It's just a couple days. I'm telling you, I've never heard you say that before. So, new media should be done properly. It's our own industry," Yang Hao said with a smile. When she heard the words own property, Manny Lee blushed slightly, but there was something a little sweet inside. The fact that it is their own property shows that the two are family. "Brother Yang, how many more secrets do you have? How about saying it together?" Su Wenqian joked curiously. "Well, there is one if you want to put it that way." Yang Hao laughed, then said to Li Manny, "I bought a house. It's still being decorated, and I'm going to give you and Ruwashi a surprise, so I haven't said anything about it. Then I'll wait for the day the surprise is revealed." Manny Lee smiled back. "Okay, almost done." Yang Hao transferred the remaining $15 million of the decorating budget to Meng Yuyu last night. Unsurprisingly, the other side should already be spending money. Tenio Furniture City. Yang Hao's guess was exactly right. Menchaca is indeed consuming at this moment. She wasn't alone though. Ria AI and Manchu Li were there too. The design plan was promised to be out in 5 days, but it turned out to be out in 3 days with the overtime efforts of AI Rongi and Li Manchu. Meng Yuyu was satisfied with the design plan and settled the final payment with alacrity. And today, AI Rongi and Li Manchu were helping her to select some furniture as well as decorations. Of course the two of them would only give their opinions and the decision would still be made by Meng Yuyu. Now the three people were the Tianyu Furniture City is the highest-end furniture stores in Jiangcheng, which are all international first-line furniture brands, expensive to the outrageous kind. Jade, this sofa is better suited for the main living room. The only downside is that it's a bit expensive. Ariel recommended a sofa, but the asking price was a whopping $800,000. It's a money grab. Lee Manchu looked at the price tag and couldn't help but spit in a small voice. This set. Then, as a result, after Meng Yuyu finished looking at it, but she didn't even blink her eyes. Instead, she said to AI Yangi again, Sister Yangi, why don't you recommend 2 more sets of sofas? One set to be placed in the master bedroom, and one set to be placed in the princess room. Yes, Wing AI froze for a moment, then recommended 2 more sofas, one at $480,000 and one at $360,000. The trio is now in the Minotti franchise, one of the world's most luxurious sofa brands, originating in Italy. Currently there is no sofa for sale in the store below 100,000. Hundreds of thousands of dollars are routinely operated. If you don't know the tone of the brand, you may subconsciously undercount by 1 digit when you suddenly see all the hundreds of thousands of dollars in price tags, such as a $480,000 price tag, which you may think is only $48,000. It turned out to be a 6-digit number upon closer counting. Ronnie AI has seen the world and knows all these international super-tier furniture brands, but Lee Manchu as a kind of Lulu has entered the Grandview Garden mentality. There is only one thought in her mind: too expensive. Take the sofa set that Ariel just recommended. It's over $800,000, which is outrageous when it's more expensive than her house. What was even more outrageous was that after AI Yongyi finished her recommendation, Meng Yuyu barely hesitated and directly swiped her card for more than $1,600,000 and bought 3 sets of sofas. That's right, over $1.6 million for just 3 couches. That amount of money would buy a large 2-bedroom apartment in River City. Sister Ria, you have a good eye. I seem to like everything you recommend. After paying, Meng Yuyu said to AI Rongi with a smile on her face. This little cha-cha enjoyed the feeling of swiping her card as well as the envious gazes of AI Rongi and Lee Manchu, especially Lee Manchu. This sister was much more emotional, and looks of shock and envy would repeatedly overlap on her face. There was even some jealousy to be felt. Being envied by a woman who was kinda pretty to look at would make Meng Cha-Cha feel more accomplished. Jade, is it convenient to reveal what your husband does? And so trenchant. After leaving the Minotti franchise, Lee Manchu, who was following Meng Yuyu, asked curiously. But this question really put Meng Yuyu on the spot. So far she didn't know what exactly Yang Hao did. Anyway, it was just rich and idle. He did everything, dabbled in more trades. Meng Yuyu gave a perfunctory answer, not much different from not answering, and Lee Manchu nodded cuply. That's awesome. The 3 of them wandered around the mall for another 2 hours or so, while Meng Yuyu spent another $4 million out. Even AI Rong-yi, who had seen the world, was surprised by this speed of her spending. The 3 of them had been shopping for more than 3 hours in total, and as a result, this big brother's little lover had spent more than $6 million out. Combined, they consume more than $2 million per hour. Lee Manchu was even more envious with her eyes glowing red, fantasizing in her heart how cool it would be if the one spending money like this was herself. I'm getting more and more curious about this MS. Meng's golden father. While Meng Yuyu went to the bathroom, AI Rongi, a design director who liked to eat melon, let out a sigh of relief. I'm curious too. Lee Manchu spread her hands. In fact, she was not only curious, but also wanted to get acquainted with that big brother. What if the other party liked her this? Then wouldn't she be able to live a life like Meng Yuyu, even if it was only half, or even a third of her spending level? Lee Manchu was satisfied. Ria-san, can we get the contact information of that gold master behind her? After this period of time, Lee Manchu and AI Rongi had gotten to know each other quite well, and she began to dare to expose some of her thoughts. AI Rongi shook her head. It's unlikely from MS. Meng anyway, she must be guarding against you, not only against you to be exact, but against all women who look pretty. Lee Manchu nodded deeply. If she had a husband that rich, she would definitely hide it too. It's natural to keep the good stuff to yourself. Sister Ria, Sister Manchu, it's getting late. I'll treat you to dinner. Want something to eat? Meng Yuyu asked smilingly after coming out of the bathroom. We can both. It's up to you to see what you like. AI Romi politely replied back. Let's eat Western food then. There's a Western restaurant nearby that's not bad, Meng Yuyu suggested. Naturally, both AI Rongi and Lee Manchu were fine with it. Soon the 3 of them arrived at the Western restaurant that Meng Yuyu had mentioned. During the course of the meal Lee Manchu asked sideways about the information of the gold master behind Meng Yuyu, but it turned out that Meng Cha-Cha of course didn't mention a word about it, just as AI Rongi had analyzed. She was defensive towards pretty women, and halfway through the meal, Meng Yuyu suddenly received a Weixin message from Yang Hao. A locator, said to let her through. In Meng Cha-Cha's heart, Brother Yang is naturally placed in the first place. Sister Ria, Sister Manchu, sorry, something came up at the last minute and I have to go. You guys take your time eating, I'll settle the bill. Meng Yuyu couldn't care less about the steak that she had only eaten 2 bites of, so she carried her bag and slipped out of the Western restaurant. I told you, people are tight-lipped. After Meng Yu left, AI Rongi said to Li Manchu, yes, quality men are the ones everyone is fighting over. Li Manchu let out a sigh of relief. Meng Yu, who had left the Western restaurant, navigated all the way there based on the location sent by Yang Hao. The destination was a place called Colorful Dance Training Center. Meng Cha-Cha couldn't guess the intention of that brother Yang, but she majored on an obedient one, because she knew that men like obedient women. Half an hour later, Meng Yu arrived at her destination. This is a two-story storehouse, and the plaque of Colorful Dance Training Center hangs in the most conspicuous place. When Meng Yu entered the training center, Yang Hao was chatting about something with a middle-aged woman in her 40s. Brother Yang, Meng Yu sweetly shouted out. Then she walked over and affectionately took Yang Hao's arm. This contract you sign. Yang Hao directly handed Meng Yu a contract. What contract? Meng Yu was dumbfounded, not getting the situation at all. Just look at Ben. Yang Hao shrugged. He called Meng Yu over to naturally brush up on his tasks. This is also attributed to Su Yali's efficiency. In the morning Yang Hao just explained the task. She completed it in the afternoon, and found this dance training center that is being sold to the public. In fact, it should be a storeroom for sale to the public. The dance training center was opened by the previous tenant, and now the tenant is gone, but the dance classrooms are all furnished. The contract that Yang Hao took to Meng Yu was the sale and purchase agreement for this market house, so it was easy to read. Meng Yu was naturally pleasantly surprised after reading it. Brother Yang, are you giving this house to me? The contract clearly states that the gatehouse was sold for $6. 6 million. Don't look at the fact that Meng Yu had just spent more than $6 million, but none of that money was hers, and she might not be able to use the things she bought. But this market house is different. Yang Hao obviously bought it for her, to write her name. You're not a dance student. This house is for you, just in time to open a dance training center. Yang Hao faintly returned. Papa Hang gave Meng Cha-Cha $200 million in spending money, and so far not a single penny has been spent. That's $6. 6 million is really just a drop in the bucket. Thanks to all the bosses who voted. For more, keep asking for votes. End of chapter. 107. King, come on. Mua. Meng Cha-Cha ignored the middle-aged woman homeowner, wrapped her arms around Yang Hao's neck, and patted her feet to give him a kiss on the cheek. Thank you, husband. The middle-aged woman held her forehead, somewhat depressed. That's selling a house and getting hit with a wave of dog food. Yang Hao, on the other hand, is spitting in his heart, buy a storefront house and go from brother Yang to husband, right? You don't call your husband when you're playing poker. In fact, Yang Hao, this is a misunderstanding of Meng Cha-Cha. She cannot wait to use the husband this name every day. But the problem is that she does not have a name. This name she did not dare to arbitrarily call, afraid of Yang Hao think she is trying to get on the throne. And the earthly sober Meng Cha-Cha knew that it was impossible for a man like Yang Hao to marry her. So becoming the main palace was just an occasional dream for her. Her plan for herself is to be a well-behaved, obedient and understanding canary, accompanying Yang Hao for as long as possible. She believed that with this big brother Yang's wealth and the extent of his expansive outbursts, when he got tired of the day he left, she should have been clothed and fed in her own life. If she could give brother Yang a child and bind this relationship, it would already be the best ending for her. After signing the sale and purchase agreement, Yang Hao transferred a deposit of $600,000 to the middle-aged woman and agreed to go to the real estate office tomorrow morning to handle the transfer procedures. After that middle-aged woman left, Yang Hao transferred another $7.4 million to Meng Yu, together with the $600,000 from the party. This wave was a consumption of $8 million whole. Tomorrow you go over there by yourself, or find a friend to accompany you. I'm busy for the next 2 days. The extra money you used to run the dance training center. In the matter of giving money, Yang Hao treated Meng Yu and Wang Shueru completely differently. Wang Shueru didn't even stay with him for money. She didn't realize she had money until later. And Meng Cha-Cha is different. She has a clear purpose from the beginning. So money is more for her to look at, or as a passing fortune, and then give some appropriate favors, but not too much. For example, this time the house payment was $6 million. Yang Hao gave her $8 million, and the extra $1.4 million would still be left over after opening this dance training center, but it wasn't a very exaggerated figure. Thanks hubby. Excitedly, Meng Cha-Cha wrapped her arms around Yang Hao and kissed him several more times, and then asked with lowered eyes and a pitiful look, in the future, when no one's around, can I even call you my husband? Yang Hao knew that this little Cha-Cha was spiking her acting skills again. However, a girl's show of weakness and condescension would easily stir up a man's desire for protection, and he smiled and nodded. It's okay, hubby. Meng Cha-Cha was overjoyed and immediately put away her aggression and joyfully called out twice. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest, A Little Dream. Quest reward, 1 bottle of kidney strengthening potion. At that moment, Hang Daddy's voice rang out at the right time. Yang Hao hurriedly opened the system backpack, and sure enough, there was one more small blue bottle, with a relevant introduction underneath. Strong kidney potion, this has no side effects. Kidney function is at its peak for 24 hours after taking it, and kidney function is permanently strengthened a little. Well, it also has to be the Hanging Dad's little blue bottle bull beef. The little blue piece or whatever is just weak. Hubby, let's go upstairs and have a look. The upstairs and downstairs of this storeroom together have more than 200 square feet. Meng Yu has already strolled around downstairs. Aha! Yang Hao nodded and followed Meng Cha-Cha up the stairs. The upstairs space was partitioned into 3 dance studios, one of which was still full of poles, so apparently pole dancing had been taught here before. Yang Hao touched one of the steel pipes and looked at Meng Cha-Cha and asked smilingly, "Can you dance?" "A little bit, but it's been a while since I danced." "Honey, I'll dance for you," Meng Yu said and took off the jacket on her body. Her upper body was a black bottoming small shirt, the lower body with a pair of black casual pants. Dancing is not much pressure. Yang Hao took 2 steps backward, wrapping his hands around his chest and watching with interest. Meng Cha-Cha first threw a wink at Yang Hao, then grabbed that steel pipe with one hand and took off straight away. The small TT just said that it has been a long time not to dance is just padding. First pull down Yang Hao's psychological expectations, so as to create a contrast and stunning effect. Meng Cha-Cha's strategy is successful. Yang Hao also thought that she may not be very good at jumping. The results of the horse of this small TT thief professional, a variety of difficult movements one after another. From time to time will also make a few provocative posture. The tantalizing figures dancing in the dimly lit dance studio. The sense of ambience was right on the money all of a sudden, and Yang Hao kind of wanted to try out the power of that little blue bottle. My lord, come on. At this particular time, Meng Cha-Cha was still treading on cosplay. This king shouted with a fluffy voice. Yang Hao really felt King Zhou's joy. MD, the bottle comes. This king is going to take this fox demon. An hour later, Yang Hao hugged Meng Cha-Cha and went downstairs. The mind, on the other hand, is emotional. Hanging Dad's strictly choice is really a bullseye. Quality can't be beat. Whoever uses it knows. Meng Cha-Cha buried her head in Yang Hao's arms, with an unfading blush on her face. She kind of regretted stacking the buffs so full. That's the point. The result is playing with fire and walking with the wall. In the matter of playing cards, Meng Cha-Cha is the kind of novice who is both a novice and a fun-loving player. Woohoo scum before the fight started, but it turned out to be a slam dunk of an operation, and a look at the rating of 3.5. Being hung up and beaten, still able to drive, right? Yang Hao asked after stuffing Meng Cha-Cha into the cab of her Mercedes GLC. It's okay to rest for a while. Meng Cha-Cha still hooked one hand around Yang Hao's neck and said pitifully again, "Great king, you have to have mercy on people next time. This little Cha-Cha is still addicted to acting." Yang Hao, on the other hand, stretched out his finger and flicked it on her glossy head. "If you keep talking like that, I'll carry you up right now." No. Meng Cha-Cha hurriedly shook her head, and also loosened her hook on Yang Hao's neck. "Okay, then take a break and get yourself home. I'm going to pick up Ruwashi." Yang Hao patted little Cha-Cha's shoulder again soothingly. Aha. Meng Yu nodded her head obediently. Her appearance was still strangely cute, a bit like that kitten nodding emoticon. Pepsi Kindergarten. Due to the traffic jam, Yang Hao arrived late and most of the children were picked up. However, just as he got off the bus, he saw that Jiang Yuqi was holding Ruwashi in her arms and talking to the little girl about something, making the little girl's mouth grin from ear to ear. Well, a good teacher who was loving and responsible, Yang Hao thought silently in his heart. Unbeknownst to him at this moment, Jiang Yuqi's thoughts were, well, I'm holding the president's daughter, the little princess of the Jiangcheng newspaper group, the super rich kid of the future. This kind of child is definitely blessed with great chi, and there is only benefit but no harm in hugging them more often. I'll post it again. Jiang Yuqi pressed her own little face against Ruwashi's fleshy little face again. Yang Hao, who saw this scene, was doubly pleased. All those black-hearted kindergarten teachers learn. If you don't have love and patience, don't become a kindergarten teacher and poison the flowers of our motherland. Daddy! Ruwashi spotted her dad and waved her little hand excitedly. Brother Yang. Seeing this president who could fix hoods walk over, Jiang Yuqi also hurriedly greeted him. Good work, MS. Kiki. Yang Hao picked Ruwashi up from Jiang Yuqi's arms. It's not hard work, it's all supposed to be done. Besides, Brother Yang worked even harder yesterday. Jiang Yuqi smiled back. Is the hood working okay? Yang Hao casually asked. It works. Big Brother Yang is awesome. Jiang Yuqi smiled and complimented again. In her heart, she was silently spitting at herself for calling out to a grand president to help repair the hood. There's no one else in this operation. The point is that she said yes. Jiang Yuqi subconsciously sized up the low-profile president. He was in a different state today than even before. He was wearing a well-fitted suit, The leather shoes under his feet were shiny, and the cuffs moved down as he hugged Ruwashi, revealing his watch for the evening. The dial of that watch was a treasure blue color that glistened, and it wasn't cheap at first glance. Today is presidential. Looks like it's a showdown. No more pretending. John Yuchi thought in her heart. Brother Yang, I heard that you helped fix the hood yesterday. Thank you so much. Just when Yang Hao was already preparing to leave, Liang Xiaolu, the homeroom teacher of Form 2 and one of John Yuchi's shared roommates, walked over. When Yang Hao went to fix the hood yesterday, Liang Xiaolu was on duty at the kindergarten, so she didn't meet it. Mr. Xiao Jiang has thanked you several times. Little things. Yang Hao smiled and shook his head. Brother Yang, so you can fix cabinets? That cabinet door in my room always fails to close. Can you help me look at it? Liang Xiaolu asked with an expectant face and made a gesture of please. Yang Hao, on the other hand, froze, thinking, this is really treating me as a maintenance worker. Lulu, don't bother Big Brother Yang with this small matter. People are very busy with Brother Yang. John Yuchi hurriedly took over and gave her best friend another hard glare. You're asking the CEO to fix your locker door? I think you've let your brain get squeezed out of the cupboard door. John Yuchi spat madly in her heart. Brother Yang, don't mind her. I'll fix all the cabinet doors. John Yuchi hurriedly said to Yang Hao again. Fine. Then yell at me if you can't manage it. Liang Xiaolu had no face with Yang Hao. Even if John Yuji didn't round up, he would find a reason to refuse. I'm the president of the Jiangcheng newspaper. You really think I'm a repairman? Ruwashi, say goodbye to MS. Chi-Chi and MS. Lulu. Yang Hao touched his baby girl's forehead, and the little girl immediately waved goodbye to the two teachers. Kiki, what's the matter with you? What's wrong with me asking Brother Yang to fix a cabinet door? When Yang Hao walked away with Ruwashi in his arms, Liang Xiaolu began to question her best friend. Do you know what identity Brother Yang has? John Yuchi asked with a tiger's face. What identity? She wasn't a delivery girl before. Liang Xiaolu was puzzled. People deliver to lose weight and experience life. John Yuchi shrugged her shoulders, then said with a straight face, Brother Yang's real identity is the president of Jiangcheng newspaper group. So, do you think it's appropriate to have a major president fix your cabinet doors? Thanks for the reward. YT Kowloon House what? 500 coins. Hanbin 666, 333 coins. BB Super loves learning, 200 coins. Keep asking for monthly tickets. 18 centimeter gentleman. Dislike me. End of chapter. 108. Are mom and uncle fighting? President of the Jiangcheng newspaper group? Is that the Jiangcheng newspaper industry that Sister Mei Chen is going to interview for today? Liang Xiaolu asked with eyes full of disbelief. Call the little ant. Taking advantage of me again. John Yuchi blankly glanced at her best friend, before having said that the two could not only be colleagues, but also roommates during the university period. The relationship was very good. Let's not get hung up on name-calling at this point. Liang Xiaolu continued to pursue. Is Brother Yang really the president of Jiangcheng newspaper group? The president has a fake. My sister-in-law called me specifically to tell me, and I wasn't going to tell you for fear of your big mouth. But you just asked someone to fix your cabinet door. That's so inappropriate. Liang Xiaolu spread her hands. How was I to know that he was a big president with $100 million? The president of the Jiangcheng newspaper group. His assets will go up to hundreds of millions, right? Liang Xiaolu added another sentence. I've already checked in the morning. Brother Yang has 28% of the shares of Jiangcheng newspaper. These shares alone are worth about $150 million. After answering her sister-in-law Kai Meichen's phone call, John Yuchi really checked the situation of Jiangcheng newspaper group, and the news of the equity change that happened 2 days ago was easy to find out. 150 million. Liang Xiaolu's eyes widened before she spat out. So, you called out to a $150 million tycoon to fix the hood in our house last night? I didn't know that yesterday. Thinking about this matter, John Yuchi felt that she was reckless enough, but now that I think about it, people's big brother Yang even agreed to it. It is also enough to be flat billion. Kiki, you said before that Brother Yang divorced his wife, right? Liang Xiaolu suddenly asked. Yeah, why? John Yuchi looked at her best friend with a suspicious face. It's not much. I just kinda like Ruwashi. If only I could have a cute little girl like Ruwashi as a daughter. Liang Xiaolu said with a smile. Ha! John Yuchi let out a cold laugh. You're playing this abacus. My grandpa in heaven heard it. Chi-Chi, see what you're saying. I just want to give Ruwashi a complete home. Am I wrong? Liang Xiaolu shrugged. John Yuchi responded to her bestie with a blank stare. I'll send you a quote from Mr. Lu Sun. What's the word? You may be ugly, but you think beautifully. When did Lu Sun ever say such a thing? Nope, it doesn't matter who said it. John Yuchi, you're calling me ugly, aren't you? Friendship is over. On the other hand, Yang Hao, who was about to take Ruwashi home, received a call from Limani saying that she had made dumplings for the two of them to go over and eat. Ruwashi is naturally excited about going to her sister-in-law's house to eat dumplings. Of course, the reason why Ruwashi is happy is not just because there are dumplings to eat, but she mainly likes to play with her sister-in-law and Wenxian's sister. So Yang Hao drove to the Fenghua neighborhood with a kick of the gas. By the time he brought Ruwashi into the house, the dumplings had already been wrapped, and both Limani and Su Wenxian still had flour stains on their faces, looking very festive. What day is this? What's with the dumplings? Ruwashi ran to his sister-in-law's side after entering the house, while Yang Hao asked rather curiously. Wenxian said she wanted to celebrate her joining the Jiangcheng newspaper. Manili dabbed a bit of noodle on her hand and dabbed it on Ruwashi's nose, causing the little girl to giggle. Brother Yang, originally I wanted to treat you and Ruwashi to a big meal out, but barring that I left my last company and was docked half a month's salary, I'm shy. Su Wenxian said bitterly. Dumplings are pretty good. Save the big meal for next month. In fact, no matter if it was dumplings or a big meal, Yang Hao was just tasting it, and he was looking forward to the rewards when the progress of the mainline quest increased again. Limani went into the kitchen to cook the dumplings, while Su Wenxian took Ruwashi to play with the dough left over from the dumplings. Yang Hao sat on the sofa and looked at the fast sound account that has been handed over to Meng Chacha to operate. That too, 4 million bought 3 beds of the video has also become a small explosive. Surprisingly, there are 320,000 likes. Uncle Yang in the weight loss account thus rose more than 50,000 powder. Yang Hao has gripped more than $400,000 from this one video. This feeling of lying down and making money is really comfortable. Yang Hao was in a good mood and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. What puzzled him, though, was that in addition to the corners of his mouth rising, his pants were also several centimeters higher. Aha! Yang Hao looked down. The brother seems to have a mind of its own. At the same time, Yang Hao felt an unspeakable fiery emotion. I thought there were no side effects. What the hell is this? Yang Hao recalled the instructions about the little blue bottle again. Then the point was found. Kidney function is at its peak for 24 hours after taking it. MD, this pinnacle it's not very decent. Yang Hao crossed his legs and wanted to try to press it. And then, surprisingly, stepping on the horse is even harder to press than the AK. It even hurts a little bit if you press it hard. He silently exploded, then looked somewhat sheepishly at Su Wenxian who was closer to him. This girl was having fun with Ruwashi, but did not pay attention to him. Yang Hao silently breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Limani in the kitchen again. What's the situation? Where are the clothes? In Yang Hao's line of sight, there was surprisingly only an apron left on his sister-in-law Limani, but that's not going to happen. Yang Hao closed his eyes with force and opened them again, and everything returned to normal. He understood a little bit. This is the fire inside the horse cannot be suppressed, so that his mind will subconsciously appear in the subconscious image. It's not. When did I expect Manny to cook dumplings in just an apron? Slander me right. Yang Hao hurriedly took a bottle of mineral water and pounded it. Manny, I'm in a bit of a hurry. Ruwashi will leave you here first. Throwing away the empty bottle of mineral water in his hand, he then quickly fled the scene. Brother-in-law gone? Manny Li heard Yang Hao's voice. She came out from the kitchen and was about to ask about the situation, but it turned out that the person was no longer in the living room. Well, there seems to be some kind of emergency. Su Wenxian kneaded the dough while replying. She had been concentrating on playing with Ruwashi, so she hadn't paid attention to Yang Hao's side of the story. Auntie, then can I stay and sleep with you at night? Ruwashi took the opportunity to ask. The little girl missed her sister-in-law's comforter, warm and fragrant. Besides, she could sneak in and touch her sister-in-law's nai-nai, soft and bouncy. The little girl even wanted her daddy to touch it too, to feel that QQ bouncy touch. Yang Hao didn't know what was on the little girl's mind, or else he must have been moved to tears. Well, the bears are learning. What do you mean by filial piety? Other people's daughters are little coats. The old one is a sable. Coffee shop. After work, Wang Bingru was tutoring her great niece Shaninua in homework. Wang Xuelu was chatting with Sun Xingling, the store's dessert chef, about new products. At that moment, the familiar-looking UP8 suddenly pulled up outside the store. Wang Xuelu instantly looked delighted. Just now when my sister got off work, she told her about the situation in the president's office, saying that in addition to her as an assistant, there are 2 secretaries who are young and pretty, and seem to have a great relationship with Mr. Yang. Hearing this news, Wang Xueju had been a little lost, thinking that since Brother Yang was surrounded by such young and beautiful girls, perhaps the frequency of looking for her would drop. I didn't expect this to come. Wang Bingru also saw the Rangwang U8 parked outside the store. Yesterday she also sat in this car. She knew that it was the car of that Mr. Yang. She subconsciously locked her eyes on that car. Sure enough, Mr. Yang got out of the car. Only he was in a hurry and seemed to be in some kind of hurry. Brother Yang, you're here. Wang Shuaru greeted her with a smile. Well, it's a bit of an emergency. Go upstairs too. Yang Hao directly pulled this beautiful young woman up the stairs. Is something wrong? Wang Shuaru thought that this brother Yang was really in some kind of emergency, because the state he was showing at the moment was completely different from the state he was in when he was fixing the hood before. Something wrong? Wang Bingru had never seen this general manager Yang look so anxious, and she couldn't help but mutter in her heart. Auntie, who is that uncle? Shen Yinhua blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. Aha, your mom's friend. Wang Bingru hesitated slightly and returned. It's not a boyfriend, is it? 8-year-old Shen Yinhua doesn't quite know what boyfriend really means, but she already has a vague idea of what it means. Wang Bingru was stunned, then bounced on the little girl's brain. What do you know about boyfriends? Take the question seriously. Upstairs. Yellow, in the theme box. Wang Shuazhu was about to ask this brother Yang what happened, when something was shoved into her mouth. Next, Yang Hao, a veteran mechanic, began a violent operation. At first Wang Shuaru still had some scruples. After all, her sister and daughter are downstairs, and there are 3 employees who are not off duty yet. Oftentimes, though, people can't help themselves. She wanted to lay low, she wanted to refrain, she wanted to hold back, but her sister wouldn't allow it. The crazy dopamine in my body won't allow it. The sound of tables and chairs hitting the floor and walls then penetrated the floorboards and traveled from upstairs to downstairs. At first Wang Bingru was wondering what kind of emergency this general manager Yang had. When she reacted, the little assistant, who had only seen a few small movies with her roommate, suddenly blushed. No, sister and Mr. Yang don't treat us as outsiders. With that in mind, she subconsciously looked at her great niece and thought about her relationship with her sister. Not really an outsider. Auntie, mommy and uncle aren't fighting, are they? Apparently Shen Yinhua heard the sound as well. She tilted her head and looked at her sister-in-law with some concern before adding, that uncle is so tall, mommy won't be able to beat him. Auntie, why don't you go help mom? I'm going to help? Wang Bingru froze, directly dumbfounded by this question from his niece. How is she going to do this favor? Thanks to the big guy for the reward. This is just the first step to getting stronger. 1,500 coins. Sulamai, piggy fat not fat, wandering alone with you, 500 coins. End of chapter. 109. This number 3 NPC Yibo will be sure. Childish talk. What does a little kid know? Wang Bingru thought silently in her mind. Upstairs. Wang Shuazhu half leaned on the sofa card seat, panting violently. This night, who used to be a prima donna, lost today, and it was a fiasco. Yang Hao, who had spent several $100 million, had a dejected and satisfied smile on his face, inwardly shouting, little blue bottle bold beep. What like a wolf with a hung dad's little blue bottle he is Zhao Zilong before Chang Banpa. Brother Yang, you today. Wang Shuazhu slowed down for a while before speaking with a palpitating heart. Routine operation. Do not 6. Yang Hao dejectedly shrugged his shoulders without waiting for this beautiful young woman to finish. I feel like my body is falling apart. Seems like he's too old to be tossed around. Wang Shuaru said quietly. Not old, young. Yang Hao gently patted this beautiful young woman's smooth cheeks before asking, can we go downstairs now? Slow down again. Wang Shuaru gently shook her head. Seeing this, Yang Hao couldn't suppress the corner of his mouth from curling upwards. For middle-aged men, that's the most oxymoronic compliment ever. After all, by the time they cross paths at that age, men are almost always at a disadvantage, and it's no match for their 20s. At this time, Yang Hao's cell phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller alert and then frowned. The phone call was from Zhao Yingying. This weakling with only 3 stages of T-power hadn't sent Yang Hao a lot of tweets lately, but he only replied to one once in a while, and his attitude was already very clear. If it wasn't for the fact that Auntie Wine was a rather enthusiastic person, plus the fact that she was Sun Sunny's BFF, Yang Hao might have already pulled the plug on her. This phone call Yang Hao was going to refuse to answer, but then he felt that this phone call seems to be not normal, because the other party usually just sends Weixin messages and never makes a phone call. I'm going to take a call. Yang Hao greeted Wang Shuaru, then walked outside the box while picking up the phone. Ying, is something wrong? Brother Yang, Cindy has a fever. More than 39 degrees. I went back to my parents' house for today's rest. She's alone in the rented house. Do you think it's convenient for you to deliver a medicine, or accompany her to the hospital? On the phone, Zhao Yingying's tone was quite anxious. So, no problem. You send me the full address. Yang Hao answered with alacrity. Sun Sini was now his little secretary, which was a matter of public and private concern. Yukiru, a friend is sick. I have to go over there. Hanging up the phone, Yang Hao greeted Wang Shuaru in the box and then walked straight towards the downstairs. Wang Bingru, who had been paying attention to the situation upstairs, saw Yang Hao come down by himself, and she immediately greeted him with a greeting. Mr. Yang, are you leaving? Well, something came up temporarily, Yang Hao casually replied back, striding out of the coffee shop. He first drove to a nearby pharmacy to buy some cold and fever-reducing drugs, and then bought 2 bottles of canned yellow peaches in the supermarket. He heard a friend from the Northeast said that canned yellow peaches cure all diseases. It's a stretch, but I'm willing to try it. After all, it's not that much money. About half an hour later, Yang Hao arrived at the Wangjiang neighborhood where the two had rented. Finding the house that the two rented, he entered the fingerprint lock code sent by Ying Zhou. The door to the room opened and the lights were on in the living room and in the north-facing bedroom. Ying, why are you back? Sun Sini's voice came from the lighted bedroom, and it sounded rather weak at first. Yang Hao brought the door to his room and rummaged through the shoe cabinet in the doorway and did not find men's slippers, so he could only barely stuff his feet into a pair of pink slippers. He walked to the bedroom door carrying the medicine bag as well as the canned peaches, and then he saw Sun Sini lying on the bed wrapped in a quilt, just a head exposed. It's also kind of weird to have a fever like that, where you're obviously cold all over, even though your body surface temperature is high. Brother Yang? What are you doing here? Sun Sini was filled with dismay. How could she not expect that the person who entered the room would be Yang Hao? Ying called me. Yang Hao walked over to the bedside and put the medicine bag and canned peaches on the bedside table, then reached out and touched Sun Sini's forehead. It does burn. Did you take your temperature? How many degrees? Yang Hao asked. It was 39.1 degrees just now. Sun Sini had just finished measuring 10 minutes ago, but she felt like it had to go up at least 0.5 degrees at this point. It wasn't that the burn was severe, but just now Yang Hao used his palm to touch her forehead, making her feel a little hotter all over. Although the two had been living together for most of the month, taking classes together every day, and occasionally having some physical contact, that kind of physical contact was all normal contact when working out, and Yang Hao had never made any transgressive moves, and that touching of the forehead just now was actually quite in line with the current situation. And the other party obviously wasn't harboring the intention of taking advantage of the situation, but should just be concerned. But the contact is real, and the head touching will give people a feeling of being spoiled, especially when it happens between a man and a woman who have a crush on each other. It's inevitable that the woman will be a little shy and her heart will race. Taking your meds? Yang Hao didn't know about these messed up thoughts of Sun Sini and continued to ask. Not yet. I placed an order on the kangaroo app and the medicine is still on its way. Sun Xine answered truthfully. She is a very self-sufficient and strong person who doesn't like to bother others. So after feeling feverish, she just sent a tweet to Zhao Yingying, asking her to help bring fever-reducing medicine back from work. And it turned out that Zhao Yingying even went back to her hometown in the neighboring city today. She then directly placed an order on the kangaroo app, and it turned out that she didn't expect Zhao Yingying to notify this former brother Yang, now General Manager Yang, about this matter. Then take your medicine first. Yang Hao took out paracetamol from the medicine bag, also known as acetaminophen. This stuff still works to reduce fever. Sun Sini moved her body, looking like she wanted to sit up. Seeing this, Yang Hao reached out and pulled her, then sat down smoothly on the edge of the bed, letting her lean on her shoulder. This series of movements flowed like a cloud. Sun Sini had no room to resist, but after leaning on Yang Hao's body, she felt her body rolling even hotter. Yang Hao, on the other hand, felt as if he was hugging a small fireplace. It's just that the fireplace is soft and smells kind of good. Sun Sini, on the other hand, had a blank brain and took the fever-reducing medicine in a daze. Tuck in and get some sleep. Maybe the fever's gone down. Yang Hao helped Sun Sini lie back on the bed again and covered her up. Then he got up and headed for the door. Brother Yang. Seeing that Yang Hao seemed to be leaving, Sun Sini inexplicably panicked a bit, seemingly afraid that this man would leave just like that. What's wrong? Yang Hao stopped his steps and turned his head to ask. Are you leaving? Sun Sini hesitated for a moment, but still stammered out the question. Seeing her look, Yang Hao smiled instead. Do you want me to go? Me? Sun Sini opened her mouth, then shook her head vigorously and squeezed out 3 words from the depths of her throat. I don't wish. Seeing her in this afflicted state, Yang Hao couldn't help but laugh. I'm going to help you boil water. Drink lots of hot water with a fever and it will go away faster. After saying that, he went straight into the kitchen and boiled water in a kettle. And after Yang Hao walked out of the room, Sun Sini shyly buried her entire head into the quilt. She was alone in a room with a man and a woman, and she said she didn't want the other man to leave. This has been the equivalent of a clear license. For a person like Sun Sini, who is not good at expressing herself, it's already very, very hard for her to say, I don't want to. She should not have been able to say those 3 words either, had not this state of illness made her more vulnerable, as well as the sense of crisis that had been growing lately. Just as Yang Hao was boiling water, someone rang the doorbell on the fingerprint lock. It should be the medicine Sun Sini bought that arrived. Yang Hao went to open the door, and sure enough, it was the kangaroo's man. Ha, ho, I haven't seen you running orders lately. The person who delivered the medicine turned out to be a colleague from one of Yang Hao's previous stations, and he was quite surprised to see Yang Hao. It hasn't been running lately. Yang Hao didn't expect such a coincidence and froze for a moment, then nodded. Changed careers? Takeout workers are kinda mobile and change careers all the time. Well, switched careers to become president. Yang Hao was quite familiar with this person, so he smiled and joked. Ha, might as well be president then. The other party naturally didn't believe him, and he laughed, then asked, is this a sick girlfriend? Yang Hao nodded and didn't deny it. This wave has been pretty serious lately, still need to pay more attention. I've got a list here, so I'll pull out. An impending timeout beeped from his cell phone, and the other man rushed off, closing the door to his room. Yang Hao casually put aside the medicine that Sun Sini had bought herself, which should not be used for the time being as he had bought quite a lot of medicine. What Yang Hao doesn't know is that the former colleague actually came with an invisible wave of assists. He asked if his girlfriend was sick, and Yang Hao didn't deny it. Hearing the conversation between the two, Sun Sini's heart beat several beats faster. Between Yang Hao's current situation, Sun Sini actually knew that even if she got together with him, most likely it would be a Meng Yuyu kind of relationship. But for a girl like Sun Sini, she needs the title girlfriend very much, even if the title is known and recognized only by the two of them. Yang Hao poured the boiled water into a thermos cup and then took it to Sun Sini. After most of the cup of hot water was finished, meticulous beads of sweat seeped out from Sun Sini's forehead. Sweating? A nap should be much better at this time of year. Yang Hao took the thermos cup and signaled Sun Sini to lie back down on the bed and wrap the quilt around her again. And Sun Sini didn't say much the whole time, just silently observing this big president with $100 million fortune. She found the other person to be very caring, taking care of all the details and making you feel comfortable. That's how he usually takes care of his daughter, right? Sun Sini thought silently in her heart. And Yang Hao, who had been busy for a long time, looked at the time and realized that it was already more than 10 o'clock. It's late, get some early rest. If you get a fever in the middle of the night, just call out to me. I'll be in the living room. Yang Hao was ready to leave when he finished speaking, but this time Sun Sini took the initiative to stretch her hand out from the quilt, then pulled one of Yang Hao's fingers and whispered, "This bed can sleep. This is not good." Yang Hao mouthed the word bad, but sat down on the bed with his butt. "There are still quilts in the closet," Sun Sini added with a red face. Obviously she had no intention to cover the same quilt with Yang Hao, but Yi Bao, who didn't have any experience in this area, simply didn't know that it was useless to take 8 quilts as long as you let the other person stay. But naturally, Yang Hao would not show his fangs at this time, and he obediently went to the cupboard and took out the quilt. Anyway, it's a long night, and this number 3 NPC Yibo will be a sure thing. Thanks to the big guys for the reward. YT Kowloon House what? 1,000 coins. Soul Harvest Salute, 500 coins. Tianshan Swordsman, 100 coins. PS, stuck on text today. Will continue to add more tomorrow. End of chapter. 110. NPC number 3 online. The kidney is the origin of the innate nature and the source of life of the human body. Whether a person is young or not is directly related to the state of the kidneys. That's why it's said that everyone has 2 ages, a biological age and a natural age. Some people in their 20s, but have 40 or 50 years old kidney. This case of physiological age is actually very old. Should adjust the state of life in a timely manner, less to take the hand to pretend to be, more exercise. And there are people who are very old, but the state of their kidneys is very young, and the whole person will give a hale and hearty feeling. Yang Hao, who had taken the strong kidney potion, was now the latter. His kidney function had returned to its extreme peak state, and he was very spirited. Therefore he could not sleep at 10 o'clock. But at the present moment, if he could not sleep, he had to lie down first. Snap! While lying down, Yang Hao smoothly turned off the light in the room. However, the lights in the living room were still on, and through the doorway falling into the room, one could vaguely see Sun Sini's hands nervously holding the quilt, her body trembling slightly. Is it cold? Yang Hao knew that the other party was probably nervous, but he deliberately added, "Fever is like this." It was kind of a step up for Sun Xine, who was otherwise a bit embarrassed. Of course it's padding. Yang Hao again covered the quilt on himself onto Sun Sini as well. "This shouldn't be cold. No need. Brother Young, you'll be cold." Sun Sini whispered. "I'm not cold. Men are resistant to freezing, don't you know?" Yang Hao said this with his mouth, but his body subconsciously shivered. "It's just a bit of poor acting." "Well, it's still good acting by Meng Cha-Cha," Yang Hao thought in his heart. Sun Sini didn't answer, and a needle instantly fell in the room. So much so that Yang Hao could hear the violently beating heart of this former fitness instructor. "Now little secretary, how about a quilt? Sini, you know my character." Yang Hao knew that he needed to take the initiative at this time, because Sun Sini was originally the kind of person who was not good at expressing herself. and it took all her courage to let him stay. It's not very realistic to ask her to initiate something like a quilt again. I'm coming in then. Didn't wait for an answer, but silence was actually the best answer at this point. Yang Hao lifted the corner of the quilt and drilled in like a big loach. The comforter was warm, but he felt that Sun Sini's body was shaking, and it was a match for the BMW X1's 1.5 cylinder engine. It's so cold. It's warmer in my arms, Yang Hao said, and then embraced Sun Sini into his arms, saying that classic lie in the process. I'll just hug and do nothing. Being embraced into her arms, Sun Sini's body trembled even more, but seeing that Yang Hao didn't make the next move, her mind gradually calmed down and she began to enjoy this warmth. For this brother Yang, Sun Sini had a good feeling at the beginning, only that her feelings didn't heat up to the extent that she could really be together. Her idea was to spend some more time together and see what happened, but reality didn't give her a chance to develop steadily. You want to develop slowly, but someone has already single-banded stolen the tower and rushed to the high ground, and it was only when she lost the defense tower that she realized the importance of this defense tower. That's the way people are. They often don't know how to appreciate it until they've lost it. Now, on the other hand, Sun Sini had a kind of lost and found elation, and because she had lost before, she didn't want to experience that loss again, which was why she said that she didn't want Yang Hao to leave. There's no warming up. Seeing that Sun Sini's emotions seemed to have calmed down completely, Yang Hao asked in a low voice, "It's warm." Sun Sini buried her head in Yang Hao's strong arms and felt an unprecedented sense of security. Well, then sleep like this. Yang Hao patted Sun Sini's back soothingly, and he, an old hunter, was in no hurry at all to get out his gun, because for him Sun Xine was different from the previous two NPCs. Being with Wang Shuaru was purely accidental, while Meng Cha-Cha was used by him as a tool. It was only after having a substantial relationship with the two that some affection grew. But Sun Sini is the one who has a good feeling from the beginning, and this girl is not a gold digger. Plus her clean restraint also makes Yang Hao very appreciative. That's why it's more like a real romantic relationship for him and Sun Xine to have come this far. It's just that he has a powerful rich man and presidential aura attached to him, so since we're in a relationship, let's walk through every part of it. Well, next should be a kiss. Yang Hao thought in his heart, then gently kissed Sun Sini's still somewhat hot forehead. Good night. And this slapdash kiss was like a current spreading from top to bottom throughout Sun Sini's body, so much so that her entire body shook slightly. Yang Hao was slightly stunned. Yibo in his arms is overly sensitive. What's the extent of this? Yang Hao's inner expectations were instantly stretched to full capacity. However, he didn't rush to take the next step. Instead he actually hugged Sun Sini and slept. In the darkness, there was no telling how long it had been. The paracetamol wore off, and Sun Sini burned up once again. She opened her eyes slowly, feeling hot and her throat dry. She tried to get up to get a drink of water but realized she was being held tight. At the same time there was a feeling of oppression that had never been felt before, of being held at gunpoint. She didn't dare to move, but in her mind she was thinking, it should be hard for him to be like this. Brother Yang is really a decent man who keeps his word. Say cuddle and it's just a cuddle. I'd rather have a bullet explode in the chamber than hurt me with one. What about me? Shouldn't you know better? Sun Sini took a deep breath, then took the initiative to bring her lips to this righteous man's mouth. And the old hunter, whose medicine had long since come up, had an immediate response. What does 39 degrees feel like? I'll try for everyone. 5 minutes later, the old hunter Yang Hao was dumbfounded. Sun Sini, on the other hand, was so shy that she wanted to find a crack in the ground and dive in. No, I really didn't mean it. Sun Sini stammered, at a loss for words. Such a big man to wet the bed, or at a time like this. She just wanted to dig a hole and bury herself now. Yang Hao, on the other hand, couldn't help but laugh after a brief moment of stupefaction. Not bad for me, Yibo. It's really not a name for nothing. Ding. It was detected that the host had an intimate relationship with Sun Sini. Access to the intimate relationships process. Name Sun Sini. Age, 24. Overall quality score, 92. Note, intimates with a comprehensive quality score of 80 or more can be transformed into NPCs, who can receive a quest once a week, with a certain chance of generating random quests. Intimate Sun Sini are eligible to transform NPCs. Yes, no, conversion? 92 points. Hearing Hang Daddy's voice, Yang Hao was thrilled. Meng Cha-Cha is 90 points, so the reward is quite generous. Well, 92 points for Sun Sini should be more plentiful. Yes, it has to be. Yang Hao immediately made a choice. Ding! Conversion success. The third NPC, Sun Sini, is officially online. Reward for NPC No. 3, exclusive spending money of 500,000 RMB. Note, as a rich man, you can't condescend to a woman with whom you have an intimate relationship, so each NPC is rewarded with exclusive spending money. $500 million. Yang Hao almost exclaimed in shock. NPC number 1 Wang Shueru is a billion. NPC number 2, Meng Yu, is 200 million. And now NPC number 3, Sun Sini, actually has 500 million. Sure enough, the higher the overall quality score, the higher the exclusive spending money. Ding! NPC number 3 is detected as intact. Extra reward, attribute points *15. Strong kidney potion *1. Hang the dad bull beep. Yippee cow beep. Yang Hao shouted madly in his heart. Brother Yang, I'll change the sheets. Sun Sini turned on the light, and at this moment she couldn't care less about the shyness of being honest in the light. I guess she's in a lesser of two evils frame of mind. In contrast to the candor of the light, it was the blood on the sheets, which had blended together. That made her even more defenseless. Yang Hao didn't stop her, so he watched from the sidelines with a smile on his face. It was also the first time he had such an experience, having only heard about it before. Don't tell me, it's pretty marvelous, and there's an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. Sun Sini had been busy for a long time and finally packed up the bed. Seeing that she was in much better spirits, Yang Hao curiously touched her forehead. Surprisingly, it's not hot. One shot and the fever goes down? So amazing. Sun Sini, on the other hand, lowered her head and bit her lip silently. It's so humiliating. How can it be so humiliating? She didn't dare to look at Yang Hao at all now for fear of seeing the other party's teasing eyes. Have a canned peach. Maybe the disease will be completely cured. Yang Hao said and opened a bottle of canned peaches, wanting to verify the words of that northeastern friend. Sun Sini, who had been busy for a long time, had long been thirsty, so she hugged the canned peaches and ate them. In fact, she was also looking for something to do to cover up the embarrassing emotions of the moment. Yang Hao, who hadn't spent a few $100 million at all, on the other hand, was sizing up the newly promoted No. 3 NPC with interest. Hero nickname, Ibao. Skill, water flooding, passive trigger. Yang Hao thought in his heart and checked the initial quest she came with in passing. Mission, dutiful daughter. NPC number 3 Sun Sini has been trying to save up money, wanting to buy her parents a house in her hometown to improve their living environment. This Saturday is the birthday of NPC number 3 Sun Sini's mother, so help NPC number 3 fulfill her wish on this birthday. Quest reward, 1 villa in Jiangzhong Mansion. Jiangzhong Mansion? Hanging dad is awesome. Yang Hao knows this villa area, although the geographical location is slightly remote, but still within the main city, so the price is not expensive. Just a set is 20 million to start. It seems like the rewards are more powerful if the NPC has a high overall quality score. Yang Hao came to another conclusion. Brother Yang, this canned yellow peach is quite delicious. Do you want to try it? Sun Sini, who had calmed down at this moment, opened her mouth and asked. Yang Hao looked down at the small half bottle of canned peaches that had been eaten by her, and then looked at Sun Sini, who was in good spirits, and laughed. This canned yellow peaches is a bit of a thing. Thanks to God who listens to the world, streaming Cloud Cavalry, for the 100 coins reward. Still, I'm going to put the additions first. Gentleman of 18 centimeters, a monthly ticket. End of chapter. 111. Must rewards Yibo. Yang Hao had wanted to taste the canned peaches, but Sun Sini's lips were stained with the sweet water crystals from the canned peaches, to be more appetizing than the canned peaches. So, Yang Hao took a bite. Although he had just witnessed Ibao's water magic, Yang Hao, who hadn't spent several $100 million, was still scratching his head. So, this Jiangcheng Zhao Zilong is making a comeback with his lance. I'm going to kill her this time. 10 minutes later, Yippo's passive skill triggers again. She shyly covered her head with a pillow just to be an ostrich. What Sun Sini doesn't know is that it's not something to be ashamed of in a man's eyes, but instead, you can instantly stack the buffs. So this time when this magician finished casting water magic, Yang Hao continued with great interest. In the end, it paid off. Spread out all the hundreds of millions saved up, and in the process Yibo triggered another passive skill. So much so that the battlefield was in a sorry state, even though the fighting had stopped. Sun Sini was like a boiled crab at this moment, her body flushed red and motionless. The redness is a physiological reaction, and the motionlessness is naturally the power of the little blue bottle. Of course, even without the little blue vial, the outcome of her first time on the battlefield was no better. However, Sun Sini was a sports student and a long-time fitness. Her body quality was extremely good. After a moment's reprieve, she once again packed up the bedsheets. In the back of his mind, he was thinking, one last bedsheet, never again. When she finished cleaning up her bed, Yang Hao handed her the thermos cup so that the consuming water magician could replenish her water. Originally, drinking water was nothing, but when Sun Sini thought about what she had experienced just now, it was her cheeks that rolled. Yang Hao probably guessed what was on the mind of this newly minted magician, so he began to explain. Actually, this is a normal phenomenon. President Yang in the guise of Mr. Yang gave a serious lesson to Yibao, who had just stepped into the door of the new world. So, Brother Yang, you like it? Sun Sini was a bit incredulous. She had thought that this was very humiliating behavior, but it turned out that the man was actually very excited, as if he had found some kind of treasure. Mr. Yang was a little embarrassed by this student's sincere questioning. There are a lot of things that are actually good to know by heart. However, Yang Hao still nodded seriously. At least this would allow Sun Sini, who was already burdened with thoughts, to open her heart. As expected, when she saw Yang Hao nodding, Sun Sini lowered her head shyly, but her mood was great. It's like you're a fat person with low self-esteem, and then you traveled to a time and place where fat is beautiful. It's natural to feel good when what you thought were weaknesses suddenly become strengths. Rest. It's late. It was already more than 2 o'clock in the morning. Yang Hao hugged Sun Sini and lay down again, then touched on her forehead, as if the fever had really gone down. It seems that this fever-reducing shot of my own is still working. Sun Sini was genuinely tired and soon fell into sleep. Yang Hao didn't sleep, but organized the loot. Attribute points *15. Strong kidney potion *1. This little blue vial of potion is so powerful. Save it for now. Let's see how your body reacts at the end of those 24 hours. And those 15 attribute points could have been utilized instead. Yang Hao opened the main system page and checked up on the values that could be changed by attribute points. Height, 182 centimeters. Weight, 171 pounds. Health value, 76. Intelligence, 82. Force value, 65. Kidney power value, 80. Length, 18 centimeters. Thickness, 3.5 centimeters, increase by 0.1 centimeter per attribute point. 2 additional values. Separate kidney power values and first coarseness. This, okay. Hang the dad bull beep. It's also a painstaking effort to avoid some hosts being taunted as fine dogs. Yang Hao really saw a set of data before. The diameter of our Chinese men is between 2.5 centimeters and 4 centimeters. So Yang Hao, this 3.5 belongs to slightly higher than the average. If it is lower than 3 centimeters, it is probably the legendary fine dog. This time, he had gleaned 15 attribute points on Sun Sini, which was a huge intangible fortune. Yang Hao first took out 4 of those points and added them to his health, pulling it up to 80 points. Then he took out another 1 point and added it to his brother's length. He was no longer satisfied with the average length of the starting male lead. The old man has to be a little better than them. That leaves 10 points. Well, intelligence values are still important. Therefore, Yang Hao added 5 points on the thickening, directly raising this value to the ceiling level for men in China. For the last 5 points, Yang Hao added 3 of them to the intelligence value and the other 2 to the kidney power value. 1 operation later, the general young pious version is now live. The updated value becomes health value, 80, intelligence, 85, force value, 65, kidney strength value, 82, length, 19 centimeters, thickness, 4 centimeters. Well, please call me the 419 big guy, ******, from now on. Looking at Ibao, who was sleeping in his arms, Yang Hao couldn't help but gently kiss her on the forehead. This NPC number 3 is the most rewarding of the 3. Make him a 419 bigot. This must be rewarded. Good thing that Hang Dad gave 500 million. There is no way to spend it all. Without realizing it, Yang Hao also fell asleep, and by the time he woke up from his nap, it was after 7 in the morning. Sun Sini was still asleep in his arms, but her body was a little hot, as if she was burning up again. Well, I guess we'll have to schedule that shot after all. The 24-hour potency of the little blue bottle lasts until 3 p.m. So after stepping on the horse and waking up from his sleep, Yang Hao was once again in a bullet-loaded state. The problem is that NPC number 3 has just come online and can't stand up to him. And to be compassionate, the good thing is, there are many paths on this earth. As the saying goes, all roads lead to Rome. So, there is no need to recognize just one path. Yang Hao looked at the bulging halter nightgown on Ibao. Well, do you know the license plate number of Qingdao? 9 o'clock in the morning. President's office of River City Newspaper Group. Su Yali couldn't help but frown when she saw that her best friend hadn't come to work yet, although she knew that her best friend had a great relationship with Mr. Yang. It didn't matter if Mr. Yang came or not, but if you were late for work on the second day, wasn't it a bit too much? So she made a phone call, but no one answered the phone for quite a while, and just as she was about to hang up, the other person finally picked up. Sun Sini, what's your situation? You're late for work the next day. Do you not want to work? You think the Jiangcheng newspaper industry is owned by your family, don't you? This good girlfriend who had known Sun Sini for more than 20 years showed no mercy at all and opened her mouth to output a meal. Lily, this early in the morning, why so much fire? Mr. Yang? Hearing the male voice on the phone, Su Yali was directly confused. She hurriedly took the phone away from her ear and looked at the name displayed on the phone screen. That's right, it's Yippee. So, I called Yibo and it was Mr. Yang who answered. This time, The two are together. Was it together last night? No. Sun Sinny, you've made a name for yourself. Stealing the president to sleep. Suyali silently spat in her mind. However, after a short period of time and a daze, her tone made a 180-degree turn. Good morning, Mr. Yang. Nei. I'm afraid Sinny will be late, so I'm reminding her. Since I'm with you, I'm relieved to be working. Suyali was ready to end the awkward call after she finished speaking. However, at this time, Yang Hao's voice came over the phone once again. Lily, are you homesick? Ha? Suyali was dumbfounded, not understanding why this general manager Yang suddenly asked this. Me, should I think or not think? Cory asked weakly. I think you're homesick. Yang Hao said. Oh, then I'm homesick. Suyali, the great secretary's awareness is still very high, immediately said in accordance with the president's meaning. Then you'll go back to Jingmen in a little while. Have the driver from the president's office take you back. Count it as a business trip. Suyali is from Jingmen, but that's not the point. The point is that she and Sun Sinny are hairdressers, and the two of them have known each other since kindergarten. So Sun Sinny is also from Jingmen. Ha? What am I doing back in Jingmen? Suyali was still confused. Not homesick? Visiting my parents. Yang Hao said. Is this good? The driver from the president's office drove himself back home to visit his parents, which is still considered a business trip. It's metaphysical drama, right? What kind of leader could there be? Unless the leader has something on you. Mr. Yang wouldn't be having second thoughts about me, would he? Just as Suyali was rambling, that president's voice sounded once again. By the way, do something for me, paging. Hearing this, Suyali let out a long breath. She knew this treadmill was the point. Please order, Mr. Yang, buy a suite, in Sun Sinny's name. Yang Hao said. Ha? Buy a house for Sinny? Suyali was shocked. Her CPU was running fast, and then she came to the conclusion that her own Ebo had definitely put this president to sleep. How else could you possibly want to buy a house for Ebony so early in the morning? Mr. Yang, how big an area to buy? Any specific requirements? Suyali settled down and then asked. You understand the situation of Xine and her family, right? Yang Hao asked. Understood. Sinny's mom and dad are workers, and there is a younger sister in high school. Suyali back. There's still a lot of people in the family, so buy a villa. Ha? Villa? Yes. Suyali quickly completed the emotional transition from shock to acceptance. By the way, do they have a car at home? Yang Hao asked again. I don't think so. Suyali wasn't particularly sure. Not when she went back home for the new year anyway. Then buy another car. Oh, good. Suyali agreed in a loud voice. The villa was bought. The car is nothing unusual. By the way, Mr. Yang, the budget is? Cory asked. Anything. Ibao's $500 million of earmarked spending money was really spent casually. But Yang Hao still asked. What are the prices of housing in your area? About 5,000. Suyali is not so sure. She did not pay too much attention to the price of housing in her hometown. Then you don't need to think about the price. Look after the house and buy it directly. In Sinny's name, Yang Hao said back in the tone of a domineering president. Thanks to the big boys for the reward. LYL 60, 1500 coins. Tianshan Swordsman, 1000 coins. It's hard to come up with nicknames. Piggy is fat or not fat. Talk to you later if it's 1,000 years old, 500 coins. Summer Waiting Prophecy, 7819777903, Conscientious Chinese Medicine, 100 coins. End of chapter. 112. Meng Chacha White Horingly Manchu, Office of the President. Hanging up the phone, Cory took a deep breath. The self-made BFF is out of her league. As she had counseled earlier, really seized the opportunity to cross the class line. Sister Lee, does Mr. Young have any work? At this time, Wang Bingru came over and asked. She had just vaguely heard that Suyali seemed to be on the phone with Mr. Young. It's a job that's accounted for me. I'll be traveling soon, so the president's office is all yours. Suyali looked at Wang Bingru, the reckless little newcomer, and thought in her heart that she still had to be properly coached when she had the chance. In the workplace, she shouldn't even be asking questions in a situation like the one she's in now, because everyone has their own pile of work, some of which involves privacy, and as a co-worker it's not very polite for you to pry. But Suyali knows that Wang Bingru has not yet graduated from the university. There is no experience in the workplace, so it is normal to make mistakes. Just as the two of them were talking, a woman with a plump figure and a light mature woman's temperament walked over from the direction of the elevator room. The two men subconsciously cast glances. Hello, Mr. Yang is not in today. Suyali thought that the other party was here to find the president and took the initiative to speak. Hello you, my name is Kai Machen. I'm the new director of the president's office. Kai Machen had just finished the entry procedures and was here to report to Yang Hao, only to be told that the big president was not in the company. Hello, Director Kai, I'm Mr. Yang's chief secretary, Su Yali. Hello Director Kai. I'm Wang Bingru, assistant to the president's office. Upon hearing that the other party was the new director of the president's office, both of them hurriedly introduced themselves. Kai Mei-chan politely exchanged a few pleasantries with the two, but more attention was paid to the face value of the two. The young assistant was young, beautiful, and had long legs. Although the chief secretary's face value and figure were a little worse than that of the junior assistant, it still belonged to the category of beautiful women, and Mason Choi is very confident in her outward appearance. That means there are 3 beautiful women in the president's office of that Mr. Young who is good at fixing things. Let's hope it's just a coincidence that everyone is just good at their job and happens to be good looking. Kai Mei-chan thought silently in her heart. Lookout River neighborhood. The balcony of the rented room. After hanging up the phone, Yang Hao used his own cell phone to send another Weixin message to Su Yali. Confidential. He was going to give Ibao a surprise, so naturally he couldn't leak it in advance. Returning to the bedroom, Sun Sini was still asleep. Luckily, after the fever-reducing injection just now, her fever has gone down again, and her head isn't hot at all at the moment. Yang Hao was more energized at this moment, and he sent a Weibo message to Jiang Yuqi to ask about Ruwashi's situation. Last night Ruwashi was sleeping on Li Mani's side, and this morning it was Li Mani who sent her to kindergarten. Jiang Yuqi returned the message in a second and also took a video of Ruwashi focusing on touching the fish in class over. Seeing that this baby girl was in good shape, Yang Hao was relieved. At that moment, there was the sound of a door opening in the living room. Yang Hao went out to see that it was Zhao Yingying who had returned. Brother Yang, you're there. Seeing Yang Hao in the room, Zhao Yingying wasn't surprised. She was actually giving her best friend Sun Sini an assist when she made that call last night. Because from the feedback of Yang Hao during this period of time, Zhao Yingying knew that she didn't have a chance. If she wanted to continue to be associated with this tycoon Mr. Yang, then she could only use her best friend Sun Sini as a medium. After all, in the beginning, this general manager Yang was eyeing Sun Sini, and from the looks of things, her assist should have done the trick. Brother Yang, how is Xine? The fever's gone down and he's still sleeping. That's good. Thanks to Big Brother Yang last night, Zhao Yingying said smilingly. It should be thanks to you calling me. Yang Hao still had to thank this little weakling from the 3rd stage of T-Power. He and Sun Sini had also known each other for quite a long time, but a breakthrough in their relationship needed an opportunity, and last night was the perfect opportunity. Just as the two were talking, Sun Sini in the bedroom was awake instead. I don't know whether it is the fever-reducing medicine that has played a role, or the role of the General Yang brand fever-reducing injection. At this moment Sun Sini's state is much better, completely retreated from the fever, not to mention that the state of mind is also very good. It's just that my sister isn't doing so well. There's a tearing pain. However, this brother Yang is quite compassionate and knows that she's not in a good condition, so when he has an idea it's all about working hard for grandma. And Ibao, who has no experience in this area, only realized today that grandmothers still have this kind of usage. So the question arises, what about those grandmothers who are too young? Just as Sun Sini was rambling, her cell phone rang, and the caller ID was, Old Mom. Seni, it's Mom's birthday on Saturday. Come back and have dinner together. The phone picked up and Mom's voice came out of the receiver. Yeah. In fact, Mom did not say. Sun Sini is also ready to go back, and she gifts her bought is to let Zhao Yingying with the staff internal price of the Lancome set. By the way, Sini, do you have a boyfriend? If you have a boyfriend, bring him back so Mom can meet him. Hearing her mom's question, Sun Sini subconsciously glanced toward the living room, and because she was so far away, Yang Hao naturally couldn't hear the contents of the phone call. Sun Sini hesitated slightly, but still gave a negative answer. No, real estate center. Meng Yuyu and the middle-aged woman went through the house transfer procedure. Everything went smoothly and she soon had her house book. Jade, this has to be a big dinner treat for me to celebrate. You Lily, who accompanied Meng Yuyu over for the closing procedures, had envy in her eyes, while inside she was insanely jealous of this plastic best friend. Obviously, they are all poor workers, and it's not good for them to be poor together. And yet, you managed to get a rich man under my nose. The main evening rich man, even if the key this rich man seems to look like a person's stupid money. Over $500,000 of Mercedes said to give it away, and now they're giving away a $6 million gated home. Even if you get dumped right now, it's still blood money. This door market and Mercedes-Benz alone are not affordable for the average working man who struggles for his whole life. Jade? Such a coincidence. Just as Meng Yuyu was about to take her plastic best friend to the door to take a look at the market and make some plans in the meantime, Li Manchu just happened to walk out from the real estate center. She came to pick up the real estate license, and didn't expect to meet the client at the door that made her so envious that she was crazy. Sister Manchu, I've also made an appointment with Sister Ria to continue shopping in the furniture city this afternoon. I didn't expect to meet you here. Meeting Li Manchu here was quite a surprise to Meng Yuyu. I'm here to pick up the real estate license. You're picking up the real estate license for Nebula Bay? Li Manchu asked curiously. No, hubby bought me a storefront and the closing went through today. By the way, Ms. Manchu, do you have time? Help me see how to design the soft furnishings for that store. I'm going to open a dance training center. Meng Yuyu was ready to whore out this design assistant. Through previous encounters, she knew that the other woman was a gold digger and was keen to get on with her. Well, just take advantage of this mentality of hers to help yourself to a free design wave. Otherwise it costs money to get their company to design it. That's fine. You just happen to be kinda free for the past 2 days after that project of yours is over. Li Manchu did want to get on well with this big brother's woman, and naturally didn't mind helping out. Yuck yuck, your husband is so good to you. Li Manchu lamented again. Yeah, Meng Yuyu smiled and nodded with a happy face. He knows I like dancing, so he bought a store and let me open a dance training center for fun. And he doesn't expect to make money anyway. By the way, yesterday when we had dinner, I had something to leave. That is, my husband asked me to go over to sign the contract. Meng Cha-Cha added. She knew all too well how to show off in front of an old green tea like Li Manchu, because essentially the two belong together, and one's own people tend to know one's own people best. That's why seemingly strong fortresses are actually the easiest to disintegrate from within. Enemies are far less scary than traitors because traitors know us better. As expected, after listening to Meng Yuyu's later words, there was infinite envy in Li Manchu's eyes again, and she couldn't help but let out another exclamation. Your husband is still very romantic. It's okay, he just spends money. Menchaca lands another blistering blow. Listening to the side of the plastic girlfriend Lily secretly gritted her teeth. Li Manchu, on the other hand, only envy. She also want to find a man so willing to spend money for their own. The three of them headed to the parking lot, and then Li Manchu got into Meng Yuyu's brand new Mercedes GLC. Jade, did you buy this car new? Sitting in the back row, Li Manchu asked while surveying the interior of the car. This was the car that Meng Yuyu drove when she went to their company before, but Li Manchu had only looked at the exterior, and this was the first time she had sat inside the car. Aha, my husband bought it too. Let me practice. Meng Yuyu started the car while returning. Mercedes practice? Li Manchu couldn't help but feel another pang of envy. Half an hour later, the three of them arrived at the storehouse that still had the sign Colorful Dance Training Center. That's over 200 square feet. Upon entering the doorway, Li Manchu visually inspected the space on the first floor. The real estate license is 118 square feet, but this is 2 floors upstairs and 2 floors down, so the actual usable area is 236 square feet. Meng Yuyu returned. With such a large doorway, it should be expensive, right? Li Manchu asked again. It's okay. 6 million. Meng Cha-Cha breezily returned a sentence. This little Cha-Cha already has a bit of the air of a pusher king. 6 million. Li Manchu silently repeated the number in her heart, her inner envy value already pulling full. She wouldn't mind being an outhouse or something if a man was willing to give her a doorstop like that. It's a shame how she can't meet such rich people. And that's when she suddenly remembered her ex-husband, Yang Hao, who had given her sister a Porsche Cayenne. Because of Ruwashi's presence, the other party did not pull her micro-telephone black. And yesterday she also sent a micro-telephone to that ex-husband, but it was a stone sinking into the sea and did not get any response. Sister Manchu, what do you think I should do to decorate this first floor? Meng Cha-Cha's purpose of calling Li Manchu over wasn't just to show off, but to whore herself out for nothing. So after showing off, she chatted about business. After thinking about it, Li Manchu, who wanted to get along with Meng Yuyu, really gave a lot of feasible suggestions. Thank you for the reward. With a heartbeat, 5,000 coins. Y asterisk, Sulamai, 500 coins. Zwakayan 7819777903 SS 100 coins. End of chapter. 113. My ex-wife and my mistress know each other. Afternoon. Yang Hao told Sun Sini to rest at home. He himself went to River City newspapers. Mr. Yang, the president's office is now only Wang Bingru a person. She is now touching the fish. The result of the majority of the day not see the shadow of the president actually arrived. She hurriedly stood up from the workstation. This girl is dressed up, mainlining an inexperienced face and body, but this kind of dress really doesn't look like a proper assistant at first glance. Fine, this president's office is not decent anyway. Is Director Choi here yet? Yang Hao gently waved his hand, signaling her to just sit down and talk. Here, working in the office. Wang Bingru pointed to the office of the presidential office director. Yang Hao nodded slightly and walked over with big strides, then knocked gently on the door. Come in. Kai Mei Chen's voice came out from the office. Yang Hao pushed the door to enter. The president of the office of the director to wear is quite serious. Suit skirt with black silk, long hair slightly curled. It does look very much that kind of light mature woman flavor. Mr. Yang, Seeing that the visitor was Yang Hao, Kai Mei-chen hurriedly stood up from her workstation. She thought she wouldn't see her leader on her first day on the job. That's not the right name for you. What should the president's wife call the president? Yang Hao smiled and joked. Mr. Yang, I really didn't expect that night. Kai Mei-chen had thought that this matter had already been turned over, but he didn't expect this presidential repairman to mention it after all. Just kidding. Yang Hao waved his hand, then casually sat down on the sofa. Is the job still comfortable? It's okay, but there are many documents that need to be signed by Mr. Yang to decide. The president's office was sort of shut down for 3 or 4 days, so there was a backlog of work, and Kai Mei-chen had been busy from the time she came on board until now. Originally, some of the work could be commanded to Wang Bingru to do, but now we do not know what the girl's situation, and judging from her years of experience, dressed in that stated work, most likely for the convenience of the president. That is to say that people may be the president's mistress. How dare she command blindly, so she can only bear it silently by herself. Tell you what, any document that requires a decision from me, you mark your suggestions before handing it to me. In the matter of being the president, Yang Hao really does not have much experience, but Kai Mei-chen has a wealth of work experience, so Yang Hao is trying to draw some nutrients from her, and in the meantime to see if the ability of the president's wife is as strong as the resume presented. A super competent presidential office director would make his job as president easy. By the way, Bingru has no previous work experience, so take her under your wing. In addition, the president's office is not still missing an assistant. The recruitment of things you and the Ministry of Personnel to communicate must be recruited with strong ability. Currently the president's office is 5 people counting Yang Hao, and he, the president, as well as Sun Sini and Wang Bingru are all touching the fish. It's not going to work. The number of gropers is already 3/5 of the total, so another assistant who can work has to be recruited to balance it out. Okay Mr. Yang, I'll communicate with the personnel as soon as possible. Also, am I treated like a normal employee on the Bingru side? Kai Mei-chen asked tentatively. She's just a normal employee, only with no work experience, and if you teach her well, she'll share your stress too, won't she? Yang Hao probably understood what Kai Mei-chen meant and immediately showed his attitude. The mind, on the other hand, spits silently. What do you take this president for? Emphasize that again. This is the president's office, not the old man's harem, except for the ones that are related. They are not related to this president. After exchanging words with Kai Mei-chen for a while, Yang Hao went back to his office. Ding! The strong kidney potion add-on takes effect. Kidney power value +1. Yang Hao had just settled down in his boss chair when Hang Daddy's voice once again sounded in his head. He looked at the time. It was the 24-hour statute of limitations on the strong kidney potion that had come to an end. The 24-hour peak has passed and a point of permanent kidney power is gained. You can! Yang Hao was very satisfied with the effect of this little blue bottle and looked back at the past 24 hours. He took on 3 of them, and it was a big win, killing his enemies and leaving them in disarray. Ibo was even screwed by him and triggered the passive skill of water flood multiple times, and is still lying at home at this moment. One word, 6. And there was still a bottle of the little blue vial that had been gleaned at Sun Sini's place in the system's warehouse at the moment, but Yang Hao doesn't intend to use it for the time being. It's better to hold off for a while. Open the Microsoft message and scan the unread messages. There were quite a few. The first is the work progress report of Su Yali, that big secretary, who has already arrived in Jingmen and bought a BMW X5 at the BMW 4S store. Although the car is written in Sun Sini's name, but the car is for Sun Sini's parents to drive. The two are working class. Too high profile is not good. The BMW X5 is a bit of a fallen aristocrat car, and once upon a time it was a beautiful car. There's still BMW platooning now, not as racy as it was back in the day, but it's the ceiling for the average person. According to Su Yali's report, the house shouldn't be bought today, and it will be done tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Then there is Meng Cha-Cha sent a micro-message, mainly to tell Yang Hao that she has finished the transfer procedures of the market house. This little Cha-Cha also sent a circle of friends to show off. What the hell is this? He casually glanced at Meng Yuyu's friend circle, and it turned out that among the people who liked it was Li Manchu. This ex-wife's micro-message he has not deleted, although she gave up the custody of Ruwashi in the divorce, but it is the right to visit. The divorce agreement stipulates that not less than once a month. Only after the divorce. She didn't initiate visitation either. And at this moment Yang Hao unexpectedly saw this ex-wife in Meng Cha-Cha's circle of friends. He clicked into the familiar avatar and looked at it. And it was true. What the hell is this? How did his ex-wife get involved with his young lover? Yang Hao immediately sent a tweet to Meng Yuyu. You know Li Manchu? In the Japanese restaurant, Meng Yuyu is inviting old green tea Li Manchu as well as plastic BFF Yu Lily to dinner. For Meng Cha-Cha, both of these two men are backdrops, tool people for her to pretend and show off. and can provide her with the emotional value of getting satisfaction in her vanity. Meng Cha-cha does not want to play what brocade night. Living well is to let people know it. Suddenly she received a micro-message from Yang Hao. She was quite happy, thinking that her husband had finally thought of her. As a result, she froze for a moment after seeing the other party's Weixin message, and then subconsciously looked at Li Manchu, who was taking pictures of the ingredients with her cell phone. This Japanese restaurant is pretty high-end, and the stuff is exquisitely done, so you can send it to your friends to pretend it's beeping. Meng Yuyu didn't know how her husband knew Li Manchu, but knowing the other party's old green tea attributes, Meng Yuyu was instantly on guard. Is this a sneaky way to get in touch bypassing yourself? Meng Yuyu frowned. During the past few days together, this old green tea would pry into her husband's information from time to time, and Meng Cha-cha, who had been on the defensive, hadn't revealed a word, so she couldn't figure out how the other party had gotten in touch with her own husband. Looks like I underestimated the old green tea. Meng Yuyu gritted her teeth, then truthfully told how she and Li Manchu met. Yang Hao, after learning how the two had met, was a bit of a crybaby. His own mansion in Nebula Bay, his ex-wife even stepped in to design it. Simply magical. He hesitated for a moment, but told Meng Yuyu the truth. She is my ex-wife. Yang Hao still trusted Meng Cha-cha. She should be able to handle this kind of relationship. At this moment, Meng Yuyu, who was sitting opposite Li Manchu, had a sense of crisis in her heart. She had always thought that Li Manchu was just an old green tea with a low segment. I didn't realize that the other side even played a hand-secret position, almost stole my own home, which meant that he had severely underestimated his opponent's strength, and that all she was showing was what she wanted to be seen. So sinister. Meng Yuyu spat madly in her mind and took a sip of the juice in front of her to suppress her shock. And that's when Yang Hao just happened to return the tweets. Meng Yuyu couldn't wait to check the news. In the next moment, the juice in Meng Yuyu's mouth directly sprayed out, splattered all over the table. Jade, what's wrong? What the hell? Li Manchu and Yu Lily were both taken aback, and both cast puzzled glances at Meng Yuyu. Jade, wipe your mouth. Li Manchu also thoughtfully handed over 2 tissues. Thanks. Meng Yuyu wiped her mouth first, then patted her chest to make her breath a little more fluent. She tilted her head to look at Li Manchu across the room, a few more points of playfulness and mockery in her eyes. In the time between playing cards, she had asked Yang Hao why he divorced his ex-wife, and Yang Hao didn't hide it and told the truth. At that time, Meng Yuyu wondered what that woman would feel if she knew that after leaving her, her ex-husband had soared to greatness. At the same time, she despised what that ex-wife had done, although the same has green tea attributes. But Meng Yuyu felt that if she was that ex-wife of Yang Hao, she would not do things so absolutely. The two are having a daughter, not to mention living together for so many years. If the feelings are very good, she will not divorce. Meng Yuyu is tea and gold digging, but she's not bad, and that ex-wife is just mean-spirited and heartless. Previously, Meng Yuyu hadn't spit out that ex-wife in her heart, but as a result, she didn't expect that the other party would be sitting right across from her. Also, when I talked to Li Manchu in between, she said she was unmarried, not to mention the kids. She won't even admit to being divorced. It's obvious she's creating a single persona to catch a son-in-law. Really shameless. Meng Yuyu cursed in her heart, and that's when Li Manchu spoke up. Yu Jiu, is there something on my face? Why do you keep staring at me? Li Manchu was confused by Meng Yuyu's look and reached out to touch her face. I just think Manchu-san, you're so pretty. So pretty. You shouldn't be single all the time. Sister Manchu's previous boyfriend should also be very good, right? Meng Cha-cha, whose sense of crisis had completely disappeared, asked with a smile. Li Manchu was slightly stunned. Her previous was not a boyfriend. It was her ex-husband. However, she didn't want to lose face in front of Meng Yuyu, and immediately returned. My ex-boyfriend owns a chain of hot pot restaurants, and is considered rich. Then why did you break up? Meng Yuyu pursued with interest. Because. Li Manchu hesitated a little, then huffed. He cheated. A lot of women are like that. After a breakup or divorce, they must be the ones to put the blame on the man, even to the point of turning things upside down. Maybe in their minds it brings out their innocence and excellence more. Thank you, YT Kowloon House. What? Big Brother 1000 coins reward. This chapter is to make up for yesterday's. I said I'd add more, but I ended up doing 3 chapters yesterday, so I'm making up for it now, and then continue to ask for monthly votes. All you 419 gentlemen, smash me. End of chapter. 114. 6 points for touching your leg while driving. Saturday. Sun Cindy got up early and washed up, ready to take the coach back to her hometown Jingmen to her mom's birthday. Zhao Yingying, who was on the early shift today, was already sitting on the sofa in the living room and starting to put on her makeup. Cindy, I really regret making that call to Mr. Yang. Meng Yuyu followed him. At least there is a Mercedes-Benz of more than $500,000. To you even have nothing. This men are really all big pig's hooves. They don't know how to cherish it when they get it. Zhao Yingying spat as she put on her makeup. She had thought that after her own best friend had fallen in love with Mr. Yang, she would be able to rise to great heights, and that she would be able to follow in his footsteps as well. It turned out to be a non-starter, and I had to take a long bus ride to get back to my hometown. Hearing Zhao Yingying spat, Sun Sini gently shook her head. I volunteered. It's not like this is some kind of deal. I'm holding for you. How can Meng Yuyu compare to you? As a result, the kind of woman she is driving a Mercedes-Benz, you still have to squeeze the coach. Zhao Yingying continued to skewer and spit, and at that moment Sun Sini's cell phone suddenly rang. After seeing the caller ID, a smile appeared on her face. Some women are like that. They may be cold when they don't have a relationship, but once they do, you become her whole world. In psychology, this is called physical dependence. Such was the case with Sun Sini recently. Sun Sini, can we not act like this is worthless? Seeing her best friend smiling like a flower, Zhao Yingying knew that the person on the phone should be that general manager Yang, and she couldn't help but open her mouth to spit. Sun Sini didn't bother with her either, but answered the phone. Xine, are you done packing? Yang Hao's voice came out from the receiver. Sun Xine was a bit confused, not quite understanding why the other party asked such a question. Did he know he was going out? Or do you want to ask me out? Brother Yang, are you taking me out? Well, in 5 minutes, I'll be in front of your neighborhood. Ha! Sun Sini was shocked. She subconsciously frowned. For the sake of it, Brother Yang, I'm going home today. In fact, she was quite eager to go out with Yang Hao, but today was her mom's birthday and she was bound to go back. You go downstairs first. Meet and tell. Yang Hao hung up the phone after saying that. It's the weekend. Brother Yang is trying to take you out to spend money. Right. Zhao Yingying was now in the spirit and said excitedly. Sini, it's a rare opportunity. You have to go for this. I'm going home. Sun Sini shook her head. Are you stupid or not? It doesn't matter if it's a day late, or if you go shopping during the day. You can go back at night. Zhao Yingying, the dog-headed military counselor, also gave up the idea. Big brother Yang will be here soon. I'll go out first. Sun Sini didn't really want to listen to her best friend's bad idea. She had already changed her clothes and carried the Prada handbag that Yang Hao had given her earlier, took the cosmetics she had bought for her mom and went downstairs. She was worried that Yang Hao had waited too long, and she even purposely sped up her pace. When I got out of the neighborhood, the familiar-looking UP8 was indeed already parked in front of the entrance. She took a few quick steps, pulled open the passenger door and got in. Brother Yang, today is my mom's birthday. I'm going home, so there may be no way to keep you company. After getting into the car, Sun Sini took the initiative to explain the situation. Yes, then I'll go back with you, Yang Hao said smilingly. Ha, you're coming back with me? Sun Sini was shocked. Before, when her mom called her, she also asked if she had a boyfriend to come, saying that if she had a boyfriend, she would bring it back. At that time, Sun Sini hesitated for a while, and finally said no. She was not wanting to have to bind each other just because she had sex. Besides, she was aware of Meng Yuyu's existence, and she hadn't completely found her place in this complicated relationship. And now that Yang Hao took the initiative to propose to go home with her, she was naturally very happy and had some small sweetness in her heart. What? Afraid I'll embarrass you? Yang Hao laughingly teased. Of course not. It just feels a bit sudden. Sun Sini said truthfully. Suddenly? Then don't go. Yang Hao lightly shrugged his shoulders. Ha! At those words, Sun Sini's delicate little face was immediately filled with disappointment. Just kidding. Yang Hao pinched Yibao's smooth face. Seeing that the other party did seem to be joking, Sun Sini then let out a long breath. But before I accompany you back to Jingmen, I'll go to the fitness center. The clocking task will soon be over, and the industry that was given for nothing will still be gripped. So Yang Hao first went to the Boli Fitness Center and punched the card, and only then drove to Jingmen. After leaving downtown Jiangchang, Yang Hao directly drove the car onto the highway. Jiangchang was more than 200 kilometers away from Jingmen and could be reached in about 2 hours. Sini, you have a driver's license, right? While driving, Yang Hao casually asked. Yes. Sun Sini nodded. Driving in this day and age was no longer a craft but a necessary skill. Got a favorite car? Yang Hao didn't sell the story, but asked bluntly. What about the $500 million of dedicated spending money from Ebenezer? This must be spent. What's more, right now this harem of 3, the one he favored the most was this water wizard. The people are a bit naive, but extremely playable. The house and the car must all be matched, by the standards of a proper wife. Brother Yang, I don't know anything about cars. Besides, I don't really use it. Sun Sini knows that her boyfriend trenchant very, but she is really not obsessed with the car, but also do not have too many concepts. Seeing her say that, Yang Hao didn't continue the topic. He held the steering wheel with one hand while his other hand was involuntarily resting on Sun Sini's thigh. She's wearing a pair of skinny jeans today, the kind that show off your legs, but they're too thick for her hands. But Ebony has a good base and is still very playable. While the body is extremely sensitive, Sun Cindy is a pretty face. Scarlet. She suddenly thought of a highway, displaying the information XXXX. Driving to touch the co-pilot's thighs deducted 6 points. A fine of 200 yuan. Picture is not P is not clear. But if it is true, the owner of this car probability to cool, serious couples, in the home or stepping horse respect each other, which has a drive to touch the thigh. This is either a couple or one of those relationships that you can't see the light of day. Brother Yang, stop touching. After a while, Sun Cindy lowered her head and said, "What's wrong?" Yang Hao casually asked. "I don't have any pants to change into." Sun Cindy blushed and whispered, Yang Hao was slightly stunned before he reacted. This Ibo of his was a beginner water magician. He had not yet learned the water control technique, and if he was not careful, the water would flood the mountain. Thinking of this, he hurriedly retracted his hand. This would be quite troublesome if he triggered the passive skill in the car. As for Sun Cindy, she let out a long breath. She had really been restraining herself like crazy just now. If Yang Hao didn't stop, she really wouldn't be able to hold on anymore. Jingmen, bright neighborhood. This neighborhood was funded by the Jingmen Thermal Power Plant construction, is considered to be the Jingmen Thermal Power Plant staff family building. Half of the households in the neighborhood are employees of Jingmen Thermal Power Plant. Both of Sun Cindy's parents also work at the thermal power plant. The house where the Sun family lives was purchased at an internal price 20 years ago. 2 rooms and 1 hall, more than 60 square feet. It was naturally crowded for a family of 4 to live there. But things had gotten a little better since Sun Cindy had gone to college. But since the Sun family are all daughters, especially when the daughters are older, Sun Di Gang, the father, has to avoid suspicion. So the disadvantages of a small house are still quite a lot. At this moment Sun Di Gang is busy in the kitchen. Today is his wife's 50th birthday. The eldest daughter will also come back. He is still quite happy. Also he called his brother's family over to join in the fun. The birthday girl, He Min, was picking at the shrimp threads, and to entertain her brother-in-law's family, she still prepared a few hardcore dishes. Just as the two men were busy, there was a knock on the door of the room. "Nan, get the door." He Min couldn't spare a hand and shouted at the bedroom. Then a girl who looked 7 or 8% similar to Sun Cindy, but was a little shorter, trotted out. She is Sun Cindy's own sister, called Sun Nan Nan. Sun Di Gang's obsession with having a son led him to name his second daughter Nan Nan, who was originally named Ledge, but He Min thought it was too abject, and she changed it temporarily when she was on the account. Later, the couple spelled 3 more children, but miscarried. He Min's health also had some problems. Sun Di Gang's dream of a son was dashed. Sun Nan Nan opened the door. It was second uncle's family that had arrived. "Sister-in-law, you birthday girl even took it upon yourself today." After entering the house, sister-in-law Zhang Hongli smiled and joked. "Hongli, hi. You guys sit down first, I'll be done here soon." "Ha, this one?" He Min had thought that it was just the brother-in-law and sister-in-law who had come, but it turned out that there was one more young man, and the other looked to be about 30 years old, not too tall, wearing a pair of glasses. "Sis Yuan, sister-in-law, this is my nephew Bai Wensong that I mentioned to you, and it's a coincidence that I just happened to meet him, so I'll carry him over for you to see." Zhang Hongli pulled the young man to make introductions. "Happy birthday, Auntie He." Bai Wensong prepared a gift, which was 2 bottles of Huangdalu liquor produced in Jiangcheng as well as a beautifully packaged shopping bag. This, He Min, who didn't have any heart preparation, was a bit confused. She hurriedly wiped her hands, hesitated for a moment, but still accepted the gift. "Thank you, I've let you break the bank. Auntie He, you're too polite. It's not something valuable. It's not still here to rub off on us." Bai Wensong smiled back, quite good at talking. "Go into the living room and sit and talk." He Min led the 3 people to the living room. Heard the sound of Sun Di Gang also came out from the kitchen. See, in addition to his brother, there is also Bai Wensong this guest. Sun Di Gang hurriedly made tea, accompanied the 2 people to chat. Zhang Hongli took the opportunity to call He Min aside, whispered, "Sister-in-law, you have not been to Sydney to find a partner. My nephew works in the bank. The family conditions are also good. Today it is just to let him and Sydney to meet and chat a little bit, perhaps on the right iot. Gentlemen of the 419, give some data to support. It's too hard." End of chapter. 115. What harm is there in marrying a wife whose son is not a relative? He Min glanced at Bai Wensong, who was sitting on the sofa, and whispered, "A bit short, are Cine 172 yet, may not be able to look at it. Although short, but my nephew's family is in good condition. Both parents are civil servants, and the wedding house has been bought." Zhang Hongli naturally picked on the advantages to talk about. "How old?" He Min asked. "Exactly 30 years old this year. That's 6 years older than our Cine." He Min frowned. There was a local saying that the older 6 years of age were a crime. That's all superstition. Jung Honli knew what her sister-in-law meant and said in a hurry. Actually, I don't really want to interfere with Cindy's search for a date, as long as she sees fit. Let them talk and see when Cindy arrives home in a while. Heemin's first impression of this by Wonsong led by his younger siblings is average, thin and small, and it is difficult to give people a sense of security. When will Cindy be back? Jung Honli asked. Soon. Says he'll be home by noon. Heemin looked at the time. It was already 11:30 at this moment. Well, let them talk to themselves later. But sister-in-law, I'm telling you, when Song's family is able to afford the bride price, 200,000 to 300,000 won't be a problem. When the time comes you and Big Brother can replace this old house. Jung Honli added with a fluttering brow. It's better to look at fate. Heemin is not the kind of mother-in-law who has to ask for a huge bride price. Her first consideration is still her daughter's personal wishes. Downstairs, Yang Hao got out of the car and started to take the prepared gifts out of the trunk. Brother Yang, you already knew it was my mom's birthday? Looking at the various gift boxes that almost filled the trunk, Sun Sini reacted to the fact that her brother Yang was not a temporary idea, but a long time planning, and her heart was suddenly a little touched. The day you answered the phone I heard. Yang Hao pulled a random excuse. He couldn't say that he knew about it from hanging father. Oh, thank you brother Yang. Sun Xine couldn't help but hug this sweet brother Yang. They say that uncle can love people and do things thoughtfully. Sun Sini is kind of feeling a wave of warmth from her uncle today. And it's a little bit romantic, too. Yang Hao bought a box of Mao Tai, 4 strips of huazi, 4 boxes of tea and some gifts for Sun Sini's mother and sister. It was kinda hard to move it upstairs since there was a lot of stuff. It's a good thing that Sun Sini's house is on the 3rd floor, so she arrived quickly. Sun Sini, whose hands were full of things, could only bump the door of the room with her elbow. At this moment, Heemin was already busy in the kitchen. The 3 men were sitting in the living room drinking tea and chatting, but it was Jung Honli who had a better ear and heard the sound. As she went to open the door she yelled at the 3 men in the living room. Sini is back. Bai Wonsong has actually met Sun Sini, and it is the kind of love at first sight, which is why he will entrust his old aunt to matchmaking. That meeting was during the new year this year. Sun Sini went to the second aunt's home to pay tribute to the new year. Out of the unit door just met also went to the second aunt's home to pay tribute to the new year's Bai Wonsong. Sun Sini didn't pay attention to this passerby at the time, but Bai Wonsong was attracted by that tall and beautiful figure. At this moment, once he heard that Sun Sini was back, he hurriedly stood up from the sofa and straightened his clothes and hair again, thinking to give the other party a good impression. Sini, you're finally back. You're all that's left. After opening the door, Jung Honli greeted with a smile on her face. However, the next moment the smile on her face froze at the corners of her mouth, because behind his niece, he was followed by a man of great stature. Auntie too, you have arrived. Sun Sini naturally did not know that this second aunt had brought someone over, and she greeted her with a smile. Then he introduced Yang Hao again. Brother Yang, this is my second aunt. Hello, Auntie too. Yang Hao followed Sun Sini's address and greeted the other party with a smile on his face. Hello. Jung Honli froze, then responded anyway. At this time the rest of the people also welcomed over. Bai Wonsong followed. After seeing Sun Sini, he could not help but be bright again, and could not help but feel in his heart, what is the harm of marrying a wife so son not relatives? One word, beautiful. He was just thinking about how he was going to say hello when he realized that something was wrong with the situation. The other guy didn't come back alone. There was a man behind him. What the hell is this? It wasn't just Bai Wonsong who was confused. Sun Sini's father and second uncle, who greeted her at the first opportunity, were also confused. At this time, Heemin, who heard the sound, also came out from the kitchen. Brother Yang, this is my dad. This is uncle too. Uncle Sun, second uncle. Yang Hao greeted them in turn. And this is? Seeing a stranger in the house, Bai Wonsong, Sun Sini was confused. Sini, this is my nephew Wonsong. Jung Honli hurriedly introduced. Upon hearing this, Sun Sini instantly understood this second aunt's meaning. She gently frowned and subconsciously looked at Yang Hao beside her. In his heart, he was thinking that brother Yang wouldn't be angry, but I really don't know. Seni is back. At that moment, Heemin walked over, and after seeing Yang Hao standing in the doorway, she froze. Brother Yang, this is my mom. Sun Sini skipped the part of greeting Bai Wonsong and directly introduced her old mom. Hello auntie. Yang Hao nodded with a smile on his face. Seni, who is this? Heemin looked Yang Hao up and down, and although she already had a guess in her heart, she still asked. Well, it's... Sun Sini was a bit hesitant. After all, she didn't have a clear relationship with Yang Hao. Auntie, Uncle Sun, I'm Xian's boyfriend. My name is Yang Hao. Yang Hao probably guessed Sun Sini's thoughts and took the initiative to introduce himself. And hearing him introduce her like this, Sun Sini's heart was suddenly sweet, and the smile on her face brightened by a few points. Come on in, come in and talk. It's a bump in the road, but you can't leave people hanging at the door when they're here. Yang Hao, on the other hand, silently placed the things he was carrying in his hand next to the shoe cabinet without even mentioning it. However, both he and Sun Sini were carrying a full load in their hands, which was visible to the crowd, especially the box of mitai that Yang Hao carried, and the 4 strips of huazi that were placed on top of the box of mitai, were still very conspicuous. Sun Dihai is Jingmen Daily Editor-in-Chief. During the New Year's period Maotai and huazi he did not less to send out. At once counted out the box of Maotai and 4 huazi price. This flying mutai, although the public price is $14.99 a bottle, but this price basically cannot buy a box of 4 bottles almost 8,000. For huazi and is a small 3,000. Just this tobacco and wine on the beginning of 10,000. Dad, Mom, Brother Yang bought all these things, although Yang Hao didn't mention it, but Sun Sini was going to say it. People bought such an expensive gift. In fact, Hemin and Sun Digang naturally saw it, and Hemin said that just come. Take what? Sis, you're back. At this time Sun Nan Nan, who was studying in the house, also welcomed him out. Then this high school student, who resembles her sister 7 or 8 times, saw Yang Hao's strange uncle. Brother Yang, this is my sister Nan Nan. Nan Nan, call your brother-in-law. With the authentication of Yang Hao's identity from the party, Sun Sini also had a bottom line, but her words were also for her second aunt as well as Bai Wensong. Hello brother-in-law. Sun Nan Nan's little mouth was quite sweet, and she immediately greeted him with a smile. Yang Hao smiled and nodded. However, this sweet brother-in-law of the young girl hooked his thoughts back to when he first met Li Manny many years ago. It seems that Manny Li was a bit younger than Sun Nan Nan at that time. I didn't realize that after so many years, the same storyline would play out again. He gained another youthful and beautiful sister-in-law. Come on in, sit down and talk. Hemin greeted him warmly and let Yang Hao, his son-in-law-to-be, into the living room. Interestingly, Yang Hao just happened to sit where Bai Wensong was sitting just now, but the difference was that Sun Sini sat directly beside him, and one of her hands was still holding his arm intimately. And at this moment, Bai Wensong just wants to sing, I should be under the car. Not in the car. TMD. What a thing to call it. He was now tempted to make a post on Pushy, what to do when a blind date brings a boyfriend, online etc. Wensong old aunt didn't know Sini had a boyfriend either, but don't you worry, I'll ask him what's going on. Nephew's dilemma Zhang Hongli is in the eyes. In fact, not only is Bai Wensong embarrassed, she, the matchmaker, is also very embarrassed. You did not even figure out whether the person has a boyfriend or not, and then brought the person here. Yang, how long have you been with our Sini? Zhang Hongli came over to the sofa and pulled out a chair and sat down. When a new son-in-law comes to the door, there's nothing wrong with her. As the second aunt, asking how things are going. It's been a while. Yang Hao casually returned, blurring the concept of time. If it was not good to say that he was only there for a few days after all. Haven't even heard Mindy talk about it. Zhang Hongli smiled, then asked, Little Young, how old are you this year? Auntie too. I'm 35. Yang Hao returned truthfully. Ha, 35? Hearing this answer the crowd was shocked. Yang Hao is wearing a Hermes suit today. The person is very spirited and looks like he is about 30 years old. So when he said he was 35, the crowd was still pretty surprised. However, Bai Wensong was subconsciously straightening his chest. He was only 30 years old and had the advantage of age. Hemin and her own husband looked at each other. Although now everyone's thinking is enlightened. The age difference of more than 10 years is not uncommon, but after all, it is a little too much difference. 35, that's 11 years older than our Sini. Zhang Hongli lamented, then added, but nowadays, young people get married late, so it's understandable. I was married, but divorced again. Yang Hao faintly replied back, mainlining a sincerity. After all, it's a problem that can't be avoided. However, his words were much more shocking than 35 years old, and the 4 elders present all froze, with unbelievable colors in their eyes. 35 years old and still in a second marriage. What does Sini want from him? Thanks to a couple of the big guys for rewarding. Shiny Skull, 5,000 coins. Wooden King Ku, Slight Breeze, 1,000 coins. Mirror 9, Swordsman of Tianshan, 500 coins. S Imperial Martial Prime S, 100 coins. Most likely there will be 2 more chapters today. Dry on the end. Keep asking for monthly tickets. End of chapter. 116. Get out of the way. I'm going to start the beeping. The 4 elders were confused, but White Manson was stumped. A moment ago he had only puffed out his chest, but now standing at the back he took a step straight forward as if to say to Sun Seni, look at me. Look at me. I am unmarried. Mom, dinner's ready. Brother Yang and I haven't even eaten in the morning. Let's talk while we eat. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit gloomy, Sun Sini hurriedly changed the topic. Yes, let's take our seats and talk while we eat. Min is still quite open-minded a person. She echoed her daughter's words, although she also felt that her daughter led back to the boyfriend's condition seems to be a bit poor, but she still quite believed that the daughter's vision, their daughter in the big city to study, but also work in the big city, is to have seen the world. It is not possible to really look for a good-for-nothing old man of the second marriage. Yeah, talk while you eat. Sun Gang also chimed in. He is a typical wife's management, and has always been wherever his wife tells him to fight. The couple so open. Jung Hongli did not continue to ask. The Sun family was moving the kitchen out onto the balcony, and the original kitchen location freed up a dining room, which was a bit cramped to sit 8 people, but it barely fit. One song, you heard me. That boyfriend of Xin Yi's is not only older, he's also a second marriage. You still have a chance. Behave yourself later, and Auntie will help you with your assists. As everyone took their seats, Jung Hongli lowered her voice and muttered a couple of words in Bai Wensong's ear. Bai Wensong nodded vigorously, confident. Although outwardly he seemed to be a little worse, he was having the advantage of age as well as being unmarried, and he was more than confident in his own qualifications. A bank clerk was considered an iron rice bowl. Today is sister-in-law's birthday. Let's all toast her together first. Waiting until all the people are seated. Jung Hongli smiling Zhang, after all, today is the sister-in-law Min's birthday. You have to first people's birthdays over, and then go to talk about the niece of that old boyfriend thing. Yes, this first cup has to be in honor of sister-in-law. Sun Dihai followed and agreed. The crowd then raised their glasses together in a fervent celebration of Min's birthday. Mom, I wish you to get younger and younger. When the crowd had finished drinking, Sun Sini took the set of cosmetics she had bought and handed it to her old mom. Thank you Sini, our Sini is just filial. Min received the gift from her daughter with a smile on her brow. At this time, Jung Hongli is hurriedly elbowed by Wensong a bit. The other party will be hurried to have been put on the floor of the gift bag over, and then smilingly handed to Min. Auntie, I wish you every day happy. Smile often open. Bai Wensong sent a scarf. More than $100. The Maina thought. He was actually quite stingy as a person, and since today was just a blind date and he wasn't sure if it would work out, the gifts he prepared were not expensive, but for the habitually frugal him, today is also considered a hemorrhage. No way who let himself look at the other girl. That must give the other parents a good impression. Thanks. When people's juniors sent their blessings, Min couldn't refuse and could only politely thank them. After Bai Wensong delivered the gift, his eyes subconsciously fell on Yang Hao. Not only him, Jung Hongli and Sun Dihai also intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Yang Hao. Want to see the son-in-law-to-be has no indication. Under the crowd's gaze, Yang Hao reached into his suit pocket, then took out a red jewelry box and got up to hand it to Min. Happy birthday, Auntie. Ha, this. Min was a little surprised because the jewelry box had the words Chow Tai Fook on it, and it was mostly gold jewelry inside. She was naturally a bit surprised to be given such an expensive gift on this first meeting. Jung Hongli was also quite surprised, not realizing that her niece's old boyfriend was quite generous. Sister-in-law, it's a token of appreciation from Xiao Yang. You have to keep it. Jung Hongli opened her mouth. Thank you, Jan. Next time don't buy such an expensive gift. Sun Sini's character is actually largely inherited from her mother, Min, and neither mother nor daughter are the gold-digging type. Sister-in-law, look at what other people Xiao Yang sent. A lot of heart. Don't waste it. In fact, it was Jung Hongli who was more curious about what was in the jewelry box, so she urged her sister-in-law to open the jewelry box and take a look. Mom, open it up. Sun Sini was aware of her own big brother Yang, and would not be shabby, and taking it out in public would only give him extra points, so she chimed in. In fact, Min was also a bit curious, and when she saw the two of them say that, she opened that jewelry box in public, and then she was shocked again. Instead of earrings, rings, and other small pieces, there was a golden bracelet inside. Ah, the gold bracelet. That's gotta be 50 or 60 grams. Jung Hongli, who had long ago probed over her head, couldn't help but let out a gasp. Due to the unstable international situation, the recent gold prices have been rising. Like Chow Tai Fook, this brand of gold jewelry per gram are combined to more than 600. And Yang Hao Sen's is a vegetarian circle. No kind of fancy design. The main thing is big enough. The portion is enough. Yang, this is too expensive. Min froze for a moment, then said with a torn face, jewelry box and the bracelet how to 50 grams. According to the current base gold prices are calculated to be more than 25,000. And Chow Tai Fook, this brand will have a premium. The bracelet is estimated to be about 30,000, or even a little more. Sun Gang was also confused, not expecting his daughter to bring back such a trenchant boyfriend, while the little old brother Bai Wensong, who has just branched out, was depressed. He secretly glanced at Yang Hao several times, and spat in his heart, big brother, Just a birthday. Do not want to be so rolled up. Sun Sini gently shook Yang Hao's hand under the table. She knew that since brother Yang had made a move he would not let the crowd down. At the same time was touched by a wave. She was not at all aware that Yang Hao had silently prepared so much for his old mom's birthday. Mom, this is a piece of brother Yang's heart. Just keep it. Sun Sini smiled and advised, and she naturally felt a glow on her face. Yes, sister-in-law. Keep it. Zhang Hongli also opened her mouth to echo. This moment her eyes are full of envy. She also has a daughter, and has been married, but the son-in-law has never sent such an expensive gift. The impression that the most expensive should be a set of more than 2,000 cosmetics. It turned out that the first time someone came to the door, they gave $20,000 to $30,000 in gold bracelets. Zhang Hongli couldn't help but take a closer look at Yang Hao. Judging from the way he was dressed, he had the temperament of a successful man. At this moment, Yang Hao had already taken off his suit jacket, and inside was an ironed and smooth white shirt, with the cuffs slightly pulled up, and a glittering watch on his wrist, which didn't look cheap. Sini isn't stupid, and seems to have some financial means. Zhang Hongli gave her assessment in her mind. She subconsciously looked at her nephew sitting beside her again. The image and temperament was indeed a big difference. Xiao Yang. Thanks. I've let you break the bank. Daughter has spoken. He Min also did not excuse. She closed the jewelry box, but felt that where to put it is not very safe look, so directly into the pants pocket. Big brother, open a bottle of white wine to drink. I see that Xiao Yang brought Mao Tai, so it's just the thing to quench my thirst today. Sun Dihai smilingly proposed, although he sent out several bottles of Mao Tai during the new year, but he couldn't afford to drink it himself. This thing is too expensive. Okay, then drink Mao Tai. Sun Digang was also happy, and immediately went to open the box that Yang Hao had carried up, but when he saw the 4 different bottles in the box, he was a little confused. He was under the impression that Matai was that classic white bottle, yet the thatch in this case is fancy, but he didn't know much about the stuff, so he just grabbed a random bottle and returned to the table. Sun Dihai was going to open the wine, but saw the bottle of Mao Tai in his big brother's hand and was confused. This is. Sun Dihai struggled to remember, then slapped his thigh. It's not Shengshir or anything. Bloom what? Sun Digang asked curiously. With this head of mine, I can't really remember for a while, but I've seen it at the leader's house. Sun Dihai hurriedly went to carry all that case, and then set the remaining 3 bottles on the table as well. Yes, those are the 4 bottles. What's it called? The Centurion Empire. Bai Wensong suddenly interjected. He had heard his old man say the name, but he had never seen it. Yes, that's the name. Shangshir Di Du. Sun Dihai looked at Yang Hao again and asked, Little Yang, that's the name, right? Yes. Yang Hao nodded. He had initially just wanted to buy ordinary flying mutai, but it was out of stock. The owner said that he was recently in need of money and had a set of Shangshir Di Du for sale, and asked Yang Hao if he wanted it. The Shangshir series is the commemorative wine of the Third World Horticultural Expo, a set of 10 bottles, limited to 500 sets. The 10 bottles are further divided into Imperial Capital and Blooming World, with 4 bottles of Imperial Capital and 6 bottles of Blooming World. Yang Hao had heard of this Shangshir series when he opened his own hot pot restaurant, so he asked about the price. The owner offered $65,000, and Yang Hao counter-offered to $60,000 to take it. In his opinion this price is okay, because 22 years when a set of 50,000, the boss is now willing to 60,000 a set of sale is also because of the recent economic downturn. The price of high-end Tibetan wine are falling. I guess the use of money is not true. The fear of smashing the hands of is true, but a few tens of thousands of dollars didn't matter to Yang Hao, and he was willing to spend money on Yibao's family. I heard the leader say before that this set of Centurion Imperials is tens of thousands of dollars. Sundhage lamented. What? Tens of thousands? Sun Digang was directly shocked, staring blankly at the 4 bottles of wine that were placed on the dining table, with unbelievable colors in his eyes. What? 4 bottles of wine for tens of thousands of dollars? Zhang Hongli exclaimed out in shock, her mouth growing long. The corners of little old brother Bai Wensong's mouth twitched, although it was also the first time he had seen this wine, but his old man hadn't failed to mention it and the price when talking to his friends before, so he knew that these 4 bottles of wine really did cost tens of thousands of dollars, but of course he wouldn't open his mouth to corroborate it at this point. MD, you've taken away XINE. I'm not going to help you pretend to be a beeper. Thanks to the big guy for the reward. Suddenly random, 1500 coins. Mirror 9, 500 coins. There's an extra chapter, but it'll be after 12 p.m. Keep asking for tickets. End of chapter. 117. My boyfriend is the president. Yang, how much did you pay for this wine? Sun Dihai asked curiously, and after hearing this question, the gazes of everyone present fell on Yang Hao. Everyone was curious as to how much such 4 bottles of wine could be worth. Even Sun Sinny asked in a whisper, "Is it really expensive?" Facing the crowd's curious gazes, Yang Hao didn't sell himself short and reached out to compare a 60,000. "I'll go. 60,000. 4 bottles of wine for 60,000? Combine that with a bottle of wine for $15,000. This wine is more expensive than a gold bracelet." After Yang Hao quoted the price, the crowd burst into a gasp. The 4 elders were even more dumbfounded. Little old brother Bai Song, on the other hand, held his forehead and silently spat in his heart. After all, he let him pretend to get it. "Brother Yang, there's no need to buy such expensive wine." Sun Sinny spoke in a low voice, and then also shook Yang Hao's palm under the table. With the appearance of being in her mother's house and having her husband's house in mind, she really thought it was expensive. The wine plus the gold bracelet plus the other gifts were worth more than $100,000. "It's too extravagant. Hi, I'm not drinking this wine today. Let's drink the yellow crane tower that Xiao Bai brought." After returning to his senses, Sun Digang said with a smile while reloading the 4 bottles of wine into the box, not even putting it in the living room, and directly carrying it back to the bedroom. He thought it was safer to keep it in the living room in case whoever was drunk didn't pay attention and kicked it or something and then touched it. Sun Dihai also did not say anything, which can be understood. If more than 2,000 Moutai relief also, even if it's a $15,000 bottle of wine, what a grade he's in, and worthy of such expensive wine. While lamenting in his heart, Sun Dihai subconsciously looked at Yang Hao. The boyfriend this niece brought back was really extraordinary. Just the gifts she brought were more than $100,000. What kind of family must this be? The whole dry rice Sun Nan also could not help but sneak a look at the brother-in-law. He gave his mother a gold bracelet. His father sent 60,000 yuan of wine. But there doesn't seem to be a present for me. It's true, minors are meant to be ignored. I'm going to be an adult soon, and I'm going to college in September. Sun Nan silently slurred in her mind. Just then she saw that brother-in-law get up and leave the table, then go to the pile of gifts on the floor and return with a delicately wrapped paper bag. "Nan, your present." Yang Hao smilingly handed that paper bag to Sun Nan. "Ha, and my gift?" Sun Nan was both surprised and happy, while in her heart, she thought, could brother-in-law hear my heart? It's like it's written in the internet. Yang Hao naturally couldn't hear her heart, but was merely being considerate. "Thank you, brother-in-law." After a brief moment of stunned silence, Sun Nan hurriedly accepted the gift and thanked him. Then the little girl couldn't wait to open the paper bag. "Ah, cell phones." Sun Nan let out a cry of surprise, her eyes glowing. Her brother-in-law gave her a brand new Apple 15 Pro Max. Although the hottest phone of the moment is a distant second, the student party's favorite is still Apple, which feels exclusive. Some students even put a separate column for cell phone model in their dating information, and then add an apple in a flirty way. Yang Hao actually has no research on cell phones, and his gift giving is all about a good idea and taking care of everyone's actual needs. You can give them whatever they like. Yibao's sister was also considered her sister-in-law, so it was still necessary to make good relations. But this sister-in-law has to have a suffix, sister-in-law number 2. Manny Li, on the other hand, is the chief sister-in-law and her position is unshakable. Long live brother-in-law. Brother-in-law is so nice. Sun Nan personality is obviously much more cheerful than her sister. This Apple phone was delivered to her heart. The little girl cannot help but a burst of cheers. "Brother Yang, Nan is a high school student. She can't use such an expensive cell phone." Sun Sinny whispered. "It's not like college is just a couple months away." Yang Hao smiled, then added to Sun Nan, cell phones should still be played less. When the college entrance exams are over, you can play whatever you want." "Aha, I'll listen to my brother-in-law." Sun Nan nodded repeatedly. At this time Hemin and Sun Digang, two families, are subconsciously exchanged a glance. Their own daughter brought back the son-in-law is really not simple. To their family of 3 mouths are blocked. In this case, you still have the nerve to ask people about second marriages. It was true that their family didn't quite feel like asking, but Zhang Hongli hadn't forgotten about it, and she was actually not only asking for Bai Wensong's sake anymore at this moment, but also looking for mental balance. Also having daughters, their own daughters married, they are not receiving any decent gifts. As a result, this great niece brought back a boyfriend who didn't even talk about marriage, but first gave a gift of over $100,000. People, they're just afraid of comparisons. Zhang Hongli was instantly unbalanced after silently comparing them in her mind, so she cleared her throat and asked, "Xiao Yang, just now you said you were married. Do you have children?" As soon as she asked this question, the crowd's eyes once again focused on Yang Hao, because this issue is critical. In this day and age people have long since stopped valuing that one license, but having or not having children is a big deal and involves a lot of things. There's a daughter, 5 years old. Yang Hao answered truthfully. "Ha, you have a daughter?" Min and Sun Degang, who heard the reply, were directly shocked. Zhang Honglei's face did show a smile, thinking that no wonder it was so trenchant out of the gate. It turned out to be so flawed. Zhang Hongli immediately put older age, second marriage, with children, these three labels on Yang Hao's face. On the other hand, Bai Wunsong, the little old brother sitting next to Zhang Hongli, was overjoyed as he once again puffed out his chest and his neck was drawn up. Stand up! The old man is back on his feet. Bai Wunsong was shouting loudly in his mind. Just now, he was completely suppressed by Yang Hao and was outmatched in every aspect, but now he felt himself branching out again. Option A, young, unmarried and childless. Option B, older, second marriage with children. Is this ing multiple choice? It's a giveaway, okay? Sun Sinny. Ah, Sun Sinny. You have to take the points given for nothing. Bai Wunsong cleared his throat forcefully, trying to get Sun Sinny's attention, but the latter didn't look at him at all at this moment, but instead looked at the old man beside her with affection, still holding his arm tightly, as if she wanted to tell the crowd present in such a way. It doesn't matter if you have kids. I am all about being a stepmom. Little young, our Sinny is only 24 years old, you know that, right? Zhang Hongli, who was in a good mood, spoke again. Well, I know. Yang Hao nodded. So do you think it's appropriate to be a stepmom at 24? To be honest, Sinny is actually still a child too, with an immature mind. Zhang Hongli continued. Her line about immaturity of thought also alludes to the whole boyfriend choice thing. Auntie too, I've thought long and hard about being with brother Yang. Having chosen to be together, I'll be open to what he has to offer. Sun Sinny tone of determination to show attitude. And her later this openly accept his everything actually contains more than the scene people think. They only thought that Sun Xine was talking about the second marriage as well as the child. And in fact the scope is wider, including Meng Yu and whatnot. Sinny, you're still young. There are many things you can't understand. Zhang Hongli sighed, then looked at Yang Hao and said, Little young, you've been here before. You shouldn't do things so recklessly. One should take a longer view. Yang Hao played dumb. Then what does Auntie 2 mean? Where do I get off? I just want both you and Sinny to be careful with your decisions. Zhang Hongli spread her hands and continued. This marriage and falling in love are two different things, and there are very many things to consider. For example, you have a daughter. Then after you and Sinny get married, you still have to have a child as well. Then renting a room for your family of 4 house is a big problem. And Jiangcheng houses are so expensive. Zhang Hongli spoke at great length, while Yang Hao felt that these words were déjà vu. By the way, that's what I heard at Guan Mengming's house. Those elders were not happy with him in that capacity either. But later at dinner, Guan Mengming's mom kept asking when Yang Hao could get married. Yang Hao tilted his head and looked at Zhang Hongli, silently slandering in his heart, this upright second aunt. Ah, I hope you always have such a temperament. Don't be a wimp later. So, young, do you have a house in River City? After a great deal of patting, Hongli Zhang threw out the question. Yes. Yang Hao nodded. How big an area? Zhang Hongli continued to pursue the question. 688 ping. Yang Hao returned indifferently. Look at you. 68. Zhang Hongli was going to say, how do you live in a house of 68 square feet? But her brain immediately corrected such faulty thinking. It was 688. He said 688. Zhang Hongli's eyes widened steeply, looking at Yang Hao incredulously. You're talking about a 688 square foot house? Min and Sun Degang's gazes followed suit. They were also shocked by the number 688. How rich a rich man would have to be to go for a 688 square foot house. Little old brother Bai Wunsong, on the other hand, had the corners of his mouth twitch violently. He thought this one was definitely blowing awesome. Anyway, the house is far away from Jiangcheng, and it's not that good to reveal. But your be pretending is too outrageous. Even if you say 200 square feet, with the previous generous offer, people may believe it. And now you're saying there's a 688 square foot house. Have you ever seen a house with 688 square feet? You don't have much of a concept of 688 square feet. I'm afraid. Bai Wunsong spat madly in his mind. At this time, Sun Sinny was the one who spoke up. Second auntie, big brother Yang really does have a 688 square feet house. I know about this matter. There's nothing to doubt. There's also the fact that brother Yang is actually not only my boyfriend, he's also the leader of my current unit. President of the Jiangcheng newspaper group. Thanks to the big guys for the reward. Hanbin 666, Abir, 500 coins. The mountains have wood, 100 coins. And then I didn't finish installing it today. I'm too sleepy. I'll continue tomorrow. Gentlemen of the 419, give a vote. End of chapter. 118, my dominant brother-in-law. Sun Sinny couldn't stand it any longer and showed her cards directly. As soon as her words left her mouth, everyone in the audience froze. President of River City Newspaper Group. the title is still very prestigious. Even if people don't know much about Jiangcheng newspaper industry, the title president is already bluffing. These days there are a lot of people with titles like manager or general manager, but there are still a few who dare to hold the title of president. After all, president means it's a big group. The same cannot be said for managers, as any random salesperson's business card has a sales manager on it. Among the people here, Sun Dihai is actually the most aware of the gold content of the president of Jiangcheng newspaper group, because he himself works in Jingmen Daily, which is considered a system. Although the current environment is the traditional paper media more and more difficult to mix, but the Jiangcheng newspaper group is also a thin dead camel is bigger than a horse. Being able to be the president of such a big group, naturally, he was worth a lot of money, and no longer belonged to the same class as ordinary people like them. Group president? Little Young, you're actually the president of a big conglomerate. After a short period of being stunned, Zhang Hongli spoke out with a face full of shock. This second-chance change in expression made Yang Hao a little disappointed, saying that he said not to be a wimp. Auntie, I still like your aggressive stance, Yang Hao silently slandered in his heart, but on his mouth, he said in a breezy manner, it can't be considered a big group. That is, there are 3 newspapers, a magazine, and a publishing house. Well, there's a printing press underneath the publishing house. As Yang Hao spoke, he inadvertently rubbed the Rolex on his wrist again. When it's time to lay low, let's lay low. When it's time to act the part, let's act the part. Mr. Bully's pussy-whipped aura has to be on display once in a while. Zhang Hongli sucked in a breath of cool air. 3 newspapers, 1 magazine, 1 publishing house, 1 printing press. It's not a big group? Since Sun Dihai worked at Jingmen Daily, Zhang Hongli was still familiar with the newspaper system. Even if the leaders of a small newspaper like Jingmen Daily were so bullish that they could decide the life and death of their own husbands with a single word, not to mention the president of a large group like Jiangcheng newspaper, that power is simply unthinkable. The little old brother by Wensong, who had just branched out, was directly dumbfounded. I thought I had a chance to turn the tide against the wind, but I let a wave push the crystal. The president of the Jiangcheng newspaper group, wouldn't that be worth $1 billion? And what the hell do you mean by just 3 newspapers, 1 magazine, 1 publisher, and 1 printer? Isn't that a lot? Also, you touch a few watches. Is it expensive? Aha. Rolex? That's okay. Please continue your performance. Little old Bai Wensong nodded straight to surrender. Economic Crush Bureau. People crunch and kill indiscriminately. Can't beat it. Can't beat it at all. That, Young. Mr. Young. Sun Dihai habitually shouted Xiao Yang, then felt that this title was inappropriate and hurriedly changed it to General Manager Yang. Second uncle. Don't you call it that. Just call out Xiao Yang. What president? That's what you call them in the company. Yang Hao hurriedly waved his hand with a modest face. Come on. It's Chan then. Sun Dihai hemmed and hawed, then asked, Mr. Wei, you're familiar with it, right? Second uncle. Are you talking about Wei Justice? Yang Hao asked. I really don't know the big name. I just know it's the vice president in charge of personnel. Sun Dihai said. Oh, that's him? Why? Yang Hao asked casually. It's nothing, it's just that I've had a meeting, and I think that Mr. Wei is very imposing. Sun Dihai smiled, and Yang Hao sort of understand. This second uncle is testing himself, to see if he, the group president, recognize Wei Zhang that vice president. If he didn't even recognize Wei Justice, then this title of president was naturally fake. At this point, He Min, who was on the side, was still a bit confused. She converged all the messages into 2 messages, one bad and one good. The bad news, my daughter found an older man who was divorced with a baby. The good news, the old man is the president of a large conglomerate. So the question is this a good thing or a bad thing? Little Young, that's really something. So young to be the president of a major conglomerate. We are blessed and Cinny, completely recognized the reality of Zhang Hongli laughingly lamented. The president who is worth hundreds of millions of dollars, that is not to hold tight to the thigh, in case their children's job transfer in the future to use it. Bai Wensong sitting beside her was depressed. The old aunt who said she would help herself to play assistance directly fell back, and the child's matter was not even mentioned. Alright, who let people crush the economy? Sun Nan had already activated the Apple 15, and after hearing the identity of her brother-in-law, the little girl's already bright eyes became even brighter. After studying she kinda liked to read some female romance. So now the storyline is the overbearing president fell in love with my sister, my overbearing president brother-in-law, and after learning my brother-in-law was a overbearing president, I lay flat. Long live my sister. People spell parents. I spell sister. He. The post-05s nowadays have active minds and are maturing much earlier than the previous generation. Sun Nan suddenly felt that her future path was wide off. Well, as long as my sister tries, I'll be able to feed and clothe myself. Perfect. Don't just talk. Come on, drink. Sundowner held up his glass of wine and opened it. And after Sun Sini revealed herself as Yang Hao's president, the crowd stopped asking about second marriages, children and the like. It's like none of this ever happened. She sighed silently. Such was human nature. Although Sun Sini didn't value money that much, she had to recognize the power of money. Sister-in-law, look how successful Sini has become. It's time to change this house of yours. After 3 rounds of wine, the second aunt said with a smile. She took the initiative to mention this also because she wanted to see the reaction of Yang Hao, the president's son-in-law. Let's see if he's willing to spend money for his mother-in-law's family, or at least find out. And in fact, Yang Hao was wondering how to open the topic of the house, not realizing that the second aunt came as a godsend. Well, Canyon gold medal assist. It's not the second aunt. Nan will go to college today, and then it'll just be D Gang and I at home. So what's the point of changing the house? He Min shook his head. She and Sun D Gang are ordinary workers, but also to raise 2 children. The days are overstretched. Where what savings to buy a house? Sister-in-law, that's the wrong idea. After a lifetime of hard work, it's time to enjoy your blessings. Zheng Honli continued. Listening to the words of the second aunt, Sun Sini was quite touched. The reason why she chose to become a fitness instructor. In fact, a large part of the reason is to save money to buy a suite for her parents to improve the living environment. Unfortunately, she hadn't saved up enough money yet. But with her current salary at Zhengcheng newspaper, the dream of buying a house in Jingmen was within reach. He Min smiled and shook his head. She would like to enjoy the blessings, but the youngest daughter will soon be going to college. The 4-year college expenses are not expensive. And buy a house. Let's just get through these 4 years first. Auntie, I think Auntie 2 is right. Actually, Sini and I have had this idea for a long time. So there's a surprise for you and Uncle for this birthday. When the time was right, Yang Hao took over with a smile. Surprise? He Min looked at Yang Hao with a suspicious face. Sun D Gang, who had just raised his wine glass and was about to clink glasses with his brother, also subconsciously put down the wine glass in his hand. Even Sun Sini looked at this big brother Yang of hers with a surprised expression. She didn't even know when she had a surprise for her parents with brother Yang. Yang, your surprise won't be a house, will it? Zheng Honli was the first to react, as the topic had just been extended on the house. Hearing her say that, the gazes of the crowd naturally all fell on Yang Hao. With anticipation, shock, and incredulity, under the gaze of the crowd, Yang Hao gently nodded. Well, it's just a house. It really is a house. Zheng Honli directly exclaimed in shock. He Min and Sun D Gang were dumbfounded. Even Sun Sini looked at Yang Hao with a face full of shock. Yang, you. He Min opened his mouth, and for a moment he actually didn't know what to say. This son-in-law has given more than $100,000 in gifts since he came to the door, and now they're talking about buying a house. Yang, where did you buy this house? How big is it? Zheng Honli asked curiously. In fact, she was not the only one who was curious. Everyone here was curious, and their eyes once again converged on Yang Hao, waiting for his answer. Want to go check it out? Yang Hao didn't answer directly either, but sold a lie. Can I see the house now? Go on then. As she spoke, Zheng Honli had already stood up. She could be too eager to see what kind of house this president would buy. Uncle and Auntie, why don't you go and have a look? Yang Hao looked at Yibao's parents. Okay, then go check it out. If it was usual, Sun D Gang might still be a bit reserved, but at this moment he was already 5 or 6 points drunk, so he was a bit more open. Sister-in-law, let's go. We're almost done eating anyway. Zheng Honli pulled him in aside. Yang Hao, on the other hand, asked, is it good to call a chauffeur here? What a valet to call. I'll just call for 2 guys to come over. Half of the residents of this neighborhood are employees of the thermal power plant, and in the thermal power plant for most of his life Sun D Gang naturally know a lot of people. With that, he took out his cell phone and made a call. Hong Lin are you at home? If you're fine, come downstairs to my house and do me a favor. Kai, Sun D Gang is still well liked, and quickly took care of the chauffeur. So, the crowd went downstairs together. Sun Sini, who was completely outside the situation, took the opportunity to go downstairs and asked, Brother Yang, what's the situation? The situation is what you see. Young Ho plays up the bull **** literature stunt, thinking of giving the surprise along to the juicy yippee. Thanks to the big guys for the reward. Black coffee not Americano, 5,000 coins. Bookworm 1226, 1,000 coins. Flyerton 99, 233 coins. Let's put the extra shift first. 3 more chapters. New book period. Continue to ask for monthly votes. End of chapter. 119. Trench. The trenching of the trench. Hey, what kind of car is this? Wow, that's a big car. Yang, is this the car you drove? Yang Hao's Rangoon U8 was parked in the parking space opposite the unit door, and the crowd was attracted by the car's domineering appearance as soon as they descended the stairs. All men are interested in cars. Sun Gang is more around this car has not seen the turn up. A lot of colleagues have bought a car. He also took the driver's license a long time ago, but unfortunately to pay for the children to go to school, there is really no money to support the car. While Bai Wen-song saw parked in the parking space of the Yangwang U8 his round eyes, he is always concerned about the car information. A glance recognized that this is a BYD pioneering a car, because this is the first time that the domestic car is sold to more than 1 million, and the sales are still very good, and not the kind of price tag to pretend to beep. Recently the Rangoon U8 also came out with an off-road model. The roof comes with its own accompanying drone, which is powerful. Of the bunch, the car is also clearly positioned as a big toy for the rich, so someone who can spend over $1 million on a big toy is definitely a tycoon. Little old brother Bai Wen-song is considered to have been completely defeated. He sneaked a look at Yang Hao who was walking behind him. At this moment, Sun Sini was holding his arm intimately, and the two of them were whispering something, and at 172 and 182, the two go together exceptionally well. Well, a good match. The women are young and beautiful, and the men have many millions of dollars. As for me, it's better to go with the hug. You can also have multiple deposit customers in the future. The thought of this little brother took 2 steps forward, to Sun Gang and Sun Hai brothers to do the introduction. Old auntie, Uncle Sun, this car is Yangwang U8, BYD out of the high-end brand, landing to more than 1 million it. What? Surprisingly, it's BYOND? Sun Gang was a bit confused, but even more so after hearing that this BYD actually wanted more than $1 million. In their generation it's not just BYD, all domestic cars are garbage. Even though domestic cars have gotten better and better over the past 2 years, there is still a long way to go to change the inherent impression of a generation. For example, when people in Sun Gang's age group buy a car, their first choice is still Japanese or other joint venture brands, so he was beyond shocked to hear that BYD's cars were selling for over $1 million. Sun Hai is Jingmen Daily Livelihood plate editor-in-chief. The ability to accept new things is naturally far stronger than the big brother. In fact, many of them Jingmen Daily drive a national brand of trams. In addition to BYD, there are Ideal, Azure, Xiaopeng, as well as cars he couldn't even name. But it was the first time he'd seen a BYD that was over $1 million. He couldn't help but think of a quote he'd seen online. It used to be that you couldn't afford to buy BYD, and now you can't afford to buy BYD. But the same phrase has 2 meanings that are worlds apart. Uncle Sun, you don't know. This car has a special function, and an emergency waiting mode. Bai Wen-song dutifully acted as a lecturer, listening to the 2 brothers of the Sun family. Yang Hao, who was standing on the side, smiled and nodded. Well, the little old brother's road has gone wide. The crowd stood downstairs for a while before the 2 co-workers Sun Gang had called out were in place. One is called Lu Honglin and the other is Zhang Kai. Kong, where are we going? Lu Honglin is considered to be the same age as Sun Gang, and the two are usually on good terms. Cindy and Yang bought us a house. Go over and take a look. With that, Sun Gang introduced Yang Hao to 2 more colleagues. Ooh, buying a new house. Lu Honglin and Zhang Kai were both shocked, and their gazes subconsciously fell on Yang Hao. The 2 can also be said to have watched Sun Sini grow up. Naturally do not think that just worked for 2 years Sun Sini can afford to buy a house. Then most likely it is this boyfriend of hers out of the money, and he was dressed like a successful man. The crowd split into 2 cars, with Yang Hao taking Sun Sini, Sun Nan, and He Min in his Rangoon U8. Sun Gang, Sun Hai and Zhang Hongli sat in Bai Wen-song's Honda Accord. Counting the 2 invited drivers is just enough to fill the 2 cars. Chauffeur U8 is Lu Honglin, although he does not recognize the car. But at a glance I know that this car is definitely not cheap. How it is also stronger than the Accord. It will be the first to sit in the driver's seat of the U8. When he sat in the car he was even more sure of his judgment, and asked curiously, Xiao Yang, this car is quite expensive, isn't it? Not bad. Yang Hao also did not want to pretend with this passerby, and directly voice called out the car navigation. Uncle Lu, let's just follow the navigation. Yang Hao barked and taught Lu Honglin how to shift gears again. City foothills, it's a villa neighborhood. Lu Honglin looked at the navigation destination and let out a sigh of relief. Yang Hao nodded slightly and didn't expand on the topic. And the mother and daughter sitting in the back row are in shock. When you go to a villa area, it's natural to buy a villa then. Hemin subconsciously twisted her head and looked at her eldest daughter, Sun Sini, with shock and inquiry in her eyes. At this moment, Sun Sini was also confused. She didn't know this wave of Yang Hao's operation at all. Just now Yang Hao said that he had bought a house. She thought that he had bought an ordinary residence. Now that I think about it, this was underestimating the strength of this brother Yang of his. With Jingmen's prices, It's unlikely that he'll buy an ordinary house. Playing with the brand new Apple 15. Sun Nan Nan's eyes are bright. This girl has only one thought in her head: I'm going to live in a villa. Long live my sister. Long live the brother-in-law. Well, who isn't a little princess living in a villa? The horoscope guide said I'd get lucky this year, but it turns out it's not the entrance exams, it's an extra bossy brother-in-law. She subconsciously looked at her sister, and silently prayed in her heart, sister, you must continue to work hard, do not lay flat on this. In the Honda Accord. This road seems to go to the city's foothills, right? Sun Dihai said as he looked at the buildings on both sides of the road. Foothills in the middle of the city? The villa area. Zhang Hongli was shocked. Little old brother Bai Wensong was also shocked. He had thought that the other party would just buy an ordinary residence. It turned out to be an underestimation of that president. Gang, what do you do with this son-in-law? Is it really necessary to buy you a villa? Zhang Kai, who was driving the car, asked with a shocked face. At this moment, Sun Digang is also still confused. He is an ordinary worker who dares to think about living in a villa. But now the route is to the city foothills. The city is one of the most famous villa areas in Jingmen, and the biggest difference between it and other villa areas is that it is located in the main urban area, unlike other villas that are in the suburbs, where life is not particularly convenient. However, because of its favorable location, the houses in the city's foothills are also very expensive, and the people who live here are basically the local dignitaries of Jingmen. Arseni's boyfriend is the president of the Zhengcheng newspaper group, hundreds of millions of dollars. Zhang Hongli answered Zhang Kai's words with a tone of honor. A billionaire? Zhang Kai was shocked, then hurriedly said to Sun Digang, brother Gang, you can't forget our poor buddies when you're developed. That's someone else's money, and it has nothing to do with me. Sun Digang said this with his mouth, but he stood up his chest and still felt quite dignified. As predicted by the crowd, the ranging U8 in front of them did indeed drive into the foothills of the city. Since the car in front of them had greeted them, their Accord was also released straight away. It's the first time I've been in here. That's a lot of green. Zhang Hongli dropped the rear window and lamented while looking at the park-like interior of the park. That goes without saying. This is one of the top mansions in Jingmen. Sun Dihai had come here. A leader of Jingmen daily lived here, but he lived in the townhouse area. But now the front car was driving directly to the single-family house area. It still seems to be a single-family home. This Xiao Yang is too rich. Sun Dihai couldn't help but feel emotional as well. How much does this single house cost? Zhang Kai asked curiously. The cheap one costs $5 million. Bai Wensong returned. Working in the bank he did know a lot of rich people, including those living in the city foothills. 5 million? Zhang Hongli sucked in a breath. Sun Digang, on the other hand, his eyes are staring round. He is an ordinary laborer. The hand salary is less than 5,000. A year to the end of the year is to earn more than 50,000 yuan. $5 million. He'd have to earn 100 years without eating or drinking. Just as the crowd was shocked, the Rangoon U8 drove into a fenced yard, and Zhang Kai hurriedly drove the car in as well. The crowd all got out of the car, and then their gazes subconsciously fell on the European-style single-family house in front of them. Yang Hao had only seen the video that Su Yali had sent him before, and after seeing the actual object, he nodded with considerable satisfaction. His own first secretary is still quite reliable. Uncle and auntie, this is the house Cindy and I bought for you. 3 floors above ground, 1 underground. The house book area is 480 square feet, but with the addition of various complementary area, the actual use of the area of 650 square feet. Front and rear yards together there are more than 200 square feet. I think. Yang Hao smilingly introduced the villa. On the other hand, Hemin and Sun Digang's crowd all had almost the same expression. Pupils dilated, mouth wide open. The shocking signs are so close to being plastered on their faces. Even Sun Sini's delicate face was similarly plastered with words of shock. Brother Yang, this, Sun Sini, who was holding Yang Hao's arm, settled down a little and wanted to say something, and Yang Hao whispered, from that day on your family is my family. For humming or whimpering. Hearing this, Sun Sini broke her defenses a bit and her nose soured. Seeing this, Yang Hao then joked, water coming out of the eyes is not funny. Sun Sini was slightly stunned. Then she reacted, and suddenly her pretty face was scarlet. Little Young, can we go in now? At this time, Zhang Hongli asked with an expectant face. Of course you can. The house is furnished and ready to move in. After saying that, Yang Hao pulled Sun Sini towards the main door of the villa, then entered Sun Sini's birthday on the fingerprint lock. The crowd then entered the interior of the villa. The decoration is Chinese style, calm and atmospheric, very suitable for Sun Digang and Hemin to live at their age. This living room is too big. Or picket fence. Is this a gym? No, this kitchen is bigger than my living room. Entering the interior of the villa, Zhang Hongli's eyes were instantly insufficient while visiting around and lamenting. The rest of the crowd was in a similar state as her, and were all surprised by the luxurious interior of the villa as well as the spacious depth of space. In one word, trench. The trench is a great place to be. There's a trenchancy in all sorts of places that would make ordinary people despair. It's as if every decoration in the interior is saying, poor, you can't afford it. Thanks to the big guys for the reward. Maybe I'm lazy, 1,500 coins. Mirror 9, 1,000 coins. Snow Non-Smoke, Heavenly Mountain Swordsman, Ivan Wang. It's hard to even come up with nicknames. Salute to Soul Reaping, 500 coins. HWGG, 200 coins. The book is covered. Dalue, 100 coins. P.S. 2 more chapters today. End of chapter. 120. Give away the mansion. Give away the limousine. The total price of this villa was $8 million, which was considered a sky-high price in terms of the average price of 4 or 5,000 for ordinary commercial properties in Jingmen. However, the price-performance ratio is actually quite high, as single-family villas of this size in the city's central foothills cost more than $6 million in Clearwater. And villa decoration is known to be expensive. Such a large area of the villa, just civil construction, have to be hundreds of thousands of dollars, plus indoor luxury decoration without $3 million down. So the total price of $8 million, in fact, is appropriate. According to Su Yali said that the homeowner after the renovation of a day before living moved to other cities. And this is not uncommon in luxury homes, because the renovation cycle is too long, during which it is inevitable that something will change. At this moment, Sun Gang was like a dream. No, he didn't even dream that he would be able to live in such a house one day. So after turning around on the first floor of the villa, he took advantage of others not paying attention to ruthlessly give himself a big mouth. And then the pain almost made him curse himself. It's true, not drunk. Sun Gang, can actually live in a big villa like this one day. The corners of this bitter old man's mouth subconsciously turned upwards for most of his life, and he couldn't suppress it. Brother Gang, you're really rich this time. I can't even think about this house. At this time, Lu Honglin came to Sun Gang's side to emote. Brother Gang, this daughter of yours really hasn't been raised in vain. To find you a rich son-in-law back. If I had a son-in-law like that, I could wake up laughing in my sleep. Jiang Kai also came over, full of envy. He is also a person who has a daughter, but the boyfriend he is currently dating is just an ordinary person. Not to mention the big villa. It is difficult to buy a wedding house. Sun Gang smiled and couldn't close his mouth, thinking that not to mention you didn't think. I didn't think. The other side. Zheng Hongli's eyes were red with envy. To be precise, at this point it could no longer be described as envy. It was more like jealousy, because in the matter of housing, she had been superior before, having moved into a new 100-square-foot house a few years ago, and after visiting the villa, she felt like she was living in a doghouse. There's not a single point of comparison. If I had to find a plus, it would be the fact that they have a high floor and live on the 25th floor of a high-rise residence. But what's the point? They are single-family houses and you are comparing the height of the floors with them. It's no different than comparing your eyesight to a blind man. Sister-in-law, it's important to ask whose name the house is in. If it's not under Sunny's name, it's subject to change at any time. Zheng Hongli appeared to be reminding, but in actuality, she was hoping for this to happen. If the house was not under Sun Sunny's name, she could still balance her heart a little, because in that case, at best, you'll be allowed to live in the house, and in the event of a change of heart, then you'll have to roll up and get out of the house. Hemin's brain was still in a daze at the moment, and she really hadn't considered the matter of whose name the house was in. She had similar thoughts as Sun Gang, always feeling as if this was a dream. Unreal. The most open-minded among these people is Sun Nan. This girl is already choosing a room for herself, and finally chose the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. From the balcony out is a large terrace of about 50 square feet. The little girl is already planning that she can put a rattan chair, swing or something on the terrace, so that she can sunbathe on the terrace during the day and swing and count stars at night. It's perfect. The villa was too big, and the crowd turned around for a while to finally take a preliminary look. Then we sat down in the 1st floor living room and chatted. Little Young, how much does this house cost? After chatting for a while, Zhang Hongli came out with the question that everyone was curious about. On the way here, Bai Wensong said that the single house at the foot of the city will cost at least 5 million. And I don't know if it's true or not. 8 million. Yang Hao didn't beat around the bush and directly stated the price. 8 million. Everyone was shocked. Although they knew that such a large villa could not be cheap, they were still shocked to hear the figure of $8 million. $8 million. Ordinary people don't make that much money in their lifetime. Yang, did you pay full price for this? Zheng Hongli took a deep breath and asked tentatively again. Upon hearing this question, Yang Hao couldn't help but laugh and forcefully returned. $8 million and a loan? Zheng Hongli was speechless and could only compensate with a smile. I just casually asked. So the villa is written in Sunny's name? Zheng Hongli asked the question she was most concerned about. After hearing this question, the gazes of the rest of the crowd also fell on Yang Hao. Yeah, it's crucial whose name it's in. It's not like the two are married. Sun Sini felt that her second aunt's question crossed the line a bit. She frowned and was about to say that it didn't matter whose name she wrote. Just heard Yang Hao said, "Sini, I was about to talk to you about this. I've already made an appointment with the agent. Monday you go to the real estate center to handle the transfer formalities. The money has been paid. The house sale agreement in my car. A moment to take it to you. You'll go back to Jiangcheng after you finish the house transfer on Monday." Yang Hao didn't answer Zhang Hongli positively, but with these words, the answer was already obvious. The owner has to go in person to apply for the real estate license, which means that the house must be in Sun Sini's name. The people present all looked at each other. An $8 million villa said to be given away. It is simply trenchant. Zhang Hongli, on the other hand, sat on her butt on the sofa. It's worse than giving a direct cut to a poor relative who's suddenly soaring to the top. She also looked at Yang Hao. The heart silently spit. Rich people cannot keep a watchful eye. $8 million of the house you said to give away. Really take the money is not money ah. You're so rich. Give me a villa too. He Min and Sun Digang, on the other hand, subconsciously glanced at each other. The house is in the daughter's name, which means the villa really belongs to their family. Brother Gang, this villa is all there. When are we moving? Yeah, if you move, Hong Lin and I can come over and help. Besides, it's a housewarming, so it's a good time. At this time, Lu Honglin and Zhang Kai, the two outsiders, opened their mouths smilingly. The two of them do not have Zhang Hongli that kind of psychology, but also just envy. By the way, thinking that in the future you can often come to Sun Digang this big villa strangers, playing cards and so on. There is a special chess room in this villa, and there is also an audio-visual room on the negative floor, which can be used as a KTV. Dad, let's move tomorrow. Tomorrow happens to be Sunday. You and my mom are off. Sun Nan, who couldn't wait, jumped in to interject. Nan's right. Tomorrow's fine. Yes. Choose your day. Lu Honglin and Zhang Kai chimed in. This, He Min and Sun Digang glanced at each other before the couple looked at their eldest daughter, Sun Sini, as well as Yang Hao. Brother Yang, what do you think? Sun Sini asked. The house is yours, so of course it's your call. Yang Hao spread his hands. Mom and Dad, you're set then. Moving is also hard work for you guys. Sun Sini was actually indifferent. Although this villa was very nice, she couldn't live in it for more than a few days a year. Then let's move tomorrow. Hong Lin, Kai, if you guys are free tomorrow, come and help. The head of the family, Sun Digang, made the decision. It's fine, that must be fine. Even if something's wrong, we have to prioritize helping Kong move. The two men hastened to take a stand. Now Kong isn't the same Kong he used to be. The current gang is rich father-in-law gang. This prefix is important. With a rich son-in-law, the rest of your life is really free of food and clothing. Big brother, sister-in-law. Then tomorrow, Dihai and I will come and help too. Zhang Hongli, who had returned to her senses, said with a smile, although she was jealous in her heart. The wood had already been turned, so she couldn't change anything. Who made her XINE lucky to find such a 100 billionaire? However, Zhang Hongli heart is thinking, after chatting about this matter how to mention that this tycoon is divorced with children, decided to move. He Min and Sun Digang will have to go back to pack up things. Life for decades of the old house. To pack up things can be too much. Today this afternoon plus night may not be able to finish packing. This villa also has a garage, but unfortunately big brother and sister-in-law can't use it either. When she arrived at the yard, Zhang Hongli looked at the two garages next to the right yard wall and suddenly felt a little superior again. What's wrong with living in a villa? You don't even have a car. Upon hearing this, Yang Hao then couldn't help but laugh. Second anti-bowl beep. This canyon can't do without you. The gold medal assist has to be you. When he came to the yard, Yang Hao was about to say something about the car, but Auntie Tu threw the topic over directly. Brother Gang, this villa is all lived in. It is necessary to have a car. Lu Honglin chimed in. Sun Digang frowned. He would like to buy a car. The problem is that the bank card balance does not allow it. And at that moment, he saw Yang Hao open the trunk of the Rangoon U8 and took out a file bag from it and handed it to Sun Sini. And at the same time, he touched a remote control from that file bag. He pressed the up button on the remote and the roll-up door of one of the garages slowly rose. And the sound of that roll-up door rising instantly drew the attention of the crowd. As the roll-up door rose, a brand new black BMW X5 also appeared in the crowd's line of sight. The car license plate is not required in person, so Suyali has already finished all the license plates and parked them directly in the garage. Yang Hao rummaged through the file bag again and pulled out a car key, then walked over to Sun Digang, who was still in a daze, and shoved the car key into his hand. Uncle Sun, you can take this car for a while, and in the future, if you have any favorite car, you can directly talk to Sini, and we'll buy another one. and these 2 garages will have to be filled up. This, giving away a luxury car after a luxury house. Gang's ancestral tomb has been set on fire. It's not smoking, it's on fire. The crowd's emotions, which had already calmed down, once again made huge waves. It turns out that people have thought this through. The villa was given with a BMW X5, but is it polite to say that the BMW X5 is just a substitute? After all, it was once a $1 million luxury car. Thanks to the 419 gentlemen for the reward. Being cooled, 1,000 coins. Bookworm 3382 Reader 5342 Bookworm 3658 The book is covered 500 coins. Underscore Schwanjo underscore Machi underscore 233200. Man in middle age is bald, Ding Yao, 7819777903, touch hug lift high, book chai 55555, 100 coins. One more chapter. It's gonna be late. End of chapter. 121. 1-880. 000 Dowry. Sundigang's hands were shaking a little as he held the BMW keys. Today's experience was too magical, and he had a hard time coming to terms with the fact that his rich son-in-law had given him a large villa. As a result, they are now giving away a car of their dreams. In fact, Sundigang had never thought that one day he would be able to drive a car of the level of BMW X5. All he wanted was a Corolla. However, at this moment, Yang Hao shoved the car keys of a BMW X5 into his hand. Gang, let me help you get the car out. The garage is too small and it's too hard for so many people to try to see a car. Lu Honglin rubbed his hands together and looked eager to try. MD, why should I drink? Now Sundigang is the bowels are repenting. If he did not drink, he can directly drive this BMW X5 home. And now he'll have to let Lu Honglin, the chauffeur, drive the car out of the garage. Careful, don't scratch it. Sundigang reluctantly handed the car keys to Lu Honglin. Don't worry, old driver. Lu Honglin dejectedly shrugged his shoulders, then took the car keys and got into the car and drove out the BMW X5 parked in the garage. When he parked the car, the crowd immediately gathered around. Zhang Hongli even sat directly into the back row. Measuring the interior of the car, the new generation of BMW X5 also upgraded to a large even screen. The center control also made some changes, but the overall feeling is still Balibaochi, more in line with the aesthetics of the middle-aged people. Zhang Hongli didn't know anything about cars at all. She just thought that the blue sky and white clouds lagoon the steering wheel was extraordinarily nice. In fact, in the eyes of most ordinary people, Mercedes-Benz BMW is the representative of luxury cars. Is the embodiment of face? This concept is difficult to change for a moment. So in Zhang Hongli's eyes BMW is with its own halo. She even felt that this X5 is much better than the Yang Hao driving that look up you ate. Big brother, you and sister-in-law can really enjoy your happiness this time. This big villa is also lived in. And the luxury car is also driven. Zhang Hongli couldn't help but let out another sigh of relief. But her tone was a bit sour. The little flame of jealousy in her heart was barely concealed at this moment. It's all thanks to Cinny. Sitting in the driver's seat, Sundigang lamented. His hands have been carefully touching the steering wheel. This car is really sent to his heart. One of the deputy directors of their thermal power plant drove a BMW X5. And every time he saw that car, he felt very racy. But that deputy plant manager is still driving an older model. This is a new model for him. Brother Gang, when our Baozi gets married next month, you have to give us a wedding car. Lu Honglin, who was sitting in the co-pilot, said with a smile. That's for sure. Sundigang nodded with a smile on his face. This car can be so dignified to drive out. No pressure at all to get out of the wedding car. Big brother, you open the trunk. I want to see if the trunk is big. The car has finished looking. Zhang Hongli is ready to get off the car to see. Yes. Sundaram searched for a while before he found the button to open the trunk. By the time the trunk opened automatically, Zhang Hongli had already reached the back of the car. Ha, why is there a suitcase in this trunk? Yang, is the suitcase yours? Zhang Hongli asked Yang Hao, who was standing by the side. It's mine. Yang Hao nodded, then smiled at son Cinny beside him. Cinny, let's go over there and give you a little surprise. Ha, and the surprise? Sun Cinny had been dumbfounded by this succession of surprises. Her mind was very messed up at the moment, mostly thinking about how she was going to repay the favor. Brother Yang helped her fulfill her wish of giving her parents a better living environment, and it was a max version of that wish of hers. Her idea was nothing more than to buy her parents a new commercial house. 80 square feet would be about right. As a result, Yang Hao had directly bought a villa with a usable area of over 600 square feet. She had thought she was done with delivering the villa, and then there was an additional BMW X5. And now, Yang Hao even said there were surprises. Brother Yang, my heart can't take it anymore. Sun Cinny's words are not too exaggerated. This succession of surprises, which girl can carry Well, do you want me to rub it for you? Yang Hao laughingly teased. Ha! Sun Sini's pretty face slightly reddened as she whispered. That's going to be for the night. Seeing that this Ibao of his really took it seriously, Yang Hao couldn't help but laugh, naive. He pulled Sun Xine to the back of the car. The canyon's strongest auxiliary second aunt immediately asked at the right time. Xiao Yang, what's in this box? Yang Hao didn't answer Zhang Hongli, but said to Sun Sini, Sini, open it and take a look. The password of the box is the last 4 digits of your birthday. Aha! Sun Sini nodded. She first pulled the box outward, but it was unexpectedly heavy, and she didn't know what was contained inside. She entered her birthday and unlocked the combination lock on her suitcase, then pulled the zipper again, but when she lifted the lid of this suitcase, the whole person was dumbfounded, because in this suitcase, the red piece, all of them were stacks of yards and stacks of $100 bills. Here, so much money. Sun Sini opened her small mouth in surprise, her beautiful eyes glaring, and at this time, Zhang Hongli who was on the side exclaimed in shock. Money! Ah, it's all about the money. This canyon's strongest auxiliary was directly shocked, and she had never seen so much money even after living a long life. And after hearing her shout, the crowd all gathered around curiously, and then they all saw the stacks of red tickets spread all over the suitcase. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So much money. How much is this? How much is this going to cost? My God, a suitcase full of money. The crowd that had gathered around were all stunned, with incredulity written all over their faces, except for Bai Wensong, who worked in the bank. This kind of scene was seen by the crowd only in the video, and at this moment little old Bai Wensong was so excited that it wasn't the money he saw, it's the performance. So much cash is bound to be deposited in the bank. Then, he could naturally get close to the water. He visually estimated that the money in the case should be around $2 million, because the suitcase with the money is 20 inches. Such a big box filled with $100 bills almost 3 million. But this box is not full, about 2/3 of it. That is, about 2 million. I'm going to have a $2 million certificate of deposit? Mr. Yang is a bull. You and Sini are a perfect match. Whoever disagrees with your marriage, I'll be the first to beat him to death. Little old brother Bai Wensong cried out in his mind. Xiao Yang, is this money the bride price? Zhang Hongli's voice was a little shaky when she asked. A box of money in front of her eyes. The impact was too great. A bride price? Hearing the second aunt ask this question, Sun Sini then reacted to the fact that it was really possible for her own big brother Yang to prepare so much cash for this purpose. Her cheeks flushed slightly with surprise and delight, while He Min and Sun Degang on the side were completely confused. A dowry? A suitcase of money as a dowry? It never happened in their social circles. Both of their workers had never seen so much cash either. And at this moment, Yang Hao was also a bit confused. He never thought about any bride price. He just felt that after arranging a mansion and a luxury car for Sun Sini's parents, they simply couldn't afford to support them with their income level, which is why he arranged for another sum of cash, mainly a thoughtful one. But the money spent is earmarked for Sun Sini, and all of that money will also be gifted to Sun Sini to dispose of on her own. And with Sun Sini's filial character, she will naturally leave most of the money to her parents, so the two of them won't have so much pressure when facing villas and luxury cars. Now Zhang Hongli's voice bride price is Yang Hao will not be whole. He turned his head to look at this canyon gold medal auxiliary, and couldn't help but spit out in his heart. Second auntie, you've lost your standards in this round. It's hard for me to answer a question like that. Okay, well, it's kind of a dowry. It wasn't good to deny it, so Yang Hao simply nodded. Only, Yang Hao felt that the operation of sending a colorful gift with Ibao's special consumption money seemed a bit tawdry. Thanks to Summer Waiting Prophecy, 100 coins reward. I'm too sleepy. I'll continue tomorrow, and then you 419 gentlemen. Monthly votes to support it. The new book period monthly votes are too important. Kneel and thank. End of chapter. 122. Brother Yang, I want to give you a son. Seeing Yang Hao nod his head, the crowd was once again shocked. Well, rich people give dowry by the case. Yang, how much is this? After her emotions calmed down a little, Zhang Hongli opened her mouth to ask again. 188 million. Yang Hao replied back, then whispered to Sun Sini, who was still dumbfounded. Villas and cars all require maintenance costs, so take it and spend it first. Xiao Yang, you've given away so many things, it's better to forget about this money, not to mention the fact that the state is advocating no dowry. At this point, He Min, the mother-in-law to be, opened her mouth, and she had summoned up enough courage to say these words of refusal. Whether it's a villa or a BMW X5 is a physical object, and while we all know it's expensive, it's just a string of numbers stuck in our heads, nowhere near as big of an impact as this suitcase of cash gives. Sister-in-law, if you don't accept this money that means you don't agree with Xiao Yang and Xine being together, so you have to think about it. Without waiting for Yang Hao to speak, the canyon's strongest helper, Auntie 2, jumped out again. although she was already jealous to the core. She would still actively promote things that were beneficial to her, such as this one, 88 million dowry. That must be for big brother and sister-in-law to receive. In that case, their family will have a place to borrow money in the future. After all, they still have a son who is not married. That's not what I meant. Hearing Zhang Hongli say this, Hemin immediately anxious. Although she is not the kind of mother-in-law especially gold worship, but Yang Hao this set of combinations have also smashed her confused. Where will still say disagree words. She just feel that received too many things. The heart is a little uneasy. Big brother, sister-in-law, this money has to be collected. After all, it's a piece of other people's Xiao Yang's heart. Sun Dihai also spoke up. Although he wasn't as utilitarian as his wife, he also felt that it was a good thing for his big brother's family to have such a large amount of cash. Sister-in-law, it's not easy to refuse this money. That's right, if we don't accept this, it's not slapping the face of Mr. Yang. Lu Honglin and Zhang Kai also spoke in agreement. Seeing a group of people pointing their spearheads at themselves, Hemin was somewhat speechless. Mom, if you don't want to take it, I'll take it for you. At this time Sun Nan Nan came up smilingly, while in his heart he was silently spitting. Ms. Hemin, I advise you not to affect my rich life that started at the age of 18. Cool it on the side. This money to collect is also your sister to collect. It's not your turn. Hemin blared fiercely at her second daughter. She couldn't say anything about the others, but her own daughter could still be reprimanded. Seni, then keep this money for yourself. Hemin looked at her eldest daughter again. In this situation right now, Sun Seni was naturally not in a good position to refuse. She immediately nodded her head and then hurriedly locked the suitcase again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, filial daughter. Mission reward, a villa in Jiangzhong Mansion, 1068 SQ. Foot. Note, please go to the sales office of Jiangzhong Mansion after 9 o'clock tomorrow to collect it. Right after Sun Seni put the money back away. Hang Daddy's voice also sounded in Yang Hao's mind. A villa of over 1,000 square feet. Although it had long been known that the quest reward was a villa in Jiangzhong Mansion, it hadn't been said how many pings before. And Yang Hao also deliberately checked the villa types as well as the prices of Jiangzhong Mansion. The 1,068 square feet detached house is the largest house type in Jiangzhong Mansion, selling for more than $50 million, to be more expensive than his large flat in Nebula Bay. It is said that the standard for the rich is to have a big villa in the outskirts of the city and a big flat in the center of the city. Yang Hao is now considered to be a person who has both villas and large flats. Well, when I get back tomorrow, I'm moving too. After Meng Chacha's tireless efforts, Nebula Bay has reached the end of its decorations, and with only a few customized models of ornamental furniture still to come, it is completely ready to move in. The group left the villa. The Sun family went back to pack up their things and prepare to move, while Yang Hao, who had drunk a lot of wine, went to the hotel to rest and prepare for the return trip tomorrow. Seni, you've got to be competitive in this situation. Hurry up and give a son to Mr. Yang. Not only will you be able to clothe and feed yourself in the future, even our entire Sun family will be able to follow the light. What's the saying? One for all. In the old house of the Sun family, Zhang Hongli said to Sun Seni while helping to pack up her things. You're the one who's a chicken dog. I'm not. Sun Dihai retorted. Okay, you're the one who's noble. Zhang Hongli gave her man a blank look before asking Sun Seni. Xiao Yang does have only one daughter, right? Aha. Sun Seni nodded. Seni, then this is an opportunity you have to seize. There's no rich man who doesn't want a son and is waiting for him to inherit the family fortune. As long as you give birth to a son, your position here is also secure. Zhang Hongli said again in a serious tone. Sun Seni blushed a little at her second aunt's words. She hadn't even thought about this before, but after hearing Zhang Hongli say this, right, Sun Seni suddenly felt that having a son to repay big brother Yang seemed like a good choice. Brother Yang has done so much for his family. It's not too much to give him a son, right? Although Sun Digang doesn't like his snobbish sister-in-law much, he agrees with what Zhang Hongli just said. He's a pauper who's thinking of putting together a son, or else he wouldn't have gotten the name Sledge. Seni, your second aunt's words are still somewhat true. Xiao Yang, that person has no problem with his character at first glance. He's not the kind of person who is sinister and calculating, so I agree with you in him. Sundaram made himself known. Mom, what do you think of brother Yang? Sun Seni looked to her mom Hemin. She has always been more concerned about her mom's opinion. It looks good now. It's just that all these rich people are philandering. If you follow him, you have to be prepared. Hemin said with a straight face. Sister-in-law, I'm going to have to argue with you on that one. Zhang Hongli took over. It's not the rich men who are philandering, but the men themselves are all that virtuous. Da high in their unit that small Zhang, a month to earn more than 5,000. The results also secretly made 2 girlfriends it. So, philandering is not directly related to having money or not, except that rich people have more temptations, and nowadays, When little girls meet a young and promising tycoon like Xiao Yang, they are all raw pouncers. Ask me. It is the birth of a son, and the birth of a son is the most secure. Hong Li Zhan restated her point again. He Min thought about it. Actually Phil's sister-in-law said that there is so much sense. The matter of philandering and there is no money really has no direct relationship. Senny, why don't you go accompany Xiao Yang? It's good to show him around Jingmen. It's not easy for people to come here once. He Min added to her eldest daughter. What a turn. Grabbing a son is the right thing to do. Go now. Senny, Zheng Hongli teased with a smile. Sun Sinny's pretty face blushed again, but she did prepare to accompany brother Yang, so she left the old mansion to go to the hotel where Yang Hao was resting. Sun Sinny had a room card, and she swiped it directly into the room, due to the fact that he drank a lot of wine at noon. At this moment, Yang Hao was already lying in the quilt and fell asleep. Sun Sinny first sat on the edge of the bed for a while, and then feeling a bit tired, she simply also directly into the quilt. Her movements were actually quite light, but it was only evening and Yang Hao was not sleeping very well. Feeling someone entering the nest, he subconsciously opened his eyes and realized that it was Sun Sinny who suddenly became interested and was ready to have a good sparring session with this beginner-level water magician. In the next 40 minutes, Yibo triggered 2 passive skills, and while Yang Hao was making his final charge, Yibao suddenly stretched out her arms around his waist, murmuring and whispering, "Don't come out, be inside." Sage moments. Yang Hao wrapped his arms around the somewhat dehydrated Yibao and teased, "I was going to give you a tonic. Brother Yang, I want to give you a son." Sun Sinny said with a serious face. Yang Hao was stunned, not expecting the topic to suddenly extend to here. "Brother Yang, you're too good to me. This is the only way I can repay you." Sun Sinny's beautiful eyes were bright, and she said very seriously. Yang Hao could sense that Yibao was serious, and he immediately nodded. "Then let's have a baby, but one son won't be enough." Before, Yang Hao really didn't have any attachment to the matter of having a son, and he didn't have much of a family fortune to inherit anyway, but it's different now. He's the one who wants to become a tycoon, the Yang clan, thus rising, and what is a family's greatest asset? That's naturally human. So, give birth. It's not like the old man couldn't afford it anyway. Well, turn around and ask Pang Laofat to write a customized text for Laozi, God's magnificent many sons and many fortunes. With this mind next Yang Hao also did not restrain the back of the 2 direct step to the stomach. The next day, Yang Hao drove back to Jiancheng alone. On the way, he sent a Microsoft message to his 2 brothers, Lu Zifeng and Wei Fazai, informing them of his move today and asking them to bring their families along to liven things up. After returning to Jiangcheng, Yang Hao went to Boli Fitness Center to play a card as usual. There are still a few days. The fitness center that witnessed his takeoff is his. After clocking out, he went back inside the rental and simply cleaned up. The Nebula Bay side was all new, so there wasn't really much to take. Mainly just clothes for myself and Ruwashi, carrying 2 suitcases and leaving the rental house. Yang Hao was kinda sighing. When down and out. This place has given itself a lot of warmth after all. Go back and talk to the landlord, buy it, and come back to visit occasionally. Stuffing the suitcase into the trunk, Yang Hao drove the car directly to the Fenghua neighborhood. Since they had greeted each other in advance, Li Mani and Su Wenxian had already brought Ruwashi downstairs. "Dad, are we moving?" Ruwashi had already heard her sister-in-law say that she was moving today, and when she got in the car, she asked curiously, "Well, now Daddy will take you to your new home." Yang Hao smiled and touched the little girl on her forehead. "Dad, so is our new home big?" Ruwashi followed up with another question. "Great." Yang Hao smiled back. "How big is very big? Is it bigger than my sister-in-law's house?" Ruwashi was curious about her new home. In this little girl's opinion, her sister-in-law's house was quite big since it had 2 bedrooms while the house she lived in with her dad only had 1 bedroom. This question did make Yang Hao laugh. "Our new home is going to be 10 times bigger than my sister-in-law's." 10 times? Brother Yang, you didn't buy a villa, did you? Su Wenxian, who had already gotten into the car, was too curious to pick up the conversation. Li Mani looked at her brother-in-law with the same curiosity. Before, her brother-in-law had said that he wanted to give her and Ruwashi a surprise, so she hadn't asked her brother-in-law where exactly he had bought his new house. And now the time has come for the mystery to be revealed. The villa does have a set, but it's not where we're moving to today, Yang Hao casually returned. After saying this, however, he frowned. This horse in the Jingmen loaded beeping habit. Open the mouth to load beeping habit really have to restrain a little. Thanks to the 419 Big Brother for the reward. Ivan Wang, 500 coins. A few points. Shattered awareness. Bookmate 1216, bookmate 8029, 100 coins. Keep asking for monthly tickets. End of chapter. 123. Stay at Nebula Bay. Brother Yang, you really have a villa? Su Wenxian was shocked and asked curiously after him. Daddy, do we really have a big villa at home? Ruwashi blinked her big eyes. shock written all over her little face, and there was a sense of scrutiny in her eyes, as if to say, "You're hiding such a big thing from me." Yang Hao, who had a feeling that pretending to be a beep had backfired on him, cleared his throat. "Well, there is a villa. Wow, we have a big villa at home." A cheer went up from Ruwashi, who got an affirmative answer. Then with a grin on his face he asked, "Daddy, can I let my sister-in-law stay there then?" Ahem. As soon as Ruwashi's words fell, Su Wenxian poked the little girl's armpit. Then Ruwashi added, "And Auntie Wenxian." Su Wenxian nodded with satisfaction, a kind gaze in her eyes. "Well, the kid hasn't had a white belt in the last 2 days." "Yes." Yang Hao smiled and nodded. "Yay, Auntie Xiao, Auntie Wenxian, from now on, you can go to my house to live in a big villa," Ruwashi said with an excited face. "Ah." Su Wenxian cupped her head and nodded repeatedly, and even pinched the little girl's fleshy cheeks. For her part, Manny Li laughed and shook her head. Children were always so whimsical. "Brother Yang, then where are we going now?" Su Wenxian's thoughts returned to the present. Nebula Bay. Yang Hao faintly returned. "Ha? Nebula Bay?" Su Wenxian was shocked. This was one of the most famous mansions in Jiangcheng. Of course she knew about it. Of course Manny Li knew that, and she was surprised. "Although I know that my brother-in-law has developed, but also became the president of Jiangcheng newspaper group, but also did not expect to change the house as Nebula Bay." "Ruwashi, Aunt Wenxian doesn't want to live in a big villa. Just stay with you in Nebula Bay." Su Wenxian wrapped her arms around Ruwashi and said with a smile, "What's Nebula Bay? Why doesn't Auntie Wenxian live in the big villa anymore?" In Ruwashi's cognizance, naturally the bigger villas are better. "Wenxian, I've really reserved a room for you." Yang Hao smiled and joked. "Ha, really?" Su Wenxian was overjoyed. She was actually just joking just now, but she didn't expect Yan Hao to really pick up on it. "Aha, wait until you do." Yang Hao smiled mysteriously. "There is a nanny room in the large flat in Nebula Bay. Su Wenxian is still good at bringing up children, and Ruwashi likes her a lot, so she can really develop into the family's little nanny in the future." Half an hour later, Yang Hao arrived at Nebula Bay with the three of them. This is the house where rich people live. The elevator room is so spacious. While waiting for the elevator, Su Wenxian let out a sigh of relief. Ruwashi, on the other hand, was running around a fortune tree, clearly enjoying the gilded surroundings. The elevator stopped at the 28th floor. When the elevator door opened, Su Wenxian and Ruwashi let out a wow sound at the same time, because the long corridor from the elevator to the entry door is exclusive. Meng Cha-cha also let Ai Wing-yi do the design. In order to please Ruwashi, the little princess, Meng Cha-cha deliberately chose a more childlike design style with bright colors. The moment the elevator door opens, it's as if you directly enter another world. From the perspective of a small child will surely enjoy it, and from the perspective of an adult will not feel very childish. Especially those who have children will also feel the warmth of the atmosphere of the family. Yang Hao was not here while the decorating work was going on, so it was the first time he saw the finished result. Silently, he gave Meng Cha-cha a nod of approval. The heart says, Cha-cha as a reward. Although the location of this gallery is beautifully designed, it actually functions as a shoe bar. It's already so luxurious even before we enter the house. The life of the rich is really not something we people can imagine. Su Wenxian once again let out a sigh of relief. Ruwashi, on the other hand, ran up to Yang Hao and asked excitedly, "Is this place all in our family?" "Yes, it's all our family." Yang Hao picked the little girl up, then swiped his face and opened the entry door, then put Ruwashi on the floor again. "Go on, this is our new home. Wow, it's so big." Ruwashi ran into the living room, looking left and right, but her eyes were clearly not enough. "Ah, so this is the legendary Nebula Bay." Su Wenxian let out an exclamation of surprise and also ran into the living room right after Ruwashi's footsteps, and then the large and small group of people wandered around the house. Li Mani is naturally also the first time to see such a large house, but her character can be much more calm than Su Wenxian, and will not be so staggering. She followed Yang Hao around and asked curiously, "Brother-in-law, how many square feet is this house?" 688 flat. "Ha, too big." Manny Li was secretly stumped. "There's a room reserved for you to come and stay whenever you want. I'll take you back to the property in a few minutes to record a face," Yang Hao said as he led Manny Li to the bedroom reserved for her. Play the floor plan again for easier understanding. Across from the master bedroom were two north-facing bedrooms, and Yang Hao had converted the smaller one into a study, while the larger one was reserved for Manny Li. This bedroom is huge. Yang Hao left Li Mani this bedroom nearly 30 square feet, plus the bathroom and checkroom area has more than 40 square feet. Compared to Li Mani currently live in a dozen square feet of bedroom is naturally too big. But at this moment, Li Mani hadn't seen Yang Hao's own master bedroom as well as Ruwashi's second bedroom, or else she wouldn't have voiced such sentiments after having a comparison. "Auntie, my bedroom is so big and beautiful. I'll show you." At this time, Ruwashi ran over and pulled Lee Manny's hand and cheered. Apparently the little girl wanted to share her joyful feelings with her sister-in-law. Well, Auntie's going to check it out. Manny Lee was not a spoilsport and went with Ruwashi to her princess room. Brother Yang, didn't you say you've reserved a room for me? Which one is it? At this time, Su Wenshan found Yang Hao and asked with an expectant face. Well, it's the one through the kitchen. Yang Hao smiled back. Ha, the nanny room. Su Wenshan rolled her eyes in depression. I prefer to call it the guest room. Yang Hao smiled back. Between nannies, that's a low-spirited way of putting it. Fu Hai Lan Wan neighborhood. Lu Zifeng picked up Wei Fa Kai. Both of them were with their families, and at this moment, Feng Lina was sitting in the co-pilot, while Wei Fazai and his wife Yao Jiawei sat in the back row. Both parties knew each other through Yang Hao, but they had also known each other for more than 10 years and were familiar with each other. Brother Peak, I see that Brother Hao posted the location of Nebula Bay. That guy who won the 50,000 bet first prize wouldn't be him, would it? After getting into the car, Wei Fa Kai asked in a slightly flirtatious manner. Ho is inheriting a fortune. The richest man in West Rainbow City has seen it, right? Just like the king's multi-fish. That's what Lu Zifeng guessed during the last meal. And Yang Hao acquiesced when he saw that this brother had given himself a good reason. Ha, this is too metaphysical. You might as well say that Ho has a system, or has been reborn. Wei Fa Kai laughingly flirting. He has always been quite fond of literature, and participated in the school's poetry club during the university period. Domestic and foreign masterpieces have not been less read, but look at that thing is too internal consumption. Usually work a group of tired. It is difficult to have a relaxation time, but also read what masterpieces are. Then I dove headfirst into the sea of the internet, so I was quite familiar with the system, rebirth and so on. Asterisk 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 Q. The internet you believe in. Lu Zifeng smiled and shook his head. A few people were chatting and laughing, and soon arrived at Nebula Bay, which was famous in Zhangcheng. I can't imagine. Brother Hao has even become the owner of Nebula Bay. Looking at the grand neighborhood gate, Wei Fa Kai cannot help but emit emotion. What's wrong with that? Didn't Ho open 5 hot pot restaurants before? I can only say that Brother Hao has this life of great wealth and prosperity. Lu Zifeng said smilingly. Wei Fa Kai nodded, then lamented. I don't have this life in my life, which is to work part-time. Old Wei, that's where you're wrong. Lu Zifeng waved his hand in retort before asking, Who are we? Who are we? Wei Fa Kai looked at Lu Zifeng with a dumbfounded expression before saying, I'm Wei Fa Kai. You're Lu Zifeng. No, 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 that was before Ho got rich. Now that Brother Hao is developed, we are Brother Hao's right-hand man, Lu Zifeng said with a dejected face. Crouching Dragon Phoenix is more like it. Yao Jiawei couldn't help but spit on the sidelines. She and Lu Zifeng were also quite familiar with each other, so she didn't need to be polite. Yes, 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 my sister Huey saying, Feng Lina echoed. While talking, several people have come to the door. Yang Hao has already greeted the property. Lu Zifeng reported his name and then directly released. Not only that, but there was a security guard who specifically sent the 4 to the first building where Yang Hao lived. Taking the elevator up to the 28th floor, Yang Hao was already waiting at the door. Ho, congratulations on the housewarming. Walking out of the elevator, Lu Zifeng immediately said with a smile. Neither he nor Wei Fazai came empty-handed. Lu Zifeng brought an oil painting. Wei Fazai was holding a large decorative vase. In addition, the two also prepared a large red envelope each, which was considered to be full of sincerity. Asterisk 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 asterisk. So 688 square feet is so big. After entering the house, Lu Zifeng couldn't help but burst out. I was afraid I'd get lost. Wei Fa Kai also couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Feng Lina and Yao Jiawei, on the other hand, were both shocked and curious as they surveyed the house. Previously, Feng Lina had already heard her cousin Guan Mengmeng talk about this 688 square feet mansion of Yang Hao, but hearing about it and seeing it with her own eyes were two completely different things. She was still shocked when she was in the middle of this mansion, and at the same time, a bit anxious for her cousin in her heart. With these conditions, why don't you make an effort to take someone down? Li Mani is to recognize Lu Zifeng in Wei Fazai, and has met several times before. This time to meet again is not rusty at all. Take your seat in the dining room. Let's eat and talk. Yang Hao invited a professional private chef to come to his home, and at this moment the colorful and fragrant dishes of various colors have already filled the table. Come on, we must not get drunk today. Wei, don't be a wimp. Lu Zifeng is the 3 people in the most love to drink. Today this kind of day that naturally more have to let go of the drink. The crowd took their seats and then mentioned a cup together. Old Wei, the great poet. At this time, don't you have to recite a poem? Lu Zifeng laughingly teased. Wei Fa Kai shrugged. I really do have a poem I want to give to the current Brother Hao. Say. Yang Hao nodded at Wei Fa Kai. The veteran internet reader, a former poet, took a deep breath, then said, "The long wind will break the waves, and the clouds will sail through the sea. Thanks to the 419 Big Brother for the reward. Observe the mind in silence, 1000 coins. The book is covered, 688 coins. Brave little fat 100 coins." Then, the monthly list was immediately blown up, so any 419 gentlemen with votes to support it. Thank you. End of chapter. 124. Lee Man-shu, my ex-husband was a billionaire. The previous stage of Yang Hao can be said to be a lifeboat has crossed 10,000 mountains, and now at this stage with hanging straight from the cloud sail to the sea is quite appropriate. The housewarming banquet was very lively. At the beginning everyone was still sitting around the table. When the food was almost gone, only Yang Hao, as well as Lu Zifeng and Wei Fazai were left to sit together and drink. A few women were taking pictures and some were chatting. Li Mani was also in a good mood today. She was sincerely happy for her brother-in-law. The hard times are over. It's all good times from here on out. Manny Lee carefully selected 9 photos in the album, and then rarely sent a 9-panel circle of friends with the text, "May you get what you want, meet what you want, ask for what you want, and hope for what you expect." The text ended with a smiley face to express her feelings at the moment. And this circle of friends Lee Mani didn't block anyone, including relatives. Happiness Coffee. Lee Man-shu was chatting with her best friend Taoing. The two had been wandering around Starlight City for over 3 hours in front of them, and were now tired of wandering and resting their feet, then getting ready to go to dinner. "Man-shu, I really don't think you need to beg to get back together. As the saying goes, a good horse doesn't come back to grass, even if Yang Hao is rich now. So what? There are plenty of rich men in this world. With your image condition you can definitely find a better one." Lee Man-shu has just told her best friend that she wants to ask to get back together, and Taoing clearly doesn't agree with her. He gave Manny a Porsche. I checked. That car is almost $1 million. So, he should be very rich now. Lee Man-shu said, "It's only $1 million. These days millionaires are a dime a dozen. Not that kind of billionaire. There's no need to stoop so low as to beg him." Taoing looked disdainful. Clearly this was another woman who had her money sense screwed up by fast music. Millions aren't called money. Millionaires are everywhere. With this illusion, you are not far from ending up single, because they will also see a series of brainwashing scripts. For example, the dominant president loves the older me. The dominant president loves the divorced me. The dominant president loves the middle-aged me. The dominant president loves the menopausal me. Let's just say that poisonous chicken soup kills. But taking a step back, people who are willing to believe in this kind of chicken soup deserve to get screwed. Lee Man-shu isn't the kind of person who's obsessed with chicken soup. She's a very pragmatic gold digger. Don't you still know a mistress who lives in Nebula Bay? I don't think you're any less qualified than her. And if she can find that kind of rich man with stupid money, you must be able to do the same. Taoing is still cheering up her best friend. In fact, many women's misfortune is to listen to the words of toxic girlfriends, and Taoing is a typical toxic best friend. She is 30 years old this year. The choice of mate standard is Jiangcheng have more than 120 square feet of full payment wedding house. Drive the car must be BBA. Annual salary of more than 400,000. Height cannot be less than 175. Looks on the upper. Parents have no burden. At first glance this standard doesn't seem too far off the mark, but the problem is that marriage is a two-way street, and while you pick someone else, they are also picking you. The man who meets Tao Ying's criteria for this choice of spouse also meets the criteria for the choice of spouse of a 20-year-old girl. So, from a man's perspective, why not a young girl in her early 20s? Lee Man-shu picked up the coffee in front of her and gently took a sip. Being somewhat confused by Tao Ying's thoughts, her gaze casually looked around the store before landing on the boss standing in front of the bar. The owner looked to be about her age and quite pretty, but of course that wasn't the point. The point was that when she had just gone to the bathroom, she had heard one of the clerks talking gossip on the phone with a friend, saying that the coffee shop had been given to their boss by a man. How nice it would be if a man sent me a coffee shop like this, Lee Man-shu thought in her heart, and at this time just when someone sent her a tweet, she picked up the phone to look at the tweet message, by the way, and scanned the circle of friends. Then she saw the friend circle that her sister, Manny Lee, had posted 5 minutes ago. This, at a glance Lee Man-shu thought that the background where Lee Manny posted those photos looked a bit familiar. She hurriedly clicked on the picture to take a closer look, but the more she looked at it, the more shocked she became. No way, absolutely not. How did Manny end up in this house? However, Ruwashi is here too. The princess room of the ruined. The couch picked by Ria-san, including the curtains. This is the house that Ria-san and I designed together. Lee Man-shu zoomed in on the group photo in the very center of the 9-panel grid, with her ex-husband Yang Hao holding her daughter Ruwashi and her sister in the C-suite, and Lu Zifeng and Wei Fazai on the left and right, all of whom she also recognized. As you can see from this photo, the crowd is attending a housewarming party for her ex-husband, Yang Hao. In other words, The house belongs to ex-husband Yang Hao, Nebula Bay. The 688 square foot mansion belongs to ex-husband Yang Hao. Li Manchu, who came to this conclusion, was like a thunderbolt. Her face instantly turned as white as paper. Just now even Tao Ying, her girlfriend who drank too much chicken soup, said billionaires are hard to come by, and can afford to live in Nebula Bay 688 square feet mansion, and the soft furnishing budget to be 20 million people. That asset is naturally broken billion. That means her ex-husband has at least hundreds of millions of dollars now. Manchu, what's wrong with you? What's with the ugly face? Noticing her best friend's abnormality, Tao Ying asked with a suspicious face. Yang Hao, he's really developed, Li Manchu said through clenched teeth. What's wrong again? Tao Ying was a bit speechless. She felt as if this best friend of hers was bewitched. This is the circle of friends Manny just posted. See for yourself. Li Manchu handed Tao Ying her cell phone. The latter took the phone and curiously flipped through those photos posted by Manny Li and said, "This house does look quite nice. Is that where Yang Hao lives now?" "Aha!" Li Manchu nodded and asked, "Do you know which neighborhood this house is in? Where can I see that?" "And no locus." Tao Ying shook her head. "It's Nebula Bay. And I designed it myself. That 688 square foot mansion." Li Manchu gritted her teeth, her tone thick with despair. "Ha! Nebula Bay." Tao Ying, who sells high-end furniture, naturally knows Nebula Bay. And in Jiangcheng this neighborhood is a status symbol. Didn't you design that house for that mistress? How did this become Yang Hao's again? Could it be a mistake? Tao Ying speculated as she returned the phone to Li Manchu. Li Manchu shook her head. It can't be wrong. With Manny's character, if this house wasn't Yang Hao's, there's no way she would post such a friend circle. So the only explanation is that the gold master behind Meng Yuyu is actually Yang Hao. By the way, the nickname of that fast voice account is Uncle Yang on a diet. Also with the surname Yang. Putting together the known information, the fact that Yang Hao is the owner of the 688 square foot mansion in Nebula Bay is almost a reality. Li Manchu leaned back against the deck couch in dismay. She now has one thought in her head: my ex-husband is a billionaire. My ex-husband is a billionaire. If I hadn't gotten divorced, I would have had a more prosperous life than Meng Yuyu. At the end of the day, she is nothing more than a woman raised by her ex-husband. Otherwise it's unlikely that she's not even at this housewarming party. However, even this woman who was raised by her ex-husband Yang Hao is driving a Mercedes-Benz of more than $500,000 right now. And her ex-husband Yang Hao also bought her a gatehouse worth $6 million. Li Manchu felt her heart dripping blood. If there's no divorce, what with the gatehouse and the Nebula Bay mansion? It's all hers. It's all hers. You're Li Manchu, aren't you? Just as Li Manchu was desperately brainstorming, that coffee shop owner walked over with a tray. You know me? This boss, who was unknown to her, had called out her name. So naturally Li Manchu was surprised. Let's just say I know. Wang Shuazhu faintly replied back, then placed 2 of the 3 cups of coffee in the tray on the table. My treat. When she finished she grabbed the cappuccino she'd left for herself and pulled up a chair next to her. Who are you? How do you know about me? Li Manchu felt that the woman was looking at herself in a wrong way, because she saw mockery and contempt in those eyes. Because you're brother Yang's ex-wife. So I know you. Wang Shuaru did not mention Shin Mingshan, because she came over to say hello actually because she wanted to irritate this vicious ex-wife. And it was also a way to give brother Yang an outlet for his anger. Brother Yang? Yang Hao? Li Manchu's eyes steeply widened, full of incredulity as she looked at this female boss in front of her, and couldn't help but think of the female shopkeeper gossiping just now. This coffee shop was a gift from the owner's boyfriend. Is the boyfriend in the clerk's mouth also my ex-husband Yang Hao? It's not possible. Li Manchu suddenly felt that the world was so ridiculous. The people and things she envied were all given to her by her ex-husband. If it wasn't for your departure, Big Brother Yang probably wouldn't have gotten to where he is now. Even, you don't get to sit here and drink coffee, because this coffee shop was given to me by Brother Yang. Wang Shuazhu simply do not beat around the bush. The main is a sincere. What to say? When did you guys get together? Li Manchu clenched her fists and questioned loudly. After your divorce, of course. I'm not like some people who can't wait to find their next home before they're even divorced. Wang Shuaru shrugged her shoulders. This beautiful young woman obviously understood yin and yang. Li Manchu was a bit annoyed and wanted to scold back, but she was simply powerless to refute it because what people said was the truth. I don't mean anything by that. Just want to give a word of advice. Don't bother Brother Yang's life. A good ex should be as good as dead and leave each other alone. As the words fell, Wang Shualu stood up from her seat, and pointed to the coffee she had placed on the table and said, Come to the store anytime you want to drink coffee. It's free. After all, if it weren't for you, this coffee shop wouldn't exist. After saying that, Wang Shuaru turned around and left. In fact, from Shen Mingshan's side, Wang Shuaru rushing up to give Li Manchu a slap was not even excessive. But right now, Wang Shuaru has already released. She just want to give young big brother out of anger just to stimulate the ex-wife who abandoned her husband and daughter. What Wang Shuaru didn't know was that Li Manchu had actually just experienced a thunderous blow. She almost killed her with this patch. Thanks to the 419 big brother for the reward. Idle Cloud Diviner, 1000 coins. Su Lao Mai, Middle-Aged Oil Uncle, 500 coins. Hanbin 666, 111 coins. Boiling Big Coke, 100 coins. Again, thanks to the big guys who voted. End of chapter. 125. Mr. Young, it's been a long time since I repaired the hood. Li Manchu fled the coffee shop. She didn't have the face to stay in this place any longer. That boss looked soft, but every word she uttered was very solid. Sister Ing, what do you think I should do now? Li Manchu looked at her best friend beside her and asked breathlessly. In this case, it's probably impossible for you to get remarried. Listening to that meaning of the coffee shop owner, she and Yang Hao are also having an affair. Plus that mistress, that's 2 women. I really didn't see before that Yang Hao was such a dead scum. Tao Ying skimmed her mouth and spat, but then added, but he's really developed now, and it's normal to have women raw around him. Sister Ing, I'm not willing to do this. I've lived a hard life. Why should I be left out when I'm rich? Li Manchu gritted her teeth, her face full of resentment. Tao Ying, on the other hand, subconsciously frowned. Although her outlook was not quite right, she was aware of the beginning and end of the divorce between her best friend and her ex-husband. Now that Li Manchu could say such words, it still left her quite speechless. What's your life like, sister? It's not like you ran away as soon as the hard times came. What's the saying on the internet? You don't accompany the sunset. Who are you in the East? You patted yourself on the back when people's hot pot restaurants went out of business. Now that they're rich, you lick your chops and want to remarry. This face is really nothing to you. Tao Ying couldn't help but spit in her heart, but on her lips she comforted. Or we can talk to Yang Hao and see what his attitude is. Li Manchu nodded. Well, I'll just tweet him, said she opened the micro-messaging dialog box. For a long time, she was too lazy to click on this chat dialog box. Even if she sends a message is also high and mighty, but now she is careful to weigh every word, for fear of saying the wrong thing. After struggling for a long time, the text in the dialog box eventually became, Miss Ruwashi, want to go see her? Message sent. What she got in response was a red exclamation point. He went so far as to blackball me. Li Manchu remembers that a few days ago the micro-message was still able to be sent out. She learned that Yang Hao had bought a Porsche Cayenne for her sister Li Mani after she was sent a micro-message, although she did not get a response, but the message was able to be sent over. And now Yang Hao had directly pulled the plug on her. Nebula Bay. The housewarming party was drunk until after 11 o'clock. After sending off Lu Zifeng and Wei Fazai, the pair of crouching dragons and phoenix chicks, Yang Hao leaned against the entry door of his house and slowed down for a while. I was really happy today and accidentally drank too much. Brother-in-law, are you okay? Li Mani brought over a cup of ginger tea with antidote effect and looked at Yang Hao with some concern. It's okay, just a little dizzy. Yang Hao took the ginger tea and took a sip, while Li Mani smoothly brought the entry door, then frowned and said, Brother-in-law, you shouldn't be drinking like this at your age. Upon hearing this, Yang Hao looked at this former sister-in-law whom he had watched grow up. So, you're saying I'm old? Li Mani froze, and then Beep Little Mouth said, originally old well. She was a little angry today, and it couldn't be angry exactly, but worried. It was the first time she had seen her brother-in-law drink so much, and it made her tremble with fear to see him. After all, a man of his age, not a young man in his early 20s. So, this sister-in-law is a little bit of a rebel at the moment, spouting off with a straight face. Yang Hao, on the other hand, laughed. Age is just an illusion. In fact, your brother-in-law, I'm young. You'll know it later. Not quite understanding the meaning of her brother-in-law's words, Manny Lee urged him to finish his ginger tea, then helped him back to the master bedroom. However, when he arrived at the master bedroom, Yang Hao, who was already 7 or 8 minutes drunk, tripped over his feet and fell directly onto the bed, and Li Mani, who was holding his arm, wasn't spared either, and followed him and fell onto his brother-in-law's body. Li Mani was shocked and struggled haphazardly for a while before she broke away from her brother-in-law's embrace, but her delicate face was red hot. This was the first time she had ever crossed the line like this with her brother-in-law, although it wasn't intentional. Something like the two of them cuddling and lying on the bed was still too ambiguous. Brother-in-law, you rest early, I'll just send Ruwashi in the morning. Manny Lee dropped the word and fled out of the master bedroom. After she left, Yang Hao then raised his hand and smacked himself on the face. Yang Hao, you're an animal. Taking advantage of Manny under the guise of being drunk. That's right, just now when he fell down Yang Hao really couldn't hold back, so he used his hand to measure how developed the sister-in-law was. The results were in the overnutritional category as visualized. After this the big ones have something to play with and the little ones have something to eat? Seamless. MD. Think what you want. Yang is always that kind of person. There were too many chaotic thoughts in his head, so Yang Hao simply went to the bathroom and took a hot bath to let the alcohol in his body dissipate as soon as possible. While soaking in the bath he reached for his cell phone and looked at it. All three NPCs sent Microsoft messages. Ebony talked a little bit about moving in the old country today. Meng Cha-Cha first talked about the dance training center, then sent a few beautiful photos and asked Yang Hao if he looked good. Pick one you can see for the gentleman of the 419. Obviously Meng Cha-Cha, this is another attempt at delivery. Well, what a sweet sister. Yang Hao didn't reply right away and looked at the message sent by Wang Shuaru again. The content of this beautiful young woman's message was a bit more explosive. She actually met Li Manchu and then disliked the other party. This was a bit out of Yang Hao's expectation. In his impression Wang Shuaru was the kind of character that was more gentle. I didn't realize there was such a rigid side. After recounting his experience with Li Manchu's line today, Wang Shuaiju sent another sentence. Brother Yang, it's been a long time since I repaired the hood. Yang Hao didn't even react too much when he was looking at Meng Cha-Cha's beautiful photos, but he instantly branched out when he saw this sentence. Sure enough, it's the rubbing that's the most titillating. He looked at the time Wang Shuaru sent the last message, which was 15 minutes ago. Yang Hao quickly replied, sleeping? Shuaru Wang, not yet. Yang Hao, is it easy to go over and fix the hood now? Wang Shuaru, Bingru sleeps next door. Yang Hao, be there in half an hour. I don't know if this beautiful young woman did it on purpose. TMD. You do not mention Bingru sleep next door, okay? This is not active stacking Buffett. After returning the message, Yang Hao came to a fierce man out of the bath. The water in the bathtub splashed all over the place. He wrapped a bath towel and dried his body, then he put on his clothes and went out. Although a while to Wang Shuaru's home to drink and drive. But you can never drink and drive now. It's against the law. After all, it's a real DUI. So Yang Hao stopped a cab on the side of the road. Master, Dongjiang Haotai. Yang Hao had been to this neighborhood rented by Wang Shuaru once before, and it was considered to be familiar. After arriving at the door, Yang Hao hadn't even waited to tweet Wang Shuaru when the door to the room opened. Obviously this beautiful young woman must have been waiting in the door. She also made a silencing gesture. Bingru and Nono are asleep. Yang Hao nodded in understanding, but in his heart, he was silently slandering. I'll see if you can keep silent for a while. So he tiptoed into the bedroom after Wang Shuaiju. In the next room, Wang Bingru, who had spent most of the day shopping with her classmates during the day, went to bed early, but in the middle of the night she woke up with pee and went to a bathroom in a daze. Upon returning to her room, she had wanted to go back to sleep. However, what's that sound? Ha? Who watches that Shine movie in the middle of the night? Wang Bingru was originally quite sleepy, but listen to the spirit. Who can fall asleep in this treadmill? Aha! That's not true. That's a familiar sound. Sister? Wang Bingru's eyes were wide open. Sister stayed up in the middle of the night playing games by herself? Alas, lonely women. Wang Bingru sighed silently. After listening a little longer, though, she felt something was wrong. It's not a sound one would make playing the game. Ha? Is there a man in your sister's room? Is it Mr. Yang? Well, it's possible. Wang Bingru was still very smart. She lightly went out of the room, then went to the door and opened the shoe cabinet. Sure enough, I spotted a familiar pair of men's leather shoes. I knew it was Mr. Yang. Wang Bingru had a "I'm such a little genius" smile on her face when she got back to her room. Though she couldn't sleep, it can't be helped that a DUI is longer because the alcohol has a paralyzing effect. As she listened, her two long, white legs couldn't help but fold together. The next day, Wang Shuaiju was refreshed and ready for breakfast. Each repair is an elevation of soul and body. Instead of feeling tired, she would be refreshed. And that wonderful mechanic, Brother Yang, left at the end of the job. After all, it's embarrassing to be bumped into in the morning. When she had made breakfast, she went to yell at her daughter, Nono, and her sister, Bingru, to get up. Nua soon arrived at the table, while his sister Wang Bingru was late, still wearing big dark circles under her eyes. Bingru, didn't you sleep well? Wang Shuaru asked a little heartily. If her sister didn't sleep last night, wouldn't she have heard it all? Wang Bingru rather grudgingly looked at his sister. In the heart of the silent spit, sleep did not sleep well. You still do not have a number in mind, but if you keep your voice down, I won't have to listen to the broadcast until 4 o'clock in the morning. Although her heart was spitting, Wang Bingru's mouth still said back, no, it's because she slept too much, but instead she was a little dizzy. Hearing her sister's reply, Wang Shuaru silently sighed in relief. Well, sometimes it's like that, so you can't sleep too much. And that's when I heard Novo speak up and ask, Mommy, did you have another nightmare last night? Wang Shuaru was slightly stunned and was about to interrupt the conversation when she heard her daughter, Nua, continue. I heard you screaming all the time when you were scared. This, Wang Shueru gave her sister a rather awkward look. Suddenly what my sister had just said didn't seem very believable. Even Nono heard it. Could she really have missed it? With this in mind, Wang Shueju's cheeks suddenly blushed as she hurriedly took a poached egg that her daughter didn't like to eat and put it into her bowl. Eat the egg, and talk less. Thanks to 419 for the reward. Chan 168, 2000 coins. Idle Cloud Divining, 1500 coins. Night Night Moon Round, 500 coins. Summer Waiting Prophecy, 100 coins. End of chapter. 126. Yuki Jiang, becoming a nanny at age 20 and taking 20 years less off the beaten path. It was 5 o'clock when Yang Hao returned to Nebula Bay. At 7 o'clock, he felt someone pushing him. Yang Hao, who was sleeping soundly, opened his eyes in a daze. In this situation he was very tempted to curse, but after seeing that the person who woke him up was Ruwashi, his temper instantly disappeared, and he even kissed the little girl's fleshy cheeks. Daddy, Auntie has made breakfast. Do you want some breakfast? Ruwashi asked as she shook her dad's big hand. Well, I'm getting up now. Yang Hao stretched his back, kind of admiring that time management guru in Bay City for being able to utilize his time to the extreme and still have a lot of energy. Gotta fill up the health sometime. The prerequisite for a time management guru is to have a good body. Yang Hao felt that given his current situation, the ability to manage time should be considered a necessary skill. Following Ruwashi to the dining room, Li Mani had indeed made breakfast, with fried eggs, purple potatoes and white porridge and 2 small fry. It's simple but pretty healthy. Brother-in-law, there aren't many ingredients in the house, so this will have to do. Mani Li helped her brother-in-law serve a bowl of white porridge as she spoke. These breakfasts may seem simple, but they must be busy for about an hour at any rate, which means that my sister-in-law woke up around 6, and it's really rare for a girl of her age to be able to do all this. For example, Su Wenqian, who only has a mouth to click and show off her rice. It smells so good. She took a sip of her porridge and lamented beautifully. Yang Hao, on the other hand, thought the nanny booth could be taken back as well. One of these eaters at home is enough. Had breakfast. The 3 of them will send Ruwashi to kindergarten together and then go to work at Jiangcheng newspaper. Brother-in-law, is it time to change Ruwashi's kindergarten? On the way, Mani Li asked. The move was a long way from Ruwashi's old Belkin preschool. Pick up and drop off are inconvenient. Actually, Yang Hao was thinking about this yesterday. There is a bilingual kindergarten that takes the high-end route right in front of the Nebula Bay neighborhood, and Yang Hao is ready to transfer Ruwashi there. Well, it's to turn the garden. Yang Hao nodded. Put this matter into effect in the next 2 days. Daddy, I don't want to change kindergartens. At this time, Ruwashi suddenly said with a small beak. Ding! Trigger random quest, Ruwashi's wish. Dear host, it has been detected that your minky little cotton coat Ruwashi is very fond of Ms. Jiang Yuchi and doesn't want to be separated from her. So please keep Jiang Yuchi by Ruwashi's side in any capacity. Mission reward, 100% stake in Shangping International Bilingual Kindergarten. Aha! Yang Hao didn't expect Hang Daddy's voice to ring at this time. Shangping International Bilingual Kindergarten? Isn't that the one in front of the park? Yang Hao, who had returned to his senses, was delighted in his heart. That Shangping International Bilingual Kindergarten is quite large, and the nursery fee is very expensive for this kind of high-end kindergarten. It is estimated that the annual returns will be substantial. You can hang the dad bull beep. Yang Hao was in a good mood and looked at Ruwashi sitting in the middle of Li Mani and Su Wenqian through the center mirror, and the little girl was skimming her little mouth. The boss was not happy. Ruwashi, do you not want to change kindergartens or can't let go of MS? Chi? Yang Hao asked smilingly. I can't let go of MS. Kiki. Ruwashi answered truthfully. Daddy knows. Yang Hao nodded his head and started to figure out how to keep Jiang Yuchi and Ruwashi apart. Let Yuki Jiang work at Shangping International Bilingual Kindergarten? It's a good solution, but the problem is that he has to fulfill Ruwashi's wish first, and then the Shangping International Bilingual Kindergarten belongs to him and he has the right to speak. If he went over to the gardener now and told him to let so-and-so come to work, the other side would think he was crazy. Who the hell are you? Pointing fingers here. So this surprisingly creates an awkward closed loop. He has to fulfill Ruwashi's wish before he can get ownership of the Shangping International Bilingual Kindergarten and let Jiang Yuchi go over to work. But if Jiang Yuchi doesn't go to work, Ruwashi's wish won't be fulfilled, and he won't be able to get the ownership of Shangping International Bilingual Kindergarten. WOJ. I'm gonna have to add intelligence to my next attribute point. This early in the morning Yang Hao was confused by the task of hanging daddy. He took a deep breath, then changed his mind again. The mission is to get Ruwashi and Jiang Yuji together. Well, together. In addition to being a teacher, a stepmother? Yeah, stepmom. Just how can people agree? Besides, I have a good life. Why should I find a stepmother for Ruwashi? How can you wave when you've got a stepmother? I'm single now. I don't care how I do it, but once I'm married, it's a different story. So, marriage is not marriage, not in this lifetime, but it's okay to have more children in response to the country's call. Anyway, in order to boost the fertility rate, a policy has been put in place whereby children born out of wedlock are treated the same as those born in wedlock. Therefore, there must be no problem in responding to the country's call to have more children. The many sons of the divine magnificent, Pang Lao Fat, set up the old man, not the stepmother. What about the babysitter? There's a shortage of babysitters in the house. Yang Hao was thinking yesterday that if he really couldn't, he would recruit Su Wenqian, who was very good at coaxing Ruwashi to be happy, to be a nanny at home. But just now Yang Hao had already overturned his thoughts. A big eater with a snacker. Maybe a year from now, 2 little fat pigs will be ready. Su Wenqian was indifferent, but not my precious Ruwashi. Well, the babysitter can. Zhang Yuqi is the enhanced version of Su Wenqian. She not only can take Ruwashi to play, but also give Ruwashi tuition and teach her a lot of things. The main thing is that the face and body are hanging on to Su Wenqian. Such a little nanny in the house. She's a pleasure to look at without working. Well, the perfect babysitter candidate. I just don't know if that Mr. Xiao Jiang will agree? Well, it's time to use the billability again. I'll talk to Mr. Xiao Jiang later. Making up his mind, Yang Hao subconsciously sped up his car. 15 minutes later, look up at the U8 parked on the side of the road. Yang Hao hugged Ruwashi out of the car and told Li Manny and Su Wenqian to sit in the car and wait. Zhang Yuqi greeted the children coming to school as usual. Good morning, Mr. Kiki. Ruwashi grinned and waved her little hand. Ruwashi morning. Good morning, Mr. Yang. Zhang Yuqi pulled Ruwashi's small hand, then nodded at Yang Hao. Teacher Xiao Jiang, you can send Ruwashi back to her class first, and then, I want to talk to you alone. Oh, good. Zhang Yuqi was unsure, but this big president wanted to have a chat with her, so she naturally wouldn't refuse. After sending Ruwashi back to her class, Zhang Yuqi subconsciously went to the mirror to straighten up her body's clothes before going out again. Brother Yang, Ruwashi is still doing quite well lately. Zhang Yuqi thought that Yang Hao was looking for her to talk about Ruwashi and immediately took the initiative to say, go talk on the side. Yang Hao pointed to the corner where no one was. The kindergarten entrance was full of parents coming and going. It was not very convenient to talk. Oh, okay. Although Zhang Yuqi was full of questions, she still followed Yang Hao, waiting until no one was next to him. Yang Hao stopped and asked, does Mr. Xiao Jiang have any plans for your career? My career plans? Zhang Yuqi looked at Yang Hao with a confused expression, not quite understanding why the other party had asked such a question. Yes, your career plan. Yang Hao nodded and added with a straight face, or do you have any plans for your life? Zhang Yuqi felt that this topic was big, and this Mr. Yang is weird. Why is he looking for someone to talk about life early in the morning? Shouldn't it be late at night? Oh, no, late night chatting about the living. Zhang Yuqi felt her CPU burning a bit and didn't know how to answer for a while. Mostly, she hadn't thought much about it either. Right now she was living her life like many girls, going to work and playing fast music. Before there is a desire to rely on the fast sound to make money, but she is not the kind of female anchor to let go. Will not be tea, which leads to her live room is not much fixed. Big brother can only rely on the wild bounty. A month down the good time can earn 3 or 4,000. Bad time is also a few $100s. So after playing fast voice for a while, Zhang Yuqi felt as if it was difficult for her to go down the road of Netflix. And lately she has not been so diligent in live broadcasting. So, you ask her what her career plans are. Being a good kindergarten teacher? I guess so. In fact, Zhang Yuqi herself is also very confused. She and most young people's state is actually the same. Just pushed forward by life. And there is no detailed planning. Tell you what, I'll give you a choice. Seeing that Zhang Yuqi didn't say anything for half a day, Yang Hao took the initiative to say again. Brother Yang, you say. Zhang Yuqi listened with a serious face. How about joining the Zhengcheng newspaper group? Yang Hao asked. Me? River City newspaper group? Zhang Yuqi's beautiful eyes stared blankly. Her delicate little face was filled with unbelievable colors. Brother Yang, I graduated from Zhengcheng Teachers College majoring in early childhood education. And my education is nothing more than a junior college. A degree is just a piece of paper. It mainly depends on your own will. Yang Hao said. And what position is that? Zhang Yuqi asked curiously. If you can really enter the Zhengcheng newspaper group work, that is naturally good. After all, the kindergarten teacher, this job is actually eating youthful rice, and also unstable. Talking about the key issue, Yang Hao cleared his throat, then said in a serious manner, Chief Executive Officer of Human Genetic Civilization Inheritance Research and Cultivation. Zhang Yuqi's small mouth was slightly open, completely confused. She hadn't even memorized the full title of the position. Big brother Yang, can you say that again? Zhang Yuqi said with some embarrassment. Chief Executive Officer of Human Genetic Civilization Inheritance Research and Cultivation. Yang Hao repeated it at once. This position is so long. Jiang Yuqi was still confused, then silently repeated the job title, but completely failed to understand what the job was for, and it was the first time she had heard of the position before that. Brother Yang, so what are the specific duties? Can't figure out the position, then ask about the duties. Maybe it will be clear. Jiang Yuqi thought as such. Yang Hao, on the other hand, rubbed his hands rather awkwardly. There was no way to fool around when it came to talking about duties. He looked at Jiang Yuqi, then politely said, the main duty of this position is to take care of Ruwashi's food, clothing, housing and transportation, and to contribute to the inheritance of the excellent human genetic civilization. Thanks for the 419 biggie reward. Ears and ears, idle cloudsboo, convert to read the original, 500 coins. Second shift. There should be an extra shift today. Keep asking for monthly votes. End of chapter. 127. Is the nanny a proper nanny? Nanny? This time Jiang Yuqi sort of understood. Chief Executive Officer of the Human Genetic Civilization Inheritance Research and Cultivation of God's Tramp. It's the same thing as how Jian's human epidermal cell research. One is a nanny and the other is a scrubber. Brother Yang, I still love my job as a kindergarten teacher. Jiang Yuqi felt that she was too young to go straight to work as a nanny. How is she going to answer her friends when they ask what she's doing in the future? However, she was only halfway through her sentence when she saw Yang Hao stretch out 2 fingers. Food and accommodation. 5 insurance and 1 gold. 20,000 per month. 15 salaries. This, Jiang Yuqi directly swallowed back the latter half of her sentence. Her current salary was $4,000 a month. That meant Yang Hao had directly quintupled her salary. You don't have to make a decision right away. Just give me an answer in the next couple days. Besides, I'm going to transfer Ruwashi to another garden, and she won't be on Belkan's side from next month onwards. This month will end in 3 days, and Yang Hao is thinking of sending Ruwashi to the Shangping International Bilingual Kindergarten from next month. Of course, these 3 days were also the time he left for himself to do the task. If Jiang Yuqi didn't agree to be a nanny, then he could only think of other ways. Ruwashi is turning away. This news came a bit suddenly. Jiang Yuqi a bit surprised, but think about it is reasonable. So a president of the 1,000 gold cannot have been in the Belpro this small kindergarten. Yang Hao nodded. First of all, think about it, or if you have any questions directly send me a tweet. Yes, Jiang Yuqi nodded. This was something she did have to think about. After all, it was about her future development. Seeing this Mr. Yang into the car, Jiang Yuqi also returned to the kindergarten entrance. At this moment the children have almost all arrived. There are no more parents at the door. Kiki, what does Mr. Yang want to see you about? Liang Xiaolu came up and asked curiously. He wants me to go work for him. That's a good thing. Liang Xiaolu showed envy in her eyes. Following Mr. Yang is always better than being a kindergarten teacher. By the way, what did he ask you to do? Nanny, Jiang Yuqi said in a depressed manner. Liang Xiaolu people let you go as a nanny? Be outrageous. Jiang Yuqi nudged her mouth. She also felt it was quite outrageous. Did it say anything about a paycheck? After a moment of silence, Liang Xiaolu asked again. $20,000 a month. 15 salaries. Jiang Yuqi returned. What? How much? Liang Xiaolu man was numb again. Food and accommodation. 5 insurance and 1 gold. 20,000 per month. 15 salaries. Jiang Yuqi repeated again. Asterisk. That's okay. Liang Xiaolu couldn't help but burst out. Kiki, why don't you ask Mr. Yang if I'm okay? You just said outrageous. Jiang Yuqi blankly glanced at her best friend. I didn't. You said it. Nope. Liang Xiaolu denied it dryly. Jiang Yuqi bristled. Okay, skill, turn back time. You ask. Liang Xiaolu cooperated. What did he tell you to do? Yuki Jiang, being a nanny. Liang Xiaolu, asterisk. Isn't this my dream job? My biggest dream in my life is to be a nanny. Quickly recommend me to Brother Yang. Jiang Yuqi, 6. Liang Xiaolu crossed her arms and said, Kiki, I'm serious. You can really go. Kindergarten teachers are supposed to eat youthful rice, later either change careers, or wait for their age to become caregivers like Aunt Wang and the others. That's no different from nannies. So yeah, you babysit at 23. 20 years less. $20,000 a month. 15 paychecks, that's $300,000 a year, with food and lodging. It's not too much to save $5 million after 20 years of work, so you can retire at 43. Liang Xiaolu, who came to this conclusion, was filled with envy. So, if you're not going, you must recommend me to Brother Yang. After listening to her best friend's analysis, Jiang Yuqi suddenly felt as if it also made some sense. Teacher Jiang, come here for a second. At that moment, The director of the Belpro kindergarten waved at Zhang Yuqi with a serious face. Good. Zhang Yuqi answered and hurriedly walked over. Director Zhang, is something wrong? Some parents have reported that you are wearing too revealing clothes, so pay attention to the dress code in the future. Park Director Zhang said with a taut face. Ha, I'm dressed revealingly? Zhang Yuqi was confused. Although she was a beauty-loving little girl, she had always paid close attention at work. Both days it was a baggy sweater with jeans, and the sweater was still one of those corseted underwear underneath so it didn't look overdone. What should I wear then? Gardener? That's just irrational. Zhang Yuqi was speechless. It was not up to her to decide if this Tama grandma was big, and she was already trying to hide it. She couldn't go for a breast reduction surgery just for the sake of going to work. Ziri Li's dad has been talking to you a lot lately? Garden manager Zhang swept a glance at Zhang Yuqi and asked again. Yes, I was approached for a chat, just to ask me something about Li Zirui. Zhang Yuqi answered truthfully, but she already had a number in her mind. It should be Li Zirui's mom who had complained about herself. Anyway, pay more attention in the future. Garden manager Zhang shook her head. She could probably guess that mom's mentality, probably because her husband talked more with the young and pretty Zhang Yuqi and got jealous. It doesn't help that pretty young kindergarten teachers are always coveted by some of the dads of the kids. Zhang Yuqi, on the other hand, was a little heartbroken. This was not the first time she had met something similar. Because of her previous experience, she would be cautious when talking to her student's father, not realizing that she was still being targeted. Kiki, what is it? Park director Zhang doesn't look too good. After the head gardener Zhang left, Liang Xiaolu came back to Zhang Yuqi's side. Complaints from the kid's mom again. Zhang Yuqi shrugged helplessly, psychologically twisted. Similar things Liang Xiaolu had experienced, so she understood it well, but it was a cliché, and she wasn't interested. Instead she asked cryptically, Kiki, I was just thinking about being a nanny again. Such a high salary wouldn't include any other services, would it? What service? Zhang Yuqi didn't react for a moment. Playing dumb, sleeping with the male master, Liang Xiaolu said with a squeeze. Ha! Zhang Yuqi was shocked. She hadn't really thought about this before. Liang Xiaolu, on the other hand, muttered in a low voice, after all, $10,000 can bag a college student nowadays. Mr. Yang doesn't look like that kind of person. Zhang Yuqi stroked her chin, but wasn't too sure if the other party was really craving her body. There's no such thing as a man who isn't horny. Liang Xiaolu bristled. That's something you have to ask for. If there's that kind of service, gotta add money. Roll on roll on. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Zhang Yuqi drove the people away. What is all this chatting about? River City newspapers. Yang Hao arrived at the president's office. All three golden flowers except Sun Xine are already busy. Good morning, Mr. Yang. Suyali and Wang Bingru, whose workplaces were in the public office area, rose to greet each other. Morning. Yang Hao swept his gaze over the two men and nodded slightly. Ha, Ice Ru, you have serious dark circles under your eyes. Take care of your rest. Yang Hao cared for the young assistant. Well, thank you Mr. Yang for your concern. Wang Bingru returned a sentence. But the heart cannot help but silently slander. If not for you, I will not sleep well. Not only did I not sleep well, I had to wash my underwear first thing in the morning. Yang Hao did not know the psychological activities of the little assistant, and after entering the office, he started the day of the president of the touching fish. No, it's half a day. He was going to go to Jiangzhong Mansion to collect his reward in a while. What about the big tens of millions of dollars of villas? But such good material couldn't be wasted. He was going to call Meng Cha-Cha to join him, and by the way, he would give her the villa's renovation work again, and continue to make videos to brush up his own money. Counting up Meng Cha-Cha has recently helped Yang Hao earn a few $1 million, because the Nebula Bay decoration video series is very popular. So much so that the balance in Yang Hao's bank has risen from more than $3 million before to more than $7 million. Well, I'm going to the closing today to reward little Cha-Cha with a shot in the arm. Yang Hao made up his mind, and then sent Meng Cha-Cha a Weibo message, asking her to meet her at the Boli Fitness Center, because today is already the last day to sign in. And by the way, do the fitness center hand over work? Dong Dong, cheerleading mascot of 2008 Beijing Olympics. Just as Yang Hao was calculating his schedule for the day, someone knocked on the office room door. Come in. Yang Hao sat down on the boss chair. Then he saw Kai Mei-chen, who was wearing a long black skirt and a light pink shirt, walk in. The long dress was of the right side split variety, and her round, full thighs were hidden and eye-catching. Gentlemen understand that this leg type is actually much more fun than those chopstick legs. Kai Mei-chen, the director of the president's office, could be much busier than Yang Hao, and during the weekend Yang Hao waved for 2 days, while Kai Mei-chen, the director of the president's office, took the initiative to work overtime for 1.5 days to finish all of the work that had been accumulated before. At this moment, She put a thick pile of documents on Yang Hao's desk. Mr. Yang, these are all the ones that need your signature or approval, and the documents that need to be approved. I gave my opinion for your reference. Well, hard work. Yang Hao silently gave this presidential office director a nod in his heart. With Director Kai around, the odds are that he, the president, can feel free to touch the fish. Director Kai has something else? Seeing that Kai Mei-chan didn't leave even after delivering the documents, Yang Hao asked again, would it be convenient for Mr. Yang to have a private chat? Kai Mei-chan opened her mouth and asked. Sure. Yang Hao nodded. Director Kai, please speak. Kiki called me just now and said that Mr. Yang had approached her in the morning. Kai Mei-chan didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. Well, there is this thing. What is it? It wasn't a surprise that Jiang Yuqi sought this sister-in-law's opinion. Kai Mei-chan cleared her throat, then said with a serious face, I'd like to ask Mr. Yang on behalf of Chi-Chi, are you recruiting this nanny as a proper nanny? Yang Hao froze for a moment before reacting to the meaning of Kai Mei-chan's words, and immediately said with a straight face, absolutely serious. I'm just looking for a smart, capable babysitter. Thanks to Idle Clouds Boo, 100 coins reward, and then thank you for the big brother who rewarded in the bookstore. But try to come to the starting point if it's convenient. This book is the starting point of the debut. P.S. One more chapter at around 12. End of chapter. 128. Fitness center to hand. Developing Jiang Yuqi into a small nanny was just for the sake of completing the mission. Yang Hao hadn't really thought much about it. But from the point of view of that Mr. Xiao Jiang, it is true that there will be such a concern. After all, the salary is paid very well. Kiki said you're going to drop her personnel relations to River City newspapers? Kai Mei-chan asked again. Is there a problem? There's a problem. Kai Mei-chan nodded, and said with a straight face, it's fine if no one goes deeper, but once you go deeper it becomes a handle. After all, it's spending the group's money to help you do something privately, and Zhengcheng newspaper is a joint stock enterprise, or an official holding. Yang Hao, the little white president, hadn't really thought about it so much. He thought about it and asked, then it's no problem to drop her personnel relations to a private enterprise that I hold 100%, right? It's also practically non-compliant, but as long as it's not a massive payment on behalf of the business it's fine. No one will check if the business has one or two more people. That's good. Yang Hao nodded, thinking that after the Shangping International Bilingual Kindergarten arrived, he could drop Jiang Yuqi's personnel relations over there, and even also let her really go to work, the kind of 1 or 2 classes a day, which would not be against the rules at all. Because she really did go to work. Director Kai, this matter is like this. I'm going to transfer Ruwashi to another kindergarten, but Ruwashi can't bear to let go of Ms. Xiao Jiang. That's why I came up with this solution. You know, I'm bringing up a baby by myself, and I just needed someone to help me out, and I think Ms. Xiao Jiang is still quite suitable. Ruwashi likes her a lot. Yang Hao explained to Kai Mei-chan again about his original intention. She was Jiang Yuqi's sister-in-law after all, so I guess her advice was still useful. I see. Mr. Yang is busy. I'll go out first. Kai Mei-chan expressed her understanding, then excused herself and left. When she returned to her office, she sent a Microsoft message to her great niece. Jiang Yuqi, you can try it. The kind of kindergarten teacher is still very good to find a job. Especially Jiang Yuqi's own conditions are very good, so even if you quit your current job, it will be easy to find another one in the future. But the opportunity to make $300,000 a year doesn't come along all the time. Noon. Boli Fitness Center. Meng Yuyu had come to wait for Yang Hao, and since the other party hadn't come yet, she chatted with Yu Lily and Zhou Ling at the front desk. If it isn't Mr. Meng, why are you free to come over today? At this time, the store manager Wang Dawei just happened to come down from downstairs, and after seeing Meng Yuyu, he directly called out to Boss Meng, because the news that Meng Yuyu was going to open a dance training center had long been spreading in the fitness center. What a boss! It's not certain when it will open. Yvonne Meng is going to renovate the dance center. Construction is going on right now and a new plaque is in the works. The dance training center was named after herself, JJ Dance Training Center. In that case, come back to class sometime. The members are waiting. Wang Dawei shrugged his shoulders. He was quite unhappy when Meng Yuyu took a long vacation before, because Meng Yuyu had quite a few private lessons on her. After she didn't come, many members who had bought private lessons from her were clamoring for withdrawal. This made Wang Dawei, the store manager, depressed and naturally disgruntled with Meng Yuyu. To be precise, what he was dissatisfied with was not Meng Yuyu, but Yang Hao behind her. That guy alone hooked up with the 2 prettiest fitness instructors in the store, resulting in a lot fewer private lessons being sold, and Wang Dawei's income was naturally affected. Seeing Meng Yuyu arrive at the store at this moment, he wanted the other party to continue his mission as a worker. I'm sorry, why? I don't really have time. Meng Yuyu shook her head with a look of regret. Besides having to be busy with the dance training center, she also had to be on standby waiting for Brother Yang to summon her. Okay, Boss Meng can't see past this small amount of money now. Wang Dawei bristled, then swept Yu Lily and Zhou Ling with a dark face. Shouldn't the two of you also make a phone call to the members who are nearing expiration? Wang Dawei knew that he couldn't order Meng Yuyu now, so he could only point the finger at Yu Lily and Zhou Ling. Okay, both of them nodded. After all, they still had to work under David Wang. Boss Meng, how about another place? Just don't interfere with their work here, Wang Dawei said to Meng Yuyu again. But before Meng Yuyu could answer, Yang Hao just happened to walk into the fitness center. Brother Yang, you're here. As soon as she saw her backer coming, Meng Yuyu immediately greeted her with a smile on her face. Hello, Brother Yang. Yu Lily and Zhou Ling, on the other hand, rose to greet each other. Both of them were used to it. After all, this godly man came every day. Seeing this, Wang Dawei on the side was a bit depressed. The two receptionists were not so enthusiastic about him as the store manager. Yang Hao greeted Yu Lily and Zhou Ling with a smile on his face, then said to Meng Yuyu, accompany me to practice for a while. Yeah, Meng Cha-cha nodded pleasantly. Upon hearing this, Wang Dawei was just speechless. Just now he said he didn't have time. However, he naturally didn't dare to offend a godly man like Yang Hao, and even though he had a belly full of fire, he had to hold it in, waiting for the two into the elevator. Wang Dawei this with Yu Lily and Zhou Ling spat. Meng Yuyu really take the fitness center as their own home. Want to take time off to take time off. Want to work on work. Evening an old man, tail cocked up to the sky. Yu Lily and Zhou Ling both pretended not to hear it, as Yang Hao was not much of a groove in the eyes of the two. Yu Lily even spat up Wang Dawei in her mind. Goddamn old man. That's my good brother. You are the old man. Make all the calls that you need to make. Don't touch the fish every day. Seeing that the two didn't pick up the conversation, Wang Dawei brought up the matter of work again. An hour later, second floor lounge area. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the quest, Rich Man's Appreciation. Mission Reward 1, Ownership of Boli Fitness Center. Mission Reward 2, Market House, 45, Castle Street. Hanging Dad's voice came as promised. Yang Hao, who was drinking water, immediately put down the mineral water in his hand. Reward 1 was the reward he had always thought it would be. And this bonus 2 is a surprise, because 45, Castle Street is the very same building that houses the Bali Fitness Center. In other words, the gold content of this reward was much higher than Yang Hao thought. The building awarded was previously a sales office, and the developer made a tower design in order to build the sales office with character. So the higher up these 5 floors go, the smaller the area becomes. But even so, the 5 floors together have more than 800 square feet, even if this location is general. But after all, it is the street side of the storeroom. 30,000 per square meter should still be there. That means Yang Hao has another $20 million in fixed assets. You can hang the dad bull beep. Yang Hao was in a good mood and asked Meng Yuyu, who was sitting across from him, smilingly, are you interested in running a fitness center? It's okay. Is Brother Yang going to open a fitness center? Yang Hao did not answer positively, but continued to ask, what do you think of this fitness center? Boli's size can be ranked in the top 10 in Zhangchang, so of course it's good. Meng Yuyu returned. Yang Hao nodded. Then this fitness center will be under your care from now on. Ha! Meng Cha-cha was dumbfounded for a while before she responded. Are you going to buy Boli out, Brother Yang? It's already bought out. Yang Hao shrugged with a smile on his face. Finished shopping? Meng Cha-cha was shocked. Her small mouth opened into an O shape, although she knew that Brother Yang was very trenchant. This style of buying a fitness center as if it was like buying groceries still shocked her. Yang Hao thought that Meng Cha-cha's little mouth slightly open like this was kinda cute. He reached out and touched the other party's face, his thumb sliding down to her mouth. Returning to her senses, Meng Cha-cha immediately sucked it in, looked at Yang Hao with a smile like a flower, and said coyly, hubby, are you really going to give Boli to me? If you're not interested, I can ask Mindy. Interested? People are interested. Thank you, husband. Meng Cha-cha agreed in a loud voice, then directly jumped into Yang Hao's arms. Thanks to Idle Cloudsboo for the 100 coins reward. Thank you to the 419 gentlemen who voted. End of chapter 129. See you in the National District before the end. An hour later, Yang Hao completed the handover with the previous owner of Boli Fitness Center. Then all the employees of the fitness center were summoned by him to the first floor lounge. The crowd was a little confused about the fact that the fitness center had suddenly changed owners, and the one who was the most confused was David Wang. He hadn't received any notice at all before, but of course that didn't matter. What mattered was that the new boss was Yang Hao. Although he hadn't dared to offend this divine magnate, his attitude towards Meng Yuyu just now was truthfully not considered good, and as we all know, Meng Yuyu has already hugged the other side's thighs. Therefore, Wang Dawei is a little worried that this woman will not be careful to retaliate against himself. Compared to Wang Dawei's apprehension, Meng Yuyu and Zhou Ling were naturally both happy. Trenchant Young is the new boss. The two of them were on good terms with Yang, so at least they would be comfortable working in the future. When everyone had arrived, Yang Hao, the new boss, cleared his throat and then said, "As you all know, Boli Fitness Center has been bought by me, but the change of bosses won't affect you all in any way, and we'll all just continue to do our jobs. But there's one thing I still have to announce. From now on Meng Yuyu will be the store manager of Boli Fitness Center." "Yeah, welcome to the new store manager." While the crowd was still in a daze, Yu Lily had already led the applause. Meng Yuyu when the store manager. This best friend is naturally the most happy you. Although the two relationships although a little plastic, after all, the surface is still very good. With her leading the way the crowd hurriedly chimed in and the lounge erupted in applause. Meng Cha-Cha had a bright smile on her face, and this feeling of being surrounded by stars made her vanity greatly satisfied. While Wang Dawei in the crowd was ashen, the current situation was that everyone's position remained the same. Only he, the store manager, was fired. Although Yang Hao didn't announce it directly, Meng Yuyu had become the new store manager, so he, the old store manager, naturally had to give up his position. "Next, please ask store manager Meng to say a few words." Yang Hao smiled and retreated to the side, giving Meng Cha-Cha a chance to make a name for himself, and Meng Yuyu didn't shy away from the stage, blah 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 delivering her own inaugural declaration. "Brother Yang, it's appropriate for Jade to be the store manager. Do you think I could be a deputy store manager or something?" When the meeting dispersed, Wang Dawei found Yang Hao with a smile on his face. He still did not want to leave his job because the general environment was not very good and it was difficult to find a job. Boli Fitness Center's size in Jiangcheng can be ranked in the top 10. He left the job to find an equivalent position is actually quite unrealistic. After all, Ara Carrot, being a fitness instructor is fine, but a store manager is too hard. Ask Jade about that. "I don't care about the store." Yang Hao waved his hand. He just wanted to be a shirker, and since there was a gym right at the president's office and Ibo was around, he should rarely come here in the future. As for what Meng Yuyu could run the fitness center into, he didn't care at all. Just as a practice for Meng Cha-Cha, let's see if this NPC number 2 has any business talent. If she does, she can appropriately hand over some more industries to help her make money in the future. If not, then just be an honest canary. Providing emotional value is fine. Seeing that Yang Hao had no intention of caring, Wang Dawei immediately looked at Meng Yuyu and fawned. You know my ability. You see, how about I stay and give you a hand?" "No need. Wide world. Great things. I wish Wang a bright future." Meng Yuyu smiled back, then affectionately took Yang Hao's arm. "Brother Yang, let's go. Don't delay the business." When Meng Yuyu was a coach, Wang Dawei was still thinking about her body to come. Before taking a long vacation as well as the party's attitude towards each other is very bad. Meng Cha-Cha wouldn't be Meng Cha-Cha if she didn't take advantage of the opportunity to retaliate. As for the ability, you're capable of. You got your job as store manager because of your relationship with the previous owner. Jade, reconsider. Wang Dawei could not care about face at this moment. After all, the rice bowl is more important. However, Meng Yuyu didn't even bother with him anymore and got into Yang Hao's Rangoon U8 passenger car after leaving the fitness center. "Brother Wang, you're just asking for it. Didn't you just spit out that the fitness center isn't owned by Yuju's family? Now it's, Yu Lily made up for it in a conspiratorial manner. After all, just now Wang Dawei was still posing in front of her in Zhou Ling. It's not like this provisional member's phone calls have to be made all in one day." Holding a chicken feather, Zhou Ling followed suit and spat. The two of them were a perfect illustration of what it means to have a wall fall down. And Wang Dawei, who had already been fired, naturally had no temper, and he resentfully went upstairs, packed up his things and rolled away. Inside the car, Meng Yuyu took off the long trench coat she was wearing outside, due to the need to see Yang Hao. This little TT dressed very heartily, outside that khaki color long windbreaker without any problems, looks quite ladylike, but when it's off it's inside. I only saw that inside her was a hip-hugging one-piece short dress, made of nylon, very flattering, just enough to emphasize Meng Yuyu's good figure. Yang Hao glanced at Meng Cha-Cha, who was sitting in the passenger side, then directly put his hand over. Meng Cha-Cha also moved her body towards Yang Hao's side very sweetly and said coyly, "Hubby, I've missed you." "Aha." Yang Hao nodded slightly. Last night Meng Cha-Cha also sent him beautiful pictures, but he ran to Wang Shuiru's side to fix the hood. Jiangzhong Mansion in the suburbs of the city is a very large number of individual villa park, is considered to be the head of the Jiangcheng Villa project, and even ranked in the top 3. Yang Hao arrived and got the house key without any problem, but the villa is really a clear water house, with 4 floors above ground and 1 underground, and a 400 square meter yard. The selling price of such a villa at the sales office is $50 million. It's even more expensive than his big flat in Nebula Bay. While Meng Yuyu is holding up her cell phone and shooting another collection vlog. Right now, Uncle Yang in weight loss account already has 580,000 fans. There are many brands' private letter to ask for cooperation it. However, Yang Hao said that he didn't use this account to make money, so Meng Yuyu didn't pay attention to the brand parties that came to her door, and even changed her signature. She didn't accept advertisements. The account with 580,000 followers doesn't take any ads, which is a breath of fresh air in the short video world, and in doing so, the dirtbag persona is much more stable. Brother Yang, I think the account name can be changed to Uncle Yang in renovation. After filming the repossession vlog, Meng Yuyu laughingly flirted. Whatever. Yang Hao is indifferent. Anyway, he just lie down and count the money. And at this time, Meng Yuyu fixed her cell phone on the stand, then looked at Yang Hao with affection and said, "Hubby, is it okay if we record a beautiful moment? No face shots." As she spoke, one hand was already sliding down Yang Hao's belly. "Stop it." Yang Hao directly turned off Meng Cha-Cha's cell phone. Everyone makes videos with the mindset that they won't be leaked. The result is that most of it is outflowing. It's like Chekhov said, once a gun makes its debut in a story, it's bound to fire at some point. So as long as you shoot it, most of the videos and pictures end up circulating. For example, a teacher used to shock the nation when his computer broke and he took it in for repair. Yang Hao didn't want such a thing to happen to him. It would be embarrassing to see myself in the national production area one day. What Yang Hao doesn't know is that this kind of embarrassment Pang Laowat has experienced. Not that he saw himself in the national production area, but he saw his ex-girlfriend. Let's just say that the two were not destined to break up and still meet in the national production area. I just take it out when I miss my husband. Meng Cha-Cha condescendingly said. She really thought so. After this little Cha-Cha was brought into the new world, she was full of desire to explore this field, and when Yang Hao was not around, she could only explore on her own. Well, it's naturally better if there are movies you can watch and explore at the same time. Contain. Hold your tongue. Yang Hao no longer gave Meng Cha-Cha the chance to talk nonsense. Want to talk? Swallow the bullet before you say. Leave the Jiangzhong mansion. Yang Hao's fixed assets increased by another $50 million, with the $20 million for the fitness center. That's $70 million. A rewarding day to say the least. But the problem also came. Yang Hao is now all fixed assets. Cash flow is scarce. Right now he has just over $7 million in cash that he can really pay out at will, which is a bit of a drop in the bucket compared to the fixed assets he already has for nearly 3 small goals. It's Monday. All 3 NPCs will refresh the quest. Yang Hao surprisingly forgot about this, and he immediately checked the quests that had been refreshed this week by Meng Cha-Cha. 2 NPCs sitting right next to him. Task, Meng Yuyu's little wish. NPC number 2, that Hermes Saka Malice shoulder bag is so cute. It's just too expensive. The money from my husband will also be used to open a dance training center, and then I will form a dance troupe for my husband. He will be very happy. Mission reward, learning card *1. Attribute points *1. Looking at Meng Cha-Cha's refreshed quests this week, Yang Hao was both disappointed and relieved. Disappointed that the quests are not rewarding enough and there is no opportunity to swipe money. The comforting thing is that Meng Cha-Cha is really sweet, opening a dance training center at the same time, but also thinking of forming a dance troupe for himself. This is to let him experience the joy of belt pledging. With such a beloved concubine, why worry about the kingdom will not die off? However, the king loved it. Well, it's good to be a dimwit. That's right, this small TT is really not much ambition. Completely is a small riches peace of mind. The brain think mostly is the bag, luxury goods and so on. Well, at least you know how to please the king. Yang Hao was still quite satisfied with Meng Cha-Cha at this stage. Afterwards, Yang Hao called out the system page and remotely checked the new quest of NPC number 1 Wang Shuaru. Mission, I love protein. NPC number 1, the little black book says that taking a lot of protein can beautify your body. I don't know if it's true or not. Well, it seemed to work a little bit last time, so I'm going to try it again next time. Quest reward, skill, Shadowless Finger. Shadowless Finger? Is this skill decent? Thanks to Wolf King Totem, for the 1500 coins reward. Thanks to Idle Cloud Divination, 100 coins reward. 419 Gentlemen. A monthly ticket. End of chapter. 130. The ex-wife kneeling and begging to get back together. Yang Hao, get lost. Note, the skill, Shadowless Finger, is a nearly lost magic, pickpocketing, technique. Please use it for the proper purpose. Just when Yang Hao suspected that this, Shadowless Finger, it was immodest, he saw the following explanation again. Turns out it's a magic trick. However, Wang Shuaru, the young woman's mission was also quite speechless to Yang Hao. It's either the hood or the protein. That's all that's going on in your head, isn't it? I'm sure you're as old as the wolves at 30, But the quests for both this NPC number 1 and NPC number 2 are pretty simple. It's one of those things that can be done on a whim. Let's take a look at my mission for Yibo. Mission, dutiful daughter-in-law. NPC number 3 desires to meet the host's parents. NPC number 3, I don't know if Brother Yang's parents will like me, so if I get a chance to meet them, I'll be sure to behave myself. It's a pity that I don't have much money, or I would definitely send a generous gift to Brother Yang's parents as well. Mission reward, $100. 000 earmarked for filial piety. Sure enough, not bad for me Yibo. Wang Shuelu, Meng Cha-Cha, can you two give me a good lesson? Look at this realization of my Yibo. After reading Sun Sini's mission, Yang Hao was a bit excited. In fact, when he was at Jingmen, Yang Hao thought of his own parents. As the saying goes, not returning to one's hometown when one is rich is like traveling by night in brocade. Only Yang Hao had limited liquidity in his card, thinking that he would go back after accumulating wealth to a certain extent. It turned out to be such a task to brush up on here in Yibo. For this task alone, Yippee can seal the deal. Of course, there are still only 3 NPCs in the team, so the competition for the back seat is not very fierce. Cha-Cha will open a dance training center and be named Dance Princess. Shueru runs a coffee shop and is known as Caffeine. Wait a minute, the Curry Princess seems to have been seen in a skit. A bit hot eyes Yang Hao first sent Meng Yuyu back to the Bully Fitness Center. Her car was still parked there. Not to mention that store manager Meng had just taken over. And with little Cha-Cha's personality she was bound to fool around a bit. Jade, you're back. No, it should be shopkeeper Meng. Yu Lily greeted with a smile. Store manager Meng, when are you going to give us a raise? Zhou Ling joked from the sidelines. Well, we'll see how you do at. Meng Yuyu laughed, then waved her hand trenchantly. Posted in the group in a while. Party tonight, my treat. Okay. Store manager Meng atmosphere. Zhou Ling joyfully answered, and then went to send a message to the work group of the Bully Fitness Center. Yu Lily, on the other hand, had mixed feelings in her heart. A month ago, she and Meng Yuyu were in a similar situation, and now my own plastic best friend has taken off in a spiral, sitting on a 660 square foot storeroom, and becoming the store manager of such a large fitness center. And from the attitude of that big brother Yang, there is no intention to manage this fitness center at all, and it is completely thrown to Meng Yuyu, the little lover to play with. Trenchless. Unfortunately, brother Yang doesn't like this one of mine. At this moment, Zhou Ling had already finished posting the news of Meng Yuyu's treat for the evening in her work group, and the group immediately became a large ass-kissing scene. Store manager Meng's atmosphere. Store manager Meng is mighty. Long live store manager Meng. Meng Cha-Cha scanned the messages in the group, a big smile on her face, already lost in the sound of Meng shopkeeper. Belpro kindergarten entrance. Yang Hao pulled over to the side of the road. Arrived a little early today with only a smattering of parents. It was still about 15 minutes before Ruwashi got out of school, so Yang Hao moved the driver's seat back and prepared to lie down in the car for a while. But then someone knocked on the driver's side window, and Yang Hao subconsciously looked out. A familiar face. However, Yang Hao who saw this face frowned, because this person turned out to be his ex-wife, Li Manchu. Yang Hao hesitated slightly, but still dropped the window. Something wrong? Missed Ruwashi. Came to see her. Li Manchu's tone was soft, completely lacking the condescension she had earlier outside the Civil Affairs Bureau. And she was well-groomed. She had long, slightly curly hair, delicate makeup, and wore a pale yellow chambray sheath dress that made her look more age-appropriate. If she didn't say she'd had a baby, no one else would ever be able to tell. Can I get in the car and talk? Li Manchu pointed to the passenger side. There's no need for that, is there? What we should have talked about is long gone. Yang Hao returned with a flat tone. Li Manchu seemed to have anticipated this result, and did not have much of a reaction, as her making this request was originally a test. If Yang Hao was willing to let her get on the car, it meant that the other party still remembered a little bit of old friendship, and judging from his reaction, it seemed that he had no love left in the other's heart at all. Ho! Li Manchu suddenly called the two the way they had called each other when they first met. Yang Hao, on the other hand, got goosebumps from this brother Hao. He waved his hand back and forth. Something to talk about. Name-calling is not for the faint of heart. Seeing this, Li Manchu gave Yang Hao a sultry look in her eyes, then sighed softly before saying, during this period of time apart, I often think back to the time when we first met, every day together in the hot pot restaurant busy. Now think of that kind of dream for the dream together to work hard feeling really happy. Stop. Yang Hao directly interrupted Li Manchu's sensationalism. Also trampled together to struggle. He knew Li Manchu when he already had 3 hot pot restaurants, is considered a small career. You are purely picking peaches, okay? Don't mention the past. Yang Hao waved his hand and said, there is an agreement in the divorce agreement that you can visit Ruwashi once a month. I'm a man who always keeps his promises and won't deprive you of your right to visit Ruwashi. but whether Ruwashi wants to spend time with you or not. That's Ruwashi's right, and there's nothing to talk about between us except Ruwashi. Yang Hao's tone was icy cold. He really didn't have half a good feeling about this ex-wife. Li Manchu looked at the familiar and unfamiliar man in the car. The corners of her mouth twitched a few times, and she clenched her fists hard again, while her heart murmured, "He's a billionaire. He is a billionaire. He is a billionaire." After calming her emotions, Li Manchu said with a face of remorse, "I know that I was wrong in the past. It was because I was blinded by lard that I made such a stupid decision. If you have been hurt by this, I apologize now." Saying that, Li Manchu took a step backward, then unexpectedly bowed at Yang Hao sitting in the car. Moreover, in order to express her sincerity, the bow she made was almost 90 degrees. Yang Hao swept his eyes at this ex-wife who had been so high and mighty when she faced him a month ago, and for a while he was still in a trance. There was even some secret pleasure in the heart. He's just a mundane person. He can't do the transcendent yet. An ex-wife that you once despised is now in front of you in a regimented manner, and apologizing is just going to be awesome. And the more you think about it, the better. You're sorry now, aren't you? You want to get back together now? I'll send you one word: get out. Get as far away as you can. I'm not in a junkyard here. After apologizing, Li Manchu straightened her back, then spoke again. I don't expect you to forgive me now, but I want you to give me a chance to change my ways. Ruwashi is still young and needs a complete family. Even if I'm unforgivable, I'm still Ruwashi's mom. This is something that no woman can replace. Stop. Yang Hao once again interrupted Li Manchu with an icy tone. What exactly do you want? Let's remarry, Li Manchu said loudly. Remarriage? Yang Hao was directly exasperated and laughed. I jumped out of the fire pit with great difficulty at my horse, and now you're asking me to jump back in? Are you out of your mind, or am I out of my mind? Dang, I right. If you want to see it, Ruwashi will be able to see it in a while. Do what you need to do afterward. Don't even think about such things as remarriage. Yang Hao cursed. He was truly speechless by Li Manchu. Just want to smash that emoji in her face now. You ran faster than anyone when I was broke. Now that I'm rich, you're back for a reunion. Can't we have some face? It's quite expensive. All I want is a chance to change my ways. Li Manchu made an aggrieved look. Besides, I've already apologized so sincerely. Yang Hao laughed and directly threw her a classic line from a far-flung idol drama. What do you need the police for if apologizing works? After saying that, Yang Hao directly raised the car window up, not wanting to talk nonsense with this ex-wife whose face could block the full force of a transition realm power. If the other party had gone to the cultivation world, this face skin would definitely be a top-grade defense magic treasure. Ho, listen to me. Li Manchu knocked on the car window again. This is another brother Hao almost didn't make Yang Hao hear vomit. He hurriedly found out the Bluetooth headset, connected to the cell phone, and played music. Finally, the world is clear, and the music playing on my cell phone at the moment is quite appropriate. Breakups should be honorable, and no one should say sorry. Seeing Yang Hao refusing to communicate, Li Manchu clenched her fists once again. The reason why she dared to come over was that she had actually already prepared herself mentally. She knew that Yang Hao must have hated her, so she always put her posture very low, and the main thing she did was to let Yang Hao out of her anger. In Li Manchu's opinion, when he was out of breath, maybe he would be able to communicate better, but judging from the current situation, Yang Hao really didn't give her a chance at all. Deep down inside, this ex-wife had long since blown a gasket. After all, she had never stooped so low, but on the surface she couldn't show a single point, because if she did it would look like she wasn't sincere enough to apologize this time. Endure. It must be endured. As long as I can gain his forgiveness, I can live in a mansion, drive a luxury car, and live a life of luxury. What are these humiliations now compared to the privileged life in the future? If a man like Han Xin can endure crotch humiliation, what can't I do? Li Manchu took a deep breath and silently reassured herself, letting her emotions on the verge of erupting return to calm once again. Thanks to the big boys for the reward. Idle Cloud Divination, 200 coins. Xiaoho Prophecy, 4455 Zaxa, Thousands of Ancient Rebels, 100 coins. End of chapter. 131. Your little nanny's on the line. It was almost time for Ruwashi to get out of school, so Yang Hao got out of the car. An ex-wife Li Manchu just stood on the side of the road, also did not go. Wait until Yang Hao got off the car. She followed again. Mouth whispered, in order to give Ruwashi a complete home. I will not give up. Yang Hao didn't bother with her. That's a ludicrous reason. To give Ruwashi a complete home? What were you doing earlier? And why doesn't Ruwashi have a complete family? Don't you have any B numbers in your heart? Yang, saw your car a long time ago. At this time Pang Laofat scurried out from the crowd of people picking up the children. His fat face piled up with smiles. Well, you're picking up the kids again today. Yang Hao didn't bother with Li Manchu and simply chatted with Pang Laofat. This is also thanks to brother Yang. You are not rewarded 700,000. The platform after the draw I can still get more than 300,000. Code word temporarily not so big pressure. Pang Lao Wat said smilingly, so, I'm still thinking about when to invite brother Yang for dinner. I've been busy lately. Let's talk about it at. Yang Hao was casually perfunctory. Li Manchu, who was following right behind Yang Hao's left side and listening to the two men's chat, caught the key information that her billionaire ex-husband had actually rewarded this fatty with $700,000. Although he didn't know what this fatty was doing, the $700,000 reward should be real. Otherwise the other party couldn't have been so polite. It's really developed. $700,000 says bounty. Li Manchu silently lamented in her heart. After another 2 minutes of waiting, the kids got out of school. Ruoshi, who was being held by Zhang Yuqi's little hand, was in good shape, and when she saw her dad in the crowd she immediately cheered with excitement. Dad! Dad! Zhang Yuqi let go of Ruoshi's small hand and the little girl immediately rushed towards Yan Hao, but she was just halfway through her run when she spotted a face that was both familiar and unfamiliar, and the little girl froze for a moment, muttering a small mommy under her breath. The word was foreign in Ruoshi's world, and the image she remembered most of her mother in her tiny head was her back as she slammed the door and left, and whenever any of the children around them mentioned how their moms were doing, this image would come up in Ruoshi's mind, so much so that it had formed a mental image like a shadow. So when she saw her mother, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, Ruoshi didn't feel the joy of being reunited with her after a long time, but rather a sense of strangeness and fear. She hurried a few quick steps, then dove into her dad's arms. Yang Hao, on the other hand, smoothly picked up the little girl. Ruoshi, mommy brought you chocolate to eat. Oh. Li Manchu came up smilingly and took out the chocolates that had been prepared long ago. Her daughter is a snacker. Li Manchu knows that. And this chocolate she took is what Ruoshi loves to eat. Ruoshi looked at Li Manchu, but she kept shaking her head. Take it if you want it. Although he is completely dead to this ex-wife, she is after all Ruoshi's own mother. Yang Hao did not ask Ruoshi to have to draw the same line with the other party as he did. Adults are for adults, and you can't forcibly bind a child to hate someone with you, especially if that person is also her dad or mom. But what about the real world? Examples of holding children hostage abound, as if children have become a weapon in the divorce game. This practice is really disgraceful. I don't eat chocolate. Ruoshi, who usually loved chocolate, was shaking her head in an unprecedented way today, as she wrapped her arms around her father's neck and whispered, Daddy, let's go home. Good. Yang Hao nodded and strutted towards the parked Rangoon U8. Ruoshi, Mom will take you to eat KFC, okay? Li Manchu didn't give up and asked after the father and daughter. Ruoshi buried her head in her father's arms and didn't say a word. This sudden motherly love obviously made the little girl very uncomfortable. Ruoshi shouldn't want to go with you. So that's it for today. As he spoke, Yang Hao had already carried Ruoshi to the car, and he spoke to Li Manchu before pulling open the rear door and putting Ruoshi in. Ruoshi, don't you want mommy? Li Manchu is still making a last stand. Ruoshi, however, kept her head down and never said a word, and the smile was gone from the normally smiley little girl's face. It's actually impossible for such a young child to say that she doesn't want her mother at all, except that in Ruoshi's consciousness her mother doesn't want her and her father anymore, and she's gradually doing a good job of building up her psyche. But now this person has suddenly appeared again, bringing Ruoshi nothing but trepidation and anxiety, because she wasn't sure what the other person was going to do. If she was going to take herself away from her dad, you go back, maybe when Ruoshi is a little older. Yang Hao shrugged his shoulders with a regretful face, then got into the car and quickly drove away, looking at the $1 million limousine fading away. Li Manchu once again clenched her fists. She would have been able to sit in the passenger side of this $1 million limousine. What belongs to me, I will take back. This ex-wife is still harboring illusions. On the other side, Zhang Yuqi, who was dropping off the children from school, naturally noticed Li Manchu and quickly guessed the identity of the other party, because the girl who brought Ruoshi to the parent-child sports meeting with Yang Hao that day was Ruoshi's sister-in-law, and the woman she saw now was a little bit similar to the other side, so obviously this was Ruoshi's mom. Zhang Yuqi has come into contact with a lot of children from single-parent families because the divorce rate is getting higher and higher nowadays, and the probability of single parenthood for children is also getting higher and higher. And Zhang Yuqi can judge the general idea of what's going on inside the heart of the children from their reactions, and judging from Ruoshi's reaction, she should be resistant to this mom. Maybe in Ruoshi's heart this mom no longer exists. Zhang Yuqi couldn't help but think of Ruoshi asking herself to be her mother. The little girl still longed for her mother's love. Only, it shouldn't be this mom's love. Inside the car, Ruoshi is in a foul mood. Usually when school is over the little girl is alive and well. Today was obviously irritated by the sudden appearance of my mom. Daddy, you're not going to give me to mommy, are you? After a long moment of silence, Ruoshi suddenly asked. Of course not. Yang Hao shook his head. Exhale. The little girl let out a long breath. Obviously she was worried about that aspect. You really don't want mom? Yang Hao asked. Don't want to. Ruwashi shook her head, then added in a milky voice. Actually, I've already found myself 2 moms. Yang Hao froze, puzzled. You found 2 moms? Aha! The little girl nodded heavily and then said, in my heart both Auntie and Teacher Kiki are moms. So, Yang Hao drifted off. Then he roughly understood what Ruwashi meant. This little girl also needed mother's love. Only that she had transferred that emotion for her mother to Lee Manny and John Yuchi, who were very good to her and had made her dependent on them. Yang Hao thought seriously again, not to mention that the 2 combined together really did their duty as a mom. However, none of the 2 did their duty as wives. Poor review. Knowing that Ruwashi wasn't too happy today, Yang Hao immediately sent a tweet to Lee Manny, asking her to stay at Nebula Bay in the evening and accompany Ruwashi. After all, according to Ruwashi herself, this sister-in-law was considered half a mom. Evening. 3-bedroom rental house. Jiang Yuchi, Kai Mei-chan, and Liang Xiaolu sat around the coffee table. Kiki, just obey Mr. Yang. First, I'll be a nanny. Maybe I'll be regular soon, and then you'll be the president's wife. Liang Xiaolu smiled and joked. Q. Not one serious word. Jiang Yuchi blankly glanced at this bosom friend, who was still torn between whether to agree to Yang Hao's invitation or not. If it was just from a money standpoint, she should have said yes without hesitation. But to be a nanny at 23 is a bit outrageous. Auntie, do you really think this is okay? Jiang Yuchi again dropped her gaze to Kai Mei-chan, who had tweeted her during the day with the suggestion that she could say yes. At least it's better than your current job as a kindergarten teacher. And the babysitting was only momentary. But of course I don't mean the same thing as Lulu. What I want to say is, with a status like Mr. Yang's, is that he will definitely need a housekeeper. If you perform well, maybe in the future you'll be Mr. Yang's housekeeper. That's an extraordinary status, much better than me, the director of the president's office. Kai Mei-chan stated her analytical suggestions. Yes. Rich people all have butlers, and their status is not low, especially when it comes to the outside world. Everyone still has great respect for you. Liang Xiaolu nodded repeatedly. Jiang Yuchi took a deep breath and thought about the $300,000 a year salary as well as Ruwashi in his head again. Well, that's what I'm trying. Anyway, being so familiar with Ruwashi, it shouldn't be hard to bring her, with her sister-in-law and best friend united, and the lure of a high salary. Jiang Yuchi couldn't think of any reason to refuse. It's just babysitting. Lulu was right. I was a nanny at 23, 20 years less. After making the decision, she immediately sent a micro-telecommunication message to Yang Hao, Brother Yang. I've thought it over and accepted this offer from you. Jiang Yuchi also tugged on the English language. What about a job that pays $300,000 a year? It's not too much to ask for an offer. Nebula Bay. Yang Hao was running on the treadmill. This treadmill was placed on the balcony so you can run while enjoying the beautiful river view. Li Manny and Su Wenxian were bringing Ruwashi to play in the living room. With the company of the 2, the little girl's mood had returned to normal and she was having fun. Seeing that someone had sent a Microsoft message, Yang Hao smoothly clicked on it to take a look, and then a smile appeared on his face. Ruwashi's wish can be fulfilled, and the mission is accomplished. In other words, he will have one more industry, the Shangping International Bilingual Kindergarten. This kind of thing can't be delayed. It has to be finalized right away. Yang Hao was afraid that Jiang Yuchi would change her mind after a nap, so he immediately dialed a voice. Mr. Xiaojiang, is Director Kai with you? Well, it's your sister-in-law. Mr. Yang, I'm here. Kai Mei-chan's voice came straight out of the phone. That's great. Work hard for Director Kai to draw up a contract. Then I'll go over there now and we'll sign the contract directly. Yeah. See you later then. Ending the call, Yang Hao also pressed stop the treadmill. After greeting the 3 women who were playing around in the living room, Yang Hao went out of the house. Half an hour later, Yang Hao arrived for the second time at the rental house rented by the 3 Jiang Yuchi. All 3 women are dressed and waiting for him. Mr. Yang, take a look at the contract. Kai Mei-chan handed a copy of the proposed contract to Yang Hao. I'm still relieved that Director Kai is doing his job. Yang Hao said so in his mouth, but still looked at the content of the contract. He is now at least a big president with 3 small goals and assets. His name cannot be signed. Only after confirming that the contract was fine did Yang Hao sign it. Jiang Yuchi took a deep breath and signed the contract of sale drawn up by her sister-in-law. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission, Ruwashi's wish. Mission Reward 1, 100% stake in Shangping International Bilingual Kindergarten. Mission Reward 219 and 20, Riverside Drive. A single storefront. After the contract was signed, Hang Daddy sounded as promised. Yang Hao's eyes lit up. Another bonus with the door. And this time it's still a single storefront on Riverside Drive, which is worth a lot more than the storefront at the Bollywood Fitness Center. Yang Hao could only shout once again, Hang Dad Bull Beep. Of course, My baby Ruashi is just as awesome. It's already a reward of this caliber. The mink coat lives up to its name. Thank you to Idle Cloudbusters for the 10,000 coins reward. Thanks to Crying Little Pudding for the 5,000 coin reward. Thanks to M8899 for the 300 coins reward. Thanks to Tall and Handsome Salted Fish King for the 100 coins reward. End of chapter 132. NPC candidate 4. Brother Yang, I do need to stay at your house, right? After signing the contract, Jiang Yuqi asked. It better be, but you can come back and live here if it's not too much trouble for you. Live or not live at home, Yang Hao is not forced. Look at Jiang Yuqi himself. But comparing to her current living environment, I guess this little nanny would have liked the big flat in Nebula Bay. Yang Hao is ready to let this newly appointed little nanny live in the guest bedroom next to Ruwashi's bedroom. And the bedroom area alone is 30 square feet, which is very spacious. Or just sleep with Ruwashi. That's fine too. Ding. Trigger welfare mission, the metamorphosis of the little nanny. As the exclusive nanny of a rich man's daughter, you have to improve your personal qualities, such as education, vision, clothing, consumerism and so on. Benefit 1, 100% rebate of the capital for the cultivation of the little babysitter. Note, fixed assets can be settled in the host's name during the cultivation process, and there is a certain chance that the return of the existing storm, up to 10 times. Benefit 2, study card *5, random skill card *1. Just as Yang Hao was about to leave, Hang Daddy's voice suddenly sounded. Aha! Welfare mission. May well. Yang Hao subconsciously looked at Jiang Yuqi and a smile appeared on his face. Well, it's not babysitting, it's koi. It's the old man's number 4 NPC candidate. In fact, after developing Sun Cine into the No. 3 NPC, Yang Hao was already contemplating the candidate for the No. 4 NPC, and judging from the external conditions alone, there were roughly 6 women who met the criteria for transforming NPCs, namely Jiang Yuqi, Wang Bingru, Kai Meichen, Su Yali, Su Meizhu, and the previous temporary girlfriend Guan Mengmeng. Of course this list excludes sister-in-law Manny Li, and in Yang Hao's mind he divided these 6 women into 2 echelons. The first echelon was Jiang Yuqi, Wang Bingru and Guan Mengmeng. Kai Meichen, Su Yali and Su Meizhu are considered to be the second echelon. On the one hand, the 3 face value compared to the first echelon of the 3 slightly inferior. There is also that the 3 are strong female attributes. Yang Hao didn't want to mess with strong women for the time being, he just wanted them to feel at ease and help him get money. So the priority is definitely the first tier of the trio, and the temporary girlfriend has just been sending out tweets and messages lately. Not much going on. Ice Ru is the sister of Shui Ru. The identity is a little sensitive. Not to mention that people are only in their 4th year of college, and in the future they will have to go to graduate school. Yang Hao is a little intolerant. With that elimination round, the little nanny should be considered the chief candidate, and now it's triggered a welfare mission on the other side, so it can be said to have a lot of potential. Not counting things like return blitz for now. 5 study cards still smells good, and I've used up all my previous study cards, and there's also a random skill card that you get for the first time. He opened the system storage to check the description of this random skill card. By using this card, the host can randomly obtain a full level skill. Nice. Yang Hao directly clicked use. Ding. Random skill card redemption successful. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, Fire Eyes. Note, this skill can identify the authenticity of antiques, paintings and calligraphy, and even the structure of the human body. From now on there will be no more fakes in your eyes. Silicone prosthesis nowhere to hide. Rest assured that the milk. Feel free to drink. Bull beep. Yang Hao cried out in his heart and his gaze at Jiang Yuqi changed again. From now on, this is no longer Mr. Little River or Little Nurse, but me, Kebeo. That's a very sincere entry gift. However, the smile on Yang Hao's face, as well as the unkind gaze, is to see the Jiang Yuqi's some panic. He just signed a contract and he's revealing his true nature? It's not. My poor girl is going to enter Wang Xian's mansion. Lulu, can you take a vacation tomorrow to accompany me to report to Mr. Yang's home? After Yang Hao left, Jiang Yuqi pitifully pulled Liang Xiaolu's arm. Okay, no problem. Liang Xiaolu nodded briskly. She was quite curious about what the home of the president of Jiangcheng newspaper group would be like. Nebula Bay. When Yang Hao returned home, he found that Ruwashi, who was tired of playing, had already gone to sleep. Sister-in-law Li Mani is mopping the floor, while Su Wenqian is taking selfies on the balcony. The night view of the river at this moment is amazing, and the balcony of Yang Hao's house is an excellent viewpoint. Selfie is indeed very out of the film. But you this Director Li's small pendant cannot have a little awareness. Do not see your family Director Li are working it. And just as Yang Hao was silently spitting, a line of text suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. Grade B breast pads found. Please be aware of fake tits for the host, so as not to be fooled. Aha! Yang Hao froze, first looked at the natural beauty of his sister-in-law. It could not be false. He was watching his sister-in-law grow up. That's right, just now his own gaze was resting on Su Wenxian. No wonder it felt bigger today. It was all an illusion. In fact, Su Wenxian really have bitter feelings. Every day together with the good girlfriend is too fierce. If she does not engage in a little action, the sense of difference is too strong. Make it seem as if she is underage. Manny, don't do it. It's nice to have a bellhop for a house this size. Li Manny forehead are oozing out meticulous beads of sweat. This girl belongs to the typical virtuous wife and mother. Housework, cooking all take up. Not at all pretentious. And this house Yang Hao didn't even intend to let the young nanny Jiang Yuqi clean it. Not to mention his sister-in-law Li Manny. It's not like it's tiring. No need to spend a fortune. Manny Li returned naturally. Yang Hao gently shook his head. This girl was used to being frugal. Well, we'll have to cultivate her spending sense in the future. Never save money. Tonight, Manny Li and Wenxian Su didn't stay and withdrew after 10 o'clock. Yang Hao also rested early. Last night tossed into the early morning. Today have to make up for the sleep. The next day, Yang Hao, who slept until he woke up naturally, habitually looked at the time on his cell phone. Just 10 minutes past 7. Then he saw the bank-in text message on his cell phone. $100,000. $1,100,000. 100,000 is a weight loss bonus. And 1,100,000 is short video revenue. Is Meng Cha-Cha making another hit? Yang Hao opened the fast sound and scanned it. And it was true. She sent out a vlog of the repossession of the Jiangzhong mansion yesterday evening. And at this moment, the number of likes is already more than 500,000, plus the number of rising fans and the increase in the data of the previous video, which brought Yang Hao more than $1 million in one day yesterday. Yang Hao clicked on the comments section of this video and casually scanned it, and unsurprisingly, most of them were knee-jerk comments. Brother, are you sure you don't want to take a concubine? I'm a brother, don't get your gender stuck too hard, okay? I'm so anal. It's a great relief to see that the master has bought a new house. Boss, let's build a security booth in front of the courtyard. I'll be on duty tomorrow. This account fire. I really don't envy it at all. Ordinary people can't even copy it. I can't imagine that this is a house in Jiangcheng. It's bigger than my old compound in the countryside. Showing off and rubbing it in really is the most stable traffic code. And the effect of flaunting wealth is actually better than rubbing the edge. Because now rubbing the edge of the female too much. The reality of 5 points. After the beauty filter processing can be rubbed a rub, the threshold is very low. But showing off wealth is not the same. Even if you are renting a luxury car, mansion costs are very high. And the fake tycoon is easy to be recognized. The persona collapsed. There are a few examples of the collapse of the fake dirtbag persona in the fast sound. Dad, our house is too big too. It takes forever to get from my room to yours. That's when Ruwashi walked into Dad's room yawning and sputtering. So do you like your old home? Or your current one? Yang Hao asked smilingly. Aha. Now, Ruwashi thought about it and thought it would be better to have a bigger home, run away, and play hide and seek for a long time with Aunt Wenxian last night. Dad, it's just that there are too few people in the family. Why don't you let Auntie Xiao and Auntie Wenxian move in here? Ruwashi is a child who loves to be lively and happy when both her sister-in-law and Aunt Wenxian are around. How about if we let Ms. Kiki live at home? Yang Hao asked. Ms. Kiki, may I? That's certainly very good. Ruwashi's eyes lit up and she nodded repeatedly. Then I'll discuss it with Ms. Kiki. Yang Hao smiled and touched the little girl's forehead. Go wash up, or you'll be late. Aha, Dad, then you must talk to Ms. Kiki. Ruwashi nodded repeatedly, not forgetting to admonish. 8 o'clock sharp. Father and daughter arrive at the kindergarten. Jiang Yuqi is usual at the door to pick up the children, but she has already mentioned with the director of the school to leave, but also introduced their own classmates to come over to replace their work, so the director is very painful to release. Brother Yang, wait for me for a while, I can leave after the handover. After receiving Ruwashi, Jiang Yuqi said to Yang Hao, well, I'll wait in the car. Yang Hao waited in the car for almost half an hour. Jiang Yuqi, who completed the handover, jogged to the side of the road, and then pulled open the door and sat in the co-pilot. Brother Yang, first go to the neighborhood where I rented a room to pick up my luggage, and then Lulu also wants to go around with me. Yes. Yang Hao nodded and first drove the car to the neighborhood where Jiang Yuqi rented a room, while Liang Xiaolu was already waiting at the door with Jiang Yuqi's suitcase. Brother Yang, which neighborhood do you live in? After getting into the car, Liang Xiaolu asked curiously. Nebula Bay. Yang Hao casually replied back while steering. He had gotten used to the status of Nebula Bay's owner, and didn't feel that saying he lived in Nebula Bay was actually something he could pretend to be. However, these 3 words still had a considerable impact on a battering ram like Liang Xiaolu, and a stunned expression appeared on her face. Nebula Bay, the top mansion in Jiangcheng. I had only heard about it before, but I didn't realize I could go in and visit today. John Yuchi did hear Ruwashi mention the move, but she was still curious about this famous mansion park in Jiancheng. A bit of morning rush hour traffic. 40 minutes later, Yang Hao led the two into the elevator. The moment they waited for the elevator doors to open, the two of them had the same shocked expression on their faces that they had when Manili and Ruwashi first checked in. Who's got a 40 or 50 square foot entryway? Just outrageous. Yang Hao was long accustomed to it. He greeted the two men and changed slippers, then swiped his face to enter the door. Xiao Jiang, in a moment you record your face. Aha. Jian Yuchi nodded numbly. She was already shocked by the scene in the room at this moment. The living room alone is bigger than the 3 rooms they're renting. Every detail of the modern-style decor is forced and premium. Ah, that's too big. Liang Xiaolu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, then turned her head to ask Yang Hao, Brother Yang, how many square feet is this house? 688 flat. Yang Hao casually replied back, pointing to the bedroom next to Ruwashi's princess room as he carried Jiang Yuchi's suitcase inside. Xiao Jiang, you stay in this one and settle your luggage down. Oh, good. Jiang Yuchi felt that her eyes were a bit insufficient. Every part of the decoration of this house seemed to be very well thought out, and she was inexplicably still a bit excited at the thought that she would be working here in the future. So this is what it's like to be a nanny for a rich man's family. Brother Yang, can I take a tour? Liang Xiaolu weakly asked. Feel free. Yang Hao waved his hand. There were no secrets in his family. Thank you, Brother Yang. Liang Xiaolu was beaming with joy and immediately looked around. Yang Hao, on the other hand, brought Jiang Yuchi to the bedroom she was going to live in, which was 30 square feet, with a closet, a dressing table, and a writing desk all in place, much larger than the master bedroom of an ordinary house. Jiang Yuchi compared this room with the one she had rented, and suddenly felt that the occupation of babysitting was actually quite good. Thanks for the reward. Tianchan Swordsman, Hoffman, 500 coins. Nerd Cell Fat Old Bookworm, 100 coins. I'm going to put in an extra chapter today, and then 3 more chapters. End of chapter. 133. How many good sisters do you have? Why don't you make yourself at home? I'm going to change my clothes and head out. Yang Hao went to the master bedroom after saying that. Jiang Yuchi, on the other hand, familiarized herself with her work environment as if she were a curious baby. Kiki, I'm dying to ask Brother Yang if they need a second babysitter at their house. Liang Xiaolu, who had already taken a turn, came over to her best friend and let out a sigh of relief. Then just ask. Maybe Brother Yang really needs it. Jiang Yuchi shrugged her shoulders. Before she came here she was still resistant to the nanny job, and now that resistance had disappeared straight away. Goddamn babysitters. It's called the Chief Executive Officer of the Human Genetic Civilization Inheritance Research Cultivation. Previously, Jiang Yuchi had felt that Yang Hao had come up with this name to fool her, but now she felt that she should use this kind of lofty name. If she hadn't agreed to this offer from Brother Yang, I guess she wouldn't have had the chance to live in such a mansion in her life. I used to hear about the mansions, but today I've had my eyes open to the fact that rich people really don't live in the same dimension as us. Liang Xiaolu once again let out a sigh of relief. Then she pulled Jiang Yuji to the balcony again. Chi-Chi, the view from this balcony is really superb. Taking pictures is super out of the ordinary. You'll be able to overlook the river from here every day. Wow, so envious. Liang Xiaolu said and took out her cell phone to take a selfie. Jiang Yuchi, on the other hand, stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows of the balcony and looked out. The view was absolutely beautiful and the view was unbeatable. And there are 2 rattan chairs on the balcony, so I can't imagine how cozy it would be to lie here in the sun and enjoy the river view. Well, this work environment. I love it. Jiang Yuchi was also in a good mood and even took 2 selfies with Liang Xiaolu. Yang Hao finished changing clothes out of the 2 girls are sitting on the sofa. Picture it. Even if the value of the face again can beat the girl before sending a circle of friends is also to put the picture processing. Strive for perfection. Xiao Jiang. Let's go. Yang Hao had changed into a set of casual clothes that he had bought from Hermes, plus he had recently reduced his weight to a normal range. The whole person looked really cut and dried. It's very much that kind of bossy. Brother Yang, you should still call me Kiki. I have a younger brother. People always call my brother Xiao Jiang. Jiang Yuchi said. Yes. Yang Hao nodded and asked as he walked out. Got a driver's license? Yes. Jiang Yuchi nodded. But I haven't touched a car since I got out of driving school. That's okay. Driving is a skill trade. You'll be fine in a month or 2. Yang Hao was ready to take Jiang Yuki to buy a car. To be precise, to buy a car for himself, taking the opportunity to cultivate the driving skills of the little nanny to glean hanging father wool. As comfortable as the ranch U8 is to drive, people always need something new. That's why you'll see some men cheat on their wives even though they have a very beautiful wife. Even cheating on someone who may be far worse than your own wife. The reason for this is really 2 words, boredom. If you have eaten a lot of delicacies from the sea, you will feel especially good if you eat a small meal of porridge once in a while. so it's not entirely incomprehensible that the old junior hooray has been out of the loop lately. Still, it's stepping on hot eyes. To paraphrase the internet, this is really hungry. Brother Yang, do I still need to drive for this job? John Yuchi asked curiously. Sure, Yang Hao nodded. You have to take Rawashi to make up for it later but also to go to the supermarket to buy things and so on. There must be a car to take the place of the car. Oh, John Yuchi nodded, thinking in her heart that a nanny of a rich family is supposed to know how to drive So, is Brother Yang going to take us car shopping now? Liang Xiaolu did hear the meaning. Right. Yang Hao had just sent a micro message to Lu Zifeng's girlfriend, Feng Lina. He's going to bring up a Primera and drive it. This thing used to be Yang Hao's dream car, but now it's just for fun, and after a few days of freshness, it'll be thrown to John Yuji for grocery shopping. Personally, Yang Hao still prefers to drive an SUV, with a good field of vision, and more suitable for a 419 slugger like him. Buying a car specifically assigned to Kiki? Liang Xiaolu subconsciously asked. Well, there's only one car at home now, not enough to drive. Yang Hao casually replied. However, Liang Xiaolu and John Yuchi were both shocked, purposefully buying a car for the family nanny to drive. It is simply trenchant. After leaving Nebula Bay, Yang Hao drove straight to the Porsche 4 store where Feng Lina was. After Yang Hao parked his car, John Yuji and Liang Xiaolu were even more confused. Porsche. This big brother's car for the nanny is a Porsche. Both girls were shocked and confused. Both of them had previously assumed that a car for a nanny would just be a regular mobility scooter. I didn't expect Yang Hao to bring the two to the Porsche 4S store. And Porsche's cheapest Makung is $600, $000 to $700, $000 on the ground, giving the nanny a $600, $000 to $700, $000 grocery cart is outrageous. Ho! Knowing that Yang Hao was coming, Feng Lina had long been waiting at the door. She waved her hand with a smile on her face. What colors do the current cars come in? Yang Hao asked as he walked towards the store. All but carmine red and midnight blue are available. Feng Lina subconsciously looked at John Yuji and Liang Xiaolu who were following Yang Hao as she spoke. When Yang Hao moved into his new mansion 2 days ago, she didn't see these two girls. Sure enough, the girls around rich guys are always updated all the time. Feng Lina thought in her mind. When he arrived at the showroom, Yang Hao turned around and asked John Yuji, Chiji, see which color you like? This car is still mainly for John Yuki to buy food. Yang Hao will only drive 2 days, so it is better to let her choose the color, but also let this little nanny a little bit of participation. Do I pick the color? Since walking into the force, John Yuchi is in a state of confusion. Especially just now she also took a look at the price tag of this Primera. To be more than $1,200,000. She's a little nanny, driving $1,200,000 car? It's magical to think about. It was unbelievable. Of course, you'll be driving this car mostly from now on. Yang Hao nodded with a serious face. Ho, this is your sister-in-law? Von Lina asked with a smile. No, sister. Yang Hao casually returned a sentence. Girls, are to face? Nanny said out how bad brother Hao has a sister. I didn't hear about it before. Feng Lina pretended to be surprised. She was obviously flirting due to the fact that she was already quite familiar with the mix. Yang Hao could naturally understand what she meant and faintly returned. God sister, dry relatives of dry. One voice, not 4 voices. Yang Hao also explained in his mind. Otherwise, a decent man like him could always be misunderstood. For her part, Lina Feng laughed and was tempted to give this earthy Hao a song. How many good sisters do you really have? Beauty, both fine flower white and papaya orange suit you well. Feng Lina recommended it to John Yuchi, then pointed to the orange show car placed by the window. That one is the papaya orange. It's very racy. In fact, John Yuchi had already seen the orange car, which was very dazzling in the sunlight, and there were fewer cars of this color on the road, unlike the black, white, and red, which were so rotten. And listening to Von Lina she realized that the color was called papaya orange. I don't know why it's called that, but the color fits John Yuchi's aesthetic. Like that color? Seeing John Yuchi's gaze lingering for a long time, Yang Hao asked. Well, it's pretty. John Yuchi nodded. That's the color then. Come on, Nana, go pay. There was still an arrangement behind him, and Yang Hao didn't want to waste too much time on something like buying a car. Okay, ho, come with me then. The two beauties please wait in the VIP lounge first. Feng Lina was full of smiles, thinking in her heart that it would be great if all cars were sold so well. It's a pity she only has one rich friend like Yang Hao. Ho, write the girl's name? On the way to the finance office, Feng Lina asked smilingly. No, write my own name. Young Ho returned. Good. Feng Lina nodded, while in her heart, she was thinking, it seems that this sister's status in brother Ho's heart is still not enough. Before that, Cayenne was directly written in each other's name. Ho, do you have any more god sisters like that? I'm counting on your godsisters for next month's results. Waiting for Yang Hao to pay the money in the finance. Feng Lina again smiled and snickered of, if there's a suitable one, you can introduce me instead. Yang Hao smiled and shrugged. Is Mo still inappropriate? Feng Lina brought up her cousin Guan Mengmeng again. She felt that her own cousin was no worse than the one in the lounge. Well, it fits. Yang Hao nodded bluntly. The very large Dr. Guan was indeed on his list of developing NPCs. This is because according to Sun Cine, face value, body shape, education as well as character are the main factors in the hanging dad rating. All 4 of these points should be excellent for Guan Mengmeng. But the thing is, they don't really know each other. In the VIP lounge, the staff brought Jiang Yuqi and Liang Xiaolu 2 cups of coffee as well as some snacks. $1 million limousines for nannies. Brother Yang, it's simply trenchant. After taking a sip of coffee, Liang Xiaolu couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Well, I'm still a little confused. Did Brother Yang say for me to drive when I buy groceries? Jiang Yuqi said while rubbing her forehead. This incident had hit her too hard. That's right. Brother Yang bought you a Primera for groceries. Liang Xiaolu even felt ridiculous when she said this. When did the Primera become a grocery car? If you do that math, she doesn't even deserve to buy groceries. Because she doesn't have a Paramila. Jiang Yuqi took a deep breath, then laughed to herself. I even considered it for a day yesterday. I should have known this was the case. Hesitating for even a second would have been disrespectful to Brother Yang. Liang Xiaolu nodded deeply. I had thought that an annual salary of $300,000 was already excessive. As it turns out, that was just the beginning. Living in a 688 square foot mansion in Nebula Bay, driving a Primera, and earning $300,000 a year. The executives of those big companies may not get this kind of treatment either. Thanks to the big boys for the reward. Backstreet 18 Old Technician, a little bit of Tao, Tianshan Swordsman, 500 coins. Idle Clouds Boo, 100 coins. For 19 Big Brother, have a moonlighting ticket. End of chapter. 134. Love starts with the clock, but the clock stops. Ding. The host spends 1,280,000 small nanny nurturing funds. Trigger the 100% cashback bonus. Ding. Congrats to the host on this cashback triggering a double whammy. After Yang Hao swiped his card, Hang Daddy's voice rang in his head. The next moment, he received an incoming alert from his bank. Income of $2.56 million. Yang Hao scanned the $1.28 million expenditure from a minute ago again. Couldn't help but internally shout out. Hang Dad bull beep. White whoring a Primera not to mention making $1.28 million. Nice. Hang Daddy please continue. Don't stop. Yang Hao left all the trivialities such as licensing to Feng Lina. Then he left with Jiang Yuqi and Liang Xiaolu. He was anxious to go and spend another wave, and maybe continue to woolgather the system. Brother Yang, where are we going now? In the car, Jiang Yuqi asked curiously. Going to get you some work clothes. Yang Hao casually returned. Ha, work clothes? Jiang Yuqi froze, and the kind of maid outfit she often saw on the internet involuntarily came to her mind. Brother Yang is not going to buy me that kind of clothes, is he? No wonder he's treated so well. It turns out Brother Yang has a special fetish, but should I wear it? Well, if it's not particularly revealing, it doesn't seem to be a big deal to wear it. Many organizations have to wear overalls to work. Jiang Yuqi began to do some mental construction. But, Brother Yang wouldn't still have a cos fetish, would he? Let me cosplay as Dodgy or something. Since Dodgy is the image of Hakan the King and has a maid skin, it has led to a lot of scrubs on the internet cozying up to the little fox. He also whines and mimics Foxy's lines, such as the one that says, "What's the meaning of the word bondage?" Due to the pronunciation of these two words, it gives the rubes a lot of room to play. Could it be that Brother Yang already knows about my love for cos? That's why you chose me? Jiang Yuqi was sort of an anime fan and occasionally cosplayed her favorite anime characters. Just when Jiang Yuqi was thinking, Liang Xiaolu suddenly handed her cell phone to Jiang Yuqi, on which was a Weixin chat page with the words maid outfit. And then this BFF had a playful smile on her face. So that's what Lulu was thinking. Jiang Yuqi gently frowned, thinking in her heart that not rubbing the edge was her bottom line. However, half an hour later, instead, Yang Hao took the two into the Hermes boutique. Big Brother Yang, didn't you say you were buying work clothes? Jiang Yuqi asked with a suspicious face. Yeah, Yang Hao nodded, then pointed to the women's clothing area. There, choose for yourself and match a few sets at random. Ha, buying Hermes as a work uniform? Jiang Yuqi was confused. Liang Xiaolu on the side is even more people numb. She had thought that this Yang always has some special fetish. I didn't realize it was not at all what she thought it would be. Brother Yang, is your family still short of nannies? Liang Xiaolu finally was unable to hold back and asked what she had been wanting to ask. Not for a while. Yang Hao shook his head decisively. Liang Xiaolu's external conditions were about the same as Zhao Yingying's. belonging to the category of being considered good-looking when placed in a crowd, but not to be talked about as particularly outstanding. The probability of transforming NPCs in this situation was not high, and Yang Hao didn't want to waste time on them. Oh, Liang Xiaolu was a little disappointed. It seems that not everyone can be a nanny in a rich family. Go help Kiki pick out her clothes. Don't save any money. Yang Hao admonished again. Okay, Liang Xiaolu answered and hurriedly went to help her best friend choose her clothes. Yang Hao, on the other hand, turned around in the women's bag area and bought the one that Meng Yu had her eye on in passing. Even though Meng Chacha's quest this week only rewarded her with a point of attribute points and a study card, but the relative difficulty of the task is also relatively low, by $100,000 or so of the bag. By the way, Yang Hao bought one more in passing as a reward. Recently, the fast sound operated by Meng Chacha has not helped him make money, and even most of Yang Hao's current cash stems from the proceeds of short videos. Meng Chacha takes credit for this. Sir, is it convenient to add a tweet? Yang Hao bought 2 bags and then went to the sofa in the rest area and sat down, waiting for a while to go and settle the bill for John Yuchi. That's when a tall, sexily dressed woman sat down on the couch across from him and struck up a conversation. Yang Hao swept the other party, and then a prompt appeared in front of his eyes. A large number of prosthetics and silicone have been found, so please be alert to the host's fake face and fake tits to avoid being deceived. Ooh, artificial beauty. In fact, sitting across the table from this woman, the whole thing was quite successful. A match for that big baby who had cooled off. Only Hang Daddy's skills are more powerful. Sorry, girlfriend won't let me add. Yang Hao casually said back. Then add it secretly. The woman winked at Yang Hao as she spoke. Told you I have a girlfriend. Yang Hao spread his hands. Then do you mind having one more girlfriend? The woman pursued the question undeterred. She had just seen the money power of this tycoon while browsing the women's bag area. The 2 bags added up to over $400,000, and he didn't hesitate for a second, as if he had gone to the supermarket to buy 2 bottles of mineral water. Such a rich and young tycoon is simply superb. That's right. In the woman's opinion, Yang Hao belonged to the young ones, because most of those tycoons she usually came into contact with were greasy old men, and 40 years old was considered young, and the Yang Hao in front of him looked to be in his early 30s. Yang Hao was amused by the woman's question. Sure enough, as long as a man has money, a woman will try to make you happy. He has more than one girlfriend, so you don't stand a chance. Before Yang Hao could speak, a rather familiar voice suddenly sounded behind him. He subconsciously turned his head, and really met an acquaintance. The other man was wearing his trademark black leather jacket with the zipper open, and underneath was a white corseted tank top with a flat belly and headlights that sucked in the white. Color sister? The first thing that popped up in Yang Hao's mind was not the opponent's name but a nickname. He still remembered the sense of atmosphere that the other party had purposely allowed to be created when he and Wang Shuaru were fixing the hood in the box. Very playful. Sister Chang, you know each other? Yi Wei was quite surprised as she looked at Huang Chang. Brother Yang, I didn't expect to meet here. Huang Chang didn't pay attention to the plastic surgery woman who was covered in prosthetics, but greeted Yang Hao with a smile on her face. Well, it's quite a coincidence. Yang Hao nodded slightly. He was quite impressed with Huang Chang. Mainly this woman is more characteristic, likes to engage in shibari, and has a big sister's temperament. Yang Hao thought that a woman like Huang Qing should have a full back tattoo of a phoenix or tourmaline or something like that on her back. That would be more classy. Brother Yang, is this bringing a little girlfriend to spend money? Huang Qing swept his eyes at Zhang Yuji and Liang Xiaolu who were still picking out clothes in the women's clothing section. Sister. Yang Hao returned. Sister? Then I'm kind of Yang's sister. Is Yang giving me a wave of consumption too? Huang Qing smiled and sat on the sofa beside Yang Hao. God sister. Yang Hao added. Huang Qing was stunned for a moment before he smiled. Worthy of being Brother Yang. Brother Yang, I can be a god sister too. At this time the artificial beauty Yi Wei took over again. Yang Hao smiled and waved his hand. Stop it. I'm allergic to silica gel. Yi Wei was dumbfounded by the dislike. Huang Qing, on the other hand, laughed out loud. Brother Yang really has good eyesight. Yang Hao smiled without saying anything, his eyes silently sweeping over Huang Qing's brightly shining headlights without any prompting. It's assured milk. Brother Yang said that he would go to my bar to support the show, but I haven't seen Brother Yang go over until now. Huang Qing said again. As I said before, I rarely go to bars. Yang Hao gently shook his head. What about the footbath? I've recently opened a new footbath. Does Brother Yang want to try it? After saying that, Huang Chang added in a low voice. The technicians are all very skilled. Oh. Ding. Trigger charity mission, the rich man's chest. Love starts with the clock and stops with the clock. As a rich man you have to be compassionate and take care of your sister's business whose parents are seriously ill and whose brother has difficulty studying. If you are poor, you are alone. But if you are rich, you can help the world. It's not your feet you're washing, it's the mud of walking in the world. Mission Reward 1, tenfold rebate on charitable spending money. Quest Reward 2, Kidney Power plus 5. Kidney Strengthening Potion * 1. Ugh. Yang Hao was confused. I can't believe there's a charity mission in the Pedal to the Metal. Of course, that's not the point. The point is you call washing feet a charity mission? I'm a decent man. I don't even know which way the door to the Footbath City opens. Still, it's an attractive reward. 5 points of kidney power. Yang Hao was now at 83 kidney power points. Adding 5 more points would be 88 points. Getting closer to 100 points. According to Hang Daddy's previous statement, there will be a surprise after the health and intelligence values reach 100 points. So the probability is that there will be a surprise when the kidney power value reaches 100 points as well. It's still something to look forward to. What's most important to a rich man? That is, of course, good health as well as strong kidney function. If you are a eunuch, even if you become the richest man in the world, what's the point? Send me the address back. I'll hold it sometime. Yang Hao felt that Hang Daddy had a point. Lao Tzu washed not his feet, but the mud of the world. Okay, brother Yang, in the wind and in the rain, Footbath City is waiting for you. Huang Qing smiled, then sent Yang Hao the name and address of his Footbath City. The two then left. At this time, Jiang Yuqi's side had also chosen her clothes. Yang Hao waved at the clerk who had been serving Jiang Yuqi and asked, "How much is the total?" 78,000. The clerk had already calculated the price. 78,000? Yang Hao frowned and was speechless for a while, and seeing her own boss frowning, Jiang Yuqi thought that she had spent too much. But, it was clearly you, boss, who told me to pick whatever I wanted. Besides, I'm already picking relatively cheap clothes. Just as Jiang Yuqi was imagining things, this boss of his own asked with a taut face, "How many sets of clothes did you buy?" 4 sets. Jiang Yuqi whispered back, "Hermes clothes are really too expensive. The single product can easily be 5 figures. With a set of small 20,000 or even 30,000 or 40,000. Her 4 sets or more frugal with the program. Keep buying. Buy a couple more sets." Yang Hao finished and then looked at the shopkeeper and ordered, "Match her with a few more bags." Well, something practical. Push a friend's new book. This life is too good to be true. Older men against the odds. Here's the link. P.S. One more chapter. I guess it's after 12. End of chapter. 135. Something secretaries do. Nothing. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuqi and the clerk were all confused. Jiang Yuqi thought that the boss felt that he had spent a little too much, but it turned out that the meaning was because he had spent less money. The clerk has already seen Yang Hao's money ability, but did not feel that let Jiang Yuqi buy a few more sets of clothes this matter what is so rare. The main second half of the sentence. What does practical mean? Sir? The clerk had received many customers, but it was the first time he heard the word practical from a customer. Because Hermes as a brand doesn't even come close to being practical. The kind that's comfortable to carry around on your back when you're grocery shopping at the grocery store. Yang Hao casually returned. Grocery shopping with Hermes on your back? The clerk was dumbfounded. When did they Hermes get so hands-on? But the customer is God, and if people have requests, then they must try to fulfill them. So the clerk, as well as Jiang Yuqi and Liang Xiaolu went back to work. Kiki, I don't think Mr. Yang is treating you like a nanny. In the locker room, Liang Xiaolu whispered. That's when what? Jiang Yuqi was puzzled. You're stupid. Of course it's a lover. I suspect Mr. Yang just wants to adopt you. Liang Xiaolu voiced her judgment, then added, another luxury car, another Hermes. Where would a nanny get this kind of treatment? This. Hearing her best friend say this, Jiang Yuqi was instantly a bit confused, because it seems to make sense. Hermes shopping is Uniqlo. No one else has a lover like that. So what should I do? Jiang Yuqi looked at Liang Xiaolu with some alarm. Of course it's up to you to decide such things. Liang Xiaolu shrugged her shoulders before adding, if it were me, then I'd take it from there. Actually, Mr. Yang is quite handsome and quite nice, so it's not a loss to be his lover. Unfortunately, the other Mr. Yang can't see me. Ugh, I wish I was your size. Speaking of which, Liang Xiaolu even took advantage of Jiang Yuqi's inattention and reached out to pinch her hand. Will you get a grip? Jiang Yuqi, who was sneak attacked, subconsciously took a step back, then covered her chest with both hands and said, there's more. Next time the two of you pinch together. You know, I'm OCD. It's so hard to pinch just one. Okay. Liang Xiaolu nodded, then flirted smilingly. I'll tell Mr. Yang later. Don't you dare. See if I dare. The two girls made a scene, listening to the giggling in the dressing room. The clerk sighed softly and silently lamented in her heart, if I were as pretty as others, I probably wouldn't have to work hard to sell my goods. Being able to work as a sales clerk at Hermes naturally doesn't have a bad image, but even so the sales clerk still has a feeling of being ashamed of herself when facing Jiang Yuqi. Not only are people young, but their bodies are really top-notch. There are a lot of these figures in fast sound because they can be faked, but it's really hard to meet them in reality. Every fat or two in her body obediently went where it needed to go. Obviously thin, but big. It really is the legendary fine branches bearing fruit. Men look confused. Women look envious. The shopkeeper, as well as Jiang Yuqi and Liang Xiaolu, tossed around for a while longer, eventually spending $860,000. 3 of the bags made up the bulk of the bill, costing $660,000. Yang Hao went to the checkout with great anticipation. However, there was no storm this time. Papa Hang just returned $860,000 back. Counting down, Yang Hao could only be regarded as generous at the expense of his hanging father, and bought a bunch of clothes as well as 3 bags for Qipao. It is estimated that this wave of operation should have brushed a wave of goodwill in the heart of this for NPC candidate. There are girls who don't like Hermes. Didn't you see Liang Xiaolu, who accompanied Jiang Yuji to buy clothes, had green eyes? That's enough for today. I have a trip to the office. Kiki, you go home and wait to sign for that Porsche Panamera. There is no cashback blitz. Plus girls shopping is too much of a waste of time. Yang Hao decided to stop like this for today. Anyway, this is a long-term task. Not in a hurry. Okay, brother Yang. Jiang Yuqi nodded obediently. Hermes had delivery service, so she and Liang Xiaolu didn't need to carry a bunch of things away in big packages. Well, call me if you have any questions. Yang Hao instructed one more time, then went to the underground parking lot. Lulu, I don't think brother Yang meant what you said. When Yang Hao left, Jiang Yuqi said. Liang Xiaolu shook her head. How do you know? Because brother Yang didn't ask for anything. If he's up to something, checkout time is the best time. After all, everything's picked out and ready to be negotiated. Jiang Yuqi analyzed. Seems to make sense. Liang Xiaolu touched her chin and muttered. I really can't understand this, Mr. Yang. Maybe people really just think that their family's nanny should just wear Hermes. River City newspapers. The president's office is full of people. Sun Sini has returned. All morning she had been learning how to be a good secretary from Su Yali. Sun Sini didn't want to really just be a vase. She also wanted to realize her self-worth in her work, or at least give her own big brother Yang some boost. But to her disappointment, brother Yang didn't even come to the office this morning. It was lunch break time, and Sun Sini, who had eaten lunch in the cafeteria, was hesitating to send a micro message to brother Yang, when the other party appeared in the president's office. Mr. Yang. Hello, Mr. Yang. Su Yali and Wang Bingru stood up from their workstations one after another. Seeing her own big brother Yang coming, Sun Sini followed suit and stood up, calling out to Mr. Yang. Mindy, come to my office for a minute. Yang Hao waved at Sun Sini. The reason he had to make a special trip to the company was actually because of Sun Sini. Because Ebony's mission this week is very much to his liking. Wealthy people don't return home, like brocade in the night, developed that is sure to return home. The ancients, not to mention the moderns, were obsessed with this. The most exaggerated is Zhu Changba. This old brother when the emperor even want to set the capital of his hometown Fengyang. Even the palace has started, although the final did not materialize, but he did move this mind. In addition, there are because of the home country fool and brood tragedy, such as the big eunuch Wang Zhen, Tomo Fort mutiny could have been avoided, but when retreating, this goods thought of passing through his hometown of Weizhou, so that Emperor Ringzong driving honor of his mansion to the hometown of his father and mother to show their own prestige. The results of the shortcut does not go. There is a tragedy later. Office. Yang Hao pushed open the dark door and pulled Ibao directly into the lounge at the back. There's even a bedroom here? Sun Sini was a bit confused, not realizing that Yang Hao's president's office was something else. The president gets tired too. He needs to rest. I'm tired right now. Yang Hao stretched his back, then directly lay down on the big bed in the bedroom. Seeing this, Sun Sini, on the other hand, had slightly red cheeks, and she wasn't a little cutie. Naturally understood why big brother Yang pulled her into the restroom. However, best friend Su Yali as well as Wang Bingru are in the president's office. If you come in for a long time and don't go out, you'll be suspected. Brother Yang, there are people outside, Sun Sini whispered. And then what? Yang Hao asked with interest. It's not good for them to know. Sun Sini said with a red face. Know what? Yang Hao knowingly asked. He just wanted to tease the shy Ibao. Sun Sini hesitated for a moment, so she broke the pot and directly jumped into Yang Hao's arms. Big brother Yang, then hurry up. No, I'm not thinking about anything. You've got it all wrong, Sini. Yang Hao's mouth said so, but his hands were busy. The next moment, I heard a stabbing sound. The stockings wrapped around Sun Sini's legs were torn open. After another moment, Ibao, a beginner water magician, began to cast a spell. Office of the President. Every now and then, Su Yali glanced at the door of the president's office, and at the same time, she didn't forget to calculate the time. It's been 20 minutes and you're still not out? It's not really true, is it? There's something for the secretary to do. There's nothing. That's not right. I'm a secretary too. Cory, who was hit by the boomerang, rubbed her forehead, but she couldn't help but silently spit out in her heart, can't this kind of thing be done at home? Is it that much fun at the office? Secretary Sue, isn't Mr. Yang here? Just as Su Yali was silently spitting, Kai Mei-chen walked out of her office. Well, here it comes. Su Yali nodded and responded truthfully. Then I'll go get him. There are papers he needs to sign, Kai Mei-chen said and walked towards the president's office. Director Kai, wait. Su Yali hurriedly called out to the presidential office director. What's wrong? Kai Mei-chen gave Su Yali a puzzled look. Cindy is inside reporting on her work. Su Yali pointed to the door of the president's office and returned in a serious manner. The new book's monthly vote list is less than 100 votes away from the top spot. So all you 419 gentlemen hit me with your monthly votes. Kneel down and thank. End of chapter. 136. Bring back a daughter-in-law. Mendy's debriefing? Kai Mei-chen frowned slightly. She was under the impression that the pretty second secretary didn't seem to have much of a job at the moment. Got it. When it's over, you tell me. Kai Mei-chen probably understood the meaning of this huibao job. She glanced at the closed door of the president's office again this time before turning back to her office. Inside the lounge, Sun Xine looked at the torn stockings and fell into deep thought. One enters the boss's office wearing stockings, and when one goes out the stockings are gone. Does that make sense? Come back home with me this Saturday. Just as Sun Sini was thinking about the stockings, Yang Hao's voice suddenly sounded. Back home? Sun Sini froze for a moment before nodding with joy. Although Brother Yang hadn't clarified her identity, the words that he was willing to bring her to meet her parents were enough to prove that he valued himself. Not to mention that she was thinking of behaving well if she had the chance to meet Brother Yang's parents in the past 2 days. And then there are the gifts. The 188 million that Yang Hao gave before. She left 880,000 for her parents and $1 million in her own card. Well, let's use the $1 million to buy gifts for Brother Yang's parents. Although it is a borrowed flower, but I really do not have much money. The little money saved is not enough to give a fraction of Brother Yang. Backbite. Just as Sun Sini was contemplating buying a gift for Brother Yang's parents with the $1 million in her card, her cell phone suddenly rang. It was an incoming text from the bank. Sun Sini subconsciously took her cell phone and scanned it. Then the pupils were violently dilated in a circle, and shock was also written all over the delicate little face that still had a touch of flushing. She silently counted the long string of zeros after the number 1. There are 7 of them. That means Brother Yang transferred $10 million to himself in one breath. Brother Yang. This. Sun Sini tilted her head to look at Yang Hao, naturally wanting to inquire why she had transferred so much money to herself. Pocket change. Buy some of whatever you want, don't condescend. Yang Hao responded with a smile. Anyway, at the expense of his hanging father. Yippee is $500 million of exclusive spending money. Can't spend it all. There's no way to spend it all. However, Yang Hao naturally had his own little thoughts about transferring $10 million to Sun Sini at this time. With her understanding of Sun Sini going to meet her parents, that was sure to prepare generous gifts. But it's not like Ebony has much money. So, Yang Hao has to give enough financial support. And all this money given by hanging dad, I guess, was either spent on Sun Sini's family or Yang Hao's family. And the meat rotted in his own pot anyway. It's not a loss in any way. But that's too much. Sun Sini exhaled with a deep sense of powerlessness. Yesterday when she came back from Jingmen, she was still thinking about working hard in the future to help Brother Yang make money. Trying not to let Brother Yang spend so much money on her family for nothing. Turns out the $10 million for the self-same family to spend hasn't even been spent yet. Brother Yang here transferred another $10 million to himself. It's not over yet. It's simply not finished yet. Well, it looks like we can only perform water magic for Brother Yang a few more times in the future. He loves it. Yang Hao didn't know what Ibao was thinking, or else he would have exclaimed that Ibao knew what he was doing. How? That kind of scene can give a man a sense of accomplishment like no other. Sun Sini tidied up her makeup in the restroom bathroom of the lounge, and then only then did she leave the president's office somewhat sheepishly. 65 minutes. Seeing the BFF finally come out, Su Yali terminated the timing, and then also silently calculated in her mind, removing the opening 10 minutes and the closing 10 minutes. Arriving at the time of the main movie was probably around 45 minutes. Mr. Yang is in good health. Su Yali couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief in her heart. The stockings are gone. Looks like the main movie is intense. Su Yali found this detail again and couldn't help but feel it in her heart once again. And the person who discovered this detail is not only Su Yali. Wang Bingru, who has been silently paying attention to the situation in the president's office, also discovered it. Previously, she had only suspected that the relationship between Brother Yang and this beautiful female secretary was not normal, but now she had sort of made this speculation true. Wang Bingru couldn't help but think of her own sister. I guess my sister also knows that brother Yang has other women. After all, men like him were already popular with women, and many little girls were born to pounce. Senny, this is really a small farewell for you and Mr. Yang. I've just pinpointed the time. It took you a total of 65 minutes from the time you entered the office to the time you came out. Suyali came over to Sun Sini's workstation and joked in a low voice. Lee, you are too immodest. Sun Sini's cheeks blushed and pouted. You, is it me who's immodest or you guys? Suyali gently skimmed her mouth, then asked with a squeeze. By the way, are you still satisfied with the villa and luxury car I chose for your family? Ha, you chose it? Sun Sini looked at Suyali suspiciously. Because the matter was explained to me by Mr. Yang to do it, said it was going to be a surprise and told me to keep it a secret. So for the sake of the rice bowl in my hand, I can only hide it from you, Suyali said while rubbing her best friend's shoulders pleasingly. Lee, then you're just in time to help me out. This weekend brother Yang is going to take me back to his hometown. What do you think I should prepare as a gift for his parents? For Sun Seni this was a big deal, and she had been thinking about it since she came out of the president's office. Before she had a budget of $1 million, now the budget went up to 11 million. That's right, 11 million. Yibo didn't even think about buying anything for himself. The main thing is that her biggest wish, brother Yang has already helped her realize it. Right now the family is well fed and clothed. The parents live in a villa and drive a luxury car. And my sister can afford an awesome tutor to sprint for the college entrance exams. As for herself, she really doesn't have a particularly strong desire to spend money. She herself is not the kind of people who worship money, so she is not very cold to the luxury goods and so on. Belonging to the dispensable things, there is the icing on the cake, and it does not matter if there is none. Then, this $10 million given by brother Yang might as well throw in the towel and buy gifts for brother Yang's parents, and still give a good impression to the two old men. Is Mr. Yang going to take you back home? That's a good thing. Suyali's face showed a look of surprise. A close girlfriend like her who had grown up with Sun Sini since she was a child. She genuinely hoped that she would be well. The matter of choosing a gift depends on how much you budget. Cory added. $11 million. Sun Sini said. How much? Since she was in the office, Suyali had been speaking in a very low voice, but she couldn't help but exclaim in shock after hearing the figure of $11 million. So much so that Wang Bingru, who was busy at her own workstation, turned her gaze to the two. How much? Sini, say that again. Cory adjusted her emotions and asked anew. 11 million. Sun Sini repeated in a low voice. Are you sure there are 10,000 words after that? Suyali was still full of unbelief. Aha. Sun Sini nodded. Just now, Big Brother Yang transferred 10 million pocket money to me. $10 million. Pocket money? Suyali's eyes widened several times, and her eyeballs were on the verge of coming out of their sockets. Well, that's what Brother Yang said. Sun Sini also thought it was quite magical. I got a boyfriend. Gave me $10 million pocket money to spend as I please. If this was posted on Quick Tone, it would probably get responses like, come on, come on, come on, come on. Wake her up with some piss. Get out of the way. I'm yellow. Let me do it. When I met this sister, all the wannabes in the wishing pond ran away overnight. Sister, I advise you to buy 55,555 from the sports lottery. Our Mr. Yang is too trenchant. Is pocket money being handed out in the tens of millions? That doesn't give him 10 sons. Suyali couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Talking to you about business. What the hell do I get for a gift? Sun Sini rubbed her forehead. There was too much space to choose from after the budget was high, and in turn, she didn't know what to give. It's something, I guess, that will have to be looked at in the long run. First find out the preferences of Mr. Yang's parents, see what they need, and then prescribe the right medicine. Armsmaster Suyali stroked her chin and said, but I don't know what Brother Yang's parents like. Sun Sini gently shook her head. That's a good one. Leave it to me. A chesty smile appeared on Suyali's face. Aha, good sisterly. Then I'm counting on you. I'll treat you to a big meal after it's done. Seeing that Suyali seemed to be very capable, Sun Sini immediately stated her position. You want to get rid of me with one meal? Come on. It's a multi-million-dollar project. Suyali had a sly smile on her face. I want the LV bucket bag that I favored last time. As long as you can get this done, it's no problem. For Sun Sini, this matter was the most important. President's office. Yang Hao received a phone call from his mom He Yufan. Xiao Hao, your second uncle is organizing a full moon feast for his grandson this Sunday. Can you come back? The second uncle Yang Guoqian has a son and a daughter. The son married last year, now has a grandson. In fact, this matter last week when the phone call mom has already told Yang Hao once. Now the day is approaching, and she deliberately called again to confirm. Well, I'm going back on Saturday. Yang Hao gave an affirmative answer. Okay, Mom will make you and Ruwashi a delicious meal. It's been a long time since I've seen Ruwashi. I don't know if this little girl still recognizes me as her grandmother. Upon hearing that, Yang Hao would go back. Yufan's voice clearly showed a few moments of joy. Ask him if he's looking for anyone. At that moment another man's voice came from the phone. It was Yang Hao's old man, Yang Guagua, who was obviously right next to him. How? Did you hear your dad ask if you're looking for someone? So do you guys want me to find it? Or don't you want me to find it? Yang Hao asked back with a smile. That goes without asking. Your second uncle is holding a grandchild. It came to me several times a day to show off. Yang Nation's exasperated sputtering came over the phone. Okay, then I'll bring you back a daughter-in-law first. See if you're satisfied. If not, we'll change it. Thank you, Tianshan Swordsman, 500 coins reward. Keep asking for monthly tickets. End of chapter. 137. Little brother, it has a mind of its own. Look at that. That's human talk. Change it if you're still not satisfied. You can say that after you claim one back first. Yang National spat on the phone. The old man is 61 years old this year. The biggest regret in his life is that he has no grandchildren. For their generation, having no grandchildren is the equivalent of being extinct. He will really die in peace. Before, when his son and daughter-in-law were not divorced, he had something to look forward to. Then my son and daughter-in-law divorced, and that hope was gone. For this reason old man Yang was also very sick, and he sulked for a long time about it and didn't care about the son. In fact, people sometimes really old and children quite like. You give him a piece of sugar, he will be happy for a long time. If you make him angry, he did not take care of you, so there will be old children said. And old boy is an appropriate word for old man Yang. He's still carrying on with his son at this point. Although I know that my daughter-in-law has gone too far in the divorce, but in old man Yang's opinion, it's not too much to say, but you should at least leave us an old young family before you leave. As for Ruwashi, that granddaughter, she was always an outsider in old man Yang's opinion. Growing up is about getting married. It can't be helped. A lot of the older generation thinks that way. Yang Hao has also seen parents cry because their daughter-in-law gave birth to a daughter. How? Can you really bring me back a daughter-in-law? Yufan's voice came out of the phone again. Don't say 1, 2 or 3 will do. Yang Hao laughed and joked. He now treats his parents as children, and occasionally calls to make them happy, so he speaks without restraint. Look at that. Where's a word of truth? And expect him to bring back a daughter-in-law? It's good to be back on your own. Young National's voice came over the phone again. Yang Hao was still about to poorly talk to his parents for a few moments when someone knocked on the office room door. 2 old comrades, I've got work to do over here, so that's it for now. We'll talk about it when we get back on Saturday. Yang Hao greeted him and then hung up the phone. The one who knocked on the door was Kai Mei-chen. The director of the president's office was doing the president's job even though he was paid as a laborer, and he was busy until he took off in the past few days since he joined the company. Mr. Yang, these documents all need your signature. These are the ones that need your approval. Kai Mei-chen divided the documents she carried in into 2 batches and laid them out in front of Yang Hao. Director Kai has worked hard, Yang Hao politely said. Then after silently using a study card, he added, Director Kai, it's like this. I want to hear your detailed dissection of the contents of these documents. Let's explore together. Although it's cool to keep touching the fish, but Hang Dad has given the arrangement of study cards. Yang Hao still wants to absorb some useful knowledge, and he doesn't want to be a puppet president all the time. Have the ability to not want to do it. It's not the same thing as not being able to do it. Yang Hao set the goal for himself is that even if he becomes a palmist later, he should be a palmist who knows everything. You can't really say what the people below you say and not squeak when you say one. That would be a straw man president. Kai Mei-chen actually couldn't quite figure out this president's mind, but since the leader had ordered her to do so, she just did as she was told. So, in the next 2 hours, Kai Mei-chen unknowingly gave Yang Hao, the rookie president, a vivid lesson in business management. Kai Mei-chen belongs to the practical faction without any background. If on the real skills, she has been no less than the last service president, but in the workplace mixed ability to say that it is important, but also important, say that it is not important, that is not at all useful, unless you really are that kind of absolute heavenly pride, a Do-D powerhouse, capable of suppressing everything. Otherwise background, choice, and opportunity will always come before ability. It's all in the middle school text. 1,000-mile horses are often found, but not voila. Our country has a population of 1.4 billion. There is really no shortage of talent. What's missing are the eyes to spot talent. And in many industries talent actually has no upward mobility. Like wave after wave of officials stepping on sewing machines in it for the men's soccer team. Ordinary people can't afford to play in the city team, the provincial team, the national youth team. Every realm breakthrough requires a lot of kryptonite. And in this system, promotion spells out not the skill of the ball, but the connections and financial resources behind it. After taking Director Kai's exclusive business management class, Yang Hao, the fish-touching president, went directly to pick up Ruwashi from school. Daddy, Ms. Kiki isn't even in kindergarten today. After receiving Ruwashi, the little girl immediately pouted and said to Yang Hao, "Missing Ms. Kiki?" Yang Hao asked as he hugged his baby girl. "Aha." Ruwashi nodded vigorously. "You'll see it in a minute." Yang Hao smiled and carried the little girl to the car. "Really?" Ruwashi will be convinced, blinking her big eyes, anticipation written all over her little face. Yang Hao didn't explain much and drove back home. Wow, this car is so beautiful. The Panamera was already parked in the space, and Ruwashi got out of the car and caught the eye of the colorful car. Like the car? Yang Hao looked at the little girl with curiosity. He remembered that Ruwashi said so big when she saw the U8. Aha! Ruwashi nodded her head like a chicken pecking. "Then tomorrow daddy will take this car and drive you to school." Yang Hao stroked the little girl's head favorably. "Ha, is this our family car?" Ruwashi was so shocked that her little mouth opened slightly wide. "That's right, our family car." Yang Hao nodded. "Yay, our family still has such a beautiful car. Ruwashi burst into cheers. "Wasn't daddy's original car pretty?" Yang Hao asked, pointing to look up U8. Dad's car is huge," Ruwashi said seriously. Yang Hao was a bit speechless. This little girl said Panamera when it is our family car, and look up to the U8 when it is dad's car. Kids' preferences are simply not too obvious. Go upstairs. Yang Hao didn't want to discuss the car with the little girl anymore. Well, what does a little kid know? Father and daughter went back upstairs. Yuki Jiang, the young nanny, is now officially on duty. At the moment, she was mopping the floor in earnest. "Mr. Kiki, why are you in my house?" Seeing Jiang Yuchi's Ruwashi was shocked and delighted, and quickly ran towards Jiang Yuchi. "Ms. Chichi will be at Ruwashi's house from now on." Jiang Yuchi put down the mop and picked up the little girl. "Ha, Ms. Kiki, you promised to be my mom?" Ruwashi said in surprise. This question rather confuses Jiang Yuchi. "Won't. Not mom. Yes." It's still a bit hard to get Jiang Yuchi to say the word nanny to Ruwashi, and she's hesitating. I heard Yang Hao say, "From now on, Ms. Chichi will be Ruwashi's tutor. So, you'll do as you're told." Yang Hao walked over and gently patted Ruwashi on the back. Upon hearing that it wasn't her mom but a tutor, Ruwashi was more than a little disappointed, but she asked with great anticipation, "Ms. Chichi, then will you be at our house all the time?" "Well, all the time." Jiang Yuchi nodded affirmatively. This kind of job, unless Yang Hao, the boss, took the initiative to fire her. Otherwise Jiang Yuchi really didn't have much reason to quit. Yay, it's awesome. Upon hearing that Ms. Chichi would always be there, Ruwashi burst into another cheer. Jiang Yuji prepared dinner. The large dining room was chilly with only 3 people seated. However, compared to only Yang Hao and Ruwashi when it is more a few points of fireworks, kinda have a family of 3 kind of atmosphere. Kiki, take Ruwashi at home. I have to go out again. After dinner, Yang Hao left the house with a word of advice. He's going to get the weekly quests for NPC number 1 and NPC number 2 done. The rewards aren't great, but they're better than nothing. Moreover, he is still interested in that shadowless finger, which is said to be an awesome magic technique. After learning it, can he perform a 3 immortals returning to the cave or something? Which is also very bluffing. Yang Hao went to the Boli Fitness Center first. Right now Meng Yuyu's dance training center was still under renovation, so she would be at the fitness center when she was not doing anything. Now her mindset was completely different from when she was a trainer before, because Yang Hao had said that all the profits from the fitness center would go to her, so Meng Yuyu was still quite attached to it. For one thing, it could increase her income, and for another, she was trying to prove her business management ability to Yang Hao. Yang Hao came out in a Panamera, and he didn't go in even though he parked the car in front of the fitness center, but called Meng Yuyu. Learning that Yang Hao had arrived at the entrance of the fitness center, in less than 2 minutes, Meng Yuyu trotted out. She looked left and right, but she didn't see Yang Hao's look up. "You here." Yang Hao dropped the window, then pressed the Panamera's horn. Honey, you changed cars." Meng Cha-Cha looked at the Panamera in front of her with some curiosity, feeling that her man was so flirty driving a car of this color. Open for fun. Yang Hao didn't explain much. "It's kinda nice." Meng Cha-Cha sat into the co-pilot, and then directly wrapped her arms around Yang Hao's neck. "Hubby, I miss you. Let's drive the car to Riverside Park, okay?" There is an area in Riverside Park that is very dark and again parking is available. Sort of a mecca for in-car sports. Again, the sense of ambience is pulled full circle because there is such a car at regular intervals. Forget it, there's something else later. I'm stopping by. Yang Hao said and pointed to the 2 handbags on the back seat. "When I went to Hang Lung, I bought 2 bags on the way. For you. Hermes." Seeing that Young Hao would not take himself to Riverside Park, Meng Yuyu had been a little disappointed, but after seeing two Hermes handbags, the mood changed for the better. Thanks hubby. Meng Cha-Cha whined her thanks, but did not rush to get the gift, but jumped into Yang Hao's arms and got busy with her hands and mouth. Thanks for the reward. Soul Harvest Salute, 500 coins. Idle Cloud Diviner, 100 coins. And then, Gentleman of the 419, a monthly check. End of chapter. 138. Ex-husband brother, tired you fool. The late emperor spent his budget in the middle of the road before he was halfway through his business. Yang Hao had wanted to do both quests at once, but when he got to Meng Cha-Cha, the scripture was lost. That Wang Shu mission is, I love protein, but if there's not enough protein, it's a waste of time to fail the mission. Well, we'll fight again tomorrow. Well, at least it wasn't a total loss. Meng Cha-Cha's reward for this quest was a study card as well as one attribute point. Yang Hao added this attribute point to his health value in passing. That brings the health to 81, a little closer to 100. Back home, Jiang Yuqi is teaching Ruwashi how to dance in the parlor. The little girl studied hard and showed off what she had learned when she saw her dad come back. Yang Hao nodded his head rather comfortably. It felt like Jiang Yuqi had hired this little nanny at a great value. They say they're babysitting, but they're actually doing the work of a nanny plus tutor, or one of those all-around tutors who can teach singing and dancing and culture. Early childhood education graduates like Jiang Yuqi know a little bit of both singing, dancing and musical instruments. Not proficient, but enough to teach small children. With Jiang Yuqi at home, Yang Hao is also really safe. Just need to enjoy the happiness of heaven. Well, that's the right way to raise a child. Yang Hao somewhat understood why rich people like to have children. Aside from having a huge family fortune that someone needs to inherit, children are something that can really bring them happiness. And unlike the average family, one child can kill you half the time. How can you even think about having a second child? Ruwashi was asleep by 9 o'clock. Yang Hao put Jiang Yuqi on the balcony and made small talk while enjoying the night view of the two sides of the Yangtze River. I'm transferring Ruwashi to Shangping International Bilingual Kindergarten tomorrow. It's the one in front of our park. Do you want to hang out? Yang Hao sought up Jiang Yuqi's opinion. Hanging out? May I? Jiang Yuqi was a bit confused. As a kindergarten teacher, of course she knew about the Shangping International Bilingual Kindergarten. This kindergarten in Jiangchine local is also considered the first tier of kindergarten. Childcare fees 28,888 per month. Ordinary family children naturally cannot afford to go. Correspondingly, this kindergarten on the teacher's requirements are also very high. The education must be in the bachelor's degree or above. And Jiang Yuqi is a college degree. Cannot reach the threshold of entry. My idea is that you can be a dance teacher or a music teacher and take 1 or 2 classes a day. In which case I can drop your personnel relations to the kindergarten and it won't interfere with you bringing up Ruwashi. Yang Hao spoke his mind. It would certainly be nice if that were the case. It's just that the bar is very high over at Shangping. Jiang Yuqi gently shook her head. It's not a problem. As long as this program is okay with you, then it's settled. No problem. Jiang Yuqi hurriedly nodded. Being able to enter the Shangping International Bilingual Kindergarten was considered an honor for a kindergarten teacher. The next day, Yang Hao brought Ruwashi and Jiang Yuqi to the Shangping International Bilingual Kindergarten. It's morning admission time. There were all kinds of luxury cars parked on the side of the road, all in time for a mini car show. But really, the kids with the best backgrounds are on foot. Because the Shangping International Bilingual Kindergarten at first only served the owners of Nebula Bay, and then due to the limited number of internal students in Nebula Bay this is the external enrollment. But to enter the Shangping International Bilingual Kindergarten is not just as simple as paying 28,888 monthly nursery fees. The garden needs to interview parents and children, and only through the interview can they be admitted to the kindergarten. Sir, are you looking for someone? The security guard politely stopped Yang Hao. He has been here for 3 years and knows every kindergarten student as well as their parents. Strange faces are not going to be put out of place. I'm looking for Director Kong. Yang Hao stopped walking and was quite satisfied with the dutiful security guard. He had just walked inside without saying a word, but he actually wanted to test the waters. Do you have an appointment? The security guard remained polite. Yang Hao shook his head. Forget it, I'll give her a call. With that, Yang Hao took out his cell phone and dialed the phone number of that garden manager Kong and reported his identity. In less than 5 minutes, a middle-aged woman who appeared to be in her early 40s and had an elegant demeanor arrived at the gatepost at a brisk pace. Boss Yang, I'm Kong Shuqin, Shangping's current garden manager. Kong Shuqin briefly introduced herself. Hello Director Kong. Yang Hao shook hands with this Director Kong, who had already grasped all the information about the Shangping International Bilingual Kindergarten before he came. It's not strange to this Director Kong. She is considered an expert in early childhood education. and she has also opened a special fast voice account to explain early childhood education issues, with more than 500,000 followers. And listening to the conversation between the two, the security guard who stopped Yang Hao as well as Zhang Yuqi were a bit confused. Both of them captured a key message: Boss Yang. The security guard knew that the owner of the kindergarten had changed, and now Director Kong was calling the man in front of him his boss. Then it's no surprise that he should be the new owner of the kindergarten. The security guard silently reviewed his party's performance, and it seemed fine. He was only slightly reassured by this. Zhang Yuqi, on the other hand, had her pupils slightly dilated, and a look of shock appeared on her face. She didn't realize that besides being the president of Jiangcheng newspaper group, Yang Hao was also the owner of Shangping International Bilingual Kindergarten. But if he is the owner of this kindergarten, why has Ruoshi been at Belpro Kindergarten? Or did he buy this kindergarten for Ruoshi's convenience in going to school? This speculation shocked Zhang Yuqi even more. Buy a kindergarten outright for the comfort of your child's schooling. She thought the word trench was inadequate. And in the next conversation between Yang Hao and this Kong gardener, Zhang Yuqi's speculation was verified. This kindergarten was really just purchased by its own owner. No wonder they said last night they could get me to drop my personnel here. It turns out that people are the bosses. Zhang Yuqi could not help but feel another wave of emotion in her heart. Due to the identity of the kindergarten owner, Ruoshi's admission to the kindergarten as well as Zhang Yuqi's posting here will naturally not be a problem. And Kong Shuqin quickly put both of these things in place. Yang Hao also did not stay in the kindergarten too much, and then casually chatted with the director of the Kong Park about the situation in the park and withdrew. Happiness Coffee. It was afternoon when Yang Hao arrived at the store. In the morning he went back to Kai Meichen for his business management class. Yesterday's class made him feel very rewarding, so he was ready to milk this director Kai dry before he said anything. Brother Yang. Seeing Yang Hao enter the store, Wang Shuaru, the beautiful young woman's eyes instantly lit up and greeted her with a smile. How has business been the last 2 days? Yang Hao asked casually. It's still that way. Not much of an uptick. Wang Shuaru sighed. If not for the house as their own, this store is dry day loss of 1 day state, and it's profitable if you don't factor in the cost of the house. But the thing is, that's not how the score is settled. The way things are now, the coffee shop doesn't make as much money as it would if it rented out the storefront, so it's actually still a loss. Brother Yang, I bought you some clothes. Let's go upstairs and try them on. Wang Shuaru is the kind of woman with little ambition. Although the coffee shop does not make much money, she is considered to have her own business, and has a relatively comfortable life. So, lately, when she's not doing anything, she goes to the front of Starlight City to shop, and sometimes she goes to Hang Lung, but she didn't buy as much for herself as she did for Yang Hao. Therefore, when he entered the box, Yang Hao man was directly dumbfounded. You bought so many. On the floor of the box were all kinds of luxury shopping bags. Hermes, Versace, Louis Vuitton, Dior. Yang Hao felt that Wang Shuazhu was on the verge of putting together a collection of luxury brands. I'm just borrowing the flowers. It's all Brother Yang's money. Wang Shuaru smiled embarrassedly. The 10 million pocket money Yang Hao transferred last time still has a few million left. With normal spending, it's simply not enough to spend. Yang Hao nodded slightly. Although most of this beautiful young woman's tasks were related to fixing the hood, Yang Hao could feel that she was still quite devoted to herself. Brother Yang, try on the pants. I'll help you, Wang Shuaru said and helped Yang Hao undo his belt. Then he squatted down. Yang Hao held the head of this beautiful young woman. Couldn't help but spit in his heart. So many clothes do not try. Have to let me try pants. I know you are not good intentions. Downstairs, Shen Mingshan brought his girlfriend, whom he had just dated for a few days, to the store. This girlfriend in her 30s, is a divorced young woman. The two companies have business dealings, one after another will hook up. Shen Mingshan had just brought the other party around Starlight City and spent more than $2,000. The two had a dinner date with a friend, and this was the moment to come to the coffee shop and wait for someone. Honey, they have a private room upstairs in their house. Let's go upstairs. After the woman finished ordering, she pulled Shen Mingshan upstairs. Entering the box, the two sat down on one of the side decks and cuddled together. Honey, I think there's a noise next door? After a few moments of being mushy, the woman suddenly stopped, her eyes showing playfulness. Shen Mingshan listened carefully, then laughed. This is how anxious the hotel cannot afford to open one. Maybe that's what people want. The woman smiled flirtatiously. Well, then let's feel it too. 3 minutes later, Shen Mingshan lit a cigarette. He took 2 puffs before the waiter knocked on the door of the booth room and set the table with the coffee and dessert the two had ordered. Enjoy your meal, both of you. Zhao Lu politely exited the box, and in her heart, she thought, it's not good for you to change the box. This box may be noisy for a while. She did know the boss and that young guy, and every time they had to make a big deal out of it. The sound is low right now because we haven't gotten to the best part of the movie yet. Just as Zhao Lu thought, She hadn't left for a while. Things got heated next door. The woman sipped her coffee, but there was a sultry look in her eyes, as if to say, look at the others. And Shen Mingshan is like sitting on pins and needles, cursing in his heart, MD. Exhausted, you stupid fork. We all 3 minutes is not good. Non-special, right? Thanks to the big guy for the reward. Chikushin, 1,500 coins. Idle Cloud Diviner, 100 coins. And then, Gentleman of the 419. A monthly ticket. End of chapter. 139. Ex-husband brother. That voice sounds familiar. Shen Mingshan spat out smoke rings in a depressed manner. He started later than the others on his side, and now he's almost out of cigarettes and they haven't finished yet. If there is no comparison is actually nothing. Old man and young cannot be compared. Belong to the normal play. But the problem now is that the contrast is too strong. Although this new girlfriend of his, Gao Haijio, didn't say anything, he always felt as if there was a hint of mockery on the other party's face, as well as a hint of envy. Silence fell over the box. The voices from next door are getting more and more shrill. Ha! Why does that voice still sound familiar? Shen Mingshan, who had finished smoking, raised his eyebrows. He pressed his body against the wall and strained his ears to listen carefully, but it turned out to be more and more familiar. Wang Shuejiu? It can't be her. Shen Mingshan, people numb. Divorced couples can still be reunited in this way? But it's only been a few days since your woman got divorced. You got a new girl? Have some face. Shen Mingshan cursed in his heart, but after seeing Gao Haijiao sitting next to him, he instantly put back such words as to be shameless. It's a boomerang. Hurting the enemy 1,000 times hurts you 12 times. At least he got divorced. He's been married since then. Honey, there's no need to listen so closely. Seeing that Shen Mingshan had kept his body pressed against the wall, Gao Haiju was a little bit in tears. A handful of years old and still so curious like a child. Shen Mingshan was not able to explain anything and kept quiet with a dark face. Finally, the wind is calm. Gao Haijio sighed in her heart. It must have been more than half an hour. It's very possible to be in this buffed environment and still have so much time left. She even wanted to try. And at this time Shen Mingshan is again perked up his ears, focusing on the sound of the door opening. He is ready to wait for the other side to leave to go out to sea. In the end is not his ex-wife. He didn't have to wait too long. About 10 minutes later, sure enough, the sound of a door opening and footsteps were heard. Shen Mingshan immediately pulled open the door of his compartment and walked out. Wang Shuaru, who had just finished replenishing her rich protein, was in the right mood, and when she heard the door of the box next to her open, she subconsciously glanced at it. Next moment, for eyes, the atmosphere was instantly frozen. And it's really you, Wang Shuaru, do you still want some face? Shen Mingshan first froze for a moment, then couldn't help but break into a fit of rage. Wang Shuaru did not expect to meet her ex-husband here. She was a bit speechless. However, at this time, Yang Hao took a step forward and blocked between Wang Shuaru and Shen Mingshan. He looked at this ex-husband's brother with a blue face and said with a smile, Director Shen right, hello again. Shen Mingshan actually didn't recognize Yang Hao at first glance. In his impression the other party was just a kangaroo delivery man, and his image was also fixed on the way he was wearing a delivery suit, and the man in front of him was wearing a well-fitted suit, which looked like a very expensive one, and he was carrying several luxury brand handbags in his hand. Although these handbags were of different sizes, the logos on them were enough to show that the things inside were not cheap. He couldn't connect the image with the delivery man in his head, but because Yang Hao took the initiative to open his mouth, he naturally took a serious look at this man who had only just had an in-depth exchange with his ex-wife, and he heard a lot of that his ex-wife hadn't told him before. How can I say this feeling? It's worse than learning you're green. Learning about being green, he was suddenly given a prairie. And what's happening now is that he's witnessing the growth of this prairie. Are you? After carefully sizing up Yang Hao, Shen Mingshan was directly shocked. His mouth opened wide, and the gold-rimmed glasses stuck on the bridge of his nose shook. He immediately recalled the scene in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. And of course the other guy had to spit in his face in a fit of impotent rage. And now, you're so vindictive, aren't you? He couldn't help but think again of a certain morning when he had gone home to pick up his clothes and had seen this man's figure at the entrance to the neighborhood as well. I Nima. It's not like they got together back then. Shen Mingshan felt that the grassland above his head was growing wildly. Honey, what's wrong? At that moment, Gao Haijio, who heard the sound, walked out from the box. Yang Hao looked at the other party and couldn't help but shake his head. This woman's looks were too average. She wasn't even on the same level as Wang Shueru. Well, the ex-husband is really hungry. But it makes sense when you think about it. Normally the quality of women around a man is directly proportional to the balance on his bank card. Nowadays, the ex-husband's brother has fallen on hard times. Although he has kept his job, but he has also become a houseless person. Barely an old prospect. But such men are no longer in the consideration of quality women. You're heading for 40. And you still need me to fight with you? Wanted to fart, eat it. My old lady got an old man just to pick peaches. Okay. Yang Hao thought again about how next door seemed to be out of sorts for 2 or 3 minutes as well. Alright, you save 10 times the time for the same job. That way you'll have more time to fight for a better life. That's right. A real man doesn't keep his legs on his shoulders. I want to carry the responsibility on my shoulders. 3 minutes of Superman shared. When did you guys get together? Shen Mingshan had the urge to hit someone. He clenched his fists tightly. If it wasn't for the fact that Yang Hao was half a head taller than him and a bit stronger, he might have already made a move. Director Shen, you're asking a question. Is it only the officials who are allowed to set fire to the people? You've got a new love interest. Aren't you being a bit lenient? Yang Hao disliked back in a flat tone. I got it after my divorce. Shen Mingshan gritted his teeth. We got together after the divorce. Too. Yang Hao said and even wrapped Wang Shuiru in his arms. You guys. Shen Mingshan's face was grim. His teeth were about to be clenched, but he was speechless. Both are divorced. So naturally, bridge to bridge, road to road. It's nobody's business. But then again, he was really holding it in his heart. Boss, do we need to call the police? At this time the two sales clerks, Zhao Lu and Mao Shuang, who heard the sound, both ran up. Boss? Shen Mingshan subconsciously looked at Yang Hao and Wang Shuiru, not knowing who the bosses in the two people's mouths were talking about. No need. Wang Shuiru waved her hand, then said to Shen Mingshan in a calm tone, you walk your sunny path, I'll cross my one-tree bridge. It's best not to interfere in each other's lives. Boss, are you the owner of this store? Shen Mingshan didn't even listen to what Wang Shuiru was saying. The focus was all on the way the two sales clerks addressed Wang Shuiru. How does an ex-wife who hasn't been divorced for long become the owner of a coffee shop? She didn't blow all her savings on this store, did she? Now that you know I'm the owner of this store, don't come back. Lulu, send the guests away. After Wang Shuiru finished speaking, she pulled Yang Hao downstairs, no longer bothering with this ex-husband. Shen Mingshan, on the other hand, was frozen in place for a long time. Honey, is that your ex-wife? At this time, Gao Haijiao asked curiously. In the back of his mind, he was thinking that it was surprising that he was divorced with such a beautiful wife. Or was he the one who got dumped? Well, probably dumped. After all, one is 3 minutes and one is 30. And the man was quite handsome, of the tall and powerful type. If such two men let her choose, she would also choose Yang Hao without hesitation. It's not that 30 minutes is more attractive, mainly because I like taller ones. Shen Mingshan didn't want to talk at all right now. He went downstairs without saying a word, and swept around the first floor, but Wang Shuiru's figure was already gone. Instead, Yang Hao stood at the door with a bunch of shopping bags of luxury brands. MD, divorced me and you took the money to support the old man. Right. Shen Mingshan didn't think that Yang Hao, a delivery man, had the ability to consume these luxuries. However, he did recall the time he had met Yang Hao by chance in Starlight City before, when the other party was accompanied by two beautiful young girls. Is this guy a pro at eating soft food? Shen Mingshan thought about the experience upstairs again. Damn, he seems to have a real soft spot for it. Shen Mingshan cursed in his heart and walked outside the store mocking. What kind of man is it to spend a woman's money? Are you talking about me? Yang Hao smiled and looked at this ex-husband's brother with a blue face. Crap, who else but you? You're old enough to be an old man, aren't you? Shen Mingshan cursed. Yang Hao smiled and shrugged. Actually, I think being able to eat soft food is also a skill. Some people would like to eat, but the conditions it does not allow. Right, beautiful? Yang Hao said and even raised an eyebrow at Gao Haijiao. Ha? Gao Haijiao first froze before reacting to the meaning of Yang Hao's words, and she even subconsciously nodded. Rich women like those who are fit and durable. Shen Mingshan can't do it at all. Rich women can't see it. You're a ing asshole. Shen Mingshan was furious and opened his mouth to curse. As a result, Yang Hao didn't spoil him and directly poked Shen Mingshan's hemp tendon with a hand of the new skill, Shadowless Finger, that he just got. He immediately felt that his entire arm along with his fingertips were numb, as if countless ants had crawled over it. Shen Mingshan subconsciously reached out to rub his arm, his mouth making sibilant noises. Everyone has an ID. Don't always talk about family. Yang Hao looked at this ex-husband brother with a pained expression and suddenly felt the joy of the crooked mouth war god. MD. The Dragon King returns to his position. The god of war returns. All die for the master. However, our book is a civilized society. Believe in the motherland and believe in the party. Fighting doesn't end well. What's more, Yang Hao and his ex-husband brother are still in the same boat. I'd be happy to give you a head start. Director Shen, keep your mouth shut from now on. Remember, trouble comes out of the mouth. Yang Hao gave another kind admonition, and then opened the Paramira's door under the shocked gazes of Shen Mingshan and Gao Haijiao. Thanks to, observe the heart in the stillness, for the 10,000 coins reward. Thanks to the Benjamin's age is not broken, Big Brother 100 coins reward. It's a new day. Keep asking for monthly votes. End of chapter. 140. Really brought my daughter-in-law back. The two saw the riotously colored Primera as they entered the store. It was supposed to be new, or a relatively rare color, so it was very eye-catching. However, both of them thought that the car was which young ladies, but they didn't expect the owner to be a middle-aged uncle like Yang Hao. Of course that's secondary to the point that it's an expensive car. A veritable $1,000,000 luxury car. Shen Mingshan had thought that his ex-wife Wang Shuaru had raised an old white man. That doesn't seem very realistic right now. Wang Shuaru has probably spent almost all of her savings opening this coffee shop, and definitely doesn't have the money to buy another Primera. So the car is probably Yang Hao's. It doesn't seem like an old man would buy a car in this color though. Could it be some other rich girl's car that he drove out to act like a beeper? Well, it's very possible. Shen Mingshan quickly analyzed a possibility. However, his arm is still numb at this moment, and he does not dare to provoke again, and takes Gao Haijiao to his own BMW in a grayish manner. And what an old white boy. I wonder which rich woman's car he took out. Only after getting into the car did Shen Mingshan dare to spit out a sentence. Is not quite like his car. Gao Haijiao nodded deeply. Such a flirty color did not go well with an old man like Yang Hao. Honey, I can't believe your ex-wife opened such a big coffee shop. That's a lot of money to invest, isn't it? Gao Haijiao changed the subject. I think they'd blown all their savings on this. Watch, it won't be long before they go out of business. She's not business material. She just stays home with the kids. Shen Mingshan spat in exasperation. In fact, he was more concerned about Wang Shuaru getting together with Yang Hao, although he had already divorced. But when he thought of what happened in the box just now, he was a little heartbroken. After leaving the coffee shop, the more Shen Mingshan thought about it, the more angry he became. He simply sent a micro message to Li Manchu, wanting to ask the other party to come out to get together, to do the same thing in return. The result is that Li Manchu did not pay attention to him. Shen Mingshan not dead hard again said Yang Hao and his ex-wife together, as well as the possibility of being a rich woman, want to use this to stimulate Li Manchu. Then, as he was tweeting away, a red exclamation point suddenly appeared in the dialogue box. This ex-husband brother simply do not know. Now Li Manchu is thinking about how to remarry with Yang Hao. In order to prove to Yang Hao's determination to reform, she has even blacked out a few fish raised in the Weishin, thinking of the next time to ask to get back together frankly and honestly, and generously show the phone to the other side. Therefore, Shen Mingshan, a man who had long been treated coldly by her, sent a message again, so naturally Li Manchu would not be soft. What's more, the things he said Li Manchu is not interested at all. She does not care how many women Yang Hao has around. As long as she can remarry she is the main palace. As for Shen Mingshan's comment that Yang Hao was being kept by a rich woman is even more ridiculous. His kind of wealth needs to be kept by a rich woman? He himself doesn't know how many little girls like Meng Yuyu have been adopted outside. Saturday, Yicheng, Riverside Garden. It's an old neighborhood. It's also where Yang Hao grew up. Yang's house is not really small. There are more than 70 square feet. The old couple live is more than enough. The downside is that the floors are quite high. The house is on the 4th floor. For a house with a 6-story top, the 3rd and 4th floors are actually considered prime floors. But the problem is that Yang Hao's parents are older. One 61 years old, one 58 years old. Carrying things to climb the 4th floor is actually a bit of a struggle. Right now the two of them are still in good health, so they can overcome the strain of climbing stairs. But as they get older, going up and down the stairs every day will become a big problem. The Yang family is very lively at this moment, because tomorrow is the full moon wine of second brother Yang Huichun's grandson. His sister Yang Huizhen, who is currently living in the outer city, arrived a day earlier, and as there were other guests on second brother Yang Huichun's side, his sister brought her daughter to Yang Huichun's side, and besides his sister, the neighbor Feng Lanhua was also there at this moment. This old lady would be a matchmaker if she was placed in ancient times. She had been doing matchmaking since her retirement, shuttling around the park matchmaking corner in such places every day. He often approached Feng Lanhua to ask if she had any girls on hand that would be suitable for her son after she was sure he would be back for the weekend. Today, Feng Orchid brought a lot of information about the girl and is explaining it. Sister, let me tell you, this girl is quite a match for your son's condition. Also divorced, with a boy, but they are young, only 26, and when they marry, they can still have babies. Feng Orchid pointed to a resume with a photo on it and introduced the woman, who looked pretty good from the photo. This works, it makes sons. Yang Nationwide, who was sitting on the side, nodded his head. The old man's biggest concern was whether or not he would be able to hold a grandchild. What a line, and to help raise someone else's son. Yufeng shook her head. The fact that people have given birth to sons means that they have a life to give birth to sons. Yang Guoming argued, Big brother, you'll have to listen to your sister-in-law on this one. This matter of helping someone raise a son, not to mention Xiao Hao. Even Dorgan can't handle it. Yang Huijin picked up the conversation. I've got no kids here. Foam Orchid flipped another resume out and introduced herself. Sister this girl is short married and childless. Nowadays, in this social climate, there is no difference between a short marriage and no marriage. It's just one more divorce certificate. How old? Yufan asked. 31 years old. 4 years younger than your Xiao Hao, a comparable age. Feng Lanhua introduced. Divorced for what? It can't be that you can't give birth to a child. Yang Guoming asked with a worried face. This old man had his heart set on having a grandchild, so his focus was naturally on having a child. The reason for the divorce? I'm really not sure. Feng Lanhua shook her head. That won't do. In case you don't produce a child, that's not a waste of time. Old man Yang waved his hand. Orchid, are there any that haven't been married? Yufan asked. The ones who haven't been married certainly have, but your Xiao Hao is divorced with a baby. People may not do it. Feng Lanhua said as she flipped through the girls' resumes, then suddenly her eyes lit up as she pulled one out of it. This girl is unmarried and childless, and only 25 years old. This is good. Yufan nodded. Her eyes fell on the resume. Then she froze. Orchid, how come this girl's photo is still on the hospital bed? It's like this. The girl was in a car accident not too long ago and is in a coma. But don't you guys worry. The doctor said he'll be awake in a few days. Put. Feng Lanhua hadn't even finished speaking when the young girl who had been playing with her cell phone on the other side of the sofa couldn't help but burst out laughing. Her name is Lu Yani, the daughter of Yang Hao's fourth aunt, Yang Huijin. Auntie and uncle. You guys are looking for a date for my big brother like this. Does he know about it? It doesn't matter what he knows or doesn't know. Yufan waved her hand, then said to Foam Orchid with a speechless face. Orchid, you can't introduce a vegetable to our Xiao Hao either. I thought you wanted unmarried and childless. With Xiao Hao's current condition, an unmarried and childless girl, this is the only one who will agree. Sister you have to look at the long term. Once the girl wakes up, won't your family make a lot of money? And her parents said no dowry. It's just for joy. It is said that the mouth of a matchmaker can turn the dead into the living, and Feng Lanhua has really interpreted this trait perfectly. A woman in a coma can be said by her to be competitive. That's not good. It's not like we're using our little how to wash down the wedding. Yang Huijin interjected. Indeed not. What if I don't wake up? Yufan also shook her head repeatedly. Upon hearing this, Foam Orchid slapped her thigh with some impatience. Sister I think you are not clear about the situation. With your family's condition, you can't find an unmarried and childless one, and you won't do it if you're divorced. Foam Orchid spread her hands. Then there's nothing I can do. Knock, knock. She spoke just as someone knocked on the door of the room. It's Big Brother coming back, isn't it? Sitting on the edge of the sofa, Lu Yani rushed to open the door. She grew up in Yichang, and then her father's job transfer before moving to the outer city. So when Big Brother Yang Hao is still quite close. Big Brother, it's really you. The one standing at the door was indeed Big Brother Yang Hao, and Lu Yani immediately greeted him with a smile. However, the next moment, Lu Yani was a bit confused, because Big Brother was not back alone. In addition to the Ruwashi in his arms, he was even followed by a big beautiful woman who was similar to his own age, but hung on to his own body or face value. Ruwashi, call little aunt, Yang Hao said to Ruwashi, who was held in his arms. Hello, auntie. Ruwashi was not shy and immediately shouted, Ruwashi is here. At this moment, Yufan also welcomed over. The first thing she saw was her eldest granddaughter Ruwashi, and greeted her warmly, but the next moment she froze, her gaze naturally falling on the girl who had followed her son back. How? She is? Yufan asked curiously. I thought I said I was bringing my girlfriend back when I called earlier. Yang Hao shrugged his shoulders, then introduced. Her name is Sun Cinny. You guys just call her Cinny. Cinny, this is my mom and this is my cousin Yani. Yang Hao carried Ruwashi into the house and introduced both sides in passing. Hello auntie, Yani, hi. Although Sun Cinny was nervous, she still greeted her with a big smile. Ha, hello sister-in-law. Lu Yani first froze, then hurriedly shouted sister-in-law. After all, Big Brother has said this is his girlfriend. At this time, Yang Huijin, Yang Guigui as well as Feng Lanhua who heard the sound also greeted the door, and naturally, all three of their gazes fell on Sun Cinny. Afterwards, all three faces showed a shocked look. Yang Huijin, is this really my great-nephew's girlfriend? Young National, my son has made a name for himself. Orchid Feng, no way, that's absolutely impossible. Thank you, Hanbin 666, Big Brother 500 coins reward. P.S. I'm out and about today, so I'm a bit late with my shift. End of chapter. 141, Hexagonal Daughter-in-Law. Get in the house. Get in the house. Ruwashi, let grandma hold you. Yufan enthusiastically brought her son's daughter-in-law back to the house, and then took her eldest granddaughter, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, from her son's arms. In fact, He-Yufan is a bit strained to hold Ruashi, but after all, she is her own granddaughter and still likes it. Senny, this is my dad and fourth aunt. This is Auntie Feng. Once inside, Yang Hao continued his introduction. Sun Sinny hurriedly greeted warmly again and then put the gifts she brought aside. The gifts she was carrying were actually quite normal, just some supplements as well as health products that old people could use. And in fact, this Yippie is holding back a big one, because before she left for the army, the head and deputy military advisors, Su Yali and Zhao Yingying, gave her 3 brilliant plans to be revealed one by one. Senny, eat the orange. After taking her seat, Yang Huijin peeled an orange and handed it to Sun Sinny. Thank you, fourth aunt. Sun Sinny took the orange and politely thanked her. On the side of the phone, Manhwa is looking up and down the young family daughter-in-law, but the more she looked at the more incredible. On this looks with a multi-millionaire are not excessive. Phone Orchid is stuck in the dating market all day and has seen too many girls, and not a few of them are pretty, but Sun Sinny was definitely the most outstanding among those girls she had seen. However, how did this kind of beautiful woman look at Yang Hao, such an old divorced man with a baby? She just couldn't figure it out. This girl must be defective. Feng Lanhua pondered in her heart, then cleared her throat and asked, Senny, how old are you? Aunt Feng, I'm 24 years old. Sun Sinny returned truthfully. 24? Although Sun Sinny looks quite young, women nowadays take care of themselves, so it's quite common to look like you're in your 20s at 30. Feng Lanhua thought that Sun Sinny had to be 27 or 88 years old at any rate, or even into her 30s, because that's what matches Yang Hao's age better. It turns out that people are only 24 years old, and after Sun Sinny reported her age, not only was Feng Lanhua shocked, but Yang Guagua, He-Yufan, and Yang Huijin were all shocked as well, with surprised expressions on their faces. 35-year-old Yang Hao got a 24-year-old girlfriend, a whole 11 years difference. Even though the society is much more enlightened nowadays than it used to be, a teenage age difference is actually still a small probability. A man can find a wife a decade younger, and to outsiders that's skill. That teenage age difference is something that takes strong financial resources to level out, but they all know about Yang Hao's situation. Older, divorced, with children. It's incredible to find a beautiful girlfriend like Sun Sinny who is 11 years younger in this situation. Lu Yani was even a bit confused because she was 25 years old. I can't believe I'm a year older than my sister-in-law. Mindy, so have you ever been married before? Being young doesn't necessarily mean getting married first. Feng Lanhua has come into contact with too many girls who have been divorced in their early 20s. It can't be helped that the divorce rate is so high these days. Young people are spoiled at home, and many times when two people start a family, they don't get along with each other, and then they get divorced at the drop of a hat. Orchid Foam has even met several people who divorced after less than a month of marriage. So, she felt that a girl as young as Sun Sinny had followed Yang Hao, perhaps also divorced and even with children. Hearing her ask this, the gazes of the remaining few naturally fell on Sun Sinny, because the issue is still critical. No, Sun Sinny shook her head and added, let alone getting married. I haven't even talked about boyfriends before, and Brother Yang is the first boyfriend I've talked to. This. Feng Lanhua opened her mouth, and the person was confused again. Yang Guiguo and He-Yufan also had incredible looks on their faces. So not only did their son get a pretty young little girlfriend, but they were still yellow. In today's social climate, this is nothing short of a metaphysical story. A few of them were a little less than convinced. Yang Hao had a faint smile on his face, and he wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't tried it himself and Hang Dad had given him a reward. But the truth is, some girls are really clean. Although he didn't quite believe Sun Sinny's words, there was no way to go deeper into this issue. However, in the eyes of the crowd, Sun Sinny's claim that she has never been married is still believable because it is possible to find out if it is a second marriage or not, and there is little point in telling this lie. Now Sun Sinny has 3 keywords: 24 years old, unmarried, and beautiful. I think there's something wrong with the family. Feng Lanhua thought for a moment and then asked, Sinny, where are you from? What do your parents do? Are you the only child at home? In the face of this Aunt Feng's trio of questions, Sun Sinny was calm, as her military advisor, Su Yali, had already simulated these questions before she came. I'm from Jingmen, my parents are both laborers, and I have a younger sister at home who is a senior in high school. Sun Sinny replied concisely and succinctly. Feng Lanhua raised her eyebrows. There is nothing to be picky about this family background, although it is not a family of great wealth, but since both parents are workers, retirement is also guaranteed. Without a younger brother, there are no preconditions to become a brother-supporting demon. What is the problem? The family is fine and the personal conditions are fine. Could it be that the education is too low? With this in mind, Feng Lanhua immediately asked, Sinny, which university did you graduate from? Aunt Feng, I graduated from the Jiangqing Physical Education College. Sun Sini returned truthfully. Sports Academy? That's an undergraduate degree too, right? Feng Lanhua asked. Yeah. Sun Sini nodded lightly. Feng Lanhua, on the other hand, frowned even more tightly. So there is no problem with people's education. Then it must be work. Feng Orchid continued her household checking mode. Sini, so what kind of work are you doing now? I work in the president's office of the Jiangcheng newspaper group. When answering this question, Sun Sini subconsciously looked at Yang Hao beside her, and she purposely avoided the word secretary. This is because the word secretary is seen by many people as a marginal attribute. Jiangcheng newspaper group. Feng Orchid was once again stunned. She still knew about the Jiangcheng newspaper group. It was a big enterprise and had an official background, and Sun Sini was already holding a key position in a big conglomerate at a young age. So, it's like a hexagonal daughter-in-law who can't seem to find any faults. Lu Yani looked at this little sister-in-law with the amazing face value, and was tempted to ask in her heart, what exactly do you figure? Is it because my big brother is old? Or do you just like second marriages? He Yufan and the old Yang Guigua couple also looked at each other in dismay. This daughter-in-law seemed too perfect. It's the kind of perfection they can't even dream of. Yang Huizhen, on the other hand, had her brain spinning rapidly. She also thought this girlfriend her great-nephew had found was too perfect. This isn't a rental, is it? There was a TV show before that called Rent a Girlfriend for New Year's Eve. And there's always a similar thing swiped on fast tone. Yang Huizhen's mind suddenly popped up this thought. The account check is almost done, isn't it? When's dinner? Yang Hao asked smilingly. Eat out. It's too much trouble to make it at home. He Yufan originally wanted to do some home cooking, but today there are more people busy too tired. After all, age here. Okay, let's go out to eat then. Yang Hao nodded. He also didn't want his mom to work too hard. Sister I'll leave your family feast alone. Seeing that the crowd was going out in a while, Feng Lanhua hurriedly got up to take her leave. Although she was very curious as to why Sun Sini had taken a liking to Yang Hao, it was naturally not good for her, as a neighbor, to participate in such an occasion. Orchid, thank you for today, he Yufan politely said, then sent the person to the door. No trouble, and not much help. Feng Lanhua made a polite remark and added in a low voice. And these girls in my hands are no match for this girl that Xiaohao brought back. But there's a demon in this out of the blue. This daughter-in-law, you still need to pay more attention. Feng Orchid Flower still exhorted before she left without dying. The living room. Yang Huizhen, however, had taken over Feng Lanhua's banner as she looked at Sun Sini and asked, Sini, how long have you and Xiaohao been together? It's been a while. Sun Sini deliberately blurred the concept of time. If anything, a month or so was still too short. So how did you guys meet? Still quite curious, Yang Huizhen continued to ask. We met at the fitness center. Sun Sini answered truthfully, but the corner of her eye when she answered back was always skimming the cell phone that was placed on the coffee table by her. Finally, the cell phone screen lit up. Sun Sini's heart was slightly delighted. Not surprisingly, the first pouch arrived. Thanks to Go Home and Move Bricks for the 2,000 coins reward. Thanks to Book Friends 6,671, 100 coins reward. End of chapter 142. Showdown. Your son's a billionaire. Sun Sini opened her WeChat and looked at it, and sure enough, the delivery person had arrived. Uncle, I've got a little present for you. Send it up now. Sun Sini stood up from the sofa and said to Yang Guoming, a gift for me? Yang Guoming was very surprised, because this daughter-in-law into the door of the house has carried a lot of things. What's with the separate gift for yourself? Yang Hao looked at Ibo and the corner of his mouth rose slightly, and in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, that's a start. He was aware that Ibo was holding back a big move, because a few days ago Su Yali found an excuse to ask him for a copy of his ID card, which naturally had an address on it, and Sun Sini took a 2-day vacation right after, so it's no surprise that Ibo shouldn't be coming to Yicheng for the first time. However, Yang Hao was pretending not to know anything, and he was quite curious about what kind of surprise Ibo had prepared for his parents. Also, Yibo behaving well as part of the filial daughter-in-law task. That reward is $100 million in exclusive filial piety funds. With this money, Yang Hao's parents will be able to enjoy their old age in complete peace. But the fact that Hang Daddy isn't responding yet means that the mission isn't complete yet. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. Closer to the door, Lu Yani immediately opened the door to the room. 2 workers dressed in some logistics overalls immediately carried a large box in. Which is MS. Son, please sign for it. One of the workers took out a slip. I am. Sun Sini went over and signed, while the workers who had completed the task immediately withdrew. Uncle, do you open it and see if you like it? The workers carried in a large carton box, the volume of which was over a cubic meter. Very large. Is this for me? Yang Nation was flabbergasted. The remaining few people also looked at the large box curiously. Sun Sini smiled and nodded. The military advisor Su Yali's idea is to throw in their favor. The investigation revealed that Yang's greatest hobby was fishing, and he was a real fisherman. At this time, Yang Guoming took a pair of scissors and unwrapped the outer cardboard box case. Then his eyes immediately lit up, because inside was surprisingly a fully configured set of fishing gear, with fishing boxes, rods, plumbing nets, fish guards, and other things. This is only second to the fact that the main fishing rods are very varied hand, sea and rock rods. A few of these rods were Old Man Yang's dream, such as the Deva Red Tiger and Deva's Ripple Pole. These two rods have a good reputation among anglers. The downside is that they are expensive. A pole costs over $10,000. Ordinary people can't afford it. There is also a limited edition of Tingshan, only 199 of which will be sold worldwide. Great. That's great. Old Man Yang first froze, then praised it in an unending stream of praise. The corners of his mouth turned up as if he had been fished for a cocked mouth, and he simply couldn't keep it down. There were 20 to 30 various rods in the box alone, each one of which Old Man Yang could only think of before. He's already thinking about how he's going to change rods every day and show them off to his fishing buddies. Don't look at the old Air Force, but the old pole is plentiful. Sini, these rods are expensive, aren't they? It's too much of a bust. Since Old Yang too was a fishing man, he Yufan still knew something about it. A while ago, Old Man Yang clamored for a fishing rod, and it turned out that the rod cost more than $1,000. He Yufan didn't agree to buy it, and for that reason Old Man Yang even went on a hunger strike. And now there are 20 or 30 fishing rods in the box, more than 1,000 each, that is 2 or 3 million. Not to mention the box is not only the rods, there are other miscellaneous things, which are added together shall not be tens of thousands of dollars. It's good that uncle likes it. Sun Sini returned with a smile on her face, then also subconsciously looked at Yang Hao. She was actually quite embarrassed. After all, it was all consumed by Brother Yang. Sini, these things must be tens of thousands of dollars, right? Yang Huijian asked curiously. Tens of thousands? Old Man Yang grunted, picked up a Gamma Carp Mark IV limited edition, and pointed to the other two in the same series. These three will be 50,000 to 60,000 dollars. Don't look at Old Man Yang himself has no money, but he has several fishing groups and usually focuses on these things, so he knows a lot about fishing gear. It's the same thing as having no money in your pocket and swiping the black car empire every day. Don't think he rides a Yardie every day, but he knows every Audi model like the back of his hand. Yang Huijian was confused. This is too expensive. Then wouldn't this box of fishing gear cost hundreds of thousands of dollars? Yang Huijian subconsciously looked at Sun Sini, together with the fact that she was not only young and pretty, but also a little rich woman. But how does such a condition look good on one's great-nephew? At this moment, Yang Nationwide, who had returned to his senses, was also a bit confused. Before, he thought, his son has made a good living and found a young and beautiful daughter-in-law. Now the thought is, my son isn't on a soft diet, is he? But what does she see in my son? Old Man Yang doesn't even think his son is worthy. He Yufan was even more shocked, speechless. Just this box of fishing gear are more expensive than this old house of theirs. Lu Yani on the side was also almost shocked off her chin. She looked at her big brother Yang Hao and then at her little sister-in-law Sun Sini. Big brother is not an old cow eating young grass. It's an old cow eating golden grass. 35 years old and a soft touch. This is also too good to be true. Seni, you're not trying to get our Xiao Hao to join the family, are you? Young Nation asked weakly. When I asked about the family just now I learned that Sun Sini has a younger sister and her parents are sonless. Combine that with the fact that she's such a big spender, she might as well be dropping money to buy her son over. With this thought, Yang Guoming hurriedly put down the fishing rod in his hand again. As much as he loves all these rods, he can't change his son. Then wouldn't his lineage be completely extinct? After joining the family, even if you have a child, you are not allowed to have the surname Yang. No, I didn't have that in mind. Sun Seni shook her head in fear. In his heart, he thought, it's hard to say whether I can marry into your Yang family myself, so how dare I have such unrealistic thoughts? Uncle, auntie, that's right. Sun Seni decided it was better to show her cards first. This was too much pressure. She was different from before when Yang Hao was in his own house, and brother Yang sent the surprise that was spent on his own money, so it didn't matter how it was done, but it was Yang Hao's money she was spending, so it wouldn't be good for brother Yang's parents to get the wrong idea. Actually, the money was all given to me by brother Yang. I'm just borrowing the flowers. Brother Yang is busy at work. He might not think of some details. I just did it for him. After saying that, Sun Seni let out a long breath with a feeling of relief. However, this time, the eyes of the crowd all fell on Yang Hao. How? Where did you get so much money? He Yufan asked with a frown. You boys didn't do anything illegal, did you? Young National blared with a scrutinizing gesture. Xiao Hao, I remember, didn't all those hot pot restaurants of yours close down? Yang Huijian followed suit. Yang Hao looked at Sun Sini, who confessed so quickly, and thought, my Ibo is still thin-skinned. If this is replaced with Meng Cha-Cha, the situation must be different. Yang Hao cleared his throat and looked at his stunned parents again, and shrugged. Alright, I'll show my cards. Your sons are billionaires. What? What the hell? The older two froze at first. Then, old man Yang twisted his head and went to the bathroom. A few moments later, he brought a basin of water out. All make way. Watch me splash him awake with a basin of foot washing water. And billionaire. Why don't you say it's the richest man in our country of China? No, old Yang too. Don't you around. Yang Hao hurriedly hid behind Sun Sini. He did know his old man, and now it was the character of an old child, not daring to splash him, but the daughter-in-law he would never splash. Sini, duck, I'll splash him. Yang Nation held the water basin with an undying look. Sun Sini, on the other hand, cried and laughed. She did come to Yicheng in advance to step on the spot and did some homework, and learned that no one in Yang Da's old family seemed to know about the fact that he had become a tycoon, but she didn't realize that Yang Da's parents knew nothing about it either. Uncle, what brother Yang said is true. I can prove it. He's now the president of our Jiangcheng newspaper group. Sun Sini explained for her own big brother Yang. Yang Hao, on the other hand, dejectedly shrugged off the lapels of his suit and puffed out his chest again. Hearing Sun Sini say this, the few people in the room were stunned. President of the Jiangcheng newspaper group? My great-nephew? Yang Huijian was the first to come back to her senses, then hurriedly took her cell phone and checked the relevant information. I really found it. And the official website of the Jiangcheng newspaper group also has the new president Yang Hao's headshot. Big brother, sister-in-law, look, it's really Hao. Yang Huijian handed her cell phone to the two. Old man Yang looked at the message in his cell phone and then at his son, and only then did he put down the basin of water he was carrying in his hand. My son is really coming into his own. They're all big presidents now. The Yangs have gone up in smoke. After confirming the authenticity of the news, Yang Guoming sighed with emotion in his heart, but soon he glared at his son again. You kid became the president of such a big thing without saying anything to the family. Yang Hao shrugged. I didn't have time to say this yet. It was supposed to come back this time to say these things. And yeah, I'm president now though. But all these things were bought by Sini, and the money was spent by her. Without my knowledge, identity can be recognized, but the favor still goes to Yibo. He's still waiting to pull the wool over Daddy Hang's eyes. Besides, Yibo did make an effort. I guess my legs have been broken in the past 2 days since I took a vacation. I knew you boys weren't that attentive. Old man Yang skimmed his lips and lovingly picked up the fishing rod he had just put down again, muttering, Sini, this gift has really been delivered to my heart. How did you become this president? Yufan was still curious about the fact that her son had become president. I'll explain it to you later. All hungry? Hurry up and go eat. Yang Hao directly changed the topic. It is not good to talk deeply about this issue. Otherwise the hanging father will not be able to hide it. Auntie, I've got a gift for you too. Just in time to go out and have a look. Sun Seni smiled and took Yufan's arm, ready to take out the second brocade bag. The age of the main character's parents was changed a little bit younger. Before I miscalculated and made it too big. Then, this chapter counts as an extra. 3 more chapters today. It's the end of the month. Any 419 gentlemen with tickets smash me. End of chapter. 143. Yibo, I was right about you. And my gift? Yufan was a bit surprised, but at the same time she was a bit puzzled. Why should she go out and look at her gift? Is it a very large gift that can't be moved in? With doubts, Yufan followed his daughter-in-law downstairs, but there wasn't much downstairs that looked like a gift. But there was an SUV I hadn't seen in the neighborhood before. A pretty big car, the color of a green pea fly, and a little ugly. Tick-tack. Yang Hao pressed the unlock button. Big green bean fly, the lights came on. Yufan then reacted to the fact that it was her son's car. Well, it actually looks pretty good. This green color is kind of like that valuable emerald. Cousin Lu Yani also drove here, an Audi A4L, which of course wasn't bought on her own, but was bursting with gold coins from her parents. Yang Hao's fourth aunt Lu Diren made a lot of money in the building materials business in earlier years. The domestic construction industry downturn in the past few years, the money earned before the loss back to some, but the thin death of the camel is bigger than a horse. The 4 aunts of the family is still more than a well-off standard of living. Nowadays, my fourth aunt is selling tea with her friends, taking advantage of the short videos, and is said to be doing quite well. Sister-in-law, send me the restaurant location. I can't fit in one car if I take Nini's car. Yan Huijian looked at her great-nephews looking up U8 and did not recognize it. In fact, for most women, this car is a very large miscellaneous SUV. After all, the brand of Rangoon is still too niche to be known only by those who follow cars. No need to drive. It's just a short walk. There's a private restaurant right in front of the neighborhood that has a good fusion of Hunan and local cuisine flavor. He Yufan waved her hand, signaling Yang Huijian to just follow her. Old man Yang, who was walking behind, patted his son's shoulder and whispered, Cindy gave me such an expensive gift. You kid will have to return the favor when you go to their house in the future. And it better be double. Can you pay it back? If you can't pay it back, do you give the rod back? Yang Hao deliberately teased Old Man Yang. This one. Old Man Yang's face showed a tangled color, and finally simply glared. Didn't you say you were a billionaire? How is this not payable again? I've pondered about going to burn paper at my ancestors' graves. Don't you tell me that president is an imaginary title. Yang Hao laughed, not teasing his old man. Fishing rod, rest assured that you can use it. Can return up. That'll do. Old man Yang let out a long breath. He really didn't want to return this fishing rod that came into his hands. Actually, fishing or not is secondary. You let Cindy hurry up and give me a big grandson. That's the right thing to do. Old man Yang lowered his voice again. When he found out that his son was divorced, he had no intention of having a grandchild. Now it's renewed. And this new daughter-in-law is much better looking than the previous one. Plus my own son's good looks. Well, that's okay, too. This produces absolutely handsome sons. Of course, the main thing is that the son is more likely to look like his mom. It's not for me to decide. Depends on the fate. Yang Hao gently shrugged. He hadn't taken any protective measures when he played cards with Yibao recently. The main one was to do as he pleased. In fact, not only with Yibao like this, with Wang Shueru and Meng Chacha is also like this. Except that the beautiful young woman Wang Shueru's side is always unusual. The bullets have gone to the place where they cannot take root, and Meng Chacha is still budding, but has not yet unlocked more play. Are one step to the stomach. Anyway, for words, just do it. They are all men with hanging daddies to assist them, so they should not respond to the call of the country to contribute to stopping the population from growing in reverse. As the slogan of the latest edition goes, to live a rich life, having more children is the right way to go. And Yang Hao is on the right path now. Then isn't the wedding first? People's hearts are in their first marriage, so they can't just skip the wedding, can they? Old man Yang asked again. There's no rush on this one. Yang Hao quickly waved his hand, while in his heart he was thinking, the wedding can't be organized. Old Yang too, you just die of this heart. As they spoke, the group was already out of the neighborhood. He Yufan, however, stopped in front of a health center. Why is this still reopened? It's not on and off and fine. 2 rows of flower baskets were placed in front of this health center that He Yufan occasionally patronized, and the plaque was covered with a red cloth. Auntie, you quite like this store, don't you? Sun Cindy asked smilingly. It's quite enjoyable. They have pretty good moxibustion, acupuncture and herbal baths here. The only downside is that it's expensive. He Yufan returned casually. To the age of He Yufan is still quite focused on health maintenance. She in addition to square dancing, and occasionally to this health museum sweating, medicinal baths and so on. But as she said, the store is pretty good at everything. Just expensive. Boss, you're here. At this time, He Yufan recognized the health museum store manager from the store came out, followed by 2 He Yufan quite familiar with the Chinese medicine teacher. But the shopkeeper's cry of boss was what made He Yufan whole. Boss? Who's the boss? She looked at Sun Cindy beside her in surprise. The daughter-in-law smiled at her and said, Auntie, this store is for you. Ha? For me? The gift you mentioned turned out to be a health spa? He Yufan was directly stunned. Her pupils dilated several times, and the few wrinkles on her face were about to burst open. Mother and daughter Yang Huijian and Lu Yani were also dumbstruck. It's unheard of for a new daughter-in-law to give a health spa straight to her door for the first time. Seeing that everyone had this look on their faces, Sun Cindy was kinda embarrassed as she re-emphasized, Auntie, I'm just helping brother Yang do his filial duty. Cindy, don't say that. He Yufan waved her hand and spat. He didn't grow this heart. Even if he had 2 more hearts, he wouldn't have thought of such a thing. Trolling from your own mom is the deadliest. Yang Hao could only show his hands helplessly. Auntie, this plaque is just waiting for you to unveil it with your own hands. Sun Cindy smiled and pointed to the plaque covered with a red silk cloth. There was a rope underneath. As long as she pulled hard, the red cloth would come down. He Yufan smiled and held the rope at her daughter-in-law's request. Auntie, you can pull it later. I'll record a video for you. Sun Cindy took 2 steps back and took out her cell phone, then gave He Yufan a countdown gesture. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law worked very well together. At this time, Old Man Yang patted his son's shoulder again and asked in a low voice, Can you still get it up this time? Guess. Yang Hao teased Pops again. Just answer what you're asked. There's no need for such nonsense. Old Man Yang rolled his eyes and spat. Not to mention that if you become a president, or even if you become a president, you're still my young national's son. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. Yang Hao nodded approvingly and was about to answer Pop's question. Hanging Dad's voice, however, suddenly rang out. Ding! NPC number 3 weekly quest, filial daughter-in-law, completed. Rewards are being distributed. Tick. When the voice of the hanging dad fell, Yang Hao received a transfer message reminder from the bank. Just a small goal. Yang Hao twisted his head to look at his old dad and asked, "Dad, are you okay with your heart lately?" "I have a good heart." As he answered, Yang Guigua straightened his chest. "Is your blood pressure normal?" Yang Hao asked again. "My blood pressure has always been normal." Young national returned. "That's fine." Yang Hao nodded, then said, "I made some money as president, so I'm going to leave you and my mom some money for your retirement. Your mom and I aren't worried about food and drink, so you'd better keep the money for your career." Yang Nation shook his head, then added in a whisper, "But it would be fine if you gave me some personal money." "What do you need private money for?" Yang Hao asked curiously. "Then you're off the hook." Yang Guoming impatiently waved his hand, with a posture that you should stay out of the old man's business. Although old comrade Yang had a bad attitude, Yang Hao was polite. "Mom, my dad asked me for my private money." "Old man Yang? National Yang, what are you asking your son for money for?" Yufan immediately rushed over. "I didn't ask for it. He said he'd give it to me." Yang Nation explained bitterly. Yang Hao, on the other hand, ate melons on the side. The brain cells will be abnormally active when quarreling, so it's quite good for the elderly to quarrel appropriately, and it can prevent Alzheimer's disease. And while the old couple was bickering, Yang Hao came over to Sun Sini's side and said with a smile, "Taking a leave of absence just to do all this, right?" "Aha." Sun Sini nodded with a red face. "I just want to give my uncle and aunt a good impression." That was pretty successful. Yang Hao put Ibao in his arms. "Hanging father mission rewards are sent." "That is naturally no problem. Brother Yang, there's something else I have to confess to you." Sun Sini whispered again. "Go ahead, confess." Yang Hao has probably guessed the operation of Ibao. It is only that there is a surprise behind. But a thin-skinned man like Yibo is too embarrassed to take all the credit. "I also bought a house and a Mercedes-Benz automobile," Sun Seni confessed in a low voice, as if she had really done something wrong. Yang Hao wasn't surprised. It was in line with Yibao's character. He asked, "So, $10 million were spent? There's a couple $100,000 left." Sun Seni returned truthfully. "Stupid or not?" Yang Hao spat with his mouth, but his heart was still quite warm. He really didn't look at Yibao wrongly. Such a huge amount of money, and she dropped it all on her parents. This is something that the gold-digging women would never be able to give up. After all, such a large sum of money would be enough to clothe and feed them for the rest of their lives. It can be said to be successful ashore. Far from it. If the same thing happened to Meng Cha-Cha, it was estimated that she would take out half at most, or even less, because Cha-Cha is all about the money. The purpose is clear from the very beginning. She is very understanding and provides enough emotional value to be submissive to you, but it's all based on a purpose. Brother Yang, the next house and car should still be delivered in your name. Sun Sini decided to hand over the third jinx, otherwise this would be too much pressure. Besides, she didn't think she was any good at this sort of thing at all, so it's better to leave it to someone who's good at it. Yang Hao didn't know what Yibao was thinking, otherwise he must have asked, "Do you mean I'm just good at pretending?" Thanks to Biggie for the reward. 9 white foxes, 3,000 coins. Wai High Prince Hotel, 100 coins. End of chapter. 144. How dare you curse me? The strategy of the dog-headed military division, CORE, was still successful. Sun Sini's 2 gifts were indeed delivered to the hearts of the 2 old men. The 2 of them were full of praise for Sun Sini's daughter-in-law during the meal. When the meal is almost done, Yang Hao put down the chopsticks in his hand. "Mom and Dad, there's something else to tell you." "What is it?" Yufan, who was peeling prawns for her eldest granddaughter Ruwashi, looked up. Old man Yang bristled, still sulking over the fact that his son had sold himself. "Sini and I bought you guys a house. Go over and check it out later?" Yang Hao also said directly without selling anything. "Ha? Buy a house?" Both the old couple were shocked. Houses these days don't have elevators, and you guys are pretty tired of going up and down the stairs. The new house has an elevator and the neighborhood is quite nice. Sun Sini has already told Yang Hao about the house. It is a 246 square feet large flat. The total price is more than $4 million. In terms of Yicheng is also considered a luxury house. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry over and take a look. Yang Huijin smiled and took over the words. She was quite curious about what kind of house her great-nephew, the president, had bought for his elder brother and sister-in-law. Go go go. Old man Yang, who had been a bit moody just a moment ago, immediately came into the spirit as well. The house he's living in now is quite customary, but there's a big problem for him as a fishing guy. It's a little tiring going up and down stairs carrying fishing boxes and stuff. After all, it's an older age, and your body doesn't compare to when you were younger. Out of the restaurant, the group traveled to the new house in 2 cars. The name of the neighborhood is Guanjian Lanting, and the main focus is the Riverview House. The city of Yicheng is somewhat similar to Jiangcheng in that both areas along the Yangtze River are a bit more developed and more expensive. And the famous Three Gorges Dam is located in Yicheng. Surprisingly, it's a house in Guanjian Lanting. How really deserves to be a big president now. This outburst is different. Walking into the park, Yang Huizhen let out a sigh of relief. Although she didn't live in Yicheng anymore, she often came to Yicheng. Plus she had lived in Yicheng for many years before, so she still knew the city very well. The house was chosen by Xine. Yang Hao said honestly. Sini, good eye. Yang Huizhen immediately gave Sun Sini a thumbs up. At this time, He Yufan and old man Yang's eyes are obviously not enough. Guanjian Lanting's park greening is very well done. Just like a small park, there are a lot of fitness areas. He Yufan thought that he wouldn't even need to go out of the park to exercise in the future. What old man Yang thought was that this neighborhood is very close to the Shiba River, where he often fishes, and he can walk there from now on. The house is a 30-story top, and Sun Sini bought the 20th floor with one staircase. When they opened the entry door, the older two were once again stunned. Sini, how many pings is this? It's too big. He Yufan let out a sigh of relief. This mustn't be 200 square feet? Old man Yang's eyes were wide open. Uncle, auntie, the total area of this house is 246 square feet, counting the complementary area and deducting the common area. The actual usable area should be 200 square feet at the beginning. This building is the king of the park location with an unobstructed front and river views from the south-facing bedrooms and balconies. Sun Sini introduced the house in detail. She looked at 4 neighborhoods in one day before finally finalizing this house, which was carefully compared. This is too big. 2 people just can't live here. Although Yufan said so on her lips, the corners of her mouth were always rising, and she couldn't suppress them. Who doesn't want a big house? Especially this kind of wide-open view, and have a river view to appreciate the big house. Nothing when standing on the balcony to see the river view mood can be much better. Yeah, that's great. Young Nation was delighted. He was truly surprised that he would ever live in such a big house in his life. Auntie and uncle, this house has everything and is ready to move in. Sun Sini introduced again. The house she bought was secondhand and the original owner hadn't lived in it for a few days in total, so it didn't look any different from new. In fact, Sun Sini began to want to buy a new house, but the center of the city simply does not have a new property for sale, are a little off the beaten track. Then you might as well buy one of these quasi-new used homes and move right in, without the hassle of having to renovate it yourself. Xiao Hao, Xine, why don't you stay over here tonight? Just go home and get a quilt later. He Yufan proposes that originally she wanted the two to live in the old house, but in contrast it is obvious that this new house is better. It's okay. Yang Hao nodded, but there's no need to pick up the quilt. I'll take Sini to the mall in a while and buy a new one on the way. If you're staying over here tonight, I'll call the property steward now and have her get someone to clean it. Properties in high-end neighborhoods like this one have housekeeping teams that charge about the same as outside, or even a little cheaper. He Yufan was tempted to say that she would clean it herself, but once she saw the size of the house, she dismissed the idea. The son is president. The grid is open. It's not that bad. Sister-in-law, how much does this house cost? After visiting the house, Lu Yani asked curiously. Her question is also the concern of He Yufan. Old man Yang, the old couple immediately also looked at the daughter-in-law. 6 million. Sun Sini quoted the price. Hiss. He Yufan and old man Yang both sucked in a breath of cool air. Both of them knew that the house was expensive, and they didn't realize that it was so expensive. The average price of a house in Yicheng is just over 8,000 less than 9,000. This house is closing in on $20,000 a square foot. Yang Huizhen was also secretly staggered. If this house alone, their family could barely afford it. But the thing is, it's not just about the house. That health spa just now would have cost $3 to $4 million anyhow, plus all that high-end fishing gear for Big Brother. That's $9 million. Maybe not enough. This great nephew of mine is really developed. Well, it's so nice. Yang Huizhen is really not the kind of person who can't see her relatives doing well, especially when the developed person is still the son of her oldest brother who is closest to her. She was sincerely happy for her big brother's family. The property manager was very efficient and was at the door in no time with a cleaning team. He Yufan and old man Yang stayed behind with their eldest granddaughter Ruwashi to supervise the work, while Yang Hao took Sun Sini to the nearby shopping mall to purchase bedding and necessary supplies. Give me 5 extra sheets. Forget it. Just go straight to 8. When buying the 4-piece set, Yang Hao said to the salesman. The saleswoman froze. It was the first time she had ever met someone who bought sheets like that. On the other hand, Sun Sini, who heard Yang Hao's words, blushed and twisted her head away as she pretended to admire the scenery. Can't you sell it? Seeing that the sales clerk didn't squeak, Yang Hao followed up with another question. In the back of his mind, he was silently spitting. What do you know? I, Ebo, am a rare spiritual spring sacred body. Primary water magician. You mortals can't even imagine the joy. Sell. Sold. The salesman hurriedly nodded. Selling more goods, that's not good. But in her heart she was also spitting. By so many sheets, are you going to use them as ropes during the fire? Procurement completed. When he passed by the bathroom, Yang Hao went to let out a water. Instead, while standing at the urinal, he felt the man next to him keep looking his way. Yang Hao was a little speechless, and silently spat in his heart. TMD. Have not seen the 419 Big Brother. Right. Are you Yang Hao? Just as Yang Hao was silently spitting, the other party suddenly called out his name. Yang Hao, who had just finished discharging the water, shivered and collected his gun, then looked at the man with a suspicious face. The other looked as if he was older than himself, with a slightly chubby physique and a very backward hairline. The man gave his name. Old Mua didn't recognize it. Hearing this name, Yang Hao instantly reacted that this man with a backward hairline was his high school classmate. Yang Hao graduated from high school in 2005, which is almost 20 years ago. It is indeed hard to recognize. When did you get back? Is this a development back in Icheng? Mu Yi asked. No, came back for my cousin Rock's son's full moon reception. So, thought you were back for development. The two chatted as they made their way to the sink. Muo rolled up his shirt sleeves, then unintentionally wiggled the green aqua ghost on his wrist as he washed his hands and asked, I heard about the divorce? Yang Hao froze, not realizing that his divorce had reached the ears of this old classmate he hadn't seen for years. Well, away. Yang Hao nodded and casually asked, how are you? I'm divorced too, but I found another one. Everywhere is fine. Just a little younger. 8 years younger than me. Immature. Nuno shook his head while lamenting. Yang Hao laughed. You're getting a bargain. At our age, we can't afford to find a younger one. Muya's mouth said that, but his face was all smug smiles. Yang Hao looked at this old classmate and suddenly remembered that this guy liked to pretend when he was in school, and he didn't think that after so many years, he still had this virtue. It's true that rivers and mountains are easy to change. By the way, are you still in contact with Yu Jiao? Nuno pulled a tissue and asked as he wiped his hands. No. Yang Hao shook his head, but the name was one that evoked memories from long ago. Yu Jiao is the school flower of their high school, is considered to be the white moonlight in the hearts of many boys, right? Yang Hao seems to have chased after her and handed her love letters, and their relationship was quite ambiguous, but they didn't get together after all. How nice it was in your day. Everyone thinks you're the only one who can get her. Nuno let out a sigh of relief. No contact since college. Yang Hao slightly recalled that after graduating from high school, it seemed that he and Yu Jiao had only met twice, both at the wedding of high school classmates. I heard that she is developing in Jiangchang, and you are also in Jiangchang, so maybe we can meet. Mu Yi laughed. Yang Hao, on the other hand, shook his head. It had been almost 20 years. Things had long since changed. The young girl who was a teenager has become a middle-aged woman. So what else is there to look forward to? As they say on the internet, that white moonlight in your heart can't even be surpassed by the white moonlight herself. Anything later? How about a drink to go? Nuno extended an invitation. I can't really do it today. There's a bunch of things going on at home. Yang Hao shook his head. Then add a tweet and keep in touch. Got it. The two of them wired together and then walked out of the bathroom together. However, just after walking out of the bathroom, Mu Yi was the one whose eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but sigh in a low voice. This beauty has caught up with the stars. Nope, better looking than the stars. Whoever marries such a wife will have to live 10 years less. Upon hearing this, Yang Hao couldn't help but give Mu Yi a blank look. How dare you step on a horse and curse me? Thanks for the reward. D Tiger, 5,000 coins. Idle Cloud Diviner, Bookworm 6497, 100 coins. P.S. Sorry big brother, today cannot add more. The body out of a little problem. Throat difficult. No energy, muscle aches and pains. The top of the medicine to write a chapter. Go to sleep. I hope no yang. End of chapter. 145. The father is the son's son. Old man Yang is getting up. Old Yang, what do you mean by that? How did I curse you? Mu Yi obviously didn't understand the meaning of Yang Hao's words and looked at him with a confused expression. However, there was no need for Yang Hao to answer on his own. Sun Sini had already walked over with a smile and took Yang Hao's arm. Brother Yang, I wanted to go buy 2 face masks. I forgot to bring them when I went out. Yeah. Yang Hao nodded gently. This. Mu Yi was shocked. The news he heard was that Yang Hao, an old classmate's chain of hot pot restaurants, had closed down and his wife had run away. However, judging by this situation right now, the rumors seem to be a bit off the mark. They are divorced, but they stepped on a horse and found one who was prettier than an actress, and judging by her age, she's probably in her early 20s. How dare you lay your hands on a little girl? when you went to college at 18, people were still in kindergarten. Lao Yang. Who is this? Mu Yi adjusted his emotions and opened his mouth to ask. My girlfriend, Cindy. This is Lao Mu, my high school classmate. Yang Hao briefly introduced it. Hello, son Cindy, on the other hand, greeted politely. Hello, hello. Mu Yi nodded repeatedly, then subconsciously rolled up his cuffs, once again revealing the piece of green water ghost on his wrist, and patted Yang Hao's shoulder. Old Yang haven't seen each other for so many years, how can I make time to have a meal today? Yang Hao swept the old classmate whose hairline has seriously moved back a glance. Some speechless, a piece of green water ghost you also want to show twice. Interesting. Cindy, help me roll up my sleeves, my arms are a little itchy. Yang Hao first handed Sun Cindy his left arm that was wearing a watch before he returned. Old Mu, it's not that I don't give you face, there are a lot of relatives coming to the house today, so I really can't leave. While he was talking, Iba was good enough to help him with his cuffs. Mu Yi, on the other hand, is full of envy, good looking and so obedient, simply the ideal on earth. No, why is he rolling up his sleeves? The watch. I think it's the platinum version of the Dynatron, the cosmic design one, over $600, 000. Mu Yi do some small business, is a little bit of money of the type of people, and because he himself wear Rolex, so the Rolex watch is also considered to have some understanding. After recognizing the watch on Yang Hao's wrist, he was instantly shocked. Mu Yi hand with the second generation of Water Ghost. The current heat is not as high as 2 years ago, the secondary market in the 12 or 30,000, and that watch on Yang Hao's hand can buy 5 or 6. Sweating, Nuno hurriedly pulled his sleeves down. He wears a $600,000 watch and doesn't say a word, but you wear a green Water Ghost and show it off twice. It's no wonder that people take shots. Honey, what are we eating? At that moment a woman's voice came from behind a few people. It was Mu Ye's little girlfriend who came out from the women's bathroom. Yang Hao subconsciously looked at the old classmate, proud of this little girlfriend. Not tall, 160 or so, medium looks, which is a mediocre ordinary person. I guess the advantage is a little younger, but according to Mu Yi is 8 years younger than him, and Mu Yi and Yang Hao are the same age or 35 years old. That is to say, his little girlfriend is also 27 years old. Mu Yi looked at his girlfriend and then at Sun Cindy, who was holding Yang Hao's arm, and when he thought that he had bragged about finding a little girlfriend in the restroom just now, he felt his old face burning. That's what people call a real little girlfriend. Well, if I could find a girlfriend like that, it would be worth living 10 years less. Yang Hao chatted casually with this old classmate again and then withdrew. Back at Riverview Landing, the housekeeping team had finished cleaning the house. The old couple is looking at the river view from their balcony. How? Cindy, your father and I will go back to the old house to pack and get ready to move the day after tomorrow. It can be seen that the old couple is quite satisfied with this house. See the two purchasing back, Yufan immediately said with a smile on her face. Where's Ruwashi? Yang Hao realized that his precious daughter was not in the house. Nene took her to the playground. Oh, you've gotten acquainted with your sister-in-law so quickly. Yang Hao sighed with emotion and was not surprised that Ruwashi is a bit of a social cow attribute. For example, with Sun City also mingled after meeting twice. That, and you guys drive straight back. Yang Hao forgot to mention the car before. There is still a Mercedes E300 parked in the underground parking lot. That's fine. Then give me the car keys. Old man Yang thought his son was talking about his Rangoon U8, but it turned out that his son handed him a Mercedes-Benz key. These car keys don't look right, do they? Old man Yang looked at the three-forked star emblem car label on the car key with a suspicious face. Yeah, that's the car. Yang Hao brought the old couple to the underground parking lot, then pointed to the brand new black Mercedes in the parking space. Senny chose it. Let's see if you like it. This. Love it. How can you not love it? Old man Yang smiled with a smile on his face, not realizing that he could still drive a Mercedes at his age. That's fine. Go back and drive slowly. Yang Hao admonished. Don't worry. I'm an old driver with 20 years of experience. Old man Yang dejectedly patted his chest. No. Forklifts count? Yang Hao was a bit speechless. His old man was the factory's treasurer for a long time before he retired, often driving a forklift to load and unload goods and so on. Counting backwards. I've been driving for over 20 years. All the same. Old man Yang confidently sat in the driver's seat. However, in no time he poked his head out of the window and asked, how do you start this car? Yang Hao was speechless. 20 years old driver cannot even start the car, is it? He got in the passenger seat and explained to Pops the basics of starting the car as well as shifting gears. Under the guidance of Yang Hao, old man Yang successfully started the car. He smiled, his mouth grinned to the root of the ear, and then stepped on the gas hard. The Mercedes-Benz E300 whoosh scampered out of the parking space. Luckily there were no cars in the opposite parking space or the opening would have been an accident. Stop the car. Stop the car. Yang Hao yelled twice, then said to Yufan, who was sitting in the back row. "Mom, why don't you take a cab back?" Yang Hao thought it would be safer if his parents weren't in the same car. Otherwise there was a risk of a group failure. Maybe he'll be an orphan tomorrow. "It's okay, I just haven't gotten used to it yet. It's no problem to drive slowly." Old man Yang is full of confidence. "Yeah, you drive slow." Obviously, He-Yufan still quite wanted to ride in this new Mercedes. "Okay, then be safe. Mom, take the passenger seat and fasten your seatbelt," Yang Hao admonished and got out of the car. He-Yufan, on the other hand, switched from the back row to the passenger side. Old man Yang actually not only drove a forklift, but also drove a factory van, is considered to have driving experience. After familiarizing himself with the feedback given by the gas pedal, slowly and leisurely drove the car out of the basement, and then drove this Mercedes-Benz back to the old mansion at a speed of about 40 miles per hour. After parking the car, old man Yang did not immediately get off, but waited for an acquaintance to pass by with vegetables. He pulled open the door. "Ooh, old Yang, you're getting rich? All in a Mercedes," the man exclaimed with a surprised look on his face. Old man Yang dejectedly waved his hand. "My son and daughter-in-law bought it for me. I can't even say I don't want it." "Old Yang, isn't your son divorced? This search again?" the man queried. "Well, got another one." Old man Yang nodded and said, "This time the daughter-in-law is good in every way, but she's just too young. 11 years younger than our Xiao Hao, only 24 this year." At this moment, Yang Hao does not know the operation of the old man. Otherwise he must ask, "Mu Yi is not your illegitimate son? This pretentious routine is as good as it gets. It's not good to be young. You old boy got a bargain." The man laughed, shook his head, and walked away, carrying his groceries. In his heart, he couldn't help but spit out, it was really redundant to ask such a question and be shown a face. Old man Young couldn't be bothered to go upstairs and circled the car a few more times, but no more neighbors passed by. "Okay, hurry up and go upstairs and pack." He-Yufan couldn't watch anymore and shouted at old man Yang to go upstairs. "All right." Yang old man reluctant to go up the stairs, but just into the house not a moment, he suddenly thought of the operation of the neighbor Lao Tan, suddenly carrying a bucket with a rag downstairs. When his neighbor, Tan, bought a new car, he froze downstairs and wiped it down all afternoon. That Sima Zhao's heart is well known. At the time, young nation still despised it, but now that I think about it, there's nothing wrong with it. This new car needs a good polish. The effort is not enough. Just when the old man Yang wiped the car, the neighbor Lao Tan drove back in his car. He bought a Hennessy, which is a substitute car, and naturally it is not comparable to old man Yang's Mercedes-Benz E. The car he bought is a Hennessy, which is a substitute car. After pulling up next to old man Yang's Mercedes, old Tan got out of the car with a shocked expression. "Old Yang, whose car is this? Your Hiroshi is back?" "How is back? But the car is mine." Finally, he waited for someone, and it was still the old Tan that he wanted to wait for the most, because the other party usually liked to show off the most. Old man Yang was instantly in the spirit. "Your car? This is a Mercedes-Benz E, isn't it? It costs $400,000 or $500,000. Old Tan was shocked. His eyes glazed over. Old man Yang then gently waved his hand. "Xiao Hao and his daughter-in-law bought the car for him. How much I don't know, but the car drives fine." "How bought it? Is your family Hiroshi rich again?" Lao Tan was even more surprised. Yang Hao chain hot pot restaurant closed down. His wife ran away has long been rumored in the old family. A lot of people are still bloating. Lao Tan is one of them, and now the other party has the money to buy a Mercedes-Benz for his father. Naturally, it was very shocking. "It's okay, being a president." Old man Yang wrung the rag in his hand and said carelessly again, "By the way, I'm going to have a housewarming banquet next week. You'll have to come then." "Jojo, you're moving?" Old Tam asked, curious again. "Aha." Yang National nodded. "Xiao Hao bought us a house of more than 200 square feet in Guanjian Lanting. Tell me, this kid spends money blindly when he has money. How can the two of us, Yufan and I, live in such a large house? But, then again, a child is a filial son, and having bought it all, he still has to move there. It's not easy to code with a disease." 419 Big Brother give a monthly ticket. End of chapter. 146. Spirit Spring Sacred Body. Yi Bo advanced to Intermediate Magician. Riverside Garden forced King Lao Tan to be confused. In the past, he was the one who looked for all kinds of opportunities to act like a beeper, but today he was shown up by old man Yang. A 200 square foot house in Riverview Landing, and a brand new Mercedes E. This is to take hard power to pretend to be a beep. He is powerless to resist, can only be pressed on the ground. Crazy friction. If he was given one of these two, old Tan could be directly promoted from Pussy King to Pussy Emperor. Little Riverside Gardens can't even accommodate the old man. He circled around old man Yang's Mercedes E twice with envy in his eyes. It's a real new car with the protective film still on the inside. Not just buying a used one and pretending it's a beeper. By the way, old Yang, Isn't Xiao Hao divorced? Where did you get this daughter-in-law? Just now, old man Yang said that the car was bought by his son and daughter-in-law, and old Tan was so focused on shocking the car that he forgot to ask about it. Hao found another one. The girl is good in every way, but she is young, only 24 years old. Old man Yang repeated what he had said before. Your little Hiroshi is 35 years old, got a 24? Old Tan was again shocked. Don't think that girl is a bit younger, but she is especially understanding. And I've been given so many rods. Deva Red Tiger, Deva's Ripple Pole, all of them. Old Tan, don't leave. I haven't finished yet. Old man Yang hadn't even finished his sentence yet, but Lao Tan slipped away directly. The compulsion was so strong that he was powerless to resist. On this day, old man Yang manifested himself before the people, and retired the king of pusillanimity with a single word. Well, the car still needs to be wiped down. Old man Yang wiped down the car again. After a while, suddenly his name was called again. Old man Yang, the car was bought by his son and daughter-in-law, and a house of more than 200 square feet. Ho yuck fun? Hurry up and go upstairs and pack your stuff. Don't be a grunt here. Riverview Lansing. Yang Hao took Ibao to try out the bed. The quality is good, and it doesn't make that creaking sound. Of course this was not important. What was important was that Ibao's power was rapidly increasing under Yang Hao's teaching these days, and he had advanced from a primary water magician to an intermediate water magician. Yang Hao could only sigh with emotion that the spiritual spring sacred body was as terrifying as it was. This progression is really fast. According to the current trend, I'm afraid it won't be long before I can advance to a senior water magician. But leveling up brings consequences. It costs paper, towels, and also sheets. But that's normal. Cultivation always requires materials. Yang Hao was happy about it. Twilight falls. Yang Hao took Ibao to practice once more in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows on the balcony. Looking at the radiant and gorgeous river view while practicing the gong method was really something else. After cleaning up the battlefield, fourth aunt Yang Huizhen and cousin Lu Yani happened to return with Ruwashi as well. Yang Huizhen and Lu Yani were originally going to stay in a hotel, but now that Guanzhong Lanting was fully accommodated, the two of them would just stay over here. Sun Sini is quite good at telling stories, so at bedtime Ruwashi clamored for Aunt Sini to stay with her. So Ibao, the stepmother, took Ruwashi to bed and told her a story. The story Sun Sini told Ruwashi today was Snow White, a story Ruwashi had actually heard before, but she still listened with great interest, and after listening to the story, she suddenly blinked her big eyes and asked Sun Sini, Aunt Sini, are you Daddy's girlfriend? Sun Sini didn't expect the little girl to suddenly pop up with such a sentence. She froze at first, then still nodded. Well, what's wrong? So are we going to be like the Queen and Snow White from now on? Ruwashi asked again. Once again. Sun Xine was asked by this little girl that the Queen was Snow White's stepmother. If she and Yang Hao got married, the two of them would really have such a relationship. If we really became that kind of relationship, I wouldn't treat Ruwashi like the Queen treats Snow White, Sun Sini said with a serious face. Hey, I trust Auntie Xine. Ruwashi had a bright smile on her little face before asking, Aunt Sini, then can I have 2 more moms? Sun Sini froze once again. This little girl really is a blitzkrieg with every question. Why do you ask? Sun Sini asked curiously in return. Because I want my sister-in-law and Miss Kiki to be moms too. Counting Auntie Sini, that's 3 mommies. Then I'm much happier than the other kids, who all only have 1 mommy, Ruwashi said with a serious face. At the bell kiss a child said she didn't have a mom and she couldn't refute it. But now she's going to handpick 3 moms. When she talks about her mom later, she can proudly say that she has 3 moms. And every mom is beautiful. Yang Hao, who was chatting with his 4th aunt and cousin in the living room, didn't know about the conversation between his baby girl and Ibao. Otherwise, Yang Hao must again lament a sentence. This Mink's little cotton coat is really warm. It's good that Ruwashi likes it. What else could Sun Sini say? Of course she talked along with Ruwashi's thoughts. Don't let her stepmother offend brother Yang's precious daughter before she even enters the house. That's not making it harder on yourself. Sun Sini next told Ruwashi a story about Pinocchio. By the time the story was finished, the little girl was asleep too. Sun Sini pulled the quilt on her and then left gently. Back to the master bedroom. Yang Hao was half leaning on the bed to return to the microblogging. Today sent him a microblogging people are quite a lot. In addition to their own a few good sister in addition to the color sister Huang Qing once again sent him an invitation. In addition to the Mu Yi is insisting on inviting Yang Hao to dinner, but also said that a few high school classmates shouted. This kind of meaningless class reunion Yang Hao did not want to participate at all, and once again found an excuse to push back. Ruwashi asleep? Yang Hao put down his cell phone and took Ibao into his arms. Well, Ruwashi's quality of sleep is really good. Sun Sini smiled and lamented. That comes with me. Yang Hao smiled. His sleep quality was just fine. Right. What story did you tell Ruwashi? She seems to love listening to your stories. Yang Hao asked casually. Snow White and Pinocchio. Sun Seni yawned. She was actually very tired. After all, she had played 2 games of cards and cast water magic 4 times before. It was very physically draining. Snow White and Pinocchio. Well, I have a story too. Want to hear it? Yang Hao smiled and asked Yibo in his arms. Yeah. Sun Seni leaned her head against Yang Hao's chest and nodded obediently. Yang Hao cleared his throat and said, one day Pinocchio and the dwarfs were playing hide and seek, and then Snow White told Pinocchio to hide under her skirt. And then Snow White said to Pinocchio, tell a lie. Tell the truth. Tell a lie. Tell the truth. Ha? Finished? Sun Seni tilted her head slightly and looked at Yang Hao with a suspicious expression, because she didn't get the point of the story at all. Yang Hao laughed. I can't help but feel in my heart, even though I, Yibo, am an intermediate level magician. My thoughts are still very simple. Let me show you, Yang Hao said and got under the covers. Soon Sun Seni felt the power of telling lies. So, everyone must behave with integrity. Don't lie, or there'll be consequences. If you don't get it right, someone will die. The next day, Grand Hyatt Icheng, Ballroom 1 was very busy. Yang Hao's second uncle, Yang Guoqiang, is a powerful section chief of the Icheng Iron and Steel Group. Although the level is not high, but the hands of the power is not small, coupled with the volume of Icheng Iron and Steel Group here, so he has a wide range of contacts. Grandson Full Moon Winer set more than 40 tables. The immediate family of the Youngs was even more, nearly all present. Papa Yang Hao and the others are 5 siblings. The oldest, Yang Guogua. The second, Yang Guochang. The third is called Yang Guofu. Yang Huizhen is the fourth, and there is a younger sister under her called Yang Huizhi. Everyone is here today except for Yang Hao's fourth aunt, Lu Diren, who didn't show up. Yang Hao's third uncle, Yang Guofu, works in the postal service, and is the director of a small office, living a fairly nourishing life, with a fat head, and at this moment he is chatting with his old sister, Yang Huizhi. I heard sister-in-law say that Xiaohao is coming back this time as well. A while ago, if you ask me, in a while, everyone should persuade him to stay in Icheng and forget about it. Don't go to Jiangcheng and toss him around. Yang Huizhi nodded. I think so. After so many years of mixing, in the end, his wife ran away, and his money is gone. A blank. Let Big Brother come back. I'll bring him along. How can it be better than fooling around in Jiangcheng? A greasy-headed young man waved his hand in a big way. He is Yang Huizhi's son Liang Fei. Did not get into high school, he read the secondary school, and now with a friend to do a new media company, engaged in live broadcasting and so on. Rest you can't even feed yourself, and bring your big brother. Yang Huizhi glared at her son, who engaged in live broadcasting with his friends and said he was making money, but Yang Huizhi didn't see a penny, and occasionally asked the family for money. You can't say that. I'm kinda bullish on the dash industry. It's normal to invest a little upfront. No matter what you do, you have to invest. Answer is Yang Huizhi's husband Liang Xiaojun. He works in Icheng Iron and Steel Group, is a workshop production team leader. Due to the age of not small, there is not much opportunity for promotion, so it is quite hoped that his son will be able to create a day, to give him a fight, and it's my dad who knows what he's doing. It's the age of short videos now, and live streaming is the windfall. Mr. Lei said that standing on the wind, even a pig can take off, not to mention intelligent humans like us. Just let Big Brother come back and hang out with me. It's the right thing to do. I'll help him find another wife, definitely prettier than the previous one. Liang Fei, who had gotten his dad's support, dejectedly shook off his yellow hair, but just as he tossed his head, out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw a beautiful woman who amazed him. Liang Fei's eyes immediately lit up. This is the headliner our company has been searching so hard for. He hurriedly straightened his clothes and then strutted towards the beautiful woman who had stunned him. Thank you, you and Henglas and all things are flourishing. 100 coins reward. It's the end of the month and the monthly list is in turmoil, so all you 419 gurus dislike me with your monthly votes. Kneel and thank. End of chapter. 147. Wife's sister-in-law Sun Sini. Auntie 4? Liang Fei's attention was on that beauty at first, and only after walking a few steps did he realize that the beauty had come with his fourth aunt Yang Huizhen. He also noticed that the beautiful woman was actually holding a little girl with pink makeup. A wife? Liang Fei's eyes brightened even more. Fourth auntie, why are you here by yourself? Liang Fei greeted him with a smile. Fei, are your eyes bad? Where I am by myself? Yang Huizhen didn't have a good feeling about this nephew with a small head of yellow hair, and after disliking him, she pointed to Sun Seni next to her and introduced. Isn't there your sister-in-law here? Sister-in-law? Liang Fei was directly confused. His mouth opened wide in surprise, and he looked Sun Seni up and down again, confirming that the beauty in front of him was definitely not the sister-in-law from before. Although the previous sister-in-law was also quite good-looking, she was completely incomparable to the current one, not to mention that the current one was much younger. Seni, this is Fei, your sister-in-law's child. Yang Huijin introduced Liang Fei to Sun Sini. Hello. Sun Sini greeted politely. Hello sister-in-law. Liang Fei hurriedly nodded in response. The heart is set off a shocking wave. Big brother Yang Hao chain hot pot restaurant closed down. His wife ran away in the circle of relatives is considered explosive news, because before Yang Hao mixing of prosperous time is also considered the pride of the family. Liang Fei with friends blowing powerful time are not less said, my big brother in Jiangcheng opened 5 hot pot restaurant, this kind of words. So the subsequent news that Yang Hao's chain of hot pot restaurants had closed down and his wife had run away still came as a shock to the crowd. Some people feel sorry for him, while others hold on for dear life and occasionally step on it while chatting. Liang Fei is the latter. He had expected to see his big brother in the dust this time. I didn't expect to bring back such a beautiful young sister-in-law. Fourth aunt, where are big brother and sister Nay? Liang Fei asked. Parking went. The parking lot in front of the hotel was full, so Yang Hao and Lu Yani could only drive the car to the back parking lot, and since the distance was quite far, they let Yang Huijin and Sun Sini bring Ruwashi in first. Fourth sister, who is this? While talking, Yang Huijin had already brought Sun Sini to the table where all the people of the Yang family were sitting. Yang Huiji saw that a strange beauty had come and opened her mouth to ask. This is Xiao Hao's girlfriend Xine. Sini, this is little auntie. Little auntie. And that's third uncle. Third auntie. Yang Huijin immediately introduced Sun Sini to these relatives of the Yang family. Sun Sini greeted them in turn. However, these elders of the Yang family were all a bit confused. In particular, and big brother Yang Guoming Liang Xiaoju not quite deal with. For the big nephew hot pot restaurant closure. Wife ran away this matter he is a little gloating. I didn't realize it's only been a few months and I have a girlfriend. Moreover, this girl's external conditions were so excessively good that he, an old man, looked at her with eyes that were a bit straight. What's even more outrageous is that this girl is the same age as his own son, and should be more than 10 years younger than that great-nephew of his. That's enough to make me a daughter-in-law. I can't believe I found my great-nephew in a second marriage with a baby. What a picture. Liang Xiaojun was indignant in his heart. This is Ruwashi, isn't it? It's been so long since I've been this old. Or I met them once when I was very young. Although Yang Huiji was not as close to her elder brother as her fourth sister Yang Huizhen, she did not have the same kind of gloating mindset as her husband and son. Seeing Ruwashi at this moment she kinda liked it. Ruwashi, this one is called Little Auntie. Yang Huizhen picked Ruwashi up and introduced her. Hello Little Auntie. Ruwashi greeted nicely. The little girl is never shy of the stage, and even more excited when there are more strangers. That's a cute little girl. Yang Huiji came over and touched Ruwashi's fleshy little face, and at this time, Liang Xiaojun looked at Sun Seni and asked, Seni, how old are you this year? Little Auntie, I'm 24. 24. Liang Xiaojun silently calculated in his heart that this was 11 years younger than his great-nephew Yang Hao, the third uncle Yang Bufu and the third aunt Hao Fong, who were on the side, subconsciously glanced at each other after they heard Sun Seni report her age, and both of their faces were shocked. So pretty and so young. What's this about their great-nephew? Seni, do you know about our family's Xiaohao situation? Hao Fong opened her mouth to ask. What she thought in her heart was that her great-nephew wasn't cheating the other girl. Sun Seni was stunned, feeling that this third aunt's question was strange, but she nodded anyway. Got it, the two of them are honest and know each other. There's nothing they don't know. That's good. Hao Fong nodded slightly, thinking in her heart that her great-nephew hadn't lied to other little girls on the line. Sister-in-law, I'm in the self-media business. It's a pity that you're not an anchor in your condition. Are you interested in coming to our company? Seeing that this pretty sister-in-law seemed to be quite easygoing, Liang Fei directly came up and issued an invitation. Sorry about that, I'm not interested in live streaming. Sun Sini shook her head decisively. She had to open a fast voice account for the sake of performance when she was at the Boli Fitness Center, but she was also a Buddhist update. She was really not interested in the live streaming and short video stuff. Sister-in-law, you probably don't know much about the industry of self-publishing. In fact, being an anchor is quite simple. It's not as hard as you think, especially in a condition like your sister-in-law's. You don't even need to know any talent. Just be a face anchor. If you're willing to come to our company, sister-in-law, I can directly give you a Class A contract with a guaranteed annual salary of $100,000, not counting the share of the proceeds from live broadcasts and bandwagons. If you count the live streaming and bandwagon share earnings, it's uncapped. Liang Fei was not dead set on attempting to seduce the sister-in-law with benefits. In his opinion, his elder brother was nothing but a loser who failed in business, and probably couldn't give this pretty sister-in-law any cushy life. And with the promise of a high salary, he might not be swayed. Two female anchors in their company refused at first, but then they offered a good base salary and agreed. Fei, are you out of your mind? Didn't you hear your sister-in-law say she's not interested in live broadcasting anymore? This time, before Sun Sini could reply, Yang Huizhen directly disliked her. Fourth aunt, look at what you're saying. I also want my sister-in-law to earn more money. Liang Fei laughed dryly. At this time, Liang Xiaojun, who was on the side, came out to defend the calf. He who was smoking-free Huazi exhaled smoke and said, Fourth sister, you can't make the decision for the family Cine. I think there's nothing wrong with what Fei said. It's for Cine's sake. A base salary of 100,000 is not that good. Cine, how is your income situation now? Saying that, Liang Xiaojun looked at Sun Cine again. Annual salary of 100,000 in the current social environment is indeed not low. Not to mention that Sun Cine is only 24 years old. No accident, that is, 1 or 2 years after graduating from college. The salary of $4,000 or $5,000 to hold up. Sun Cine hesitated slightly, then truthfully returned. The annual salary is about $250,000. In fact, after the recent events, Sun Cine felt that the annual salary and other things were no longer important. After all, her own big brother Yang pocket money is given in $10 million. Yesterday, after learning that she had spent all $10 million on her parents, brother Yang directly transferred another $10 million to her, saying that she should keep it for her own spending. That means the pocket money brother Yang gives at one time is already 40 years' salary. So does the annual salary still matter? Sun Cine didn't even have much of a concept of money in the past 2 days, feeling that it was just a string of numbers. But the people here are different. Yang Guofu, a small director of the postal service, is between 100,000 and $200,000 a year, depending on performance. Don't think that the postal work is very easy. In fact, there are various tasks. The Mid-Autumn Festival to sell mooncakes, Dragon Boat Festival to sell dumplings, the 15th of the first month to sell Lantern Festival are the basic operation, and a variety of magazines, newspapers, sales tasks. It doesn't matter if you can't sell it, buy it yourself, and the odds are that the tasks set from above will not be completed. So there's a lot of money spent every year just on doing them. So Yang Guofu, this job seems good. The actual income is not particularly high. Some years ago when the financial management just came out, to sell financial management is quite lucrative, because the rebate is particularly high. But in these years the people are very vigilant. Financial management is not good to fool, and Liang Xiaojun income is even less. He a workshop team leader. The monthly salary is 6,000 or 7,000. Plus the year-end bonus is difficult to get to 100,000 yuan. So when Sun Cine quoted a salary of $250,000 a year, it came as quite a shock to both men. The corner of Liang Fei's mouth that sent out the invitation twitched, and he didn't expect the sister-in-law to have such a high income. But you're earning so much, and you're looking for an old man in a second marriage with a baby? This operation is a bit of a mystery. I'm telling you guys. The other Cine said 250,000 because she was afraid of scaring you guys by saying too much. Yesterday Xine spent hundreds of thousands of dollars just on fishing gear for Big Brother. Years of relatives. Yang Huizhen is to understand the Liang Xiaojun father and son as a person. This father and son has always been too poor to love the rich. The great-nephew's glory is not less flattering. Now they thought that their great-nephew had fallen on hard times, and that's why they spoke to Sun Cine like this. Otherwise they would have changed their faces long ago. And through the contact in the past 2 days, Yang Huizhen knew that Sun Cine was a relatively easygoing person without so many messy thoughts. But she didn't want this nephew-in-law to be bullied, so she directly stood out. As expected, the moment she said this, Liang Xiaojun and Liang Fei, both father and son, froze. $250K a year is still conservative to say the least. Gifts are given out in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. So, she's a little rich. Coded a chapter on patchouli and went to bed. Good night to all you 419 heirs. End of chapter. 148. Young Ho, 50,000. There are only 3 words in the minds of the crowd at this moment. Figure what? What does such a young, beautiful and rich girl want with an old man in a second marriage with a baby? Is it really all about coming in as a stepmother? Just as the crowd was wondering, Yang Hao, who had finished parking his car, walked into the banquet hall with Lu Yani. Hao is here. Third Aunt Hao Fong was the first to see Yang Hao. Then the gazes of all the people looked towards the entrance of the banquet hall. Today's Yang Hao was wearing a Hermes casual suit and was very energetic, especially after his weight came down. The whole person looked refreshed. Xiao Hao has a different aura. He looks a lot younger. Yang Huizhi let out a sigh of relief. That's not true. Now it looks like he's only 30. Hao Fong followed and nodded in agreement. Liang Fei, on the other hand, muttered in his heart, this doesn't look like a downtrodden On the contrary, it's a bit of a successful person. Third uncle, third aunt, little aunt. Walking over to the table where the young family members were, Yang Hao greeted a few elders first. Xiao Hao, when did you make such a beautiful girlfriend like Xine? Your family doesn't even know about it. You're hiding it deep enough. Third Aunt Hao Fong opened her mouth to snicker. That's not all there is to know. Sunny, this is the third aunt. Yang Hao naturally put his hand on Sun Sunny's shoulder and opened his mouth to introduce. Hygiene has introduced them all. You kid is really stuffy. Hao Fong let out an exclamation. Yang Hao smiled without saying anything and pulled Sun Sunny to sit down. How? Are you getting rich again? Liang Xiaojun swept a glance at Yang Hao, who was sitting across from him, and asked tentatively. It was okay, made a little money. Yang Hao made a perfunctory remark. He did understand this little aunt. The other party is the kind of relatives that everyone has that dislike the poor and love the rich type. He'll lick your family better than anyone when they're prosperous, and if they're down and out, he's got a bucket load of snide remarks. This kind of relative is summarized in 4 words, don't want it. So Yang Hao was a bit lazy to take care of this little aunt. However, this kind of relative is not useless, but also has a meaning to exist. Like, it could be a pretend backdrop or something. Is this a red envelope or a gift account today? Yang Hao didn't see the red envelope on the table, so he asked, write the gift account. Liang Xiaojun pointed to a corner of the banquet hall, where a table was set up and 3 people were sitting behind it receiving gifts. Xiao Hao, now that you've made money, you should know how to repay your kindness. Your second uncle didn't help you much when you were in trouble. Liang Xiaojun added another sentence, that naturally meant to let Yang Hao follow more gifts, but also wanted to see the financial strength of this great nephew, whether he had really earned money. Little auntie is right. Yang Hao nodded, while in his heart he silently spat. I use you to remind? The second uncle's family indeed can't say anything about Yang Hao, knowing that Yang Hao uses money, and without saying anything, they took $100,000. Although this money has been paid back by Yang Hao, this sentiment he remembers. Not all relatives can snowball you when you're down and out. The reality is that it would be nice not to make a few snide remarks. Yang Hao got up from his seat again, ready to go with the gift. Let's go too. Don't wait for big brother and sister-in-law first. See, Yang Hao got up. Liang Xiaojun also stood up. The crowd also did not follow the ceremony yet, was waiting for the big brother Yang Guigua arrive together. Liang Xiaojun was curious about how much money Yang Hao, the great nephew who seemed to be getting rich again, could pay with his share, so he took the initiative to open up. How? Why haven't your parents come over yet? Yang Guofu asked. I don't know. Traffic. Yang Hao from Guangzhou lanting out of the time to send a micro-telecommunication message to the mother. The other party replied that has to go out. It is reasonable to say that it is also almost there. Okay, then we won't wait for them. The table then went to the accompanying table. Writing a gift account is a traditional way of receiving gifts. The host family will usually find someone with good writing skills to write down the number of gifts given by all the family members and friends. The people responsible for collecting the money are the more trusted relatives of the main family. Right now there are 2 people sitting behind the gift table to collect the money. One is Yang Hao's sister-in-law's sister Tian Miao Miao, and the other is Yang Hao's second aunt's sister Sun Qingmei. It can be seen that Yang Hao's second uncle's family is really a woman who can hold up more than half of the sky. And there is no one from the Yang family who is responsible for collecting money. Yang Guofu, 2000. Walking over to the gift table, Yang Guofu handed over the pre-prepared cash. The siblings had already agreed to follow the 2000 for one family. The person in charge of the records is an accountant of Yicheng Iron and Steel Group, surnamed Lu. This accountant Lu wrote a good handwriting. Yicheng Iron and Steel Group's leaders have any happy events at home or called on him to help. This time, his grandson's full moon wine. Yang Guoqiang also invited this accountant Lu over. Yang Guofu, this is Chief Yang's own brother, isn't it? Accountant Lu asked casually while recording. Well, I'm the 3rd oldest in the family. Yang Guofu nodded. Sun Qingmei and Yang Guofu, who received the money, also know each other. She greeted the in-laws, and in her heart she thought that the old Yang family had a lot of gifts. Their Sun family side of the unified gift of 1000. After all, it is a full moon wine, not a wedding kind of big event. Yang Huizhen, 2000. Yang Huizhi, 2000. After Yang Guofu finished with his gift, his 2 sisters also handed over their money. Looks like it's the home sister. Accountant Lu is a middle-aged man in his 50s with a pretty broken mouth, muttering as he writes his name. Several elders have finished following the salute. Liang Fei smilingly came to the front. Liang Fei, 2000. Seeing him also with 2000, Yang Guofu and Yang Huizhen cannot help but look at him. According to the custom of this side of the younger siblings who are not married actually do not need to accompany the gift, because not being married meant that he hadn't set up his own business yet. It was fine for Liang Fei even if he didn't accompany the gift. Of course it's something that still depends on the individual. Some people take the custom to save money, and others feel good about the brotherhood and are willing to spend the money. So it's okay for Liang Fei to follow the money. But the problem is that he follows a bit too much, and it's all the same as the elders. What Yang Guofu and Yang Huizhen don't know is that the reason why Liang Fei accompanied the gift was actually authorized by his old man Liang Xiaojun. Liang Xiaojun in order to lick the second brother's family is to take advantage of the full moon wine with more money. But Yang Guofu, Yang Huizhen they have discussed a family of 2,000. If he is Maverick is not very good, then thought of borrowing the son's hand to send this money out. Handing the money out Liang Fei felt very dignified. After all, 2,000 was already a lot. After watching accountant Lu write his name up with his own eyes, Liang Fei was satisfied and retreated to the side. Then he looked at Yang Hao, thinking, I as a younger brother with 2,000. You this big brother cannot be less than me. Yang Hao didn't pay any attention to Liang Fei, his cousin, as he took Sun Sini's backpack and then took a stack of red tickets out under the gaze of the crowd. I'll go, 10,000. With so much, the crowd was in a state of shock, especially Liang Xiaojun, who also pointed out Yang Hao just now. He didn't expect this great nephew to really know and repay. I can't believe I have to pay $10,000 for a full moon wedding. Sun Qingmei and Tian Miaomiao, who are sitting behind the gift table to collect the money, are also a bit confused, and the largest amount of gifts is 10,000 yuan. The attendants were Yang Hao's cousin's father-in-law and mother-in-law. It's actually kind of a family. It's just left hand to right hand. But Yang Hao is different. He's really going to come up with that kind of money. However, just as the crowd was each shocked, they only saw Yang Hao take out another pile of red tickets from Sun Sini's bag. 20,000. Liang Fei's eyes glazed over. Liang Xiaojun also subconsciously opened his mouth. I'm asking you to return the favor, but aren't you going too far? If you go along with 20,000, where will the attention of the second brother be on the 4,000 in our house? Liang Xiaojun a little regret. I knew that I should not have said anything no and repay words, but from the way things were going, it seemed like whether he said anything or not didn't affect the big picture, because Yang Hao was obviously just prepared for it. However, just as the crowd was dumbfounded, Yang Hao took 3 more stacks of red tickets out of Sun Sini's bag one after another before he spoke faintly. Yang Hao, 50,000. I'm going, 50,000. Ha, this. The crowd was filled with shock. If it was 10 or 20,000, people would just be emotional. But 50,000 is indeed too much. In a city like Yicheng, people with a monthly salary of 3,000 or 4,000 are all over the place. Yet Yang Hao's one shot is $50,000, which is as much as a year's salary for others. Liang Fei swallowed hard and his gaze at Yang Hao, his big brother, involuntarily changed. Those who can come up with $50,000 to accompany the gift will naturally earn no less. Thinking about what he had to say just now about bringing this big brother along, it was a bit ridiculous. Liang Xiaojun is also complex. A shot is 50,000. Visible this great nephew seems to be really rich again. Your Chief Young's nephew? Returning to his senses, accountant Lu began to write his name, while his mouth asked curiously, aha. Yang Hao nodded and didn't say much. Sun Qingmei couldn't help but look at Yang Hao a few times. Her sister told her about her nephew, saying that he opened 5 hot pot restaurants in Jiangcheng when he was in the limelight, but they all collapsed and owed a lot of money, and his wife ran away. Now it looks like people are getting rich again. What a talent! Sun Qingmei silently lamented in her heart, but the work in her hand did not stop, putting the stacks of red tickets into the money-counting machine. On the side of Tian Miao Mao even more seriously measured up Yang Hao. She also heard her sister chat about this person. Her brother-in-law even said that he wanted to introduce her to his big brother. It should be this person. Although it was only a joke at the time, my sister scolded my brother-in-law for pushing her into the fire. But, now it seems like this guy isn't that bad. Tall, handsome, and so trenchant. The only drawback seems to be a second marriage with a baby. But with a daughter, it's not the kind that can't be considered. End of chapter 149. The 3 NPCs are collectively powerful. That means you're taking advantage of Rohan. Chen Haiying eyes complex, envious but more jealous. Her daughter graduated from college this year, is still looking for a job, not to mention the light. She has to ride the money every month. As a result, this sister of his own is driving a Rolls Royce on her daughter's back. Both have daughters. How is this gap so big? Not to mention the fact that he has a man and this sister doesn't have a man yet. He subconsciously glanced at his own man, and Lu Changhe, who had been slapped in the face on the spot, naturally had an ugly face at this moment. Originally, he still had fantasies about this sister-in-law. The other party, after all, there is no man. In case he meets any difficulties one day and begs to himself, he can take the opportunity to make demands. The result is that people are driving a Rolls Royce. His heart, that little fantasy, is also completely broken. Chen Haya days are not so good when he did not get. Not to mention that now the days are better. Seagull, don't stand downstairs. Come up with us. Chen Haiying pulled up her sister's arm and made a very enthusiastic appearance, although she was jealous as hell in her heart. But if her niece Chen Rohan really became a big star, then she really had to hug her sister's thighs tightly. Being a star is very lucrative, and also has a high social status, so if you get along well, you may be able to follow a little bit of glory in the future. You guys go up first. I'll go back up there when they're done with the decals. Some of the glue won't stick to the paint. After all, it's kinda expensive. Right, second brother-in-law. As she said this, Chen-haya blankly glanced at Lu Changha again, but the latter walked into the door of the unit without saying a word. Seagull, don't get on his bad side. Nothing. Chen Haiying did not follow up, but stood downstairs to accompany his sister. This time is different. Now his sister is developed. The attitude cannot be the same as before, and also try to repair the relationship. Chen Haiyu of course know their own. This second sister is what people, climbing high and stepping low. See the wind to make the helm of this set of no one more than she understands. So for this second sister's show of good, Chen Haiya heart is scoffing, but this is the feeling of being courted or let her heart secretly happy. There is a kind of finely raised eyebrows and exhaled the feeling of anger. Seagull, you just said that Rohan will be on TV. What program is it? Chen Haiying asked curiously. It's that my love being from Jiangqing TV, but the producer of this program is Tianmei Media, the same company that Rohan signed up with, so our Rohan results won't be bad, and I can't tell you any more than that. The program My Love Bean will start recording soon. And Yang Hao and Chen Haiya mentioned a few things during their previous casual conversations, although Yang Hao didn't say what rank Chen Rohan would take. But just based on the relationship between his own daughter and Yang Hao, not to say take a championship, at least the top 3 should be no problem. This was what Chen Haiya had in mind. Rohan has really come into her own. When she was little I said that this child inherited your artistic talent. I didn't realize that the green is better than the blue. Although neither knew what an egio was, Chen Haiying still praised it with a smile on her brow. However, her words were not all considered ass-kissing. The little white flower Chen Rohan did inherit her mom's artistic cells. Chen Haiya did not let her take the road of art, mainly based on their own life experience. She knew that the road of art without money and no background is too difficult, but the gene is really too powerful. Even if you read an ordinary undergraduate college, Chen Rohan eventually went to the art of this road. Luckily she met Yang Hao just as she was getting started. The sisters stood downstairs chatting with one another, and in no time, a group of people flocked Wang Xiaojiang downstairs. Old auntie, let's go over to the new house first. It's hard work and you still have to drive me. Wang Xiaojiang politely said to Chen Haiyu, get in the car. Old auntie is here to serve you today. You're welcome. Chen Haiyu's impression of Wang Xiaojiang's nephew was still good. The other party was not very capable but respected her. Seagull, you didn't eat this morning, did you? I've brought you milk, eggs and sausages, so you'll have a bite. Chen Haiyan handed over a plastic bag. She was still quite thoughtful about things. Wang Dekai followed the crowd, and Lu Changhe stood together. The two brothers-in-law are secretly with the corner of their eyes glancing at Chen Haiya the sister-in-law, but they do not dare to go up to the conversation. Landscape manner. Chen Rohan drew a pseudo-vegetarian light makeup, changed into a brand new goose yellow dress, feet on a pair of clean small white shoes. This dress with his small white flower temperament fits perfectly. The whole person looks youthful and beautiful and has a small family feeling. She waited a few moments at the entrance to the neighborhood before a brand new purple Maserati President slowly pulled up beside her. Chen Rohan was puzzled when her long-for Uncle Yang pushed open the door and got out of the car. Uncle Yang, you bought another new car? Little White Flower smilingly took her own Uncle Yang's arm. It's a new car no less, but the car is for you. Sit in it and try it. Driving a Cullinan to school was too high profile, so Yang Hao bought a Maserati President for Little White Flower. Of course, Wei Yang also has a twofold examination. Mother and daughter share a car is always inconvenient. He is not good to directly give Chen Haiya with a car, but to the Little White Flower Chen Rohan to buy a car is no problem. And no matter which car Chen Rohan drove, she would leave one for Chen Haiyu. So while Yang Hao appears to be buying a car for the Little White Flower Chen Rohan, he is actually matching the car with Gull in disguise. Ah, for me, Chen Rohan naturally very pleasantly surprised. Rolls-Royce Cullinan, that car aura is too strong. She is a little harnessed, and go to school to drive that car is indeed too high profile. This Maserati President was also $1 million plus luxury car, but it was always much more low-key than Cullinan. Chen Rohan first circled around this Maserati President twice before she joyfully sat in the driver's seat. Yang Hao, on the other hand, sat in the co-pilot and carefully instructed the Little White Flower how this car should be operated. Then he was driven by Chen Rohan to take him to Wang Xiaojiang's wedding site, Sheraton Grand Hotel. This is an old 5-star hotel. Wang Dekai in order to support the face of the wedding banquet booked here. Of course, the wedding banquet is set to the cheapest one. At this moment, more than 200 guests had already gathered in the banquet hall, among which Wang Dekai and Chen Haiyan's colleagues accounted for a large part. Both of them had worked in the factory for most of their lives, and of course, they knew a lot of people. The rest are friends and relatives. Wang Dekai's side and Chen Haiyan's side of the siblings are quite a lot, and counting the next generation of the two big families there are dozens of mouths. At this moment the wedding car has not yet arrived at the hotel. The banquet hall is chaotic. Familiar friends and relatives gathered together to talk about the day. The elders talk about the elders. The younger generation is to talk about the younger generation. Why isn't Ruhan here yet? Lu Chenghe's daughter, Lu Yuan, looked around and didn't see her cousin Chen Rohan's figure, so she casually asked. I've tweeted her and said she's on her way. The conversation is Chen Ruhan's third uncle's daughter, named Chen Yali. She is a year older than Lu Yuan, is currently working. This time she came to participate in the wedding, also brought a boyfriend. The other party stayed in the inch, wearing a small thumb-thick neck with a large gold chain. The gold chain was deliberately pulled out of the neckline, afraid that other people cannot see. Like, I heard my mom say, Rohan seems to have signed up with an entertainment company. It won't be long before she becomes a big star. Wait for her to come and take a picture first. Lu Yuan said smilingly. I can't believe you signed with an entertainment company. That's so awesome. Chen Yali's face showed surprise. At this time, her boyfriend said, nowadays, there are a lot of entertainment companies, mixed with what kind of all? Lily, that cousin of yours may be letting people confused. No way. It says it's a very big entertainment company. Lu Yuan said. Sis, you're just too simple. What company nowadays doesn't claim to be formal or large? Wang Shui disdainfully skimmed his mouth, then subconsciously touched the gold chain at the bottom of his neck and continued. What kind of star is it? It's better to sign up to our company as a netizen to live broadcast and sell goods. With a good image, we can definitely set her on fire. Rohan seems to have a fast voice. 2 to 300,000 followers. Lu Yuan said. Wouldn't that be just the thing to sign with our company? If you can run your account to 200,000 or 300,000 followers yourself, we'll be at the level of 2 or 3 million followers when we hit the ground running. Sis, do you know how much money an anchor with 2 or 3 million followers can make? Wang Shui boasted, and Lu Yuan was really quite interested in the income of an internet celebrity. She subconsciously asked, how much money can I earn? This one. In fact, the difference is still quite big, depending on which track it belongs to, but as long as you follow me, it's still very simple to earn $1 million a year. While speaking, Wang Shui looked Lu Yuan up and down again. Actually, your condition is not bad. Do you want to consider coming to us as an anchor? Ah, may I? Lu Yuan's looks could only be regarded as medium to high, not much of a beauty, so she had never even thought about the path of becoming an anchor. What's not to like? Nowadays the technological means is so advanced. U-bottom is very good. As long as we slightly packaged, absolutely no problem. Wang Shui sputtered. And Lu Yuan, who was looking for a job, was really moved by the words. The main reason was that the $1 million a year salary that Wang Shui had just mentioned was too attractive. Brother Wang, is this image of me really okay? Lu Yuan was still a little unsure. Okay, too good. Wang Shui's eyes lit up with excitement. However, Lu Yuan felt as if his words were not directed at her. She followed the other party's gaze and then saw her cousin Chen Rohan. Lu Yuan gently frowned and gave Wang Shui another rather grudging look. Hoping that you were so excited because you saw someone else. Sister Hope, Sister Lily, you're both here so early. Chen Rohan walked over and greeted her two cousins with a smile. You're the one who came too late. If it's a little later, the wedding cars will all be here. Chen Yali returned. Lily, doesn't this beautiful woman need to be introduced? Wang Shui said impatiently. My cousin Chen Rohan. Rohan, this is my boyfriend Wang Shui. Just call him Brother Wang. Chen Yali made a brief introduction right away. Hello Wakan. I'm the agent of Yoha Media. I heard that you have 200,000 to 300,000 fans on your fast voice. Are you interested in coming to our company? I guarantee that your number of followers will multiply tenfold, and earning $1 million a year is not a problem. Wang Shui said with a raised eyebrow. I'm sorry Brother Wang, I don't have the idea of becoming a netizen, and I've signed to an entertainment company. Chen Rohan politely rebuffed. I just heard that you signed with an entertainment company. But brother has to remind you that entertainment companies these days are a mixed bag, and there are many companies that specialize in scamming little girls like you. By the way, what's the name of that company you signed with? Let me see if I recognize it. Wang Shui said while sizing up Chen Rohan. The more he looked at his heart, the more excited he was. He works in a media company that incubates netizens. In fact, he has seen many beautiful girls, but there is still some gap with Chen Rohan in front of him. Well, it's a shame that such a good-looking little beauty isn't tricked into becoming a Netflix star. End of chapter. 150. I don't look like a man who has several partners. Big brother? Yang Peng froze, then said to his wife Tian Shasha, if it's really my ex-girlfriend, Big brother won't recognize it. Brother-in-law. Your big brother came with $50,000. Tian Meow Meow interjected again. What? 50,000? Yang Pang and Tian Shasha couple exclaimed at the same time. Meow Meow. Are you sure it's not 5,000? Yang Pang felt that his brain was clearly not enough. Tian Shasha, who had returned to her senses, had a look of incredulity all over her face. It's not for you, it's for the baby. Tian Shasha nodded, then asked curiously, Big brother, who is that? It's also the first time I've seen someone pay so much with a full moon drink. Hearing Yang Pang say this, Yang Hao was a bit teary-eyed as he said to Tian Shasha, Shasha, don't worry about this. Those two people are definitely not Da Peng's ex-girlfriends. Yang Hao could probably guess what this cousin wanted to talk about, so he followed him to a relatively quiet corner. Yang Hao had already thought of how to respond and said with a smile, by the way brother-in-law, your big brother's girlfriend even came with 10,000. Tian Miao Mao added another sentence. Big brother's girlfriend? However, now he got the news that his elder brother had given $50,000 as a gift and had a girlfriend. After he brought Tian Shasha over, he first greeted the elders before landing his gaze on big brother Yang Hao's side. Seeing his big brother Yang Hao's breezy demeanor, Yang Peng didn't continue to dwell on this matter, but asked, Big brother, then who are Wang Shueru and Meng Yuyu? But 50,000 would be more than he expected. It's either 5,000 or 50,000. Tian Miao Mao affirmed. This one. Sun Qingmei picked up. After a few polite words, Yang Peng signaled his elder brother Yang Hao to go to the side to chat. Yang Hao nodded and introduced both sides. Saying that, Yang Peng also looked at Tian Shasha on the side. Did Big Brother get rich again? Sasha, let's go find Big Brother and ask about the situation. $50,000 with the gift? Yang Peng pulled his wife Tian Shasha towards the table where the Yang family was. That's too much. And besides, Big Brother, you should have just slowed down. Yang Peng shook his head repeatedly. Yang Hao gently patted this cousin's shoulder. Big Brother, this is sister-in-law? Big Brother Yang Hao accompanied the gift of 5,000 he can still understand. After all, his own father has helped his big brother before, and he and his big brother have always been very good relations. Big brother, lend a hand. Accountant Lu said you gave the money you brought, 10,000 each, just now. When he heard that his big brother had a girlfriend, Yang Peng was already surprised, but he didn't expect it to be such a young and beautiful girlfriend, so he was even more surprised. Sasha thought it was my ex-girlfriend. Since he was a member of his own family, Fang Yang Peng was all about greeting outsiders and hadn't had time to greet his own elders. After freezing for a moment, Yang Peng asked, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. It's not like being down and out. That's too much. In his impression, Big Brother recently days should not be too good to be right, although the money owed to his own father to pay back, but want to quickly turn around should not be so easy. Big Brother, I heard you came with 50,000. That's too much. Yang Hao cleared his throat first and deliberated for a while before saying, it's my two sisters. When they heard that I came back to attend Dapeng's full moon wine, they originally wanted to follow me here, but something came up at the moment and didn't make it, so they let me bring some money. Sister? Yang Peng was skeptical. The two are very close cousins. Big Brother has no sister, he is very clear. God sister. Yang Hao added. So, Yang Peng nodded, still feeling a bit incredulous. Big Brother's god sister gives herself, a stranger, a $10,000 gift. Then they're doing it for the sake of Big Brother's face. But what kind of relationship does it have to be to have such a face? Big Brother, then trouble you to convey your thanks to these two sisters of yours. Sasha and I just happen to be going to Jiangcheng in a period of time. When the time comes, I will invite these two sisters of yours to have dinner, which is considered to make up for the full moon wine. Yang Peng said with a sincere face. Well, I'll relay the answer. Yang Hao nodded. Big Brother, then Sasha and I will go ahead and greet the outsiders. As the host, Yang Peng is still very busy. Go ahead. No need to be polite when you're your own brother. Yang Hao gently waved his hand before turning back to his seat. When this Big Brother walked away, Tian Shasha couldn't help but ask. Big Brother's sister doesn't have a simple relationship with him, right? Don't guess. Can't you see that Big Brother has a sister-in-law Cindy by his side? In fact, Yang Peng also had a guess in his heart, only that he again felt that his guess was too absurd. He still understands his big brother Yang Hao, and does not look like a person who has his feet in several boats. But if that's not true, then the sisters can't explain it. This new sister-in-law seems to be younger than me, and it's so good-looking. Big Brother seems to be really rich. Sasha Tian added. What best reflects a man's status is actually not the name brand on his body, but the women around him. For example, the balding old king at 40 is a greasy uncle if he appears by himself, but if he is followed by a pretty young girl, then others must think that this is Mr. Wang. Although Yang Hao was not a bald old king, he was now in a similar situation, and with Sun Seni sitting next to him, He was directly in the aura of General Manager Yang. It looks like Big Brother should be having a good time. After a while we go to Jiangqing just so we can talk to him in detail. Yang Pang added. Tian Shasha nodded and laughed. Actually, I'm more curious about what both of Big Brother's sisters look like. Are they as good looking as sister-in-law Cindy? Another moment passed. The full moon wine is officially served. Liang Xiaojun and Yang Guofu were both relatively capable drinkers, plus Liang Fei who inherited his old man's good wine gene. Yang Hao and their table didn't have a lot of wine to drink. It didn't take long for Liang's father and son to both get a little drunk, and Yang Guofu was also red-faced, and Yang Guoming was not very good at drinking, but it was not appropriate not to drink on this day, so he followed and drank a few cups. How? Halfway through the conversation before, you're still serving in the Jiangchang newspaper industry? That's a big conglomerate. What position do you hold in it? Do words count? Liang Xiaojun asked with a bit of drunkenness. Does it still count? Our little Hao is the president. Old man Yang took over with a proud face. What? President? Liang Xiaojun was stunned, and even the face of Yang Guofu by the side showed a look of incredulity. Big brother, you're all mixed up as a president? Liang Fei's eyes glared round, although he knew that Yang Hao seemed to be rich again, but he did not expect to become the president of a large group. It's just a matter of hanging on to the title of president. Jiangcheng newspaper is an officially held company. Yang Hao made a perfunctory remark. He had already heard the meaning of having something to ask from his little aunt's words, so he laid it out first. It's really the president. How? This is really a good example. Liang Xiaojun let out a sigh of relief. Yang Hao, on the other hand, waved his hand. It's all been said. It's just a title. You're still the president anyway. Liang Xiaojun said and raised the wine cup in front of him. Come on little auntie. Here's a toast to you. You're the first president of our family. After saying that, Liang Xiaojun directly drank the beer in his cup. The other party was an elder after all, and Yang Hao immediately accompanied a cup. Xiao Hao, you see your brother Xiaofei can enter the Jiangcheng newspaper industry. He has not been doing self-media. It is also considered to have experience in the media industry. After putting down his wine glass, Liang Xiaojun opened his mouth and asked. His own son has a few pounds, he is clear. And the self-media company with friends is pure bull ********. After half a year of tossing and turning, I've got nothing to show for it and tens of thousands of dollars on the line. It's also that their family doesn't have much in the way of family money for Liang Fei to toss around. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a matter of tens of thousands of dollars. So as soon as he heard that Yang Hao was the president of Jiangcheng newspaper, Liang Xiaojun was moved to let his son work at Jiangcheng newspaper. That's after all a regular big group with an official background. Ya Koho. See if you can work it. Yang Huizhi also followed to help. It was after all about her son's future. And at this moment, Liang Fei was a bit hot-faced. After all, before Yang Hao came, he was still talking loudly about letting his big brother hang out with him. And the next thing you know, your parents are begging you to go with them. Xiaojun, Huizhi, is it possible that you guys don't understand Xiao Fei's work? Just now, didn't he also offer XINE an annual salary of $100,000 to be an anchor? What's the point of going to Jiangcheng newspaper when you're such a big boss yourself? At this time, Yang Huizhen took over the words. She very much do not see Liang Xiaojun this kind of wallflower face. When his great-nephew, Yang Hao, was down and out, he jumped out of the shadows. Right now Yang Hao, the great-nephew, is developed again, but he is sticking up to look for benefits, where there is such a cheap thing. End of chapter. 151. Li Manchu's gift? It must be refused. Yang Huizhen obviously understood Liang Fei, and her words directly set this great-nephew on his feet. You're a big boss yourself, and you're still joining the Jiangcheng newspaper. And Yang Hao, who arrived at the banquet hall afterward, didn't hear the part about Liang Fei wanting to poach his own Iba to be an anchor, and when he heard his fourth aunt Yang Huizhen mention it, he subconsciously frowned and looked at his cousin with a head of small yellow hair. Since Liang Fei engaged in self-media, the circle of friends will always send some relevant content. Will also share live. Yang Hao occasionally turn over the circle of friends have seen a few times. Their company's female anchor is almost always to take the route of rubbing. In other words, this cousin of theirs is actually trying to pull a rubbing live on their Ibao. It's looking for a fight. And at this time, Liang Fei, who was set up by Yang Huizhen, cleared his throat and said, Big brother, you don't have to listen to my parents. My current self-media company is quite good, and in the future, there might even be a chance to cooperate with Jiangcheng newspaper. So let's have a combination of new media and traditional media. Yang Huizhen's words obviously did the trick, and Liang Fei was back in fork-loading mode. Yang Hao, on the other hand, smiled and nodded. Well, that's quite good. After saying that, he said to Liang Xiaojun, Little auntie, the traditional media has been going downhill now. The new media that Xiaofei is doing is the windfall. It's a big deal. If a big internet celebrity is hatched, The annual revenue is tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. Then Fei is a multi-millionaire. At this time, Yang Guoming spoke up. Yang Guofu picked up with a smile. Yang Hao then picked up. It's 910,000 followers, right? You are awesome. Liang Fei spoke eloquently. I'm having a housewarming party next weekend. I'll send the group when I pick a restaurant. He's only been making that account for a little over half a month and he already has almost 1 million followers. Or you can take me. Upon hearing this, Liang Fei nodded his head with deep concern, and subconsciously puffed out his chest. Yang Hao's main focus is a cudgel, frantically giving his little cousin a high hat, as if to say, yes, I am the next multimillionaire. When he finished his concave styling, Yang Hao added, Fei, do you think I have the potential to become an internet celebrity? Otherwise, I really don't want to move. Riverview Lansing? As soon as his words left his mouth, all the gazes of the crowd instantly fell on Old Man Yang. That's why the account's follower count shot right up to 910,000 followers. Yeah. So Big Brother swiped it too. Liang Fei couldn't remember if it was 910,000 fans, but it seemed like it was almost 900,000 when he swiped it yesterday. Liang Xiaojun asked curiously. I didn't buy it myself. It was bought by Xiaohao and Xine. In fact, the old mansion is quite comfortable for me to live in, but the 2 children are filial. The house was bought. It can't be left empty. You still don't want to move? Ha, a housewarming party? Saying that, Old Man Yang even shook his head with a grudging look. Yang Hao, on the other hand, gripped another wave of hanging daddies. Riverview Lansing. You can see the river from upstairs, but of course it doesn't matter. The main thing is that it's quite close to the Shibaniai River where I always go fishing. What this little cousin doesn't know is that the account he's talking about is actually his big brother Yang Hao's. And Liang Xiaojun was really shocked by the forced aura that Old Man Yang was exuding. While the crowd is full, I happen to have an announcement to make. Brother, what neighborhood is the new home in? Yang Hao glanced at his old dad and couldn't help but silently spit in his heart. I said how I can't help but want to pretend to be a beeper sometimes. So it's just a genetic predisposition to stepping on a horse. He hadn't really realized before that his old man was a geriatric pussy king. That's a first-class mansion in Yicheng. It seems like the smallest floor plan is over 160 square feet with a total price of over $3 million. Great uncle, you're actually moving to Guangzhou Lanting? Yes, I'll be hanging out with you as president. Recently Meng Chacha was filming the design planning of the Jiangzhong Mansion Villa or the same kind of interactive mode before, so the video participation is very high. The heat is also rising, and there is a video on the popular Big Brother. You bought a house? Liang Fei, this kind of self-media people for mansions and luxury cars are more sensitive. Their company also rented a set of houses in Guangzhou Lanting is for the female anchors to shoot videos with. Go Tycoon Persona. Recently there is an account as to Go Tycoon Persona Fire. That blogger seems to be also Zhengqing's. He is just casually shoot the video of the collection of the house. But the house that people collect are luxury houses. Tens of millions of dollars of large flat, villa and so on. And being praised so much in front of so many elders, Liang Fei was really a bit fluttery, and he said with a big smile on his brow, Big Brother, actually, if you want to be an internet celebrity, there's really a track that's good. Old Man Yang spread his hands and began to show his style as the new king of push in Riverside Garden. Let's not talk about any videos yet. Liang Xiaojun asked again. This is a good thing. Big Brother, that old house should have been replaced a long time ago. That's a mansion area. What do I know about mansions? Old Man Yang waved his hand. The environment in the park is pretty good anyway. Great uncle, how many square feet is that house? Liang Fei asked after him again. 200 square feet. I think, I forget exactly how much. Old Man Yang looked at his old partner He Yufan. How many pings did it come to? 246 flat. He Yufan didn't think that Old Man Yang had forgotten. He just wanted to show a kind of blandness that didn't care much about the mansion either. Yeah, 246 flat. Old Man Yang took over. Then complained. We're just 2 people. And Xiaohao and Xine had to buy such a big house. It's too tiring to clean. Old Man Yang, the king of geriatric pusher, continues to make his presence felt. And once again, the Liang family's father and son were shocked. 246 flat. According to the price of a 246 SQ foot house in Guangzhou Lanting, it's more than $4 million. Liang Xiaojuan's gaze subconsciously landed on Yang Hao. Just now he thought that his great-nephew had just made a small fortune, but now it seemed that this was not as simple as making a small fortune. Buying a house for your parents totaled over $4 million, and the assets are still tens of millions. Together, this great-nephew of his has rocked the world and become a multi-millionaire. MD, that's the wrong person to lick. I should have known that I should have licked my great-nephew. Liang Xiaojun thought silently in his heart. He is a tycoon worth tens of millions of dollars, and a bit of soup leaking out of his fingers is enough for them to drink with their mouths full of oil. Joy. A big happy event. Liang Xiaojun slapped his thighs, then said with a smile on his face, "Big brother, one day move, send a micro message. I'll go over and help with the busy work. The force is still there," Liang Xiaojun said and winked at his son again. Liang Fei instantly understood and hurriedly added, "Big uncle, shout me one too. I'll shout a few more friends to help. In that case, the movers are saved." The speed of this father and son's change of face surprised Yang Hao, who knew before that his little aunt belonged to the kind of snob who disliked the poor and loved the rich. "I didn't realize the snobbery was so complete, even the unabashed kind anymore." Yang Huaiji on the side was a bit speechless, feeling that her husband and son had somewhat disgraced themselves. Yang Huizhen, on the other hand, bristled with disdain, and among her relatives, the ones she couldn't see the most were the Liang family's father and son. One is a snob who dislikes the poor and loves the rich, while the other is overambitious and a thief who can fool around. Then this housewarming party really needs to be a good one. Yang Guofu had also been shocked, but he and his big brother had always had a good relationship, and was truly happy for his big brother, without the kind of messy thoughts that the Liang family's father and son had. Just as the crowd was chatting about the housewarming banquet, second uncle Yang Guoqian's family toasted the table. "What's all the chatter about? It's so lively. This table is all his own family." Yang Guoqiang is much more casual. He patted the oldest three Yang Guofu's shoulder and casually asked, "Big brother is having a housewarming party next week, and we're not just talking about it." "A housewarming party? Big brother, where are you moving to?" Yang Guoqiang was skeptical. "Riverview Court," Old Man Yang explained again. Yang Guoqiang, who was also shocked after hearing this, looked at Yang Hao, his great-nephew. "Xiao Hao, your kid is really developed. Just now, Da Peng said you accompanied the gift of $50,000, and I was thinking of returning it to you." "Not returning if you look at it that way," Yang Guoqiang laughingly flirting. "He is the kind of relatively brash character." See, great-nephew Yang Hao really turned over is happy in his heart. "No, it's okay to return. Not too much money." Yang Hao joked with his second uncle. "Don't even think about it." Yang Guoqiang heatedly smiled, then raised his glass. "Come on, let's have a toast. By the way, a special welcome to Cindy, aiming for this time next year, to drink the full moon wine invited by you and Hao." "Well, what Kokono said is what I wanted to say." Old Man Yang hurriedly took over. This was his main concern. The two of them singing in unison like this had caused Sun Cindy's pretty face to blush. She subconsciously touched her stomach with one hand. She had been working pretty hard lately too, and wondered if it would pay off. The crowd clinked glasses together, and the family was a happy one. Because they are all their own people, Yang Guoqiang did not polite directly to other tables toasting. At this time, Yang Peng was mysteriously finding Yang Hao. "Big brother, come with me again." "What again?" Yang Hao followed his cousin to the side and asked suspiciously. "Big brother, you'd better see for yourself." Yang Peng took out his own cell phone and handed it to Yang Hao. At this moment, the screen of his cell phone was displaying the Weixin chat page, and the person who sent a message to Yang Peng was surprisingly Li Manchu. She sent a few words of congratulations on her happy son and other blessings, then directly transferred $5,000 to Yang Peng. "Big brother, why is the ex-sister-in-law still sending money over? What should I do?" Yang Peng scratched his head and also subconsciously looked at Sun Cindy on the seat. "She's trying to get remarried again now that she knows I've turned over a new leaf. This person is out of her mind and treats everyone else like a little cutie. Don't bother with her." Yang Hao said and directly clicked on the refund, and then smoothly pulled Li Manchu from his cousin's Weixin list. Yang Peng was slightly stunned, not expecting his big brother to be so decisive in his actions. "Go get busy. From now on, let's pretend this guy doesn't exist." Yang Hao returned the cell phone to his cousin and then went back to his seat after giving him another pat on the shoulder. End of chapter 152. Color Sisters Red Romantic Footbath City. In our system, no quality big customers. You have no say. Take my firm for example. The whole quarter there is no deposit more than 2 million big customers. Difficult. When Yang Hao returned to his seat, a slightly inebriated Yang Guofu was complaining about how difficult his job was. "Third brother, it's not big enough for the client to come back. This is something you should talk to Xiao Hao about." Seeing that Yang Hao had returned, Liang Xiaojun immediately said with a smile, "People, Xiao Hao is developing in Jiangchang. I won't trouble my great-nephew with this matter." Yang Guofu immediately waved his hand. He wasn't like Liang Xiaojun, who came forward when there was a bargain. Yang Hao looked at his third uncle, but he didn't make a statement. But in his heart, he had an intention. He still has $100 million earmarked for filial piety lying on his card. The full moon wine is over. Yang Hao called out to Yang Guofu in the parking lot. "Third uncle, didn't drink too much, did you?" "No, that's just where it's at." Yang Guofu usually always had social engagements, and his drinking capacity was fine. A trip to your office. Then, to do what? Yang Guofu was confused. Save some money for my parents. And by the way, I'm flushing out your performance for you, Uncle Sam, Yang Hao said smilingly. How? You don't have to listen to Liang Xiaojun. You don't know what kind of person he is. Yang Guofu shook his head. It has nothing to do with him. I was going to save money for my parents' retirement too. Yang Hao shrugged. How? You have a lot of use for money. Your father and I have enough to spend on our pensions. Not to mention that the health spa that Cindy is giving away will make money. Upon hearing that her son wanted to save money for himself, Yufan immediately opened her mouth to persuade him. Mom, you'll listen to me on this one. Consider it saved for me. Yang Hao had no way to explain it in detail, and casually found a way to say it. How? How much are you saving then? Seeing that his great-nephew was serious, Yang Guofu immediately asked. Save up $20 million. Yang Hao was afraid that he would scare his parents and Uncle Sam if he directly said $100 million, so he decided to take his time and save up $20 million first. But even that number still took Yang Guofu by surprise. And the wine will do. $20 million? How? Are you really going to save $20 million? Yang Guofu eyes stared at the boss. His own this if there is a deposit of 20 million large customers, and then go to the bureau of the meeting that are walking sideways. The deputy director in charge of him would definitely not dare to say another word of nonsense. Even when the post opened him up he didn't panic. These days you have a big client with 20 million in deposits, and it's easy to get a job at any bank. And Yufan and Old Man Yang were even more confused. Let's not talk about $20 million. $2 million they've never seen in their lives. How? This is too much. After freezing for a while, Yufan came back to her senses. Not much. Isn't the point of making money for you and Ruoshi to spend it? Yang Hao smiled, then added to Yang Guofu, third uncle, it's fine for you and third auntie to know about this matter. Well, I understand. Yang Guofu nodded solemnly. These days it is about not revealing your wealth. In addition to that, Yang Hao obviously didn't want this to be known to the Liang family's father and son, or else he might have come to the door to borrow money. Sun Sini, who hadn't been drinking, then drove the crowd to the post office where Yang Guofu worked. Yang Hao not only to the name of the mother deposited a 20 million regular, but also to the mother bank card deposited a 5 million current, used for daily expenses, and suddenly becoming a rich woman sitting on $25 million in savings. Yufan was still a bit confused for a while. She'd really have to get used to being a rich woman for a while. After the surprise, Old Man Yang was a little depressed. $25 million. Not a penny exists in his name. It was foreseeable that he would still have to live under the rule of his old partner in the future. And the reason why Yang Hao didn't put the money in his old man's name was mainly because he felt that his own old man was too capable of fooling around to be in charge of money. Otherwise it's not always a mess. Leave the post office. Yang Hao then prepared to return. This time he came back to do all the things that should be done. His parents' old age is guaranteed. He can go back to Jiangqing to rest assured that the wave. Seni you keep this. Tweet me when you're free. Before leaving Yufan gave a gold bracelet wrapped in a handkerchief to Sun Sini. At the current price of gold, the bracelet is probably worth just over $10,000. But this bracelet is obviously more meaningful than valuable. Is considered to be Yufan for Sun Sini this daughter-in-law recognition. Thanks auntie. Sun Sini received the bracelet and was very happy. Because she understands the significance of this bracelet, she has already been considered to have the approval of brother Yang's mother. Mom, do you have any more bracelets like that? Before getting into the car, Yang Hao came over to his mom's side and asked in a low voice. What do you mean by that? Yufan looked at her son suspiciously. Nothing, just asking. Yang Hao smiled and waved his hand, then said, now that our family is not short of money, buy more bracelets like this when you have time. Swap them on. After saying that, Yang Hao got into the car. Since he had been drinking, he sat directly in the back to accompany Ruoshi, while the task of driving was given to Sun Sini. Old Young, what did you mean when you said that Xiaohao asked me to buy a few more bracelets? Eyeing the ranging you ate as it drifted away, Yufan asked suspiciously. What else could it mean? For you to consume. Can't bring you back a daughter-in-law in a few days. Old Man Yang casually replied back, then said, hurry home and keep packing. Move there early. Old Man Yang now can't wait to move. Who still lives in the old mansion when there is a new house of more than 200 square feet. Yicheng is more than 300 kilometers back to Jiangcheng. With plenty of time, there was no rush, and we took a break every 2 service areas. Halfway through the journey, Yang Hao received a call from Lu Zifeng. Ho, do you have time tonight? Have a drink with your brother. There was never any need for politeness between the two. It was all business. Good. Yang Hao really didn't have anything planned for tonight, so he agreed in one breath. Aren't you even going to ask your brother what's wrong? Lu Zifeng asked in a low tone. Break up? In Yang Hao's impression, when the other party seeks out his drink, it is most likely a breakup. It's been over a decade and it's still the same. Well, split. No, I thought we were getting married this time. Yang Hao joked that he actually had a pretty good impression of Feng Lina. Don't mention it, it's hard to tell. Tell me more about it tonight. Yes, Yang Hao answered and hung up. Late afternoon. Yang Hao returned to Jiangcheng and took a short rest at home, then changed his clothes and went out. And at this time the importance of the small nanny Jiang Yuqi came to the fore. After she arrived at home, Yang Hao can rest assured that he can go out and wave without worrying about Ruwashi no one to take care of. At a barbecue restaurant, Yang Hao and Lu Zifeng met up, then learned that his more ambiguous chat with a female salesman in the store was discovered by Feng Lina, who decisively proposed a breakup. So you're the one who cheated. Yang Hao was a bit speechless. He thought that this brother of his had completely closed his heart. It turned out to be the same old thing, that Wanda and I are really nothing, just chatting on a slightly larger scale. Lu Zifeng looked innocent. Alright, a tease is a tease. 2 words for you, deserve it. Yang Hao disdainfully skimmed his mouth, but on second thought, it seemed that his current situation was even more tawdry than this Sea King brother of his. Forget it, this morality thing is all about binding others. Besides, it's not like I'm deliberately hiding it. Yippo and Munchausen are aware of each other's presence. Cherub doesn't care about that stuff. So, the old man is bright and open. How about brother takes you to wash your feet? In fact, Yang Hao had his own selfish reasons for agreeing to come out and drink with Lu Zifeng. The charity quest, Rich Man's Chest, that was triggered earlier on Color Sister Huang Qing's side hadn't been done yet. Love starts with the clock, and the clock stops with the intention. Lao Tzu washed not his feet, but the mud of walking in the world of men. So, these feet need to be washed. Moreover, the rewards of this charity quest are very powerful. Reward 1 is charity spending money 10 times cashback. Reward 2 is kidney value plus 5. Strong kidney potion * 1 inch. Wash your feet? Is it the proper kind? Lu Zifeng asked. I suppose so. Yang Hao wasn't sure. Forget it then. Lu Zifeng shook his head. Might as well wash it yourself at home and save money. Serves you right for breaking up. Yang Hao rolled his eyes, then sent a micro message to the color sister Huang Qing. The content is very direct. Can your technician in that foot bath city take classes? Sister Color, that must be possible. Sister Color, are you coming? Brother Yang? Color Sister, I'll set you up with the best. Huang Qing replied in seconds. She had been waiting for this big customer for a long time. Asked for you and was able to attend class. After receiving the reply, Yang Hao said to Lu Zifeng, *******. Then what are you waiting for? Go! Lu Zifeng immediately stood up from his seat. What's the hurry in finding it? And the mechanic won't run. Yang Hao followed suit and got up, picking up the jacket that was resting on the seat. Half an hour later, the two arrived at Red Romantic Footbath City by taxi. This footbath city is quite large and has a luxurious front design. Brother Yang, I can finally wait for you. I'm all set on my end. Learning that Yang Hao was coming, Huang Qing had already waited in the hall. The colorful sister still wearing her beloved leather jacket, only this time the style was different. You should have a normal program here too, right? Yang Hao asked. Of course, we are divided into major and minor programs. Huang Qing smiled back. Tell you what, you arrange for this brother to go to the big program, and I'll do the little one. Yang Hao hadn't been hungry enough to come to Footbath City for fun. He was simply doing a mission. Yes. Huang Qing was a bit surprised. She had really prepared all the most beautiful technicians in the store. She didn't expect this brother Yang to be a vegetarian, but she could probably guess what Yang Hao was thinking. There was no shortage of beautiful women around a rich man like this. There was really no need to come to her store to steal food. Xiao you take this gentleman up to the 3rd floor and treat him well. Huang Qing waved his hand at a waiter. The latter immediately helped Lu Zifeng, who was already 6 or 7% drunk, up the stairs. Huang Qing, on the other hand, walked to Yang Hao's side and naturally took his arm. Brother Yang, let's go to the 2nd floor. Hong used a handheld to inform all the technicians who were not on the clock to go to the VIP 1 package. Huang Qing instructed the female receptionist while holding Yang Hao and walking upstairs. Soon, Huang Qing brought Yang Hao into a luxuriously decorated private room. Brother Yang, I let people call the technicians all. You choose yourself. If they are not satisfied, I will call down the big item technicians upstairs as well. They will also be small items. Only the techniques are not particularly professional. End of chapter. 153. White Moon in the Footbath. Yang Hao, who was 5 points drunk, lay down on the massage bed. It wasn't long before a foreman-like woman led a dozen Chonsamplad technicians into the box. Hello boss. The technicians stood in a row before bowing in unison in greeting. Yang Hao casually swept a glance, and the overall quality was average. He couldn't help but mentally curse Quick Voice. Ever since short video platforms like Quick Voice caught fire, the quality of commercial K actors and footbath technicians began to plummet. So many netizens are calling for the platform to close the live reward function, or even directly close the live function, so that the anchors return to the entity. However, when Yang Hao's gaze landed on the technician closest to the doorway, he froze, because the other guy looked familiar. Huang Qing asked smilingly, Yang, should we keep 2 more? Yang Hao nodded slightly. When I met my high school classmate Mu Yi by chance in Yicheng, the other party also mentioned Yu Jiuzhou, and his former White Moon. Even though he hadn't seen her for years, Yang Hao still recognized her at a glance. Yang Hao swept the number plate on Yu Jiuzhou's waist and said, all come with me. No need. Number 3 stays. And at this time, Yu Jiuzhou should have recognized Yang Hao as well. A look of surprise first surfaced on her face. Then she inclined her head, not making eye contact with Yang Hao, said she was also developing in Zhengcheng. Huang Chang waved his hand at the rest of the technicians, then added to Yang Hao, Brother Yang, feel free to send me a WeChat if you need anything. Good. Yang Hao gently waved his hand. Okay. It's also considered the only one who can possibly chase the other. When I was in school, there were many boys who pursued Yu Jiuzhou, and Yang Hao was one of them. Yu Jiuzhou, I didn't expect to meet under these circumstances. Own high school classmates. A few moments later, he and Yu Jiuzhou were the only 2 left in the box. VIP, you can change your clothes first. Well, yell at me, Yu Jiuzhou whispered, then also went out of the box. Yang Hao, on the other hand, changed into the massage clothes prepared by the store and then called Yu Jiuzhou in again. VIP, what project do you see yourself doing? Yu Jiuzhou asked, pointing to the price list. This is not recognizing me? Or pretend you don't recognize it? Yang Hao asked smilingly. The experience was still quite marvelous. Although he doesn't have much of a White Moon plot, his former White Moon is surprisingly reunited in the footbath city. Well, that's pretty dramatic too. Hearing Yang Hao say so, Yu Jiuzhou expression stalled. In fact, she was silently praying that the other party did not recognize themselves. After all, there are more than 10 years have not seen, or there is a certain chance that they can not recognize. But Yang Hao asked this, and it broke the last trace of fantasy in her heart. I thought you wouldn't recognize it. Yu Jiuzhou returned rather helplessly. If it was anyone else, there's a real chance they wouldn't recognize it. But you're Yu Jiuzhou. Yang Hao smiled and spread his hands. I heard you became a big boss. I didn't realize it was true. Our boss is so respectful to you. Yu Jiuzhou let out a sigh of relief. What boss? It's all a false name. Yang Hao gently shook his head. Doing a project? I've got to get out the order. Then we'll talk. Yu Jiuzhou asked again. What's the most expensive item? Yang Hao asked. The most expensive items are on the 3rd floor. Why don't you go upstairs? Yu Jiuzhou's mind was naturally torn at this moment. After all, this man she had to serve was her former suitor. Yu Jiuzhou knew that she was definitely a goddess-like existence in Yang Hao's heart at that time. However, now that she, the goddess, has to serve the former licking dog, her heart is naturally very twisted. So she'd rather give up the order. If I wanted to go upstairs I would have just done so, and I wouldn't be in this box. Yang Hao waved his hand. Tell me, what's the most expensive project you can do? Supreme Footbath, $388. Yu Jiuzhou returned. How long is a clock? Yang Hao asked. 90 minutes. What time do you get off work? Yang Hao asked again. Today's night shift. I won't get off work until 10 tomorrow morning. Yu Jiuzhou answered truthfully. 10? Yang Hao made a silent calculation in his heart, then said, Supreme Footbath then, plus 10 bells. Ha! Yu Jiuzhou was shocked, although she thought that this former old classmate might want to take care of her performance. But how could she not expect the other party not only ordered the most expensive items, but also a bite plus 10 bells? 1 clock is $388. 10 is $3,888. Yu Jiuzhou's commission is 35%, which means she can earn nearly $1,400. That was the limit of the amount of money she could make on a night shift. She was, after all, doing small projects, and her commission on the most expensive 388 was $136, and she could normally line up 4 or 5 jobs a night. But not every job is a 388, and a typical night shift pays $400 or $500, $600 if you're lucky. And naturally, situations like the current one never happen. It's 8 o'clock at this hour, and 10 clocks is just after 10 tomorrow morning. That means Yang Hao is buying her out of this night shift. What? Can't it work that way? Seeing Yu Jiuzhou standing in place and staring, Yang Hao smiled and asked, It's not too much to ask for a little help from the footbath, is it? Yes, I'll place the order. Yu Jiuzhou nodded and hurriedly went out to place the order. Yang Hao, on the other hand, silently calculated in his mind that 10 bells was 3,888 yuan, and 10 times cashback was 38,888 yuan. It's too little. Yang Hao thought of his good brother Lu Zifeng upstairs. Well, That has to be arranged. The good brother lost his love has to have his teachers teach him a few lessons. So Yang Hao sent a micro message to Huang Qing, arrange 3 for my brother. Forget it, 5 mechanics. Come to the most expensive program and make sure you have a good time. The colorful sister who received the message immediately returned an okay emoticon. Yang Hao heart only slightly balanced some. Their own side cannot grip how much wool. Can let the good brother to help. Yang Hao's side just finished with Huang Qing's instructions. Yu Jiao returned to the box, and smoothly brought the door of the box. Let's start with a foot bath. Yu Jiao skillfully took out the foot bath bucket from underneath the massage bed, received more than half a bucket of warm water, and then threw the medicinal packet for foot soak into the foot bath bucket. Only after doing this did Yu Jiao look at Yang Hao once again. Try the water temperature. While Yu Jiao was busy, Yang Hao had actually been silently sizing up this former white moonlight and old classmate. She was wearing a very revealing light pink cheongsam, which was the uniform for technicians in foot baths. Of course, this is the second floor of the technicians of the uniform. As for the third floor of the uniform, what kind of Yang Hao such a serious person is not clear, due to the dim lighting in the box, coupled with Yu Jiao and put on makeup, giving the overall feeling of people will be much younger, not at all like only 1 year younger than Yang Hao. End of chapter 154. After the clock, the dominant president fell in love with me. It is only in middle age that people gradually realize that some people, once missed, will have to pay to see them again. Yang Hao thought that this is just a paragraph. However, what he did not know is that this is the real experience of Peng Laowat. Although he met is not what the white moonlight, but the same classmate in high school, and now the same thing has happened to Yang Hao. So yeah, make sure you cherish everyone you meet because you don't know if you can afford to spend the next time you meet. Surprised to meet me here. Ha! Yu Jiao has already begun to help Yang Hao wash his feet. Experience the ups and downs of life. She was very quickly adjusted her mind, able to treat this former old classmate with a normal heart. Let's just say that life happens. Yang Hao let out a sigh of relief. Want to hear a story? Yu Jiao asked. Good thing too. It's okay, more than okay. Since Yang Hao is divorced, the odds are that he belongs to the former category. Ooh, I'm a person who still prefers to drive a private car. Yang Hao smiled. How many? Yu Jiao helped Yang Hao press his feet while narrating in a calm tone, without any ups and downs in his emotions, as if what he was saying was not about himself. In fact, it was not only the fact that Yang Hao had revealed that he had several girlfriends, but the way Huang Qing, the boss of the party, treated him was enough to explain everything. It's rare to meet an acquaintance, so there's no need to lie to you. What about you, Boss Yang? Boss Yang is modest. Yang Hao's main focus is a frankness. In fact, in this kind of environment, people are also more likely to relax, willing to talk or listen. That's it. 7 years of youth fed to the dogs. Had a boyfriend during college. Dated for about 7 years, I think, and it's gotten to the point where I'm talking about marriage. But Yang Hao knew that what Yu Jiao said should be true. Yu Jiao was a bit surprised, then smiled and teased. Then why did you still come to the second floor? Shouldn't you have gone to the third floor? There was no need for her to make up stories to fool her old classmate, not to mention that both of them were from Yicheng, and the fact that she had a deaf-mute brother was known to everyone in the class. I heard about a beautiful wife. Must be very happy with her. Otherwise you wouldn't be on the second floor. This story isn't really new. It's as if every mechanic has had a similar experience. Yu Jiao let out a sigh of relief. Looks like there's someone new. Yu Jiao expressed her surprise, but in her heart she silently added, men really don't have a good thing. They do small items. In fact is not the selection of the clock. In addition to o'clock guests, technicians are queuing up. Whose turn it is who will go on the clock. The guests are not satisfied with the change of the clock to say another thing. As it turns out, Yang Hao is really not bad. Of course, he added so many clocks in one breath, so he should be trying to give her, his old classmate, a boost. His parents are seriously ill and bedridden, and he has a younger brother to take care of. Well, there are a few girlfriends instead. Yang Hao was blunt. This seems to be the uniform script for mechanics. To Yang Hao's age can still date several girlfriends at the same time. That must have enough financial support. Otherwise women just figure he is old. If you go out without prostitutes, either there is no lack of women around you, or you are the kind of man who really cares about his family and has a responsibility to bear. Then my mom was suddenly paralyzed in bed with a cerebral thrombosis, and he probably felt too much pressure to break up later. But most of the technicians are making up stories in order to gain sympathy from the guests and spend more. This is the second year that Yu Jiao has been in the industry, and has seen all kinds of men. Yu Jiao seems to have not been on the third floor. Of the men are considered clean. After all, it is not like the store does not have that kind of service. The technicians were still talking when they arrived, saying that whoever was chosen was definitely a big order. After all, This kind of customer who was given extra attention by the boss was definitely not bad for money. To be honest, Yang Hao didn't know what to talk about with this old classmate. It would be better to listen to her. Yang Hao humbled himself. Compared to those great tycoons, his current bit of wealth was really nothing. Instead, just now, Huang Qing had all the technicians who hadn't been on the clock called over for Yang Hao to pick from, so it was evident that she valued Yang Hao. You should know, I also have a deaf brother. 3 years ago he had a car accident. The driver drunk driving escape, although finally caught, but because he was drunk driving, the insurance company refused to pay the claim. That the driver cannot get much medical expenses, and in order to treat my brother, emptied all the savings, and also took on debt. Leaving. Looks like Boss Yang is doing great business. The 388 Supreme Foot Bath has a full body massage in addition to foot pressing. Pressing the leg when Yu Jiu is sitting sideways on the edge of the bed, and then put Yang Hao's leg on his own leg. This degree of contact scale in fact completely in the hands of the technician. She can put your leg on their own exposed outside the cheongsam thighs, produce zero distance skin contact, but also can put their own leg in cheongsam inside the top of the padded towel, to avoid having skin contact. In addition, many people's thighs are actually very sensitive. The technician, if you want to tease you, then it will definitely attack the thigh root position, but where you are a little bit of poor stamina, directly on the uprising. At this time, a technician in the middle of the service will ask, "Big brother, do you want to push a yo?" Yu Jiu did not deliberately avoid physical contact with Yang Hao, but also did not intentionally tease. It is a moderate massage. The hands are pretty strong. Feeling that Yu Jiu pressed very seriously, Yang Hao said with a smile, "Our kind of doing small items depends a lot on maneuvers and techniques. Otherwise it's hard to have repeat customers." Yu Jiu explained. Yang Hao nodded and joked, "Look at the technology in the big items too." That's true. Yu Jiu froze slightly, then nodded in agreement. A mechanic must rely on his skills to make a living. Only some people rely on hand techniques and others rely on hand product techniques. It can't be the same thing. The two old classmates just had a chat. The conversation drifted from their current lives to their student days and back to the high school friends they both knew. Yu Jiu and high school classmates are almost no contact. After all, her profession is not good to say out. Plus the family's such a situation. And Yang Hao and his high school classmates don't have much contact. And some of the news is heard from Wei Fa Kai. Before I knew it, a clock was over. Since Yang Hao had added 10 clocks, all of Yu Jiu's time tonight actually belonged to him. According to the store's rules, in this case Yu Jiu to advance down the clock, that is required to customers in the consumption of a single signature, indicating that the recognition of such consumption. In fact, it is rare for a technician who does small items to add bells, because those so-called added bells are the result of some kind of tacit agreement between the two parties. But it's not like the smaller itemized technicians have that kind of service, and adding the clock defeats the purpose. Besides, this red romantic footbath city is with a big item. You can totally go straight upstairs. There is no need to waste time on the second floor. Should I press it again? After a long night, Yu Jiu didn't know what to do, so she opened her mouth again and asked, "No, you rest and relax. I'll ask my friend how he's doing, and if he goes, you'll keep busy, and if he doesn't, we'll talk." Yang Hao waved his hand, signaling Yu Jiu to feel free. This box is a VIP package. Massage bed is actually 1.5 meter wide double bed. Next to the sofa, there is also a separate bathroom. Overnight is no problem at all. Hearing Yang Hao say this, Yu Jiu then sat on the sofa. She stretched out her waist. Her curves were exquisite, still very eye-catching. On the value of the body she and Wang Shuaru in between. The disadvantage is a little older. The advantage is that has not given birth to a child should be more tight. Yang Hao, on the other hand, sent a Weibo message to Huang Qing to inquire about Lu Zifling's situation. The feedback I got was that the guy was asleep and there were 2 technicians left in the room. Looked like he was ready to wake up and continue. You can. Not bad for a peak brother. Yang Hao sighed in his heart, then put down his cell phone and said to Jiu, "My friend has already fallen asleep. I will also stay here tonight. If you want to rest and rest, stay here. If you still want to continue to make money, go and get busy. I will sign the order for you." Yang Hao doesn't have much of a white moonlight obsession or not in his heart, and just thinks of it as an unexpected reunion of old friends, and doesn't want to disturb each other's lives. "If Boss Yang doesn't mind, I'll stay and chat with my old classmate. Yu Jiu yesterday is the night shift. Today is quite tired, plus has earned the money that usually cannot earn. She also wants to give herself a vacation." Good. Yang Hao nodded, then sent another tweet to Huang Qing, telling the other party that he was also sleeping here tonight. Huang Qing immediately brought new bedding in person, carrying away the original bedding, and sent some tea and fruit trays as well as snacks, even left a box of directs. Jiu, make sure you serve Yang well." Before leaving, Huang Chang also gave a word of advice. In fact, she is now full of question marks. A little bit do not understand why Yang Hao looked at the Yu Jojo a few days ago in the Hermes boutique when she was to have seen the Jiang Yuqi. The other side looks just out of the early 20s. No matter the body or the value of one of the best, it is reasonable to say that the Yu Jojo is not comparable. Not to mention that there was that young woman from the coffee shop, who wasn't inferior to Yu Jojo, so this choice of Yang Hao's made Huang Qing a little puzzled. In addition, Huang Cheng this foot bath city is cashed over. She made a special effort to understand the situation of the store technicians. Yu Jojo has been working at the store for more than a year and reportedly has never stayed in any customer's room. Today is kind of an exception. Well, these two are still running in both directions. Walking out of the box, Huang Qing smiled and shook his head. The name of the romance I'd heard in a recent listening book came to mind. The Day I Lived with the Footbath Man. It tells the story of an ordinary beatnik who falls in love with a shared footbath attendant. The story is kinda abusive since the man's family is adamantly opposed to the main character marrying a footbath attendant. But Huang Chang listened with great interest. But right now the title is clearly inappropriate. It should be called The Overbearing President's Footbath Little Stepford Wife or After Clocking Up. The Overbearing President Fell in Love with Me. End of chapter. 155. White moonlight turns into blue buff. Box. Yang Hao took a sip of tea, then picked up the box of dulce de leche left behind by Huang Qing in his hand and swept it away, then threw it aside with a smile. Obviously this color sister was thinking the wrong way. She should think she's made a deal with Yu Jojo. Unbeknownst to him, he left Yu Jojo just because the two were old classmates. However, well, the current environment, Yu Jojo also wearing a very prominent figure of the Cheongsam, coupled with the too youthful period of entanglement, or have a certain buff additive. Drink some water and then rest. Yang Hao smoothly poured a cup of tea for Yu Jojo and handed it over. Thanks. Before, Yang Hao actually didn't have any thoughts about this old classmate, but at this moment, he suddenly had that little flutter. Yang Hao was not much of a smoker. Others quit smoking half-life, but he said quit on the quit. Occasionally outside the socializing when others hand cigarettes he will not deliberately refuse. Smoking a one or two will not be addicted. At the moment this old classmate, sitting sideways on the sofa, high open Cheongsam under the two white and with a few meaty long legs folded together, a pair of red high-heeled shoes hanging on her feet, a wisp of smoke in her fingertips slowly rising. A glance gives a sense of vision of the old Republic of China movie heroine. After drinking 2 mouthfuls of tea, Yu Jojo suddenly asked, for eyes relative to each other. There is smoke and it's dazzling. In the box dim lighting illumination inexplicably added a few points of charming atmosphere. Used to smoke. Quit since my ex-wife got pregnant. But Yu Jojo all refused. Although she did this business, but also has its own bottom line. I learned it when my mom was sick and my boyfriend left when I was in a bad mood. Yu Jojo understood this, but when the two met again a few days ago, that sister's statement became that she wanted to buy a suite in Jiangcheng. So from Yang Hao's perspective, this old classmate had unintentionally accomplished a cosplay, and as time goes on, your bottom line will get lower and lower, and in the end it will become bottomless. Yu Jojo hands holding a cup of tea. Today this time on the clock should be her practice 2 years to the most special experience. Before although there are male customers to her attentive, and even directly talk about the price to take her out. But if you have a cigarette, you can give me one. Human desire is endless, which is the same as gambling 10 bets 10 losses is a reason. Do you smoke? Mom suddenly collapsed and she had no choice. There are always only losers at the table. No winners. Having something with an old classmate can't be considered selling your body, can it? A thought suddenly rose in the back of Yu Jojo's mind. And the bottom line is something that, once breached, only happens once and countless times. In fact, she wasn't the only one of the technicians doing the little item who had pretty much the same idea, or else everyone would have just gone upstairs. See Yang Hao so, Yu Jojo carry over their own toolbox, and then from the second floor took out a box of Love You, from the box of cigarettes out of 2, one of them handed to Yang Hao, and wait for him to take in his mouth and then help him to light up. It's easy to think of the song that has been sung for decades, but to sell her body or not, she had a choice. The whole holding the line thing is kind of a way for her to love herself in the midst of her life of so many holes. I have to say that different skins and characters do have buff additions. This is one of the reasons why reunions are nicknamed broken shoe reunions. Life was hard, but I didn't go with the flow and completely swing for the fences. It's kind of a psychological comfort. In fact, relationships like classmates are really the easiest to sour. Of course this is only secondary. Mainly this is also Yu Jojo and life fight away it. For life Yu Jojo still has her own vision, so she cannot accept when she has the opportunity to meet a new life. But there is a period of selling flesh to live by the experience. To paraphrase the phrase on the internet, life has abused me 1,000 times, but I treat life as if it were my first love. At that time that sister's original words were, earn enough 100. $000 to go back home to buy a sweet will not do. Before lighting his own one, her boyfriend left her and she didn't have a choice. When her brother was suddenly killed in a car accident, she had no choice. Remember, you didn't smoke in high school. Exhaling smoke. Yang Hao said. Let's just say, man, it's true that a lot of the time it's still your brother who's thinking for you. While Yang Hao was looking at you, Jojo, the other party was also looking at him. Take for example the whole doing big items thing. Once you take that step, it's almost impossible to turn back. It just gets deeper and deeper. One of her sisters who got into the business with her started out not doing the big items like she did. But then she saw that people were making money with the big items as technicians, so she thought about giving it a try. There was white mist drifting out from Yu Jojo's nose, while Yang Hao felt that her eyes were much brighter after taking a puff of smoke. Many extramarital affairs or inappropriate relationships between men and women actually begin at a reunion. In the past, when they were young, people might have the heart of a thief but not the guts, and girls were more reserved. And so in society, after several years of climbing and rolling, thieves' heart, thieves' courage are there. Once shy female students have been blowing and playing and singing all kinds of proficiency, which also come to what reserve. So often, all it takes is a look in the eye and the heart knows what's going on. And at the moment, for Yang Hao and Yu Jiujio, this meeting of the eyes also played a similar role. Both of them had a change of heart. After chatting for a while longer, Yang Hao, who had accompanied Lu Zifeng and drank a lot of wine before, became a little sleepy, and he lay down on the bed, then left half of the position out. If you're sleepy, you can also sleep for a while. Yu Jiujio nodded gently, a tangled look on her face, because she wasn't sure what that counted for. If it counted as breaking through the line she'd been holding fast to. He was a guest, yet not a guest. I wasn't going to charge, but he added 10 bells, so how the hell does that count? This old classmate of Yang Hao's and former White Moonlight was caught up in the emotions of internal conflict. In the end, she decided to give the choice to Yang Hao. She slowly walked to the bedside and lay down to the position Yang Hao had left out, thinking in her heart that if he took the initiative she would cooperate, and if he didn't, then she would rest normally. However, Yu Jiujio overlooked a problem. In fact, she laid down on the bed even if she had made a choice. It's the equivalent of you delivering a package of fresh meat to a dog's mouth and betting on whether he'll eat it or not. So, everything happened as it should. Yang Hao, the dog man, chose to eat it dry. Ding! Detected that the host had an intimate relationship with Yu Jiujio. Access to the intimate relationship handling program. Name Yu Jiujio. Age, 34. Overall quality score, 79. Note 1, if the intimate is over 30 years of age, the composite quality score is reduced by 3 points for each additional year of age. Note 2, this intimate person's comprehensive quality score is below 80, and cannot be transformed into an NPC. Note 3, intimates with a comprehensive quality score between 75 and 80 have a certain chance of being converted into a color buff. Ding! Detects that Yu Jiujio can be converted into a blue buff. Yes, no, conversion? Note 1, blue buff scales down the sage moment by 50%, increases attack speed by 50%, and the effect of the blue buff lasts for 7 days per defeat. Note 2, blue buff is a kind of wild monster. Defeating it will randomly pop out gold and rewards. Note 3, blue buffs also have a certain chance of triggering the quest. A series of Hang Daddy voices sounded in his head. It directly confused Yang Hao. That's a lot of information. For the first time, he learned that it turns out that being over 30 years old is a point reduction. No wonder Wang Shueru, who has a superior family background and is highly educated, has a lower score than Meng Yuyu. So it is a reduced score, because Wang Shueru is 31 years old and has a 3-point reduction. Otherwise she should be 91. And right now Hang Daddy's rating for Jojo is 79 points, but age subtracts 12 points, which means that putting aside the age factor, she is indeed on the same level as Wang Shueru. This is a side note that her personal life is not messy or she wouldn't have such a high rating, but those don't really matter. What matters is the blue buff. Yu Jiujio can actually transform into a blue buff. Yang Hao had thought that NPCs would be outrageous, but he didn't realize that this could be transformed into a blue buff. And since there's a blue buff, won't there be a red buff later, or even a big boss or something? So is the big boss going to be bursting with great rewards? MD, the old man wants to fight the boss. Come on, tell me, who's the big boss? Yang Hao was hissing silently in his heart. He really didn't expect to unlock a new way to play this game because of this little episode. Well, the White Moonlight still smells good. Even though she was in a foot bath, she still smelled great. Yang Hao was excited and directly chose, yes. Ding! Blue buff is officially live on 9/9. Reward, $20 million in exclusive maintenance funds for blue buffs. As Yang Hao made his choice, the voice of the Hanging Father sounded once again. 6 there are also blue buff maintenance funds. Thoughtful. Yang Hao had thought that there would be no more money if he transformed into a buff. I didn't realize that Papa Hang still gave $20 million. Although it wasn't comparable to the NPC's exclusive spending money of at least 100 million, 20 million was basically enough. Not to mention that Yu Jojo, the old classmate, is clearly not coming for the money. This was a chance encounter between the two, and he could feel the other's kinks in the party. Also, judging by her already rusty technique and the fact that she surrendered in a few minutes, she shouldn't have played cards for a long time. This Yang Hao could sense. So basically, you can tell that it was an accidental wipeout. In such an atmosphere, coupled with their special relationship, they couldn't help but have such a fight that wasn't in their plans. Click! A faint flame flared in the dimly lit box. Slowed down for a while, Yu Jojo took out 2 cigarettes from the cigarette box together in the mouth, and lit them together, and then divided one to Yang Hao. As the saying goes, a cigarette afterward is better than a living god. Not to mention the fact that Yang Hao was now smoking imported cigarettes. The treatment was upgraded. I can kind of see why you have several girlfriends. Yu Jojo exhaled smoke and said rather emotionally, "Can't help it. Gifted." Yang Hao dejectedly shrugged his shoulders. Although Yu Jojo was the oldest of several women, and was supposedly at the age of a wolf like a tiger, but she was obviously not as resistant as that beautiful young woman Wang Shuiru, and even not as good as Meng Cha-Cha and Yibao, who had just opened the door to the new world. Or maybe it's been a long time coming and his skills are rusty. However, the upside of this is that this blue buff is easy to beat. End of chapter 156. Atmosphere Group and Blue Buff Bonus. First floor, manager's office. Huang Chang leaned her back against the boss chair. Her feet, which had taken off her high heels, were folded on the desk in front of her. The artificial beauty Yi Wei, who had shopped with her at Hermes the other day, was sitting on the parlor sofa with the big item technician, officially the manager of the service department, commonly known as the mommy-san. I really didn't expect young to like older ones. However, Yu Jojo's body is quite good, and I even talked to her before about being a big item, but she didn't agree. Yi Wei said smilingly, but her face was too fake and her smile was stiff. At first I thought he really wasn't interested in our women here, but it turns out he picked one anyway, but he had a good eye and picked a clean one. Huang Qing spread his hands. When she exited the coffee shop, this colorful sister already had a preliminary understanding of Yang Hao's hours, because when she was downstairs observing Yang Hao's Rangoon U8, the latter was exchanging poker skills with Wang Shuiru in the box. The result was that Yu Jiao, the blue buff, was repeatedly defeated several times, and in the back she had to start begging for mercy, and her voice was a bit hoarse from shouting. When calm returned to the box, the atmosphere group outside the door finally gave up and left. Although Yi Wei asked this, the people all stood up from the sofa. Then we'll go together. That's easy enough. Just go to the door and listen. I wonder if he's good. So curious. The box Huang Cheng arranged for Yang Hao was at the end of the corridor. After walking out for some distance, Yi Wei showed Huang Cheng the time on her cell phone. So the two women acted as an atmosphere team outside the door. She remembered something like half an hour or 40 minutes, and Sister Color shrugged indifferently. The two walked without trying to hide it, and their high heels hit the marble floor with a did-did sound. Wait, I'll put on my shoes. Is that good? It was meant to be longer than a battle. Plus Yang Hao knew that there was a viewing group outside and deliberately demonstrated another wave of strength. According to my understanding of that brother Yang, I guess he won't even object to you observing from the side, because it's more exciting. What the two didn't realize, though, was that this was actually World War II already. Yi Wei said and walked to the desk to pull Huang Cheng. So Yang Hao, in addition to feeling this color sister thoughtful, but also more hard, so that shut up Yu Jojo revoiced. Yi Wei in the corridor picked up her cell phone and pointed to the time on the screen, signaling Huang Qing to count a time herself. It was a trick she had used in the coffee shop. At this time, Yang Hao in the box was trying to beat the blue buff for the first time. The footsteps ringing in the corridor were very clear, but he had no intention of stopping. But it was Yu Jojo who was very nervous and still reminding Yang Hao that there was someone outside, and even clenching his teeth as a result, no longer making a sound. However, Yang Hao had a judgment in his heart, and he guessed that it was that colorful sister who was messing with the atmosphere again. 45 minutes and 20 seconds. The problem was that she had started when she arrived. I want to switch with Yu Jiao so badly. Yi Wei was blunt. It's a pity that people can't see you. Huang Chang shrugged. This was a bit solid, but Yi Wei didn't care because it was the truth. She took Huang Cheng's arm and whispered, "Sister Cheng, can I borrow your office for a bit?" Asterisk 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 asterisk. Huang Cheng understood Yi Wei's meaning in a second, and her office was the only clean one in the entire footbath city. Don't mess up the couch for me. Huang Cheng gave the woman a blank look. Don't worry, I've got it covered. Yi Wei hemmed and hawed, subconsciously speeding up her pace, and when she entered the manager's office, Huang Cheng also went to the bathroom. After listening for more than 40 minutes, it was impossible to say that there was no reaction. She wasn't as monkey shine as Yi Wei, but she had to clean up a little. Is it really that good? made me want to try it. While doing the cleanup, a thought popped into Huang Qing's mind that startled her. Box. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating the blue buff. Gain blue buff effect gain for 7 days. Ding. Blue buff extraordinarily drops $100. 000 in cash. Class A massage skills. After the euphoric emotions of body shaking, Yang Hao reaped another wave of defeating blue buff rewards. In addition to the 7-day buff effect bonus, there is surprisingly 100,000 pieces as well as the massage skill. 699 is awesome. Well, it's a veritable bull's pussy. Other people play poker with mechanics who spit out gold coins, and he can still make gold coins. No, it's not a mechanic. This is my sapphire. Yang Hao subconsciously looked at Yu Jiujiu. This sapphire has been completely lying flat, motionless, even the cigarette did not light. It seems to be really exhausted. Seeing this, Yang Hao took the initiative to light 2 cigarettes and then shoved one of them into the sapphire's mouth. After smoking a mouthful of cigarettes, Yu Jiujiu's empty blood cells sort of recovered a little bit, and she whispered, I really can't. I have to sleep. Well, get some early rest. Yang Hao soothingly patted the sapphire on her smooth spine. In my heart, I said hard work silently. The next day, Yang Hao didn't wake up until after 8 o'clock, and Yu Jiujiu was still asleep. He didn't bother to call the other party, and after sending Lu Zifeng a tweet, he went downstairs first. Good morning, brother Yang. Yang Hao didn't know if Huang Qing had just come or hadn't left since last night. Anyway, at this moment, this colorful sister was sitting on the sofa in the hall on the first floor, and when she saw Yang Hao coming downstairs, she immediately greeted her. Well, good morning boss Huang. Yang Hao nodded in response. Brother Yang, don't call me boss, just call me Xiao Chang. Huang Qing politely said. Green? Yang Hao smiled. Where's your sister? Huang Qing froze before reacting to the fact that the other party was flirting. Brother Yang, you really know how to joke. Check out. Yang Hao knows that this color sister is the kind of person who does not smile, usually walks the high cold line. That is, to him this kind of rich people only seem very easygoing like. Huang Qing nodded and personally walked over to the cashier to check the bill. Then said, Brother Yang, you and your friend spent a total of 26,888 yuan. Want a card? Huang Qing asked in passing. Well, run one, top up 100,000. Yang Hao responded cheerfully and decided to give back to the store the $100,000 rewarded for playing the blue buff. Yes, Huang Qing nodded repeatedly. She knew that this brother Yang was generous, but recharging 100,000 in one breath still surprised her a bit. Her footbath city scale is not large. Upstairs and downstairs a total of 3 floors. Operating area of more than 500 square feet. In the city of Jiangqing a number of footbath city can only be considered a medium-sized. The level of consumption in fact is not too high. If not for Yang Hao to his friends shouted to go to the 5 technicians, but also added a variety of projects. 2 people how to consume less than 20,000 more. Brother Yang, a one-time recharge of 100,000 is a bonus of 10,000. So the total amount on your card is 110,000. This time, $26,888 was spent and $83,112 was left on the card. After Huang Qing finished the membership card, he added, the membership card can be stored in the store. Brother Yang, you can just say your cell phone number directly when you come. Yes, Yang Hao nodded, and that's when the sound of hanging dad came as promised. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the welfare quest, Rich Man's Chest. Consumption rebate, 38 renminbi, 888. Quest reward, kidney power plus 5. Kidney strengthening potion *1. Note 1, this task is a welfare task. The consumption of cashback is effective for a long time, and the reward is only for this time. Note 2, cashback is only for the host's personal consumption. End of chapter. 157. Monday, a new NPC quest is coming. Day, the dog hangs dad. What about the pattern? No reimbursement for buying a brother a good time, right? After reading the notes, Yang Hao silently cursed his mother. However, he quickly thought of a way to get stuck in the bug. As long as he's with his brother, that can always be considered his spending, right? But this is a silver party. Forget it. The bus is nothing to drive. Believe in the motherland and believe in the party. Whoring doesn't end well. Rejecting pornography and gambling. Start with me. Yang Hao silently shouted the slogan in his heart to purify his mind, then checked his information on the system homepage. The kidney power value had indeed increased from the original 83 points to 88 points. I'll do it later then. In Huang Qing's opinion, as long as she arranged Yu Jiujiu well, Yang Hao, the tycoon, would never let her suffer. This brother Yang never treats a woman who follows him badly. In fact, last night he wanted to how to arrange Yu Jiujiu the sapphire, but he did not think well. ready to ask Yu Jiao woke up after sleeping her own opinion, and then make a decision. Yang Hao nodded. No matter what Yu Jiao wanted to do afterward, first transferring her from the technician's position was no problem. Just as the two were talking, footsteps came up the stairs. In Huang Qing's opinion, a rich man like Yang Hao must be very possessive, which was why she took the initiative to ask. So Huang Qing offered to transfer Yu Jiao, but also to be able to keep the other party in the store. And at this time, Huang Qing asked, "Brother Yang, do you think we should move Yu Jiao's position? It's getting closer to 100 points. As a result, at this moment, Huang Qing even mentioned it first. This color sister understands men very well. Right now Yu Jiao is not the same as before. She is already a woman who has had intimate contact with this young. You can. Yang Hao was quite surprised to see this color sister and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It was really very sweet. This was evident from Yang Hao's profligate use of money to buy a coffee shop for Wang Shuiru and his subsequent spending of a fortune at Hermes. Huang Qing was even a little worried that Yu Jiao would just walk away. Yang Hao was in a good mood. Huang Qing, this footbath city is naturally not lacking in Jiao, so a small item of technicians, not to mention the payroll to her point of difference. In that case, she broke the connection she had just established with Yang Hao again. Therefore, Huang Qing has made up his mind to give Yu Jiao a casual job, and the income will not be lower than the technician kind. If it's no trouble, sure. Yang Hao subconsciously swept his eyes towards the stairs. Then he saw Lu Zifeng slowly walking down holding the wall. He had big dark circles under his eyes and didn't look very good. It's just for one night. That's it? Yang Hao was somewhat speechless. Ho, we can't spend money like this even if we have it. The body simply can't take it. Lu Zifeng spoke breathlessly, with an appearance of his body being completely emptied. I thought you lost your love. Wouldn't it be nice to have a few more sisters to keep you company? Yang Hao smiled and joked. Good is good. It's just that dude's body is really overwhelmed. Lu Zifeng shook his head, but after all was said and done, he was still excited when he recalled last night's experience. Don't think he's always been the prodigal son, but it's the first time he's played a game like last night's. He even kind of understood why most emperors had short lives. No one can stand it if it's like this. Out of the red romantic footbath city, the two old men said goodbye. Huang Qing, on the other hand, waited until Yu Jiao woke up from her nap and called the person to his office. Sister Jiao, please have a seat. Huang Qing's attitude towards Jiao was much more polite. In fact, Yu Jiao before and this boss is not much of a crossroads, is to meet and greet, so the other side suddenly changed the attitude is to let her some panic. Boss, is something wrong? Yu Jiao asked in a low voice. It's a bit of a thing, about a job transfer. From today onwards Sister Jiao you should stop working as a technician and go work as an assistant to Manager Yi. The position is assistant manager of the service department at $15,000 a month. Huang Qing said directly to the point. The assistant manager of the service department was originally non-existent position. Now Huang Qing saw a position out as to give Yu Jiao empty pay with. As for the 15,000 monthly salary, it was her reference to Yu Jiao's average monthly salary as a technician. Of course, Huang Qing was also taking a gamble by making this decision. She was betting that Yu Jiao had that little bit of a place in that young brother's heart, so that Yang Hao wouldn't be so indifferent to Jiao. And once Yang Hao knew that she was helping him keep his lover, then naturally she would not be short of benefits. Anyway, Yang Hao just charged $100,000, even if the money left in the card is enough to give Yu Jiao a few months' salary. If Yang Hao does not come during this period, or simply do not take care of Yu Jiao, then, she then make adjustments is not a loss. Just as the use of Yang Hao stored value of money to pay wages to Yu Jiao. I have to say, this color sister counts, and she is attentive, bold, and patterned. There are some strong female shadows visible in her. However, at this moment after listening to Huang Qing's words, Yu Jiao was confused. Assistant manager of services, 15,000 a month. This is pie in the sky any way you look at it. But why did the pie just hit her? All along, she had been the unluckiest one. So when confronted with this sudden good news, she was first surprised, and then silently calculated whether there was any pitfalls in it. She's been pitted in her life and can't believe that such a good thing just fell into her lap. What? Not interested? Seeing Yu Jiao's delayed response, Huang Qing gently frowned and wondered if it was a different position. No, it's just so sudden. Yu Jiao answered truthfully, but she was also a smart person. After a short period of thinking, she had already thought that this matter might have something to do with Yang Hao. It's not likely that this job transfer was arranged by him. Official induction tomorrow if no problem. At this time, Huang Qing spoke again. Yes, no matter what. This is a good thing. After a short hesitation, Yu Jiao nodded her head and agreed, while in her heart, she was calculating to ask Yang Hao about it later. River City Newspaper Group, President's Office. Today was Monday, and at this moment, Yang Hao was checking the quests refreshed by the 3 NPCs. Task 1, the studious Wang Shuaru. NPC number 1 Inner OS, Brother Yang's frequency of coming to me has decreased significantly lately. Is it because my skills are too poor? It seems that I need to watch more videos to learn. Task, teach NPC number 1 at least 3 new pieces of knowledge. Quest reward, kidney power value 3 points. Learning card asterisk 3. Task 2, menu use wish. NPC number 2 Inner OS, the house is about to expire. It would be nice to have a house of my own so I don't need to rent again. Task, fulfill the wish of NPC number 2. Mission reward, attribute points asterisk 5. Task 3, many sons, many fortunes. NPC number 3 Inner OS, I so want to give Brother Young a child. Task, successfully impregnate NPC No. 3. Mission reward, $1 billion of special funds for raising children and 1 random industry. Note, if this task cannot be completed, it will be carried over to the following week. Sure enough, it's still Ebony that has the most rewarding quests, but the task was hard enough. After all, things like pregnancy are karmic. As for Meng Chacha's task was simpler. She still had a lot of unspent exclusive consumption gold, which was more than enough to buy a house, and the task refreshed by Wang Shuaru, a beautiful young woman, was as immodest as ever. End of chapter 158. I wouldn't change this in-laws. Knock, knock. Just as Yang Hao was planning to brush up on his tasks, someone knocked on the office room door. Come in. Yang Hao adjusted his sitting position slightly. Then he saw Kai Mei-chan walk in holding a stack of papers. The nominal director of the president's office in fact has been the president of the work. And Yang Hao, the president, is still in the learning stage. The use of learning card effect constantly in the acting president on the body to absorb nutrients. Mr. Yang, our self-media account has caused quite a bit of controversy within the group over the past 2 days. And there have been some critical voices. After sitting down in front of Yang Hao's desk, Kai Mei-chan spoke. Criticize if you want to. I do think it's done well. It's the age of self-media. It's supposed to keep up with the times. Jiangcheng Newspaper's Self-Media Center was officially launched last Wednesday. A total of 4 accounts have been registered are Jiangcheng Evening News, Jiangcheng Daily, Jiangcheng Finance, and Jiangcheng Observation. The first 3 accounts correspond to the 3 newspapers under the Jiangcheng Newspaper Group, and the last one is the main account of the Jiangcheng Newspaper Group. Yang Hao nodded his head in agreement, then thought of his sister-in-law whom he hadn't seen for a few days. So, I would recommend investing more in the self-publishing operations center, or at least expanding the operations team, which is currently just 6 people, which is too few. I agree with Mr. Yang. Our self-media accounts have been operating for less than a week, of which, Jiangcheng Observatory, that account already has more than 70,000 fans. The results are promising. So, after talking to Kai Mei-chan about his work, Yang Hao went directly to the 5th floor where the new media operations center was located. As the operation team are all 0 years old, so the content released after the launch of the self-media account is indeed not quite in line with the image of traditional media. The video content incorporates many of the more popular hot stems as well as BGM. The self-media operations center is officially up and running. I, the president, should have gone over there to offer my condolences. Kai Mei-chan spoke her thoughts in an organized manner. A young girl whose workstation was closer to the door saw Yang Hao, and she stood up to ask politely, "Hello, who are you looking for?" However, the working atmosphere of the self-media operations center was really good. Yang Hao was still in the corridor when he heard the sound of laughter coming out, which might have a lot to do with the fact that everyone was young. In addition, strengthen the cooperation between the marketing department and the self-media operations center. As the self-media operations center is not before the department, the office is too unused utility room transformed into a general office environment. Even Manny Lee, the director of the new media operations center's office, is very simple. Only 8 or 9 square feet of the appearance of the desk and chair bookcases after setting up. There is no space left. Seeing that the person who walked into the office was actually Yang Hao, Su Wenxian couldn't help but get a little excited. Then introduced to a few colleagues. "This is our Jiangcheng newspaper group's Mr. Yang." Just what you said. Those who criticize either have ulterior motives and are pretending to be confused, or they are old fossils with old-fashioned ideas who should be eliminated by the times. But in an era when many official media outlets are starting to live the whole thing, it's no big deal at all. "No, Mr. Yang, why are you here?" Yes, Brother Yang." And after hearing her words, the gazes of the remaining few people subconsciously looked towards the door. "Hello, Mr. Yang. Hello, Mr. Yang. Self-Media Operations Center are newcomers. Of course, do not know Yang Hao, this big boss." After listening to the introduction of Su Wenxian, the crowd, surprised at the same time, hurried to greet each other. Yang Hao gently waved his hand. "Keep busy. I just came over to have a look around." "Mr. Yang, you're looking for our director Lee." Su Wenxian came over and asked smilingly. Is she in the office? Yang Hao asked casually. It's there. Should I go and let you know? Su Wenxian pointed to the director's office with the door closed. No need. Yang Hao waved his hand and walked over with big strides, then even knocked politely on the door. Come in. Manny Li's voice came out from the office, and only then did Yang Hao push the door open. Brother-in-law? Manny Li had thought that it was Su Wenxian or other colleagues, but she didn't expect that the person who came in was Yang Hao. Yang Hao smoothly brought up the door of the room and said with a smile, I heard that you guys are doing well, so I came over to take a look. It's just getting started. A lot of things are still being figured out. Manny Li said modestly, the group is prepared to give you additional manpower. How many more do you think are needed under the current circumstances? Yang Hao pulled out a chair and sat across from Manny Li. Well, let's add 6 more. In fact, in the past 2 days, Manny Li was already facing the problem of not having enough manpower, because he had to operate 4 accounts, and there were only 6 of them in total, so he could only reduce the amount of updates. And now the self-media is also very roll. Many official media sometimes post dozens of videos a day. It's always right to update more often. It's just like writing for the web. Then transfer 6 more people, or just hire them and you interview them yourself when the time comes. Also, if you're missing anything, you can call Director Kai, or you can call me directly. After chatting about business matters, Yang Hao turned the tables. Come to the house for dinner after work today. Ruwashi even said she missed you yesterday. I miss Ruwashi too. Li Mani gently pursed her lips, and then for the sake of it, but it seems not to work today. My parents arrived in Jiangcheng at 6 o'clock. I have to go to the high-speed train station to pick them up. Mom and Dad are coming? Yang Hao looked at Manny Li rather surprised. When she heard the words Mom and Dad, Manny Li was in a trance. It was fine for Yang Hao to call it that before, but now that he and his sister were divorced, it wasn't really appropriate to call it that again. Mom hasn't been feeling too well. Nothing could be found out at our hospital there, so she thought of coming to Jiangcheng to take a look. Manny Li explained the reason for the sudden arrival of the older two. So, Yang Hao nodded and asked, have you booked a hotel, or where to stay? Actually, Yang Hao wanted to ask if he lived on Li Manchu's side because he knew that the other party had bought a house, but he didn't want to mention the name. My sister's side is a one-room house is inconvenient to live in, so I'm planning to let them stay at Wenxian and I's place, and at that time, Wenxian and I will just sleep in one room. Li Mani spoke out her plan. Yang Hao waved his hand. You're too crowded there. In that case, you can go and stay at my place directly after you receive your parents. Ruwashi should also miss Grandma and Grandpa quite a bit. Yang Hao's relationship with his father-in-law and mother-in-law had always been good, and he and Li Manchu had honored both of them as if they were their own parents over the years of their marriage. Ruwashi, born 2 years before the mother-in-law, also often come over to help with the child. A stay is a month or two kind of. So with Yang Hao, contact is still a lot of. Each other is also more familiar with. When he and Li Manchu divorced, his father-in-law and mother-in-law didn't try to persuade their daughters, and even called Yang Hao to say something, not wanting the two to divorce. But Li Manchu's mind was made up. Plus Yang Hao didn't want to top the prairie. Eventually it was divorced. For this reason the old couple is quite sad. Listening to sister-in-law Li Mani said mother-in-law also because of this sick and this time to see the disease also do not know, and that time has nothing to do with this. Not really. Li Mani was a little hesitant. This person in front of her was after all an ex-brother-in-law now. Nothing bad. Your sister and I are divorced though, but Mom and Dad are still Mom and Dad, and they are still Ruwashi's Grandma and Grandpa, Yang Hao said with a certainty. Li Mani looked at Yang Hao. The other party's words at first glance did not seem to have any problems, because Ruwashi and his parents are related by blood, and the kinship cannot be broken. But what do you mean? Mom and Dad are still Mom and Dad? Did he feel that divorcing his sister didn't affect his relationship with his own parents? Or did he mean something else? Li Mani could not help but think of Pang Laowat's book. After divorce, my sister-in-law fell in love with me, and there was this sentence in the synopsis, divorce is fine, but I won't be able to change these in-laws. End of chapter. 159. One debt, one payment. In fact, Li Mani couldn't even tell what kind of emotion she felt for this ex-brother-in-law now. In the beginning she adored and appreciated this brother-in-law, and then after her sister divorced him, she felt a little more guilt. Although she was not the one who did such a thing as abandoning her husband and daughter, she was ashamed for her sister, Li Manchu. After all, her brother-in-law was kind to her own family. That's why she went to do what she could to help her brother-in-law, cook or bring Ruwashi around out of a sense of repayment. Then her brother-in-law turned over and she was the one being helped. I'd better ask their opinion when I get them, Manny Li said. Okay, for now then. Yang Hao promised so with his mouth, and after leaving the Self-Media Operations Center, he sent an invitation micro-message to his mother-in-law Kang Huizhi. Although divorced from Li Manchu, but the in-laws he did not intend to change. It is still necessary to do a good job of reception. If it wasn't for the fact that Lee Manchu was supposed to pick up the station in the evening as well, he would have gone over to pick up the station himself. The mother-in-law, Kang Huiji, has always been very satisfied with Yang Hao as a son-in-law, and she is on her son-in-law's side about the divorce. So after receiving Yang Hao's micro-telecommunication message, she directly agreed. This noodle shop was the one he often came to eat at when he was delivering takeouts, and it had been a long time since he had been here, so he kind of missed this bite. Just a random mention. And changed into civilian clothes Yu Jiu and in the footbath city when it is completely two kinds of feeling. She wore a black thin sweater with jeans, although the clothes pants look is not expensive, but because Yu Jiu figure is better. Cheap clothes are also worn by her out of the texture is not bad. In addition, she wore a pair of half-rimmed glasses as a finishing touch, and her image at the moment could not be associated with a footbath technician at all. What about your thoughts? Do you still want to stay in Foot Locker City? The two met at a small noodle shop. The location was chosen by Yang Hao, so Yang Hao agreed to Yu Jiu's invitation. It's a position that wasn't originally available at the store. Assistant service manager, at $15,000 a month. I'm a little uneasy about taking this money, Yu Jiu said honestly. Or, is there anything you want to do? Yang Hao threw out a series of questions. Noon. It is more in line with the meaning of the word white moonlight. The boss transferred me. Did you talk to her? Yang Hao didn't know about Huang Qing's operation yet, but he happened to want to chat with Yu Jiu yet. Right now the other side has been transformed into its own exclusive blue buff, both for work and life. To organize. What's the new position? Yang Hao was kinda curious about how Sister Color had arranged it. After taking her seat, Yu Jiu opened the door and asked. Hearing this, Yang Hao, on the other hand, smiled, thinking in his heart that this Color sister was quite bold, and this gave the arrangement of a post with a monthly salary of 15,000. Just as Yang Hao and Kang Huiji were sending out Weibo messages, he received another Weibo message from Yu Jiu, who had just been promoted by Huang Qing to Sapphire asking if he had time to have lunch together. Of course, Kang Huiji didn't know that this former son-in-law of hers had already developed. She just held the mentality of meeting this former son-in-law to appease him and seeing Ruwashi again. While Yu Jiu, who heard these questions, frowned lightly and said in a low voice, I volunteered last night. Neither of us owes anyone anything. Yang Hao smiled and nodded. Indeed. However, I hope we can maintain this relationship. Yang Hao added quite frankly. Yu Jiu eyebrows gently picked. In fact, she is still quite entangled in their own, and Yang Hao is considered what relationship? In her understanding, last night belongs to the atmosphere baked in place after the love cannot help it. The two were not even considered lovers, but poker buddies at best. Or one of those one-night poker buddies. And she asked Yang Hao out actually to ask about the job transfer. She was a little upset. But now Yang Hao is proposing to maintain such a relationship. In other words, he wants to turn one-night poker buddies into long-lasting poker buddies. Yu Jiu naturally had a good feeling about this old classmate. Otherwise there wouldn't have been last night's story. But it wasn't quite the life she had envisioned. Her original idea was to pay off her debts and get her brother a cochlear implant. Then she would get a regular job and start over. Ding! Trigger random quest. Yu Jiu's wish. Yu Jiu's biggest wish is to pay off the debt and give his brother a cochlear implant. Go and help her fulfill her heart's desire. Quest reward 1, skill sign language, grade S. Quest reward 2, skill lip syntax, grade S. Hanging Dad's voice suddenly rang out. Yang Hao had long been accustomed to such a rhythm. He only froze slightly before looking at Yu Jiu. Your brother spent a lot of money on his car accident treatment, right? Aha. Yu Jiu nodded. At that time her brother was hit very seriously. In the ICU stayed a week. And that week alone cost more than $90,000. The total medical expenses is nearly $200,000. These money in addition to a small part of the savings. They are all in the Jiu set of credit cards or loans borrowed. We still owe over $50,000 and we haven't paid it off yet. There are still liabilities, right? Seeing that Yu Jiu did not take the initiative to explain, Yang Hao could only ask, aha. Yu Jiu nodded her head again, but she didn't say the amount of debt. And that's when the waiter brought over the noodles the two had ordered as well as the small dishes. Yang Hao didn't continue the topic right away, but ate the noodles. Due to the fact that he had been on a diet, he hadn't eaten noodles for a long time, so a bowl of veggie noodles was also eaten with gusto. When he was almost done eating, he continued where he left off and said, I'll pay off the debt. Besides, I've heard that cochlear implant technology is now mature enough to make one for your brother, and I'll pay for it. Ha! Yu Jiu, who was also eating noodles, was suddenly shocked and her small mouth opened wide. It wasn't really just Yang Hao's statement that surprised her. Rather, they both spoke to her heart. The two things that mattered most to her right now. Forget it. I can't take your money for nothing. After freezing for a moment, Yu Jiu gently shook her head. While things were all she really wanted to do, she felt that once she took a payoff, the relationship between the two went completely sour. It went from being poker buddies to a packaged relationship. If they were just poker buddies, the two would be on equal footing, but when converted into a pack relationship, they become subordinate. If you're really torn, think of it as me lending you money. Years of experience in the catering industry has allowed Yang Hao to develop a good knowledge of people, and he is still very accurate in reading people. Impressions from his high school days, coupled with his contact with Yu Jiao over the past 2 days, Yang Hao could tell that she was a very stubborn person. He is more serious and likes to take things seriously. These people tend to be very resilient and are the type of people who can't be beaten, so she should not be able to accept Yang Hao's charity frankly. Yu Jiao frowned and fell into deep thought. If it didn't involve her brother's cochlear implant, she would have refused without hesitation. But now this refusal was something she really couldn't say. Then you lend me $300,000. I'll give you an IOU. After a long moment of silence, Yu Jiao then opened her mouth. Yang Hao, on the other hand, shrugged with an indifferent expression. It's fine. Send me your bank card number. Yu Jiao nodded, then edited the bank card number in Weishuan and sent it to Yang Hao. A few moments later, Yu Jiao then received a transfer reminder from the bank. Only after seeing that transfer amount in, she was once again frozen, because Yang Hao had actually transferred a full $1 million. This, Yu Jiao opened her mouth and tangled. This is too much. I'll only use 300,000. Yang Hao smiled and waved his hand. I've heard that a good imported cochlear implant costs $300,000 to $400,000, and there are even more expensive ones. If you're going to do it right. As for the money, I believe in your ability to pay it back. Yang Hao said so in his mouth, and in his heart, he was still a little embarrassed. Although Yu Jiao was not able to transform into an NPC, but he also had 20 million blue buff maintenance funds. As a result, one has to give this money to the other party in the name of a loan. And Sapphire was still terrified. It comes across as if he's a crooked businessman, but this is also no way thing. He cannot directly tell Yu Jiao, you are now Laozi's exclusive blue buff. There are 20 million exclusive consumption gold, so, I can only accept this favor for hanging dad. As for paying it back, don't even think about it. Yang Hao will only make Yu Jiao's debt more and more, and finally completely lose confidence in repaying the debt. And then there's this, an assload of debt to pay off. Settle down as your own Sapphire, buff him once a week, and pop some more gold, skills, or whatever along the way. End of chapter 160. The in-laws are here. Visual decoration design. Li Mani picked up her sister, Li Manchu, and then together they headed to the Hankow high-speed train station to pick up her parents. Sitting in the passenger side of the Porsche Cayenne, Li Manchu had mixed feelings. She suddenly had the feeling that their identities were switched. When her sister was in college, she would occasionally pick her sister up from school and take her out for dinner and shopping. Back then she drove an Audi Q5 with her sister in the passenger seat, and now the person sitting in the co-pilot turned out to be her. What hasn't changed is that the same man paid for both the Audi Q5 and this Porsche Cayenne. How's work going these days? After a heartfelt sigh, Li Manchu asked. It went pretty well. Changing jobs. Manny Li answered truthfully. Changed positions? Not a journalist anymore? Li Manchu was a bit surprised. In her opinion, journalists were good professions. The group set up a self-media operations center, and my brother-in-law transferred me over to be the director of this self-media operations center. Manny Li returned in a smooth voice, but she had overlooked one thing. Her sister Li Manchu didn't know about the fact that Yang Hao was the president of the Jiangcheng newspaper group. So after she said this, Li Manchu, who had captured the key information, couldn't help but freeze. Your brother-in-law transferred you over to become the director of the self-media operations center? When did he become your leader? Li Manchu looked at her sister in shock. This. Li Mani was momentarily speechless. In fact, she hadn't really wanted to take the initiative to say this matter, but now since the conversation had come here, she simply didn't hide it, and directly said that her brother-in-law, Yang Hao, was the president of Jiangcheng newspaper group. And after hearing the news, Li Manchu froze for a while before coming back to her senses. All she knew before was that her ex-husband, Yang Hao, was living on Nebula Bay and was also keeping Meng Yuyu as well as that coffee shop owner outside. But she doesn't know where her ex-husband, Yang Hao, got this money from. Now the mystery is revealed. Li Manchu, my ex-husband became a group president. This is really a perfect illustration of what it means. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not deceive the middle-aged poor. How did he become the president of River City newspapers? Li Manchu's mind exploded a little, and her voice rose several pitches. I don't know. Li Mani shook her head. However, according to what my brother-in-law said before, it should be a large inheritance. Li Manchu clenched her fists and didn't know what to say for a while. She has been trying hard to salvage this marriage with Yang Hao lately, and she even took the initiative to send a gift for Yang Hao's cousin's son's full moon wine. It turned out to be returned, and her microphone was blacked out by the other party. Suffice it to say, the compounding program is going nowhere. It would be fine if it was just that, but now it was learned that Yang Hao was the president of the Jiangcheng newspaper group. If this isn't a divorce, won't it be a matter of minutes before I have to work for the Jiangcheng newspaper? That's not true. If I don't get divorced, why am I working? Isn't it nice to live like a rich wife? Li Manchu couldn't help but think of the Nebula Bay mansion she had participated in designing again. Without a divorce, she's the mistress of the place. Every day, you can have afternoon tea on the balcony and look at the river view. It is simply not too cozy. By the way, recently, Uncle Yang's renovation in progress, fast-talking number has sent out another video of the takeover. And this time the house is the Jiangzhong Mansion Villa, and the total price seems to be higher than that of the large flat in Nebula Bay. The total value of these two houses alone is over $100 million, which means that if she doesn't get divorced, she'll be living the life of a billionaire's wife. With this in mind, Li Manchu felt her entire body paralyzed on the passenger side, unable to lift an ounce of strength. It turns out that the life she's been chasing so hard was once surprisingly within her reach. With her understanding of Yang Hao, if she hadn't left during that time, the other party would have absolutely spoiled her to the heavens, because that's a man with feelings. Manny, have you seen him lately? After a long moment of silence, Li Manchu, who had adjusted her state, opened her mouth and asked. See, Li Manny nodded. I even saw it today, and my brother-in-law even said that he'd let his parents stay at his place. To stay at his place? Li Manchu's eyes lit up slightly. He really said that? Yes, Manny Li nodded. What did he say in his original statement? Li Manchu hurriedly pursued the question, which was good news in her opinion. If Yang Hao still recognized his parents, it meant that he hadn't intended to terminate his relationship with her completely. Otherwise, he wouldn't have offered to let his parents stay at his home. Brother-in-law said that even though he divorced you, mom and dad are still mom and dad, and they're still Ruoshi's grandma and grandpa. Manny Li was still quite impressed with that statement, but when she said mom and dad are still mom and dad, she gave her sister a somewhat sheepish look. Influenced by Pang Leofat's book After Divorce, my sister-in-law fell in love with me. Her mind was really leaning in that direction. After Yang Hao left her office during the day, she was still wondering if she really came together with this ex-brother-in-law. Then mom and dad are really still mom and dad. Brother-in-law changed wives though, but the in-laws are the ones who didn't change. Mom and dad or mom and dad? It seems he still hasn't completely let go of it. I'll try harder. Maybe I can actually salvage it. Li Manchu's originally depressed mood instantly improved. She did not even think deeply about whether the phrase mom and dad are still mom and dad has other meanings. At 5:40, the sisters then arrived at the high-speed train station. Waiting at the exit of the station, the value of the outstanding figure of the two sisters also attracted a lot of men's attention, and even have the cheek to come over to ask for contact information. It was sternly rejected by Li Manchu. My billionaire ex-husband is still waiting for me to get back together. You count as a bird. Around 6:05, the sisters' parents walked out of the exit. Mom, Dad, here it is, Manny Li shouted excitedly, while Li Manchu followed on the sidelines and waved her hand. But what depressed her was that her parents had absolutely nothing good to say to her. The two of them chatted with her younger sister Li Manny for quite a while before they remembered her as the oldest daughter and greeted her coldly. Mom and Dad, Manny and I will take you to dinner first. Jiangcheng has quite a few delicacies that we don't have in that small county of ours. On her way towards the parking lot, Li Manchu took the initiative to speak up. It's not like I've never been to Jiangcheng before. Kong Huizhi bristled, then said, let's not eat first. I promised Xiao Hao I would go to his place. Ha! At that, the sisters were confused. Both of them didn't expect their own mom to still have a single line of communication with Yang Hao. Manny Li even thought that her brother-in-law was so cunning. When he was in her office he had clearly talked about letting himself consult his parents, and as a result, he had contacted them all privately. You guys are really going to Yang Hao's place? Li Manchu subconsciously frowned. She didn't object to her parents going over to Yang Hao's side, but just getting off the highway and going straight there seemed to make her seem like a particularly unpopular daughter. Right, I'm going to see Ruoshi. Kang Huizhi returned with a straight face. Then I can't be with you. Although Li Manchu wanted to salvage her relationship with Yang Hao, she knew that Yang Hao must not want to see her right now, and this had to be done step by step. Just have Manny with you. You go about your business. Kang Huizhi waved her hand. She really didn't give this eldest daughter a good face at all. End of chapter 161. You're with your brother-in-law? Mom, I already know it's wrong. Li Manchu knows that her parents are sulking in their hearts. After all, when she wanted a divorce her parents disagreed and advised her not to leave. But she was so determined to leave that it was only natural for her parents to have a problem with her. Actually, I went to talk to Yang Hao a few days ago, but he didn't agree to remarry, so I couldn't do anything about it. Li Manchu said with some more frustration. You talked to your son-in-law? Only then did Kang Hueji look squarely at her eldest daughter for a moment. As the saying goes, there is no greater good than knowing one's mistakes and being able to correct them. If the eldest daughter really realized her mistake and sincerely admitted her mistake and remarried with her son-in-law, naturally it was the result Kang Hueji was most willing to see. Manchu, if you really know you're wrong, you need to show some sincerity. Li's father, Li Baojun, followed suit, and their old couple's thoughts were unanimous that it would be best if their daughter and son-in-law could remarry. It's normal to have ups and downs in life, as the saying goes. 3 poor and 3 rich live to a ripe old age. Getting through the good times is not a skill. Getting through the tough times is. What's more, a man like Xiao Hao who is responsible and capable will turn over sooner or later, Li Baojun added in a serious tone. Li Manchu, on the other hand, was crying and thinking to herself that it would indeed turn over. And it had. I do know it's wrong and have sincerely apologized. Mom and Dad, why don't you guys help persuade Yang Hao when you see him? As long as he's willing to remarry, I promise to follow him properly in the future. Li Manchu made a statement with conviction. She knows that her parents and Yang Hao are still on good terms, so it's not likely that her parents will be able to persuade Yang Hao to get back together with her after they intervene. If I'd known, why would I have done it in the first place? Li Baojun sighed. I was momentarily blinded by lard. Li Manchu said with a face of remorse. Alright, I'll talk to Hao when I see him. Seeing that her daughter seemed to really recognize the mistake, Kang Hueji finally softened first, thinking to set up a son-in-law and daughter back together. The group of 4 had arrived at the parking lot as they spoke. Not going to take a cab? Kang Hueji pointed to the cab waiting area not far away. Manchu, you bought another car? Li Baojun looked at his eldest daughter. He knew that the other party and his son-in-law had split some money when they divorced. How can I afford a car? It's Manny. Li Manchu skimmed her mouth a little hardily. Manny bought a car? Both the old couple looked at their youngest daughter in surprise. Manny, didn't you just get your internship? Where's the money to buy a car? I'm telling you Manny, we can't go down the wrong path. Kang Hueji warned with a serious expression. This eldest daughter had already made her very careless. She didn't want her youngest daughter to have any more problems. Mom, what were you thinking? The car is a gift from my brother-in-law. Manny Li shrugged somewhat helplessly. From how? The old couple looked at each other, both a little surprised. My brother-in-law gave it to me for my birthday last month. As they spoke, the 4 of them had already walked to the Porsche Cayenne, and Manny Li pressed the unlock button on the car key, and the lights immediately flashed. This? Porsche Cayenne? Li Baojun surprised opened his mouth. He is currently working as a security guard in the largest supermarket in his hometown county. Often on duty in the parking lot kiosk, he is familiar with the car. A glance recognized the car driven by his daughter. Is this car expensive? Kang Hueji did not know much about cars, but Porsche she had heard of, and immediately asked curiously. It's going to be over $1 million. Cayenne still gives the feeling of a million luxury cars, although Li Baojun recognized but do not know the specific price. What? Over $1 million? Kang Hueji man was dumbfounded. Her eyes subconsciously widened. Even the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes were propped open. As far as she remembered, her son-in-law didn't drive $1 million limousine at the height of his glory. Now why did you give your youngest daughter such an expensive car? Get in the car and talk. The reason why Manny Li hadn't told her parents was actually because she didn't know how to explain it, but naturally she couldn't hide it at the moment. Manny, what's going on here? After getting into the car, Kang Hueji couldn't wait to follow up. The simple fact is that my brother-in-law is now rich again, and richer than ever. But the fact that he sent such an expensive gift for my birthday is something I didn't expect either, Manny Li said truthfully. Developed? Richer than ever. Kang Hueji was shocked. She also felt that her son-in-law would definitely be able to turn over in the future, but she didn't expect that it would happen so quickly. I told you how would be able to turn it around. You can tell if a man can make it or not. Don't think I can't do it myself, but I'm a pretty good judge of character. Li Baojun immediately voiced his feelings, and at this time, Kang Hueji came back to her senses. She looked at her eldest daughter Li Manchu. So you know that other people's Xiaohao has developed. So you know that you're wrong and want to get back together? Mom, look at what you're saying. I really do realize that I was wrong, and it has nothing to do with whether or not he's hairy. I just want to give Rawashi a complete home, Li Manchu said fervently, and Manny Li, who was preparing to drive, subconsciously rolled her eyes. She was also convinced of her sister's cheek. Sis, let me take you back first. Li Manny directly changed the topic, not wanting to hear any more of her sister's hypocritical remarks, and Kang Hueji, who did understand her daughter, exasperatedly spat. I think you're just trying to turn back again because you see that other people's Xiaohao has gotten rich. Ugh, how did I give birth to such a snobbish daughter like you? Kang Hueji covered her chest, obviously pissed off again. Mom, how could you think that about me? I think remarriage really has nothing to do with money. Li Manchu denied with a straight face. She still wanted to set up a good persona in front of her parents. so that they could also help her persuade Yang Hao to remarry. What to think? You know in your own heart, when you guys got married, Mom didn't object to you finding a good one. Financial conditions are indeed important, but you have to live your life with them. Hao's career is in the doldrums and you're so good. You patted your ass and ran away first. I'm telling you. In fact, I don't even have the face to see the human family show Hao. It's because I didn't educate my daughter well. Kang Huizhi sighed as she spat. If Yang Hao hadn't rolled over by now, she really wanted to persuade the two to remarry. But now that people have turned over a new leaf and are living better than ever, she's too embarrassed to talk about remarriage. You ran away when people were in trouble, and you came back when they got rich. What a thing to say. This mouth, Kang Huizhi can't open it. Mom, let's not talk about the past. Anyway, I already know I'm wrong. I can accept whatever I'm told to apologize to Yang Hao. Just help persuade me. After all, if we remarry, it will be better for Ruoshi and you all. Li Manchu began to work on her parents. Kang Huizhi, on the other hand, bristled with disdain. I can't say such words. I can't say the same. Li Baojun followed in agreement. Seeing that the old couple had such an attitude, Li Manchu couldn't help but be speechless for a while. She really didn't expect that even her own parents would refuse to help. Manny, your brother-in-law still loves you. Talk to your brother-in-law later. Li Manchu put her hopes on her sister again. Sis, it's better if you talk to your brother-in-law yourself. I don't want any part of what's going on between you guys. Manny Li shook her head decisively, and didn't know out of what kind of mentality. She didn't want her brother-in-law and sister to get back together for a long time, especially after seeing her sister's recent maneuvers. She felt that she was simply not worthy of her brother-in-law. I reckon I can see that none of you wish me well. Li Manchu, who had hit the wall one after another, glanced her head out of the car window with an exasperated grunt, and it seemed to her that she had still gained something today. She learned that Yang Hao was now the president of Jiangcheng newspaper, and if she wanted to find him again, she could go directly to Jiangcheng newspaper. Also his comment to his sister that mom and dad are still mom and dad shows that he doesn't want to completely cut ties with his own family. Back in the city, Li Manny first sent her sister Li Manchu back home before driving to Nebula Bay. After waiting for Li Manchu to get off the bus, Kang Huizhi immediately said to Li Manny, Manny, you must not follow your sister's example. We can look for boyfriends with good conditions, but we can't have people encountering difficulties and you running away first. Mom, I know. Manny Li nodded. She wasn't like that herself. Right, so did you get a boyfriend? Kang Huizhi asked again. No, Li Manny shook her head. My brother-in-law just promoted me, so I'm very busy with work. Xiao Hao gave you a promotion. Kang Huizhi caught the key message in her daughter's words. I forgot to tell you that my brother-in-law is now my leader too. Manny Li again briefly explained her brother-in-law Yang Hao's current situation. Hao has become the president of the group. No wonder $1 million luxury car is said to be given away. Li Baojun was filled with shocked emotion. Speaking of this car, even if Xiao Hao is rich, sending a car worth over $1 million is too expensive. Kang Huizhi gently frowned, then looked at her youngest daughter, who was already a grown-up, and suddenly raised her eyebrows. Manny, you and your brother-in-law won't have anything, right? Coincidentally, when Kang Huizhi said this, there happened to be a cab in front of her that changed lanes in a chaotic manner, and Li Manny subconsciously stepped on the brakes. Under the effect of inertia, Kang Huizhi and Li Baojun, who were sitting in the back row, could not help but lean forward, and the head of Li Baojun, who was unprepared, even hit the front seat. Seeing her youngest daughter reacting so strongly, Kang Huizhi thought that she had been right. After she sat down again, a shocked look suddenly surfaced on her face. Manny, you're not really with your brother-in-law, are you? What do you mean? Hao has become our son-in-law again. Li Baojun rubbed his forehead and was also filled with shock. As for Manny Li, her pretty face was slightly reddened by the question. She fixed her mind and returned. Not yet. You guys don't talk nonsense. End of chapter. 162. My son-in-law is a billionaire. Not yet? Still? Kang Huizhi found the word also very intriguing. Manny, do you mean you still really have this kind of idea? Kang Huizhi asked with a serious expression. Anyway, it's not what you think it is. Manny Li also felt that his word also could easily give rise to ambiguity, but he didn't know how to explain it. Kang Huizhi frowned. Manny, although we recognize Xiao Hao's character, the difference in your ages is too much, not to mention the fact that if you guys were really together in this relationship, the gossip could drown you. Li Baojun followed with a nod. The main also have to consider your sister's feelings. Although in the matter of divorce, she did not do the right thing, but after all, is your own sister, cannot be old and dead. Seeing that her parents were of this attitude, Li Manny hurriedly explained. I've said it's not what you think it is. I don't have any inappropriate relationship with my brother-in-law. I just often help him bring Ruoshi around. Well, it's only right to help bring Ruoshi. Kang Huizhi nodded her head, and then lamented. In fact, if Xiaohao is determined not to remarry your sister, and if you two are really interested in each other, this is not impossible, but you will have to bear a lot of pressure as well as the outside world's criticism. I really like Xiaohao as a son-in-law. Kang Huizhi seriously thought about her youngest daughter and son-in-law and felt that it was also a good option, which would be good for Ruoshi. If someone else became a stepmother, they might not be nice to their granddaughter, but if her sister-in-law became a stepmother, things would be much better. Li Baojun, on the other hand, sighed and muttered under his breath. So both of my daughters were born to their Yang family. Mom, what's wrong with you? Manny Li didn't want to continue the topic and was concerned about his old mom's condition. I can't really say. Sometimes my whole body hurts. Sometimes my joints and muscles hurt, and then I get tired especially easily. I have insomnia and wake up early, and I get anxious easily. I took a film at the county hospital and couldn't see anything wrong, so the doctor suggested I come to the big hospital in Jiangcheng to take a look. Speaking of her illness, Kang Huizhi's face suddenly took on a helpless look. In fact, sometimes getting sick isn't scary. What's scary is that you're tortured when you don't feel well all the time but you don't know what kind of disease you have, and you don't even have the chance to get the right medicine for it. Right now Kang Huizhi was feeling this way, mainly because she also had insomnia, which made it even harder. After listening to her mom's description, Li Mani subconsciously frowned. This symptom is a bit like the aftereffects of Yang. It seems that many people around her have it, but she doesn't understand it either. Go to the hospital tomorrow and see what the doctor says. Manny Li shook his head gently, and this moment the car also drove to the entrance of Nebula Bay. Last week Yang Hao bought 2 more parking spaces, put Li Mani's license plate number and the property on file, so she drove the car directly down to the basement. Manny, this neighborhood is pretty expensive, isn't it? The parking spaces are full of luxury cars. Li Baojun swept a glance out of the car window, then he couldn't help but let out an emotion. Well, this neighborhood is famous in Jiangcheng. Manny Li nodded. After parking the car, she led her parents into the elevator room. Manny, how much does this house cost per square foot? How come even the elevator room is so luxurious? Kang Huizhi asked while surveying the luxuriously decorated and spacious elevator room. It was the first time she had ever seen a neighborhood that had made all the elevator rooms so luxurious. It's like 60,000 or 70,000 a square foot. Manny Li didn't know the exact price, but she knew that her brother-in-law's house was very expensive, and the total price seemed to be about $40 million. Ha? $60,000 or $70,000 a square meter? A house in our county is only $100,000. Kang Huizhi was directly shocked. Li Baojun was also secretly staggered, thinking, son-in-law is really turned over. It's amazing to live in a mansion that costs $60,000 to $70,000 a square foot. Manny, so how many square feet is your brother-in-law's house? Kang Huizhi asked again. It's like almost 700 square feet. How much? As soon as Li Mani's words left her mouth, the old couple immediately exclaimed in unison. 700 square feet? Manny, are you right? Settling her mind a little, Kang Huizhi followed up with another question. Li Mani nodded with a certainty. Not wrong ah. It is almost 700 square feet. The area of the housebook seems to be 688 square feet, but this house has a gift. Just the balcony is 40 or 50 square feet. This, Kang Huizhi and Li Baojun looked at each other. Although I already knew about my son-in-law being developed, I didn't expect it to be developed to such an extent. $60,000 or $70,000 a square foot for a house that's almost 700 square feet. Then wouldn't the house cost 40 or 50 million? Kang Huizhi made a calculation. Then her mouth fell open and she couldn't close it. A house costs 40 or 50 million dollars. This son-in-law of his is afraid to be a billionaire. Manchu doesn't have that fortune. Li Baojun couldn't help but lament. No wonder Manchu regretted it. So Xiaohao has become a billionaire. Kang Huizhi shook her head. Not to mention Xiaohao. I wouldn't agree to remarry if I were him. As he spoke, the elevator arrived, and Kang Huizhi and Li Baojun, who stepped out of the elevator, were shocked again. I'm not even in the door yet, and the shoe-changing area is over 50 square feet. Manny Li was also considered half a hostess. She took out slippers from the shoe cabinet for her parents to change into, and then directly swiped her face to open the entry door. Seeing her operate in such a smooth manner, Kang Huizhi couldn't help but exchange glances with her own old man, Li Baojun. This Manny and Hao aren't really together, are they? Kang Huizhi lowered her voice and muttered in her own old man's ear. Looking like, it's not much different from going back to your own home. Li Baojun gently nodded. Mom and Dad, you're here, come on in. Ruoshi, come and see who's here. Yang Hao, who was originally sitting in the living room, greeted him with a smile on his face, and then smoothly took over the old couple's luggage. Hao, you've lost weight, much more spirited than the last time we met. Looking at Yang Hao, who was much more refreshed, Kang Huizhi couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. looking much younger too, Li Baojun added. You two are young too. Yang Hao made a polite comment. Then let the two into the living room. This house is too big. Kang Huizhi and Li Baojun were both seeing such a large house for the first time and couldn't help but let out their emotions. Hello grandma, hello grandpa. Just as the old couple was surveying the interior of the house, Ruoshi ran over to say hello. In fact, the little girl does not have a deep impression of grandma and grandpa, because when Kang Huizhi brought her she did not remember, and since she remembered she had actually not seen a few faces. Ruoshi has grown up, a lot taller. Kang Huizhi had brought Ruoshi for nearly 2 years, and the little girl was still very affectionate, and immediately could not care less about her physical discomfort, and picked up the little girl. Brother Yang, the chef said that there are only 2 small stir-fries left, so we can start the meal anytime. At this time, Jiang Yuqi, who was originally busy in the dining room, came to the living room. After seeing this beautiful girl whose age and appearance were not similar to that of her own youngest daughter, Kang Huizhi, who was still immersed in the joy of seeing her granddaughter, could not help but freeze. Such a beautiful woman showed up at her son-in-law's house. Is she his girlfriend? Such a thought involuntarily surfaced in Kang Huizhi's mind. Li Baojun on the side thought similarly. The old couple naturally wouldn't associate a young and beautiful girl like Jiang Yuqi with a nanny. Mr. Jiang, long time no see. Nanny Li greeted Jiang Yuqi in a calm tone. She knew about Jiang Yuqi becoming a live-in nanny before. In fact, after learning this news, she was still a bit panicked. After all, Jiang Yuqi's personal conditions were placed there to come. Therefore, when she saw Jiang Yuqi at this moment, her heart was far from being so calm as it appeared on the surface. Especially Jiang Yuqi was still wearing home clothes at this moment, and she looked like the mistress of this place. Yeah, the last time we met was during the parent-child games. Jiang Yuqi smiled back, and at this time, Kang Huizhi, who had returned to her senses, asked, Xiao Hao, who is this girl? Oh, this is Ruoshi's tutor, Mr. Jiang. This is how Yang Hao introduced Jiang Yuqi to the outside world. After all, it's not very nice to talk about nannies, not to mention that Jiang Yuqi also teaches at the Shangping International Bilingual Kindergarten now, and tutors Ruoshi when she gets home, so it's justifiable to say that she's a tutor. Hello auntie, hello uncle, you guys can just call me Xiao Jiang, Jiang Yuqi greeted warmly. Well, hello Ko. Once she heard that Jiang Yuqi was Ruoshi's tutor, Kang Huizhi's hanging heart fell a little. However, this beautiful young tutor was the one who had put a crisis in her mind. It seems that I may not be able to keep this son-in-law. End of chapter.